After the car accident, Guyang became a vegetable. Everyone thought he was completely useless. Only he knew that he was still alive and alert. He watched his wife kiss her enemy and saw his dearest person unplug the ventilator. He roared in the darkness, but no one responded. Until that night, his shadow suddenly came to life and it whispered a deal. From that day on, the night belonged to him. He is a butcher, hunting down betrayers, using his life to sustain his life and strengthening his body with his soul. During the day, he was a lifeless invalid lying on a hospital bed. At night, he was the most terrifying legend in the underworld. You humiliated me during the day, and now you don't kneel down at night and call me Mr. Butcher. Chapter 1. Don't be like this. This is a hospital. Guyang is still lying in the bed. He lay in a hospital bed, conscious but unable to move. The car accident 3 days earlier had left him in a vegetative state, and the sound in his ears now was like a knife cutting his heart. It was his beloved wife and most trusted brother, nakedly performing a betrayal in front of him. The hospital is what makes it exciting. Lu Xiaoyu laughed wantonly, completely ignoring Gu Yang on the hospital bed. This loser can hear it? That's even more exciting. He should be grateful to us for letting him know the truth before he died. 3 minutes later, he fastened his belt with a smug look on his face. He admitted that he was responsible for the accident, and Yin Pingping helped him forge an alibi. He was driving a modified car, and after hitting someone, he restored it to its original state, making it impeccable. Gu Yang's money and Gu Yang's woman were now his. A good brother turned into a backstabbing executioner. Yin Pingping put on her clothes and gently scolded him. Why are you saying so much? The doctor said he might still be able to hear. Lu Xiaoyu sneered. So what if he can hear? He won't live more than 3 days. I only paid for 3 days' medical expenses. After that, I'll let him stop taking his medicine and wait for death. She lowered her head in thought and ultimately reminded him, keep your tail clean and don't cause me any trouble. She had loved Gu Yang, but he was so focused on making money and being frugal that he ignored her needs. She considered divorce, but was unable to divide the premarital property, so she ultimately chose this path of no return. I really loved you once, but you don't understand women. Before she left, she sat by the bed and stroked his hair, talking about the past, her current helplessness, and the next 3 days of companionship. After that, she sighed, closed the door, and left. And Gu Yang could actually hear. From a moment he stepped off the operating table, he existed like a ghost, listening, feeling, yet unable to move. He heard every filthy and treacherous conversation. Those 3 days became the longest purgatory of his life. Only 3 days? I really deserve to fall at the hands of you 2 bastards, he roared in his heart. Unable to even blink, he desperately prayed to the gods and Buddhas, asking for just 1 minute of revenge, but even that was not granted. Until that night, his consciousness fell into a dark abyss, as if he had fallen into an unfamiliar space. The next second, he was surprised to find that his consciousness had actually left his body and attached itself to the shadow beneath him, and he could control this new ghost body. It was a pitch-black figure, eerie and ghostly, slowly rising to its feet in the ward, as if another self had awakened. Gu Yang looked down at the dark form, overcome with emotion. It was the thrill of regaining freedom, a long-lost sense of existence. Fuck, I didn't know having a body was such a blessing. He manipulated the ghost to try and save his body. He tried CPAR, artificial respiration, massage, everything, but the result was 2 words, in vain. The body of consciousness couldn't save the body of flesh and blood. But he was not without gain. He began to master the ghost's new abilities. He could transform into various shapes, switch between solid and shadow bodies at will, and even switch between 3 and 2 dimensions. He could penetrate objects and move as fast as light. He also has a miniature shadow space that can store items. Gu Yang realized that although God did not let him wake up, he gave him another way to live. As long as his body is not dead, his shadow body still has hope. Not to mention saving himself from the vegetative state, but at least he should be able to keep himself alive, right? If my flesh and blood body dies, my ghostly form will probably not survive either. What should I do? Gu Yang left the ward for the first time since acquiring his shadow body. He transformed into a 2-dimensional ghost, sticking to the wall and silently moving through the hospital corridors at night. No one noticed him. No one noticed the shadowy presence around him. Just as he was about to go out for some relaxation, he overheard a few nurses discussing him. They unscrupulously abused him, calling him a domestic abuser, uneducated, and saying his vegetative state was karma. His name became a laughingstock, completely smeared. As they talked, they watched the live broadcast, and the heroine on the screen was none other than Gu Yang's wife, Yin Pingping. She wept bitterly, but she twisted right and wrong, portraying him as the villain and herself as the patient, strong, white, rich, and beautiful woman. She cried and told how ridiculous and incompetent Gu Yang was, how she had to build the company single-handedly, and how she had to take care of her seriously ill husband. The audience on the internet was moved by her true feelings, and the screen was flooded with gifs. The barrage in the live broadcast room almost deified her. Gu Yang witnessed everything, his rage uncontrollable. He knew he'd been betrayed, but he hadn't imagined he'd been trampled upon so thoroughly. He turned and vanished into the shadows, reaching the mansion where Yin Pingping lived in a split second, the one he'd bought with his life savings. After the live stream ended, Yin Pingping took off her fake crying mask and proudly calculated that her live stream earnings for the night had exceeded 1 million. As she undressed and went into the bathroom for a bath, she fantasized about inheriting Gu Yang's fortune, selling the company, and building her own internet celebrity empire. She stared at her figure in the mirror narcissistically and murmured, "After I deal with Gu Yang, I'll package my face. The entertainment industry will be the next battlefield." She was completely unaware of the ghost in the shadows of the room, staring at her coldly. Gu Yang locked the door with ease and cut the power, plunging the room into darkness. Yin Pingping, who was in the bathtub, was startled, thinking there was a circuit malfunction. She complained about the low-quality materials Gu Yang used in the renovation, cursed, and walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. She used her cell phone to illuminate the front, and just as she reached the door, she saw a tall black shadow standing quietly there. It was nearly 2 meters tall, completely black and faceless. It was silent, but carried a cold, murderous aura, like a vengeful, evil spirit crawling out of hell. "Ah, there's a ghost." She screamed and stepped back, but knocked over a chair and fell to the ground. She screamed and fled to the bedroom, quickly locking the door and desperately piling furniture against the entrance. She felt a sense of relief only when she sat in the corner, hugging her knees and catching her breath. But the next second, the shadow behind her stood up eerily like a ghost, causing her to freeze. She was squatting, but the shadow was standing. When she slowly turned her head, she finally saw the 2-meter-tall, blurry-faced, pitch-black figure behind her. It wasn't an illusion. It was Gu Yang, his rage resurrected from the shadows. She wanted to scream, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the ghost grabbed her neck and lifted her up. She struggled desperately, her breathing rapid, tears streaming down her face. She could only shout with all her might, "Help, Brother Xiaoyu." This sentence instantly calmed Gu Yang down. He spoke hoarsely. "Even as you approach death, you're still thinking about that dog. Have you forgotten who provided you with food and clothing?" The voice wasn't Gu Yang's, but every word was like a knife, piercing Yin Pingping's soul. She finally realized that this wasn't a dream, it was a judgment. Gu Yang let go, and she fell to the ground, gasping for breath. The ghost casually threw the phone in front of her. "You have 5 chances to call him back. Each time you fail, I will chop off one of your hands or feet. The 5th time you fail, I will chop off your head. Start now." She tried to persuade him tremblingly. "Gu Yang, you won't be so cruel to me, right?" He said nothing and just started counting down. 3. She still wanted to fight for it. "I just listened to him. He lied to me." 2. The long sword appeared, and the cold light was piercing. Terrified, she immediately called, but the other party didn't answer. The next second, Gu Yang raised his knife and severed her left hand. The excruciating pain made her scream heartbreakingly, and blood splattered all over the floor. However, the house was so soundproofed that no one outside knew what had happened. She endured the excruciating pain, biting the towel with her teeth to staunch the bleeding. Gu Yang watched coldly, second time. She called again, but the phone rang twice before being hung up. The long knife swung again, sending a foot flying. She fell in a pool of blood, her mind nearly broken. The 3rd time, she trembled as she called, and the call finally connected. It was Lu Xiaoyu on the other end, laughing and joking with another woman. He said a few perfunctory words and hung up. Gu Yang showed no mercy and cut off her other foot. The blood flowed profusely, and she could no longer bandage it. She wailed and begged for mercy, but Gu Yang sneered. "You said he took care of you and understood romance? Now he won't even save your life. She called for the fourth time, and Lu Xiaoyu picked up the call and cursed. So annoying. If you want to seduce me, just take the cucumbers in the refrigerator. Stop calling me. Then he hung up. She was stunned, her face pale, and she had completely lost hope. Gu Yong laughed softly, and when the words, "You really understand romance," rang out again, she finally realized that the ghost was Gu Yong. Even with 2 broken legs and 1 broken arm, Yin Pingping still knelt before Gu Yong and desperately begged for her life. She kowtowed repeatedly, choking with sobs and shouting, "Gu Yong, I know it was you. I was really wrong. I am willing to go back and take care of you and be your good wife for the rest of my life." The ghost Gu Yong raised the blade. According to the rules, he should cut off her last hand, but he suddenly changed his mind. "I can spare your life, but you have to shoot a video and tell the whole truth and wash all the dirty water off me." Yin Pingping wanted to refuse, but when she saw the cold and sharp shadow knife raised high again, she collapsed instantly and nodded in agreement. She endured the severe pain and turned on the camera and told him everything about betraying Gu Yong and scheming the car accident. Gu Yong took the phone to confirm it was correct and personally posted the video on various platforms. He took the phone back, ignored her cries, turned around and disappeared, leaving her lying in a pool of blood, dying in true despair. Yin Pingping tried to save herself, but was powerless. The bedroom door was blocked, the window too high, and she was covered in blood, her wounds excruciatingly painful, unable even to crawl. She finally realized she had truly been abandoned, unable to even call an ambulance. Guiyang didn't go far. He quietly returned to his room, took out all the cash in the house, and put it into the dark space. Then, from the shadows, he watched her life slip away. He watched the woman struggle on the brink of death with indifference, and finally fell silent. Yin Pingping lay on the floor, looking at the ceiling, lost in memories. She thought back to the day when Gu Yong gave her a silver ring in college. Back then, although she had nothing, she felt incredibly happy. But now, she was walking step by step into hell. She began to regret, tears streaming down her face. She finally realized that Gu Yong was the one who truly loved her, and that Lu Xiaoyu, her so-called soulmate, was nothing more than a cold-blooded, selfish liar who lived off her. She saw everything clearly. She smiled slightly and murmured with regret, "Gu Yong, in the next life, let me be your wife again, okay?" After saying this, Yin Pingping's pupils gradually dilated, her breathing stopped, and blood soaked the floor beneath her. Gu Yong, hidden in the shadows, remained unmoved by these words. He shook his head gently. "Forget it. You'd better stay locked up with your precious Xiaoyu in your next life. Don't worry, I'll send him down to accompany you." He was about to leave when he suddenly felt a surge of energy from Yin Pingping pouring into his body. An inexplicable suction force came from the direction of the hospital, dragging his shadow back to his original form, once again transforming into the silent shadow beneath the bed. After regaining consciousness, Gu Yong sighed in frustration in the darkness. No way. He just had fun for a while, and he's already offline? It's not even dawn yet. He returned to a vegetative state, and the feeling of powerlessness washed over him again like a tide. But the next moment, an unfamiliar energy began to permeate his body. He realized it was Yuan Shou, the life force from Yin Pingping, half of which was devoured and strengthened by the shadow, and the other half was fed back into his body, nourishing his flesh and blood. Gu Yong was surprised to find that his body had actually begun to recover. His lifespan value skyrocketed from 3 months to 30 years. Although Yin Pingping was vicious, she was at least a healthy and long-lived woman. This tonic was well worth it. Even more shocking was the fact that his brain was the first to regain consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes. The light above the ward was blindingly bright, yet it gave him a sense of warmth. He couldn't help but chuckle. Have I become completely paralyzed? That's a major breakthrough. The next morning, a bombshell rocked the hospital. The vegetative Gu Yong had woken up. Doctors, nurses, and the director all gathered in the ward, each stunned. Some suspected it was fake news. Others denounced the scumbag for his tough life. Others cautioned against jumping to conclusions, fearing a reversal. Gu Yong lay in his hospital bed, feeling somewhat uneasy in the presence of a room full of white-coated onlookers. Especially the white-haired old professors, who seemed to have discovered a new world, surrounded him, checking his various parameters over and over again, even changing his electrocardiogram 3 times. The most eye-catching figure was Feng Yinji, the director of Tianjin First Hospital and an authority on neurology. It was he who had originally judged that the probability of Gu Yang waking up was no more than 1 in 1,000, but he knew in his heart that even 1 in 10,000 wouldn't be enough. But now, this patient, who was destined not to wake up, has not only opened his eyes, but can even communicate normally, eat on his own, and fully regain consciousness. This is completely beyond the understanding of modern neurology and is a true medical miracle. Everyone gathered around Gu Yang in amazement, but he responded calmly, "I woke up thanks to your treatment." Fang Yinji shook his head repeatedly. "I don't deserve it. It's all thanks to your willpower." "Xiaogu, can I call you Xiaogu?" Gu Yang chuckled and nodded, then asked the key question. "If you cooperate with the research, you won't be cut open, right?" Everyone was stunned by this, and then burst into laughter. "We are not studying Tang Sanzang's flesh. We just need to record the data, draw blood, and observe. We won't hurt you at all." Gu Yang nodded in agreement. Cooperating with their research would not only conceal his ghostly identity, but also ensure he received the best possible care. While he couldn't move, at least he was alive, which was far better than waiting for death without medication for 3 days. For now, he could only focus on being a miracle. Dean Fong ordered on the spot. "Take care of Gu Yang with all your strength and don't allow any mistakes." Hospital resources were quickly shifted. A group of top experts formed a special team. Nurses were on duty 24 hours a day, and even medical expenses were waived. The treatment was comparable to that of a national treasure. Gu Yang was transferred to the intensive care unit. Upon opening the door, he saw it resembled a luxurious suite in a 5-star hotel. It was sunny and spacious, with a separate living room, family rooms, and a nursing room. It was even more luxurious than the house he had worked so hard to buy. "This is outrageous. The happiness of the rich is truly beyond imagination." He scoffed at what he saw. Although he couldn't move, he didn't feel bitter at all. Compared to the day before, when he was nearly expelled from the hospital and starved to death, this treatment was a complete reversal. At this moment, a nurse wearing glasses pushed the door open, pushing the nutrient solution ready for injection. Gu Yang recognized her at a glance. She was the only girl among the nurses who did not slander him last night and rejected the malicious suggestion of a few more injections to vent his anger. She was a bit evasive, not daring to look directly at Gu Yang, as if she hadn't gotten over the scumbag public opinion. Gu Yang could see that she was affected by the public opinion and couldn't help but complain, "I guess she hasn't seen the video of me making Ping Ping self-destruct yet. The internet speed is too slow." The other person clearly didn't want to talk, so Gu Yang tactfully shut up. He didn't want to chat, but being paralyzed and limited to just thinking was a difficult life. Nurse Su Changsheng was skilled, her injections flowing effortlessly. She didn't give him 2 more shots, as those gossipy nurses had suggested. "What's your name?" "Gu Yang Asked Jaswali." She was stunned for a moment before she softly replied, "Su Changsheng. If you feel unwell, you can call me." Before she could finish her words, her cell phone rang. She quickly apologized and ran out of the ward to answer the call, but she didn't notice that Gu Yang could still hear her clearly. "Sister Lua, what are you talking about? A reversal? Yin Ping Ping cheated on her husband and hired someone to kill someone? Oh my god, I'm lucky I didn't stab Gu Yang." Hearing this, Gu Yang looked at the ceiling speechlessly. "Can you keep your voice down? I'm almost embarrassed for you." Video after video of Yin Ping Ping's apology was circulating across major platforms, with media clips, righteous speeches, and public opinion reversals all exploding. Gu Yang suddenly realized, after all this time, I'm the one who's become famous? He lay in bed and began to feel the power of traffic. After a long while, Su Changsheng pushed the door open and came back. She walked to him with red eyes and said softly, "Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." Then, she lowered her head and carefully helped him massage his muscles and smooth out the nutrient solution. Her movements were extremely gentle. Gu Yang smiled. "I'm very grateful that you didn't prick me randomly." She looked ashamed and couldn't help blushing. How did he know? Was I too loud? She felt like when she was a child and was caught by the teacher for doing something bad. Her face was burning. "If you really want to compensate me," Gu Yang moved his neck, "please help me move the TV in the living room. I'm too bored lying here." Su Changsheng immediately rolled up her sleeves and went to work. She also took the initiative to fix the remote control and put the call bell next to his pillow. Before leaving, she fed him some cut apples. This treatment is worthy of being a national treasure-level patient. Gu Yang smiled with some satisfaction, enjoying the unprecedented, easy win life. But at the same time, on the other side, Lu Xiaoyu was enjoying another life, a direct fall from heaven to hell. The hotel door was kicked open by law enforcement officers, and more than a dozen people rushed into the room, surrounding the naked Lu Xiaoyu and two women of different skin colors. Before he could recover from the shock of last night's black and white devils, he was pushed into the corner and beaten violently. "Who of you dares to touch me? Do you know who I am?" Lu Xiaoyu kept cursing, waving the title of vice president with a market value of hundreds of millions to threaten everyone. "Wait until I hire a lawyer to lay you all off." He shouted at the top of his lungs, his mouth full of alcohol, and he had no confidence at all. At this time, a middle-aged man walked in and smiled coldly. "The person who hit you just now was me." Lu Xiaoyu was about to curse, but when he saw the identity mark on the epaulets, he felt as if his throat was stepped on, and he became speechless in an instant. Guan Chang'an, the director of the Tianjin City 3rd District Law Enforcement Bureau. As soon as those 8 words uttered, Lu Xiaoyu's scalp tingled. He frantically replayed every detail of last night's events, his face pale as a sheet. Was it that incident? How could it have been exposed? I handled it so cleanly. Lu Tao, who claimed to be the captain of the 1st Law Enforcement Brigade and was in charge of the investigation of the Gaon car accident, directly questioned Lu Xiaoyu, reminding him that he could receive a lighter punishment if he confessed voluntarily. Lu Xiaoyu was certain it was all just a bluff. He had already cleared all evidence, leaving no one but himself and Yin Pingping unaware. He sneered in denial, emphasizing his perfect alibi. Lu Tao coldly debunked the claim. Yin Pingping had posted a confession video online, stating that the accident was a conspiracy between the two and providing information about the vehicle involved. She had also fabricated her alibi. This statement shattered Lu Xiaoyu's psychological defenses. He denied it angrily and even suspected that Yin Pingping was mad. But Lu Tao was too lazy to say more and directly forced her into the car and went to catch her on the way. When he got downstairs, the car had already stopped. Lu Xiaoyu was shocked. How could it have been found when it was so well hidden? But he still refused to plead guilty, thinking that as long as he refused to admit it, no one could do anything to him. Lu Tao handed him the phone. In the video, Yin Pingping, looking haggard, sobbed as she recounted how Gu Yang had worked multiple jobs since college, paying for her tuition and living expenses, and even starting a construction company after they got married to support their family. But she resented Gu Yang's hard work and poverty, becoming enamored with Lu Xiaoyu and the high life, even conspiring to cause a car accident and kill someone to steal their money. She admitted that Gu Yang was a good man and that she was the sinner and apologized to him. After the video finished playing, Lu Xiaoyu sat there in a daze. Lu Tao sneered and reminded him that he had missed his chance to turn himself in. Lu Xiaoyu angrily accused Yin Pingping of betraying him, insisting that she was also an accomplice. Lu Tao agreed, but said she couldn't escape, and then led his men straight to her residence. When no one answered the door downstairs, Lu Tao asked Lu Xiaoyu to unlock it with his fingerprint, mocking him for having an affair in Gu Yang's house. The law enforcement officer went inside to inspect, but Yin Pingping was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, someone noticed the bedroom door was blocked. Lu Tao approached, smelling a strong odor of blood. His expression changed dramatically, and he ordered the door broken open. The wooden door had been kicked through, its surface blocked by layers of furniture. Through the cracks, a deep red stain had stained the floor tiles. Lu Tao's heart tightened, and he immediately called Director Guan and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid someone has died here." Lu Tao, in charge of investigating the Gaon car accident, presented evidence on the spot to expose Lu Xiaoyu. Yin Pingping had already posted a confession video online, indicating that the accident was a conspiracy between the two and provided information about the vehicle involved. She also fabricated her alibi. Lu Xiaoyu was shocked and incredulous, still insisting he had nothing to do with the incident. When he went downstairs, the car that caused the accident was already parked. He felt a chill in his heart, but he still refused to plead guilty. Lu Tao handed him a video clip, in which Yin Pingping tearfully recounted how Gu Yang had worked for years to pay for her tuition, and after they got married, he founded a company to support their family. Yet, she, indulging in wealth, had become entangled with Lu Xiaoyu, even conspiring to stage a car accident to steal his wealth. She admitted that Gu Yang was a good man and apologized. After the video finished playing, Lu Xiaoyu sat there in a daze. Lu Tao sneered, reminding him that he had missed his chance to surrender. He then led the team straight to Yin Pingping's residence. Knocking on the door, no one answered. Lu Xiaoyu used his fingerprint to unlock it. The house was empty, but the bedroom door was blocked. As Lu Tao approached, he smelled the strong smell of blood. His face suddenly changed, and he ordered the door to be broken down. Furniture blocked the door, and the cracks revealed a horrifying sight of blood. Upon hearing the news, Director Guan Chang'an rushed upstairs and ordered the scene to be secured. After the door was torn down and inside, everyone was stunned by the horrific sight before them. Yin Pingping lay flat on the ground, her face a look of despair, her legs and one hand severed by a sharp weapon, and blood gushed out. A young law enforcement officer vomited profusely, and a veteran officer took over the investigation. Lu Tao speculates that she was bathing in the bathroom when she suddenly encountered a terrifying scene and fled to her bedroom, locking herself behind furniture for self-defense. Unaware of the killer's entrapment, she was brutally tortured, even forcing her to bandage herself to prolong her agony, ultimately leading to her death from blood loss. Even more bizarre is the fact that the bedroom was located on a high floor with no access to the surrounding area. Yet the killer vanished without a trace, taking the murder weapon. After the scene was cleared and the body was removed, residents and reporters gathered below, and the news quickly erupted into a public outcry. When questioned, Lu Tao simply claimed there had been a breakthrough, urging the public to await official news. At this moment of despair, Lu Xiaoyu passionately protested his innocence, insisting that he had been forced to make the video and that Yin Pingping had called him several times the previous night, begging him to return. Lu Tao, keenly aware of the details, pressed him to reveal the content of the call, but he took the opportunity to bargain. Lu Tao sneered and warned. The murderer was extremely cruel, having already chopped off both of her feet and one of her hands, clearly out of revenge. Since he hit you before dying, the next target might very well be you. Upon hearing the news, Lu Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his spine. He clutched Lu Tao tightly, demanding protection. But Lu Tao shook his hand away, demanding details about Yin Pingping's phone call. He recalled only answering the phone twice, one pleading, one insulting, and then turning it off. Lu Tao wondered if the murderer was right beside Yin Pingping during the conversation. Lu Tao then asked if they had any common enemies. Lu Xiaoyu scoffed, saying they had too many. Recently, after taking control of the company, he had fired Gu Yang's former subordinates, and others had been brutally dealt with in secret. Lu Tao knew that he had countless enemies, making it extremely difficult to investigate. Suddenly, he received a call informing him that Gu Yang had miraculously woken up in the hospital and decided to take Lu Xiaoyu to identify them in person. Lu Xiaoyu stubbornly claimed he wasn't afraid, but then a change of heart struck him, and he suspected Gu Yang was Yin Pingping's murderer. He even speculated that Gu Yang might have woken up early and was using his vegetative state to cover up the murder. Lu Tao found this absurd, but also vaguely plausible. After all, Gu Yang and Yin Pingping had a deep hatred, and Gu Yang was the biggest beneficiary. Guan Chang'an reminded him to see the evidence and decided to go to the hospital. Gu Yang was enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Su Changsheng, filled with guilt, took care of him, serving him tea and fruit. The doorbell rang, and Su Changsheng informed him that the law enforcement agency was coming to investigate the car accident. Gu Yang readily agreed. Guan Chang'an and the others entered the ward. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gu Yang jokingly joked about the case taking too long. The atmosphere was tense for a moment, but then it softened into light-hearted banter. Gu Yang spotted Lu Xiaoyu standing in the corner and smiled, asking him to come forward to see if he'd lost weight. Lu Xiaoyu approached slowly, his eyes filled with fear. Gu Yang teased him about gaining weight, hinting that he was enjoying life after his accident. This infuriated Lu Xiaoyu, who accused Gu Yang of murder and threatened to bring him to justice. Gu Yang feigned confusion and denied the accusation. Lu Xiaoyu tried to argue, but was restrained and taken away by law enforcement officers. Lu Tao stepped forward to comfort Gu Yang, saying he was mentally unstable. He then solemnly broke the news. Gu Yang's wife, Yin Pingping, had been brutally murdered the previous night and was dead. The air in the room froze, and everyone's expressions shifted. Upon hearing the news of his wife's death, Gu Yang's pupils constricted. After a long silence, he whispered, "How could this be possible? She had just posted the video last night." Guan Chang'an and Lu Tao observed his astonishment. Lu Tao routinely inquired about his whereabouts the previous night, and he replied with a wry smile, saying he was paralyzed in bed and couldn't possibly have killed anyone. Guan Chang'an explained that they were there to report the results of the car accident. While Lu Xiaoyu had been convicted, Yin Pingping's death had a significant impact, and they hoped Gu Yang would provide clues. Gu Yang calmly agreed to cooperate, even though he felt no sadness over her death. The law enforcement officers noticed his apathy, but also felt that his situation was understandable. After everyone left, Su Changchang came in to clean up and disinfect, complaining that Lu Tao's suspicions about Gu Yang were ridiculous, asking how a paralyzed man could possibly kill someone. She awkwardly apologized for the word paralyzed, a question Gu Yang easily defused. The girl felt sorry for him, feeling that Yin Pingping's death was a relief. Gu Yang listened quietly, wondering if he could continue to transform into a ghost, or else he would be confined to his hospital bed for the rest of his life. He vaguely sensed Guan Chang'an and Lu Tao's suspicions and wondered if his performance might fool the seasoned investigators. He simply hoped they wouldn't push too hard, or else they wouldn't mind taking action. Meanwhile, the two law enforcement officers were discussing in the hallway. Lu Tao felt Gu Yang's surprise was fake, while Guan Chang'an speculated that he might be feigning shock to conceal his joy at the news of his death. Lu Tao was persuaded that if he truly hated his wife, his inner relief would be difficult to conceal, which would only increase his suspicion. Guan Chang'an asked him to access the hospital surveillance footage, which might reveal clues. On the way, they met Dean Fang Yinji, who explained that he had come to investigate Gu Yang's case and suspected he had a motive and wanted to check on his condition. Fang Yinji denied it with a smile, saying that with Gu Yang's severe nerve damage, it was a miracle that he could regain consciousness in his head. It was impossible for him to get up in the middle of the night and kill someone, not to mention that the car accident had only happened a few days ago. Even if he was not paralyzed, he might not be able to beat Yin Pingping. After hearing this reply, Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an's suspicion of Gu Yang was reduced to the lowest level, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. Guan Chang'an said to Fang Yinji, "Thank you, old friend. I've been so busy with so many cases lately that I can't keep up. I'll treat you to dinner when I'm free." Guan Chang'an turned around and prepared to leave, but Fang Yinji quickly grabbed him from behind. "Etc. From the day I met you, you said you would treat me to a meal when you were free, but every time we met you said you were busy. It's been so many years, you must give me an accurate answer today. I'll have to make special arrangements for you on what date and week you're free." Director Guan, relentlessly hounded by Dean Fang, had no choice but to arrange a hot pot party for the following weekend. After leaving the hospital and getting in his car, Lu Tao was still joking when he saw Director Guan cancel the group buy on the spot and assign him to conduct a fire inspection at the hot pot restaurant that day. This maneuver completely impressed Lu Tao. Director Guan's cost-saving strategy was truly impressive. Late at night, the hospital had fallen silent, and most of the doctors had gone home, but Gu Yang remained awake. He stared at the shadow beneath the bed, repeatedly trying to merge with it again. But no matter how hard he tried, there was no response, as if the power he had felt last night was just an illusion. The thought that he might never have another chance filled his heart with a deep sense of resentment. As the clock ticked to midnight, a familiar power suddenly surged into his mind. Gu Yang felt his soul plummet into the abyss. When he opened his eyes again, a ghostly figure had crawled out of the shadows. Taller, darker, and stronger than last night, he could clearly feel the power growing from devouring Yin Pingping, and the shadow space had also expanded. Gu Yang thought of Lu Xiaoyu, the culprit of the car accident, and murderous intent surged within him. He slipped into the shadows and arrived at Lu's residence in the blink of an eye, only to find him gone. He collected valuables from the house into his shadow space, disgusted him, and returned to his sealed-off residence. Thinking that Lu Xiaoyu had been detained, Gu Yang abandoned his futile search and returned to the hospital rooftop, overlooking the night. He mentally planned various assassination schemes, from accidental falls to silent assassinations, one method after another. As he was pondering, he suddenly saw Su Changchang at the street corner. Su Changchang had changed out of her nurse's uniform and was carrying a small backpack, looking fresh and clean. Gu Yang was surprised by her late-night return, but the next second he noticed a figure lurking in the nearby woods. As Su Changchang passed under a tree, a dark figure suddenly pounced, covering her mouth and nose with one hand and holding a knife to her throat with the other, whispering threats. "Don't make any noise, don't move. If I accidentally cut your artery with this little knife, you'll be dead." Su Changcheng was held at knife point by a gangster in the woods. The chill on her neck made her afraid to move. The gangster searched her backpack, only to find a thermos and an old cell phone. He angrily cursed and complained that he hadn't earned even 100 yuan on this single sale. In the moonlight, his eyes gradually became lustful. He took out a piece of cloth and covered her eyes with it, mumbling nonsense and putting himself in a ridiculous plot. Su Changchang realized the danger and gritted her teeth, ready to fight to the death. The next moment, the force on her neck suddenly vanished, and behind her, there was the sound of something heavy falling. Someone removed her blindfold and whispered to her to report the crime. She looked back, but there was no one. Then she looked down and saw the criminal lying in a pool of blood, his head torn from his body, the severed remains mirror-like. In the shadows, Gu Yong sighed, feeling that his methods were too cruel and had frightened the girl. The energy of the corpse surged into his ghostly form, a powerful summons forcing him to return to his original form. His lifespan increased by 10 years, and his right hand regained sensation. Gu Yong deduced that the ghost form could only be activated at midnight and had a limited duration. If someone killed someone and took their lifespan, they would be immediately recalled by their original form. Therefore, he could only hunt one person per day, and only if they were alone. He moved his right hand on the hospital bed, wondering whether to let the hospital know about his recovery. He decided to let them know earlier so that his hands could recover as soon as possible and facilitate his daily life. A few minutes later, a cordon was set up outside the grove, and a law enforcement vehicle arrived at the scene. Lu Tao rushed over and was surprised to find that the person reporting the crime was Gu Yang's nurse, Su Changqing. She had a negative impression of him and wondered if he would consider her a suspect again. Lu Tao's subordinates laughed secretly, teased the captain about his appearance, and joked that he would automatically block out words that were not related to the case when handling the case. After hearing this, the new young law enforcement officer rubbed his hands, carefully stood behind Lu Tao, cleared his throat, and shouted, "Big monkey!" Lu Tao did not turn around when he heard the shout, but his subordinate, a new law enforcement officer, could not help but look back at his colleagues, his face full of excitement, as if he had just done a feat worthy of bragging about for a year. However, he soon noticed that his colleagues were looking at him with sympathetic smiles. When he turned around again, he met Lu Tao's gloomy gaze. Before he could react, Lu Tao's big hand had already pinched the back of his neck. His finger strength was like an iron clamp. The pain made him grimace in pain, and he almost lost his balance. "Captain, I was wrong. Please spare me. They taught me to be captain." He begged for mercy hurriedly, but saw that the colleagues who instigated him lowered their heads and pretended to be busy. Some took pictures to record the scene, some bent over the desk to write reports, and others discussed the case in a low voice. Lu Tao pinched him until tears were about to fall, and said in a cold tone, "Oh, someone instigated it? Then tell me who it was." "Yes." The young man hesitated for a long time, unable to say the name, and finally shouted, "The traitor harmed me." Lu Tao snorted coldly. "You're not serious about your work. You're just learning crooked ways, and you dare to disrespect your seniors. When I get home, I'll give the cleaning staff a week's holiday, and during that time, you'll be cleaning the toilets. If I smell something foul, I'll beat you to death. Don't you believe it?" "I understand, Captain. I understand everything." The young man learned his first lesson. Never believe the instigation of colleagues in the workplace, and don't say bad things about your boss behind his back. After scolding his men, Lu Tao put on a relatively friendly expression and looked at Su Changqing. "Miss Su, you may have misunderstood me. When it comes to solving cases, I'm definitely one of the best in the district's law enforcement bureau. All important cases are handed over to me. Don't worry, tell me the truth, and I will definitely help you find out the truth." Su Changcheng had nothing to hide at this point, so she honestly recounted what had just happened. Lu Tao then glanced back at the scene, his brow furrowed, and questions arose. "Are you sure you heard someone's voice, and then that person died? Did you have any sharp weapons on you?" he asked. Su Qingqing's face immediately changed at this. She remembered what Lu Tao had asked Gu Yang last time, and immediately threw her bag in front of him angrily. "See, I knew you were unprofessional. I'm the victim, and you doubt me? Come on, search." Lu Tao was speechless. He could only smile and hand the bag back. He looked at the scene again and analyzed. "According to what you said, the murderer disappeared instantly after killing someone. That's really fast. But no matter how fast, there will always be traces left. But apart from your footprints and the deceased's, there are no third person's footprints of the scene." Su Changcheng was shaking with anger. She was clearly the one who was rescued, but now she was the object of suspicion. She could understand Gu Yang's original grievances, paralyzed in bed and almost suspected of murder. She simply sat on the ground and angrily pulled the grass on the ground. "Whatever you think." Lu Tao was helpless. This case wasn't complicated. The criminal committed a crime, was counterattacked, and it was a classic case of self-defense. Unfortunately, the murderer disappeared, leaving it as an unsolved case. At this moment, a car pulled up not far away, and the drunken person got out. It was none other than Guan Chang'an. Lu Tao hurried over to greet him. "Director Guan, why are you here in person?" Guan Chang'an's face was gloomy. "This is my jurisdiction. How can I not come to see a murder case? I just finished a social event, and I was sober. Have you investigated the case?" Lu Tao scratched his head and said, "The case is not complicated. According to the scene and the confession, the deceased was a criminal who attempted to rob and rape the woman and was killed in self-defense. But the problem is the person who did it has disappeared. She ran away in self-defense." Guan Chang'an frowned. "I wonder who saved that woman. That's what's strange. She said the person who rescued her killed the criminal instantly and even comforted her. But when she turned around, the person was gone. The only traces at the scene were hers and the deceased's footprints. There was no third person." Guan Chang'an personally checked and came to the same conclusion. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered to Lu Tao, "Check if the girl has a history of delusional disorder." Lu Tao immediately shook his head. "Forget it. She is very sensitive. I just asked her if she had any sharp weapons on her, and she was scolded. And she's the nurse who took care of Gu Yang, and she still remembers what happened last time." Guan Chang'an was helpless. He couldn't afford to offend a petty woman, not to mention that she was the victim. Even if she really killed him, it was self-defense. Forget it, this guy deserved to die. Let's just leave the case hanging. The focus is still on the Yin Pingping case. Liu Xiaoyu is not cooperating today and insists on waiting for a lawyer. The car accident case is also stuck, so you have to hurry up. "Don't worry, Director Guan. I am your apprentice. Are you still worried?" Lu Tao said with a smile. Guan Chang'an yawned and said, "I'm going to go back and catch up on my sleep. I'll call you if I find anything important." He just turned around, then stopped and sighed. "Forget it. Since I'm here, let's go check out the body. Maybe we can find something." Lu Tao nodded, and the two walked to the body. The forensic doctor was already doing a preliminary examination. "What's the situation?" Lu Tao asked. The forensic doctor pushed his glasses and said after hesitation, "I have made an important discovery, but it's not necessarily 100% confirmed. I suspect that the murderer this time is the same person who killed Yin Pingping." Everyone was stunned. Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an's expressions suddenly became serious. "What's the basis?" The forensic doctor explained. "To sever a head or hand with a single blow requires exceptional mental fortitude, incredible strength, and a very sharp knife. None of these could be missing. The fact that two similar cases occurred within a short period of time, with identically smooth incisions, is a highly unlikely coincidence. The characteristics of Yin Pingping's wound are identical to those in this case." Hearing this inference, everyone gasped. Guan Chang'an said in a deep voice, "This is a big problem. This man has killed two people in a short period of time, and he won't stop. Prepare to publish it in the newspaper and mobilize the masses. This murderer is called the Night Butcher." Su Changcheng waved and shouted from a distance, asking if there was anything else for her to do at the scene. If not, she would leave because she had to rush to deliver chicken soup to Guiyang. Lu Tao turned around and looked at her in surprise, asking if she had come here so late just to bring him chicken soup. Su Changcheng rolled her eyes and said that the dean asked her to take care of Guiyang. Since they had leftover chicken soup at home, she brought some, emphasizing that she wouldn't share it with him. Lu Tao could already sense the girl's hostility towards him. He had forced his good guy image into a villain. He waved her off, but told her to go to the Law Enforcement Bureau tomorrow to record a statement. After all, someone had died. Su Changcheng was on guard, questioning whether he still wanted to interrogate her like a criminal, and even joked that he should just overturn the confession and let the case be handled as if she had committed murder. Guan Chang'an smiled and advised her not to lie. Su Changcheng, for Director Guan's sake, promised not to embarrass Lu Tao and turned to leave. Lu Tao looked at her back, and Gu Yang's name popped up in his mind again. At this time, Gu Yang was lying on the bed watching TV, secretly thanking himself that he could use his hands and no longer had to ask Su Changcheng to help him play the program. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and Su Changcheng came in. Seeing the picture on TV, her eyes widened and she teased him that he still liked watching anime at such an age, and it turned out to be the second dimension. Gu Yang awkwardly complained that she didn't knock on the door, and she laughed and said that he couldn't open the door anyway. She brought the hot chicken soup to the bedside and asked him to drink it while it was hot. Gu Yang was stunned for a moment and asked her if she really came here just to bring chicken soup. Su Changsheng asked in return if she liked the atmosphere of the hospital. At this moment, Gu Yang felt a surge of emotion. From college until now, he had never expected anything in return for all his efforts towards Yin Pingping. So this was what it felt like to be cared for. But then he thought again, wondering if she was thinking about his inheritance. Su Changsheng helped him up and fed him soup while explaining that there was a patient at home, so she often made nutritious meals and made one for him. After hearing this, Guyang thought it made sense and asked curiously who it was. Her expression was gloomy. She said her mother had no choice but to work in a shady electronics factory to support her education when she was young, working over 10 hours a day. She inhaled toxic gases, which led to her being diagnosed with mid to late stage cancer this year. The doctor said surgery might offer a chance, but it would be extremely expensive and the chances of recovery were slim. His mother disagreed with the treatment, so the two decided to give up and live the rest of their lives happily. Guyang was surprised by their rationality. Most people would spend all they had to get treatment, only to end up with their families destroyed. Soon, she adjusted her mood, smiled, and encouraged Guyang to keep a good attitude, saying that she could brag about it for the rest of her life if she could stand up under her care. Guyang smiled and responded that he would work hard to recover in order to let her brag. The two chatted and drank soup. The atmosphere was unusually relaxed. Although their initial acquaintance was not pleasant, they were now considered friends. There was bone-in chicken in the chicken soup, and since Guyang was not very mobile, Su Changsheng skillfully shredded the meat. Guyang noticed that her nails were short and clean, without any decorations, and he felt that the meat was safe to eat. Suddenly, she stopped and asked in confusion how Gu Yang could turn on the TV since it was off when she left. Gu Yang's heart tightened, almost revealing the secret that his hand had recovered. He thought quickly and made up a story that he asked her not to turn it off and said that he could call the nurse on duty to help turn it off, implying that she had remembered it wrong. She was skeptical and asked how the cartoons were played. Gu Yang teased her for being out of date, saying that this was the latest smart TV that could be controlled by voice, and asked her to try calling it Little Lazy Classmate. Su Chengsheng was amazed at the intelligence of the TV and thought that she would not have to help him play programs in the future. Just as she was having a great time, there was a knock on the door. She asked who it was, and Lu Tao's voice came from outside the door, saying that he had just seen him. Su Chengsheng opened the door impatiently and asked him why he was here again. Lu Tao brought some midnight snacks and explained with a smile that the question he had just asked was due to work needs. He also sincerely said that he had bought some midnight snacks on the way and wanted to invite them to eat together. Guyang coughed lightly in the room and said that guests are welcome, so she should come in. Although Su Chengsheng was reluctant, she did as he asked. After Lu Tao entered the house, he skillfully set up the small table and opened the lunchbox. The air was filled with the aroma of barbecue, beef skewers, lamb skewers, roasted tofu, roasted leeks, roasted kidneys. Everything was available. Even Su Chengsheng gulped. Guyang teased Lu Tao about his generosity, thinking he must have a purpose. Lu Tao laughed and said, as the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. He asked Guyang if he had something to hide. Guyang knew in his heart that this barbecue meal couldn't be in vain. Lu Tao put away his smile and turned serious. He asked directly if the rest of his body was completely numb and confirmed whether he had been in the room all night. Guyang replied with a wry smile, where can a person who has been paralyzed for 4 months go? Lu Tao emphasized that he was asking about tonight, not yesterday, and hinted that someone downstairs had been murdered. Guyang immediately realized that the other party had set a verbal trap. Saying one more word in front of the veteran investigator could reveal his flaws. As he hesitated, Su Changsheng suddenly stood up and threw the barbecue Lu Tao had brought into the trash can. She questioned Lu Tao about whether he had any concrete evidence proving Guyang was the murderer. Surveillance footage, fingerprints, DNA, none. She accused him of relying on a so-called sixth sense, repeatedly testing his probing, which was not only distressing for the patient, but also tormenting for the human heart. Su Chengsheng was adamant, even citing the dean's words, saying Guyang was an important research subject and no mistakes were allowed, and demanding Lu Tao leave immediately. She believed this was bullying, and who would pursue a paralyzed person so relentlessly? Lu Tao felt suffocated. His intuition connected to Guyang, but he had no evidence to back it up. If he had even a clue, he would have taken him in for questioning. Faced with the order to leave, he could only stand up and apologize, saying he would come back another day. Su Chengsheng responded coldly, saying that not coming was the best apology. After Lu Tao left, she slammed the door, stamped her feet in anger, and called him annoying. Gu Yang realized that her staying by his side had unexpectedly become a protective umbrella, blocking unnecessary questioning. Without her, Lu Tao would likely continue to pursue the matter, digging up even more doubts about himself. After all, at night, he could transform into a ghost, but during the day, he was just an ordinary paralyzed patient in greater need of protection. Lu Tao walked out of the hospital and returned to the car. Guan Chang'an in the back seat spoke slowly, questioning him about offending someone again. Lu Tao sighed and raised a question. The night butcher killed two people. One was Yin Ping, and the other was the criminal of tonight, and the person related to these two cases was Gu Yang. He analyzed that the former might be revenge, while the latter might be protection. Every time he interrogated Gu Yang, he felt that his answers were flawed. If he hadn't been paralyzed, he would have taken him back to the police station long ago. Guan Chang'an stood up and bluntly stated that arresting people based on mere suspicion and without evidence was no different from the mafia. Lu Tao defended himself by saying he was investigating the case, but Guan Chang'an asked him to call him master and emphasized that investigations rely on evidence, not fabricated evidence. He pointed out that Lu Tao's suspicion stemmed from Lu Xiaoyu, who had a grudge against Gu Yang, but he overlooked the fact that Lu Xiaoyu was in custody at the time of the incident, while Gu Yang had also been paralyzed in a hospital bed. Lu Tao was speechless for a moment. Guan Chang'an advised him to shift his attention away from Gu Yang and look for other clues, otherwise he would be suspended from his post. He reminded him that the sixth sense could deceive people, and if he made a wrong judgment, he would not only ruin himself, but also the lives of innocent people. At this moment, under Su Qingqing's care, Gu Yang drank the chicken soup clean, even eating the chicken until only the bones were left. Su Changcheng was surprised by his big appetite. Gu Yang laughed and said that it was because she took good care of him, and the soup was stewed so deliciously. He wanted to have another portion tomorrow. She rolled her eyes and said she had to work during the day and didn't have time to stew old hens every day. This soup took more than 2 hours to make. Gu Yang silently noted her efforts and sniffed the barbecue aroma in the air with lingering satisfaction. His eyes fell on the trash can, and he tentatively said that the bag had just been changed and was still clean. Su Chengcheng raised an eyebrow and asked what he meant. Gu Yang smiled and hinted that the barbecue might be able to be picked up and eaten. Su Chengcheng immediately objected, emphasizing that even if the bag was clean, it could still harbor bacteria, especially since Lu Tao had bought it. She suspected it might have been tampered with and would be poisonous if eaten. Gu Yang lamented helplessly that once prejudices are formed, even the aroma of barbecue can become toxic smoke. Seeing that Gu Yang looked hungry, Su Changcheng held her forehead helplessly and said that there was a familiar store downstairs that had fresh ingredients at affordable prices, and she planned to go buy some for him. Just as she was about to leave, she was stopped by Gu Yang and asked to come over first. She thought he was feeling unwell, but Gu Yang just asked her to get a black coat from the closet and took out a bank card from his left pocket. Gu Yang directly said there was 100,000 yuan in the card and asked her to take it. Su Changcheng put the card back on the spot, saying seriously that this was a test for her, insisting that delivering food was a voluntary act outside of work and that she couldn't accept payment. Gu Yang advised her not to worry, saying that the money was an advance payment for her to buy a midnight snack so that she wouldn't have to spend money herself. She generously agreed to treat him, but Gu Yang smiled and reminded her that today it would be barbecue, tomorrow it might be king crab, and the day after tomorrow it might be grilled oysters. He wondered if she could afford to treat him every day. Su Chengcheng was stunned. With a low income and having to support her mother, it was indeed difficult to bear. Seeing this, Gu Yang smiled and asked her to keep the money as living expenses so that it would be more convenient for her to use it on him. Although Su Changcheng was hesitant, she still accepted it and promised to use it only for his daily expenses and return it after he recovered. Gu Yang took the opportunity to ask her to use the money to buy 2 new smartphones the next day, one for himself and one for her, with a budget of 6,000 to 7,000 yuan each. Su Chengcheng questioned the waste, but Gu Yang said that this would avoid a generation gap. She asked him if he had a lot of money, and Gu Yang frankly said that he was the owner of a construction company with a market value of hundreds of millions, but he hadn't worked for a long time. Only then did she remember that this patient was once a young entrepreneur praised by the media. In fact, the 100,000 yuan on this card was a birthday surprise that Gu Yang prepared for Yin Pingping last year. He originally wanted her to buy an electric car for transportation, but she was rejected and the money was put on hold. Now it has fallen into Su Qingqing's hands. While discussing buying a phone, Su Changqing mentioned a piece of big news. She explained that she had nearly been mugged, but luckily, someone killed the robber with a single blow. Lu Tao speculated that this person was the same one who had killed Yin Pingping, dubbing him the Night Butcher and offering a public reward for his information. After hearing this, Gu Yang laughed and said that this name sounded too much like a villain. If he had known that it would be published in a newspaper, he should have chosen a nickname that was full of justice, such as Spider-Man or Iron Man. An hour later, Su Changsheng came back with bags of barbecue, which were even more fragrant and abundant than the ones Lu Tao had sent. She joked that since Gu Yang was rich, he should eat more delicious meals so that he would have a chance after he recovered. Gu Yang readily agreed, and she began to eat while feeding him, busy and happy. After eating a few strings, Su Changsheng took out 2 boxes of brand new rice phones from her bag, proudly saying that they were cost-effective and had helped him save thousands of yuan. Gu Yang secretly praised her for her ability to save money. She then ran to the nurse's station and got a phone holder, which she installed next to the bed, allowing him to tilt his head to see the screen and use voice commands to watch videos, movies, and make calls. Then, she held up the same phone she had bought, emphasizing that it wasn't Gu Yang's money, but rather an extra 10,000 yuan reward from the dean because he saw she was working hard. Gu Yang felt relieved after hearing this. He then complained that she only cared about eating meat and stuffed all the vegetables into his mouth. Su Changshang said that synthetic meat was unhealthy and that eating more vegetables would help with recovery. Gu Yang refuted her earlier claim that the ingredients were healthy, but she changed her mind and said that they were only relatively healthy. After eating and drinking her fill, Su Changsheng stretched and said she had to go back to sleep because she had to be on duty tomorrow. Gu Yang nodded and told her go to the empty room next door to rest, and told her go to bed early and not play with her phone. After Su Changsheng left, Gu Yang finally got his phone and couldn't wait to surf the internet. Recently, discussions about him were extremely heated, and he was even dubbed the pure love god of war. Many bloggers spoke out on his behalf, accusing Yin Pingping of betrayal and speaking up for him. There were even exaggerated comments mocking those who wanted to take advantage of his emotional hurt, and some even half-jokingly discussed the temptation of a threesome. Others called on male compatriots to unite to protect Gu Yang and resist the so-called trash from approaching him. Gu Yang looked at these comments and found them funny. He secretly cursed some people for just taking the opportunity to gain traffic. Some people even posted videos praying for him and calling for donations, but he didn't see a penny of the money. He also secretly vowed to expose these freeloaders in the future. He had been bored for so long that playing with his phone was a long-awaited pastime. He played until dawn, but he didn't feel sleepy. Perhaps his recovery had given him even more energy than before. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the headlines were dominated by Lu Tao himself. Wearing a law enforcement uniform, he solemnly announced the 2 murders, the perpetrator of which was temporarily known as the Night Butcher, whose brutal methods posed a threat to city safety. Lu Tao announced that anyone who provides effective clues will receive a reward of 200,000 yuan, and reminded the public to be on the lookout for suspicious people around them who have extraordinary physical abilities, frequently go out late at night, and people who behave abnormally and deliberately conceal their whereabouts. Gu Yang raised an eyebrow. This reward was indeed quite generous. With just one clue, he could earn 200,000 yuan. He expected the reporting phone number to be flooded with calls soon. After the news broke, major platforms quickly recirculated it, pushing the topic to the top of trending searches. On the internet, some citizens fell in a panic, speculating that the murderer was a psychopath and might kill one person every day. Some people simply took leave and stayed at home. Others suggested reporting the crime regardless of whether it was true or not, and even half-jokingly reported their own partners to win a reward. However, this outcry was quickly diluted by new public opinion. Someone broke the news that the first person the Night Butcher killed was the internet celebrity Yin Pingping, and the second was a villain who attempted to rape a woman in the woods, implying that both of them deserved to die. Many people's attitudes suddenly changed, believing that he was eliminating a threat to the people and that he should not only be wanted but also be rewarded. Some said that he was safer at night, and even jokingly claimed that he was more efficient than the law enforcement agency. He would behead the bad guys immediately after they were caught, leaving no room for future trouble. Some netizens called for the arrest warrant to be revoked, while others planned pranks, harassing the reporting phone number, and even putting laxatives in the takeout ordered by the law enforcement agency, making it impossible for them to move. The reactions online made Gu Yong laugh. At this time, Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an were sitting in the office, surrounded by law enforcement officers, and everyone's eyes were focused on the reporting phone on the table. It was the hotline that was made public after the news was released. Several young law enforcement officers couldn't help but wonder, would this really work? If they themselves couldn't find any clues, what substantive intelligence could the public provide? Some even felt that this approach was an implicit admission of the agency's incompetence. But reality left no choice. The entire bureau had been busy for 2 consecutive days dealing with these 2 murders, and the 2 responsible persons hadn't slept for 2 nights. Lu Tao's dark circles were like ink, but fortunately, her skin was dark, so they weren't particularly noticeable. He tiredly comforted everyone, reminding them not to be impatient. Many cases were solved by the power of the masses. It didn't matter if the cat was black or white, as long as it could catch mice, it was a good cat. Guan Chang'an also smiled and asked everyone to conserve their energy, as the phone might ring at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang suddenly, and Guan Chang'an jokingly said that good luck had arrived. Lu Tao answered the call and heard a burly man's dissatisfaction. He complained that the shared bike he lost last month had not been found, and questioned whether the night butcher killed those who deserved to be killed. Lu Tao patiently explained that shared bikes were company property and required payment for use. Even if someone locked the bike and took it home without paying, it didn't belong to them. But the caller argued that they had even replaced the chain and applied the sticker, demanding reimbursement for the costs. Lu Tao simply hung up to avoid tying up the line. Guan Chang'an patted his shoulder and advised him to keep calm. Before he finished speaking, the phone rang again. A woman urgently reported that she suspected her husband was the night butcher because he was not at home at the time of the crime and washed his clothes immediately, suspected of cleaning up the bloodstains. Everyone's spirits rose. Lu Tao immediately wrote down the address and ordered the police to go. Before they could even leave, the phone rang again. A young man reported his father, claiming he had exceptional physical strength, strong anti-detection capabilities, and elusive movements, completely matching the profile of the wanted criminal. Lu Tao didn't dare delay and dispatched another team. Then another man called, saying he was worried his son would kill him tonight and requested an immediate arrest. Clues poured in, and the team split from 2 to 3, eventually even sending security guards and cleaners to investigate. In just one morning, the number of operators increased from Lu Tao alone to Guan Chang'an himself. As they answered the calls, the 2 lamented that the work was even more tiring than military training. They didn't know if this was true, so they could only wait for feedback from the outbound teams. An hour later, the first group returned, having returned empty-handed. Lu Tao questioned the woman who had reported her husband and learned that he was away from home because he was having an affair and that he was doing laundry to remove the smell of his lipstick and perfume. Asked the child who reported his father again. His so-called strong physical fitness is because his father would wear boxing gloves to practice with him. His anti-reconnaissance ability is that he could accurately detect that he was secretly playing with his mobile phone. As for being sneaky, it was just his habit of checking his homework at night. After hearing these explanations, Lu Tao collapsed in his chair, sighing helplessly. After working so hard for so long, all he'd come up with were a bunch of fake leads. Guan Chang'an could only smile wryly. Although the phone kept ringing, it was clear they were still a long way from catching the real culprit. Guan Chang'an remained steadfast, questioning each of the officers who had returned from the response. Their results were nearly unanimous. All the reports were false. Some had fabricated them, while others had reported family members or neighbors, all hoping to get lucky and pocket $200,000. After the report, Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an slumped in their chairs, exchanging wry smiles. Lu Tao sighed and said, "Master, becoming a law enforcement officer was the worst decision I've ever made. I should have studied medicine." Guan Chang'an took off his hat, and even his wig fell off, revealing a bald forehead. He smiled wryly. He'd battled countless cunning criminals throughout his life, but he'd never encountered a more formidable foe than the night butcher. He committed crimes like a ghost, leaving no trace at the scene except for the body. If he could be caught, he wouldn't even be sentenced to death. He should be sent to special training. Lu Tao agreed with his idea, but only if they could catch the perpetrator. They both sighed. This world deserves destruction. After a moment's silence, Lu Tao rubbed his hungry stomach and said he'd been busy since morning and hadn't eaten yet. He planned to treat everyone to a packed lunch, letting his colleagues order. Guan Chang'an immediately responded, saying that he couldn't let Lu Tao spend money when he was there. so he should treat himself. Lu Tao was surprised that he was willing to pay. But when he got closer, he found that Guan Chang'an had ordered more than 100 large steamed buns and more than a dozen bags of pickled mustard greens, and even the soy milk was canceled due to budget reasons. The entire order, including the discount, was only a little over 50 yuan. Lu Tao was so shocked he exclaimed, with his skills, he should be in charge of the economy at the Ministry of Finance. The national economy would take off at least 10 years earlier. Those who heard this laughed bitterly. After a hard day's work, only 2 steamed buns? Everyone complained about the lack of meat and energy. At everyone's urging, Guan Chang'an added dozens more meat floss cakes, confidently saying that they contained meat floss, making them meat dishes, and advised everyone to eat light food to nourish their stomachs. Everyone felt their ears were filled with stuff and did not want to listen anymore. Meanwhile, the owner of a steamed bun shop receives an order and, seeing the address is the Law Enforcement Bureau, excitedly calls his wife and suggests adding laxatives to the food. His wife worries about breaking the law, but the owner thinks a month or 2 in jail is no big deal and might even earn the night butcher a favor. Meanwhile, a food delivery driver boasted in a group chat after receiving an order. His companions echoed him, saying they had put drugs in the food as agreed and offered to crowd fund to subsidize him. The driver immediately bought a pack of laxatives, ready to do something big. Soon, lunch arrived at the Law Enforcement Bureau. Everyone looked at the steamed buns, pickled mustard greens, meat floss cakes, and porridge, feeling disappointed. But they were so hungry that they could even eat things they normally disdain. Guan Chang'an smiled and told everyone to eat while it was hot, considering the total price was less than 100 yuan. Unexpectedly, not long after the meal, someone's stomach started growling and they rushed to the restroom. Then one after another turned pale. The restroom quickly filled up, and Lu Tao had no choice but to order everyone to use plastic bags if they had them, and to make do with the trash can if they didn't. He himself took the lead and took care of the restroom. Soon, the entire Law Enforcement Bureau was engulfed in a stench. People kept running back and forth until everyone collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Lu Tao, with a dull look in his eyes, said to Guan Chang'an, "Since your stomach is empty, would you like some more steamed buns and porridge?" Guan Chang'an's face turned pale, and he insisted that it was the meat floss pancakes that caused the trouble. He even blamed everyone for insisting on eating meat. If they only ate steamed buns, pickled mustard greens, and porridge, it would be both healthy and safe. Everyone no longer had the energy to refute him and just wanted to get through this disaster as soon as possible. The cursing in the Law Enforcement Bureau gradually died down, and everyone leaned back in their chairs exhausted. Although they were tired, they all knew in their hearts that this was definitely not an ordinary food issue. Lu Tao whispered to Guan Chang'an that he suspected someone had given him a laxative. Otherwise, it would be impossible for everyone to be infected at the same time. Guan Chang'an exhaled a puff of cigarette and replied calmly that he had guessed it a long time ago. But he knew the owner of the steam bun shop, and he didn't look like a bad person. He would wait until tomorrow to discuss it. Lu Tao understood that this was clearly an opportunity for his boss to turn himself in. After all, this matter wasn't a big deal, and if the other party was willing to admit it and pay some money, it would be fine. But he still felt uneasy about the night butcher case. He suddenly told Guan Chang'an that he still suspected Guiyang. Guan Chang'an glared at him, displeased that he was bothering a paralyzed patient, but Lu Tao insisted that this was his sixth sense, acquired through years of solving cases. In desperation, Guan Chang'an asked him how he planned to try. Lu Tao said that if it was really Guiyang, he would never let go of Lu Xiaoyu, who caused his car accident. As long as he kept an eye on Lu Xiaoyu, it would be like waiting for the rabbit to come. Guan Chang'an thought about it and decided that this method could indeed help him pass his free time. Lu Tao added that even if Lu Xiaoyu was detained in the police station, the night butcher would definitely be able to kill him if he really wanted to. Letting him go would only arouse suspicion. Guan Chang'an finally agreed, but reminded him that this must be the last test. If the next victim is not Lu Xiaoyu, he is not allowed to target Guiyang again. Lu Tao agreed and took full responsibility. It was late at night, and everyone was extremely weak from the laxatives, so they simply stayed overnight in the bureau instead of going home. At midnight, Guiyang transformed into a ghost once again, moving between the tall buildings, enjoying the night breeze and freedom. Having been trapped in the ward for so long, he had long been suffocating. Now that he had mastered the patterns of his ghost life, he could move freely at midnight every day, only being forced to return to his body at sunrise. He had already figured out the best course of action: go shopping first to get some fresh air, then start at 4 or 5 in the morning, which would maximize his free time. Tonight, he stopped by the Law Enforcement Bureau and was shocked by what he saw. The entire building was packed with people, some sleeping on tables, others on the floor. His target, Liu Xiaoyu, was now curled up on the iron bed in the detention room, his brow furrowed and his body trembling, as if he were having a nightmare. Gu Yong hid in the shadows, watching him coldly, and his strong murderous intent actually woke Liu Xiaoyu up. Liu Xiaoyu sat up suddenly and looked around, feeling a chill in his heart, as if a cold gaze was staring at him. In a panic, he rushed to the iron gate, yelling for help, saying that he felt someone was trying to kill him. The law enforcement officer outside came over, rubbing his eyes, and kicked the door impatiently, frightening Liu Xiaoyu so much that he retreated. However, he acted like he had seen a savior and begged the officer to help him check if there was anything dirty in the room, even offering to pay him money. The officer on duty burst into laughter and spread the word, immediately drawing a barrage of ridicule. Some called him a gigolo, while others sarcastically suggested living with him. One prisoner even made a lewd joke, saying the big bell in his crotch was itching. Liu Xiaoyu's face flushed with anger as he angrily called them perverts and warned them he would be held accountable if anything went wrong. Several of the criminals feigned fear and teased him, laughter echoing throughout the detention room. Liu Tao had just recovered from the torture of diarrhea when he heard a commotion in the detention room. He endured the fatigue and walked over to ask the officer on duty what had happened. The attendant told Liu Xiaoyu about his ghost-seeing experience in detail. Everyone around was laughing, but Liu Tao looked serious. He stood in front of Liu Xiaoyu and asked him if he really felt the intention to kill. Liu Xiaoyu originally thought that he would be ridiculed, but when he saw Liu Tao so serious, he immediately felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw and repeatedly assured him that he was not lying, saying that the murderous look in his eyes had woken him up from his dream. Liu Tao didn't waste any time. He just unlocked the door and walked in. After carefully checking around the detention room, he told Liu Xiaoyu that he found nothing unusual and asked him to stay put and not make up stories, otherwise no one would cover for him. Liu Xiaoyu felt the chill dissipate and breathed a sigh of relief. He even said gratefully that he would give Liu Tao a red envelope, but Liu Tao sneered and retorted, "Your crime is not light. Don't even think about getting out in the short term." Before leaving, Liu Tao reminded the attendant to pay more attention to Liu Xiaoyu's safety and prevent any accidents. Gu Yang, who was in the dark, saw clearly that the atmosphere was not right. Liu Tao was using Liu Xiaoyu as bait, waiting for him to take the bait. He immediately gave up the idea of taking action tonight and decided to change his target to distract the Law Enforcement Bureau. As for Liu Xiaoyu, he would slowly deal with him after he was released from the police station. However, Gu Yang had only taken 2 steps when, with a flash of murderous intent, he suddenly lunged at Liu Xiaoyu, frightening him so much that he rushed to the iron gate, banging and yelling. The attendant rushed over angrily, grabbed his hand, and stunned below him with an electric baton, causing him to roll his eyes and convulse, falling to the ground. He continued to stun him a few more times before going back to sleep. Gu Yang couldn't help but laugh as he watched this scene. He then quickly left and glanced at the time. It was already 4 in the morning. He had to hurry up and find his prey for tonight and not waste the opportunity. For him, killing is not a hobby, but a necessary way to restore his body. Paralyzed, he must plunder Yuan Shou to recover. And since it can make him stronger and live longer, who would refuse? He walked among the city's tall buildings and noticed that the streets were mostly filled with early risers going about their business. Vegetable farmers, delivery drivers, and breakfast shop owners were busy. It was a pity that he couldn't eat in ghost form, otherwise he would have really wanted a steamed bun. Passing by a steamed bun shop, he noticed the warm laughter of the owner and his wife as they skillfully prepared the steamers. Just then, a dozen delinquent youths with colorfully dyed hair, large gold chains, and covered in tattoos pushed through the door. The couple's faces changed, but they continued to greet each other politely. The yellow-haired man leading the group arrogantly ordered a round of breakfast and even asked for tea eggs, calling it a good start. The boss suppressed his displeasure and gave him everything he ordered. When breakfast was delivered, Huang Mao looked up and asked the boss if he knew who he was. After being denied, he left a sentence, "Remember, my name is Brother Huangji," and let him go back to work. The boss didn't want to pay any more attention, but Huangji's eyes turned cold. He turned around and winked at his companions, and the group immediately took action quietly. In the steam bun shop, the boss and his wife were busy wrapping steam buns. They were frightened by a loud noise and looked up. They saw Huang Ji kicking the table away, pointing at them and cursing, saying that the buns were tasteless and unhygienic, and even shouting that he had found hair in his food. His younger brothers immediately started to make a fuss. One said there was a live cockroach in the steamed bun. Another said there was some mint in the steamed bun, and another complained that the soy milk was too thin as if it had been diluted with water. These were all excuses to find fault. At first, the couple genuinely thought it was negligence, but upon hearing this, they knew the other party was deliberately causing trouble. There was no way there could be a live cockroach in the steamer, and it was even more impossible for cement to be mixed into the dough. The soy milk had clearly been tampered with. The boss was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He retorted that this was an attempt to dine for free and that there were surveillance cameras in the store. However, Huang Ji smiled viciously and signaled his subordinate to rush to shut down the computer and delete the surveillance. In less than a minute, all the evidence was gone. Afterwards, a dozen or so thugs rushed up and beat the steam bun seller until his face was bruised and swollen. The lady boss got so anxious that she picked up a rolling pin and was also slapped in the face, almost fainting. Huang Ji half knelt in front of them and revealed his trump card in a low voice. He was instructed by Boss Dong to force them to sign a low-price transfer contract. It turned out that the shop was targeted for demolition in the future. Boss Dong had offered a high price, but the couple refused to leave a livelihood for their son. Now, since openly failing to achieve their goal, they resorted to covert means, even bringing out gasoline and lighters, threatening to burn the shop down. He hinted that he had a backer and was not afraid of the law enforcement agency. He also threatened to bring people to cause trouble every day if they didn't sign the contract. He even mentioned their daughter, directly hitting the couple's soft spot. In the end, the reluctant boss and his wife had no choice but to grit their teeth and agree to sign. Huang Ji was very proud and asked someone to clean up the mess, pretending to call them good friends. Before leaving, he told his younger brother to keep an eye on the two of them while he went to the car to get the contract. But as soon as he opened the back door, it was pitch black inside, and he couldn't see a thing. At 4 or 5 in the morning, the street lights were dim. While not bright, they weren't pitch black. But inside the yellow chicken carriage, it was pitch black like a bottomless pit, making one feel uneasy. A flicker of doubt flashed through his mind, but it was quickly washed away by excitement. This deal would net him a huge bounty, enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Unguardedly, he reached out and groped around in the back seat, quickly finding the contract, but no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't move it, as if something was holding it down. He groped along the edge and suddenly felt a hand as cold as ice. Huang Ji was so frightened that before he could withdraw his hand, the hand grabbed his wrist and yanked him into the car, slamming the door shut. Inside the shop, the younger guys were still boasting, while Huang Ji, second in command, Hao Zi, smoked a cigarette while pretending to be a life mentor to the couple who owned the bun shop, urging them to be content. But after finishing his cigarette, Huang Ji still hadn't returned. Mouse muttered to himself, walked to the car, and called out twice, but no one answered. He felt a little scared, but thinking that his brothers were watching, he gritted his teeth and walked closer. Just when he was 3 or 4 meters away from the car, a black mass flew out of the window, warm and slippery, with liquid dripping down. Looking down, they saw that it was the head of a yellow chicken. The rat screamed in fear and kicked the head away, which rolled right to the door of the bun shop. The brothers looked down and their legs went weak. The yellow chicken was dead. Everyone was in a state of confusion, at a loss as to what to do. Suddenly, Hausi had an idea. The murderer must still be in the car. If he led his men to rush forward and kill the murderer, he could replace Huang Ji as the boss and make a fortune. So he picked up a brick and yelled at the door, "Don't be scared. Grab your weapons. This guy is in the car. There are so many of us. Why are we afraid of him?" Revenge for brother Huang Ji. The hooligans, initially nervous after being yelled at by Hausi, now steeled themselves. A dozen or so men gathered, some armed with knives, some with rolling pins, and some with benches, and charged towards a jeep. At this moment, the bun shop owner suddenly burst into laughter, as if he saw through everything. He held his head high, his tone full of pride, and kept shouting that he had someone backing him up, the night butcher. Those few words were like a bucket of ice water, chilling everyone's heart. Even if they denied it, who hadn't heard of that terrifying reputation of appearing without a trace and killing without leaving a trace? The fat man took out half a bag of laxatives and the takeout order from the Law Enforcement Bureau and placed them on the table as evidence, boasting that he had deliberately given them some explosive information in order to help the butcher deal with the law enforcement bureau, which earned him today's protection. The gangsters looked at each other and thought, if they happened to run into a butcher here, the yellow chicken would not have died unjustly. When the boss's wife heard this, her eyes lit up. She kissed her husband in front of everyone and praised him for a job well done. The fat man was even more impatient. He walked straight up to the rat and slapped him first, then stretched his neck provocatively. Come on, hit me and see if the butcher will punish you. Housie held the brick in his hand, his palms sweating. If he really believed this, he would lose his life, so he suppressed his anger. Seeing this, the fat man intensified his attack and smashed the bridge of Mouse's nose with his fist. Blood gushed out, and Mouse retreated several steps. Seeing that the other party was about to hit him with a brick, Mouse was so scared that he turned and ran away. He was as thin as a monkey and turned the corner in the blink of an eye. The remaining dozen or so brothers were also frightened and abandoned their weapons and fled in all directions. The fat man stood there, like a victorious general, his wife's admiring gaze on his back. But he suddenly turned to look at the black Jeep and said to his wife in a deep voice, "You clean up the store first. I'm going to the law enforcement bureau." The proprietress was stunned. "What are you going there for?" "Go and turn yourself in." The fat man grinned. "Let them know that I'm a friend of the night butcher." The proprietress quickly understood her husband's plan and nodded heavily. "You go ahead. I'll take care of this." She turned around and went back to the shop to clean up. She couldn't open the shop today, so she had to arrange the ingredients first. After his wife left, the steamed bun shop owner bent slightly towards the Jeep and whispered, "Mr. Night Butcher, it will take me 20 minutes to ride my bike to the law enforcement bureau. Please leave quickly and clean up the traces. Thank you for your help tonight." After that, he leisurely rode the shabby electric bike towards the law enforcement bureau. Guyong had already returned to the hospital after killing someone. This wasn't intentional, but instinct. After the ghost killed someone and plundered Yuan's show, its energy would far exceed that of the main body, and it had to return to the main body to share. Otherwise, both would be unbalanced or even collapse. This time, he gained a full 25 years of Yuan show. For someone like Huang Jigu, who smoked, drank, and stayed up all night in bars, living another 50 years was quite a feat. And Gu Yang's total Yuan show lifespan thus totaled 65 years. Energy surged into his body, and his hands finally regained full sensation. Not only could they move, but they were also full of strength. Compared to the half paralysis of his right hand yesterday, this was a quantum leap. At this rate, he would be fully recovered in no time. But when he thought about this, a thought occurred to Guyong. A full recovery wasn't necessarily a good thing. His paralyzed identity was his best shield. Once it was gone, he'd be more easily targeted if he killed someone again. He thought that he might as well reveal the secret that his hands could move in a few days, but continued to pretend that his lower body was paralyzed and pushed the wheelchair with confidence. As soon as he made up his mind, he played a few games on his phone. Feeling the satisfaction of his increasing lifespan, he couldn't help but wonder, could this thing really accumulate infinitely, reaching thousands or tens of thousands of years? Could there be other uses? A hunch told him that the true use of this power was far more than just extending life. Elsewhere, the gang of thugs ran back to their base camp in the dilapidated warehouse. Mouse covered his crooked nose and cursed. "What bad luck! We were treated like a soft persimmon, and now it turns out the night butcher is behind it. Why didn't he tell me earlier?" Others were also dissatisfied. People like Butcher are too idle, aren't they? If he had that ability, he should have gone out to make money long ago. Why does he have to play the game of chivalry? That's right. There are no right or wrong in the martial arts world. It's all about profit. After complaining for a while, Housie couldn't help but look up. Brother Huangji is dead, and someone has to take over the business. I have been with him the longest and am familiar with the business. I should be the boss. Do you have any objection? Although they were a little hesitant, everyone nodded in the end. But at this time, a new younger brother raised his hand. "Brother Housie, I don't object to you being the boss, but I quit." He sighed and said that being a gangster was not as glamorous as he imagined. It was unstable and dangerous, especially when butchers killed people every day. He just wanted to go back to delivering takeout or working in a factory to live a stable life. Housie gritted his teeth in anger, but he couldn't refute it, so he waved him away. But unexpectedly, someone else started to speak up next. "I'm done with this too. That head fell on my feet today, and I feel like I'll be next. I still have my mother at home. What will happen to her if she dies? This business is too dangerous. I'll go to another family to collect protection money tomorrow." Who knows if there's a butcher behind them? I'm going back to the village, getting married, and farming. It's good to be a farmer for generations. In less than a few minutes, more than a dozen people gave their reasons for quitting. Now, Housie was completely dumbfounded. On his first day as the leader, Housie watched helplessly as his brothers dispersed, feeling a sense of emptiness within him. His initial high spirits instantly turned to a sigh of regret. He sat on the ground in a daze, sighing, wondering what point was there in acquiring the throne. Seeing his downcast mood, his brothers patted his shoulders and consoled him, urging him to pursue a career while he was still young. Someone mentioned that he'd once said he wanted to go to college, but Housie shook his head and smiled bitterly, admitting it was just a joke. Everyone smiled at each other, and ultimately, without prior agreement, they all decided to go their separate ways. A murder case unexpectedly cleansed the rage of more than a dozen thugs, leaving behind a group of young people intent on starting anew with a down-to-earth approach. As daylight gradually brightened, the law enforcement officers rose from the floor or chairs, fatigue written all over their faces. Last night's chaos had left everyone practically sleepless. Their already unwell eyes had dark circles even deeper. Even Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an were drowsy and half asleep. Lu Tao rubbed his brow and suggested they find some breakfast while they still had time. Guan Chang'an yawned and suggested some steamed buns and porridge. Upon hearing this, all the law enforcement officers' faces changed, and they waved their hands in refusal. Guan Chang'an cursed and laughed a few times, and was about to change a suggestion when the door of the hall was pushed open, and a middle-aged fat man with a dusty face walked in. He was wearing a white coat and carrying two bulging bags filled with milk, bread, and fruit. Guan Chang'an recognized him immediately as the owner of the steamed bun shop who had upset everyone the day before. He immediately stopped smiling and questioned him in a cold tone. The steamed bun owner, smiling and scratching his head, said he couldn't come last night, fearing they wouldn't be in the mood to serve him. Lu Tao gritted his teeth and demanded he drug the food. The owner apologized profusely, saying he'd brought breakfast to make amends and that he would turn himself in and report the crime. Although everyone was quite resentful of him, being hungry, no one really wanted to skip breakfast. As they ate their bread and drank their milk, their eyes remained wary. Lu Tao gestured for him to sit down and inquired about his intentions to harm the law enforcement officer. The boss lowered his head and explained that rumors about the night butcher had been spreading online lately, and he felt he was a hero, acting on behalf of justice, and wanted to lend a hand. He had no other plan, so he added a laxative to the porridge, intending it to cause only a mild discomfort. He also mentioned that Gu Yang and a nurse had escaped danger due to the night butcher, hoping to use this as a favor. Upon hearing this, all the law enforcement officers rolled their eyes in anger. Guan Chang'an slammed the table on the spot, denouncing this practice as extremely foolish and demanding that violators be punished by law, not killed privately. Guan Chang'an then instructed Lu Tao to clean up online content that promoted incorrect values. Lu Tao then understood why most of the leads he received were meant as a joke. It turned out that many people were secretly helping the so-called hero. Guan Chang'an then pointed at the boss's nose and questioned why they had diarrhea over 10 times the previous night. The boss replied that he had only put in half a packet of medicine and that diarrhea would only occur once or twice at most. Before he could finish his words, a delivery driver came in and confessed that he had also added something to the porridge the previous night. The hall fell silent. It turned out that the accident was the result of a double act of kindness. After confirming that the two men had no malicious intentions, the law enforcement agency ultimately ordered them to pay each victim 300 yuan in lost wages. The delivery man paid and hurried away, but the steamed bun vendor remained seated. Lu Tao was puzzled, and he then said he had another case to report, a murder near his home, perpetrated by the night butcher. Lu Tao nearly fell over, angrily demanding why he hadn't said so earlier. The boss explained that he had indicated upon his arrival that he intended to surrender himself and report the crime, but they only asked about his surrender and didn't give him a chance to elaborate. Lu Tao became even more angry, demanding to know why he didn't call the police and instead bought breakfast before coming. The owner protested his injustice, claiming his phone had been smashed long ago and that he'd been beaten black and blue by the thugs at the time of the incident. The gang had exploited their power, undercutting him and vandalizing his shop. Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an were furious and decided to leave immediately. The two grabbed the steamed bun boss and gathered everyone to rush to the scene. This dispatch was already the slowest in the history of the law enforcement agency, but they had to hurry before the murderer disappeared completely. On the way to the crime scene, Lu Tao listened to the entire story from the steamed bun vendor, and it became clear to him that the man was deliberately stalling to give the night butcher more time to escape. Yet, every detail had an excuse, and he couldn't find any flaws. Guan Chang'an leaned on the passenger seat, looked out the window, and sighed, saying that it was chilling that citizens now prefer to trust the night butcher rather than the law enforcers. For the first time, he felt that he was old and could no longer keep up with the thinking of young people. Lu Tao also shook his head and lamented, saying they were being misled by online public opinion. Even if the butcher claimed to be righteous, it was no substitute for a trial. Even if Huang Mao forced the sale, it did not warrant the death penalty. Such killing was definitely not the right path. When the car arrived at the scene, it was surrounded by a crowd. Some brave enough even approached the jeep to inspect it, destroying much of the evidence. Lu Tao, enraged, glared coldly at the steamed bun vendor, nearly accusing him of being an accomplice on the spot. Law enforcement officers quickly dispersed the crowd and set up a cordon. Lu Tao took a deep breath and entered the crime scene. This was the night butcher's third crime, and he doubted he could leave any flaws. The forensic doctor quickly confirmed the same method as in the previous case. In the back seat of the car, a headless corpse sat upright, its neck cut cleanly, reminiscent of an ancient execution. Lu Tao analyzed that this person's strength surpassed even that of the executioner, allowing him to decapitate someone in the confined space of the car with a single blow. His method was uncanny and unnatural. Everyone's heart sank as they listened, their suspicions turning to the supernatural. Lu Tao personally searched the car, repeatedly checking, but couldn't find even fingerprints, hair, or footprints. For the first time, an absurd thought occurred to him. Could he really be human? Lu Tao suppressed his doubts and ordered his men to arrest Haozi and his gang for questioning, and to take away the bodies and vehicles to prevent panic. Not long after, the group of hooligans who had just decided to reform were brought into the police station again. Lu Tao sternly questioned the details of the witness, and the hooligans protested their innocence, saying they had only seen a flying head and were frightened into having nightmares. Haozi even insisted that he had only picked up the head of a yellow chicken and had never seen the murderer. After recording the testimony, Lu Tao let them go, his brow furrowing ever deeper. The fact that the head had flown out of the car meant the killer was there at the time. But then when did it disappear? This strange situation made him increasingly suspicious of the butcher's identity. Guan Chang'an handed him a cup of coffee and advised him not to dwell on it. Some unsolved cases were difficult to solve, both ancient and modern. He had already requested assistance from his superiors, including a top detective. Lu Tao felt a pang of pain in his stomach. Solving cases was his foundation, and now he had to rely on outside help. Suddenly, he thought of his social network and asked if the steamed bun boss, Huang Ji, and Gu Yang had any connection. Guan Chang'an impatiently denied it, saying that the investigation had been completed long ago and that this case had nothing to do with Gu Yang. Lu Tao, however, still had doubts, suspecting someone had deliberately fabricated an unrelated case to clear his name. Guan Chang'an was so angry that he slapped him on the back of the head and ordered him to take 2 days off until the golden detective arrived. Because law enforcement arrived late at the scene, video footage of the crime scene was quickly uploaded online by onlookers. Some online media outlets even approached the steamed bun shop owner and his wife for a brief interview, sparking a flurry of discussion about the latest case of the night butcher. A video blogger took a microphone and asked questions to the steamed bun owner. The owner confirmed nervously that the injury was caused by a gangster. The gang wanted to buy the store at a low price. The profit after demolition could reach tens of millions, but he only gave 1 million and threatened the safety of his family, forcing him to give in. He sighed, saying that this group of people relied on their connections to be unafraid of law enforcement, and even if they were arrested, they could easily escape. That day, the leader, Huang Mao, went into the car to get the contract, but he didn't come out for a long time. Soon, heads flew out, scaring everyone present to death. When asked if he agreed with the night butcher's actions, the steamed bun owner was silent for a moment before nodding, saying that if the butcher hadn't intervened, his shop would have been forcibly taken over, and his family would have been in dire straits. Those thugs had harmed people more than once, and they weren't good people. The video blogger then expressed his opinion on camera, arguing that law enforcement has limited control over criminals, and that the night butcher, while killing people, had saved many innocent lives. The topic went viral online, with comments overwhelmingly supporting him. Some recounted stories of family members being harassed and even sickened by thugs. Others advocated for fighting violence with violence, saying that as long as one has done nothing wrong, one need not fear the butcher. Others joked that killing 100 people a day was the only way to rid society of these vermin. Someone even set up a night butcher bar, calling on netizens to expose the perpetrator and gather intelligence for him. The comment section was filled with worship and shouting, with some even jokingly using butcher's blessing instead of praying for him, resulting in a massive outcry. At that moment, in the hospital, Guyong was browsing the comments on his phone. Although he wasn't one to pursue vanity, he still felt a strange sense of accomplishment when he saw the overwhelming praise. It was just that his identity couldn't be made public. Otherwise, he would have even thought of starting a live broadcast to share his experience. Guyong discovered that when he moved as a ghost, his body would enter a dormant state, and when he returned to his original position, he would catch up on his sleep, which doubled his available time. Although long periods of sleeplessness would cause fatigue, a short nap would restore his condition. Hearing a noise outside the door, he quickly put away his phone, tucked his hands under the covers, and resumed his paralyzed appearance. He decided to postpone his recovery for another 2 days. After all, recovery was too rapid and abnormal, especially since Lu Tao's intuition was too sharp. The door opened, and it was nurse Su Changsheng who came in. Without even bothering to change out of her uniform, she excitedly ran over, her phone in hand, saying that the night butcher had killed someone again last night and had helped a good person, her tone full of admiration. Guyong responded with a faint smile, reminding her that killing is a crime. Unexpectedly, Su Changsheng refuted and said bluntly that he was not wrong and was a good person. Su Changsheng, on her turn for a break, took off her hat and sat beside Guyang's bed, peeling an apple and chatting. She explained that she'd browsed the night butcher's forum and discovered many honest people recounting stories of being bullied, while the bad guys, thanks to connections and power, easily escaped punishment. She lamented that delayed justice was meaningless, and the butcher's appearance felt like immediate punishment. She recalled the night in the woods when a thug held a knife to her throat. She was ready to commit suicide, but it was the night butcher who intervened and saved her by beheading the thug. Guyong listened quietly, fully aware of her helplessness. As he ate the apple she offered him, he smiled faintly. Su Changsheng wondered if Guyong hoped the law enforcement agency would apprehend the butcher, saying that would clear him of suspicion. Guyong, however, said that he had only suffered a minor injustice, while the butcher had shouldered greater risks and pressures and had helped him. Su Changsheng smiled and said that he was their mutual benefactor. She suddenly mentioned that she had posted Guyang's story on Tieba, along with Lu Xiaoyu's profile, hoping the butcher would avenge him. Guyong chuckled, saying that the man was still incarcerated at the Law Enforcement Bureau and couldn't be executed, but suggested simply paying to pin the post to the top, rather than waiting in line. Su Qingqing's eyes lit up, and she praised his straightforward thinking. As they chatted, there was a knock on the door. Su Changqing hurriedly put on her coat and hat, whispering to Guyong to put in a good word for her in front of Dean Fong. Guyong réadili agreed. When the door opened, Dean Fong entered with his assistant, praising Su Changcheng for her meticulous care. Guyong also smiled and praised her for her excellence, asking the dean to consider her for a promotion. Dean Fong examined Guyang's physical condition and was surprised by his speed of recovery, especially the near-complete recovery of nerves and muscles in his hands. He asked if he could feel anything. Guyong feigned hesitation, saying that he could occasionally feel it but couldn't control it. Dean Fong concluded that it was just his nerves that hadn't fully recovered, and that recovery was only a matter of time. He admitted that the team still couldn't explain Guyang's recovery, suggesting it was a blessing from an angel. Guyong jokingly suggested it might be a case of good deeds being rewarded. After the examination, Director Fong said goodbye, urging him to continue taking care of himself. After everyone left, Su Changcheng excitedly announced that the 3-year bonus for outstanding employees had been secured and that she would treat Guyong to a meal. Guyong smiled and said he wanted to go to a 5-star restaurant, but Su Changcheng waved her hand, saying that spicy hot pot was the real love. She joked that the girl who was willing to accompany you to eat spicy hot pot on the street was the most worth cherishing, and as for those high-end restaurants, they were just IQ taxes. At noon, a middle-aged man walked into the Law Enforcement Bureau. His hair was neatly parted, his gold-rimmed glasses gleamed, and he carried a briefcase. His slender figure and well-tailored suit made him look like a gentleman returning from abroad. Lu Tao recognized him immediately, and his face darkened. It was Wen Muley, the evildoer's exclusive lawyer. Wen Muley's professional skills are among the best in the industry, but he only defends the wicked, his ability to distort the truth unmatched. It said he owns villas in major cities and earns 10 times the average lawyer's income. Law enforcement officials loathe him, yet they can't do anything about him. Lu Tao coldly questioned his purpose. When Muley chuckled and said he was there to pick up someone, Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Tao was immediately enraged, demanding to know why he had taken away a suspect suspected of intentional homicide, given the overwhelming evidence. When Muley responded indifferently, saying they were bound to lose and hoping to withdraw the lawsuit, Lu Tao had no choice but to arrange a meeting room according to the regulations and bring Lu Xiaoyu with him. Seeing Wen Muley, Lu Xiaoyu was like a savior and immediately moved closer to him. Wen Muley bluntly stated that the existing evidence was invalid. He first denied the credibility of Yin Pingping's surrender video and questioned whether the vehicle evidence could directly accuse him. Lu Tao was speechless. Wen Muley kept smiling, saying he was just doing his job, and even mocked Lu Tao for being so overwhelmed by the night butcher. Lu Tao gritted his teeth and replied that even if the evidence was overturned, he would still use the power of the suspect period to detain Lu Xiaoyu. Wen Muley seemed to be well prepared. He took out a psychiatric diagnosis from his briefcase and said that Lu Xiaoyu was diagnosed with severe depression and suicidal tendencies half a year ago. He did not meet the detention conditions and must be released immediately. Otherwise, he would sue the Law Enforcement Bureau. Lu Xiaoyu was smugly provoking Lu Tao, and he was so angry that he wanted to fight, but was stopped by his colleagues. When Muley put away the documents and calmly left with his men, and no one could stop him. Lu Tao crushed the paper cup and angrily cursed the loopholes in the system, suspecting that the diagnosis was paid for, but he knew that no flaws would be found. He understood that Lu Xiaoyu's escape from punishment was inevitable. Gritting his teeth and pondering for a moment, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Why doesn't the night butcher work overtime and deal with this bastard as well? After leaving the Law Enforcement Bureau, Lu Xiaoyu was as excited as a free bird in the car and proudly praised Wen Muley's methods. Wen Muley just smiled and reminded him to pay the bill: $10 million for defense fees, $10 million for medical certificates, and $2 million for referral fees, a total of $22 million. Hearing the price, Lu Xiaoyu almost choked, complaining that he was being charged so much for just a few words. Wen Muley remained expressionless and replied calmly, "This is my normal price. You should have known this when you decided to hire me." Lu Xiaoyu felt completely hollowed out at this moment, nearly suffocating from the 20 million yuan in legal fees. Luckily, after knocking Gu Yang away earlier, he and Yin Pingping had amassed some funds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come up with this huge sum. Although his life savings were about to go down the drain, he consoled himself. At least he was out. He invited Wen Muley to his home to collect the money, swearing he would never underpay. Wen Muley followed him back with a clear conscience. After all, no one in his circle dared to default on his payments. Soon, the two arrived at Lu Xiaoyu's upscale residential complex and pushed open the door. Wen Muley looked around and chuckled at the unexpectedly simple decor of the house. Lu Xiaoyu paused in his change of clothes and protested, pointing to an antique vase next to the shoe cabinet, claiming it was a treasure worth 3 million. However, Wen Muley looked back and found it empty. Lu Xiaoyu stormed out, took a closer look, and was stunned. The vase was gone. He hurriedly checked the other side, where a jade carving worth over 1 million yuan had vanished without a trace. There were many other ornaments in the room, but only these two were truly valuable. Thinking of the theft, he cursed furiously, suspecting someone had taken advantage of his 2 days of confinement to sneak in and steal, with perfect timing. Lu Xiaoyu consoled himself with the safe, leading Wen Muley into the study. He moved the small table aside, revealing a half-meter-tall safe. He boasted that all his savings were inside, enough to cover his legal fees. But when the door was opened, there was not even a speck of dust inside, and both of them froze in their tracks. When Muley coughed lightly, teasing him if he was joking, Lu Xiaoyu slumped to the ground, muttering in disbelief, "This safe hasn't been pried open. How on earth did they do it?" When Muley didn't have the patience to watch him collapse, and reminded him that owing lawyers' fees would not end well. Lu Xiaoyu immediately changed his tone to appease Wen Muley, saying he would check the community surveillance to find out the truth. After all, this was an upscale community with cameras everywhere. Wen Muley remained silent. But Lu Xiaoyu had already called the property manager and launched into a barrage of curses, angrily claiming that the family's property had been damaged by at least 40 million yuan in just 2 days. The property manager panicked and immediately contacted security to review 2 days of surveillance footage. A few hours later, the security officer reported breathlessly. The surveillance clearly captured the entrance door, elevator, and building entrance, but no suspicious individuals were seen, not even on Lu Xiaoyu's floor. This result reassured the property manager that as long as no theft occurred within the complex, it wouldn't be their responsibility. He even suspected Lu Xiaoyu was deliberately extorting money. At this point, Lu Xiaoyu called again to urge him, and the property manager, now calm, suggested he investigate other areas or report the case directly. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned, repeatedly checking to see if the other party was mistaken. But the property manager firmly replied, saying that he could personally check the surveillance footage and even call the police for an investigation. Lu Xiaoyu's uneasiness grew even heavier. The things were indeed gone, but no one had entered the house. Lu Xiaoyu hung up the phone and sat in front of the empty safe, his eyes vacant. That was his life savings. He had thought that after paying Wen Muley over 20 million, he would still have 10 million left, and he would have no worries about food and clothing from then on. But now, not only was he left with nothing, he was also in debt, completely devastated. In the past, he could rely on Yin Pingping to make money from Gu Yang's company. Now that Yin Pingping is dead and Gu Yang has reawakened, it's impossible for him to interfere with the company. When Muley watched coldly, mocking him for staging a farce to avoid paying his lawyer's fees, and warned him that if he didn't pay the money, he would use some means to make him return to prison forever. Hearing the threat, Lu Xiaoyu's heart tightened. He quickly explained that his property had indeed been stolen, promising to pay an additional 1 million yuan upon finding the thief. However, when Muley refused to believe him, only caring about the money in front of him, with nowhere else to turn, Lu Xiaoyu decided to report the case. Even if the money he recovered might not be recovered due to problems with the source, it was better than complete despair. The call to the police went through, and a familiar voice came from the other end. Lu Tao. Lu Xiaoyu excitedly spoke, claiming that 40 million yuan in property had been stolen and pleading for assistance, promising a red envelope of 1 million yuan upon successful completion. Lu Tao sneered, but told him to file a case first and wait in line. Lu Xiaoyu immediately realized that the other party was deliberately stalling. He pleaded with tears in his eyes, offering to raise the amount to 5 million and kowtow in apology. Lu Tao, however, demanded the source of the money, his attitude cold and stern. Furious, Lu Xiaoyu cursed and slammed the phone. When Muley, watching his fury, sarcastically remarked that he might not even have the money to replace his phone. Lu Xiaoyu picked up his phone, half of the screen cracked, his face filled with frustration. When Muley stood up and urged him to go back to the law enforcement bureau with him. If he didn't have money, he would be put in a heavier prison sentence. Lu Xiaoyu was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly, begging for a few more days. When Muley responded coldly that it was okay not to go, and he would report the case immediately and let the law enforcement officers arrest him. Seeing the threat looming, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly had an idea, claiming he had a way to not only repay the debt, but also help Wen Muley earn more. When Muley stopped and coldly asked him to explain it all at once, Lu Xiaoyu lowered his voice and mentioned Gu Yang's construction company, which had a market value of over 100 million yuan and could even fetch 300 million yuan if sold. He explained that Gu Yang had written a will stating that in the event of his accidental death, his shares would be inherited by the person with the highest position and longest tenure in the company. While Gu Yang was in a coma, Yin Pingping delayed cashing out, and he took the opportunity to eliminate the old employees, leaving himself as the only eligible person. With Gu Yang's death, he would be able to inherit the 200 to 300 million yuan in assets. When Muley paused for a moment, convinced that Lu Xiaoyu was intent on killing Gu Yang. With a sinister look in his eyes, Lu Xiaoyu bluntly asked him to find a solution and promised to pay the lawyer's fees after the matter was completed. When Muley agreed to help, but asked for an additional 50 million yuan in compensation. Cursing the other party for being cruel in his heart, Lu Xiaoyu had no way out and could only grit his teeth and agree. When Muley told Lu Xiaoyu he wouldn't personally handle the matter, leaving him a phone number to contact. The person he contacted was Xiong Chuan, a gang leader and the boss of an underground boxing gym, who was capable of taking down the person he wanted to eliminate. Before leaving, when Muley gave him only 3 days to do it, or he would be sent back to the Law Enforcement Bureau. After everyone left, Liu Xiaoyu stared at the number, cursing angrily. Spending 50 million just to buy a phone, and then having to pay Xiong Chuan's fees, the cost was incredibly high. But thinking that if Gu Yang died, the company would belong to him, and he could still make a profit after selling it, he still dialed the number. Elsewhere, in an underground boxing gym, Haozi was hanging upside down from the ceiling, being whipped by a burly man. Xiong Chuan sat in a corner, a giant hamburger and a Coke in hand, and gently scolded Haozi for disbanding his men, thus hindering the progress of the mission. Haozi cried and begged for mercy, vowing to work tirelessly to complete the unfinished task. Xiong Chuan shook his head, insisting the rules couldn't be broken. Either he spent the day as a live target for his brother's boxing practice, or he'd be fed to the fish. Looking around at the muscular thugs, Haozi knew he couldn't make it, desperately contemplating his own life. Just as the sack was about to fall over his head, Xiong Chuan's phone rang. On the other end of the line, Liu Xiaoyu introduced himself and began demanding his life. Learning his target was a young entrepreneur with no connections, Xiong Chuan became interested and offered 50 million. Heartbroken, Liu Xiaoyu mentioned Gu Yang's disability and attempted to bargain. Xiong Chuan readily lowered the price to 40 million and agreed to proceed that evening. After hanging up the phone, Liu Xiaoyu was filled with excitement. This was his first time hiring a killer, but he wasn't afraid. Instead, he was excited to have Xiong Chuan kill Gu Yang. He even consoled himself by saying he was only helping Gu Yang get out of his rut and would continue to burn paper money and send him money every year. Xiong Chuan put away his phone, his expression changed, and he ordered his men to release Haozi. Haozi, having escaped death, ignored the pain and immediately knelt before Xiong Chuan and kowtowed to express his loyalty, promising that he would never retreat from the task and would complete every mission assigned to him. Xiong Chuan slowly loosened his hand, his tone sounding particularly magnanimous. He said that since he had let the mouse go, he naturally had no intention of taking his life. He should be down to earth in his future work. After all, they were all brothers. Haozi's eyes filled with tears after hearing this, and he secretly swore in his heart that he would never resign again in his life. He wanted to be a gangster for the rest of his life and be the Chun Haonan of Causeway Bay. Xiong Chuan turned his gaze toward the ring and called out, "Black Wolf." The young man stopped and turned, revealing the dark wolf pattern on his chest. When Haozi met those eyes, he shuddered. He was as ferocious as a beast, not a human. Black Wolf took off his boxing gloves, walked up to Xiong Chuan, and whispered what was going on. Xiong Chuan shook the almost empty Coke cup in his hand and said he had a job. He told him to go to the hospital and fix a paralyzed person. He just had to smother him with a pillow. He would be rewarded 10 million yuan if he succeeded. He also told him to wear a mask to avoid surveillance. Black Wolf simply nodded, agreeing to go tonight. Xiong Chuan then pointed to Haozi and told him to help Black Wolf and evacuate. Haozi shuddered in fear. This was murder, so how could he dare to intervene? He quickly excused himself, saying he couldn't do it. Xiong Chuan's eyes turned cold, mocking him for just saying he was prepared to brave fire and water. But now he was afraid of such a small thing. What was the point of keeping him around Mouse? Remembering the fear of being hung upside down, gritted his teeth and agreed to help. Xiong Chuan nodded, saying he only needed to drive and keep watch, and he would be paid 1 million yuan later. Haozi's breathing became rapid. 1 million yuan was an astronomical figure he couldn't even imagine, so he immediately patted his chest and promised to do a good job. Satisfied, Xiong Chuan asked him to fetch 2 uniforms for easier unification. Without giving it a second thought, Haozi went to do it. After the men had gone, Hailing wondered why they were carrying such an encumbrance. Xiong Chuan smiled and said he was his right-hand man, and he didn't want him to become a wanted criminal. He thought, dressing like him and having a similar build, they can just pin the blame on Haozi if they kill someone. Hailing understood immediately. This was a scapegoat to make it easier to clean up the mess later. After everything was ready, Haozi drove Hailing to the hospital parking lot and handed him a pre-drawn rough map of the ward's location. He also explained that Gu Yang was paralyzed in bed, with only his head still able to move, making it easy to kill him. Black Wolf glanced at the map, memorized it, and told Mouse to wait in the car. Mouse, preoccupied with the prospect of $1 million, promised to send the men off as soon as they arrived. But Black Wolf's plan didn't involve him leaving. He would change clothes and leave in the dark, leaving Mouse as the sole suspect on the surveillance camera. Hailang avoided the cameras, sneaked into the inpatient department, changed into a white coat in an empty office, and swaggered upstairs with a dressing cart. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Changsheng was on duty, and Gu Yang was peeling an apple. The recovery of his hands has made his life much easier. He even plans to announce the news tomorrow to end this period of forbearance. He also wants to push his wheelchair out to bask in the sun. He had just peeled the apple and hadn't taken 2 bites when he heard the door lock click softly, and his brows furrowed slightly. This sound was wrong. Su Changsheng was the only one who came in without knocking, but she was always direct in her movements and wouldn't deliberately keep her movements quiet like she did now. He quickly hid his hands under the quilt, turned off the light, and pretended to be asleep, but in fact he was observing through the crack. Soon, the outer door was pushed open and light footsteps were heard, stopping at the bedroom door. Gu Yang wondered, who would sneak in so late at night, trying to steal something? He remained motionless. The bedroom door slowly opened, revealing a dark figure standing in the doorway. In the dim light from the window, he could see that the figure was wearing a white coat, but it was definitely not a doctor. Gu Yang's heart tightened. He couldn't enter the ghost state at all. Except for his hands, he was completely powerless to resist. If the person came with bad intentions, he would almost certainly die. In his anxiety, he felt for the fruit knife under the quilt. At this moment, this small knife became his only hope of survival. Chapter 100. I want to cooperate with the Night Butcher. After hearing the name of the Night Butcher, Meng Xiao instantly woke up. He must be familiar with this name, because the previous owner of the underground boxing gym, Xiong Chuan, died at the hands of the legendary Night Butcher, and his body has not been found until now. In a sense, the reason why he was able to sit in his current position was really thanks to the Night Butcher. This guy kills someone every night and has almost become a legend in Tianxin City at night. His wisdom and combat power are absolutely unique. No one knows how such a top figure appeared, as if he appeared out of thin air. Even Xiong Chuan is no match for the Night Butcher. Meng Xiao knows very well in his heart that he can never beat this guy. Are you sure it's the Night Butcher? You didn't make up a lie to escape the blame, did you? The little brother was so aggrieved that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed madly. Boss, even if I had the courage to do so, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. I wasn't the only one there at the time, so if you ask anyone, you'll get a positive answer. That guy was so elusive that no one knew when he climbed into Brother Crow's cab. After turning off the lights, he chopped off Brother Crow's head without anyone noticing. Then, the front windshield of the truck was smashed and Brother Crow's head was kicked out like a football. The scene was terrifying. Then, the door of the truck opened for no apparent reason, and Brother Crow's headless body fell directly to the ground. None of us brothers have ever seen the Night Butcher from beginning to end. He is like a ghost, appearing and disappearing without a trace. After hearing what this little brother said, Meng Xiao understood clearly that it was most likely done by the Night Butcher. There was no doubt about it. He angrily kicked the table in front of him away. Fuck it. Is this Night Butcher crazy? Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun were responsible for capturing his leader at the time, and we're helping him to get revenge. It's fine if he doesn't appreciate the favor, but he actually ruined our good fortune. There's no such fool as this in the world. Meng Xiao was cursing in the office, while the younger brother was huddled in the corner, not daring to agree at all, thinking to himself, Mr. Night Butcher, if you want to kill someone, kill Meng Xiao. See? He was scolding you, but I didn't say a word the whole time. I am innocent. Uncle, you have to look at this face carefully. Don't chop the wrong person tonight. After cursing for a long time, Meng Xiao finally let out a sigh of relief. He sat on the ground and lit a cigarette, not knowing what he was thinking about. The younger brother spoke tentatively. Boss, what should we do next? Should we continue to attack Chu Lingling, or should we find a way to catch the Night Butcher first? Meng Xiao rolled his eyes at him. Go find the Night Butcher. You pig-brain guy. Do you really think you can do it? Putting aside whether you can defeat him or not, do you know who this guy is and where he lives now? After hearing this, the younger brother froze in place. I don't know shit. I just said it casually. Meng Xiao sighed and shook his head. You guys are the weakest, dumbest thugs I've ever seen. I was the one who hired them. You're really asking for trouble. After being scolded several times, the younger brother didn't dare to look up and could only listen obediently. After a brief thought, Meng Xiao slowly raised his head with a confident smile on his face. I seem to have discovered a weakness of this Night Butcher. The boy's eyes lit up. Really? Boss, you're amazing. You actually found the Night Butcher's weakness so quickly. Those good-for-nothings at the Enforcement Bureau spent so much time and couldn't find a single thing. Meng Xiao shook his head slightly. This is because our thinking is different. The Night Butcher is so powerful. Why do we have to kill him and go against him? Can't we turn our enemies into friends? As soon as this sentence was spoken, the little brother in front of him froze his brain on the spot. What the hell? Becoming friends with the Night Butcher? Did I hear that right? Did the boss have too much ergo too? Meng Xiao then spoke. The Night Butcher is just a stupid, pedantic old fogey. What good does he gain from doing these things? To put it bluntly, he just wanted to gain fame. We can definitely cooperate with him. We can provide him with a list of all the criminals who have violated laws and disciplines in the entire Tianjin city and let him eliminate them one by one to satisfy his pleasure of killing people and upholding justice. On the other hand, we also control a lot of self-media channels and TikTok anchors, so we can completely use capital to whitewash that guy and make him a real hero admired by the whole nation. Gain both fame and fortune. Isn't this what he wants? The younger brother in front of him instantly understood what Meng Xiao wanted to do. This is to use the Night Butcher as a gun to directly attack all underground competitors in Tianjin City. Once successful, Meng Xiao can use the Night Butcher's move to completely secure his position as the underworld boss of Tianjin City, because those bosses with higher status than Meng Xiao will become prey in the hands of the Night Butcher. As for creating public opinion, it is also to completely bind the Night Butcher and the underground boxing gym together. The benefits at that time will definitely be beyond imagination. But now a problem has arisen. I asked with a worried look on my face. Brother Meng, there are still some imperfections in this matter. The first problem is, we don't even know where the Night Butcher is. So how can we negotiate with him? Meng Xiao's mouth corners slightly raised. Of course I have a way to make him come to me. Come here, I'll talk to you. The younger brother carefully put his ear close to him, and Meng Xiao immediately told him his entire plan. After killing a person, Guyang opened his eyes and felt refreshed. His lifespan has now increased by another 30 years, and the current balance is 220 years. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was at home, he got up and practiced a set of boxing techniques directly in the bedroom. As the number of Yuan Shou increased, Guyang could feel that his physical fitness was getting better and better, but this was not infinite. The human body seemed to have a limit. If we want to break through this limit, we may have to rely on biotechnology. Guyang thought of the super soldier serum that appeared in the movie. If he could find a way to deduce and produce it, he would definitely be able to break this limit and become stronger. At this time, Su Chengxing called. Mr. Gu, are you up yet? I'm on duty at the hospital today, so I guess I won't be able to pick you up until later. Can you wait at home first? After all, Su Chengxing is a part-time worker, and she also has duty work at the hospital, so it is impossible for her to be with Guyang all the time. Guyang didn't care. It's okay. You can go on duty first and go directly to the lab. I'll be busy here for a while. Ah, Mr. Gu, can you be alone? Or you should wait for me to come back. Don't get into any danger. It's okay. I'll just ask Muron to come pick me up. Oh, okay then. I still have 2 hours to finish my work. I will go to Mr. Gu as soon as possible. Okay, see you in the lab. After hanging up the phone, Guyang called Muron directly and asked Muron to pick him up. It just so happened that Muron was free today and wanted to go to the laboratory to see the results of his experiments. After Guyang sat in the wheelchair, he made a simple breakfast at home to fill his stomach and waited patiently. Most of the preliminary preparations were completed yesterday, and we should be able to complete the first batch of the finished nano-targeted immune activation agent today. The progress is much faster than I expected, mainly because the medical knowledge I have acquired from Yuan Shou is so solid. Maybe we can start the mouse experiment today. Today we can get a rough idea of how effective nano-targeted immune agents are. Really looking forward to it. Chapter 101. Chapter 101. Hello, Professor Gu. Muron quickly drove to the door of Gu Yang's house, personally helped Gu Yang sit in the back seat, and helped him put the wheelchair in the trunk. If this guy knew that the patient he was taking such good care of was stronger than him, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Gu Yang also noticed that Muron was a little wobbly when he walked today, and couldn't help asking, "Brother, are you driving under the influence? I feel like you're drunk." Muron, who was driving, replied with a smile. "No, I just drank too much last night and I feel a little dizzy today. Don't worry, I'm definitely not drunk. I vomited up the little bit of alcohol in my stomach in the middle of the night." Although Muron spoke lightly, he could also feel the hardship involved. Who wants to spend the night drinking with a bunch of people they barely know and have to pay for it themselves? Guyang asket, who did you drink with last night? Muron yawned while driving. Some of them are staff members and leaders from above, and some are executives from other pharmaceutical companies. When we produce the medicine, we will need to sell it in other pharmacies. I need to establish good relationships in advance so that we can negotiate contracts later. After hearing Mu Rong's words, Guyang felt a little sad. Starting a business is not that easy. It was the same when I founded the construction company. I had to drink with clients and leaders every night. Only in this way could I have a chance to get the project. Otherwise, the same project will be done whether it is given to you or given to someone else. Why would someone else give it to you? Is it just because you're handsome? Guyang is now concentrating on medical research, while Mu Rong has more things to worry about, and he is considering all aspects. Guyang leaned back in his chair and said, "You still have to maintain relationships in the future, but you don't have to work so hard. Just do it for the sake of showing your appreciation. Take care of your health. As soon as our product is developed, they will rush to us to supply it." Mu Rong turned around when he heard this. "Are you still thinking about your miracle drug that can cure cancer? What stage has the research reached now? What's the cure rate? If you ask me, you should first spend some money to hire some experienced researchers to study some common medicines for treating colds and fevers. How can you dream of flying before you even learn how to run?" Guyang smiled and did not refute but said, "You'll know when you see it." Mu Rong opened a bottle of milk while driving, as he heard that milk can help sober up. "Okay, I happen to have nothing to do today, so I'll take a look around the lab. Even if I go out to sell my products, I have to know what my products are. When I was drinking with them yesterday, they asked me this question, and I was really confused. I couldn't really answer that it was a miracle drug to cure cancer, or I'd make them laugh." Arrived at the destination very quickly. After the two entered the laboratory, the college students inside had already started working in an orderly and enthusiastic manner. Mu Rong looked down at his watch. It was only 7:30, and there was still an hour and a half before work time. He whispered in Gu Yang's ear, "Mr. Gu, you're not extending their working hours, are you? They'll have to pay overtime, and the costs will go up. Besides, what can these little bastards accomplish by working overtime? Aren't they just wasting time?" Guyang was also a little confused. He didn't know what was going on. After seeing them come in, these young people who had just graduated from college quickly put down their work, turned around, and bowed respectfully to Guyang. "Hello, Professor Gu." When Mu Rong saw this scene, he immediately jumped up and pointed at Guyang and shouted, "Brother, are you falsifying your academic qualifications? When did you become a professor? We can't let entrepreneurship turn into fraud." Guyang was speechless for a moment and pointed at a young man next to him and said, "You come and explain it to him." The young man scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Mr. Mu has misunderstood. We know Professor Gu's true academic qualifications, but academic qualifications don't represent ability. Professor Gu has demonstrated his extremely professional medical skills before us, so we call him Professor Gu." After hearing this, Mu Rong felt relieved. He hoped that starting a business would not end up in jail. Guyang controlled the electric wheelchair and toured the laboratory, then asked, "How are you doing with the tasks I assigned to you when I left yesterday?" Everyone spoke up. "It's basically done, Professor Gu. After you left yesterday, we worked overtime for 3 hours and arrived at the site before dawn this morning to inspect it and ensure there were no emissions." After listening to this, Guyang nodded. "All right, the extra work time will be counted as overtime, and President Mu will pay you when the time comes." However, the young man in front of him immediately shook his head. No, this is all voluntary. And the reason why it takes us so long is because we don't have enough capacity. We work overtime here and consume the company's electricity resources, etc. In theory, not only should we not receive overtime pay, we should also pay the company's electricity bill." Guyang was stunned by this theory and turned around to look at the young man who had just spoken. Asked, "What's your name? Where did you learn these theories?" The young man puffed out his chest with great pride. "My name is Zhang Hong, and I learned all this from watching speeches by successful entrepreneurs. They all taught us young people that when we work, we should not think about what we gain, but what we give. If you don't work hard when you are young, when will you work hard?" Besides, this guy wanted to continue his speech, but Guyang quickly waved his hand to stop him. All right, put all these crooked things of yours away. This is a pragmatic company, and we don't engage in these pretentious things. If you work hard and achieve results, I will pay you. If you work harder and do better, I'll give you extra bonuses. It's that simple. Now do it." It seemed like Zhang Hong's flattery had gone to the wrong person, so he could only smile awkwardly and return to his job. Mu Rong couldn't help much, so he just watched the whole process from the side. He was very curious about what methods Guyang had to deserve the title of Professor Gu. "We brothers clearly agreed to be civil engineers for life, but you secretly became a medical expert. You are a complete backstabber." Guiyang looked at the complex data and charts flashing on the electronic screen and asked, "What stage of the synthesis has been completed?" Because Su Qingqing's car didn't come, another young girl took over her job temporarily. She quickly responded, "We have completed the initial molecular purification process and are preparing for the nanoparticle encapsulation process." Guiyang nodded slightly, and while checking the experimental data, he said, "The key to this nano-targeted immune activation agent lies in the precise packaging of nanoparticles. This is like putting an invisible protective suit on the drug, which not only protects the drug from being prematurely decomposed after entering the human body, but also accurately delivers the drug to the site of the disease." As Guiyang spoke, he circled several key data on the report with his fingers. "Look here. These parameters directly affect the stability and targeting of nanoparticles. Employees who have just graduated from college are easy to use, hardworking, and eager to learn." A staff member immediately raised his hand, somewhat anxiously. "Professor Gu, this morning we discovered a deviation in the fusion degree of the nanoparticles during the packaging process. Based on the current trend, we may not be able to achieve the expected activation effect." After hearing the problem, he reported, Guiyang carefully looked at the experimental data and current samples and immediately understood the problem. From the data, it seems that there may be a problem with the pH of the coating solution. Even slight changes in pH can affect the interactions between nanoparticles, leading to deviations in fusion. After a silent mental calculation, he came up with a solution. Lower the pH of the encapsulating solution by 0.2, increase the temperature by 2 degrees Celsius, and conduct another fusion experiment. After hearing this, the staff immediately began to make adjustments according to Guiyang's instructions. Guiyang continued to teach while directing. Nano-targeted technology is at the forefront of modern medicine. We must be careful and pay attention to every detail, as they all determine the final success or failure. Nanoparticles are like tiny intelligent robots. They carry drugs to find the target accurately and then release the drug effect. Our mission is to equip them with precise navigation systems and powerful weapons. Mu Rong watched and listened from the side, but he couldn't understand any of Guiyang's movements, nor could he understand a word he said. It's over. The fake professor has become a real professor. Chapter 102. Experiment on Living Mice. Guiyang happened to see Mu Rong standing there in astonishment and asked with a chuckle, "How about it? Are you convinced now?" Mu Rong could only nod like a robot. "I am convinced. I'm convinced from the bottom of my heart. I didn't see you as a good student when you were in school." Guiyang laughed at himself and said, "There's a saying that goes, when God closes a door, he'll definitely open a window for you." Mu Rong couldn't help but look at Guiyang's wheelchair and instantly understood. It seems that although the car accident cost you your health, it also helped you open up your run and do meridians. That's not bad at all. Guiyang knew very well that he would be able to produce more scientific research results in the future. It would be better to give Mu Rong a shot of vaccination now, so as not to scare him to death. After a while, with the concerted efforts of everyone in the laboratory, the first batch of nano-targeted immune agents was finally developed. At this moment, in front of Guiyang, there were 10 small and exquisite glass bottles neatly arranged. The nano-targeted immune activation drug is contained in these small glass bottles. Under the light, it flashes with a mysterious blue light, and there are dense stars wandering around inside. It looks like a perfect work of art. It is hard to imagine that there are such beautiful things in the world. The many young people behind him were all stunned by the small bottles in front of them. Is this the nano-targeted immune activation drug that Professor Gu painstakingly researched and developed? It looks so beautiful. How could it not be beautiful? This thing is more expensive than gold. The cost of the various materials alone, imported domestically and internationally, is tens of thousands of yuan, not to mention the research costs, equipment costs, and other things. But it's incredibly worth it. According to our research, Professor Gu's nano-targeted immune-activating drug only requires one injection to eliminate the vast majority of cancer cells in the affected area. A second injection can completely cure the disease, and a third injection can even provide a long-term preventive effect. The most important thing is that you don't have to suffer as much as chemotherapy. The most common cancer treatment at this stage is chemotherapy, which costs just as much as ours, causes more suffering, and has a shockingly low cure rate. Haven't you ever heard the saying, expensive things have no disadvantages other than being expensive? Guiyang was very satisfied with his results. He had previously estimated that it would take him 3 days to make the initial product, but now 2 days is enough. This is entirely due to the solid and profound medical knowledge in his brain. I glanced at the time and realized it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone was so busy working that they even forgot to eat. Fortunately, there was a bystander nearby, Mu Rong, who saw that everyone was idle and came over and said, "You must be tired, take a short rest. I've already notified the cafeteria to deliver the food. Let's eat later and then we can get busy." At this time, Mu Rong turned his head and saw the 10 bottles of medicine on the table. He was instantly attracted by these beautiful little bottles. "Old Gu, is this the special medicine you developed?" "Gu Yang Nodet, you're in for a treat today. After dinner, let's start the guinea pig experiment. Have you purchased the experimental materials for the mice that I asked you to buy earlier?" Zhang Hong in the crowd quickly stood up. "Don't worry, Professor Gu. I'm responsible for this matter. I bought more than 30 of them in total, which is definitely enough." Gu Yang was a little speechless after hearing this. In fact, he felt that it was not necessary at all. General experiments do require a large number of mice, but my own nano-targeted immune activation agent was deduced using Yuanshou and is already a perfect work. One test will pass. All you need to do is use a camera and a notebook to record the complete data during the experiment. We'll test the waters with 5 of them first. Remember to turn on the camera to record the data in real time. These experimental data are very important. After the instructions were given, everyone went to eat. While eating, Su Chengsheng finally finished her shift at the hospital. He ran over panting. "Mr. Gu, I'm sorry I'm late. It's mainly because the hospital had an emergency meeting today, which delayed me a little." Gu Yang did not blame her. It was normal for a young girl to be too busy working 2 or 3 jobs. She had already worked hard enough. Besides, I really don't need her help here. I need her help in other areas. "It's okay. Haven't you eaten yet? Hurry up and sit down and eat something. The food in the company cafeteria is pretty good." Su Qingqing's face was full of gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Gu. By the way, our hospital recently released a new batch of medicine that I heard is very effective for nerve recovery. I bought some for you, Mr. Gu. Remember to take it on time. It may help your legs recover as soon as possible." After saying that, Su Chengsheng took out 2 boxes of medicine with English words written on them from her bag. They were obviously imported from abroad and not cheap. "Okay, thank you very much. How much are these boxes of medicine? I'll transfer the money to you." Su Chengsheng waved her hands quickly. "No, Mr. Gu, have you forgotten? I'm an internal staff member of the hospital. I get discounts when I buy medicine, and I can also use my medical insurance. This little money is not important at all. Mr. Gu, you have given me much more than this. By the way, there is one more thing I want to report to you. My mother has agreed to the things you asked me to do yesterday and is willing to be one of the first drug testers for our project." I explained the situation to Dean Fong, and he said he would come over and take a look when he's free before making a decision. After hearing this, Gu Yang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this girl was so efficient and could finish both tasks in one day. "Everything is going smoothly. Good job. You did a great job." After hearing Gu Yang's praise, Su Chengsheng was still a little shy. By the time the meal was over, Zhang Hong had already caught the mice and placed them in a separate observation room, waiting for the injection of nano-targeted immune activation agents. Naturally, Gu Yang didn't need to do this kind of thing personally, and it didn't require much technical skills, so he just needed to watch from the side. Several young men carefully extracted the medicine from the package and slowly injected it into the bodies of the mice. Various instruments immediately began to detect changes in the mice's physical signs. These mice were all suffering from cancer, and they were all listless and looked like they could not withstand any torture. However, after this medicine was injected, changes occurred immediately. These little white mice seemed to be suddenly injected with life, and even their eyes became more lively. Su Chengsheng, who was primarily responsible for recording experimental data, immediately became excited. "Mr. Gu, look, this little white mouse's abdomen, swollen from cancer cells, has begun to shrink at a visible speed. And according to the data displayed on the instrument, the tumor activity index is also rapidly decreasing. Our medicine is working. This is truly a miracle drug. Just one injection has such a noticeable effect." The conditions of the 5 little white mice were improving rapidly, and Gu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he had already determined in his mind that this nano-targeted immune activation drug was truly effective, he was still unsure without trying it out. It feels like when you're taking an exam and you know you have checked the question countless times, but you still feel guilty before the results are released. Now, the physical changes of the little white mouse have undoubtedly helped Gu Yong, and the experiment is basically successful. But just when everyone was preparing to celebrate, an accident suddenly happened. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, these are all defective products. The experimental mice, who were originally in a very good situation, suddenly became very weak, and their condition was even more serious than before. The slight improvement just now was like a last gasp of life. It was as if all their potential had been exhausted in an instant. Now, these little white mice were lying in the observation room, unable to even stand up, as if they were about to die at the next moment. Gu Yang Frowenet. How could this happen? Is there something wrong with my medicine? This shouldn't be possible. Su Changsheng quickly checked the experimental data and reported. Something is wrong, Mr. Gu. The white blood cell counts in these mice soared rapidly and then plummeted, as if their immune systems were collapsing. They simply couldn't withstand such a strong drug. Guiyang also quickly checked it out. Others couldn't see any clues, but he could see the problem at a glance. There's no problem with the immune-targeted activation agent. The problem lies with the experimental subject. These mice are not qualified mice for studying cancer cells, but rather discarded ones that have been used once. Their bodies had already been damaged by other drugs and were extremely weak. They were only able to stay alive by relying on their last breath. With such a weak body, even the best medicine cannot save it, unless you go to the King of Hell to modify the Book of Life and Death. Gu Yang's eyes were filled with anger, and he slowly turned around. Zhang Hong in the crowd had already lowered his head, and his hands began to tremble. Tell me, what's going on? Gu Yang did not get angry at first, but waited for the other party to admit his mistake. Zhang Hong in the crowd trembled and said, It must be. Our medicine is definitely not perfect yet, so it's normal for the first live experiment to fail. How can anything be successful the first time? If we keep improving and experimenting, there will definitely be no problem. Zhang Hong was extremely nervous and just wanted to get away with it. But how could Gu Yang not see the little trick in his mind? Gu Yang snorted coldly and said, If I'm not mistaken, these mice are not the kind I want, right? You bought cheap, defective goods, didn't you? Do you think you could get away with something like that? There's still quite a few left. Do you want to take them all out and check them over? As soon as these words were spoken, all the young people present widened their eyes and stared at Zhang Hong. The price difference between defective mice and normal mice is like heaven and earth. I didn't expect Zhang Hong to be so bold that he would do such a thing just after starting work. No wonder he was so eager to grab this job when it was proposed. He was trying to play this trick for a long time. When Zhang Hong heard this, he knew he could no longer hide it and felt extremely regretful. He thought that most pharmaceutical experiments would fail at the beginning, so even if he bought defective products, it would be okay if they failed. But who would have thought that this nano-targeted immune activation agent would show the trend of success in the first experiment? In fact, if it weren't for the problem with the mice, it should have been successful by now. Now the problem can no longer be concealed. Zhang Hong fell to his knees on the ground with a pleading look on his face. Professor Gu, I'm sorry. I was possessed by the devil. I also wanted to save a little bit of budget for our laboratory. Anyway, most of the initial experiments will fail, so it's not a big deal to use some defective products. I just didn't expect it to go so smoothly. I'll contact them right away, and they'll definitely send you qualified test samples tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Mu Rong, who was in charge of the company management, became angry. What the hell? You said you were trying to save us money? Where's the money? Tell me where it is. Zhang Hong's eyes dodged, and he spoke tremblingly. Money. I saved it for now. I plan to use it to subsidize the lab's expenses later, so I didn't report it. Mu Rong was so angry that he laughed. Subsidize the lab's expenses? I think it's to subsidize your personal expenses. Gu Yang half closed his eyes and asked Su Changshang beside him. How big is the price difference between qualified experimental mice and defective ones? Can you help me calculate it? Su Ching immediately replied. Mr. Gu, according to our requirements, a qualified mouse would cost between 2,000 and 3,000 yuan. Second-hand lab mice are meant to be discarded, so they're worthless. I think they're worth 50 yuan at best. Gu Yang was so angry that he laughed on the spot. That means you took 2,000 yuan from each of the mice, and you told me you bought more than 30 in total. Okay, you made tens of thousands of dollars in your first week at work. You probably think you're pretty proud of yourself, right? Zhang Hong was so frightened that he quickly took out his bank card from his pocket. Professor Gu, I can return the money to the company. As a respected figure like you, please forgive me. I will definitely work hard for you in the future. Mu Rong stared at the guy kneeling on the ground in front of him with disgust, feeling disgusted. Money is not important to me, but time is important to me. You delayed my research for a day, and I'm very angry. After finishing speaking, Gu Yang turned around and said to Mu Rong, I'll ask the company's legal department to file a formal lawsuit against him and ask him to return the money I paid and compensate the company for its time. Mu Rong immediately nodded and agreed. No problem, I'll do it right away. Zhang Hong was instantly terrified. Paying compensation was secondary, but if he went to court, this incident would remain on his resume. It would be impossible for him to work in other large companies in the future. It could be said that his life was basically over. No company would dare to hire an employee who starts to be greedy for money as soon as he starts working. Zhang Hong was so anxious that he kowtowed to Gu Yang frantically. Mr. Gu, Professor Gu, please give me a chance. I just graduated not long ago. I'm not sensible. I already know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Gu Yang ignored him and turned to look at the female employee who had replaced Su Changsheng as his assistant. I'll leave this matter to you. I need to see qualified experimental mice delivered to me tomorrow. I won't allow any more of my time to be wasted, understand? These young people in front of him were all frightened by Gu Yang. Originally, Gu Yang always gave people the impression of a warm morning sun, and it was precisely because of this warm image that Zhang Hong had different thoughts. As the saying goes, good people are often bullied. This is the truth. Who could have imagined that seeing such a gentle person get angry could be so terrifying, leaving no room for retreat? The female employee nodded immediately. No problem, Professor Gu. I will definitely see to it. Zhang Hong suddenly felt like he was sentenced to death, and his extreme anger made him lose his mind in an instant. He looked at Gu Yang in the wheelchair in front of him and became increasingly unable to control himself. The next moment, he actually grabbed a huge glass bottle on the lab table and rushed towards Gu Yang, ready to smash the glass bottle in his hand on Gu Yang's head. You bastard, you forced me to do this. If I can't live a good life, you can't live an easy life either. Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene. Su Changsheng, who was closest to Gu Yang, rushed over first, firmly protecting Gu Yang under her body, trying to use her body to block the heavy blow. However, Gu Yang turned around with a scornful smile on his face. Zhang Hong's movements were pitifully slow. He calmly freed up one hand and easily grabbed Zhang Hong's wrist. Zhang Hong felt like the bones in his wrist were about to break. What a great strength! Then Gu Yang gave a light pull, and Zhang Hong lost his balance and fell towards Gu Yang, as if he had deliberately put his face into Gu Yang's fist. After one punch, Zhang Hong fell to the ground, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Gu Yang shook his hands and chuckled and said, Young people nowadays have good sleep quality and can fall asleep as soon as they lie down. Everyone, please stop making fun of us and get back to work. Chapter 104 Chapter 104 Direct Human Experiment. Su Changsheng, who was lying in front of Gu Yang, blinked her eyes. She had been prepared to be hit, but when she turned around, she found that the murderer was already lying on the ground and snoring. It was a complete reversal of opposites. She looked at Gu Yang in disbelief. No way, Mr. Gu. Are you really that strong? You are simply the legendary macho man. Gu Yang looked at her and chuckled. What kind of weird adjective is that? I'm a cultured person. How can I be described as a macho man? Su Changsheng said excitedly. That means he is a man of both civil and military talents, an unrivaled talent. The laboratory is under surveillance anyway, so what he did was completely self-defense. He was not worried about getting into trouble at all. He left the rest to Mu Rong. Unfortunately, the experiment could not continue. The other colleagues who joined the company looked at Zhang Hong lying on the ground with some sympathy in their eyes. This is a typical example of throwing away watermelons for sesame seeds. Although they have only worked together for 2 days, anyone with eyes can see that Gu Yang is definitely a top professor who is hiding his true potential. The nano-targeted immune activation drug currently under research is so complete that it only needs to complete a few simple rounds of tests and then go through the above process before it can be released to the market. By then, although everyone is just a bystander, at least they can get the title of a founding veteran. Even if I don't work here in the future, my resume will look much better thanks to my participation in such an amazing project. But Zhang Hong messed it all up for a little bit of profit. It can be said that his entire career has been ruined. All the medical knowledge he learned in college for so many years was wasted now. What a pity, what a pity. Although everyone has some friendship with Zhang Hong, no one stood up to plead for Zhang Hong at this moment. This is the workplace. Interests are paramount. Who would be willing to delay their own future for someone they have only known for a few days? Just as Gu Yang was about to leave work, a light cough was heard at the door. Everyone turned around and saw a middle-aged woman who looked a little haggard. Although this middle-aged woman had tried her best to dress herself up a little more energetically. Everyone present was a medical student, and they could tell at a glance that this woman was seriously ill and would not live for more than a few days without treatment. But such a seriously ill woman had a warm smile on her face, as if she didn't care about her health at all. She spoke softly. "Sorry to bother you all. I'm here to participate in an experiment." Su Qingqing's eyes lit up instantly, and she ran over in 2 or 3 steps and threw herself into the woman's arms. "Mom, why are you here?" Matsu Kavisu Henking's head lovingly. "While I'm still in good health and can help Changsheng, I have to act quickly. I never thought that my tattered body could be of great use at the last moment. I was so happy all night yesterday." When Su Changsheng heard what her mother said, her eyes turned red. "No, it won't happen. Mr. Gu can cure Mom. Don't worry, you will definitely be able to stay healthy and accompany me." Mother Su didn't say anything, but just kept smiling. She knew very well that the cure rate for cancer was not that high, let alone for a newly researched drug. As one of the first experimenters, the outcome was bound to be not good. But his daughter is now working on this project. If he can help and make her work go more smoothly, that would be great. As for whether he can survive or not, it doesn't matter at all. Guiyang also saw the determination in Su's mother's eyes at this time, and thought, he came here with the mentality of being certain of death. Am I so untrustworthy? Well, it's probably because cancer has such a bad reputation. Mother Su raised her head and looked at Guiyang. "This must be Professor Gu. Our Changsheng is very lucky thanks to your care." As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and gently shook hands with Guiyang. It was an extremely weak hand. "Aunt Su is so polite. It must be Changsheng who took care of me more," Guiyang said. Mother Su continued, "I've been outside for a while now, but because Changsheng told me in advance, the security guard didn't stop me. I saw everything that happened. Although the experiment on the mice failed, the medicine is still effective. Otherwise, let me do it. Human experiments are always more convincing than animal experiments, aren't they?" When Su Changsheng heard this, she immediately became anxious. "Mom, you can't do this. It's illegal to skip animal testing and go straight to human testing." Mother Su shook her head. "We didn't skip the animal testing. We've already done it, and the results are very good. Besides, I participated voluntarily, so I always have my own personal freedom. Although the procedure is a little irregular, you can find a way to fix it later, so it won't be a big problem." Guiyang was also a little surprised when he heard this. He had heard about Su Qingqing's mother from her mouth. She was an extremely open-minded woman, but he didn't expect her to be so courageous. "Aunt Su, I must remind you that this medicine of ours has not yet undergone any human trials, and it has not even passed animal trials. If it were to act directly on you, there might be some unexpected consequences." Mother Su didn't care. "It doesn't matter. If we need to conduct animal experiments, then get approval and registration, and then conduct human experiments, how long will it take? Can my body hold on until then? The experiment on mice just now failed. Wasn't it because the physical fitness of these mice was too poor? If I delay, I might end up like these little white mice. Well, I can still bear it. Let's do it right away." Once this reason was given, even Guiyang was speechless. I didn't expect that Su Qingqing's mother is not only open-minded, but also brave to such an extent that people admire her. Since she said so, Guiyang would not be like a man if he continued to be shy. He said with a firm look in his eyes, "In that case, let's do as Aunt Su says. But don't worry, Annie. Although our medicine has not yet passed all the tests, I have deduced it countless times in my mind, so it can be said to be 90% certain. Now, please have a comprehensive physical examination first. As long as you pass, we will start right away." Mother Su nodded, took off her coat, and started the physical examination with several young staff members around her. At the same time, she turned back to look at Guiyang. "I believe you, but if anything unexpected happens, don't feel guilty. I'm happy to be able to help. Take good care of our Changsheng." Guiyang didn't know how to respond when he heard this. Why did this feel a bit like entrusting one's son to someone else in Baidi City? Take good care of Changsheng. How should I take care of her? I can't marry her. I'm not interested in her. But looking at Mother Su's eager eyes, Guiyang also understood that if the treatment was unsuccessful, Mother Su's life would probably come to an end. She just wanted to use her last vitality to find a support and a future for her daughter. This is great maternal love. Guyang still couldn't bear to refuse. Okay, don't worry, Aunt Sue. If anything unexpected happens, I will agree to your request. Su Chengqing was so stupid that she didn't understand what her mother meant. She continued to comfort her. Don't worry, Mom. Mr. Gu is very capable. You will definitely get better. A bottle of this special medicine costs tens of thousands of yuan. It's definitely not a scam. After hearing this, Mother Su laughed and joked. Is that so? Then I made a killing. Mr. Gu won't blame me for taking advantage of you, right? Guyang Laoget. Don't worry, I'm not short of money. Chapter 105 Chapter 105 The experiment was a complete success. While Su Chengqing was busy preparing, she turned around and said to Guyang, Mr. Gu, if the results today are good, I can take the corresponding experimental data to see Dean Fong. Dean Fong will definitely be willing to help us. Guyang nodet sleekly. It's a bit far to talk about this now. Let's focus on your mother first. After the examination, it was found that Mother Sue's physical condition was indeed very bad, and the cancer cells had even begun to spread. In this case, it is estimated that chemotherapy in the hospital will hardly achieve any ideal results. Ever since her mother was diagnosed with cancer, Su Chengqing has never gone to the hospital for a checkup, out of sight and out of mind. When Su Chengqing received the examination report, tears welled up in her eyes. She had not expected that her mother's health had reached this point. If you don't get treatment, even if there is a treatment later, it may not be effective. It's not some magical elixir. How can it be a 100% cure? Su Chengqing's voice was filled with tears as she handed the medical report to Guyang. Mr. Gu, do you think my mother is in good health now? Guyang carefully checked every data in the inspection report. After reading it, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a big deal. There's still time. Let's get started. Hearing this, Su Chengqing breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chengqing took the next step personally. She drew out the medicine from the bottle and slowly injected it into her mother's body. She sat in front of the bed, observing her mother's physical changes very nervously. In fact, the one who should be more nervous is Sue's mother herself, but there is no expression of excessive nervousness on Sue's mother's face. Instead, she keeps looking at Su Chengqing with a gentle smile. In Guyang's opinion, this feeling was as if Mother Su was preparing to see her daughter more at the end of her life, which made people feel a little distressed. The rest of the laboratory staff were surrounding Mother Su, constantly checking and recording all her physical changes. Su Chengqing held her mother's hand tightly. Mom, how are you feeling now? Are you feeling unwell? Mother Su patted Su Chengqing's hand gently and responded. Silly child, the needle was just injected. How could it be so fast? Even if it was a meal, it probably hasn't even reached the stomach yet. Su Chengqing smiled awkwardly, knowing that she was a little too anxious. After about 10 minutes, the medicine finally began to take effect. Mother Su's skin was slightly red and her body temperature rose slightly. Su Chengqing noticed this change keenly and immediately asked, Mom, do you feel anything now? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Mother Su squinted her eyes and felt it carefully, then shook her head. It's not a big deal. I just feel a little hot, a little weak, and a little dizzy. But strangely, I feel quite comfortable. Guyang also pushed his electric wheelchair to the bedside, recording the data while asking other staff members, How is your heart rate changing? The patient's heart rate was slightly disordered and weak before, but now it has gradually become stable and strong. The medicine should be working. Aunt Sue now feels that her immune system has been fully activated and is starting to eliminate the cancer cells. After hearing this, Su Chengqing's face showed obvious surprise. As expected, Guyang's expression did not change much, and he continued to ask, How do blood oxygen levels change? Professor Gu, the blood oxygen saturation value displayed on the monitor has begun to rise steadily and is gradually reaching normal levels. Observe the changes in blood pressure again. Professor Gu, this is amazing. His blood pressure has started to rise and is now within the normal range. Check the level of cancer cells in the blood. A staff member in front of another testing instrument, not far away, quickly answered. The level of cancer cells in the blood is rapidly decreasing. It is certain that the cancer cells in Aunt Sue's body are being quickly eliminated. All the news coming from various testing instruments is good news. Su Chengqing was so excited that tears fell from her eyes. She jumped over and hugged Guyang's neck and shouted excitedly, Mr. Gu, you are a genius. You are so great. You saved my mother. From now on, you will be my idol. From now on, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Guyang gently patted Su Qingqing's back, letting her calm down slowly. Forget it, as long as you don't want my money. Su Qingqing immediately bolted. Mr. Gu, you really spoil the fun. Please don't make me hate you. Mother Su, who was lying on the hospital bed, frowned and scolded Su Chengsheng. Chengsheng, how can you be so rude? How can you talk to Professor Gu like that? Su Chengsheng suddenly felt very aggrieved. How come even her own mother is on someone else's side? Guyang turned his head and looked at Mother Su and asked, Is the situation better now? Do you still feel anything? Mother Su thought for a while and then looked up and said, I feel like I need to go to the bathroom, but I don't have much strength. I might need Chengsheng to help me. Guyang nodded and agreed to the request. Then Su Chengsheng helped her mother go to the toilet. More than 10 minutes later, Mother Su, who had just finished using the toilet, was even weaker and almost entirely relied on Su Qingqing's support to come back. Although I felt weak physically, my complexion looked much better. This is because the body has been suffering from illness for a long time, and now a lot of energy has been consumed in the body to eliminate cancer cells. With a little replenishment, the body will recover soon. Su Chengsheng immediately reported, Professor Gu, I just noticed that my mother's urine is much darker than before, and there are a lot of particles and flocks in her excrement. Guyang nodded after hearing this. Very good. This means that the cancer cells in Annie's body have been eliminated and excreted. It seems that the efficacy of the drug is the same as our initial expectations, and the first injection can eliminate a large number of cancer cells in the body. But this is just the beginning. Aunt Sue needs to rest well in the future. After about a week to a month, when your body has recovered better, come for the second injection immediately. The second shot can completely restore your health and basically eliminate all cancer cells in your body. If conditions permit, you can come for the third shot. The third shot can even build up a defense barrier in the body to prevent the cancer from returning. After hearing these words, Sue's mother's face was full of disbelief. Even if she is open-minded, who would want to die? How happy it is to be able to live and accompany my daughter. She had already resigned herself to her fate and was ready to accept the result. But she didn't expect Guyang to pull her back from the brink of death. Mother Sue didn't care about her weak body. She immediately knelt on the ground with a plop and wanted to kowtow in the direction of Guyang. Guyang was terrified. He was sitting in a wheelchair and had no time to help himself. He could only shout to Su Chengsheng beside him. What are you standing there for? Help your mother up. Who would have thought that Su Chengsheng also followed her mother and knelt on the ground, and the two of them kowtowed heavily to Guyang. It's over, it's over. This is going to shorten my life. Mother Su slowly raised her head. Thank you, Professor Gu, for your kindness. From today on, you will be our greatest benefactor, mother and daughter. Guyang waved his hands repeatedly. You don't have to be like that. In a sense, you guys have helped me a lot. Maybe I should even say thank you. If it weren't for you, I guess no one would be willing to take the risk. Su Chengsheng patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Mr. Gu. I'll compile a complete set of relevant videos and experimental data in a moment. Even if I have to tie Dean Fong up tomorrow, I'll bring him to you. Guyang nodded. Very good, then I'll leave this task to you. After saying that, Guyang yawned. It's getting late and dark. Let's go home first. Aunt Sue, you must remember to come here every day. We need to examine your physical condition in detail. Mother Sue quickly said that it was no problem. Mr. Gu is available at any time. Chapter 106 Chapter 106 Dark Night. I'm waiting for you. Today's work ends here. Although there were some minor problems in the middle, overall, the progress even exceeded Gu Yang's imagination. There are even human experimental data. Next, Mu Rong will just have to arrange the patent application and listing process. If we can get Fang Yinji's help, we can even speed up the process. All things are difficult at the beginning. After returning home and having dinner, Guyang lay on the bed and began to think about his next move. My first step will undoubtedly require a little help, because I have no fame and no credibility at the moment. But once the nano-targeted immune activation drug comes out and is a complete success, there is no doubt that he will become a well-known figure to everyone. The money earned is secondary, and status and position are incomparable. With such status and position, it will be natural for me to conduct entrepreneurial research in other areas in the future. Next, Guyang plans to learn more about mechanics. By then, combined with computer knowledge, it is entirely possible to set up a technology company, cooperate with his own biological company, build a fully automatic artificial intelligence factory, start mass production of medicines, and lay the groundwork for further research in the future. If he wants to go a step further, Guyang also wants to develop a super medicine that can regenerate severed limbs to help disabled people regain their health. It can even launch a super soldier serum and reach cooperation with the military. By then, no one will be able to shake his position, and no one will be able to touch him even if he jumps out to expose his identity as the Night Butcher. Thinking of the identity of the Night Butcher, Guyang couldn't help but look forward to tonight's journey. In the commercial building purchased by Meng Xiao had already closed the door of his office. Even his trusted subordinate, Black Skull, could only report to him at the door. Brother Meng, I have already made arrangements for tonight. Do you want me to send a few more bodyguards to guard the door? After all, the Night Butcher is not necessarily someone who is easy to talk to. Meng Xiao in the room slowly spoke. No need. I don't think those people you arranged can stop the Night Butcher. Don't do anything. It will appear more sincere. After listening to this, Black Skull's eyes showed some worry, but he could only nod. He was called Black Skull because he was very skinny and had dark skin. After following Meng Xiao in the underworld for a few years, he has made a name for himself, so he was given the nickname Black Skull. After confirming some details of the operation with Meng Xiao again, Black Skull turned and left. When he went downstairs, he turned around and instructed the two young men in suits standing beside him. Although Brother Meng said it's not necessary, we younger brothers still have to do our jobs well. Tonight, you should arrange a few good men to bring guns and lie in ambush quietly on the floor below. If anything happens, block the corridor and elevator immediately, and make sure to protect Brother Haoming. If necessary, kill the Butcher of the Night directly. Do you understand? Hearing this, the two younger brothers beside him looked a little withdrawn. Us? Let us kill the Night Butcher? Brother Skeleton, this guy seems difficult to deal with. We are a little unsure. The Black Skull glared at them with dismay. You idiots! I asked you to bring your guns. Are you afraid? No matter how strong he is, isn't he still a human being? I'm asking you, would he die if he were shot? Does he have a heart and a brain? With so many of us, so many guns, and in such a cramped building, would he have room to hide? Answer me. Look at my eyes. You're still unsure. I don't have your mother. The two younger brothers beside him were scolded so badly that they didn't even dare to raise their heads. After taking 2 deep breaths, Black Skull said, Never mind. I'll go with you tonight. Besides us, we'll have to recruit 20 more people. They must be brothers you trust completely, and they must be fully armed. Understood, Brother Skeleton. Even Black Skull came on the scene in person. How could these ordinary brothers with lower status dare to say a word of objection? It was considered a kindness not to let them rush to the front as the Suicide Squad. After nightfall, a dark shadow appeared out of nowhere at the top of the signal tower. This is Gu Yang, who has turned into a ghost, and he is also the Night Butcher that everyone is afraid of. Ever since he acquired the powerful ability of the ghost body, Gu Yang's favorite thing is to use his new body to stand at the highest point and look down at the night view of the city. This feeling is so beautiful, as if the Emperor is inspecting his own kingdom. Night is my world. After the Night Butcher returned to the world yesterday, it was obvious that the gangsters in the city had become more restrained. No one wanted to run into the murderous Night Butcher in the middle of the night, and no one wanted to experience the thrill of having their head chopped off by a knife. But to be honest, Guyang actually enjoys the feeling of being feared. During the day, I am respected and loved, and at night, I am feared and hated. What a wonderful experience. Guyang casually took out a cup of steaming milk tea from his shadow space. I have to say, this ghost body is really useful. It even has its own storage space. Sitting on top of a signal tower over 500 meters high and drinking milk tea is probably a wonderful experience that most people will never have the chance to experience in their lifetime. After finishing this cup of milk tea, Guyang was going to go down and inspect his territory to see if there was any blind little cutie who would offer his head to him. However, at this moment, he was attracted by the lights in the distance. Not far away, there is a huge office building that is almost as tall as a signal tower. At this moment, the lights in each room of the office building are flashing one after another. If you were standing on the ground, you might not be able to see the pattern clearly, but Guyang, who was standing on the top of the tower, could see it at a glance. The lights in each room of this office building were flashing, and they were actually conveying some kind of information. These lighted rooms are connected together to form a word, which changes every 2 seconds. Guyang took a closer look and saw 6 words in total. Dark night. I am waiting for... The corners of the ghost Guyang's mouth rose slightly. Is it really that interesting? Could it be that the word night refers to me? There are actually people who want to meet the Night Butcher these days. They really are not afraid of death. Or is this a sting operation by law enforcement? Guyong was confused for a moment and had no idea what the guy who came up with these words wanted to express. But since the other party wants to meet, then let's meet. Anyway, I'm skilled and brave. He transformed into a shadow and instantly reached the interior of the building. Using the spreading shadow as an information searchlight, the abnormality was quickly discovered. The building has a total of 112 floors, and there is no one on the 110 floors below, not even a security guard on duty. On the 110th floor, there were many people hiding in several rooms, nearly 30 in total, and each of them was carrying a weapon. They were silent and hid in the shadows, as if they were lying in ambush. Interesting. Is this a trap set for me? Guyong continued to explore upwards and discovered that there was an extremely spacious office at the deepest part of the 112th floor. At this moment, there was not even a light on in the office, and it was almost pitch dark. But in this darkness, there was a man sitting at the desk, smoking silently. It looked like he had been smoking for a long time, and the whole room was filled with smoke. If a non-smoker walked in, he would probably be suffocated on the spot. It felt like smoking bacon. The ashtray on the desk was almost full. Interesting. Is this guy the leader of this group? Is he the one who's asking me out? Guyong checked the room and confirmed that there was no surveillance equipment. Then he slowly moved himself into a corner hidden by a bookshelf. The moment the ghost Guyong appeared, the temperature of the entire room dropped a few degrees, and the figure sitting on the office chair shivered slightly. You're here. Chapter 107. Chapter 107. Your neck smells so good. The ghost Guyong spoke in a very hoarse voice, which seemed to come from the depths of the underworld, making one's scalp tingle. Are you waiting for me? The moment he heard this voice, the man sitting in the office chair shuddered slightly and hurriedly lit a new cigarette for himself before forcing himself to calm down. Yes, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're later than I expected. Guyong did not go out, but stood in the shadows and continued to answer. Sorry, I was a little thirsty when I went out just now. I bought a cup of milk tea. The person sitting in the office chair was also stunned for a moment. He never expected to get this answer. The night butcher actually likes to drink milk tea? This is too much. If I go back and post online that the night butcher likes to drink milk tea, I will probably be scolded to death. How could such a mysterious and powerful butcher drink such a junk drink? The man in the wheelchair continued. Let me introduce myself. My name is Meng Xiao. I'm Xiong Chuan's apprentice and the current owner of the underground boxing gym. Hearing this, Guyong instantly became interested. The people in this underground boxing gym are really capable. I have killed 2 bosses, but there are still new people appearing. There are so many talented people. And this third one is even bolder. He even dares to invite me to the banquet. He is really awesome. The ghost Guyang's voice appeared with a hint of ridicule. You don't want to avenge those 2 idiots, do you? Meng Xiao shook his head. How could this be? In a sense, I should thank you first. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be qualified to sit in this position. The reason we invited Mr. Butcher this time is to reach a cooperation with you. Anyway, the night was long and there was nothing to do. Guyong was quite curious about the man in front of him. Tell me, how do we cooperate? It's simple. Mr. Butcher upholds justice in the dark. He must also like watching superhero movies, right? Like Batman, Spider-Man, Iron Man, etc. They are just and strong, just like you. But there's one thing you cannot compare to them. Meng Xiao said this with great confidence. Ghost Guyong asked back, why am I not as good as them? Meng Xiao blew out a smoke ring and replied, status and position. Those superheroes don't need to hide in the dark and be timid like you, and even be hunted by law enforcement. Not only can they act openly in the daytime, but they also enjoy the love of everyone, and even the national level has to treat them with courtesy. Mr. Butcher, do you want to enjoy this kind of treatment? Ghost Guyong really wanted to answer. I don't even want to. Laying all your cards on the table for everyone to see is the act of a fool. I kill people not to show off, but more to obtain a constant supply of life force to improve myself. Why do I need fame, fortune, or wealth? However, he did not answer, which made Meng Xiao think that he had seen through the night butcher. He went on to say, the reason why those people can't achieve this is entirely because they have an assistant by their side. Not only can it help them develop action plans, but it can also help them handle other aspects of their work. Mr. Butcher, you are in great need of such an assistant, and I happen to be very willing to take on this new position. Ghost Guyang understood instantly. After laying the groundwork for so long, it turned out that the key point was here. Is this boss direct hire? You want to be my assistant? What can you do? Even after chatting for a while, Meng Xiao couldn't help but complain in his heart that the voice of the night butcher was too unpleasant, like a demon from hell. It must have been processed with a voice changer. How could a person have such an unpleasant voice? Just listening to it makes people feel creepy and their backs go cold. Meng Xiao continued to introduce himself. I naturally have important value that cannot be replaced. First of all, I am rich and well-connected, and I can find out for you all the information you want. I can make a detailed plan for you, including who are the most evil people in this city, where are they hiding now, and how to kill them with the greatest benefit. Secondly, I have a large number of online anchors and self-media accounts at my disposal, which can create an overwhelming public opinion storm for you, making you a national hero in minutes and gaining everyone's support. Even the law enforcement agencies will have to be cautious when facing you at that time and will not dare to arrest you in a high-profile manner. Otherwise, they will be boycotted by the whole nation. With my help, Mr. Butcher can complete various beheading tasks more easily and efficiently, and at the same time gain both fame and fortune. Today, I didn't turn on the lights and didn't bring anyone with me, which has fully confirmed my sincerity. How about this, Mr. Butcher? Can you consider my suggestion? The ghost Gu Yong looked at Meng Xiao, whose face he could not see clearly in the darkness. I have to say that this guy is a talent. He actually came up with such an idea. As the saying goes, Sima Zhao's intentions are known to all. If Meng Xiao cooperated with him, the benefits he could gain from him would definitely be huge. Just relying on his own means to help him kill anyone would be enough for him to dominate the entire underground world. But the key is that the benefits you can get are real, which makes it hard to refuse. The more the ghost Gu Yong remained silent, the more confident Meng Xiao became. He seemed to be certain that no one could refuse such a request, and even when he felt the coldness behind him getting closer and closer, he was not panicked at all. The ghost Gu Yong slowly stood behind Meng Xiao, chuckled and said, "Your idea is great. I'd actually like to agree, but I have something else interesting to do right now." "What is it?" "It's just that your neck looks so fragrant. I really want to chop it." The next moment, the ghost Gu Yong raised his hand high, and a long sword appeared in his hand out of the black shadow. Meng Xiao, who was sitting on the chair, had no time to react. The knife swung down at an extremely fast speed, instantly turning Meng Xiao in front of him into a headless corpse. A weak Yuan Shou energy was transmitted from the inside of this body into the ghost body, and the next moment the ghost body felt the call of the original body. "I've killed someone again. It's time to go back." At this moment, a tick-tick sound came from Meng Xiao in front of him, as if it was a countdown. Guiyang took a closer look and found that this guy was actually connected to countless trigger mechanisms on his body. As long as he cut him with a knife, it would definitely trigger these mechanisms. Without saying a word, he transformed himself into a shadow form and left in an instant. At the same time, there was a loud bang and the entire office exploded, sweeping away everything in the office. When the bodyguards hiding downstairs heard the loud noise, they rushed upstairs without saying a word, guns in their hands. The Black Skull was the first to rush in. "Hurry, hurry, Brother Meng is in danger. Everyone rush. Team 1 will block the escape route. Team 2 will block the elevator entrance, and the rest of you will rush up with me. We must not let that bastard escape from our building today." Nearly 30 bodyguards carrying guns immediately took action. When Black Skull and several of his subordinates rushed to the roof, they saw a raging fire in the room where Meng Xiao was. He didn't care about anything else and quickly smashed the fire cabinet next to him with a punch, took out a fire extinguisher, and rushed inside while putting out the fire. The rest of the people also took extra fire extinguishers or water hoses and quickly organized a rescue. At this moment, Guiyang, who had regained consciousness, slowly sat up from the bed and looked into the city through the floor-to-ceiling window of the bedroom. He could vaguely see the burning fire. After all, it is a landmark building with more than 100 floors. It is really difficult not to notice such a high and obvious fire. Gu Yang felt the part of life force he had just received from the ghost body, and his expression changed the next moment. "Damn, why is it so little? Ghost, you didn't steal it again, did you?" Chapter 108 Chapter 108 This world is not simple. This time, the lifespan Gu Yang gained was only 1 year. The current remaining lifespan is 221 years. Gu Yang was a little dumbfounded on the spot. This could be said to be the least benefit he had gained since waking up from a vegetative state. In other words, even if Meng Xiao had not intervened, he would not have survived more than 2 years. Moreover, Yuan Shou only represents a theoretical maximum value. Does that guy only have 1 year left to live? This is unreasonable. As Xiongchuan's apprentice, Meng Xiao is at least a martial artist, even if he hasn't learned the five beast breathing technique. How could his physical fitness only correspond to this lifespan? At this moment, Gu Yang's face turned gloomy. Oh boy, are you kidding me? He really doesn't care about his life. Black Skull and his many minions searched the entire floor but did not find any suspicious people. After the fire in the office was completely extinguished, everyone only saw the charred, headless corpse on the desk. Everything in the office was destroyed in the flames. Even Black Skull himself didn't know that Meng Xiao had hidden a bomb of such terrifying power in the office. He had already made plans for the worst from the beginning. The black skeleton fell to his knees in front of the charred corpse and burst into tears. Brother Meng, why are you so pessimistic? Why are we going to provoke that night butcher? Now it's good. I can cremate it directly and even save the money of going to the crematorium. The younger brothers around Black Skull looked at each other in disbelief. The obviously powerful Meng Xiao died, just like that. Was it that simple? Seeing them all standing there, Black Skull angrily kicked one of them and cursed. What are you all doing here? Find it for me now. Find Brother Meng's head back. Do you want Brother Meng to be torn to pieces? What a bunch of idiots. How could I brought up a bunch of idiots like you? The Black Skull was very angry at the moment, and no one dared to say a word even though he was scolded to death. Finally, the head that had been burned beyond recognition was found in a pile of rubble. The Black Skull held the head carefully in both hands and slowly placed the charred body on the office chair on the ground, preparing to put the head and body together. At this moment, the elevator behind them rang with a ding-dong sound, and everyone at the scene immediately took out the pistols from their waists and pointed the muzzles at the elevator entrance. Is the night butcher back? Bastard, this madman actually dared to come back after killing someone. Just when everyone was getting nervous, the elevator door slowly opened, and a person no one expected appeared in the elevator. It was none other than the current owner of a boxing gym, Meng Xiao. In an instant, everyone shuddered with fear. The black skeleton who was busy collecting Meng Xiao's body jumped up directly from the ground. Oh my God, there's a ghost. Brother Meng, don't worry. After I bury your body, I will immediately go find that night butcher to avenge you. It's no use rushing me now. Meng Xiao, with a cigar in his mouth, strode up to the charred corpse and kicked the head away with a casual kick. It's just a substitute I found. Why should I be so restrained? The Black Skull only reacted at this moment. He carefully touched Meng Xiao's hand, felt the warm temperature, breathed a sigh of relief, and then his face was filled with excitement. Brother Meng, you're all right. I was wondering, how could such a clever old fox like you do something so dangerous? It turns out you have a stand-in. Meng Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Please make it clear what the positive and negative words are when you speak next time. It sounds really awkward. Black Skull smiled awkwardly. Oh, the meaning is almost right. Chinese culture is broad and profound. It's not easy for me to remember these few words. Meng Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to him and continued to explain. I haven't even told you about this operation. It's a serious matter and needs to be kept secret. I hope you understand. I found this person specifically. He has a terminal illness and won't live for many days. He just wants to make a lot of money before he dies. I communicated with him using a wireless headset, manipulating him to negotiate with the night butcher. If it worked, that would be great. If not, I would let him and the night butcher die together. Unfortunately, the result was not what I had hoped for. The negotiations were unsuccessful, and the night butcher did not die. Hearing this, Black Skull widened his eyes, looking incredulous. No way, Brother Meng. That guy was able to escape with such a close-range explosion. My brothers and I were on guard the entire time, and we didn't see anyone coming in or out. How did this guy escape? Could he be a ghost? According to Meng Xiao's design, the bomb will be triggered when the night butcher kills the substitute with a knife, leaving him with only 1 or 2 seconds to escape. Even if he is a world sprint champion, it is impossible to escape from the explosion area in just 1 or 2 seconds. This is not a movie. But Meng Xiao was also very surprised by the current result. After carefully examining the scene, he came to a shocking conclusion. Not only was the night butcher not injured in the explosion, there wasn't even a drop of his blood at the scene. He wasn't injured at all, which was completely out of the question. How the hell did this guy do it? After a brief thought, Meng Xiao slowly answered. I think this night butcher must have mastered some abilities that ordinary people simply don't have the chance to master. Black Skull looked curious. What ability? I don't know either, but this world is far more complicated than we imagine. You know my master Xiongchuan the strong physical fitness he has demonstrated cannot be achieved through ordinary training. I vaguely heard that Xiongchuan seemed to have mastered an ancient martial arts breathing method. It was precisely with this breathing method that he possessed powerful strength that ordinary people could not imagine. Even at an old age, he could still sit firmly on the throne of the #1 master in the underground boxing gym. It's a pity that my master died so suddenly that he didn't have the chance to pass on this breathing method. In addition to the legendary ancient martial arts schools, I also heard that there's a group of ninjas on the island country who are good at strange ninjutsu, similar to the 5 elements escape technique, illusion technique, etc., which are also beyond what ordinary people know. In my opinion, this night butcher must have mastered similar abilities. The Black Skull was frightened. Doesn't this mean that the guy is like a superpower? Then why should we do anything? We can just surrender. Meng Xiao laughed. You overestimate these extraordinary abilities. In fact, these powerful abilities either require countless days and months of training, or require huge costs when used, and their effects are far less exaggerated than the so-called superpowers. Take Xiongchuan, for example. Even if he trained for another 100 years, the ancient martial arts breathing techniques he possessed wouldn't be able to stop a bullet from hitting his head. They were simply things that had been eliminated by the times. Hearing this, Black Skull breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was still a chance to win. If he was not invincible, he would not despair. Black Skull asked, Brother Meng, what should we do next? After thinking for a moment, Meng Xiao slowly spoke. Since the cooperation with the Night Butcher has failed, we are now enemies. When dealing with the enemy, we must use all means necessary to destroy it in one fell swoop and never give it a chance to breathe. I won't be able to show up during this period, so I'll leave the management of the company to you. You take out all the money on the account and contact the island country. There is a secret organization called Shadow God Sect, which is the world's top killer organization. Every member of it is a top ninja who has been trained since childhood and masters a variety of powerful ninjutsu. With the amount of money in our company's current account, it should be easy for a Jonin to take action against a small night butcher. Black Skull immediately nodded in agreement. No problem, Brother Meng. I will definitely get this done. At this moment, he suddenly saw the corpse on the ground out of the corner of his eye, turned around and asked, Brother Meng, how much reward did you promise this guy? Should I give him the money? Meng Xiao smiled coldly. He neither facilitated the collaboration with the night butcher nor blew that bastard to death. So how dare he take the money? Wrap up the body and throw it into the river to feed the fish. Chapter 109. Chapter 109. We are a psychic family. Guiyang got up and had just finished washing up when his cell phone rang. It was Su Changxing calling. Mr. Gu, are you up? I have something important to report. Guiyang yawned while sitting in his wheelchair and said, Go ahead, I'm listening. I have submitted yesterday's experimental data and video to Dean Fong. Dean Fong attaches great importance to it and said that he will come to our laboratory in person today. However, cancer is not Dean Fong's expertise, so he will also bring another Vice Dean Su. The vice president is a professor of oncology and holds a high position in the academic community, but he has a bad temper and is difficult to deal with. If this communication can impress both President Fong and Vice President Su, any of our procedures can be handled as quickly as possible. Mr. Gu must be careful later and must not offend the vice president. Even if he says something harsh, don't get angry with him. That's just his personality, and he doesn't necessarily have any ill intentions towards Mr. Gu. After listening to Su Qingqing's words, Guiyang immediately formed a general impression of this legendary oncology professor. Isn't this the kind of guy with a very high IQ and very low EQ? However, no matter who comes, Guiyang has 100% confidence in his nano-targeted immune activation drug, and no one can prevent this miraculous drug from coming out. Any obstacles that stand in your way will only lead to regret in the end. Don't worry. Thank you for your hard work. I'll take care of all the precautions. If everything goes well, I'll give you a chicken drumstick tonight. Su Qingchang couldn't help laughing on the phone when she heard this. Mr. Gu, you were so careless that you were still in the mood to joke at this time. The appointment time yesterday was around 9 o'clock in the morning, and now there is only a little over an hour left. Mr. Gu, shall I pick you up from work? Okay, I'll wait for you at the door. After a while, Su Changqing appeared in front of Gu Yang's house driving a car. In order to facilitate travel, Gu Yang bought this car with his own money, but temporarily gave the right of use to Su Changqing. It must be said that Su Changqing has quite a lot of work to do now. She has to work as a nurse in the hospital, as a caregiver for Gu Yang, as a driver, and as Gu Yang's assistant in the laboratory. She has to do the work of 4 or 5 people by herself. She is simply a super ox among oxen and horses. Sitting in the car, we drove towards the laboratory. On the way, Su Changshang kept introducing the incoming professor of oncology, Vice Dean Su. This vice president does hold a very high position in the academic community, but his emotional intelligence is rather low, and he has offended quite a few people. Otherwise, with his knowledge and experience, he would have been the dean long ago, not just the vice president. Perhaps because she was too engrossed in the conversation, Su Changxing didn't notice that there were 2 women, one old and one young, climbing over the railing on the side of the road ahead. Su Changxing was so scared that she stepped on the brakes reflexively and the car stalled on the spot. The vehicle behind was also startled. Fortunately, the driver behind was skilled and quick to react, and he quickly moved around to the side. When passing by Su Qingqing's car window, he lowered his head and cursed. She's a road killer, right? With her skills, she should just go home and push a cart. What's the point of driving a car? Su Changcheng was furious after being scolded a few times. She looked up at the 2 people crossing the road who had just completed the hurdle jump. She was so angry that she stretched her neck out of the window and shouted, "What's wrong with you two? Do you even understand traffic rules? There's a zebra crossing less than 100 meters ahead. Can't you just walk across and wait for the traffic light? Do you have to be killed to be satisfied?" At this time, Guyang also slowly raised his head and saw the appearance of the 2 women, one old and one young. The old woman with the cane looked to be close to 80 years old, but her complexion was quite rosy, and it was obvious that she had taken a lot of supplements. The other girl, about 20 years old, had 2 ponytails and tilted her head back, looking as if she didn't take anyone seriously. After hearing Su Chengqing's scolding, the old woman was not in a hurry at all. She sat down in the middle of the road and scolded Su Chengqing. "I don't understand what the hell is going on with zebra crossings and rhino crossings. I just know I have to go through here. Don't think you're great just because you're driving a tin box. If you have the guts, just run over me." The girl next to him was also arrogant, looking down on others and scolding Su Chengqing. "Why are you so fierce? You scared us, and we haven't bothered you yet. I tell you, you have to pay for the mental damages, or you can't leave today." Su Chengqing was speechless for a moment. After all this time, this was just a scam. Because there was other important work to do today, Su Changcheng didn't want to waste time, so she turned the steering wheel all the way to the right and prepared to turn and leave. But who would have thought that the old woman and her granddaughter would move extremely quickly to the front of the car? No matter how Su Changcheng changed direction, these 2 people seemed determined not to let her leave today. Su Changcheng gritted her teeth in anger. This is too much. It was these 2 guys who were jaywalking and nearly caused a car accident. I reprimanded them for their safety, but they didn't listen. Su Changqing was not convinced and wanted to open the window to continue arguing with the 2 men. However, Guyang lost his patience. He had an important client today. If he was delayed because of these 2 scammers, it would be a big loss. After rolling down the window, Guyang looked at the grandparents and grandchildren in front of him with an indifferent expression. The old man who had just been making a big fuss turned around and glanced at Guyang with disdain on his face. But in that instant, the smile on the old woman's face froze, as if she had seen something horrible. Guyang spoke slowly. "Can you please go away? Don't make me angry." The old woman looked at Guyang with a look that changed from fear at first to excitement, and she asked quickly, "Hey bro, what kind of business are you in? How's the market going lately?" Guyang was somewhat puzzled and impatient, and replied, "What does it have to do with you? Do I need to answer? For someone like you, half of your body is buried in the ground. It's better for you to stay at home and wait for death. If you insist on dying outside, young people won't even be able to find a memorial tablet for you." Before the old woman could say anything, her granddaughter beside her became furious and pointed at Gu Yang's nose and cursed. "What's with that attitude? Did you even have parents to teach you? My grandma is talking to you nicely." But at this moment, the grandmother next to her turned around and slapped her hard on the back of the head. She grimaced in pain, and her lips were almost cracked. The old woman glared at her granddaughter, then turned around and bowed to Gu Yang very seriously, saying, "Let me introduce myself. We are a family of psychics who can establish a communication channel between the dead and the living. My name is Wang Guifeng, and this is my granddaughter, Wang Xiaoyu, the 37th generation successor. Young man, I see a lot of resentment in you, which means that many people must have died because of you recently. If left unchecked, these resentments are likely to bring you bad luck, and in serious cases, even endanger your life. If you trust me, I can help you negotiate with the dead and let them take away the resentment attached to you. How about it? I see that you don't seem to be particularly short of money, so I'll reluctantly accept only 10 million from you. Absolutely great value for money. Chapter 110. Chapter 110. There is a ready-made one. Gu Yang's heart sank, and his eyes were fixed on the two strangers in front of him. Is it just a blind guess, or does he really have the ability? Do you carry resentment with you? Gu Yang's brain was working rapidly at this moment, constantly wondering whether what the two people in front of him said was true or false. However, if a real liar opens his mouth, he will probably just say that the person's forehead is black. There is no reason for him to say that he is full of resentment, or even say that many people have died because of him, right? Isn't this asking for a beating? From a distance, Gu Yang had a gloomy face and looked hesitant. Wang Guifeng laughed cheerfully, dusted off her clothes, and said, I've seen many young people like you. They think they can join the underworld and kill people if they have some strength, and they think they can escape legal punishment if they have some background. However, this world is about cause and effect, and there are many secrets behind the world that you can't even imagine. I only need one look to see that you're not a good person. Young man, you're lucky to have met me. Don't think that this money is wasted. Let me tell you, there's a night butcher in your Tianxin city recently, right? He is very arrogant. I heard that even the top detective and the captain of the criminal investigation team couldn't do anything to him. Guess what? They spent 50 million to invite me to do the job. I'll only charge you 10 million. So just be happy. Gu Yang's pupils shrank again. If he had some doubts about these two guys just now, it is now almost certain that they definitely have some inhuman means. And their arrival was definitely because of Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun. Ugh, I saved you, and you're repaying me with evil, right? It seems that the knife in my hand is not fast enough. But even though Gu Yang has confirmed that the two people in front of him have real abilities, he absolutely cannot admit it at this moment. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Gu Yang, who was sitting in the car, thought for a moment and sneered at Wang Xiaoyu and Wang Guifeng. These days, beggars who try to scam people have learned new tricks. If you had just said that your forehead was black, I might have praised your professionalism. But you insisted on saying that I was full of resentment because many people had died. That's nonsense. If what you said is true, you should report it to the police. Why are you wasting your time talking to me? You still want another 10 million. You're really asking for it. Wang Xiaoyu next to him stretched his neck in anger. Hey, how dare you call us liars? You're going to be in big trouble soon. Su Changsheng, who was sitting next to Gu Yang, was also very angry at this moment. I was already extremely dissatisfied with these two women because they almost caused a car accident, but now they are still here to cheat people. Su Chengchen immediately cursed. You two are so vicious that you dare to slander such a good person like Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu is the kindest person in the world. How could he have any resentment? Saying that many people died because of Mr. Gu is something only a shameless person would say. Humph, get out of here now. Don't force me to report you to the police and have you arrested. Gu Yang slowly raised his hand to stop Su Changsheng from losing her temper and then said, Don't waste your time with them. They're just poor people on the street who can't afford to eat. Just get rid of them. After saying that, Gu Yang opened the small storage box next to him, took out a few coins from it, and threw them out. The coins clattered and scattered all over the ground. There was about 10 yuan in total. If you can't afford food, use these coins to buy something. Remember to be a good person in the future and don't do such deceptive things. After saying that, Su Changsheng rolled her eyes at the two guys, stepped on the accelerator, and left. Wang Xiaoyu had never experienced such humiliation before, so she stood behind him and pointed at Gu Yang's back, cursing, You bastard! How dare you look down on us? We are a genuine psychic family. You are finished. You will definitely be plagued by bad luck. When you come to us for help, the price will be doubled. No, I will increase it tenfold. In the end, she only saw Gu Yang's hand stretched out of the window, with an extremely slender middle finger raised. Wang Xiaoyu was so angry that her vision went dark, and she almost fainted. She held her grandmother's hand tightly. Grandma, you see he's such a bastard. Let's use some tricks to make him suffer bad luck and die quickly. Wang Guifeng, however, looked extremely solemn and shook her head. No, this young man is definitely not an ordinary person. Judging from the resentment vaguely lingering around him, the number of people who died at his hands was definitely more than 1 or 2, most likely even more than 10. In today's society ruled by law, If someone could kill so many people and still drive around the streets with impunity, he must either have an extraordinary background or have extraordinary means. No matter which one it is, it's not easy to mess with. Let's just bear with it for now. If he comes to ask us for help in the future, we can also make friends with a big shot and make a lot of money. If you don't come, then we'll just treat it as a chance encounter. Wang Xiaoyu was still a little unwilling. Don't we have many ways to exorcise ghosts? Can't we teach him a lesson? Wang Guifang glared at her fiercely. What I taught you is that the spiritualism technique inherited from our family can indeed communicate with ghosts and gods, but it comes at a heavy price of shortening one's lifespan. If it's not necessary, it's best not to do anything. Do you want to be like me when you were 30? As she spoke, Wang Guifang hit her hard on the head, giving her a big bump, as if she wanted to teach her granddaughter a lesson. The granddaughter was in so much pain that tears were about to fall, but she was still unconvinced and muttered, "Grandma, you're lying. You said we can't use psychic magic often, but you still take business everywhere. They've already said they won't cooperate with us, yet you still come here on your own initiative? Why?" Wang Guifang sighed and said earnestly, "Kid, you don't understand. Who can tell the difference between true and false? Besides us, everyone else is an outsider anyway. We don't have to use our real abilities, so naturally we won't waste our lifespans. After I make a lot of money, I'll buy some nourishing foods like century-old ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum, which can help prolong my life." Wang Xiaoyu reacted instantly. "Ah, Grandma, so all those things you did were lies?" Wang Guifang gently pinched Wang Xiaoyu's nose, her face full of doting. "Of course, Grandma is old, and you'll have to handle all these businesses yourself in the future. You have to learn more and not be so honest. For example, the young man just now was full of resentment, and he had countless lives on his hands. Could I really summon the ghosts of those dead people to resolve their resentment? I'm afraid if I really finish this ritual, I will be in the coffin tomorrow. The correct approach is for me to perform some real or fake magic in front of him, then fool him and give him a few amulets to slightly suppress the influence of the resentment. After making money, we will just leave. This is a smart thing to do, as it won't cost you much of your life, and you can still make a lot of money. Do you understand?" Wang Xiaoyu felt as if his Ren and Du meridians had been opened. He nodded repeatedly and then asked, "Grandma, what are you going to do now that the Enforcement Bureau wants us to investigate the identity of the Night Butcher? Let's take it one step at a time. When the time comes, we can also use some mysterious means to cheat the money first. If we really have to reveal the identity of the Night Butcher, we could just make one up." Hearing these 3 words, Wang Xiaoyu immediately had an idea and tentatively said to Wang Guifang, "Grandma, isn't there a ready-made one?" When Wang Guifang heard this, a smile instantly appeared on her face. "My dear granddaughter, you are so smart. We really just happened to come across a ready-made one." Chapter 111 Genius. Absolute genius. Lao Fong, let me tell you, my time is precious. You dragged me here by force and delayed my work for a day. You have to compensate me when the time comes. Su Jianshan sat on the sofa in the VIP living room with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Judging from his appearance, he is a little old man who is only about 1.6 meters tall, but he is a medical leader in the field of oncology. If I hadn't been so stubborn, I wouldn't have not made any further progress until now. But even so, Su Jianshan's position in the academic world remains unshakable, and he has countless private students. Fang Yinji laughed, poured a cup of tea for Su Jianshan himself, and said, "Brother, don't worry. I have read the relevant experimental reports, data, and videos, and this nano-targeted immune activation agent is really something. I feel it is true. Besides, this Guiyang was once my patient, and I know him well. He is not the kind of liar who is only interested in profit." After listening to this, Su Jianshan snorted coldly. If a liar could be spotted at first sight, he would have given up long ago. The real liar is the one who is hard to tell. Often the more honest a person appears, the more ruthless he is in deceiving others. At this time, Mu Rong also came out with a smile and immediately handed a good cigarette to the 2 deans, saying, "Sorry to have kept the 2 deans waiting. As you know, my brother has difficulty moving around, so he came a little late. But don't worry, the wait is definitely worth it." Mu Rong never expected that Gu Yang would actually call 2 medical giants. If we can get the support of these 2 big men, both patent application and market approval can be completed as quickly as possible, which is much more convenient than doing it yourself. If it doesn't matter, it might take 1 or 2 months to complete these processes by yourself. Looking at the good cigarettes in front of him, Su Jianshan sneered. Don't engage in such nonsense with me. If the product quality is excellent, I will naturally give my full support. If not, I will be the first to report you for fraud. It is not so easy to make money from patients, so don't think that everyone is a sucker. As far as I know, your brother has not even gone to a regular medical school so far. He has just read a few books. I don't believe there are such geniuses in the world who can learn everything by themselves just by reading a few books. If that were the case, all of us professors and teachers would be laid off. Mu Rong was speechless for a moment because he didn't believe it until he saw it with his own eyes. An architect was able to develop a special medicine to cure cancer after just a few days of reading. No one would believe it if he told them. But this is the fact. Mu Rong could only sigh and say, Professor Su, I understand how you feel right now. However, facts speak louder than words. I ask for your patience. When my brother comes later, you will certainly look at him with new eyes. Su Jianshan wanted to complain a few more times. After all, if Feng Yinji hadn't forcibly dragged him here today, he would not have been willing to waste his time. Even if the video and data of the experiment were placed in front of him, he would not want to watch it. After all, such things are too easy to fake. There are countless counterfeit drugs on the market now, and some even sell better than regular drugs. But at this moment, the sound of a wheelchair rolling was heard outside the door. Guyang appeared at the door at some point, and Su Changcheng pushed him with both hands from behind. I'm sorry to have kept you two professors waiting for so long. There happened to be a traffic jam on the road. I wonder if the two professors have had breakfast yet? Why don't you eat something first? When Feng Yinji saw Guyang as an old acquaintance, he immediately walked up to him and shook hands with Guyang with a laugh. Mr. Gu, you seem to be recovering well these past few days after being discharged from the hospital. You look very healthy. How are your legs now? Do you have any feeling? Guyang sighed and shook his head. At the moment, I can feel that my physical condition is recovering every day, but I still have no feeling in my feet, so I don't think it will be possible to recover in a short time. But I'm currently studying some neurology books, and maybe I can find some insights. After listening to this, Feng Yinji was full of admiration. Mr. Gu is truly remarkable. Despite his disability, he has a strong will. Even though he can't move his lower body, he still studies hard and has achieved such outstanding results. I looked at the experimental data and videos you asked Su Changxiang to pass on to me. They are indeed quite amazing, and the related theories also gave me a fresh perspective. However, I am not that well known in the oncology field after all, and my major is neurology, so I specially brought my longtime friend Professor Su here today. Professor Su's status in the oncology field is unparalleled. Although he is currently only a vice president in the hospital, in terms of influence, he is actually more influential than me. As he spoke, Feng Yinji also gave Guyang a few glances on purpose. Guyang immediately understood what he meant, and with a smile, he moved his wheelchair to Su Jianshan and extended his hand. President Su, it's an honor to meet you. When I was learning about cancer, I happened to read a few books compiled by you, and many of the insights in them had a profound impact on me. Speaking of which, you should be considered half my teacher. Teacher, please accept my students' greetings. Although Guyang couldn't stand up, he still insisted on bending his upper body slightly and performing the etiquette of a student. Seeing that Guyang was so polite and regarded him as his master, Su Jianshan felt embarrassed to speak coldly to him even though he had a bad temper. He quickly helped Guyang up with both hands, but his expression was still unhappy. Mr. Gu, you are so polite. The books I wrote have been read by many people. If they're all my students, then I have too many students. Let's not talk about all that nonsense today. Let's get down to business and talk about your nano-targeted immune activation agent. You said that this special medicine was developed by you alone. To be honest, I don't quite believe it. If you want to develop a specific drug to cure cancer, it is absolutely impossible without extraordinary knowledge. Since you claim that you have this ability, why don't I ask you a question to test you? If you can answer it, we can continue our conversation. Otherwise, there's no need to waste time. After hearing this, Guyang immediately laughed. Since I consider you to be a teacher, it is only natural that I should accept your assessment. Please ask. Mr. Gu, there's been a lot of heated discussion in academia recently on the immune escape mechanisms of cancer cells, and there are many new ideas. I'd like to hear your insights, especially on the role played by the newly discovered mysterious protein and its deep connection with the traditionally known PDL1 pathway. As soon as this question was asked, Feng Yinji, who was standing next to him, felt that his old friend was being a little too difficult. Although he majored in neurology, he also had some knowledge about cancer, but he really had no idea about the question raised by Su Jianshan. After organizing his words, Gu Yang replied with a smile. Professor Su, this mysterious protein is, in essence, more like a signal regulation hub. The traditional PDL1 pathway is only a well-known main road in immune escape. But this new protein has opened up multiple hidden alleys and can dynamically adjust the priority of these pathways in different tumor microenvironments. As he spoke, Gu Yang casually picked up the draft paper and pen on the table and quickly drew a complex molecular signal interaction diagram. The diagram not only included known proteins and pathways, but also several new pathways that he had marked himself. Please see that under low oxygen conditions, this protein activates a completely new pathway that bypasses PD-L1 and directly interferes with T-cell activation. This interference is achieved through an unprecedented quantum-level energy transfer method. These few short sentences in a picture made Su Jinshan's pupils shrink on the spot. He immediately realized that the young man in front of him was definitely not a novice, and his academic theories even far surpassed his own. Unconsciously, there was a hint of desire for knowledge in his eyes. Guyang continuet. Currently, the medical community mainly relies on protein expression to detect immune escape, but I think this is far from enough. Based on quantum biology, we can use quantum entanglement to develop a new detection method that can accurately capture the extremely weak quantum signal changes at the very early stage when cancer cells just start to escape the immune system, thus nipping the cancer in the bud. After hearing these words, Professor Su lowered his head and thought seriously for a moment, then clapped his hands and looked at Gu Yang with eyes full of surprise. Genius. Absolute genius. How come I never thought of this before? Chapter 112. I also have stomach cancer. Su Jianshan originally thought that Gu Yang was just a beginner with only a few experience. How much knowledge can a guy who teaches himself by reading a few books have? But at this moment, he realized that he was completely looking at the world from a narrow perspective. What is a genius? This is a true genius. The other party's answer was a textbook standard answer, and he also put forward his own thoughts, which was extremely creative and subversive. Guiyang just smiled lichtly. He had already anticipated Su Jianshan's reaction. The medical knowledge gained through Yuan Shou's deduction has long allowed Guiyang to stand at the pinnacle of human medicine. Later, by deducing nano-targeted immune activation agents, Gu Yang's academic knowledge broke through the current limits of human beings. To put it bluntly, even if all the medical experts in the world were gathered together, they would not be able to put Gu Yang at a disadvantage. But even so, Gu Yang still did not show any pride, but bowed slightly humbly and said, Professor Su, you are so kind. I have acquired my current knowledge through studying books written by my predecessors. I am simply standing on the shoulders of giants. It's getting late. So why don't we take advantage of the time to take a look at my latest research results, nano-targeted immune activation agents. If we hurry, we might be able to make it in time for lunch. Because Mu Rong was not a medical student, he had no way of explaining anything to the two professors in advance, so they still had many doubts about the nano-targeted immune activation agent at this stage. Seeing that Guiyang finally gained the trust of these two professors, Mu Rong on the side also breathed a sigh of relief. Professor Su Jianshan had just given him a hard time. After putting away his contempt, Su Jianshan turned around and looked at Mu Rong beside him, bowed slightly, and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Mu. I'm sorry for my previous bad attitude towards you. I look down on you. I ask you to be gracious and not take my fault to heart. Although Su Jianshan has a bad temper, he is not a bad person after all. He is just a bit straightforward and can let go. Mu Rong was flattered. Professor Su, you're too polite. It's my fault that I don't know enough about our company's products, so I caused you to misunderstand. But my brother is a real talent. Let's go to the lab and take a look. After some greetings, Guiyang took everyone directly to the laboratory. Here, many young people have already made preparations. Along the way, Su Jianshan couldn't help but ask Guiyang about the latest research. Guiyang naturally told him everything except the course secrets. But the more he understood, the more doubts and suspicions Su Jianshan had in his heart. When he saw the small and simple laboratory in front of him, his doubts reached their peak. Mr. Gu, with all due respect, is this the lab you're supposedly conducting your research in? My God, these employees of yours are just recent college graduates. Guiyang turned around slowly and said, Are newcomers bad? Newcomers have unlimited creativity. To be honest, they really give me a lot of inspiration. Su Jianshan didn't continue talking, but in fact, he had lost much confidence in the research proposed by Guiyang. Even though Gu Yang has a high academic level, he is still powerless alone. How is it possible to develop a specific drug to inhibit cancer in such a simple laboratory? What's more, Su Jinshan also has a secret in his heart that only he knows. When all the young colleagues saw Gu Yang coming in, they immediately stopped what they were doing, bowed to him, and greeted him. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Gu Yang nodded slightly and said, "I've brought two academic leaders here today to learn about our latest research results. Everyone needs to work more meticulously." The moment all the colleagues saw Fang Yinji and Su Jinshan, their eyes lit up. As a top professor in the medical field of neurology and oncology, it is natural that these young students have heard of him. The moment they saw the two of them, everyone's expressions were extremely excited, as if their idols had appeared in front of them. Gu Yang was about to ask the staff to bring out a few mice to test the effects of the nano-targeted immune activation agent, but Su Jinshan waved his hand to stop him. "Let's stop with the mouse experiments. You've already started human experiments, so this doesn't mean anything. I have one last question. Are you sure your nano-targeted immune activating agent is real and effective and not just a scam?" Gu Yang also saw the doubt in Su Jinshan's heart at this moment and answered seriously. "Don't worry, Professor Su. I'm also trying to make a contribution to human medicine. If it's really a scam, I'm not interested. To be honest, I'm not that short of money." Su Jinshan naturally had some understanding of Gu Yang before coming. Although Gu Yang's construction company lost a lot of profits because of his green tea girlfriend, the remaining money was enough for a person to live a life without worries about food and clothing. After hearing Gu Yang's words, he nodded in approval and said, "In that case, I'm willing to place my final bet on you. What do you think of my body?" After hearing this, Gu Yang looked at Su Jinshan's expression carefully and even stretched out his hand to feel Su Jinshan's pulse. After thinking for a long time, he slowly spoke. "Professor Su, with all due respect, your health is very poor. You have serious gastrointestinal problems. If you don't seek treatment, you may only have 2 to 3 years left to live. You must have stomach cancer, right?" When these words came out, even Fang Yinji, who had always had a very good relationship with Su Jinshan, was startled. He widened his eyes and looked at Su Jinshan and said, "Lao Su, this can't be true. When did you get stomach cancer? How come I didn't know?" After listening to this, Su Jinshan smiled approvingly at Gu Yang. It's true that heroes emerge young. Without any professional equipment, they were able to determine that I had stomach cancer just by looking at my external features and pulse. That's amazing. To be honest, I did have stomach cancer, but I didn't tell anyone, because I know very well that the possibility of curing this disease is extremely low, and once I enter the hospital's chemotherapy process, I will have to leave my beloved job. I don't want this to happen. I would rather make more contributions before I die, so I have concealed my illness until now. My stomach cancer has now reached the middle to late stages. Do you think you can save me?" Su Jinshan looked at Gu Yang seriously, as if this was the last test for Gu Yang. However, Gu Yang patted Su Jinshan's shoulder confidently and said, "Professor Su, you came the right time. I just recently developed a nano-targeted immune activation agent. If I delay any longer, I might not be able to save you. But now I can guarantee it." After listening to this, Su Jinshan nodded, looked at Gu Yang seriously, and said, "Okay, I'll give you this opportunity. I'm willing to sign the agreement and volunteer to be a test subject in your project. If you can really cure me, no matter what the conditions are, as long as I can do it, just ask for it." This was exactly what Gu Yang was waiting for. With Su Jinshan's high status in the medical field, his previous vision could be easily realized. "Professor Su, my request is not high. I just hope that my drug can pass the patent application and market approval as soon as possible so that I can treat some critically ill cancer patients sooner. If my experiment on you works this time, I hope to complete all the procedures within a week. Is that okay with you?" Chapter 113 Chapter 113 Everything Goes Well. After hearing this request, Su Jinshan agreed without hesitation. "Please rest assured, Mr. Gu, if I can really be cured, I will pay the full medical expenses, and I will do my best to meet your requirements. Let's get started now." The fact that Su Jinshan himself had cancer was beyond the expectations of everyone present. No one could have imagined that this top professor of oncology had actually contracted this incurable disease. Everyone felt under tremendous pressure. Even Fang Yinji walked to Gu Yang's side and whispered, "Brother Gu Yang, are you sure? If it really doesn't work, let's just forget it." Su Jinshan is the leading figure in the oncology department. If your treatment is ineffective, it will not only bring you no benefits, but it may even cause your reputation to plummet and have a counterproductive effect. To be honest, I have seen your relevant experimental data and videos, and I'm also very curious about your nano-targeted immune gene activation agent. But this technology is too advanced after all. I think we should polish it a little more. Fang Yinji was really considering Guiyang. The launch of a medicine is often not so simple and can be achieved overnight. It requires countless adjustments and optimizations. And now, in front of Guiyang is Su Jianshan, the leading figure in the oncology department. If the treatment effect is not ideal, he will definitely be cursed for eternity. Even if the efficacy of the medicine is optimized later, it will be difficult to gain loyal fans, and it is very likely that his future will be ruined. Guiyang now understood that neither Fang Yinji nor Su Jianshan had much confidence in their latest research. After all, this thing had surpassed the current limits of human medical technology and was completely incomprehensible to them. However, if you want to increase your popularity, this step is essential. Guiyang smiled and patted Dean Fang on the shoulder. Don't worry, everything is under control. Su Jianshan's physical examination report was soon released. With his current physical condition, he was fully capable of withstanding the nano-targeted immune activation agent. So, as an assistant, Su Chunshun injected the medicine directly into Su Jianshan's blood vessels. The symptoms were almost exactly the same as Su's mother's at the beginning. 10 minutes later, Su Jianshan felt his body was slightly hot, and he couldn't muster any strength in his body. After a while, he had to go to the toilet to defecate. Finally, when Su Jianshan returned to the laboratory, his complexion was obviously much better than before. Although he was still very weak at this stage, Su Jianshan himself could already feel that his body seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden. Guiyang walked up to Su Jianshan with a smile. Professor Su, how do you feel now? Su Jianshan looked up at Guiyang in disbelief. Mr. Gu, this is amazing. It's truly amazing. Heroes emerge from youth. I never imagined that at such a young age you would have such a remarkable understanding of medicine. I dare say that the effect of this nano-targeted immune activation agent is almost the same as what you said. After just the first shot, I could already feel that my physical condition had improved a lot. How was the data detection going? Let me take a look at it quickly. The other staff members in the laboratory immediately retrieved Su Jianshan's current physical data. After taking a look, Su Jianshan immediately understood his current situation. His stomach cancer was almost completely cured. Most of the cancer cells had been completely broken down by white blood cells after the injection of the medicine just now, and the remaining ones were nothing to worry about. Guiyang said happily, Please rest assured, Dean Su, your physical condition is now almost the same as that of a normal person. However, you still need to rest and wait for about half a month until your physical condition recovers a little before injecting the second shot of the medicine. It will definitely eliminate most of the cancer cells in your body and make you healthier than a normal person. Then a third shot can even build up an immune system in your body to prevent you from getting the disease again in the future. Su Jianshan had heard of Guiyang's theory before, but he always scoffed at it. How could a normal person have such a magical potion? Isn't this a panacea that fell from the sky? But after experiencing it firsthand, Su Jianshan had to admit that there was nothing to brag about. He sat up from the bed with immense gratitude, looking at Guiyang and bowing slightly. Mr. Gu, thank you so much. I will always remember your great kindness. Although Su Jianshan has a bad temper, he is not a person who repays kindness with enmity. I will do my best to help you get this medicine on the market as soon as possible. It's been more than a week. According to my estimation, it can definitely be done in 2 days. I have quite a few students who work in related departments, so I just need to give them a greeting. In addition, I am willing to personally assist Mr. Gu in completing a relevant academic paper, publish it on relevant websites around the world, and recommend you to become a professor at the country's top medical institution. After hearing this, Guiyang's eyes lit up. He didn't expect there would be such a pleasant surprise. 2 days was too easy. Mu Rong next to him was so excited that he almost jumped up. If they could pass the 2-day deadline, it would mean that the company could enter the profit stage ahead of time, which would mean they could make a lot of money. Fang Yinji, who was standing next to him, immediately stood beside Guiyang, put his arm around Guiyang's shoulders, and said, Mr. Gu, please don't forget our hospital. When this nano-targeted immune-activating drug goes into production, you must provide me with more immediately. There are still many patients in my hospital who are suffering from cancer and are bedridden. Guiyang laughed out loud after hearing this. Please rest assured, Dean Fong. The main reason I developed this medicine is to cure diseases and save lives. How can I not provide it to your first hospital as soon as possible? And I can also guarantee that I will only take 5% of the net profit and will definitely not leave more patients desperate. After hearing this, Fong Yinji and Su Jianshan looked at Gu Yang with eyes full of admiration. The advent of this medicine will definitely allow Gu Yang to become one of the world's top richest people. Cancer is a disease that even the world's richest people cannot avoid. Once you get this disease, it means the end of your life. To be honest, a series of treatments in a general hospital often costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the final results are not as good as expected. Guiyang only charged 5% of the net profit, which was completely equivalent to doing charity. Su Jianshan couldn't help feeling guilty when he thought that he had thought Guiyang was just making a gimmick to cheat some money. In this way, Guiyang directly received the strong support of these two professors. With their high status in the medical field and the assistance of many disciples, it was almost certain that the nano-targeted immune activation drug would be available on the market within 2 days. Finally, Guiyang treated the two professors to a meal and then went home. Today's success did not blind Guiyang. When he came back, the first thing he thought of was the two descendants of the psychic family he met today. So Guiyang turned on the computer directly and used his top hacking skills to start searching for information on the internet. This actually allowed him to find out some information about this psychic family. Chapter 114 owes us 20 million. However, what surprised Guiyang was that among the large number of praises and fearful comments, there were also many people pointing out that this was a family of scammers. This is strange. If this group of people are really capable, why do so many people call them scammers? Is it true or not? However, regardless of whether it is true or not, this family has indeed existed for a very long time, and it is said that it has been passed down from ancient times to the present day. The psychic ability in the family has always been passed down from daughters to daughters, and has always been passed down from one generation to another. According to the information, the so-called spiritualism is indeed to summon the spirits of the dead to answer questions. If it is practiced to a high level, one may even have some ability to control ghosts. Therefore, most people who know this family fear them more than respect them, as people are naturally afraid of ghosts and gods. After reading these weird, true, and false information, Gu Yang rubbed his tired temples and felt a little interested. It's really interesting. I didn't expect there are such magical techniques in this world. If I could obtain the training method for spiritualism, could I use Yuan Shou to quickly master this skill? This thought appeared in Gu Yang's mind almost immediately, but he soon became hesitant. Dealing with the dead seems a bit disgusting just thinking about it. And according to the information I have read, people in this family often encounter misfortunes in their later years, mostly due to this magic. It seems that I have to consider carefully whether to learn this skill. Guiyang suddenly thought of what the two guys said before they left. It seemed that they were cordially invited by the so-called gold medal detective and criminal investigation team leader to investigate the Night Butcher case. It seems that I have to find out some information tonight and observe whether these two guys are real or fake. In the inpatient department of the first hospital, Li Kaiyun was wrapped in bandages all over his body, sitting on a hard little bench with an 4 drip hanging on his hand. On the other side, Chu Lingling was lying on the hospital bed, frantically operating her phone and occasionally giving instructions. Come on. I've run out of bullets. Why are you hiding back there? Let me loot first. Ladies first. Don't you understand? How can you be so ungentlemanly? Oh my, your shooting skills really make me want to cry. You are a master of human body outlining. Li Kaiyun sat next to him, his face livid, and couldn't help but remind him. Miss Chu, are you here to take care of me or to torture me? I'm the patient, okay? Chu Lingling temporarily stopped what she was doing, turned around, and gave Li Kaiyun a playful smile. Even though you're injured now, you still need to exercise more to help your body recover. I'm doing this to help you get better faster. Li Kaiyun snurta coldly. If you're going to help me exercise, then why are you lying in bed playing games? Chu Lingling said righteously. It's cold, isn't it? If you exercise and then go to bed, the bed will be cold and you'll catch a cold easily. I'm lying in bed and warming your bed. Shouldn't you thank me? In ancient times, only emperors and wealthy nobles were qualified to have concubines to warm their beds. I'm treating you like an emperor, understand? Li Kaiyun was so angry that he almost fainted. It's all perverse logic. Although they quarreled, Li Kaiyun actually did not really hold a grudge against Chu Lingling. After all, They were friends who had shared life and death together. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Li Kaiyan thought it was his former colleague who came, so he called out, "Just come in, the door is not locked." The door was pushed open, and two women, one old and one young, walked in slowly. Li Kaiyan was stunned for a moment, because he didn't know these two people at all. "Did you walk into the wrong room?" Wang Xiaoyu held his head high, still glaring at people with his nose pierced. "You're Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling, right? The top detective and the captain of the criminal investigation team." Li Kaiyun was confused. "Yeah, we are." "Then you're not wrong. You still owe us 20 million. What the hell? I owe you 20 million? Are you kidding me? When did I ever owe you so much money?" At this time, Chu Lingling, who was playing games, also looked up. When she saw the two people in front of her, she slapped her forehead. "Oh my God. Could you be the legendary psychic family, the Wang family? Didn't I say it's no longer necessary?" Li Kaiyan now completely understood that these two people were the psychic family who had been agreed to help investigate the Night Butcher case. At that time, they did agree on 30 million and gave 10 million as a deposit. But later they didn't want to continue to make a fuss about the Night Butcher for the time being, so they gave up. "I didn't expect these two guys to find their way here." Wang Xiaoyu snorted coldly. "We clearly agreed on a deal, but you're just saying you're not going to do it. What's the point? You look down on our Wang family, right?" Li Kaiyan was also somewhat dissatisfied with the other party's arrogant attitude. "Please, shouldn't cooperation be something that both parties agree on? I don't need your help now. So can't I just terminate the cooperation? And I didn't even ask you for the 10 million deposit before. So you're not satisfied with making 10 million for nothing?" Wang Xiaoyu looked disdainful. "How could our Wang family be short of those 10 million people? But why should we change what we agreed on before? Anyway, if you guys are willing to do this, then do it. If you're not willing, we have to do it too. We won't pay you a penny less." Chu Lingling was also amused. "You are kidding me. What can you do if we don't give you the money?" Wang Xiaoyu had a proud look on his face. "Don't worry. Our Wang family has plenty of ways to make you hand over the money with conviction. Don't forget, we are a psychic family. Our methods are definitely beyond your imagination." As soon as they heard the words psychic family, Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling realized that they were in big trouble. According to the information I have read before, this family does have some real abilities. If they really use some shady tricks behind the scenes, it might cause a lot of trouble. Just when they were a little hesitant and didn't know what to do, there was another knock on the door. This time, the people who pushed the door open and walked in were Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an, who were ready to visit them. Seeing the old woman and the young girl suddenly appear in the room, Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an were puzzled and asked Li Kaiyun with a smile, "Who are these two?" Without waiting for Li Kaiyun to introduce himself, Wang Xiaoyu swaggered up to Guan Chang'an. "We are a psychic family that was invited here at a high price to assist you in investigating the case of the Night Butcher. Judging by your attire, you're the leader, right? Then you'll be the one making the decisions. Your two subordinates clearly promised us 30 million to help investigate this case, and now they want to unilaterally break the contract. Is that reasonable?" Guan Chang'an understood instantly. Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun had indeed told him about this matter before, but they didn't expect that someone from the Wang family would come to visit in person. Speaking of a Night Butcher case, the law enforcement agencies haven't been so strict recently. It's not that they are unwilling to investigate, but they have been hit too many times and have no idea how to start the investigation. Now the emergence of the psychic family seems to have given them a glimmer of hope. However, Guan Chang'an looked at the two people in front of him with a very vigilant look. Is this a family of psychics real or fake? Could he be a charlatan? As someone in high position, Guan Chang'an naturally knew that there were indeed some people in this world who possessed abilities that ordinary people could not understand. However, such people were very rare, and ordinary people might not even have the chance to meet one in their entire lives. Guan Chang'an was a little reluctant to believe that two people suddenly appeared in front of him. As if seeing the doubt in Guan Chang'an's eyes, Wang Guifeng beside him snorted coldly. "Director Guan, I see your hands are stained with quite a bit of blood. You've probably killed more than 20 people, right? Even from a distance, I can sense the resentment lingering around you." Chapter 115, I Need a Corpse. The moment he heard this, Guan Chang'an's heartbeat slowed down. His hands were indeed stained with blood. In his early years, as a member of a foreign peacekeeping force, he personally executed many criminals. Later, when he joined the law enforcement agency, he accidentally killed many people during fierce battles with dangerous elements. If he hadn't fought his way through the sea of blood and corpses, how could he have reached his current position? It is not difficult to know that you have killed people. The difficult part is to be able to guess the number of people you have killed very accurately. These things are confidential information on the internet. Guan Chang'an did not answer immediately, and his face did not even change. He looked around in pretended confusion and asked, "Are you talking about me? Are you mistaken?" However, Wang Guifeng sneered. "Okay, stop pretending. You can't fool me. Since you want to see the true power of our Wang family, I can satisfy you." After saying that, Wang Guifeng slowly stretched out a finger and pushed it forward a little. The tip of the finger suddenly stopped about 10 centimeters away from Guan Chang'an's forehead. Then, Wang Guifeng drew some strange symbols in the air with her fingers. Everyone in the room stared at Wang Guifeng, but could not see any clues. Just when everyone was wondering if this was some new scam, Guan Chang'an shuddered all over, and before his eyes appeared a horrifying scene that an ordinary person would never see in their lifetime. Those people he had killed suddenly appeared in front of him one by one, but their bodies were translucent. All of these people had extremely vicious expressions on their faces. They stared at him intently, their lips moving as if they were saying something. Guan Chang'an moved closer and listened carefully. He then discovered that the 20 or so ghosts in all directions were constantly repeating 3 words. "Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell." This strange scene instantly made Guan Chang'an feel creepy. Guan Chang'an remembered the faces of these ghosts clearly. They were the people he had killed with his own hands over the years. Could it be that I really have resentment in me? Guan Chang'an was so frightened by this sudden scene that he stepped back repeatedly. He shook his head vigorously to get rid of all the horrific scenes in front of him and gasped for breath. Lu Tao, who was standing nearby, immediately rushed over, carefully supported Guan Chang'an, and asked, "Director Guan, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Before Guan Chang'an could answer, Wang Guifeng on the opposite side laughed strangely and said, "Don't worry. I just want him to see what kind of resentment is wrapped around him. How about it, Director Guan? Do you believe in our Wang family's methods now? The picture you just saw is the resentment that is entangled in you. After death, those who were killed by you use their last strength to curse you. Think about it carefully. Ever since you retired, hasn't your luck always been bad? You've even been on the verge of death several times." Guan Chang'an thought about it carefully and indeed thought of many very strange things. For example, he was driving on the road, and suddenly the brakes of the truck in front of him failed and crashed into him, which almost killed him directly. Another example is when he was arresting a criminal. The criminal was desperate and fired a gun, and one of the bullets hit the security door and bounced back, hitting the criminal directly into his body. These are extremely unfortunate circumstances. Now Guan Chang'an finally understood why he was so unlucky. After all this time, so many people around him were cursing him. Guan Chang'an immediately asked cautiously, "How can I solve this problem?" After listening to this, Wang Guifeng chuckled. "Don't worry. After all, you spent 30 million to ask me to come and help. As long as you ask your 2 subordinates to transfer the remaining money, we will help you find the true identity of a night butcher. After the transaction is completed, I will also give you a talisman. If you take it with you, it should be able to easily suppress the resentment surrounding you." Hearing this, Guan Chang'an and Lu Tao also turned their attention to Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling. The two of them instantly felt like they were being roasted on a fire, thinking, "Damn it, I really have to do this now." Coupled with the trick Wang Guifeng had just shown, everyone in the room saw a glimmer of hope, and no one could control their desire to uncover the true face of the night butcher. Li Kaiyun finally gritted his teeth, nodded, and said, "Okay, let's continue our cooperation. Tell me, how do you find out the identity of a night butcher?" After hearing this, Wang Xiaoyu raised his head, smiled triumphantly, and said, "That's right. If you had agreed earlier, nothing would have happened. Don't worry. As long as you leave the matter to us, we can guarantee that we can handle it properly for you. If we can't get the answer from the living, we can ask the dead. Find us a new body, one that died at the hands of the night butcher. It must not have been more than a month since the death, and the body must be intact. It is best if the deceased has personally seen the night butcher. Otherwise, even calling back his ghost will be useless." Hearing this request, everyone else in the room was amazed. They didn't expect that this person actually had the ability to communicate with ghosts. After Lu Tao thought about it, the answer immediately came to his mind. When Muley's body is the most suitable. He died at the hands of the night butcher, and his body is the most intact. It seems that this guy has no relatives. His body is still in the morgue. When using a corpse, one naturally has to take into account the identity and family of the deceased. The bodies of the others were either incomplete or taken away by their families. But when Muley's was still there, which was simply the perfect material for spiritual communication. Since the body was already found, Wang Guifeng and Wang Xiaoyu didn't want to waste time. Wang Guifeng said, "In that case, let's set off now. By the way, you'd better print out some photos of the suspect. I'll let the body identify the murderer, and you just wait for the arrest." Wang Guifeng walked slowly and confidently in front, and her tone and expression gave everyone a reassurance. Could it be that the night butcher case that has plagued the entire Tianjin city for countless years is finally going to be solved today? When they thought of this, Chu Lingling and the others felt a little empty inside, just like the brief feeling of emptiness after realizing their life dreams. Li Kaiyan directly pulled out the infusion tube, inserted into his body, leaned on the crutch beside him, and limped behind. Chu Lingling stopped her and said, "Your health is so bad, you'd better not go." Li Kaiyan shook his head. "If I'm not allowed to witness it with my own eyes, I'll probably regret it for the rest of my life." Chu Lingling had no choice but to nod in agreement after hearing this. In less than half an hour, the group arrived at the morgue. Having just witnessed Wang Guifeng's methods, and knowing that ghosts and gods really exist in this world, Guan Chang'an and others couldn't help but shudder after entering the morgue, as if they had already seen this small morgue full of people. They couldn't help but start to imagine, with some fear in their eyes. Lu Tao gritted his teeth and found the location of Wenmuli's body, then opened the long drawer. Fortunately, this morgue has its own refrigerator, otherwise the bodies would have probably gone bad. Wang Guifeng personally walked to the body, opened the body bag, and took a look. Wenmuli had been frozen here for a long time, and his skin had turned extremely pale. The deep bruises on his neck became even more noticeable. Wang Guifeng nodded slightly. "The body is well preserved and can be used. Let's drag it out and thaw it for a while, otherwise it will be so hard that you can't even move the joints. After 12 o'clock, when the Yin energy is at its strongest, I will naturally hold a spirit summoning ceremony to let the corpse identify the murderer. Go hang the pictures of all the suspects on that wall first." After hearing this, Lu Tao immediately followed the instructions, took out a thick stack of photos from his bag, and pasted them one by one on the wall opposite. There are as many as 200 suspects alone. All those selected have physical fitness that is different from that of ordinary people, barely meet the standards of the night butcher, or have a criminal record. Because there are so few clues in hand, we can only pick out these people. Just after Lu Tao hung up all the photos, he discovered that Gu Yang's photo was also mixed in. He frowned. Gu Yang's suspicion has been ruled out so many times. Why is he still among the suspects? After saying that, he reached out to tear the photo down. Wang Xiaoyu was standing next to him, but he slapped his hand away. "As long as there's a slight possibility, just hang it there. Don't worry. The corpse won't wrongly accuse any good person." Chapter 116. Chapter 116. The corpse really came alive. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyu was extremely excited. When she came, she had already discussed it with her grandmother Wang Guifeng. She planned to do some tricks and then pin the crime of the night butcher on Gu Yang's head, making him suffer for his rude words. She was still thinking about how to put the blame on Gu Yang, but who would have thought that among the photos of suspects brought by Lu Tao, there was a photo of Gu Yang. This is like someone giving you a pillow when you're sleepy. It feels so good. Wang Guifeng naturally knew what her granddaughter was thinking, but she didn't expose it. As the granddaughter she raised from childhood, she knows Wang Xiaoyu's character very well. This girl has an extraordinary talent in spiritualism, even better than when she was young, but her biggest shortcoming is that she is too vengeful. After being humiliated by Gu Yang on the road today, she had been looking up Gu Yang's information all the way, planning how to take revenge. But for Wang Guifeng, it was just a matter of convenience, so it didn't matter. From the beginning to the end, she had no intention of using her psychic powers to find out the true identity of the night butcher. It was not because she did not have the ability, but because the cost was too high. If you use real necromancy to summon the souls of the dead to ask questions, it will shorten your life. The Wang family has been short-lived for generations, and it is entirely due to the influence of spiritualism. Fortunately, these 2 generations have finally come to their senses. After all, everyone except themselves is an amateur, so why take it so seriously? Just fool around a bit. It is precisely because of this transformation that Wang Guifeng, who is over 70 years old this year, is still full of energy. She knows things like psychic powers, but she doesn't use them, and instead she makes more and more money. If you spend all the money you earn on your health, you will actually live longer than the average old woman. If someone really finds out, The worst that can happen is that I can use some tricks to make him shut up. Don't make it too easy. Wang Guifeng was fiddling with her own magic weapon next to the corpse. In some dilapidated morgues, the light bulbs above the head swayed from side to side for unknown reasons, causing the shadows of all the people in the room to appear hideous on the wall, creating an indescribable, eerie atmosphere. Wang Guifeng had changed into a dark robe and was sitting cross-legged next to the corpse. She held a mahogany box in her hand, which was carved with all kinds of strange patterns. The color of the box was unusually bright red, as if it had been stained with blood. Wang Guifeng was chanting all kinds of completely incomprehensible spells, and these strange notes echoed in the small morgue. Lu Tao and others standing around felt a little creepy. Chu Lingling couldn't help but take 2 steps back and gently pulled Li Kaiyun's belt. "Brother, please stand a little further forward and help block the wind for me. I feel the wind is a bit strong in front of me." Li Kaiyun was speechless for a moment. "Come on, we're indoors. How can there be any wind?" "So what if it's indoors? There's no such thing as an airtight wall. Have you ever heard of that?" Li Kaiyun leaned on his crutches and slowly turned his head. "Then please, could you please hold my other parts, like holding my hand or something like that? You're pulling on my waistband, and to be honest, I feel very insecure. Please don't tear my pants off." Chu Lingling rolled her eyes at him. "I'd never hold your hand. You want to take advantage of me, right? We're brothers. Don't forget your status." After all, Guan Chang'an had more experience, and Wang Guifeng had just shown her skills in front of him, so he was able to keep his composure. Lu Tao couldn't help but put his hand on the gun at his waist. The most calm person would have to be Wang Xiaoyu, who was yawning next to him. Looking at the frightened expressions of the people in front of him, Wang Xiaoyu felt extremely proud. How stupid. Grandma was just chanting random spells. It had no real effect at all, and it ended up scaring these idiots into dizziness. It turned out that what Grandma taught me was right. There was no need to use any real tricks on these people. They were all making money anyway, so it wasn't shameful. As time passed, it soon reached midnight. No one noticed that a shadow in the corner of the morgue had become darker than usual. The ghost Guyang has arrived. He immediately took a look at the furnishings in the morgue, and his eyes were filled with surprise. It turns out that he has some skills. I have never seen such an interesting show in my life. I have to watch it carefully and learn from it. When the time came, Wang Guifeng slowly put the mahogany box in her hand on the ground. When she opened the box, she found 3 things inside: a bronze mirror, a copper coin sword, and an ancient ceramic bowl containing a mixture of rooster blood and cinnabar. Any one of these 3 items is an antique, and they're also the Wang family's heirloom magic tools. Wang Guifeng muttered something, and the first thing she did was to raise the bronze mirror and slowly place it right above the head of the corpse, so that the mirror could just reflect on Yuli's pale face. The mirror connects yin and yang, and the soul returns to heaven and earth. Soul, 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 soul. These calls made Lu Tao and the others feel that their souls were somewhat out of control, and they felt dizzy. Good skill. At this moment, almost no one would doubt Wang Guifeng's ability anymore, and she definitely had something real. Next, Wang Guifeng picked up the copper coin sword next to her and poured the blood-red liquid in the ceramic bowl over the copper coin sword from top to bottom. Then, she walked around the corpse with a copper coin sword in her hand, drawing ancient runes on the ground with the tip of the copper coin sword. Under the dim light, these runes seemed to have their own life, swimming slowly like one red snake after another. Combined with today's horror atmosphere, it is even more creepy. The window next to the morgue was blown open by the strong wind, and everyone trembled. At this moment, Wang Guifeng also stopped what he was doing and suddenly turned the copper coin sword around, pointing it directly at the corpse lying on the bed. "Rise!" Following her loud shout, the lifeless corpse actually began to tremble slowly. Chu Lingling, the most timid one, even covered her mouth in fear. Doesn't science tell us there are no ghosts in this world? How does science explain this now? If this isn't a ghost, then what is it? Everyone felt a little scared, but also very excited. Can a mystery that has troubled everyone for so long finally be solved today? Is the Night Butcher's true identity finally going to be revealed? It's time for the finale. Under Wang Guifeng's control, the corpse really sat up slowly and its eyes suddenly opened. It was a pair of pale pupils without any luster. The chandelier hanging above the head also became dim and flickering at this moment, as if there was a power shortage. Everyone was so quiet as to not dare to breathe as they watched Wang Guifeng's ritual. Wang Guifeng lowered her voice and asked herself like a ghost, "Are you the deceased one, Yuli?" The corpse actually turned its head slowly and looked at Wang Guifeng, then nodded vigorously. Lu Tao next to him was stunned. Is solving a case so easy? Then all our surveillance, fingerprint checks, and DNA tests are useless. Wouldn't it be better to just wake the deceased and ask who killed him? After getting Wen Yuli's answer, Wang Guifeng continued to ask, did you really die by suicide in prison? The next moment, Wen Yuli's body slowly shook his head. After getting this answer, Lu Tao and Chu Lingling at the scene clenched their fists. Sure enough, there was something strange about Wen Yuli's death. We were right. It was the night butcher's doing. Wang Guifeng asked herself again, did you see your killer? Was it the night butcher? Wen Yuli nodded again. At this moment, everyone's heart was lifted. Wen Yuli had actually seen the night butcher, and this trick was indeed useful. The copper coin sword in Wang Guifeng's hand pointed at the wall not far away. The walls are now covered with photos, all of which are photos of suspects. If the night butcher's picture is on the wall, please point it out to us, and we will avenge you. Following the direction of the copper coin sword, Wen Yuli slowly turned his head, his eyes fixed on the wall covered with photos. After about a minute of silence, his stiff right hand finally slowly rose up, and his pale fingers began to point at a photo on the wall. Chapter 117 Chapter 117 Spiritualism or Puppetry. Wait, what is going on? Is this reasonable? At the beginning, Gu Yang hid in the shadows and watched the show, but the more he watched, the more he felt something was wrong. When Yuli answered these questions, that's bullshit. Others may not know, but doesn't Gu Yang know it himself? When Yuli was killed, he didn't even have the chance to look back. It was impossible for him to see his own appearance, and he didn't even see a ghost. There was a power outage at the time. The environment was extremely dark, and the ghost was surrounded by darkness. What could he see? When Yuli, who had come back from the dead, actually said that he had seen the night butcher and knew who he was. If this isn't nonsense, what is it? Can ghosts lie? Even if the relationship between Wen Yuli and I is not good, he would not frame me after becoming a ghost. As expected, Wen Yuli's finger slowly moved across the photo on the wall, and the direction of movement was exactly the direction of Gu Yang. Gu Yang was stunned. He turned around and carefully watched Wang Guifeng's hand movements. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that there were several translucent silk threads in Wang Guifeng's sleeves. These threads were tightly connected to Wen Yuli's body, and through some special energy in Wang Guifeng's body, these threads were used to control the body. In other words, there has never been any such thing as summoning ghosts back to life. It is nothing more than a kind of puppetry. It is not entirely true to say that Wang Guifeng has no ability at all. He can actually control corpses with these silk threads, but it is definitely not something that can revive ghosts. Okay. You're trying to mess with me, right? Well, I'll just play along and use you to put on a good show. Wang Xiaoyu was hoping in her heart that as long as the corpse's fingers stayed on Gu Yang's photo, even if Gu Yang had more than a dozen mouths, he probably wouldn't be able to explain himself clearly. Moreover, Wang Xiaoyu had an idea in her mind at this moment that even she herself felt was a little outrageous. That is, the night butcher might really be that Gu Yang. Because on the way, Grandma Wang Guifeng had pointed out that there was a lot of resentment left in Gu Yang, and it was obvious that he had killed many people. But after looking up information on the internet, I found that this Gu Yang was not only not an official, but not even a gangster, but an ordinary young entrepreneur. How could an ordinary young entrepreneur have the opportunity to kill so many people? Maybe he's the night butcher who appears mysteriously at night. Wang Xiaoyu's mouth curled up. This time, not only did he get his revenge, but he also solved the case. Moreover, his grandmother didn't lose much of her life. It was really killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, they did not notice that in the shadows, several dark and translucent silk threads slowly penetrated into Wen Yuli's body. Wang Guifeng originally felt that everything was under control, but suddenly he frowned. She could clearly feel the translucent threads she had wrapped around the corpse breaking one after another. And finally, the corpse was completely out of her control. Before Wang Guifeng could react, the corpse inexplicably moved on its own, slowly lifted up the half-white bed sheet covering itself, walked down from the bed step by step, and came to the wall of photos. Wang Guifeng next to him was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? How could a corpse move on its own? Could there be another expert here? Is it controlling corpses or summoning ghosts? She felt a little panicked at this moment. Wang Xiaoyu was also extremely confused. He had participated in many similar activities with Wang Guifeng, so he was naturally very clear about Wang Guifeng's skills and procedures. He had never used this trick before. Wang Xiaoyu frowned. Could it be that Grandma, was willing to sacrifice her life to exert her strength? This is unlikely, and there is no need. Lu Tao couldn't help but praise in front of Guan Chang'an. That's amazing. It seems like this psychic family has some real skills. They can actually make the dead stand up and walk on their own. Director Guan, I think we can treat each other with courtesy later. Guan Chang'an nodded heavily and couldn't help but murmured, Master, a master from the other world. Chu Lingling was so frightened that she hid her entire head behind Li Kaiyun. Li Kaiyun turned his hand over to gently comfort Chu Lingling while staring at the corpse's every move. The corpse slowly took a photo from the wall and walked back towards Wang Guifeng step by step. Others didn't know what was going on, but Wang Guifeng knew very well that the corpse had long been out of his control. Could it be that this is a real ghost that has returned? But I didn't use any power just now. Or is it a ghost that only appears once in a century? Finally, the corpse stood in front of Wang Guifeng and slowly handed her the photo. Wang Guifeng was a little hesitant to take it for a moment. After a long while, she gritted her teeth, walked closer tremblingly, and stretched out her hands to take the photo. But when he looked up and met Wen Yuli's face, he discovered that Wen Yuli's expression had changed drastically. The corners of his eyes were pulled directly to his temples, and the corners of his mouth were pulled to his earlobes. His whole face showed a weird and extremely terrifying smile. Wang Guifeng was so frightened that her legs went weak, and she fainted with a thud. Gu Yang, who was controlling the corpse, was stunned on the spot. No way. After all, you deal with ghosts every day. How dare you be so timid that you fainted? It's boring, really boring. Gu Yang threw Wen Yuli's body on the ground. After glancing at the portrait in the photo, the ghost figure Gu Yang turned into split into two. One half continued to serve as mobile surveillance in the original place, while the other half entered the cell. Seeing Wang Guifeng faint, Wang Xiaoyu was instantly frightened. He rushed over, gently helped Wang Guifeng up, and leaned her against a big tree nearby. Lu Tao was also very considerate and took out the water bottle he carried with him and poured a big mouthful into Wang Guifeng's mouth. The next moment, Wang Guifeng woke up. Cough, 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 cough. She made a long series of continuous coughs, as if her throat had become hoarse from coughing. It took a while before he slowly came back to his senses. What happened to me? I'm back. I'm not dead. Wang Xiaoyu gently patted Wang Guifeng on the back. Grandma, what happened to you just now? Why did you suddenly faint? You scared everyone to death. How are you doing now? Are you feeling better? After Wang Guifeng came to her senses, she remembered what happened before she fell into a coma, and her legs went weak with fear. This place is too weird. It's not a place to stay for long. Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun took 3 or 2 steps forward and directly picked up the photo in Wang Guifeng's hand. After taking a look, both of them were extremely surprised because the protagonist of this photo is now imprisoned in the Law Enforcement Bureau's prison. This is also a criminal who kills without blinking an eye. There are already 3 murders related to him. However, this guy is very prestigious in the underworld, and every time there are his subordinates who are willing to take the blame for him. The reason why he is now imprisoned in the Law Enforcement Bureau's prison is just temporary detention during the interrogation period. In all likelihood, he will be released in the end. Is this guy the Night Butcher? Did this guy kill Wen Yuli? After getting the answer, everyone at the scene was a little disappointed because it really didn't look like it. Seeing that everyone looked suspicious, Wang Xiaoyu glared at them fiercely. What do you mean? You suspect us, right? Let me tell you, my grandmother's psychic skills have never failed. This is the murderer identified by Wen Yuli himself, believe it or not. Hurry up and transfer the remaining money. Our work is done. Chapter 118. Chapter 118. We will die. As soon as the work was done, Wang Xiaoyu began to ask for money impatiently. Wasn't the main reason they came to take on this business for money? Now that what needed to be done was done, it was naturally time to collect the money. But Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling on the opposite side looked a little hesitant. Since all the photos on the wall were of suspects, the two of them had naturally conducted some investigations before, and it could be said that basically all of them were ruled out. The man in the photo is named Li Changrun, and his status in the underground world is slightly higher than Meng Zhao's. He has hundreds of men under his command. There are 3 homicide cases that have been investigated in the Law Enforcement Bureau alone, and there are countless more that have not been investigated. But in the final analysis, he is just an ordinary person with good skills. How could such a person be able to kill people one after another under the noses of the law enforcement agency, like the Night Butcher, without leaving any loopholes? It makes absolutely no sense. He does have the idea, but he doesn't have the ability to do it. What's more, this guy's been in the law enforcement jail for 2 or 3 days now. If he committed these recent cases, how did he get out? How did he get back? Isn't this ridiculous? However, the two of them recalled the strange scene just now. There was no doubt that Wang Guifang had real power, and the person who pointed out the murderer was the deceased Wen Yuli. It all seems real. For a moment, both of them felt overwhelmed and couldn't tell the truth from the false. They looked back at Lu Tao next to them. As the main investigator of this case, and having been in charge for longer than them, Lu Tao naturally knew more. Lu Tao's eyes were also full of suspicion. Seeing them staring at each other, Wang Xiaoyu was extremely angry. I was already feeling a little unhappy that I didn't put the blame on Gu Yang, and now these people are actually doubting me. She carefully helped Wang Guifang sit down on the chair next to her and angrily slammed the table. What do you bastards mean? Are you trying to shirk your responsibility? You couldn't figure out the night butcher's true identity, and we found it for you, but you don't believe us. How foolish. No wonder the night butcher killed so many people right under your noses and you couldn't do anything about it. What use are you? It's normal for you to feel doubtful now. If you really knew who the night butcher was, you wouldn't have wasted so much time. You guys are not planning to default on your debt, are you? After these words were spoken, everyone in the room was speechless. Indeed, if the identity of the night butcher was not unexpected, he would not have been at large for so long. After being scolded, no one could find any reason to refute. Li Kaiyun said tiredly, "I'm sorry, Ms. Wang. We don't mean to default on our debt. We can still afford it. But isn't it a bit too early to give you the money now? Although you helped point out the suspect, the truth of the matter still requires some time to investigate. If we can prove that Li Changren is really the night butcher, I promise to transfer the money to you immediately." Wang Xiaoyu was furious and cursed. "Bullshit, why should we wait so long? Our job is to get the dead Wen Yuli to point out who the night butcher is who killed him. Our job is done. As for the subsequent investigation, that is your own business. If you still can't figure it out through your investigation, then we won't get our money, right? What's more, our Wang family's business is doing well, but we don't have time to waste on you. We have tens of millions of dollars in business every day. Can you afford a delay? I'm putting this on the line. If you don't pay immediately, we're not someone you can easily bully." Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun were so angry at Wang Xiaoyu's arrogance that they wanted to curse. But the people from this psychic family have really strange methods, and I don't dare to offend them. They looked back at Guan Chang'an, who was standing behind them. Guan Chang'an was still waiting to take the amulet from their hands after paying the bill to suppress his resentment. "There is no way. The situation forces us to do so." Li Kaiyun sighed and said, "Okay, I'll transfer the money to you right away." He took out his mobile phone and operated it. In less than 5 minutes, he transferred the remaining 20 million to the Wang family's card. Wang Xiaoyu glanced at the balance on the card and nodded with satisfaction. "That's pretty close. In this case, our cooperation ends here, and we can discuss anything else later." After finishing speaking, Wang Xiaoyu took out a talisman from his bag and handed it to Guan Chang'an. "Here, this is the gift I promised you. Wearing this amulet close to your body will effectively suppress the resentment in you." Guan Chang'an took it carefully with both hands. "Thank you both so much for your generous help. We still have many cases in the Law Enforcement Bureau, so we won't delay any longer and will leave first." Wang Xiaoyu looked so arrogant and conceited that she was really unpleasant. If it weren't for her status and abilities, everyone would have scolded her to death. Now that the cooperation is over, no one wants to stay with him. Wang Xiaoyu waved his hand casually. Let's go quickly." Everyone exchanged glances with each other and then left the morgue. Now only Wang Guifang and Wang Xiaoyu are left in the room. Wang Xiaoyu immediately poured Wang Guifang a cup of hot water. "Grandma, what happened to you just now? Why did you suddenly faint? Did you use your real strength? Isn't it said that you can just use some fake tricks to deceive people, and that's it? Besides, didn't we agree before to put the blame of the night butcher on Gu Yang? How come it became this Li Changren, who we don't even recognize? That damn Gu Yang is so arrogant. I can't bear it if I don't teach him a lesson." Wang Xiaoyu sat next to her grandmother and cursed, thinking about how to find a way to take revenge on Gu Yang. After drinking 2 sips of hot water, Wang Guifang's eyes finally showed some light. She suddenly remembered what happened before, and the water cup of her hand fell to the ground with a bang, and glass shards flew everywhere, scaring Wang Xiaoyu, who was next to her. The next moment, Wang Guifang suddenly grabbed Wang Xiaoyu's hands and shouted, "Let's leave quickly. This matter is not something we can mess with. It's very complicated. There must be a master behind the night butcher." Wang Xiaoyu was stunned. She had never seen her grandmother so panicked in her memory. What's wrong with you, Grandma? Is there anyone more powerful than our Wong family? Grandma, your ability to manipulate corpses just now seems to be even stronger than before. Your power must have increased a lot. What are we afraid of? Wang Guifang recalled the strange smile that the corpse gave her, glanced at Wen Muley who was lying on the bed not far away, and felt a chill on her back in an instant. Being able to control the corpse to move so smoothly and make it show such a weird expression, even I can't do it. She trembled and said, "That was indeed my plan at the beginning. I used puppetry to control the corpse and pin the crime of the night butcher on Guyang. But in the middle of the process, another more powerful force intervened in the corpse, and everything that happened afterwards was beyond my control. Especially at the end, when the corpse handed the photo to me, he actually showed an extremely terrifying and weird smile. This is the other party is demonstrating to us. I feel that if we interfere in this matter again, we will probably die. And you will die miserably. Go now, go overnight." Chapter 119, The Night Butcher is dead. At this moment, in the Law Enforcement Bureau prison, even though Li Chongren had become a prisoner, he still had not experienced any hardship. He sat on the bed with his legs crossed. The remaining 7 people in the cell seemed to be his slaves. Some people were helping him wash his clothes, some were giving him massages, and some were holding bowls of rice, picking out all the meat from other people's bowls, putting them in one bowl, and bringing it to him. It can be said that his life is not much different from that of the emperor. It is said that going to jail is a punishment for bad people, but this is not entirely true. For those ordinary bad guys with no money and no background, going to jail is indeed a punishment. But for people like Li Chongren, going to prison is actually no different from being on vacation. There is food and drink and people to serve him. If it weren't for the lack of freedom, Li Chongren would even be willing to live in this nice place for the rest of his life. The people here speak nicely, work diligently, and there is no intrigue. How great! Although those living in prison are not good people, they have to restrain themselves in front of Li Chongren. If you really offend this evil man in front of you, not to mention whether you can walk out of this prison alive, your family members outside may not be safe either. After all, Li Chongren has too many men under his command. And almost everyone knows that the law enforcement agency has no way to deal with him, and he will be released in a few days. A younger brother nearby glanced around, and, realizing that no one was around, he secretly pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Li Chongren. "Brother, this is Huazi, which my family sent through connections. Come and have a taste." Li Chongren raised his eyebrows. "Yes, you're quite perceptive. How long was the sentence?" The younger brother handed the cigarette to Li Chongren's mouth and helped him light it. After Li Chongren took a deep breath and blew out a smoke ring, he replied tremblingly, "I don't think it will come out for 3 to 5 years. I'm fine myself, but I'm a little worried about my wife and children out there." After listening to this, Li Chongren smiled and said, "Don't worry, you've been doing pretty well these past few days while I've been in there. I'll give your wife and children a heads up later, and no one will dare to bully them." After hearing this, the younger brother's eyes lit up instantly, and he nodded and bowed quickly. "Boss, you're like Guan Gong in the world, so loyal. When I get out in 3 to 5 years, I will definitely come to see you, boss, even if it's just to bring you water to wash your feet." After hearing this, Li Chongren laughed and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll remember it. As long as you come to me, I will definitely give you a comfortable position." After he finished speaking, he glanced threateningly at the other prisoners in the cell. "Everyone should learn from this and perform well. As long as I'm in a good mood, you can all live a good life. Otherwise, you're just asking for trouble." After saying that, he casually kicked off his shoes, revealing his smelly big feet. The whole cell was filled with the pungent smell of feet. Li Chongren's feet are extremely smelly, and he is famous for it. He turned his head and glanced at another fat, middle-aged man lying on the bed not far away, and snorted coldly. "Little leopard, you look quite comfortable lying down. Hurry up and get a basin of water for washing feet and rub my feet." After hearing this, Leopard sat up from the bed and stared at Li Chongren fiercely. "Mr. Li, don't be so arrogant. We are all in the same business, so we should forgive others when we can. I still have some dignity in public, and if you ask me to wash your feet, how am I going to survive after I get out?" This middle-aged man has a nickname called Leopard. He is proficient in gambling and once made tens of millions at the gambling table with a hand of leopard. Since then, he has had this nickname. But everyone knows that he might be cheating, but they can't find any evidence that he is cheating. After reaching middle age, He retired from society and used the fortune he had accumulated in his early years to set up a good underground casino where he was doing quite well. However, compared to Li Changren, his strength is still much weaker. Li Changren snurta coldly. How you get along after you get out is all up to me. Come over here and give me a good foot rub. When you get out, you could transfer your casino to my name. I will help you protect it and give you 10% of the profits. Is that okay? Leopard was so angry that his cheeks turned red. His casino was making a fortune every day. It was such a profitable business, but this bastard wanted to take 90% of the profits for himself after taking it over. He was simply a beast. He spat on the ground. You F***'s king want beauty, but I won't let you have your wish. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a lot of men under you. I have plenty of money, so can't I hire people even with money? Even if I sold the casino, I wouldn't give it to you. Li Changren narrowed his eyes slightly, and a terrifying cold light flashed in the corners of his eyes. The little brother who had just flattered him immediately understood what he meant. Without saying a word, he rushed over and punched the leopard hard. The leopard is good at gambling, not fighting, and has no ability to fight back at all. The other guys in the prison who wanted to flatter Li Changren also rushed over and started punching and kicking leopard. But everyone knew what was going on and didn't kill anyone. Otherwise, if someone died, no one would be able to get out. The leopard, lying on the ground, howled. Someone come quickly. Someone come quickly. Law enforcement officer, I'm going to die. These bastards want to kill people. But he had just shouted when one of the younger brothers immediately took off his smelly shoes and stuffed them into the leopard's mouth, so the leopard could only make a whimpering sound. There were 2 or 3 people standing on each side, holding the leopard tightly, making it completely unable to move. Li Changren spat on his hands, rubbed his hair until it was shiny, and walked to the leopard while humming a little tune. Since you are unwilling, then I can only accept your inheritance. He said this to scare the other party. He couldn't stay here for more than 2 days before his subordinates would take the blame and leave. If he really killed this guy with his own hands, wouldn't he be ruining his own future? But of course, he has to be taught a lesson. Just as he was about to take action, a shadow appeared silently at his feet, and no one in the cell noticed the change. Then, several tentacles as thick as fingers stretched out from the shadows and slowly crawled up Li Changren's trouser legs. Almost in an instant, these tentacles turned into dense silk threads, wrapping around his limbs and controlling every one of his joints. Li Changren was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Why am I losing control of my body? Before he could react, one of his hands slowly reached behind him. Inside his tight prison uniform, a machete about 20 to 30 centimeters long slashed down his back and landed right in his hand. The next moment, he raised the machete in his hand high and chopped it down on the leopard's head. Everyone in the prison was stunned. Is Li Changren crazy? How dare he kill someone in public? Also, where did this knife come from? Wasn't he searched before coming in? There were so many question marks in their heads that even their bodies couldn't react. With his swish sound, the machete in Li Changren's hand directly slashed across the neck of the leopard in front of him, and the round head rolled gurgling on the ground. Warm blood spurted out, staining the faces of everyone in the cell. However, Li Changren still did not stop at this moment. He raised the knife high in his hand and was ready to attack the remaining people. Everyone was shocked. Boss, what are you going to do? Boss, calm down. Li Changren wanted to explain, but his mouth seemed to be sealed by something and he couldn't move at all. Just at this time, Lu Tao and the law enforcement team rushed in. They originally planned to take Li Changren out for interrogation, but they happened to see a bloody scene in the prison. Seeing that Li Changren was about to attack, Lu Tao almost instinctively pulled out the gun from his waist and fired 2 shots, accurately hitting Li Changren in the cell. And one of the bullets went right into his temple. Li Changren only felt that his consciousness turned dark in an instant, and he fell to the ground with a thump. What happened? Why was my body no longer under my control? Why should I kill them? What on earth was going on? After Li Changren fell to the ground, the thick shadow on the ground disappeared again. Everyone in the cell finally smiled as if they had survived a disaster. Lu Tao at the door sat down on the ground with a click. I killed the Night Butcher? Chapter 120. Press conference tomorrow. It was not until then that other colleagues from the Law Enforcement Bureau rushed in. This also includes Li Kaiyun, Chu Lingling, and Guan Chang'an. After taking a look at the scene in front of them, everyone was stunned. Someone died again in the law enforcement agency's prison. What the hell? Things that used to happen rarely once a year are now happening one after another. Is this some kind of ghost? Guan Chang'an took a deep breath. turned to Lu Tao and asked himself, "What happened? Why did you shoot?" Such a big thing happened in the Law Enforcement Bureau. No matter what, the Law Enforcement Bureau cannot escape responsibility. Guan Chang'an even suspected that if he continued like this, he would not even have the chance to work until retirement in peace, and might even be fired early. "It's so frustrating," Lu Tao said helplessly. "I can't do anything about it. When I came in, this guy had already killed one person and was holding a knife to kill the rest. If I hadn't shot, the rest of the people probably wouldn't have survived." At this time, the other prisoners in the cell also came forward to testify. Yes, this officer just saved us. If it weren't for him, we would all be finished. Oh my God, why did this guy suddenly go crazy? We clearly didn't provoke him. He's just moody. Every one of these gangsters these days is practically a lunatic. They're addicted to killing people. I guess they just couldn't control their emotions for a moment. Don't worry, Captain Liu. Everyone can testify for you. You absolutely don't have to bear any responsibility. Although Lu Tao's shooting killed Li Changren on the spot, it was a life-saving grace for others. So at this moment, the remaining few people in the cell stood up one after another, patting their chests and expressing their willingness to prove Lu Tao's innocence. Guan Chang'an finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. It was good, at least he would not be kicked out after bearing huge public pressure like Li Kaiyan last time. If Lu Tao was kicked out of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Guan Chang'an would really have no one to use. Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun approached the cell and took a look at the scene inside, then looked at each other and nodded. It seems that they also agree with Lu Tao's statement. All the traces left at the scene showed that Li Changren was mad and ready to kill people. Lu Tao was not only not at fault for shooting, but also had some small merit. After recovering from their shock, everyone walked into the cell and continued to carefully examine the scene. When they saw the headless corpse on the ground, their pupils shrank. He chopped off the head with one blow. This clean and neat method was exactly the same as the night butcher's. Could it be that what the Wang family members said was true? Was this Li Changren really the night butcher? Seeing the almost identical killing methods in front of them, Lu Tao and the others finally began to waver. Eliminate all impossible answers, and the one that remains must be the truth. This Li Changren is probably really the night butcher. Guan Chang'an snorted coldly. If we hadn't returned in time, there might have been a massacre in the prison today. Let's check quickly and find out how the knife in his hand got in. Are there any accomplices of his within our law enforcement agency? When the other law enforcement officers heard this speculation, their eyes lit up. Yeah, if there are accomplices of this guy within the Enforcement Bureau, everything would make sense. Why was he able to kill people in the law enforcement agency? Why did he leave no clues after each murder? After all this time, there must be someone secretly helping him clean up his mess. After giving the order, Guan Chang'an turned around and said, "We'll hold a press conference tomorrow to announce the night butcher's true identity, and we'll have closed the case." Upon hearing this, Chu Lingling immediately objected. "Director Guan, you are being a bit too hasty. In my opinion, this case is fraught with doubts. It's still unclear whether Li Changren is the night butcher, so we shouldn't rush into this." Guan Chang'an looked tired and shook his head. "We'll talk about the future later. Let's leave it like this for now." After saying this, he left the prison area weakly. Looking at his back, Chu Lingling couldn't help but complain. "Director Guan, why are you doing this? The truth of the matter hasn't even been revealed yet you're announcing it now. What if the night butcher has someone else committing crimes?" Lu Tao, who was standing next to her, sighed and said, "Director Guan is helpless at the moment. The case of the night butcher has dragged on for far too long. With one person being killed every night, it has already attracted the attention of the higher-ups. He himself is under enormous pressure. If I can't produce any results, I'm afraid I will really have to abdicate." Although there are many doubts about Li Changren at the moment, there are surveillance videos and testimonies from other prisoners in the prison, so he can basically be blamed as the night butcher. Submitting him first can help to silence the public. After hearing this, Chu Lingling probably understood that it was not that Guan Chang'an did not know the doubts in this matter, but that he really had no way to investigate in detail. She gritted her teeth and continued to ask, "What if the night butcher continues to commit crimes tomorrow?" Lu Tao thought for a moment and then said, "Then we can just issue a notice saying that it was a fan of the night butcher who blindly worshipped and imitated the crime. We can then say it was someone else, and that's it." At this moment, Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling were stunned on the spot. They never imagined that things could be handled in this way. First submit Li Changren to claim some credit, and if he kills someone later, It will be another case, according to this statement. If I can get credit for solving another case, it would be like taking advantage of others. Of course, the people are not fools, and it is impossible to fool them all the time. But there will be no problem if they are fooled 2 or 3 times. Li Kaiyan next to him called up the surveillance footage at this moment. All the law enforcement officers gathered together and watched the surveillance footage from beginning to end, almost not missing any details. But the result was exactly the same as what other prisoners in the prison said. It was indeed Li Changren who went crazy and chopped off someone's head with a knife, and then even wanted to chop off other people. If it weren't for Lu Tao, there would be countless more heads in the prison now. It's simply lawlessness to the extreme. After watching the surveillance video, Chu Lingling began to doubt herself. How could an ordinary machete hit someone's neck so accurately, at such a perfect angle, and chop off their head in one blow? I guarantee that 90% of people can't do it. Li Kaiyun also nodded. That's right, beheading is easy to say, but it's actually not easy to do. It requires speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Moreover, the human neck is connected to the cervical vertebrae, so to cut such a smooth cross-section with one knife, one must have an incredibly strong force. In ancient times, executioners would chop off a person's head with a single blow, and they would use a large knife, not to mention a small knife like this that could be hidden behind the back. When these two people work together, Li Changren's ability to kill people alone is enough to bind him to the Night Butcher. Chu Lingling didn't believe it and continued to watch the surveillance video twice. Suddenly, she discovered something and pointed at the surveillance screen and said, "Did you feel that there was something a little off about Li Changren's eyes when he was chopping people with his knife? It wasn't the ruthless look you get when you're killing someone, but rather it was filled with fear and doubt." Chapter 121. This is a scam. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun immediately focused their attention on Li Changren's face. At first glance, they seemed to have discovered another suspicious point. Lu Tao said, after the guy stabbed someone with a knife, his lips moved slightly, and he looked like he wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. The fear in his eyes didn't seem fake. This discovery made Lu Tao and others, who had already felt that there was something fishy about this matter, even more certain that Li Changren's killing was definitely not his own subjective intention. Li Kaiyun rubbed his chin with one hand. This matter seems a bit weird. It was clearly Li Changren who was holding the knife and wanted to chop people. So why did he look so confused and frightened? Could it be that he was really forced? Lu Tao calmed down at this time, analyzed the situation, and replied, "From my point of view, Li Changren absolutely shouldn't kill anyone at this moment. He is a veritable veteran in the prison, and his knowledge of law is enough to make him a lawyer. So he always managed to find a way to exonerate himself. Even if he couldn't find a way, he could let his subordinates take the blame. Such a person, although as cruel as a madman, but he cares deeply about his own safety. How could he do such a stupid thing?" Chu Lingling also echoed, "That's right. Li Changren is a frequent visitor to our law enforcement bureau's prison. He must be very clear that we have surveillance cameras installed here, so he rarely beats people himself. Most of the time, he lets his subordinates do it, just to avoid being involved in any crime. And now he actually killed someone with a knife. There is surveillance as evidence. Even if he has thousands of subordinates, he cannot avoid spending his whole life in prison. Therefore, he must have been forced to kill, and the person behind the coercion was most likely the Night Butcher." As soon as this conclusion came out, everyone took a deep breath and felt their hair stand on end. Does the Night Butcher really possess such powerful abilities? Chu Lingling closed her eyes and thought, then slowly spoke. "Everyone, think about it carefully. Does Li Changren's murderous behavior really perfectly fit the description of a Night Butcher? I'm afraid not. You have to know that the Night Butcher killed so many people, but there was no eyewitness from beginning to end. As for Li Changren's murder, there were no less than 10 people in the entire prison who witnessed it. In terms of the sophistication of his methods, he was not on the same level as the Night Butcher. Furthermore, the Night Butcher only kills one person at most every night. He actually wants to kill everyone in the cell, which is completely inconsistent with the Night Butcher's previous behavior." After chatting to this point, the three of them were almost certain that there was something behind Li Changren's murder this time, and he was definitely not the Night Butcher himself. But if Li Changren is not the Night Butcher himself, then what is the situation with the Wang family? This person was the murderer identified by Wang Guifeng after she personally called back when Muley Sol. As soon as she identified Li Changren as the murderer, Li Changren used the Night Butcher's killing method to chop off the person's head in public and forced Lu Tao to shoot him to death on the spot. leaving no evidence. Isn't this all just a coincidence? Lika yung kursa. You bastard, I didn't want to give the money at the time, but I didn't expect that I would be fooled in the end. That's all my family's wealth. They are definitely liars. Zhu Lingling Thou Wen. Even if we say Wang Guifang and others are liars, it's hard to make sense. How did the night butcher know that Wang Guifang and the others would identify Li Changrun as the suspect tonight? Unless they are in the same group. As soon as this conclusion came out, Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun became more excited. If Wang Guifang and the others are in cahoots with the night butcher, then everything makes sense. It must be that these two groups of people conspired together to design this conspiracy. First, they let Wang Guifang and others put the blame directly on Li Changrun, and then the night butcher found a way to make Li Changrun chop off someone's head in public and be shot dead on the spot. This would not only clear the suspicion of the real night butcher, but would also allow him to defraud a full 30 million yuan from Li Kaiyun. Li Kaiyun was instantly furious and turned to Lu Tao and pleaded, "Captain Lu, please send someone to arrest the two people from the Wang family immediately. I suspect they are fraudsters, and the amount of fraud is as high as 30 million. Lu Tao naturally couldn't swallow this. At that time, he was acting weird in the morgue and fooled everyone. But it turned out to be a scam that had been conspired with the night butcher. It was a great shame. He immediately instructed the law enforcement officers not far away. Hurry up and bring a team over there and arrest them as fraudsters. I want to see whether the Wang family's so-called psychic skills are true or not. Either they make me submit, or I send them to jail." After instructing a team of people to go out, the remaining Lu Tao and others continued to discuss the case. They knew very well that although Guan Chang'an would hold a press conference tomorrow to tell everyone that the real identity of the night butcher was Li Changrun, and that he had been killed on the spot in prison yesterday. However, the real night butcher is still at large. This war is not over yet. Wang Guifang and Wang Xiaoyu have now returned to the hotel where they are temporarily staying. Wang Guifang's hands were shaking as she kept packing her luggage and urged Wang Xiaoyu, "Hurry up, we must leave this city immediately. It's too dangerous. From now on, we should not do any business related to this night butcher. It is best to be cautious when going out." Wang Xiaoyu muttered as she packed her clothes, but her hands did not move quickly. Seeing Wang Guifang's frightened look, she felt somewhat dissatisfied. "Who are our Wang family? We're a family of psychics that everyone must respect. Who in the black and white world would not give us some face when they meet us? A little night butcher is just a serial killer. Why can he scare us so much? It would be too embarrassing to tell anyone about it. And that damn Guyang, he was so rude to me. How could he not be punished at all?" Wang Xiaoyu felt angry, and the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. She temporarily put down what she was doing and said to Wang Guifang, "Grandma, please clean up first. I'm going to change my clothes." Wang Guifang frowned. "We're leaving soon. Why should we change clothes? Can't we change when we get back?" Wang Xiaoyu waved his hand. "Hey, Grandma, please wait for me for a while. Didn't I just come into contact with a corpse today? It would be disgusting if I didn't change it, but it won't take more than a few minutes." After saying that, she rushed into her room and locked the door. Then she secretly took out a small green ceramic jar about 10 centimeters high from her backpack. She gently placed the small jar on the table, then cut her finger with a knife and squeezed out a few drops of blood onto the edge of the jar lid. The next moment, the small jar shook slightly, as if there was something inside, and instantly sucked the few drops of blood into the jar through the gap. A sick smile appeared on Wang Xiaoyu's face. "Is the ghost all full? After you've eaten, come help your sister with something. She was bullied today, and she's feeling really bad." Chapter 122 Chapter 122 Fully Automatic Factory Construction. After reopening his eyes, Guyang immediately checked the remaining amount of his life force. 240 years. This income is considered to be average. However, what Guyang missed most was Xiong Chuan, whom he had killed. People who practiced breathing techniques had a long lifespan. For Guyang, last night's behavior was actually just a little prank. Naturally, he had no intention of using this little trick to put the title of Night Butcher completely on the murderer's head. Not to mention whether my actions left any doubts. I have to take action again tonight. How can I hide it? But it's still quite interesting to add a little fun to everyone. At this moment, Guyang could almost imagine how worried Lu Tao and the others were. I don't have to go to work today. Now the nano-targeted immune activation agent has been fully developed and the corresponding experimental data has been obtained. There are also 2 Dean-level figures who can help me handle other procedures. I only need to wait patiently for 2 days before I can start production. Take off from the spot. However, before going into production, Guyang still had another task to complete. His current Yuan show time was just enough, so he slowly closed his eyes and let his consciousness sink into the Yuan show space. A new translucent moon has been constructed here, representing the current state of human mechanical engineering. Guyang had already taken the time to cram more than a dozen books representing the highest academic level of mechanical engineering into his mind, and now it was the right time to deduce them. He threw in one Yuan show after another. During this process, Guyang could clearly feel that his research on mechanical engineering in his mind began to rise rapidly. In a short while, Guyang had invested 25 years of his lifespan into it, which was equivalent to not eating, drinking, sleeping, or being distracted, and devoting all his energy to learning knowledge for 25 years. Today, Guyang's knowledge in mechanical engineering has reached the pinnacle of human endeavor. But this is not the end. Guyang immediately established a new theory in his mind. That is, a mechanical assembly line factory that can fully automatically produce various medicines. That's right. Guyang does not plan to hire employees to carry out production. People are too complicated. Perhaps the most difficult thing to control in the world is people. Having been betrayed and hurt once, Guyang is only willing to believe the knowledge in his head. Moreover, if we use people to produce, the efficiency will be too low and the output will easily fall short. However, it is different with fully automatic mechanical assembly line factories, which can carry out high-speed production 24 hours a day with almost no mistakes. This time, Guyang only invested 5 years in research. The reason is simple. This kind of fully automatic mechanical assembly line production factory is not considered to be beyond the current stage of human civilization. I heard that some advanced technology companies have already entered semi-automation, and I only need to make slight changes to enter full automation, so the research time required is not long. Currently, Guyang's remaining lifespan is 210 years. He suddenly had a bold idea, which was to directly imitate the super armor of Iron Man in the movie plot and construct a prototype in his brain. Then I tried to feel it. Is it possible to build yourself an Iron Man armor? The result was a sudden shock. Iron Man's super armor involves a variety of technologies that exceed the current limits of human civilization. To completely replicate and deduce it, even the worst first version would take 430 years. Forget it, just give up. Guyang immediately turned on the computer and used his skilled professional skills to quickly draw out all the mechanical parts that needed to be produced on the computer and at the same time wrote out the programs that had been edited in his brain. Although Guyang's speed was already ridiculously fast, he was still busy until the afternoon, and he was so busy that he felt dizzy. I'm afraid that if he was really a sickly and paralyzed person, he would have fainted from exhaustion by now. After doing all this, he immediately sent the mechanical parts that needed to be produced to Mu Rong via email. A phone call. Old Mu, are you free now? Mu Rong is living a good life. After learning how amazing the product that Guyang is researching is, he is not worried about the future of Chaoyang Biotechnology Company at all. With 2 Dean-level figures protecting him, he no longer needed to keep smiling and drinking. How can there be no time for this? Old Gu, you've already taken care of all the work. How can I be so busy? I can only do some odd jobs. I am preparing to recruit employees today. After 2 days, when all our procedures are completed, the employees should be in place, and we can go straight into production. I guarantee that it will shock the world. By then, you will be a great figure recorded in textbooks, the greatest biologist and scientist. You can't look down on me, a brother with only a second-tier degree. Guyang laughed after hearing this. What are you talking about? Is a second-tier university degree a low level? Do you really think the proportion of college graduates is high? You have time now, and I just sent you an email containing the parts needed for the mechanical assembly line I designed. I plan to carry out a large-scale renovation of our existing factory and turn it into a state-of-the-art, fully automated factory. So you can put the recruitment issue aside for now. You don't need that many people at all. Get that budget out there. First, renovate the factory. Second, quickly contact the city's most advanced machinery manufacturer to manufacture these parts for me. Once all procedures are completed, we must put them into fully automated production as soon as possible. While Guyang was talking, Mu Rong had already opened his computer to receive the email. He glanced at it and was stunned. No way, Lao Gu. Are you saying that in addition to studying biology, you also study mechanical engineering? I can't even understand these parts of yours. And you produced and researched them yourself? Guyang smiled lichtly. You can also understand that I have a friend who helps me design the research. You don't need to worry about the details. Do as I say. However, Mu Rong was silent for a moment before answering. Old Gu, I'm afraid your request is a bit demanding. I've taken a quick look at these parts. They're quite complex and require very high precision. It's true that only the most advanced machinery factories can produce it. However, if you want to get so many parts in just 2 or 3 days, and also want the most advanced machinery factory to do the outsourcing, you'll probably have to pay extra. To transform this existing factory into a fully automated one would require a large sum of money for renovation. We don't have much money on hand, and we have to keep some aside for backup, so it's probably not possible. The best approach at this stage is to either delay production and launch, or find someone to raise funds. However, Guyong frowned after hearing this. To be honest, he didn't want to take either of these two paths. Your time is so precious. If you follow the normal process, it may take you 1 or 2 months to complete it. Isn't that a waste of time? Finding someone to raise funds means that you will not have the final say on all subsequent factory decisions, which is even more foolish. He gritted his teeth and replied, "We cannot take either of these two paths, and we must complete it according to the requirements I put forward at the beginning. As for the money problem, if it's not enough, you can use our factory as collateral for a loan, as well as the house and car under my name. Complete the process as quickly as possible. Interest doesn't matter. The most important thing is speed. As long as our nano-targeted immune-activating drug is on the market, no amount of money will be a problem." Mu Rong was shocked when he heard this. This business has just started, and he hasn't made a penny, but he has already spent most of his savings. Now he has to mortgage all his physical properties. He is completely walking on a tightrope. If any mistake is made, everything you have now may be wasted, and you may never be able to recover in your lifetime. He wanted to speak up to dissuade her, but suddenly, the past of how they had come together came to him. Damn it, when did I become so indecisive? Back in college, I ate instant noodles and couldn't even bear to add a braised egg. Done. No problem. I'll do as you say. I have a house and a car under my name, and I've met a lot of people over the years. I can mortgage anything I can, and I'll lend you everything I can. We guarantee that everything will be completed for you within 3 days. As long as the money is in place, all of this is possible. Guyong felt warm in his heart. At this stage, the only person he could trust was Lao Mu. Don't worry, brother. You'll have a good time in the future. Murong yawned indifferently. What does it matter? Everything we have now was achieved by the two of us brothers working together. The worst that can happen is that we two brothers can go back to the days before liberation overnight. But I have to tell you, when we were in college and ate instant noodles, we could only afford to eat 1 pack each, and you always ate first. I seriously suspect that you ate more than me. If we lose money, I must eat instant noodles first. Guyang Lao get. No problem. I'll have a couple more sips of soup. It's just a small problem. If you like to drink soup, at worst, everything else will be mine, and the soup will be yours. I'll just give you enough soup to keep you full. Fuck you. Go away. Chapter 123. The little devil is difficult to deal with, the life-threatening car. Just after hanging up the phone, the bedroom door was kicked open. The person standing at the door was the angry Su Changshen. But when she saw Gu Yang, who looked exhausted in the room, the anger on her face disappeared for the most part, replaced by a moment of heartache. "Mr. Gu, what's wrong with you? You're not going to tell me that you've been busy working until the afternoon, are you? I have prepared breakfast and lunch for you. You just need to heat them up and eat them. Don't you even have time to heat up your food? Do you even know that you are a patient? Is it possible to make enough money?" Gu Yang scratched his head awkwardly and replied apologetically. "Sorry, I accidentally got too busy. I'll go heat it up now, okay?" Su Changcheng angrily pushed Gu Yang's wheelchair to the balcony on the second floor. A sumptuous meal of 3 dishes and 1 soup had already been laid out on the small table on the balcony, and the aroma was fragrant. When he smelled this smell, Gu Yang's stomach suddenly started to growl. "Do you still need to heat it up? By the time you finish, the daylily will be cold. I've already prepared it for you. Eat it quickly. Don't do this again next time. No matter how important business is, it's not as important as your own health." Guyong took the bowl and chopsticks handed to him by Su Changsheng and answered with a smile while eating. "I'm not doing this just to make money. Nano-targeted immune activation drugs are related to millions of cancer patients across the country. The cancer incidence rate in our country ranks among the highest in the world, but the cure rate is not high. If I can get my medicine on the market 1 day sooner, wouldn't that mean saving lives sooner?" When Guyong finished saying this, Su Chengxing next to him was stunned for a moment. She never imagined that Gu Yong had such a grand vision in his heart. I wish I had thousands of mansions to shelter all the poor people in the world and make them happy. I'm afraid this is what Gu Yong is talking about. At this moment, Su Chengxing suddenly thought of her mother. If it weren't for Gu Yang's research, his mother would have left him soon. If Gu Yang's medicine is delayed for a few more months, what will happen to patients like his mother who can no longer hold on? It turns out that everything Mr. Gu did was to save people. This time, Su Chengxing couldn't bear to blame Gu Yang anymore. She swore to herself in her heart. Mr. Gu is simply the kindest person in the world, as well as the greatest and smartest person. I have decided that I must work under Mr. Gu for the rest of my life. I might as well quit my job as a nurse in the hospital so that I can have more energy to take care of Mr. Gu, and he won't forget to eat every day. Thinking of this, Su Chengxing actually felt extremely guilty. The reason I go to the hospital to work as a nurse is just for the salary of 3 to 5,000. And just for this little salary, every month, I let Mr. Gu not even have enough to eat. I am really irresponsible as a caregiver. If Mr. Gu collapses from exhaustion, who will save so many cancer patients in the future? It turns out that I am the culprit, and I am the one who should take the most responsibility. But Mr. Gu didn't even complain. I am guilty. On a road not far away, an ordinary family car was driving slowly on the empty road. There was a harmonious family of 3 sitting in the car. The husband was driving, the wife was sitting in the passenger seat, and in the back seat was a little boy of about 10 years old, lying on the seat, playing with his mobile phone and singing. Where is spring? Where is spring? Spring is in the eyes of the children. The little boy was singing, playing with his mobile phone, and looking at the beautiful scenery outside the window. He was very busy and happy. Mom and Dad, we must take a lot of photos when we go on an outing today. I want to show off my classmates when I get home. The mother's face was filled with a gentle smile, and she took out the camera in her hand. Got it, my dear son. You see, Mommy even brought her new camera. I promised to take some handsome pictures of you. Who are you going to show it to? Not to the little girls in your class, are you? The little boy blushed after hearing this. Mom, you're not serious. How can you ask such an embarrassing question? I wanted to show it to my buddies, not to any little girl. I hate little girls the most. If other girls want to see my photos, I will punch them and make them cry. Making girls cry feels the best. Hearing this, the smile on my mother's face froze instantly. It's over. My son is a little pervert. But after hearing this, my father laughed. Good boy. You have the demeanor of your father when he was young. The first day your father and I met your mother, I punched out half of her front teeth, and the next day, we met your grandparents. This is a method you need to use to pursue girls, is fast and quick. That routine of sending flowers and treating people to dinner is so outdated. After hearing this, the mother next to him stretched out her 9-inch white bone claw and pinched the father's waist hard, causing the father to grimace in pain. What have you taught your children every day? If you can't teach your children, can you shut up? It hurts, it hurts. Honey, I was wrong. I was wrong. I will never dare to speak nonsense again. Although the family of 3 is noisy, they are extremely warm. For ordinary people, this may be the greatest happiness. Having a loving family, a stable income, and free time to spend quality time with family. Life is like this. What more could you ask for? But while they were enjoying their leisure time, they didn't notice that there was a baby covered in black with red eyes on the roof of the car. The baby had an evil smile on his face. He glanced at the villa in the distance and the man and woman dining on the second-floor balcony, and an evil idea came into his mind. The next moment, the resentful baby appeared inside the car, standing next to his father's seat. But the 3 people in the car didn't notice anything unusual and were still immersed in the happy atmosphere. During the fight, my father's expression suddenly changed. The car's accelerator was suddenly stepped onto the bottom, the brakes failed, and the speed instantly climbed to 100 kilometers per hour and was still rising rapidly. The violent push on his back caused the little boy in the back seat, who was not wearing a seatbelt, to fall off his chair with a thud. Ouch, that hurts. Dad, how are you driving? Why are you driving so fast all of a sudden? This isn't a highway. The mother next to him was also panicked. Honey, what are you doing? Brake quickly. This is too dangerous. You're speeding. The father slammed on the brakes, but the car didn't slow down at all. Instead, it got faster and faster. He tried to turn the steering wheel again, but it wouldn't budge. He turned pale with fear in an instant. Son, sit tight and fasten your seatbelt. The car is out of control. However, he only had time to say this one sentence. The next moment, the vehicle had already rushed out of the road and just rushed up the small hill next to it, performing a real-life version of flying in the air on the spot. The three members of the family in the car had their minds blank at this moment. They could only watch as the car flew up from the hillside and crashed directly into a small villa in front of them, aiming directly at the small balcony on the second floor. As luck would have it, there was a man and a woman having dinner on the small balcony at that moment. The man was in a wheelchair. It's over, it's all over. The speed of the car at this moment must have exceeded 200 kilometers per hour. It's over. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, A Blessing in Disguise. Gu Yang and Su Changsheng, who were having dinner on the balcony, also noticed the car flying towards them at the first moment. Damn, if someone is unlucky these days, can they get into a car accident while eating at home? Su Changsheng pounced towards Gu Yang almost reflexively. Mr. Gu, be careful. She wanted to use her body to protect Gu Yang from this disaster. However, the car was coming at such a high speed that it felt like it could take off with a pair of wings. Even if Su Changsheng's flesh and blood body pounced on Gu Yang, in the end, both of them would turn into Ruji ammo. At the critical moment, Gu Yang's adrenaline soared to the extreme. He hugged Su Changsheng at an extremely fast speed, then rolled to the side with all his strength and rolled down from the second-floor balcony in an instant. Almost at the same time, the car brushed past the two people, drew an arc in the air, and crashed directly into the second floor of the villa. The speed was too fast, and the car turned into a pile of scrap metal the moment it hit the car. Immediately afterwards, an explosion occurred inside the villa. Even though it had rolled to the first floor, the debris stirred up by the explosion still posed a great threat to Su Changsheng and Gu Yang at the first moment. Several huge pieces of building debris fell down. Fortunately, Gu Yang was not really paralyzed, and his physical fitness was far beyond that of ordinary people. At the critical moment, he rolled left and right on the ground while holding Su Changsheng, narrowly avoiding these dangers. But Gu Yang during the day is not the night butcher at night after all. Inevitably, he suffered serious skin injuries, with at least 10 bloody wounds on his body. Su Changsheng was able to escape death thanks to Gu Yang's protection, but the injuries on her body were no less than Gu Yang's. There was no way. Gu Yang was not a god. It was impossible for him to remain unscathed in the face of such a terrible disaster. He couldn't even protect himself, let alone others. Su Changsheng came back to her senses in a daze. She had no time to think carefully about what had just happened. She immediately began to check Gu Yang's body next to her. Mr. Gu, how are you? Are you seriously injured? Gu Yang grimaced in pain. It's okay. I won't die for a while. Su Changsheng even forgot the pain in her own body and only breathed a sigh of relief after carefully checking every wound on Gu Yang's body. Fortunately, it's just skin injuries, no bones or anything like that. Oh my god, this is so scary. How could a car fly directly towards us? Is this a movie? Gu Yang lay on the ground in a big character shape, not wanting to move at all. This is really troublesome. In such a critical situation, I have to pretend to be paralyzed. I'm really an actor. But in that situation, just now, even if I didn't pretend to be paralyzed, the result probably wouldn't be much better. It was too damn sudden. He looked tired and said to Su Changsheng beside him, "Call the police and call an ambulance." Su Changsheng finally reacted and took out the cell phone she was carrying with her. Fortunately, the phone was in my pocket the whole time and didn't break. Only the screen was cracked, but I could make calls without any problems. After calling the law enforcement agency and the hospital, the two could do nothing but stay where they were and wait patiently. Only then did Su Changsheng have time to take a look at the injuries on her body. Her condition was not much different from Gu Yang's. They were all superficial injuries with little impact. This violent car accident also attracted other residents in the same community. Everyone gathered around, looking at the villa that had been smashed beyond recognition and the scrap car that was still burning fiercely, and talked about it. Oh my god, how did this guy drive a car? Could he be taking revenge on society? How could he crash the car into that? Yes, I just happened to witness the entire scene through the window. The car accelerated all the way from the opposite road and crashed into us, as if it was deliberately trying to kill someone. To be able to speed up to this extent, I guess the accelerator must have been mashed to pieces. It shouldn't be intentional. I vaguely saw that there seemed to be a family of 3 in the car. Judging from the severity of the accident, it's likely that this family of 3 is gone. That's for sure. With such a horrific collision, the people inside would have died long ago, not to mention the explosion afterwards. The young man and the girl were lucky to have rolled down from the building immediately. Otherwise, they would have been killed on the spot. What the hell do you call that good luck? This is just terrible bad luck. I was happily having a meal at home, but I almost got hit by a car and died. How can you call that good luck? Okay, I used the wrong word, but that's a blessing in disguise. Several kind-hearted neighbors quickly gathered around to help clean up the construction debris around Gu Yang, and at the same time asked about Gu Yang's health. After hearing that Gu Yang was not seriously injured, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, they were not professional medical personnel and could not help much. They could only help the two of them temporarily escape from the dangerous area downstairs to prevent anything from falling from the upstairs and causing secondary injuries. The law enforcement agency and the hospital were very quick, arriving at the scene at the same time in just about 10 minutes. Gu Yang and Su Changsheng were quickly placed on stretchers and carried into the ambulance by several medical staff. After a quick check, it was confirmed that the injuries on the two men were not serious. Only then were the two of them truly safe. Lu Tao also brought members of the Law Enforcement Bureau to the scene quickly and blocked the area. One team is responsible for evacuating the crowd to avoid causing secondary harm to them. Team 2 goes in to check and see if there are any other survivors. At the same time, let the firefighters come in and put out the fire first. Lu Tao directed the scene in an orderly manner. After arranging everyone's work, he immediately got into the ambulance. Looking at the wounded Gu Yang and Su Changsheng, he asked with concern, "Brother Gu Yang, are you okay? You're so unlucky. How could you have a car accident at home? Fortunately, no one was hurt, but it's a pity that your house and other things were damaged. But this kind of thing should be covered by insurance, so it's not a big problem." He took a break from his busy schedule and sat down in the corner of the ambulance. Gu Yang smiled lichtly. It's a blessing in disguise that no serious damage was caused. But the injuries on my body will probably take me 10 days to half a month to heal. What bad luck. I just came out of the hospital and now I have to go back again. Lu Tao laughed out loud. He's really unlucky. Even more unlucky than our director. Gu Yang asked curiously. Is Director Guan also unlucky? Lu Tao opened his mouth to say something, but seemed unable to speak. Seeing that he was a little hesitant, Gu Yang waved his hand. It's okay. If you have any unspeakable secrets, don't say it for now. Don't the villains in TV dramas always say blame it on you for knowing too much when they kill people? Ha. Ignorance is bliss. Lu Tao hesitated for a moment and then slapped his thigh. Forget it. It's not a secret. I'll just talk to Brother Gu Yang. In Lu Tao's mind, he always felt a little guilty towards Gu Yang because he was the first person to doubt Gu Yang. But it has been confirmed many times later that there is no direct connection between Gu Yang and the Night Butcher. On the contrary, his suspicion caused Gu Yang a lot of trouble. After spending some time together, Lu Tao began to appreciate Gu Yang's talent and character, and eventually he regarded Gu Yang as his friend. Brother Gu Yang, do you believe that there are ghosts in this world? Chapter 125. So, is this a ghost? As soon as he heard this topic, Gu Yang instantly became interested. In the past, he naturally didn't believe these things, but he happened to meet someone from the Long family not long ago, and he looked up some relevant information on the internet. With his top hacking skills, he was able to uncover many unknown secrets. The more you know, the more mysterious it becomes. There are many things in this world that cannot be explained by science, and ghosts may really exist. Gu Yang thought for a moment and then spoke. I've been doing some scientific research lately. For researchers, anything can be hypothesized. If it is denied at the beginning, it will only limit the research ideas. From a scientific point of view, ghosts are very likely to exist. They are either ultra-micro molecules that cannot be observed by the naked eye, or they're a kind of distorted magnetic field induction. After hearing this, Lu Tao nodded slowly. As expected of an academic, his knowledge level is even higher than that of a rough guy like me. However, in my understanding, ghosts are similar to those described in folk legends. Our director, Guan, was also a battlefield person in his early years. He killed many people. In the end, these people killed by him would leave a trace of resentment on them and bring him bad luck. Over the years, the director has experienced countless near-death experiences due to bad luck. The reason for this was due to an encounter with a descendant of a mysterious family a few days ago, and the other party gave this explanation. Gu Yang's heart was shocked, and he suddenly thought of what the Wang family said to him at that time. Cause and effect will always be cyclical, and retribution will always come. Even if you kill people with your ghost and leave no clues, the karma will eventually catch up with you, and worse luck may be one of the retributions. Guyang immediately asked curiously, "Where is the heir of that legendary hidden family? I want to visit him too. I feel like my luck is pretty bad." When talking about this topic, Lu Tao's face suddenly showed some anger. "Don't say that. Maybe the heir of that family really has some abilities, but they're definitely not many. Most of them are just cheating and deceiving. Perhaps their ancestors had some real skills, but their descendants were lazy and the skills were lost long ago. Moreover, these guys were so bold that they even deceived my law enforcement agency and defrauded one of our colleagues of 30 million yuan. I have now ordered my law enforcement officers to arrest them, and I expect they will be brought to justice soon." Guyang laughed secretly in his heart. Others might not know, but he knew it very well. After all, when Wang Guifeng was holding the ritual, he was watching and interfering the whole time. "If you want to cheat me, I'll cheat you too and see if you can take it." During the short time they were chatting, the fire in the villa was put out. The corresponding investigator from the Law Enforcement Bureau have also been collecting evidence in the vehicle and have obtained the first test results. A team member immediately ran to Lu Tao's side and reported, "Captain, the preliminary examination has concluded, but the main cause of the accident has not been determined. All 3 members of the family in the car died on the spot, leaving no witnesses. The dashcam was barely able to preserve the footage, and we copied the video from the memory card and found that the people in the car should be a family of 3. The main purpose of their trip was to go on vacation to a tourist area about 100 kilometers away. They were already halfway through the journey and had been safe all the way. But when we got near this place, for some reason, the car's accelerator was suddenly stepped on the bottom, and the brakes were completely out of control, the steering wheel couldn't move, and it accelerated all the way from 1,000 meters away and rushed straight into this house. Anyway, the situation is quite strange. However, this is only a preliminary test result. If necessary, further testing may be able to reveal more truth and find a real cause of the accident." Lu Tao frowned when he heard this. "Is it really that strange? Isn't it a vehicle malfunction or a human error?" The staff member nodded. "It's a bit strange indeed. According to the inspection, the vehicle did not seem to have any problems at the time. But according to the dashcam and the audio recording, the accelerator was pressed to the floor, the brakes failed, and even the steering wheel would not move. It's extremely strange." Lu Tao just felt a headache. Why were there so many strange things happening recently? One night butcher was enough to make people's scalps numb, and the appearance of the Wang family made the matter even more confusing. Now, there's another car accident with no detectable cause. This is outrageous. It's just outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Lu Tao turned around and looked at Guyang, who was still lying on the stretcher and receiving treatment for his injuries, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Brother Guyang. We were unable to detect the true cause of the accident immediately, which is likely to affect the subsequent insurance claims. But I'll have my more professional technicians check it out when I get back, and there should be good news." Guyang nodded slightly, but in fact he already had some doubts in his heart. There are not so many strange things in this world. 90% of the strange things are caused by human beings. This car accident was such a coincidence. Guyang suddenly remembered that when he met Wang Guifeng and the others and left, Wang Xiaoyu next to him kept cursing himself for bad luck. Could it be related to them? Legend has it that the psychic in the Wang family has the ability to control ghosts. Could it be true? The information on the internet is true and false. Even if Guyang has top-notch hacking skills, he cannot tell who is telling the truth and who is lying. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt acutely that the temperature in the carriage seemed to have dropped by several degrees. Turning back to the nurse next to him, he asked, "Is the air conditioning on?" The female nurse quickly checked the air conditioning system next to her and replied, "No, but I do feel that the car is a little colder. I guess it's because of the cold wind that blew in from outside just now. Mr. Gu, please don't move. I've already taken care of the exposed wounds, but a few of them are covered by clothes. The torn clothes are stuck to the wounds, so I need to use scissors to cut away the remaining clothes before I can bandage them further." Guyang nodded. "It's okay, go ahead and do it. I'll be careful." After getting the answer, the female nurse immediately began to operate carefully on Guyang's arm. In another corner of the carriage, just above Lu Tao's head, a translucent black baby slowly appeared, with an extremely angry expression on the baby's face. It could be clearly seen that the color of this black baby is much lighter than that in the car at that time, and it seems to have become weaker. Seeing the female nurse using scissors on Guyang, the black baby started to have bad thoughts again. He sneaked up to Guyang's side, and when the female nurse was cutting his clothes with scissors, he slapped the scissors with his hand. The sharp scissors pierced directly into Gu Yang's skin, leaving a bloody wound. Ah! The female nurse was so scared that her hands shook at first. After taking out the scissors, she quickly took out the medical tools next to her to stop the bleeding and disinfect them. The black baby smiled triumphantly, and its color became even lighter, finally disappearing next to Guyang. Guyang turned his head and looked at the wound on his arm, frowning. It seems that being unlucky is a bit abnormal. Lu Tao stood up hurriedly from his side. What's wrong with you? Why are your hands shaking at this critical moment? You made such a long cut. Brother Guyang is bleeding enough. Aren't you just adding to the trouble? The female nurse looked like a young girl in her early 20s, about the same age as Su Changsheng. She was also scared at the moment. If this matter was complained online, she would probably be punished. I'm sorry, I really did it by accident. Mr. Gu, don't be angry. I will treat your wound right away. If you want compensation, I will not shirk my responsibility. Guyang did not mention the issue of compensation because he felt that the temperature in the car seemed to have risen a few degrees. At the same time, he suddenly recalled that when the car flew towards him, he seemed to feel a chill. Could this be a ghost? The world seems to be getting more interesting. Chapter 126 Press Conference. After an accident, the little girl became more cautious. It took a lot of effort to finally treat Gu Yang's wounds, and he was sweating profusely from exhaustion. Mr. Gu, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I have almost treated your wound now, but a series of follow-up examinations are still needed. I guess I'll have to go to the hospital and stay there for 2 days. Gu Yang nodded sleekly. Okay. At this time, Lu Tao's phone rang next to him. He picked it up and frowned. What the hell? One of them actually ran away. A woman in her 60s and a little girl. Can't you catch them? Whatever. Let's catch whoever we can. You guys go ahead and interrogate her first. You must get all the details of Wang Guifang's deception and make her return all the money she took. Scammers these days are simply getting more and more brazen. It doesn't matter whether we can catch the remaining one or not. Okay, you guys make the arrangements. I have something else to do here, and we'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Lu Tao said to Guyang, Brother Guyang, the fraudster I just mentioned has been caught, and the scene here has been almost investigated. I have to go back first, and if there is any progress later, I will inform you as soon as possible. Guyang waved his hand while enduring the pain. Go ahead, don't wear yourself out. Lu Tao turned around and just walked to the car door. He suddenly remembered something and turned back and said, Brother Guyang, when you have time, you can watch TV, especially the news channel. There's good news. Guyang Chuklet, what's going on? Why can't you tell me directly? Why do you have to let me read the news myself? Then I can give you a tip. The night butcher has been caught. Brother Guyang doesn't have to worry about this kind of trouble anymore. Guyang was very surprised and his eyes widened. Is this true? Didn't you say you had no clue a while ago? How come you caught him in one fell swoop? It really is like the law of nature, a net that stretches far and wide. Nothing can escape it. Lu Tao felt a flush on his face at this moment. The damn Skynet is vast and nothing can escape it. This press conference is just to give an explanation to the higher-ups and the public. Otherwise, if a night butcher kills people under our noses every day, wouldn't it make the law enforcement agency seem like they are just there to do nothing? In fact, insiders all know that the night butchers who were caught are most likely fake. It just so happens that we already have a complete chain of evidence, so we just use it. After Lu Tao left, the ambulance had already taken Guyang and Su Changsheng to the hospital, and they were assigned to the same ward in the inpatient department. This was Su Changsheng's initiative. Even though she was sick, she wanted to help take care of Guyang's health. As soon as everything was arranged, Su Changsheng moved her bandaged body to Guyang's bedside and carefully peeled an apple for him. You're injured, can't you take a break? I can peel an apple myself if I want to eat it. Su Changsheng shook her head, tears in her eyes. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. I feel that I should take some responsibility for this accident. Guyang was stunned. What responsibility do you take? It's not you who's driving the car. Of course I have some responsibility. As your caregiver, I didn't supervise you to eat on time. When I returned home, I took it upon myself to move the food to the balcony. We used to eat in the restaurant on the first floor. If I had fulfilled my job responsibilities and made sure you had your meals on time, or if I hadn't taken the initiative to bring the food to the balcony, Mr. Gu wouldn't have been so seriously injured. Guyang was speechless for a moment. When others got into trouble, they would try their best to shift the blame. But why did this girl act like a fool and insist on taking the blame on herself? If you say so, I should also take responsibility. If I had eaten on time, would this matter have been over? If I don't buy a house here, Will this not happen? How can you be such an idiot? After being scolded, Su Changcheng felt extremely aggrieved and almost cried. Mr. Gu, there's no need to comfort me anymore. I understand everything. It's all my fault anyway. Moreover, the situation was so critical at the time that I couldn't do anything and had to ask Mr. Gu to save my life. I have hands and feet, but I still have to trouble you, Mr. Gu, a patient. It's so embarrassing. If Mr. Gu hadn't cared about me running, I wouldn't have gotten hurt at all. Gu Yang couldn't stand it any longer and slammed his head on Su Qingqing's forehead. However, he forgot that his physical fitness was different from that of ordinary people and used too much force, leaving a big red bump on Su Qingqing's forehead. Ouch, that hurts so much. Gu Yang stared at her sternly. Stop talking nonsense. It's just bad luck, that's what happened. There's no such thing as responsibility or irresponsibility. Su Changcheng could only shut up and not talk about this topic. After such a long time, she finally came to her senses, remembered everything that happened, and couldn't help but praise. Mr. Gu, you are truly amazing. Even though your legs couldn't move, you were able to escape from such an emergency situation using only your hands and body, and you even saved my life. If you had both legs intact, wouldn't you be a Superman? Guiyang smiled lichtly. Have you forgotten what I used to do? I was the bricklayer at the construction site, so I had plenty of strength. Su Changcheng recalled the incident countless times along the way, and it was hard for her to imagine that Gu Yang had escaped from such a critical situation and saved her life. After thinking carefully, he realized that Gu Yang had helped his family a lot. Not only did he help him find a job and increase his income, but he also saved his mother's life and now his own life. This great kindness can never be repaid in a lifetime. This is so troublesome. What should I do? How about I marry you? In ancient times, women who had no way to repay their husbands would choose to give themselves to them. However, Mr. Gu is so outstanding, he probably doesn't look down on me. Forget it, forget it. Don't have any unrealistic expectations. Just work hard and try to repay the kindness. At worst, I won't get a promotion or a raise in my life, and I'd be fine with just working for free. Su Changqing secretly made up her mind to work hard and repay Gu Yang's kindness. After taking 2 bites of the apple, Gu Yang suddenly remembered what Lu Tao said. Go turn on the TV and tune it to the local news channel. Su Changcheng is now 100% obedient to Gu Yang. After hearing the order, she did it immediately without asking any questions. As soon as it was opened, Guan Chang'an was seen sitting at the top, with Lu Tao and some senior management of the Law Enforcement Bureau sitting next to him. There was a row of microphones in front of him, and reporters holding cameras were all around him. Guan Chang'an cleared his throat and said in a serious tone, "The main purpose of holding this press conference today is to tell you something. The lawless night butcher who committed murder again in prison last night was shot dead on the spot by our criminal investigation team, leader Lu Tao. After investigation, it was found that the real identity of the night butcher was the boss of a local underworld gang named Li Changren. This guy has committed many murders and is a heinous criminal. Please take this as a warning. The net of heaven is vast and nothing can escape it. Do not do anything illegal or criminal. To avoid suspicion, our law enforcement agency can also release a surveillance video from the incident to confirm the identity of the night butcher." After he finished speaking, the staff member next to him immediately turned on the projection screen behind him, and reporters from all directions also turned their cameras over. Chapter 127 Liu Tao's promotion. This video has obviously been processed to some extent, and the particularly bloody parts are mosaicked or cropped out. However, Li Changren can still be seen in prison holding a dagger and chopping off the head of the prisoner in front of him with one blow, which is exactly the same as the crime committed by the night butcher. Immediately afterwards, Li Changren, holding a machete, actually wanted to continue hurting other people, but was shot dead by Lu Tao, who came rushing over. With this video, Li Changren's true identity as the night butcher has basically been confirmed, and Lu Tao himself has become the biggest contributor to killing the night butcher. Guan Chang'an originally wanted to train Lu Tao to take over his position, and with this achievement, everything became more natural. After the video finished playing, Guan Chang'an cleared his throat and said, "In light of Captain Lu Tao's remarkable achievements, I have already requested that he be awarded the National Law Enforcement Officer Second Class Hero Model Medal, a first-class merit, and promoted to Deputy Director." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall burst into warm applause. Lu Tao stood up slowly and accepted the various rewards handed to him by Guan Chang'an, while the camera kept clicking. But if you look closely, You can see a hint of reluctance on Lu Tao's face. Lu Tao knew very well that all these achievements were fake. The night butcher is probably in some corner watching TV and laughing, but he is standing in front of the camera like a clown, proudly accepting the award. It is a great shame. But Lu Tao had no choice. All this was arranged by Guan Chang'an. He understood Guan Chang'an very well. The pressure on director Guan was really too great. The night butcher killed so many people in succession. Even if all of them deserved to die, he still violated the law and caused a very bad impact on the internet. There are even quite a few people with distorted values who regard the night butcher as a great hero, and there are vague signs of him trying to emulate him. If no substantial progress is made, not only will the law enforcement agency lose face among the people, but even the higher-ups will be dissatisfied with them. Besides, Guan Chang'an is about to retire, and the position of director of the Law Enforcement Bureau is extremely important. The only person he trusts is Lu Tao. Although this matter is false, he can use it to let Li Changren take the blame. On the one hand, he can restore his reputation among the people. On the other hand, he can explain to his superiors, and at the same time he can get some rewards for himself, so that he can really have the opportunity to take over the responsibilities in Guan Chang'an's hands. It can be said that it kills 3 birds with 1 stone, but it is indeed not very glorious. Lu Tao no longer knew what he was doing. He felt dizzy and finally finished the press conference in an extremely difficult state. As soon as Lu Tao returned to his office, he collapsed in his chair, clenching his fists tightly. His desk was filled with documents related to the crimes committed by the night butcher. Lu Tao gritted his teeth as he caught a glimpse of them. Night butcher, who are you? Where are you? I will definitely find you, and I will definitely accept all the honors that come my way with peace of mind. Inside the hospital, after Gu Yang and Su Changchang finished watching the relevant news broadcast, Gu Yang had already been mentally prepared, but Su Qingqing's eyes almost fell out, and she shouted in disbelief. No way. The night butcher was actually shot dead. Lu Tao, from the Law Enforcement Bureau, was too ruthless. Even if the night butcher is guilty, he should at least be given a chance to reform. After all, they have punished so many evil people and brought a brief period of peace to our society. This is too much. Lu Tao has really gone too far. Su Qingqing kept complaining. One night before, when Su Changchang was going to end from get off work, she happened to be saved by the night butcher. In her heart, the night butcher was her savior and not a bad person at all. It is ridiculous to arrest a good person with such fanfare. Gu Yang watched Su Changcheng cursing angrily and couldn't help but smile secretly in his heart. It seemed that this girl was a die-hard fan of the night butcher. He turned his head and looked at Su Changcheng and asked tentatively, "You like the night butcher so much? Then let me ask you a question. If the night butcher is not dead and you know his true identity, would you choose to report him?" Su Changcheng raised her eyebrows. "I'm not going to report it. I definitely won't report it. The night butcher is my savior. You really underestimate me. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would repay kindness with enmity?" Gu Yang became even more curious. "If you don't report it, how are you going to deal with it?" Su Changcheng thought for a moment and then said, "Of course I'm going to treat him to a good meal to thank him for saving my life. But as for the rest, I'll pretend I don't know. I'm not very smart, and I don't know whether the Enforcement Bureau is right or the night butcher is right. I simply don't want to get involved in this kind of thing." After listening to this, Gu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Of course, he never intended to let Su Changcheng know that he was also the night butcher. Perhaps this secret would be buried with him in this life. After the news on TV ended, Su Changcheng next to him had already picked up his phone and started browsing the forum. As expected, the news about the night butcher being shot dead immediately rushed to the top of all major channels, and all the netizens began to argue below. "You bastard, what's wrong with the Law Enforcement Bureau? They don't catch the bad guys, but instead catch the good ones. What bad things did the night butcher do? They just killed a few people who deserved to die, and I think it was a good thing." "Exactly. I only hate that I don't have that ability. If I did, I would kill even more cruelly than the night butcher. He only kills 1 bastard a day, which gives those bastards enough time to reform. He's very merciful, isn't he? If it were me, I would kill at least 10 a day." Everyone, please don't rush into an argument. Based on my analysis, I feel that the story about Li Changren being the night butcher is false. Oh my god, this video has already been released. How could it be fake? Isn't his killing method exactly the same as the night butcher's? It does look like this in the video, but I think there's a logic error. First of all, the night butcher is so cautious. When he killed people before, No one saw his true face, even though there were many people around him. But now he is killing people with a knife in front of everyone without any disguise. Isn't he like two different people? Also, look at the location of the video. It's in the prison of the Enforcement Bureau. Where did he get the knife in this prison? It doesn't make sense. After this series of questions were raised, they immediately aroused a lot of discussion. That's absolutely true. I feel like the Enforcement Bureau is probably overwhelmed by the pressure and is just looking for someone to take the blame. Stop arguing, stop arguing. Whether it's really the Night Butcher or not, we'll find out if we wait patiently for 2 days. Let's see if the Night Butcher will continue to kill people. That's right. When I get home, I'm going to burn incense and pray for the Night Butcher. I hope he's okay. Ever since I met the Night Butcher, I'm not afraid to get off work at night anymore. That's right. Those who are eager to see the Night Butcher die must be evildoers. When I get back, I'm going to burn incense and pray to the Night Butcher. I think the Night Butcher can be killed and captured, but not now. It's best to wait a year. By then, the Night Butcher will probably have dealt with all the villains. This is a win-win cooperation. Yes, if I were the director of the Enforcement Bureau, I would keep the Night Butcher. Those who can find evidence would be tried by the Enforcement Bureau, and those who can't would be tried by the Night Butcher. It would be a perfect collaboration, 1 day and 1 night. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, they are all despicable villains. In the dim room, Wang Xiaoyu was angrily venting her grievances over the phone. Mom, call someone over here quickly. The law enforcement officers here are so unreasonable. We kindly helped to find out the true identity of the Night Butcher, with witnesses and evidence, but they accused us of scamming people and asked us to return the 30 million yuan we received. How can this be justified? They are just a bunch of despicable villains. I think they just want to take advantage of the situation and then deny it. The woman on the other end of the phone said in a cold voice, "How could such a thing happen? Don't they know the true strength of our Wang family? Don't they know the status of our Wang family?" Wang Xiaoyu said angrily. Of course they know it. I think they just don't take us seriously. Grandma used her true strength at that time. I think her lifespan was shortened quite a bit. She fainted right after the ritual. The woman's tone was a little surprised. What? Your grandma actually used her real skills? She's already old. Why would she use her real skills? This is really outrageous. After losing so much of his lifespan, he still wants our Wang family to return money. It seems that our Wang family has not taken action for too long, and people have forgotten our reputation. Wang Xiaoyu heard that her mother seemed to be planning to take action, and her tone became a little excited. Yes, they are really unreasonable. Don't we know some high-ranking officials? Let's get them to help us. It would be best if this rubbish director was fired and couldn't even collect his pension. No problem. I will arrange it as soon as possible. Okay, Mom, hurry up. My grandmother has been captured by them. I am now hiding in a small hotel waiting for your good news. The woman reminded again. Be careful out there by yourself now, and try to stay calm. We'll talk to you when I get here. Don't worry, I won't act rashly. Just as the phone was about to be hung up, Wang Xiaoyu finally spoke. By the way, Mom, I have something else to report to you. I met a very despicable and dirty villain here. He actually despised our Wang family and insulted me and my grandmother on the street. So I want to use some means to kill him. Don't worry, I will definitely not leave any evidence and will not cause trouble for my family. The woman on the other end hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. That's fine. As long as you are sure that you won't leave any traces, I won't care about you. But you must also remember to act within your ability. The techniques that walk between yin and yang are accompanied by very serious causes and effects. At the very least, it can damage your lifespan and luck, and at the worst, it can even lead to instant death. You have to be careful. Wang Xiaoyu patted his chest. Don't worry, Mom. Didn't you always say I was a genius? I understand. I won't risk my future. The two greeted each other and then hung up the phone. Wang Xiaoyu looked at the narrow and dark room and felt very angry. What is your identity? However, the new generation heir of the Wang family, who possesses great magical powers between yin and yang, was forced to hide here, which is a great shame and humiliation. Just now, the law enforcement officers came to arrest the two people on charges of fraud. Fortunately, Wang Guifang had some means to allow Wang Xiaoyu to escape secretly. After hiding here, Wang Xiaoyu didn't dare to leave. After all, people from the law enforcement agency outside might still be looking for him. If I run around, it would be bad if I got caught. I would have to stay in the law enforcement agency's prison, which would be even more depressing than living in this small hotel. Wang Xiaoyu's stomach made a low rumbling sound, and she angrily cursed. I'm hungry, what should I do? Forget it, I'll go downstairs and secretly buy some instant noodles. As soon as Mom arrives, those bastards in the law enforcement department will be in big trouble. By then, I will make them all kneel down and admit their mistakes to me. Wang Xiaoyu was cursing when she suddenly caught a glimpse of the small clay pot on the table and frowned. Why hasn't the ghost doll come back yet? It's so slow. The next moment, a shadowy black shadow floated in through the crack in the door and directly entered the ceramic jar. Wang Xiaoyu immediately showed a bright smile, holding the ceramic jar and shaking it left and right twice. The black shadow was shaken out again and appeared in front of Wang Xiaoyu, kneeling on the ground. It was the resentful little ghost who had done evil many times before. At this moment, the resentful little ghost's color has become incredibly pale, as if it may disappear at any time. It is obvious that it has consumed too much energy and needs to rest. Wang Xiaoyu didn't feel any pity at all. He glared at the ghost doll fiercely and said, "Why are you back so late? How did things go? Was anyone killed?" The ghost doll didn't even dare to raise its head. It let out a few low moans of grievance and then danced and gestured with its hands. Wang Xiaoyu understood it instantly. "You mean to say that you didn't kill that guy twice? Are you a pig? Why is it so difficult to kill a person? Haven't you done it many times before?" The resentful ghost doll felt very aggrieved and made a few more gestures. However, Wang Xiaoyu was furious and cursed. "You mean that guy is too powerful? Bastard, you are stupid, but please don't shirk responsibility. How powerful can he be if he is paralyzed? I think you're just being lazy and not working hard, so I have to teach you a lesson." When the ghost doll heard this, it was so scared that it immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. But Wang Xiaoyu had no mercy at all. He picked up the ceramic jar with both hands, shook it, and chanted some weird spell. The ghost doll, which had already become translucent, was instantly sucked back into the ceramic jar. Then Wang Xiaoyu carried the ceramic jar to the induction cooker next to him, put it on, took out a talisman from his body, sealed the top of the ceramic jar, and then turned on the induction cooker. The scorching heat burned the lower half of the ceramic jar red in less than 2 or 3 minutes. The inside of the ceramic jar emitted bursts of shrill screams, and the whole jar shook from side to side. Boom, boom, boom. However, the ghost doll, suppressed by talismans and spells, was completely unable to escape and could only endure the torment of the fire. Listening to the ghost doll screams, Wang Xiaoyu felt extremely excited. She said triumphantly, "Scream all you want. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will save you anyway. You're so useless that you can't even do the smallest thing. I'll punish you by roasting you over a fire for 3 hours. Let's see if you dare to be lazy next time." Wang Xiaoyu lay on the bed next to him, humming a little tune and listening to the ghost doll's moans, with a satisfied and intoxicated smile on her face. The faint light coming through the window shone on her face, and coupled with that intoxicated smile, it looked extremely strange. After a busy day, Lu Tao took Li Kaiyun to the roadside stall as soon as he got off work. Li Kaiyun's injuries have not yet fully healed, and many parts of his body are still wrapped in gauze. He glared at Lu Tao with some dissatisfaction. "You deliberately sent Chu Lingling away and brought me here just to make me drink? Look at the injuries on my body. Do you think I will die from drinking?" Lu Tao laughed. "How could you possibly die? Alcohol has a disinfecting effect and can also promote blood circulation. Drinking will ensure your injuries heal faster. Come on, sit down. Whatever you want to eat today, just order and I'll pay for it." Li Kaiyun was speechless. When he first took over as captain of the criminal investigation team, he had some opinions about Lu Tao. He felt that this guy did not use science in handling cases, but only relied on intuition, and was a complete reckless man. But after getting along for a long time, Li Kaiyun also accepted Lu Tao, this rough guy, from the bottom of his heart. Although this guy has a reckless personality and low education, he has a good heart and is a good law enforcement officer who works hard. There are not many such people these days. Just after suffering a severe blow at the hands of the night butcher, Li Kaiyun felt a tightness in his chest. Drinking a glass of wine might be a good medicine. Okay, I'll drink with you today. I'll let you know today that you can't beat me in solving cases, and you can't beat me in drinking either. Chapter 129. Chapter 129. The two brothers are suffering. Hearing Li Kaiyun's arrogant words, Lu Tao, who had been polite just now, immediately got angry. "Oh boy, you really blew yourself up. Don't think that you're great or superior just because you have studied abroad for a few years. What you learned is just theoretical knowledge that is only used on paper and is useless. What I have in my mind are all practical experiences from cases big and small. When it comes to solving cases, you're no match for me. As for drinking, I see you're so pale and tender. I guess you haven't even grown all your hair yet, so you'll just have to lie on the ground and pick your throat. Li Kaiyun raised his eyebrows. Okay, you kid actually look down on me. Today, I will risk my life to accompany you. Serve the food and the wine. After the food and wine were served, the two of them clinked glasses while eating skewers. The whole box of wine was gone in no time, and the two men began to really get into the mood, feeling a little dizzy. Li Kaiyun put the cup heavily on the table and sneered. Come on, Lao Lu. I know you must have something on your mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked me to come drink alone. You've been promoted today, so why don't you treat everyone in the law enforcement department to a meal together? After listening to this, Lu Tao smiled miserably and shook his head. I invited the entire law enforcement department out for dinner. Did I just want everyone to laugh at me? Most people in the law enforcement bureau know that this matter is fake. I am just a fake deputy director and a fake medal of honor who got lucky. Do you know what this feeling is? It felt like a pile of cow dung was injected with a lot of nutrients, and then I was forced to eat it bite by bite. I felt so disgusted that I wanted to vomit. And as soon as I closed my eyes, I seemed to feel that the night butcher was watching this joke in front of the TV. Ha ha! Poor brother, I am so pitiful. After listening to Lu Tao's story, Li Kaiyun finally understood Lu Tao's inner troubles. Lu Tao is not a person who thinks about getting promoted or making money. He just wants to do some practical work and solve more cases. Even if you want to get a promotion or an honor, you have to rely on your real ability, not on backdoors. Otherwise, based on the fact that Lu Tao is Guan Chang'an's most admired student, he would have already taken the position of deputy director, and succession to the position of director would be a foregone conclusion. Why would he need to do such a trick? But in the end, Lu Tao still had to use this fraudulent means to get promoted. I just can't get a promotion. This has undoubtedly crossed Lu Tao's bottom line and made him feel painful. Li Kaiyun wanted to say a few words of comfort, but suddenly he thought of himself, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Old Lu, you were promoted because of the night butcher incident, but you're still worried. Don't you think about me? I was forced to resign, which is no different from being fired. I will never be able to step into the law enforcement system again in my life. So what about the first half of my life? My dream since childhood has been to become an excellent law enforcement officer and bring peace to the citizens. In order to realize this dream, I have loved all kinds of detective novels and TV dramas since I was a child, and learned the crime-solving techniques in them. After graduating from a police academy in China, I went to study at various famous universities abroad, and I almost always got first place. All the efforts I made in the first half of my life were to enable me to spend the second half of my life as an excellent law enforcement officer. But the result is that I have only been back to work in China for more than a year. After partnering with Chu Lingling, I have just started to gain a little bit of fame, but now it has become like this. The last time I encountered that group of gangsters, I was seriously injured. Although all the wounds were sutured when I was sent to the hospital, the doctor said that the injuries in many parts of the body were too serious, and the knife marks had even remained on the bones. In the future, even if the outer skin heals, the meridians and flesh inside will probably be difficult to recover, and my physical fitness will decline a lot. Not only did I lose my job, I almost became a disabled person. You said you're distressed, and I understand, but I am distressed too. I am 10,000 times more distressed than you. You know what makes me feel even more suffocated? The night butcher was the culprit who forced me to leave the law enforcement bureau, but he was also the savior who saved my life in the alley that day. What do? I seem to have lost the motivation and qualifications to take revenge. My heart is truly filled with suffering. Listening to Li Kaiyun's story, Lu Tao couldn't help but feel distressed. Indeed, although he was in pain, there was still a chance to make amends. As long as he caught the real night butcher, the fake would become real. But Li Kaiyun didn't even have a chance. He was a person who made a mistake and left a black mark. Even if he became more outstanding in the future, it was estimated that he would not be able to rejoin the law enforcement team. All the plans for the first half of my life can be said to have been completely ruined. The two looked at each other, tears glistening in their eyes, and finally they couldn't help but raise their glasses and clink them lightly. Brother, don't say anything. This cup contains thousands of words. The two of them drank another large glass of wine. Looking at the empty box, he raised his head and shouted to the boss inside, "Bring the wine." Okay. Soon another box of wine and several new side dishes were placed on the table. The two started a new round of fighting. Although both were shaky and dizzy, no one was willing to admit defeat. The two men who were originally full of hostility actually felt a sense of mutual understanding at this moment. They were all harmed by the night butcher. Does this mean that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? The more they drank, the more they complained, but they seemed to like each other more and more. If they continued drinking, they would probably kneel on the ground and become sworn brothers by dawn. We are both people who have fallen into this world, so why should we know each other before we meet? While drinking and cursing, Lu Tao noticed a girl sneaking across the road and into a convenience store in the distance. Although the girl was wearing a hat and a mask, her walking posture and temperament looked familiar. And to be honest, wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask for no apparent reason, and looking left and right while walking, it looked suspicious at first glance. Lu Tao drank a little too much and couldn't remember for a moment. He slapped the back of his head, and a light bulb went on in his mind. He turned his head suddenly, pulled Li Kaiyun beside him, and asked, "The woman who just entered the convenience store seems to be Wang Xiaoyu, who is hiding outside now." Li Kaiyun's eyes lit up after hearing this. "After searching high and low for something, I finally found it. This bitch cheated me out of so much money. I have to settle the score with her." Lu Tao had not originally planned to arrest Wang Xiaoyu on a large scale, because Wang Guifeng had already been arrested and it was only a matter of time before the case was solved. What's more, compared to the night butcher, the frauds committed by the two of them are actually nothing. But now this guy is right under our noses, it would be unreasonable not to catch him. While pretending to continue drinking, the two of them kept their eyes on the convenience store not far away. In less than 5 minutes, the door of the convenience store opened and the sneaky woman walked out again. After careful confirmation, Li Kaiyun nodded. "No doubt, it's definitely her. Even though she's sneaking around now, that arrogant and contemptuous attitude is still there." Lu Tao stood up without saying a word and prepared to catch the man. But before he could move, Li Kaiyun next to him grabbed him. Because he drank too much, his center of gravity was unstable, and Lu Tao fell down directly after being pushed. Lu Tao cursed and said, "What are you doing, asshole?" Li Kaiyun glared at him. "Do you understand the rules? We are both drunk and have no right to arrest anyone or enforce the law. Could it be that you're about to be fired just as you secure your position as deputy director?" When Lu Tao heard this, he immediately hesitated. In the past, when he encountered such a situation, he would just rush forward and no one dared to stop him. At this moment, after hearing what Li Kaiyun said about the interests involved, he could only choose to remain calm. "If I get punished again this time, I won't be able to face Director Guan." Li Kaiyun made a direct phone call and reported the situation here. "Don't worry, I've already notified my colleagues from the Law Enforcement Bureau for you, and they'll be here soon. Let's follow her secretly and see where she lives. But you must remember, never take action and leave no evidence." The two of them slapped their cheeks hard, tried to sober up a little, and followed Wang Xiaoyu from a distance. Chapter 130. Are there still vengeful spirits? Wang Xiaoyu carefully slipped back to his hotel. After closing the door, he immediately opened the backpack behind him, which was filled with various daily necessities. Wang Xiaoyu, who had been hungry all day, opened the bread and milk and was busy filling his stomach. After eating 2 bites, she remembered something and quickly took out the small ceramic jar at the bottom of her backpack. The small ceramic pot was still hot after being placed on the fire for several hours. The little ghost wrapped in black air finally got free from the jar. He immediately knelt in front of Wang Xiaoyu, kowtowed repeatedly, and expressed his gratitude with dance. This posture and action are even more exaggerated than that of a dog licker. Wang Xiaoyu was eating bread with her legs crossed. With just one look, the resentful little devil flew behind her and carefully massaged her shoulders. "Not bad, not bad. At least you, a piece of trash, are of some use. I see that you have recovered some strength. Why not take advantage of the fact that it is midnight now and go kill Guiyang again? After killing Guiyang, suck all the blood from his body to increase your strength. I have several people in the Law Enforcement Bureau waiting for you to kill. This time, we must make our Wang family famous, lest any random person dare to bully us in the future." After the order was given, the resentful little ghost did not dare to delay for a moment, fearing that he would be subjected to another terrible punishment, and immediately flew out through the crack of the door. But in less than 2 seconds, the resentful little ghost floated back again. Wang Xiaoyu frowned. "What are you doing? Want to slack off again tonight?" The resentful little ghost knelt on the ground without saying a word, gesticulating with his hands and feet for a few times. Only then did Wang Xiaoyu react. "You mean there are 2 people watching us at our door?" The resentful imp nodded and gestured again. Following the little ghost's gestures, Wang Xiaoyu roughly guessed who the 2 people standing outside were. They were Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun who had investigated the night butcher case together. Wang Xiaoyu gnashed her teeth in anger. You bastards, these two guys, relying on their little power, cheated me. After putting my grandma in there, he actually wanted to kill me and even wanted to catch me. Okay, you guys forced me to do this. Wang Xiaoyu had already forgotten her mother's warnings. She held the ceramic jar on the table and said to the resentful little ghost in front of her, "Come in first. I'll cast another spell to boost your strength. Then you go out and kill those two bastards. Make sure they die in the most miserable and painful way possible." The resentful little ghost was unable to resist Wang Xiaoyu's order at all and directly turned into a puff of black smoke and drilled into the small ceramic jar. Wang Xiaoyu closed her eyes tightly, bit her finger, and wrote complicated and mysterious spells on the ceramic jar, muttering something at the same time, and the ceramic jar kept shaking in her hand. This behavior makes people feel numb in the back. In the shadowy corner of the room, Gu Yang had already arrived early. "Are you kidding? I am the famous night butcher after all, but I was almost killed by a little girl who raised a ghost. If I don't take revenge, how will I survive in the dark world of Tianjin City in the future?" The ghost Gu Yang has made up his mind to kill Wang Xiaoyu tonight. The first thing I did when I arrived here was to see Wang Xiaoyu performing a ritual. I also saw Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun hiding outside the door. It's easy to tell what Wang Xiaoyu's idea is. He simply wants to use the little devil in the jar to deal with the two people hiding outside. If Gu Yang had not intervened, Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun would most likely be in danger tonight. Gu Yang himself is not a kind-hearted person, nor does he have to save people. But compared with Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun, Wang Xiaoyu is simply 1,000 times more hateful. If he doesn't deal with her, who else should he deal with? Just as the spell was about to be completed, the shadow under the ceramic jar became darker. The next moment, the small ceramic jar that was originally placed on the ground in front of him and was receiving the blessing of the spell disappeared in an instant as if it had fallen into a pit. Wang Xiaoyu was chanting a spell with her eyes closed. As she chanted, she frowned because the connection between the ceramic jar and her had completely disappeared. She quickly opened her eyes and took a look, but the ceramic jar in front of her had disappeared. Wang Xiaoyu was frightened on the spot and jumped up from the ground, looking around. The room in this small hotel was not big, and she turned it upside down in less than a minute, but found nothing. Impossible. How could such a big jar disappear? Who took it? Damn it, that jar contains the ashes of that dead little ghost. If the jar is gone, I can't use the magic to control the little ghost. How can I lose the resentful little ghost that I have painstakingly cultivated for so many years? Bastard, who took it? Wang Xiaoyu became more and more angry as he searched, and he started cursing in the house. "You damned thief, you damned your whole family, come out here, get out here." Gu Yang, the ghost in the corner, almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Since this resentful little ghost is the magic spell that Wang Xiaoyu relies on the most, why not just steal this little ghost for her? At this moment, the resentful little ghost and the ceramic jar containing it had been thrown into the shadow space by Gu Yang, and even the golden immortal could not find them. Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao, who were standing at the corner outside the door, heard Wang Xiaoyu cursing in the room, and both of them frowned. What's wrong with this woman? She's yelling and screaming at home. Who knows? People who engage in crooked ways and frequently deal with corpses are more or less mentally unstable. Let her scream. Her screams at least prove she's still in the room. We still have a chance. Once the backup arrives, it will be her doom. Wang Xiaoyu cursed angrily for a few times, walked around for a while, gradually calmed down, and began to think secretly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I closed my eyes for only a minute or two. How could someone walk into my room so brazenly and steal the jar without leaving me defenseless? Besides, that damn kid is the product of my years of feeding with blood, and I can sense it within a certain range. But now the induction is broken, which means that the jar is very far away from me. How could an ordinary person do all this? Could it be that there are other vengeful spirits here? Wang Xiaoyu was instantly frightened. Even though she knows some magic, those ghosts with heavy resentment also have strong abilities. If they really compare, she can't compare with them. This dam is unclean, and there are other evil beings besides me. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoyu sensed it with his heart and immediately shuddered with fear. Although she didn't see anything with her naked eyes, when she felt it, she was so scared that her hair stood on end. Very terrifying, murderous aura. In this small room, there was actually a terrifying, murderous aura that had been locking onto her and could attack her at any time. And judging from the terrifying degree of murderous aura, this thing, which no one knows what it is, has killed many people and its hands are already covered in blood. Wang Xiaoyu was so scared that she took a few steps back and leaned on the table behind her, almost breaking her bones. She endured the pain and said, "My friend who's hiding, please show yourself. Don't worry, I'm quite friendly, and I believe you're definitely not an evil spirit who kills people for no reason. It's better for us to resolve our grievances than to create them. In any case, you should show up first and let's talk. Maybe I can help you a lot. Let me introduce myself. I am the descendant of a psychic family, and I am born to be your good friend." Chapter 131, Bloody Spells. At this moment, Gu Yang, who was hiding in the shadows, finally understood that Wang Xiaoyu regarded him as a vengeful spirit like the resentful little ghost. However, Gu Yang changed his mind and looked at his current body, which seemed to be quite similar to the vengeful spirit. Wang Xiaoyu felt fear in his heart, but also a little excited. The more powerful the vengeful spirit, the higher its wisdom, which means it is easier to communicate with it. As long as we can reach a cooperation through negotiation, we might be able to gain a great help. This guy was able to make the resentful little ghost that he had worked so hard to raise disappear in an instant. His strength must be very impressive. If I could take him down, I'll be able to walk around with ease in the future. Such a powerful, vengeful spirit, combined with my magic, might be able to completely slaughter the entire law enforcement bureau. Let you bully me, and soon I will let you know what terror is and what the methods of a psychic are. Although there was no response, Wang Xiaoyu could still clearly sense the presence of murderous aura, which meant that the vengeful spirit was still in the room. Seeing that sweet words were useless, Wang Xiaoyu's attitude became a little colder. "My friend, I know you're listening to me, but what future do you have hiding here? Just stay with me. I have all kinds of ways to make you stronger quickly. Since you just took away the resentful little ghost I raised, you should be able to feel my methods. If you don't listen, don't blame me for being rude." Not getting any response, Wang Xiaoyu decided to show off his skills. She closed her eyes tightly and chanted the spell. Yin and Yang are separated, and the spiritual connection is revealed. Open my third eye, and the ghost will appear before me. Wang Xiaoyu opened her eyes again, and a flash of green light flashed across her eyes. This is the must-learn spell for becoming an Onmyoji, the yin-yang eyes. As long as you open your eyes, you can see ghosts and resentful spirits wandering outside the world. Originally, he thought that after opening the yin-yang eyes, the evil spirits hiding in the dark would have nowhere to hide. But after Wang Xiaoyu looked around, he found nothing. Instead, he felt that the terrifying, murderous aura was closer to him. Oh no, he seems to be a powerful character. Wang Xiaoyu swallowed, not knowing what to do. The next moment, a long whip made of black shadow slowly emerged from behind her and lashed her back fiercely. Ah! A shrill scream was heard, and Wang Xiaoyu was beaten to the ground by the whip. His back was burning with pain. He reached out to touch it, and it was covered in blood. The whip left her skin torn, and the pain was so severe that she felt like she was dying. But the yin-yang eyes that Wang Xiaoyu was proud of were of no use at all, and he couldn't even see where the enemy was. Wang Xiaoyu completely broke through the defense. "Asshole, you damned asshole, you actually dared to attack me. Do you know who I am? I am a contemporary heir of the Wang family, a famous yin-yang family. If you dare to touch me, you are dead. When I find you, I will let you know what cruelty is." The pain and fear made Wang Xiaoyu completely lose her mind. She lay on the ground, chanting strange spells. As Wang Xiaoyu hummed softly, gusts of cold wind blew throughout the room. She slowly stood up from the ground, veins bulging on her face. Immediately afterwards, Wang Xiaoyu suddenly inserted one of his fingers into his left eye socket. Ah! Blood flowed down her left cheek, and every tear seemed to tear her soul apart, causing her immense pain. The moment she took her left hand away from her face, a bloody eyeball was lying in the palm of her left hand. Gu Yang, who was hiding in the corner and watching the whole scene, was shocked by Wang Xiaoyu's bloody and cruel magic. Damn, what kind of evil magic is this? Is it so scary? I will use my left eye to sacrifice this spiritual art to shatter the illusions of the world and reveal the true form of ghosts and spirits. As the last word of the spell fell, the bloody eyeball in the palm of his hand slowly floated in the air, and drops of blood dripped from the eyeball onto the ground. Immediately afterwards, red light burst out from his eyeballs. Gu Yang, who was hiding in the corner, felt a little uncomfortable the moment he was swept by the red light, as if this eyeball could really bring some threat to him. Guyong was unwilling to wait any longer. What if Wang Xiaoyu really had some other tricks up her sleeve and caused him to fall into trouble? That would be a huge loss. A large hand, made of shadows, descended from the ceiling. Wang Xiaoyu looked excited. I found you. I found you. Ah, you're dead. I'll make sure you never come back. She was about to control her left eye to launch an attack, but the shadow hand hanging from the ceiling grabbed the bloody eyeball. Wang Xiaoyu only felt that his eyeballs were disconnected from himself in an instant and disappeared from the room without a trace, just like the resentful little ghost before. Wang Xiaoyu was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? How is this possible? How did you do it? A dark shadow appeared behind Wang Xiaoyu. She felt a pain in the back of her head, as if it were being pricked by needles, which meant that the terrifying and fierce murderous intent had appeared behind him. She was about to turn around, but the big hand made of shadows had already tightly strangled his neck. Wang Xiaoyu tried his best, but could not move. He could not use any of the magic and spells that he was proud of. A terrifying sound like a ghost's roar rang in Wang Xiaoyu's ears. You seem to like the vengeful spirit very much. Don't worry, I will help you. With a crash, the window was pushed open. Threads of shadow were wrapped around Wang Xiaoyu's limbs. Wang Xiaoyu had no control over her body at all. Like a puppet, she was manipulated to jump out of the window and run towards the road. There happened to be a large truck driving on the ring road late at night. Wang Xiaoyu could only watch helplessly as his body was manipulated and rushed towards the truck. No, don't do this. I don't want to die. We can work together. I can make you stronger. I am the heir of a psychic family. I am omnipotent. Please let me go. However, her wailing and begging for mercy were of no avail. Controlled by the shadow, she dived directly into the bottom of the truck, her body firmly hanging on the chassis. The truck was driving at high speed, and her flesh and blood were rubbing against the rough road. When the skin is worn off, continue to grind the flesh. When the flesh is worn off, continue to grind the bones. Wang Xiaoyu screamed miserably and could only watch his body being ground into pieces bit by bit, and finally died in unbearable pain. Inside the truck's cockpit, the bearded old driver steadily controlled the truck, while the car's speakers played soothing old love songs. Sweet your smile is so sweet, like flowers blooming in the spring breeze, blooming in the spring breeze. I felt my car shake a little, as if it hit something, but the experienced driver didn't think much of it. How come there are so many low-quality people throwing garbage on the streets these days? It's so annoying. The truck drove for 3 kilometers before a badly damaged head rolled out from the bottom of the truck. One could vaguely see endless fear and despair in the only remaining eyeball of the head. Chapter 132. The Disappearance of Wang Xiaoyu. Outside the door, Li Wang Kaiyun and Lu Tao were watching. Naturally, they also heard Wang Xiaoyu's screams. Lu Tao wanted to rush into the goal several times, but was held down by Li Wang Kaiyun. Old Lu, we have to abide by the rules. You are drunk and have no right to perform official duties. And I have taken off my uniform, which makes me even less qualified. That Wang Xiaoyu is very cunning and was born into a yin-yang family. Who knows what despicable tricks he might have up his sleeve. Maybe she let out these screams on purpose to lure us. If we rush in now, the situation will be too serious. If something really happens, neither of us can bear the responsibility. What danger could she be in hiding in this small hotel all by herself? Could she possibly fall out of bed and die? But don't forget, she is not an ordinary girl. After hearing what Li Wang Kaiyun said, Lu Tao calmed down and thought about it, and felt that it made a lot of sense. If there was an ordinary girl in the house, he would rush in to save her without saying a word, but the person living inside happened to be Wang Xiaoyu, the contemporary heir of the Yin-Yang family. Although Lu Tao and Li Wang Kaiyun wanted to arrest her on charges of fraud and get their money back, they knew very well that this girl had some real skills, but she just didn't use them in the right way. How could such a person be dangerous? It is the other people around her who are in danger. Lu Tao simply calmed down and waited. Anyway, his colleagues from the Law Enforcement Bureau would be there in a few minutes, and then the truth would be revealed. Moreover, Lu Tao has more concerns in her heart at this moment and can no longer be as willful as before. In order to support him to become the deputy director, Director Guan took this job without caring about his reputation. If he made a mistake again because of his momentary recklessness and was back to the starting point, he would have no face-to-face Director Guan's cultivation again. Soon, the screams inside stopped abruptly. Almost at the same time, other colleagues from the Law Enforcement Bureau also arrived at the scene. Captain Li, Deputy Director Liu, what's the situation now? Is anyone still inside? The law enforcement officer who had just arrived asked breathlessly. Although Li Wang Kaiyun has taken off his uniform now, out of respect, he is still called Captain. Lu Tao nodded. Don't worry. We have been guarding here. The people must still be inside. However, there were several screams during the period, and there is a high possibility of accidents, so everyone should be careful. Captain Lee and I have had a few drinks, so it's not convenient for us to move with you. I'll leave the rest to you. The law enforcement officer who rushed over responded, then gave a few brief instructions and kicked the door open. More than a dozen people rushed into the room of the small hotel. They originally thought that they could capture Wang Xiaoyu very smoothly, but the moment they walked in, everyone was shocked. The room was in a mess, as if it had been the scene of a fight, and there was a lot of blood scattered on the ground. The strangest thing is that there are strange runes drawn with blood in many places in the house, as if this is a place for evil sacrifices. Everyone who saw this scene swallowed silently. This Yin-Yang family is just like a family of evil cultivators. These runes are too weird. Does anyone know what they mean? I don't know a thing. If I knew, I would become a charlatan and make a lot of money. But where's this guy? Why isn't he in the room? After being shocked by the scene in the house, everyone immediately searched the entire room, turning over everything in the cabinets and under the bed, but there was no trace of Wang Xiaoyu. Although Lu Tao and Li Wang Kaiyun still reeked of alcohol, they were conscious. After checking the items in the room, they were also extremely confused. It's so strange. All of Wang Xiaoyu's personal belongings are in the room, even her clothes and shoes. She doesn't look like she ran away. Instead, she looks like she was kidnapped. Lu Tao made a judgment. Li Wang Kaiyun beside him also nodded. I find it strange, too. I found bloody footprints near the window, and there are also some blood marks on the ground below. It seems that Wang Xiaoyu escaped through the window. Lu Tao quickly ran over to take a look. His eyes widened. This is a bit outrageous. This is the 10th floor. How did he get down there? Based on these footprints, she must have crawled down along a pipe on the wall or something like that. I didn't expect that a woman like her could be so skilled. Lu Tao gave the order immediately. Hurry up and check the surveillance cameras in the streets and alleys to see where he ran off to. So many grown men rushed out and couldn't even catch a woman. They'll be so embarrassed when they go back. Everyone immediately started to carry out Lu Tao's instructions. This area is not deserted, and there are a lot of surveillance videos. It was turned over clearly in a short while. Lu Tao and Li Wang Kaiyun, along with a dozen law enforcement officers, gathered in front of a computer to watch the surveillance footage. In the picture, Wang Xiaoyu, covered in blood, climbed out of the window, and with the help of the protruding air conditioner outdoor unit and pipes on the wall, he jumped from the height of the 10th floor to the street in a few seconds. This skill is comparable to Spider-Man. Immediately afterwards, Wang Xiaoyu rushed towards the main road barefoot at an extremely fast speed. The people from the Law Enforcement Bureau followed the direction of Wang Xiaoyu's escape and retrieved other surveillance videos along the way. They then discovered that after Wang Xiaoyu rushed to the road without stopping, he was actually swept into a large truck and disappeared on the road. Everyone was stunned on the spot. No way, this guy got into a car accident like that. Could he be dead? Lu Tao scratched his head, never expecting the outcome to be like this. Li Wang Kaiyun was also extremely surprised. No matter what, our top priority is to find Wang Xiaoyu first. We must find him alive or dead. The people from the Law Enforcement Bureau had a new task. They quickly ran to the road and started searching along the entire road. Because it was night, the lighting was dim, and the surveillance along the way was not clear enough. They could not find the place where Wang Xiaoyu fell at all, and they could only rely on manpower to search. After arriving on the road, the first thing they saw was the long bloodstains on the ground. Everyone was shocked by the blood on the road. Mixed in the blood with a lot of minced meat and bone fragments, which was extremely miserable. The people from the Law Enforcement Bureau searched along the blood trail all the way forward, and they searched until dawn. Because the scene was so bloody, the road was temporarily blocked by the Law Enforcement Bureau. Finally, 2 or 3 kilometers away, the traces of blood stopped abruptly, but Wang Xiaoyu's body was not found. An exhausted law enforcement officer spoke up. The blood on the ground has spread over 2 or 3 kilometers. I'm afraid all the blood has been drained and the flesh has been ground away. There's absolutely no need for us to keep looking. Lu Tao sighed. After a busy night, all the alcohol in his body was completely digested. Let's look for it again. It wouldn't be good if there are any remnants of the body left outside and scared others. Just when everyone was about to give up, someone suddenly shouted from a distance. Look what that dog in the kennel is chewing. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Two Guesses. Everyone turned their heads, following the exclamation. Only then did he discover that in a broken wooden shed not far away, there was a large yellow and white local dog, holding a round object in its two front paws, gnawing on it with great pleasure, its mouth full of blood. It turned out to be a human head. Lu Tao immediately shouted, "Hurry up and grab that head." Faced with the pursuit and blockade of many people, the big dog was quickly defeated and fled, leaving behind only the bloody head that he had not finished eating. Several law enforcement officers quickly brought the head over and carefully placed it in a bag. The dog had already gnawed off a large portion of the human head's flesh, and coupled with the friction from the truck, it was completely unrecognizable. By carefully comparing the remaining half of the face, Wang Xiaoyou's facial features could be barely recognized. What made everyone feel even more horrified was Wang Xiaoyou's eyes. The left eyeball had long since disappeared, leaving only a bloody hole, as if it had been torn out with force, and the right eyeball was wide open, bloodshot, and filled with despair and fear. It is obvious what kind of horrible torture Wang Xiaoyu went through before his death. Even Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao, who hated Wang Xiaoyu very much, couldn't help but feel some sympathy when they saw Wang Xiaoyou's current fate. "It's miserable. It's really miserable," Lu Tao sighed and said. Based on the clues at the scene, Wang Xiaoyu must have been caught under the truck and dragged for 2 or 3 kilometers. The rest of his flesh has been rubbed clean off, leaving only his head. Li Kaiyun also nodded. Indeed. However, in my estimation, Wang Xiaoyu was dragged by the truck for a very long time before she died completely, which means that she suffered very terrible torture before her death. Well, to be honest, I've been doing this for so many years and have handled so many cases, but her method of death is definitely unique. Now that the truth has been revealed, there is no point in continuing the investigation. Lu Tao immediately issued an order. Using this area as the center, we will conduct a carpet search in all directions, and then call people from the relevant departments to come and clean the road. Oh, and remember to take this head and the relevant video evidence back with you for your records. After the order was given, the case naturally came to nothing. On the way back, Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun sat in the back seat, still discussing Wang Xiaoyou's matter. Lu Tao lit a cigarette and complained. I watched the surveillance video and saw that Wang Xiaoyou's skills are quite good. He's even more agile and powerful than us. He's like Spider-Man, and he can jump from the 10th floor in just a few seconds. The speed of running on the road is so fast that it seems like he can participate in the Olympic Games. I never expected that I would end up getting caught in a truck and being dragged to death. It's outrageous. After Li Kaiyun pondered for a moment, he suddenly had an idea. Old Lu, something's not right. We've overlooked one thing. Before Wang Xiaoyu jumped out of the window and escaped, she had already started screaming in pain in the house and had herself covered in blood. There were also many signs of a struggle in the house. So what happened to her in the house? Upon hearing this, Lu Tao remembered the detail he had overlooked. Indeed, because the scene of Wang Xiaoyu being dragged under the truck and rubbed into a bloody pulp was too eye-catching, they subconsciously forgot about the traces inside the house. Li Kaiyun continued. We just took a quick look at the head. The other injuries are all reasonable. It's either from being rubbed on the road or being bitten by a big dog. But where's the left eyeball? The scar clearly shows that her eyeball was gouged out. Who stole her eyeball? After several questions were raised, Lu Tao began to doubt his previous inferences. He blew out a smoke ring and spoke slowly. Indeed, Wang Xiaoyu should be well aware that what they committed was not a serious crime. At most, they could just take out the 30 million yuan. Besides, there's a considerable force behind the Wang family. Even if both Wang Xiaoyu and Wang Guifeng were thrown into prison, the final outcome would probably be nothing. In fact, there was no need for Wang Xiaoyu to take such a big risk and jump from the 10th floor to escape. After a moment of silence, Lu Tao slowly made a guess. In my opinion, there might have been a second person in the room at the time. It was the fight between this second person and Wang Xiaoyu that caused Wang Xiaoyu to be seriously injured, forcing him to jump out the window and escape. However, this second person left no trace at all. As soon as this inference came into being, a name instantly appeared in the minds of Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun, the Night Butcher. That's right, the only person who has such means and is so elusive nowadays is the Night Butcher. The surveillance video did not capture the second person escaping from the window or the main door. This person seemed to have disappeared out of thin air and disappeared into Wang Xiaoyou's room. Who else could it be but the Night Butcher? Li Kaiyan nodded after listening. Your inference makes sense. Besides that, I have a guess. Turning back to look at him, you say, I think Wang Xiaoyu was probably performing some kind of secret technique at the time, and it backfired. Lu Tao frowned, but did not interrupt. Li Kaiyun then spoke. I also heard about these ghostly and sorcerous arts when I was studying abroad. In fact, these arts often have very large limitations and side effects. Otherwise, those who master these magic arts would have ruled the world long ago. Generally speaking, the more powerful the magic, the greater the price and risk. The Wang family's magic is to deal with ghosts and gods. It can even temporarily resurrect the dead and answer questions. In my opinion, this is one of the most powerful abilities. Therefore, if there's a problem with this ability, the backlash will inevitably be serious. Wang Xiaoyu's eyeballs were gouged out, which is totally inconsistent with the night butcher's methods. I feel like she gouged them out herself. It's very likely that some of the magic she was using had a severe backlash, causing her to scream and scream in the room, dig out her own eyeballs, and quickly flee. After listening to this, Lu Tao thought carefully and then replied, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. The last time I went back, I also looked up the history of the Wang family. It seems that everyone in their family has a very short lifespan. Most of them don't even live past the age of 40, so it's normal for there to be some backlash. The two still couldn't figure out what the truth of the matter was. They only felt an immense pain in their brains. Ever since the night butcher showed up, one question after another kept filling up their minds, and none of them could be solved, almost making their heads burst. Lu Tao angrily threw the cigarette, but out of the window. Li Kaiyun, who was standing next to him, saw it and immediately criticized him. Comrade, you're going to be fined for littering. Lu Tao was speechless. Fine me. I just got a raise recently anyway. What's going on with all these recent cases? I've been investigating them for so long, and I still have no clue. I don't want to think about them anymore, and I'm too lazy to care about them anymore. Li Kaiyan also leaned back on the chair tiredly, sighed, and said, It's probably not going to work if we just ignore it. The Wang family still has some power behind them. Before, we arrested Wang Guifeng and charged him with fraud. To put it bluntly, it was just a small matter. The result was either that they returned the 30 million and apologized, or we detained them for a few days and then let them go. It was nothing to do with anyone. But now that Wang Xiaoyu is dead, things are getting complicated. I'm afraid they won't let it go. With the Wang family's methods, many people might die. You, and I may be among them. Chapter 134, Soul-Nourishing Scroll and the Sutra of the Mysterious Soul. Hearing this, Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun felt a tightness in their hearts. The ambition of an Yinyang family was frightening to think about. There's no way to guard against their methods, and they might even be able to kill people without them even noticing. Lu Tao said with a gloomy face, You are no longer an official employee of a law enforcement bureau, and this matter has nothing to do with you. After I get back, I will take the initiative to explain what happened and take full responsibility. If you really want to kill me, then come at me. Li Kaiyun was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect that Lu Tao was willing to face it alone at a critical moment of life and death. He chuckled and shook his head. Do you think I'm a coward who's afraid of death? If he wants to take my life, he'll have to use all the means he can. Ever since I witnessed the Wang family's methods, I have come to recognize that there are indeed many unknown secrets in this world. The night butcher is able to commit crimes repeatedly without leaving any clues, appearing and disappearing without a trace. I suspect he also possesses special abilities in this area. If we can compete with the Wang family, perhaps we can help us find the night butcher's flaws. The next morning, the first thing Gu Yang did after getting up was to tell Su Changqing, Go and complete the formalities and prepare to be discharged from the hospital. Su Changqing, who was still wrapped in a lot of gauze, advised, Mr. Gu, why don't we stay in the hospital for a few more days? What if there are any sequelae later? Gu Yang smiled. Do I have to stay in a hospital forever just for a vague sequelae? The doctor has checked, and they are just superficial injuries. They can be bandaged and healed at home. Why waste medical resources? And I have more important things to do. Su Qingqing immediately understood. Mr. Gu has a heart of justice. There was no choice. Su Changqing could only cooperate with Gu Yang to complete a series of procedures at the hospital, and then pushed him back home. Seeing Su Changqing also covered in wounds, Gu Yang felt a little reluctant and shook his head. I'll give you 2 days off. Go back and recuperate. Don't delay the healing of your wound. Su Changqing shook her head like a rattle. How could this be possible? Mr. Gu's injuries were even more severe than mine, and his health was already poor. Now he has to shoulder such a heavy responsibility, thinking only of the millions of cancer patients. If I leave you alone to recuperate, I would be so heartless. I must stay and take care of you. After she finished speaking, without waiting for Gu Yang to speak again, she turned and went into the kitchen to start preparing today's nutritious meal. Gu Yang smiled helplessly and shook his head. Okay, then you prepare lunch first. I need to go upstairs to work. I'll come down by myself when it's time for dinner, or you can send me a message. Don't go upstairs unless necessary. Su Chengsheng was well aware of the importance of Gu Yang's work and quickly responded. Don't worry, Mr. Gu, I understand. Gu Yang operated the electric wheelchair and took the elevator to the second floor. After returning, the first thing he did was not to engage in medical research, but to check his current lifespan. Only 225 years. It seems that Wang Xiaoyou's life is not long. Even if I don't kill her, she can only live to her 40s at most. And this is still an ideal situation. She might die at the age of 30. What a short-lived person. It seems that learning these yin-yang magic is not a good thing. However, the increase in Yuan Shou's remaining balance also brought some hidden benefits to Gu Yang. That is, his physical fitness was slightly improved. The injuries on his body are actually not serious. If you remove the gauze now, you will probably see that the wounds have healed a lot, as if he has rested for a week. Although the amount of lifespan gained was not much, Gu Yang knew very well that the gain this time was definitely no less than killing Xiongchuan. Because he also found 2 rare books in Wang Xiaoyou's luggage that could not be bought no matter how much money was spent. Opening his shadow space, 2 ancient books made entirely of animal skins with traditional Chinese characters written on them appeared in his hands. Soul Nourishing Scroll and Path to the Underworld Sutra. Due to the long time they have been kept, the surface of these 2 books has been covered with a thick layer of patina, which is pitch black, and it is impossible to tell what kind of leather they are made of. However, Gu Yang had a vague feeling that this seemed to be human skin. The things recorded in these 2 books are definitely not good. Compared with the righteous exercises, such as 5 beast breathing method, these are definitely evil techniques. However, it would be a pity if you don't take a look at the thing in your hand. Gu Yang still couldn't resist the temptation and finally opened the 2 books carefully to read. It took about an hour for Gu Yang to read through both books. Tong Yu Jing tells about the magic of communicating with ghosts and gods. If practiced to a deep level, it can even revive corpses and temporarily revive them. This is also the secret method passed down from generation to generation by the Wang family, and is their foundation. On the other hand, the soul-nourishing talisman is, to put it bluntly, an evil magic that the Wang family obtained from somewhere unknown. Compared with Tong Yu Jing, this thing is even worse. It tells about the ability to raise ghosts. The ghost thing that wanted to kill him before was cultivated by Wang Xiaoyu through this secret technique. This is not a good thing. Ghosts and resentful spirits are born with their own ideas. After staying in the human world for a short time, they will also return to heaven and earth or be reincarnated. Every minute and every second they stay in this world is a torture for them. The yang energy in the mortal world is not compatible with them, which is as uncomfortable as living in outer space with thin oxygen. Therefore, it is almost unrealistic to want to use ghosts for your own purposes, especially in broad daylight. The introductory method recorded in the soul-nourishing book is to find a pregnant woman who is about to give birth after 10 months of pregnancy and kill her. The baby in her belly will become the weakest and easiest to control ghost baby. Then, the ghost baby is raised little by little until it becomes a resentful little ghost that can be driven. Moreover, in order to increase the success rate, the practitioner is often required to kill the pregnant woman with his own hands. It seems that Wang Xiaoyou's hands must have been stained with a lot of blood after he mastered this technique. After Gu Yang memorized the contents of the 2 books, he had a vague understanding in his heart that everyone in the Wang family absolutely deserved to die, and there was no innocent person. If I were just an ordinary person, I would never practice these 2 secret techniques. Such a bloody and cruel practice method goes against the will of nature. Practicing and using it will shorten one's lifespan and luck, so the people of the Wang family have short lives and bad luck in their later years. I have a bright future, and I won't do something that would lead to my own death. However, even if you don't use it, you must understand it. What if someone uses such despicable means to persecute me again in the future? What's more, there is a ready-made, resentful little ghost in his shadow space. After making up his mind, Guyang closed his eyes and felt the two new moons in the Yuanshou space. One Yuanshou star after another was thrown into it. In Guyang's mind, his mastery of these two secret techniques began to improve rapidly. In less than half an hour, all 15 years of life had been invested. Guyang practiced these two secret techniques for 15 years and finally mastered them completely. Current life expectancy balance, 210 years. Chapter 135 Chapter 135 Reduced to Ashes. After fully mastering these two secret techniques, Guyang could confidently say, now even Wang Guifang can only kneel in front of him and respectfully call him ancestor. At least the Wang family's evil secret techniques can no longer cause harm to him. With this confidence, Guyang still has another account to settle. He waved his hand lightly and took out a ceramic jar from the shadow space. The jar is not big and can be held in one hand. There are strange runes drawn on it with blood. He slammed the jar on the table and opened the lid. A gray-black aura of resentment flew out of it and quickly condensed into the shape of a baby in the room. The baby was wrapped in black aura. His eyes were red, and his mouth was full of sharp teeth. It was obviously an evil ghost. This little thing has been locked in the shadow space and has no idea what is happening outside. The moment it saw Guyang, it immediately recognized him as its target. Thinking of carrying out Wang Xiaoyou's killing plan, it pounced on him with its fangs and claws bared. In the past, Guyang had never practiced the relevant secret techniques, so even if he could sense the existence of the little ghost, he could not see it. Now that he can see it, this little ghost is just a toy to him. Guyang now has 10,000 ways to eliminate it, but unless it is absolutely necessary, he is unwilling to use the two secret techniques that will reduce his luck and lifespan. He took out another thing from the shadow space, a bloody eyeball. It was the Yin-Yang ghost that Wang Xiaoyu dug out his own eyeball and sacrificed all his body strength to form. The ghost's eyes shone brightly red, and when the red light shone on the little ghost, thick green smoke instantly came out of the little ghost, and he lay on the ground screaming miserably, in pain as if he was being fried in oil. This eyeball was created by Wang Xiaoyu using his secret method, and it contains all the strength of his body. When Guyang uses it, it has little effect on his luck and lifespan. Seeing the little ghost being tortured to death, Guyang slowly retracted his eyes and sneered. You were the one who hit me with your car? You used to be so arrogant. Why aren't you so arrogant now? I killed your previous master. Now answer me. Are you fucking wrong? Guyang was feeling angry. This was the first time he faced a life-or-death crisis since waking up in the hospital. If it weren't for my quick reaction and good luck, I would have been killed. After all, he was still a flesh and blood body during the day. Even if he practiced the five-beast breathing technique, he was only stronger than an ordinary person. How could he withstand the full-speed impact of car? Moreover, the house he had bought with great difficulty was also damaged. He is now living in another house in the same community that he rented overnight. The issue of compensation for these losses is still under dispute. After hearing what Guyang said, the resentful little ghost was so frightened that he trembled all over. He immediately knelt on the ground and screamed, while gesturing wildly with his hands. Because the little ghost was too young when it died and had not yet learned to speak, Guyang, who mastered two secret techniques, was able to communicate with it smoothly. You mean you were forced? You're also pitiful and a victim? Funny. Everyone who does bad things can say that they were forced to do it or that they were victims. Does that mean everyone should be forgiven? Do you know how great research Lao Tzu has in his hands? How grand are my plans for the future? How much will I contribute to humanity? You actually wanted to kill me, and now you want me to forgive you. The little ghost started to gesture wildly again, begging for mercy repeatedly, meaning that he wanted to continue working for Guyang, and told him about his many uses. However, none of them could impress Guyang. Guyang half leaned on the wheelchair, tapping the ceramic jar of Feng Shao Gui with his fingers, and sneered. I see you're entangled with resentment. You've been an accomplice to evil and harmed quite a few people over the years, right? Even though you were forced, I will not forgive you. Accept your own punishment. After saying that, Guyang opened the ceramic jar, and the little ghost turned into black gas and was sealed again. He maneuvered his wheelchair and placed the jar in the sunniest and most yang-filled spot on the balcony. I will expose you to the sun for 49 days. You will vanish into thin air under the scorching sun. This will be your punishment for all your evil deeds over the years. Under the scorching sun, the little ghost struggled frantically in the jar, wailing for mercy. Guyang just tapped the jar with his finger, and the power of the yin yang secret technique instantly suppressed it, preventing it from making any movement. The little ghost could only silently endure the scorching sun and wait for it to dissipate. After doing all this, Gu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, and the depression in his heart was relieved a lot. At this moment, the phone vibrated. It was Su Chengsheng who sent the message. Mr. Gu, the meal is ready. Come down and eat. After letting out a breath of anger, Gu Yang's appetite increased greatly. He felt a little hungry and replied, Come down right away. While eating, Su Chengsheng happily reported to Gu Yang. Mr. Gu, I want to tell you a good news. Gu Yang lowered his head to drink the chicken soup and asked without raising his head. What's the good news? Tell me. Mr. Gu, the nano-targeted immune activation drug you developed has already passed a series of procedures in advance with the help of the two deans. It has been given the green light and can be processed today. Brother Morong has already advertised online. By the way, I heard that you customized a batch of mechanical parts and proposed the concept of factory upgrade, which Brother Morong also completed. We only need you to go there and complete the final process before we can start mass production. When our medicine is on the market, it will save millions of cancer patients. Gu Yang's eyes lit up. After waiting for so long, it's finally here. It really is easy to get things done when you have someone behind you who can help you. If it weren't for the two deans' help, it would probably take me another month or two to get to this point. If you encounter a villain who deliberately blocks the process, it may not even take 1 or 2 years to get approved. Gu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Okay. When I have time tomorrow, I'll go to the factory and set up the fully automated production line. Although the various mechanical parts and computer equipment have arrived, the core secret of the nano-targeted immune activation agent is still in my head, and the confidential software of the fully automated production line is also in my mind. If I wasn't there, none of this work would have been possible. Su Qingqing looked excited. Professor Su Jianshan even specially organized our research project and wrote a paper, which he wanted to publish on an international website under your name. Once this paper is published, it will surely win major awards, and you'll even be able to obtain the title of professor at the nation's top research institute. Gu Yang was very satisfied. Isn't this the position we've been planning for so long? Once you have influence and fame around the world, it will not be easy for someone to target you in the future. After telling the good news, Su Chengsheng felt a little depressed. Every aspect is good, but for some reason, the internet is full of criticism and doubt about your research results. Many people even call you a liar. It's so annoying. I just said a few words to argue my point, and there were thousands of comments below. It's so annoying. It seems like someone is deliberately stirring up trouble. Chapter 136 Public Opinion Storm. Hearing this, Gu Yang slowed down his eating and asked softly, Interesting. Can you tell me how you set the pace? Su Chengsheng was obviously very angry. Her breathing became rapid when she thought of this matter. She took out her phone, opened the relevant web page, and handed it to Gu Yang. There are some things I can't even say, Mr. Gu, just look at it for yourself. But I advise you, if you can't handle it mentally, don't watch it, or you might end up getting too upset. Thinking of this, Su Chengsheng felt a little regretful for a moment. If Mr. Gu was really mad and something happened to him, wouldn't it be her responsibility? Unexpectedly, Gu Yang snatched the phone away and gave her a cold look. Are you treating me like a flower in a greenhouse? Can't you even bear this little bit of injustice? I've been through a lot more than you have. Su Chengsheng was stunned for a moment. Then she thought of Gu Yang's tragic experience from beginning to end. He worked hard to start his own business from scratch and finally succeeded in his business, but ended up being cheated on by his girlfriend whom he had been in love with for many years and became a vegetable. If it weren't for God's blessing, I would probably be buried now. But even if he woke up, he was half paralyzed, and even the company he worked so hard for was a mess. He had to sell it off, and he was left with nothing. If we talk about psychological endurance, I am afraid I can only be a small shrimp in front of Mr. Gu. Gu Yang lowered his head and browsed his phone. The first thing he did was to take a look at the promotional advertisement provided by Muro. Because the nano-targeted immune activation agent is so advanced, its unprecedented therapeutic effect does not require excessive modification. Just introducing it in its original form is enough to shock people. Therefore, there was no exaggeration in Murong's advertisement. He just briefly introduced the high research and production costs of the nano-targeted immune activation agent, and then introduced its remarkable therapeutic effect. This naturally includes: the first shot can eliminate most of the cancer cells in the body. The second shot can completely recover, and the third shot can build a high defense barrier to prevent cancer recurrence. But even if there is no exaggeration, it is still difficult for the majority of netizens to accept it. It is really too subversive to their cognition. So many people mock below. Wow, are departmental reviews so lax these days? How can such a scam be put on the market? Haha, you don't understand. He has someone behind him and money on him. As long as someone has money, what can't he get? I can imagine that once this crappy nanomedicine appears, it will definitely collect a lot of IQ tax and make a fortune. Then, at worst, after 2 or 3 years, they will find out that you are committing fraud and ban it directly. But what's the point of banning it? The money of ordinary people has already been taken away, and the owner of Chaoyang Biotech must have made a killing and bought huge villas and mansions abroad. He doesn't take the trial seriously at all. Ha ha, brother, you really see things clearly. You explained all these tricks clearly in one go. Isn't it? We might be fooled by this kind of thing once or twice, but who would care about you after a long time? You say 1 shot can eliminate most cancer cells and 3 shots can build up the immune system. Why don't you just say that with 1 shot, I can turn into Superman, wear my underwear outside, and fly into the sky? Ha ha ha. Brother, you're exaggerating. How about I do something practical? Just 1 shot, and we'll instantly turn into Spider-Man. Do you think that's more believable? Don't be so rude. This is quite believable. Isn't Spider-Man in the movie bitten by a spider? We can get an injection and become Spider-Man. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Ha ha ha, it's so hilarious. These are just jokes, and they don't seem that angry, but they are mixed with a lot of insults and abuse. You liar, your whole family will die. You bastard, do you understand medicine? You're just barking here. A beast like this who cheats patients out of their money should have no descendants and no family members, and his ancestral grave should be destroyed. Can anyone find out who the bastard is behind this Chaoyang Biotech company? Brothers and sisters, I found out that the boss behind this company is called Gu Yang, and he was a famous figure on our internet a while ago. Right. Now that you mention it, it reminds me. Isn't this the unlucky green-haired turtle? How come after he went from being a vegetable to paralyzed, his heart also turned evil? It's so funny. Family members, I checked the information. This guy used to work in construction. He was a contractor who moved bricks on the construction site. He went to an ordinary second-tier university and majored in architecture. A guy who works in architecture actually boasted that he could cure cancer. Isn't that making everyone laugh out loud? Stop talking, just yell at him, and that's it. Damn beast. Your whole family will die. Gu Yang looked at the insults without feeling any big fluctuation in his heart, but as he was scrolling, he discovered something unusual. Because some of the accounts that curse the most fiercely and lead the most aggressively, the messages left under various posts and forums are almost all from the same group of people. This is a completely organized and premeditated water army. Gu Yang finished his meal while browsing information online. Then, he waved to Su Changsheng and said, "Lend me your phone for an hour or two. I need to check something. I'll return it to you when I'm done." Su Changsheng nodded and quickly began to clear the dishes on the table. "Don't worry, Mr. Gu. You can go ahead and do your work. I'm going to have to wash the dishes and clean the house for a while, so I can't use my phone for now. Just call me when you're done." In a small private room in the corner of Internet Cafe, a woman who was less than 1.6 meters tall but weighed more than 160 kilograms was lying sideways on a gaming chair, her fingers typing rapidly on the keyboard. On the left side of the screen are the comment sections of web pages, while on the right side are countless overlapping chat boxes. These chat boxes are large groups one after another, and each group is full of people. Just as Zhou Burong was extremely excited and was making a killing on the internet, the curtain of the private room was slowly lifted. 2 little girls with colorful hair stood at the door. They looked at the fat woman inside who was in a mess and had a cigarette in the corner of her mouth and bowed respectfully. "Hello, Sister Zhou. We've heard of your name on the street a long time ago, and the sisters all praise you highly. We 2 sisters would also like to find a job under you. Don't worry, we are very hardworking and could do anything." Zhou Burong glanced at the 2 sisters and then smiled. "I just happen to have a job. A sponsor asked me to discredit a medical product that was about to be launched. I could earn 10 cents for posting a valid comment that someone responded to. If I could post a popular comment or take the initiative to appear in a popular video, I would also get a commission, which could be as high as hundreds of thousands. Are you willing to do it?" The 2 sisters were very excited when they heard the news, and all they could think about was getting the bounty, which was capped at hundreds of thousands. Even if they don't get that high salary, a comment worth only a dime is enough to keep them well fed and clothed. The two sisters immediately bent down. Thank you, Sister Zhou, for your help. We will do our best. The two were immediately very excited. They found two computers outside and went directly to various forums to start battle. Zhou Burong yawned, turned around to look at the comments they were making, and shook her head speechlessly. After walking over, he patted both of them on the back of their heads. Idiot, your posting is not going to gain any popularity. It's a complete waste of time. The two sisters felt a little frustrated. They had put so much effort into writing these comments, but Zhou Burong belittled them as worthless. Zhou Burong waved her hand at them speechlessly. Get out of the way first. I'll show you how to do it myself. Chapter 137 Chapter 137 Water Army is a technical job. Under the watchful eyes of two non-mainstream young women, Zhou Burong skillfully opened several forum websites. After taking a look at the information discussed above, the corners of her mouth raised slightly. This post is not about cancer or anything like that, but about the night butcher. Zhou Burong instantly had an idea. After a brief thought, she edited an article on the computer and published it. The title of the article is Shocking Reversal. The truly innocent person is Yin Pingping. The Night Butcher and Gu Yang are both lackeys of the mysterious enemy forces. Just this edited title scared the two non-mainstream sisters behind her. There is no doubt that this title alone is very popular, and the number of clicks will definitely not be low. The two couldn't help but applaud. Wow, Sister Zhou, the angle of your article is absolutely novel and will definitely go viral. Sister Zhou, you're amazing. How did you come up with this title? But how do I write this article? I can't just use a catchy title, right? Zhou Burong smiled slightly. Of course not. If you just rely on a title to get a few clicks, you won't make any money at all. We want to create a truly popular post, and I'll write it for you guys. Recently, everyone's attention has been drawn to the Night Butcher, but they are completely unaware that the first person he killed was actually innocent. Yin Pingping was not a bad woman at all. Her death was mainly to clear the name of Gu Yang. Gu Yang was definitely a spy sent by the enemy country. His purpose was to harm all the people and take away all the money of the people. Please listen to my detailed analysis. First, the Night Butcher killed so many people, but only Yin Pingping had the opportunity to record a video and post it online, and the video was a confession video. Don't you think it's suspicious? Why does Yin Pingping receive such special treatment? Why didn't those people at the back have the chance to say their last words before they died? The reason is very simple. It is to clear Gu Yang's name. Second, during the period when the Night Butcher was killing people, the topic of the Night Butcher always dominated the top of the hot search list, and everyone's attention was drawn to this aspect. What everyone doesn't know is that a new type of drug has recently been launched in our country, and it is very likely to appear around us tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. It is called nano-targeted immune activation drug, and it is said that only one injection is needed to eliminate all cancers. Do you think this is possible? Third, by coincidence, this product came from Chuyang Biotechnology Company, and the boss behind this company was none other than Gu Yang. Now that I've said this, do you feel strange? How did a second-tier university student who majored in architecture learn about medicine and even develop this crappy cancer medicine? That's right, all of this is just to pave the way for this moment. First, they whitewashed Gu Yang, and then launched the Night Butcher to attract everyone's attention. The real purpose was to slowly launch this fraudulent potion on the market and reap everyone's wealth. Behind Gu Yang, there is definitely a huge interest group, and the Night Butcher is also a member of this interest system. They're not good people or heroes at all. They're just a bunch of profit-seeking scammers. Personally, I tend to think that the person who did such a wicked thing must be a spy from the enemy country. Gu Yang came here deliberately to defraud the Chinese people of their property, and this so-called special cancer medicine might just be ordinary saline solution. Everyone must be rational and never be deceived. Please help me forward this post so that all Chinese people know that Gu Yang is a spy sent by the enemy country to cheat everyone's money. The most reliable way to treat cancer is to have surgery and chemotherapy in the hospital. As for this enemy country spy, this super liar, he should go to the 18th level of hell. After completing the editing, Zhou Burong made some minor modifications and sent the article out directly. After finishing the job, she turned around proudly and said to the two sisters behind her, "See, conspiracy theories have always been a popular topic, and Night Butcher has been a very popular term on the forums recently. We combine these things together with reason and evidence, and it will be absolutely impossible to tell the truth from the false. As long as there is one person who believes in and helps forward it, it is very likely that it will bring us millions of traffic in the future. Let's wait and see. Zhou Burong silently lit a cigarette, leaned back in her chair, and waited patiently. As expected, within a short while, this article was flooded with likes and reposts, and many people also commented, "Oh my god, this is terrifying. I didn't even notice this detail. No wonder the Enforcement Bureau still can't find a night butcher's true identity. How could there be no clues at all when he killed so many people so brazenly? It turns out there's someone behind the night butcher. My goodness, I thought this was a hero for the night, but it turns out he's just a clown trying to gain traffic, a beast who helps spies from the enemy country defraud money." What the blogger said is absolutely right. I thought the reversal of public opinion was a bit strange. Why would Yin Ping record a confession video? After all, it seems she was completely forced. In my opinion, what Yin Ping said before might be true. And this Gu Yang is the real scumbag. He's a gigolo. Once Yin Ping died, he couldn't even run his construction company, so he sold it off and started some biotech company. That makes perfect sense. If Gu Yang is really that capable, why doesn't he keep his construction company going? After all this trouble, you still have to be a spy for the enemy country and cheat your own people of their money. This kind of person was a traitor during the anti-Japanese war and should have been dragged out and beheaded. Damn it, it was a harmonious society that saved him. The enemy's capital infiltration is truly terrifying now, so everyone must be vigilant. I think this damn nanomedicine must be sold at a high price, and they say the cost is high. Maybe it's all fake and a scam. If it hits your body, you might end up living for less than 3 days instead of a year with cancer. This kind of beast who cheats patients out of their money deserves to die. Anyway, please share this and expose this scumbag's ugly face. Don't be fooled and don't let him make a single cent. The following heated comments completely dumbfounded the two little girls in front of the computer. I didn't expect that based on Zhou Birong's article, the netizens below would actually think divergently and come up with so many reasonable and well-founded points. This time, not only was the nano-targeted immune activation drug criticized as stinky dog shit, but even the internet celebrity Gu Yang was labeled a scumbag among scumbags, and he was even tied together with the Night Butcher as a spy and tool of the enemy country. It can be said that if this view is not whitewashed and continues to ferment, Gu Yang will not be able to make money from this medicine, and he will probably be nailed to the pillar of shame for the rest of his life, and he will not be able to wash it off even if he jumps into the Yellow River. The number of comments on this article exceeded 10,000 in the blink of an eye, and it is still increasing at an extraordinary speed. The number of reposts and shares has increased exponentially, making it a hit article. Zhou Burong lit a cigarette triumphantly and blew smoke rings. Did you understand? Anything you write will be a hit. For the things you post, each comment is only worth a dime. If your comments are too frivolous, you may not even get a dime. As for me, based on the current number of views and reposts, the income from this article alone is enough to exceed 10,000. She shook off the ash lightly and said proudly, "Learn something. Being a water army is also a technical job. If you can learn even 30% of my skills, I guarantee that you will have enough food and drink for the rest of your life." The two little girls behind her looked at the fat and greasy Zhou Burong in front of them, but felt that her whole body was shining like an idol. Just when they were about to kowtow and kneel down to become apprentices, Zhou Burong suddenly frowned and covered her chest with her hands, as if she was experiencing extreme pain. She wanted to stand up, but her fat and weak body, coupled with her current illness, caused her to collapse to the ground and lose consciousness. I could vaguely hear the anxious cries of two little girls. Hurry up! Hurry up! Sister Zhou has fainted. Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance quickly." Chapter 138, Advanced Breast Cancer. Zhou Birong's coma lasted for several hours this time. When she opened her eyes again, she was lying on a hospital bed. She doesn't have many relatives, but she has countless sisters online. At this moment, both sides of the bed were surrounded by little girls with colorful hair, including the two little apprentices she had just accepted. Everyone had sad faces, tears in their eyes, and their hands were on the bedside. Zhou Burong was about to open her mouth when she felt a sharp pain in her chest. She rubbed it gently with her hands and could feel a fist-sized lump inside, even through the thick fat. Zhou Burong was instantly terrified and asked immediately, "Why am I lying here? What happened? Am I sick?" One by one, stop standing there looking like your mother is dead, and say something to me. There's nothing to be afraid of, even if there's a big scar on my head. These sisters originally didn't dare to speak, But under Zhou Birong's scolding and urging, they had to speak. Sister Zhou, the situation is very serious. The doctor said it's in the late stage of breast cancer. The two words cancer and late stage put together were like a bolt from the blue, hitting Zhou Birong directly on the top of her head. Zhou Birong's eyes went dark, and she almost fainted again. Fortunately, the little girl next to her was quick-witted and quickly reached out to cushion her head and gently patted her face. Sister Zhou, don't faint. Don't be afraid. Breast cancer isn't a particularly serious cancer. The doctor said there's still a chance of cure. Zhou Birong immediately grabbed the arm of the little girl in front of her, and her long nails almost dug into the little girl's flesh, making her grimace in pain. Now tell me, has my cancer spread? The little girl nodded with a look of grievance. It has spread, but it's definitely not serious. There is definitely still hope. Zhou Birong's hand dropped weakly, and she lay on the hospital bed. Looking at the ceiling, her pupils dilated as if she were dead. If his chest hadn't been still rising and falling, he would have been sent directly to the crematorium. At this time, the doctor walked in from outside. After seeing Zhou Birong wake up, he immediately asked with a smile, "How's it going? Are you feeling okay now?" Seeing the doctor, Zhou Birong felt like she had seen a savior. "Doctor, you're finally here. Please tell me that my illness is fake, right? How could I possibly get some bullshit breast cancer? And in the late stages at that. I've done good deeds and accumulated virtue, so God wouldn't do this to me. Doctors have seen too many patients like Zhou Birong. If you suffer from this disease, you basically have to fight death for the rest of your life." The doctor just shook his head and sighed. Not knowing what to say, he could only comfort. "Don't worry, the current cancer treatment procedures are quite mature. Through surgery and chemotherapy, there's a high probability that you can recover. The most important thing you need to do now is to quickly adjust your mentality, adjust your physical condition, and prepare for the next round of treatment." When she heard about surgery and chemotherapy, Zhou Birong became even more frightened. Although she has never done it, she has seen it on the internet. If breast cancer requires surgery, the entire breast must be removed. It is terrifying to think that a woman will be left without breasts. And that's not all. Chemotherapy will be required later. What is chemotherapy? It kills both the body cells and the cancer cells to see which dies first, the body or the cancer cells. The final result is likely to be one of the two. Even if they manage to survive, they would probably be tortured to the point of being half human, half ghost, skinny as a bag of bones, and all their hair would fall out. Zhou Birong couldn't accept it anymore. She became agitated and punched the bed, yelling, No, I don't want chemotherapy, and I don't want surgery. Are there other options? Can cancer be cured with medication alone? Why would surgery be necessary? I don't want it. I'm an internet celebrity, and I have to organize fan meetings from time to time. If you turn me into a ghost, how will I work? How will I face people? Doctor, is there any other solution? Doctor, please." Zhou Birong grabbed the doctor's wrist tightly and shook it wildly. Even the doctor couldn't break free for a while and could only comfort her quietly. "Don't worry, don't be afraid. Medical methods are very advanced nowadays. Even if you need surgery, we can still perform cosmetic repairs on you so that you won't look too ugly in the future. As for chemotherapy, although it was a bit painful at the time, you can always make up for it later once the cancer is cured." Zhou Birong spat out a mouthful of saliva, which sprayed directly on the doctor's face, and cursed. "Bullshit. You quack. Don't think I don't know. Isn't it just that chemotherapy and surgery cost a little more? You're just making random plans for money. This is the behavior of beasts. You're all quacks, all bastards. I'm going to report you. Don't even think about cheating me out of my money. I only need to make one post to ruin all of you. Bastard, do you know who I am? Do you understand that I can decide a person's life or death on the internet with just one sentence?" Zhou Birong was now incoherent. The torture of illness and the threat of death had driven her almost insane. The little girls who were protecting her were also so unpleasant in her eyes at this moment. "What are you doing standing here? Can you help me by standing here? You are a bunch of trash. It's all your fault for being useless. You didn't write more hits every day to help me make more money, but you made me spend so much time teaching you. That's why I got sick from exhaustion. You're also responsible for my pain." Everyone in the ward was speechless. Although patients with serious illnesses are difficult to take care of and their emotions are hard to control, it is still rare to see a crazy woman like Zhou Birong. The doctor sighed and shook his head. Without saying anything more, he turned and left the ward. Under Zhou Birong's scolding The other little girls had no choice but to leave. Standing at the door of the ward, the two apprentices Zhou Burong had just accepted quickly stopped the doctor. "I'm sorry, Sister Zhou just got seriously ill and is out of control." What she said definitely doesn't come from her heart. "Doctor, please don't take it to heart." The attending doctor at the door sighed and shook his head. "I can understand that if it were me, I probably wouldn't feel much better. But as her friends, you still have to persuade her. Now her cancer has reached the late stage. If she doesn't get treatment, she will probably only live for 1 or 2 months. While her body can still bear it, surgery and chemotherapy are the best solutions. If we delay any further, even the arrival of the great immortal will be of no use. Although the cure rate for cancer is not high, it is the best treatment available in the medical field. At least there is a glimmer of hope." The two little girls sighed. Although we also knew that surgery and chemotherapy were necessary, Sister Zhou seemed very stubborn. She is also a well-known figure on the internet, managing several large groups with thousands of members. Our local sisters admire her very much and often get together with her. If she were to become a half-human, half-ghost appearance, she would probably rather die. "Doctor, isn't there a better way? Sister Zhou is amazing. She can make a lot of money. Is there a better treatment method?" The doctor looked helpless. This isn't about the money. If there were a better and simpler method, we doctors wouldn't want to make it so complicated. At this moment, Su Changcheng, who was about to come to the hospital to help Gu Yang get medicine, happened to pass by. After hearing this conversation, she turned around and said with a smile, "Haven't you been online lately? There's already a new product for treating cancer." Chapter 139 New Product, just a lie. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and turned their eyes to Su Changcheng. Su Changcheng smiled and opened the webpage on her phone. Although nano-targeted immune activation drugs have shown efficacy, they're still relatively unknown. Just now when she passed by, she happened to hear what these sisters said. Since the person inside has such great influence locally and knows so many people online, if she can use this medicine and be cured, it will definitely be able to defeat the online public opinion. Unfortunately, Su Changcheng doesn't know yet that half of the negative comments online are caused by the woman in the ward. After taking a look at the webpage Su Changcheng opened, the doctor immediately slapped his forehead. "Oh, so this is the drug you're talking about. I've read the relevant papers, and the principle is truly remarkable. But I feel it's a bit too advanced. To say that it can already achieve the advertised efficacy is a bit unrealistic. However, Professor Su Jianshan from our hospital seems to have also heard of this medicine. In my opinion, even if the efficacy is not as good as advertised, it should still be of some use, even as an auxiliary treatment." The smiles on the faces of the group of little girls next to them became a little stiff. They could tell at a glance that this was not the big business at hand recently. Their main target of attack recently is this medicine, as well as the company and founder behind it. Everyone enjoys cursing it online every day, but they didn't expect that they would become users of other people's products in the blink of an eye. But didn't Sister Zhou say this thing was a scam? Does it really work? Curing cancer with just one injection is ridiculous. Seeing that they were still confused, Su Changcheng smiled and introduced, "Don't worry, I was personally watching when this medicine was being tested, and I guarantee there's nothing wrong with it. Our Professor Su Jianshan was also personally in charge of the review at that time. It was able to be launched on the market so quickly because there were 2 presidents of our hospital and other important figures backing it up. How could it be fake? Moreover, this medicine is currently being promoted, so every user can get a high discount and use it almost at cost price, which is not expensive at all. Compared to the cost of surgery and chemotherapy, it's a drop in the bucket, so why not give it a try?" Su Qingqing's sincere words instantly moved the little girls present. They nodded and agreed. "Big sister, what you said makes sense. We'll go in and talk to Sister Zhou about it. If we need anything, we'll contact you." After listening to this, Su Changqing nodded and immediately went back to work. These little girls took a quick look at Zhou Burong at the door of the ward, and when they saw that her mood had stabilized a little, they walked in one after another. Zhou Burong glanced at these little girls with colorful hair and strange hairstyles. The hairstyles that she used to think were extremely fashionable now annoyed her the most. One of the little girls mustered up the courage to speak. "Sister Zhou, we have just discussed this with the doctor. At this stage, if we want to treat your disease, the conventional method is still to start with cancer surgery and chemotherapy. Of course, we also understand your concerns, Sister Zhou, and we have also learned about another treatment method, which is the nano-targeted immune activation agent that has been very popular on the internet recently. Have you forgotten? The main purpose of that medicine is to treat cancer. Just one injection can eliminate a large number of cancer cells. It is now in the promotion stage, and the cost is very low. Sister Zhou, you're so famous on the internet. Maybe you can even negotiate with the boss behind their company to get free treatment. When Zhou Burong heard this, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, but at the same time she felt that this was too dramatic. Just before entering the hospital, he wrote a popular post criticizing Gu Yang and the medicine he produced. He didn't expect the boomerang to come so quickly. Thinking of this, she immediately took out her mobile phone and took a look at the post she had just sent out. Unexpectedly, the popularity of this post exceeded her imagination, and it directly topped the list. Based on her inference that Gu Yang and the Night Butcher are both lackeys of a certain enemy country's interest group, everyone came up with a lot of strange and bizarre things. For example, the nano-targeted immune activation agent produced by Gu Yang is a virus lurking in the human body. It can make you neither human nor ghost, or even turn you into a zombie like in TV, triggering a zombie crisis. For example, among those killed by the Night Butcher, in addition to some who were real criminals, there were actually some patriotic warriors who resolutely resisted them, but they were killed and branded as criminals. What's more, some people even said that Gu Yang was the Night Butcher himself. He pretended to be sick in a hospital during the day and pretended to do research in the company, and then disguised himself as a butcher to kill people at night, because the appearance of the Night Butcher and Gu Yang's awakening were clearly on the same day. Zhou Burong was completely dumbfounded by all the bizarre inferences. It turns out that everyone is a conspirator. Although these inferences are outrageous, each of them has a little basis in reality, making it difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood. The world has simply become something she doesn't recognize. Zhou Burong was very pleased with herself, thinking that she only needed to stir up trouble and say a few words online to turn a vibrant company into a lifeless one. It was like being the judge who held the book of life and death, and she really liked this feeling. Since they're all praising this potion to be miraculous, maybe it really has some therapeutic effects. I just happen to need it right now, so why not give it a try? Thinking of this, she immediately searched the internet. As a gold medal internet troll, she was best at searching for information online, and she actually found Gu Yang's mobile phone number. Without saying anything, she dialed the number, and a somewhat tired voice came from the other end of the phone. Who? Zhou Burong could hear the other person's fatigue, and she felt even more proud in her heart. This Gu Yang should be worried about the online bad reputation of his company and products. He never dreamed that I was the one who caused all this. It was so cool. Zhou Burong, weighing 160 kilograms, uttered the clapping voice of a 16-year-old girl. Excuse me, is that Brother Gu Yang on the other end of the line? I'm calling to ask for Professor Gu Yang. Gu Yang Frowenet. I am. Tell me, who are you? Hello, my name is Zhou Burong. I'm calling to ask about the nano-targeted immune activation drug you're researching. I saw the company's introduction to this drug, and it seems to be 100% effective in curing cancer. Is that right? I have cancer now. It's in the late stage of breast cancer, and it has begun to spread. Is there any hope for recovery? Gu Yang was stunned when he heard this. The phone number on a website was not his own, and he was not a customer service representative, so how could he be responsible for such a thing? But the call was made directly to me, which means that the other party is an expert in internet and is well prepared. Gu Yang was about to answer something, but suddenly he looked up at the laptop screen in front of him and asked again, What's your name? Zhou Burong. Yes, I am Zhou Burong. But at this moment, Gu Yang showed a strange smile, because in front of him, the computer screen displayed exactly Zhou Burong's complete personal information. From the time she started working as an online water army in college to the time she was expelled from school, she continued to develop and expand the water army industry. How many people were wronged and how much dirty money Zhou Burong made have now been clearly investigated by Gu Yang. It is really true that after searching for a long time, you can finally find it without any effort. Chapter 140 I am his ancestor on the internet. At this moment, Gu Yang was amused. After all this time, this guy actually found out today that he has advanced breast cancer. Okay, isn't this God helping me? The posts on the internet that insulted Gu Yang were extremely popular, and he naturally read a lot of them. The more he read, the more headache he felt. Although my original intention of developing the nano-targeted immune activation agent was for myself, from a factual point of view, is not a great merit, but at least it is a good deed. As a result, Look at how harshly those people on the internet cursed, especially the conspiracy theory post that has been popular recently, which labeled him as a spy from the enemy country. Even Yin Pingping, who had been convicted long ago, was dug up and rehabilitated. It's outrageous. It's outrageous to open the door. It's outrageous to the extreme. Even though Gu Yang has always been a man of self-cultivation, he couldn't suppress his inner anger at this moment. So, he checked the background of these water armies and found out. It is easy to find out that there is a common boss behind these water armies, Zhou Burong. As for the financiers behind the scenes, they are those well-known medical companies. They are simply worried that the emergence of nano-targeted immune activation drugs will affect their own business. Gu Yang was just thinking about how to deal with Zhou Burong, but he didn't expect that she would come to him so soon. He didn't speak for a long time, and Zhou Burong on the other end of the phone lost her patience. Hey, are you deaf or dumb? I'm talking to you. Why aren't you replying? This is false advertising, right? Are you going to tell me that your medicine is ineffective? Or are you trying to get some money from me? Just ask for as much as you want. I'm not short of money. Of course, Gu Yang knew that this fat woman was not short of money. As the leader of the internet troll army, every time the financial backers gave her money, she would first pocket 1/3 of it and then share the rest. In addition to the popular posts she wrote and the popular videos she shot, Zhou Birong's monthly income is basically more than 50,000 yuan. It has to be said that she is really a talented person. It's a pity that this pig's brain is not used in the right place. Gu Yang remained silent for a long time, and Zhou Burong became increasingly panicked. I saw the ad on your website. If you don't agree, I'm going to sue you for false advertising. Gu Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing. His tone was full of ridicule, as if he was looking at an idiot. Indeed, you've seen my ads online. However, I have also read the articles you wrote online. They are very well written and are now ranked first on the hot search list. Why didn't you tell me about this identity when you introduced yourself to me just now? Should I call you Writer Zhou, right? The smile on Zhou Birong's face froze instantly. Ew, how did you know that? Gu Yang said. If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. What's wrong? A great writer has written such a hit article, but now he's hiding it? Shouldn't you jump out and publicize your outstanding achievements? Seeing that Gu Yang already knew about it, there was no point in continuing to hide it, so Zhou Burong simply laid it bare. You're right, I wrote that article. The whole internet is talking about your new product and company. You must be feeling intimidated, right? The product was not even sold but was already being criticized as a pariah. But you can rest assured, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. As long as you can find a way to cure my illness, I can write a new article to help your company recover its reputation. You should know that I have this ability. How is it? Gu Yang never expected that this woman would still have the guts to threaten him. What if I say I don't want to cure you? Zhou Burong sneered. You must heal me. Let me tell you, I manage a group of more than a dozen or even thousands of people. With just one word, I can make the entire internet filled with your bad reputation, making you a rat that everyone shouts and beats, and making it so that after your medicine is on the market, not a single bottle can be sold. If you don't believe it, you could try it. When Gu Yang heard this, he didn't take it to heart at all. He only said the last 3 words into the microphone. Damn idiot. Then he pressed the hang-up button on the phone. Beep, beep. Zhou Burong was stunned when she heard the hang-up sound coming from her phone. Asshole, how dare you look down on me like this? Fine, fine. I'll make you pay a heavy price. You're done. Even if my life comes to an end, I will drag your career down with me. No one will have an easy life. Zhou Burong slapped the bed hard, and a huge noise startled the little girls standing guard outside. When they rushed in, they saw Zhou Burong's distorted face and didn't dare to breathe. A big white pig weighing over 160 kilograms makes people feel uneasy just by looking at it. After Zhou Burong cursed a few times, she looked at the little girls in front of her and said, Hurry up and get some of you to my house and bring me the computer. A little girl widened her eyes. Sister Zhou, are you sure? Do you still want to work now? But given your physical condition, you should rest well. Zhou Burong spat on the ground. Bah, if resting well could cure cancer, the hospital would have been empty long ago. How could there be so many patients? I know my body well. Don't worry about me. Just go now. After a while, Zhou Burong's computer was brought over. She immediately opened the document, took out all her life's learning, and began to create passionately. Post after post criticizing and accusing Gu Yang was quickly written. The little girls who were watching around were completely dumbfounded. They never expected that the article could be written like this. Doesn't this set the pace so high? Zhou Burong was not even in the mood to eat. She wrote more than a dozen articles in a row, each of which followed the same pattern. It could be said that she put all the blame on Gu Yang. After finishing these manuscripts, she pushed her computer aside, lay down on the hospital bed exhausted, squinted her eyes, and instructed the girls around her. When you get out, take my notebook and promote the articles I just wrote on all the major websites. I want this Gu Yang and his new product to go to hell together. It would be best if it was boycotted by all netizens before it was even released to the market and directly blocked from the market by the relevant authorities. The little girls next to them were all confused. Sister Zhou, don't we still have to rely on this company for treatment? You'll offend him to death if you do this. Zhou Birong's eyes were bloodshot, and she glared fiercely at the little girl next to her, scaring her so much that her legs went limp. So what if he offended me to death? Do you fucking think I'm sorry for him? He should be the one who's sorry for me. He may have some connections and abilities in the real world, but online, I am his ancestor. I must teach him a painful lesson, and then I will make him cry and beg me to heal him. Chapter 141. Chapter 141. The old man sends the young man away. For Gu Yang, this incident was just a small episode. Rumors can indeed kill people, but that is only when one is not strong enough. Nowadays, our own nano-targeted immune activation drug will be on the market soon. As the first batch of patients use it, the excellent results will naturally spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, and let everyone know. By then, won't the online rumors be self-defeating? The facts are right in front of us. If you still believe those rumors, you're doomed to die. The procedures are almost done, but there is not enough time today. Gu Yang plans to go to the factory tomorrow to help build a fully automatic production line, so that mass production can be carried out continuously. Presumably, the first batch of cancer patients will be able to be injected with nano-targeted immune activation drugs the day after tomorrow. It must be said that although Gu Yang's subjective intention was not to save all living beings, it was to improve his own status and avoid being harassed by small people. However, I didn't expect that we would actually accomplish this historic feat of curing cancer. It was really an unexpected success. At this moment, the Law Enforcement Bureau was shrouded in a dark cloud. Wang Xiaoyou's mother, Wang Anya, had arrived at the Law Enforcement Bureau in advance and successfully resolved any criminal suspicions during Wang Guifang's tenure through the operation of lawyers and behind-the-scenes connections. Wang Guifang was sitting on the iron bench in the cell as 2 law enforcement officers carefully untied her handcuffs. Grandma Wang, you can leave now. What happened before was just a small misunderstanding. We have already explained it clearly. Wang Guifang leaned against the wall with crutches in both hands, squinting her eyes, and sneered. Just because of a misunderstanding, you can arrest me and release me as you please? You law enforcement officials are really arrogant. Where are those people who asked me to perform the ritual? Since they arrested me, let them release me and come and apologize to me in person. Otherwise, I will wait here, whether it's a day or a year, and you still have to provide meals for me, an old lady. The 2 young law enforcement officers in front of him had ashen faces, but they couldn't say anything. As for evidence in this matter, there is some, but it is not conclusive enough. However, the Wang family has a very strong background, which makes it difficult for the law enforcement agency to save face. The Wang family has been diligently studying the secret art of yin and yang over the years. With their own abilities, they have naturally gotten to know many talented people in high positions. Even Director Guan Chang'an would have to run himself to death for a word from these big guys. So how could he dare not listen? At this moment, Guan Chang'an and Lu Tao were watching the surveillance screen behind the camera. Seeing that Wang Guifang was playing tricks here, the 2 looked at each other helplessly and shook their heads. They could only follow Wang Guifang's wishes and go to the prison cell in person to respectfully invite Wang Guifang out. The matter was temporarily settled. Wang Anya was sitting in the lobby of the Law Enforcement Bureau drinking tea. She is an elegant woman in her early 40s. Although she is over 40, she has taken good care of herself and looks as if she is less than 30 years old, with tight and fair skin. She was leaning back in the chair with her legs crossed, a pair of crystal-high heels hanging on the toes of her long legs, swaying gently with an indescribable charm. In the entire hall, all the male law enforcement officers couldn't help but secretly look Wang Anya up and down with their peripheral vision. This kind of temperament is simply a male killer. As for the female law enforcement officers, each of them was extremely jealous. Wang Anya gracefully put down the teacup in her hand. At this moment, Wang Guifang had also arrived at the lobby of the Law Enforcement Bureau. She sat down opposite Wang Anya angrily, banging the cane on the ground again and again, complaining. "Oh my, you're finally here. If you had come a few days later, I might have died in this damn place. I, an old lady, haven't been out of seclusion for a long time and personally presided over the ritual. I didn't expect that this time they would label me a liar. It's such a shame. If this gets out and other people know about it, how can I face people in this area in the future? While comforting Wang Guifeng, Wang Anya changed the subject and asked, "By the way, where's Xiaoyu? Didn't she say she lived nearby and was waiting for me? But when I got here, I looked around but couldn't find her." Hearing this, Wang Guifeng was also stunned. That shouldn't be the case. That girl is quite smart. Nothing should happen to her. In front of Wang Anya, Wang Guifeng took out her cell phone and called Wang Xiaoyu herself. But unexpectedly, the phone that had been turned off was connected at this moment, and the ringing of the phone happened to sound in the hall. The two looked back and saw Lu Tao carefully walking up to them holding a box. For a moment, Wang Guifeng and Wang Anya both had an ominous premonition in their minds. They did not speak, but stared at Lu Tao fiercely. A trace of sympathy flashed in Lu Tao's eyes, and he slowly said, "This box contains some of Wang Xiaoyu's personal belongings." Wang Guifeng immediately asked anxiously, "Where is she? Where's my precious granddaughter?" Lu Tao shook his head. "The person is gone. When we arrived, she had already been dragged by a truck for 2 or 3 kilometers. Her bones and flesh had been completely rubbed into blood foam and could not be put back together. In the end, only a broken head was left, which we have preserved. It is now in the morgue, waiting for you to arrange your funeral." This piece of news was like a bolt from the blue, deeply shocking the two women in front of them. The spirit in their eyes dimmed in an instant. "Impossible. This is impossible. Xiaoyu is so smart. How could he have a car accident? It must be you. You must have killed her." At this moment, Wang Guifeng pounced on him like a madwoman, grabbed Lu Tao's clothes and tore them madly. But Lu Tao said nothing. He knew very well how Wang Guifeng felt at the moment. Seeing a loved one die is one of the most painful things in the world. For the Wang family, the pain is doubled. As a yin-yang family, the Wang family has always passed down the inheritance to daughters and not to sons, and has always been a single-line family. Wang Xiaoyu is the successor of the next generation, and there is no other candidate except her. And now that Wang Xiaoyu is dead, it means that everything the Wang family has invested in Wang Xiaoyu over the years has gone to waste. Even Wang Anya, who had always been elegant and calm, was now sitting powerlessly on the chair, with a hint of sadness in her eyes that made people feel distressed. The male colleagues in the office couldn't help but take a step forward, as if they would pounce on Wang Anya and comfort her the next moment. Fortunately, they restrained themselves and did not make a fool of themselves. After calming down for a moment, Wang Anya stared at Lu Tao with sharp eyes. "I want to see the detailed files and retrieve all relevant evidence. If an ordinary person makes such a request, it probably won't be implemented." But the Wang family had a big boss behind them, so Lu Tao had no choice but to acquiesce. He immediately took out the mobile phone he always carried with him and sent the file over. The two immediately reviewed all the relevant evidence. After reading through the materials, they understood what happened that night. After watching it, Wang Anya immediately switched the surveillance video to the scene when Wang Xiaoyu went downstairs. Seeing Wang Xiaoyu deftly using the various protruding pipes in the house and the air conditioner to quickly go downstairs, her eyes were stern. "Something's wrong. I know Xiaoyu's abilities very well. She definitely doesn't have the ability to come down from this building in this way. There's something strange about this." Lu Tao frowned and asked, "Don't you Wang family have any secret techniques that can significantly enhance a person's physical fitness?" Wang Anya immediately shook her head. "Absolutely not. Our yin-yang family mainly deals with ghosts and monsters and lacks physical training. Wang Xiaoyu definitely doesn't have this ability. And didn't you notice? Her movements seem a little strange, and her limbs are incredibly stiff." Chapter 142. The Night Butcher is on the scene. This case itself reveals many strange things. After Wang Anya's reminder, Lu Tao and others watched the video carefully again. After a quick look, I realized that what Wang Anya said was completely true. Although Wang Xiaoyu's movements were swift, many parts of his body clearly did not conform to the normal movements of human joints, and he was as stiff as a puppet. If you zoom in on the image, you can even vaguely see the look of fear on Wang Xiaoyu's face. At this moment, everyone in the Law Enforcement Bureau suddenly thought of Li Changren, who was slashing people with a knife in prison. Although Li Changren died with the blame of the Night Butcher, His own people knew very well that Li Changren was not the real Night Butcher at all, but a scapegoat. No one has figured out until now why Li Changren, who was clearly not the Night Butcher, attacked people like the Night Butcher that day, and the way he chopped off heads was exactly the same as the Night Butcher. Comparing the two videos now, it can be seen clearly that no matter whether it is Li Changren or Wang Xiaoyu, their bodies have long been out of their control, as if they were controlled by someone in some way, and they have become puppets. Looking at the expressions on their faces, without exception, there is a hint of fear on their faces. Wang Anya clenched her fists tightly, her face as cold as ice. It would have been fine if Wang Xiaoyu had really died in a car accident, but in the end, Wang Xiaoyu was framed and hung on the bottom of a truck, rubbing against it for 2 or 3 kilometers until he turned into minced meat on the ground. Just thinking about it, one can feel how much painful torture and despair Wang Xiaoyu had experienced before. How can I not avenge this? She stared at Lu Tao in front of her fiercely. Deputy Director Lu, please tell me exactly what happened at the scene. Don't leave anything out. At this moment, everyone's target was the Night Butcher hiding behind them. Everyone had a common enemy, and the previous minor conflicts were thrown behind their minds. Lu Tao told the whole story very frankly, from discovering Wang Xiaoyu while eating a roadside stall, to standing at the door and watching, hearing the strange noises inside, to discovering the body. In short, he told every detail that Lu Tao could remember. After hearing these words, Wang Guifang was so angry that she raised her crutch and hit Lu Tao hard on the forehead, leaving a big bruise on Lu Tao's head. Lu Tao covered his head and cursed. Old woman, what are you doing? You're assaulting a police officer. Do you want to get arrested again? Although you have some background, there is no substantial evidence for the previous incident. You hit me now because we are under surveillance. Even if I lock you up for a few months, the higher-ups won't be able to find fault. Wang Guifang's hands were shaking as she banged her cane on the floor again and again, cursing. You still have a nerve to sue me for assaulting a police officer? I'll also sue you for not helping someone in need. You bastard, you clearly heard some strange noises in the house. Why didn't you go in? Maybe if you go in, you can save my granddaughter's life. Lu Tao also felt a little guilty when he heard this. If he looked at it from the perspective of hindsight, he should have kicked the door open. But he and Li Kaiyun were drunk at the time, and Wang Xiaoyu mastered some yin-yang secret techniques that they could not understand. No one knew what was going on inside, so how could they dare to go in? Wang Guifang became more and more angry as she spoke, and she raised the crutch in her hand and wanted to hit Lu Tao on the head a few more times. This time Lu Tao was prepared and had already hidden far away. Wang Guifang missed the target twice, but she actually chased Lu Tao with her crutch raised. Lu Tao dodged while shouting, Old woman, don't be so shameless. If you continue to hit me, I will fight back. I guarantee that if I punch you, you won't be able to get up. Wang Guifang was enraged. If you have the guts, just give me a punch. I'm an old woman, and I'm worried that no one will take care of me until I die. If you hit me, I won't get up even if I can. I won't stop until I'm lying on the ground, and you've bankrupted me. Lu Tao was really speechless at this moment. It was most annoying to deal with an old woman who had 1 foot half in the coffin. It just so happened that this old woman had some skills and some background. If she had known it would be so difficult to deal with, she would not have bothered them at that time. He could only hurriedly explain, Old lady, we had a misunderstanding before. I apologize to you. But if you think about it from my perspective, I really have no choice. In order to solve the case of the Night Butcher, all of our colleagues in the Law Enforcement Bureau have not slept well for several days and nights. We have high expectations for you to come and help us, and we have paid a very high cost. But what is the result? Why doesn't this result look like you and the Night Butcher colluding to defraud us? If it were you, you'd probably think the same. We are also unable to do anything about your granddaughter's matter. Even someone so capable couldn't escape. So how much better would it be even if I were included? Wang Guifang waved her crutch a few times, but missed. After running 2 laps, she was out of breath and half squatted on the ground. She recalled what Lu Tao said in her mind. Although she was angry at the moment, when she thought about it carefully, what Lu Tao said did make sense. Wang Anya stepped forward at this moment and gave Wang Guifang a way out. Okay, don't be angry. They're just a group of ordinary people who Wang Xiaoyu can't deal with. Even if they get in, it will probably be difficult. After all, they didn't have guns on them at the time. According to what Deputy Director Lu said just now, Xiaoyu must have had a series of battles with another being in the room at that time, and even used all his energy and blood to feed his left eyeball in an attempt to kill the enemy. But in the end, he didn't even hurt a hair of the enemy. This person has great abilities. After Wang Guifeng calmed down, she nodded slightly. Those who practice secret arts know very well that the more powerful the supernatural power, the greater the price they have to pay. The magical secret technique that Wang Xiaoyu used at that time could be said to have cost him half of his life. Even if Wang Guifeng herself was at the scene, she would probably have paid a heavy price. But there was not a single hair of the other person left at the scene. The other party's strength can be said to be terrifying. Wang Anya raised her head and looked at Lu Tao and asked, "You know the situation here better than we do. Can you make any inferences about who was hiding in the house at the time?" Lu Tao nodded. "It's a bit of guess, really. I think the person in the house at the time was most likely the night butcher who was causing so much trouble. Apart from the night butcher, I can't think of anyone else who can come and go right under our noses without anyone noticing. In fact, this isn't the first time the night butcher has used this method." When the words night butcher were mentioned, a hint of fear appeared in Wang Guifeng's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she finally gritted her teeth and stood up, saying, "Now that things have come to this, there's something in my heart that I can no longer hide. In fact, when we were performing the ritual in the morgue, the night butcher might have been there." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present felt their hair stand on end, and their whole bodies seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Guan Chang'an, who had been standing in the distance without saying anything, also came up hurriedly. "Mrs. Wang, this is no joke. Are you serious? That guy was right under our noses at the time." Lu Tao was stunned. "Yes, the morgue was so small at the time, and there was no place to hide. How could the night butcher be there?" Chapter 143. Chapter 143. Could it be Guyong? Apart from briefly mentioning this matter to Wang Xiaoyu, Wang Guifeng never told anyone about it afterwards. In her heart, she had intended to keep this matter a secret forever. But now Wang Xiaoyu is dead, and it is very likely that he is related to the night butcher. Any information cannot be missed. Wang Guifeng sighed and gave Lu Tao a look. Lu Tao immediately called out all the other unimportant law enforcement officers in the room, leaving only him, Guan Chang'an, and the two women from the Wang family in the room. Wang Guifeng then spoke slowly. "Actually, I was planning to release the water that day. You all know very well that although our Wang family's secret techniques are powerful, they will shorten your lifespan. In many cases, we don't use our real abilities, but just use some fake tricks to fool people. This was what we had planned that day. I planned to let the corpse point to someone at random, complete the job, get the payment, and leave. But things turned out to be beyond my control. The corpse suddenly lost control of me and identified Li Changrun as the murderer on its own initiative. It even walked up to me and gave me an extremely weird and terrifying smile. I had already used up a lot of energy at the time, and faced with such a horrific scene, I was frightened and fainted." After saying this, Wang Guifeng felt her face burning. Not only did she let the corpse escape from her control, she was also scared unconscious by the other party. Her original intention was to cheat people out of money, which was really embarrassing. As expected, after she told this dark history, Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an looked at her with a hint of dissatisfaction and contempt in their eyes. If there was a recording just now, Wang Guifeng's words would be equivalent to testimony, directly confirming her identity as a fraudster. However, Lu Tao and the others were too lazy to delve into these matters. The most pressing matter was the night butcher case. Guan Chang'an took a deep breath, his eyes filled with fear. That is to say, when we were performing the ritual in that small house, the night butcher was watching us and misled us in front of all of us. But there were so many of us, and we didn't even notice his existence. Doesn't that mean that if the night butcher had been a little more ruthless, he could have slaughtered all of us in the house? Guan Chang'an was both frightened and angry. He was frightened by the night butcher's power and angry at the night butcher's lawlessness, for he had deceived everyone. Lu Tao felt even more aggrieved. His achievements as a deputy director were not worth much to begin with, and now it was confirmed that it was entirely the dark butcher behind the scenes who pushed him to the position. After all this time, the night butcher that he had been pursuing turned out to be his benefactor. Can he continue investigating this case? According to the rules, shouldn't I still need to avoid it? For a moment, everyone in the room was silent. When they thought of the horror of the night butcher, they couldn't help but feel weak in their hands and feet. Is this really something that can be defeated? Not only does he possess exceptional physical strength, capable of chopping off a person's head with one blow, but he is also elusive, leaving no trace. In the competition with Chu Lingling, he also showed his strong hacking skills. Now, he has the ability to control the human body. Just how powerful is this night butcher? Is he truly human? Or is he an omnipotent god? Lu Tao couldn't help but speak. We should be thankful that the night butcher seems to have always had his own purpose, killing only one person a day, and only those who should be killed. Otherwise, he could have killed us all. Wang Guifeng was instantly unhappy. Are you saying that my granddaughter is the one who should be killed? Lu Tao didn't say anything more, but in fact there seemed to be no need to argue about it, as everyone knew the answer. Everyone is at a loss. Now, every case has become an unsolved case with no breakthrough, which is despairing. But suddenly, Wang Anya tapped her fingers on the table. I have a question. If the night butcher is so powerful, why did he fight for control of the corpse for my mother? Lu Tao answered without hesitation. This is simple. Isn't he just trying to put the blame on the Changren? Wang Anya shook her head. It's definitely not that simple. According to our current inference, this night butcher is fully capable of putting the blame on anyone. Since it can control Li Changren and Wang Xiaoyu, it can also control anyone else to take the blame. Why is it necessary to single out a specific person? As soon as this question was raised, everyone fell into deep thought. Wang Guifeng sat on a chair beside her, panting. Yes, you're smart enough to think of this. He could have just watched me designate the murderer and then used his own abilities to make the murderer do it and wrest control of the body from me. It was completely unnecessary. Could it be that he just wanted to scare me? There's no need for that. I have no grudge against him. If he just wanted to scare you, it's not impossible. People sometimes do meaningless things, but I think the possibility of this is very low. Wang Anya spoke slowly again. No one at the scene expected that Wang Anya was so smart. She was like a great detective. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Wang Anya with a little more respect in their eyes. She was worthy of being the leader of the Wang family, the current Yinyang family, and she really had some skills. Wang Anya slowly raised her hand, and Guan Chang'an's eyes lit up. Ms. Wang, do you have any new ideas? Wang Anya smiled gently and shook her head charmingly. That's not the case. I'm just sitting here thirsty. The tea in your law enforcement bureau is a bit hard to swallow. Why don't you please order some takeout for me, Director Guan? I like a cup of strawberry bubble milk tea. Is that okay? Guan Chang'an and Lu Tao were speechless for a moment. Why drink pearl milk tea at such a critical moment? Besides, isn't that thing unhealthy? There was no other way. Wang Anya was helping the Law Enforcement Bureau solve the case, so Guan Chang'an could only quickly order someone to go outside and buy a cup of milk tea. After finally drinking the milk tea, Wang Anya showed a satisfied smile on her face. She turned around and looked at Wang Guifeng and asked, Mom, who were you originally planning to frame? Wang Guifeng scratched her head awkwardly and replied, It was a rude guy we met on the road. I think his name was Gu Yang. It just so happened that his photo was hanging on the wall that day. When the name Gu Yang appeared, Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an's expressions changed instantly. Wang Anya keenly noticed this anomaly and quickly asked, What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this Gu Yang? Guan Chang'an sighed and replied, Say it's okay. He has a little bit. A large part of the cases that the night butcher was involved in were more or less related to Gu Yang. The first person the night butcher killed after his appearance was a woman who betrayed Gu Yang. You can say that he has problems, but our law enforcement agency has conducted multiple rounds of investigations on him. Whether analyzing his physical condition or the timing of the crime, it seems that no problems can be found. And he seems to be a pretty good person. Chapter 144. Chapter 144. There are many doubts. Lu Tao subconsciously wanted to say a few words for Gu Yang, because if we continue to analyze like this, Gu Yang might become a suspect again. To be honest, if I really asked him to investigate Gu Yang again, I wouldn't have the face to do so. This has been investigated so many times. If we continue to investigate, we might as well just dig up all the ancestral graves and conduct an autopsy on the bodies. However, when Wang Guifeng heard what he said, her eyes widened. What the hell are you talking about? You said that little bastard is a good person? Are you kidding me? Are you bullying me? An old woman with blurry eyes? Lu Tao did not expect that Wang Guifeng would be so hostile. Wang Guifeng snorted coldly. Honestly, I'm telling you that Gu Yang is definitely not a good person. He has a lot of resentment, which means that many people have died at his hands, directly or indirectly. Can such a person be called a good person? Upon hearing this, Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an were stunned. Guan Chang'an also has resentment in himself. He naturally knows that it is the remnant left after someone died because of him, and it often brings bad luck to people. Therefore, there has been a saying since ancient times, cause and effect will come back in an inevitable cycle. He himself had a lot of resentment, which was left over from killing enemies on the battlefield in his early years. Judging from his life experience, Gu Yang is just an ordinary young and promising entrepreneur. Why does he have resentment? Could it be that someone died on the construction site? I've never heard of such a thing. Lu Tao frowned. Among the people present, he and Gu Yang were the most familiar. After all, he is an experienced law enforcement officer who has been handling cases for many years and is very confident in this regard. He was sure that Gu Yang was not a bad person. If the night butcher is murderous and arrogant, while Gu Yang is humble, polite, hardworking, motivated, and kind-hearted, they are two completely different people. How can they be the same person? Unless it's schizophrenia. Moreover, after many investigations, it was clear that Gu Yang did not meet all the characteristics and conditions of the night butcher. Mrs. Wang, is it possible that you've seen it wrong? We've investigated Gu Yang's life, and he's just an ordinary self-made entrepreneur. Moreover, because of a car accident, he is still paralyzed. A day or two ago, he almost lost his life because of another car accident. I think he's quite pitiful. How could he be a bad guy? Wang Guifeng sneered. If you can see through him so easily, does he still deserve the title of Night Butcher? In my opinion, the fact that you can't see his true identity just shows that you guys in the Enforcement Bureau are a bunch of idiots. Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an were inexplicably scolded, but they couldn't find any way to refute. Because in fact, it seems that the law enforcement agency really performed quite poorly in this case. However, the two of them did not completely believe what Wang Guifeng said in their hearts. After all, the Wang family was not a good family, and there seemed to be some conflicts between Wang Guifeng and Gu Yang, so the possibility of frame-up could not be ruled out. Resentment is something that no one except the people of the Yin Yang family can see, and it cannot be used as evidence. It is not possible for the Yin Yang family to say that someone has grievances and the law enforcement agency to arrest that person. This is too irresponsible. Wang Anya caught a new message from Lu Tao's words and asked, "You mean to say that he was in a car accident 2 days ago and almost died? Tell me about this in detail." Lu Tao nodded after hearing this. It was not really a secret, so he could tell it. When Gu Yang had the car accident that day, he and his friend Su Changsheng happened to be having dinner on a balcony. As a result, just a few hundred meters away, a car suddenly lost control. No one knew what happened, but the driver stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, rushed up the hill at the fastest speed, and flew directly towards the second floor of Gu Yang's villa, destroying most of Gu Yang's villa on the spot. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and hugged his friend and rolled on the ground to avoid the attack. Otherwise, he would have lost his life there. And what's strange is that after investigation, the car did not have any problems and the driver did not seem to be drunk. The specific cause of the accident has not yet been determined. After listening to this, Wang Anya was thoughtful, then smiled coldly and said, "Deputy Director Liu, don't you notice something strange about this case?" Lu Tao sighed immediately afterwards. "I know there are some illogical aspects to this case, but there have been so many strange cases recently that I feel like I don't have enough brain cells to spare. I have no idea what's going on. It's as if Gu Yang is just unlucky." Wang Anya sat on the chair, gently shaking her toes, and the diamond-studded high heels on her toes moved up and down, as if she was dancing on her toes. "Now that things have come to this, I might as well tell you the truth directly. The reason why the car lost control was because of my daughter. After she did it, she called me and told me about it. Her purpose was to teach Gu Yang a lesson. But now it seems that she may have gone a little too far. These are all secondary. The person is already dead and cannot be punished. The most important thing is, according to what you said just now, Gu Yang is just a paralyzed man who has just recovered from a serious illness. A paralyzed man who has just recovered from a serious illness can not only avoid the car accident by himself, but also save another woman around him. Don't you think this is unreasonable? Is there any paralyzed person in the world who has such physical fitness? Moreover, my daughter attacked him the day before, and then suffered a disaster, dying in such a miserable way at the hands of the night butcher. You tell me that Gu Yang is innocent. Do you think that's reasonable?" Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an widened their eyes on the spot. They never expected that the car accident that was so flawless was caused by Wang Xiaoyu. They are indeed a family of yin and yang. Ordinary people can't even imagine such abilities. It was obvious that after a discussion, Wang Anya and Wang Guifeng at the scene had already fixed their suspicious eyes on Gu Yang. Seeing that Lu Tao was silent, Wang Anya sneered, stood up from the chair, and said, "My daughter's revenge cannot go unrequited. Since your law enforcement agency believes that Gu Yang is innocent, then we, the Wang family, have no choice but to take action ourselves. We will know whether he is innocent or not once we try. Lu Tao immediately spoke up to stop him. No, Miss Wang. If we follow your Wang family's methods, once we make a move to test him, it will definitely cost Gu Yang his life. Wang Anya covered her mouth and smiled softly, her eyes filled with hatred. Yes, I want his life. My daughter is dead, and someone has to be held accountable. It's better to kill someone innocently than to let him go. Do you understand? If Gu Yang didn't die, it would mean that he was indeed the night butcher himself. And if he died, it would be just what he deserved. Anyway, my daughter wanted to kill him the most before she died. Why is he still alive while my daughter is dead? He deserves to die too. If my daughter saw him, she might even feel better in her grave. After saying that, Wang Anya happily supported Wang Guifeng and walked towards the door of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Lu Tao shouted from behind, "You are committing a crime. If anything happens to Gu Yang, you will be the main suspect." Wang Anya didn't even turn her head. That depends on Deputy Director Lu finding evidence, but I don't believe you'll find anything. Watching the two women swaggering out of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Lu Tao and Guan Chang'an felt extremely depressed. Chapter 145. Let them both suffer losses. They are completely using scientific means to deal with metaphysics. The two power systems are completely on the same level. He said that the Wang family controlled ghosts to kill people. Could it be that they would leave behind any fingerprints or surveillance? The current judicial system is simply a toy to them. Lu Tao was extremely angry and slammed his fist on the table. He turned around and asked Guan Chang'an, "Director Guan, what should we do? Are we just going to let these people from the Yin family do whatever they want? What's the point of us being law enforcement officers then?" Guan Chang'an sighed and shook his head. "You are considered a veteran employee of our Law Enforcement Bureau, and you have seen many cases, big and small, over the years. It can be said that more than half of the cases cannot be properly resolved, and there are at least 800 unsolved cases piling up in the archives. What can we do? Even the Almighty God cannot guarantee to judge every guilty person. If you pursue perfection in everything, you will probably become mentally ill before you retire. Just let nature take its course. This night butcher and the Wang family both possess metaphysical means, so it will be a good idea to let them have a try. On the one hand, it can help our Law Enforcement Bureau accumulate more intelligence. On the other hand, no matter which of them gets into trouble, it will be a good thing for us." Lu Tao found it a little hard to believe what Guan Chang'an said. This was completely equivalent to giving up. How can law enforcement officers have such a work attitude? Shouldn't we do our best to seek justice for every victim? Seeing the confusion in his eyes, Guan Chang'an patted his shoulder. "You, after all, still can't learn to adapt. When people are poor and have no strength, we are all ordinary people. It is impossible to do everything perfectly. It is enough to have a clear conscience. We do what we should do and accept our fate if we cannot do it. Let's go, it's getting late. Let's go out to eat first. We've been delayed for so long. It's already past dinner time. Today I'm treating you. Can I give you a chicken drumstick?" After finishing speaking, Guan Chang'an turned around and walked out of the house, but Lu Tao still stood there motionless. "But Director Guan, if this happens, Gu Yang will be in danger." Guan Chang'an shook his head. "I don't think so. Judging from what happened in the past, your good friend Gu Yang is very lucky. He can almost always turn danger into safety, while everyone who troubles him ends up with a bad outcome. Remember that theory I told you about before? The night butcher is not Gu Yang, but he is most likely a friend of Gu Yang who has been protecting Gu Yang secretly. With such a ruthless person as a bodyguard, do you think he will be in trouble?" When Lu Tao heard this, his eyes flashed with gold. Yes, the night butcher should be able to protect Gu Yang. Wasn't it because she attacked Gu Yang that Wang Xiaoyu died? This just confirms our previous speculation. Lu Tao laughed at herself. "I can't believe I have to place my hope of protecting someone on the night butcher. Director Guan, you know what? This night butcher not only punishes all criminals, but also protects good people. I feel that his contribution to society is almost greater than mine. Or I could just quit and ask the night butcher if he needs an assistant, and then I'll do odd jobs for him. From now on, you can give me a name in the Law Enforcement Bureau and call me the Little Butcher of the Night. What do you think?" Guan Chang'an slammed his head on Lu Tao's head. "What the hell are you thinking about? With your limited abilities, I don't think the night butcher would be interested. Taking you in would be a weakness for him. Let's go. Let's eat. Stop talking nonsense." After leaving the law enforcement bureau, Wang Anya and Wang Guifeng returned to the luxury hotel. Wang Guifeng had a good meal and washed up. After all, I have been staying in the detention room of the law enforcement bureau for these days. I can't eat or sleep well. Now I finally feel relieved. After resting up, Wang Guifeng sat on a wooden chair, glanced at Wang Anya, who was standing in front of the French window looking at the scenery, and asked, Anya, how are you going to deal with Xiaoyou's matter? Wang Anya's eyes were cold. After midnight tonight, we will continue the ritual and try to call back Xiaoyou's soul to ask him what happened that day. Wang Guifeng nodded after listening. That makes sense. No matter what, let's sort things out first. But at the Law Enforcement Bureau, didn't you say you were going to take action against Guyang? Wang Anya's eyes were cold. That's right, Guyang is going to die too. But the truth must be found out. Let's talk about it after we finish questioning him tonight. My precious granddaughter, she died without leaving a single last word. Without a corpse, as a medium, forcibly summoning a ghost would probably cost a lot. Wang Anya didn't care. It doesn't matter. I'm still young and have plenty of life ahead of me. My daughter absolutely cannot die in such an unclear way. Guyang's schedule today is also full. After dawn, he went to the factory in person. Mu Rong had already prepared all the necessary materials, and the fully automatic mechanized factory was fully set up. There are nearly 100 fully automatic production lines in the factory, which, together with the robotic arms designed by Guyang, can fully handle all the processes of producing nano-targeted immune activation drugs. After Guyang arrived at the factory, he only needed to perform simple debugging on the equipment and import the pre-written program to achieve fully automatic production. Although it sounds simple, after Guyang completed all the work, time had already passed, and it was afternoon. After a busy day, Su Changcheng stood behind him, gently wiped the sweat off Guyang's face, and asked with some concern, Mr. Gu, how is your health now? Are you feeling unwell? How about taking a break first? Guyang took a sip of tea nonchalantly and said, I've already completed everything I need to do. Now, let's put the potion into production. Mu Rong stood not far away. After listening to Guyang's arrangements, he immediately took action. In a short while, every production line in the factory started to operate. Only a few workers were needed to place the raw materials on the corresponding assembly lines and then monitor the operation of the entire process. Mu Rong gave each of the workers who came to help today a pack of cigarettes as a reward for their hard work, and then ran to Guyang with a smile. Hey, Lao Gu, you're quite capable. You built such a high-tech, fully automated production plant and robotic arms all by yourself. By the way, when I went to the super large factory where the parts were processed, the manager met with me in person. After he looked at the drawings you gave him, he was amazed. Many of the designs in them were groundbreaking. He suggested that you quickly apply for a patent for the relevant technology to prevent it from being plagiarized by others. Moreover, with one more patent, our income sources will increase significantly. Guyang waved his hand and said casually, Leave it to you to arrange. It's not something too great. I don't care. Mu Rong immediately patted his chest and agreed. Don't worry. I will help you complete the process as soon as possible. When we have enough money, we can open a machinery factory to produce these. After listening to this, Guyang nodded. Your idea is good, but we have to finish the current work first. In fact, Guyang didn't have much idea about the machinery factory for the time being. Whether in terms of making money or becoming famous, it was far inferior to his own biotechnology company. It was just a waste of energy. Guyang said to Mu Rong tiredly. First, produce the first batch of nano-targeted immune activation drugs. At the same time, select the first batch of patients locally and conduct live treatments. You must make your name known to me. Mu Rong nodded heavily and said confidently, Don't worry, brother. I will definitely take care of things for you. You just need to get ready to wear a suit and tie and go on stage to give speech. Isn't there a program called Let's Talk that's quite popular recently? I feel like you can go on stage too, brother. Guyang just smiled lichtly. We'll talk about that later. I have to go back and catch up on some sleep. I have something else to do later. Mu Rong was a little curious. What's going on later? It's almost dark. Are you going to treat me to a midnight snack? Guyang gave him a slap on the back of his head. You're such a jerk. Just stay and work overtime. Woo woo woo. My brother's a capitalist, and he actually wants to exploit me. I'm going to collect evidence and report you. Guyang ignored him. He turned and walked away, as if he had made some kind of decision, without even looking back. The more important thing that Guyang mentioned was naturally to deal with the follow-up of the Wang family. The revenge of the Yin Yang family is no joke. Chapter 146. Chapter 146. Xiaoyu, Mom is here to see you. After returning home, Guyong immediately went into his bedroom, turned on his computer, and used his hacking skills. As the saying goes, there are no secrets in the internet age. As a top hacker, Guyong is fully capable of mastering any information he wants to know in the world. Didn't Chu Lingling become the so-called gold medal detective thanks to her hacking skills? In terms of ability in this area, Guyong is much better than her. In a short while, Guyong had completely grasped the movements of Wang Anya, Lu Tao, and others. He glanced at the time on the wall. It was only 9 o'clock in the evening, and there were still 3 hours until midnight. He picked up a cup of hot milk, drank it all, and lay down on the bed to catch up on his sleep. Enjoy your life. You only have 3 hours left. At this moment, Wang Anya and Wang Guifang had also quietly arrived at the morgue. They did not inform the law enforcement agency about this operation because, in their opinion, those ordinary people were all a burden. Wang Anya carefully found the small compartment that belonged to Wang Xiaoyu. She did not pull out the drawer immediately, but gently stroked the cold drawer with her hand, with crystal tears flashing in the corners of her eyes. In front of outsiders, Wang Anya has always been a cold and strong image, but only she knows that she is also a person, a mother, and a daughter. Wang Anya had a gentle smile on her face. My dear daughter, Mommy is here to pick you up. At this time, Wang Guifang also walked over from behind, gently put her arms around Wang Anya's shoulders, and slowly opened the cold drawer with trembling hands. Both of them took a deep breath, calmed themselves down, and then gently pulled away the white cloth on their faces. A round head appeared in front of them. When she saw the head, Wang Anya could no longer control her emotions. She fell to her knees, holding onto the cold iron frame with both hands, and burst into tears. Xiaoyu, my daughter, how did you become like this? Why is it like this? Didn't you promise that you would protect yourself? Didn't you say you would wait for your mother to come? Mom is here, get up quickly. Wang Guifang couldn't help but stumble and fall to the ground. She tried hard to stand up with the help of crutches, but she couldn't get off the ground after trying for a long time. The head in front of them was so terrifying that they had to try their best to find some characteristics of Wang Xiaoyu on it. An eyeball was missing from his face, leaving a large bloody hole. The other eye was wide open, filled with fear and pain. The left side of his face was bloody from rubbing against the ground, and even the bones were covered with scratches. The right side of his face showed signs of being eaten by a wild beast, and one of his ears was bitten off. What a horrible and tragic scene. Wang Anya and Wang Guifang almost felt the pain that Wang Xiaoyu experienced before his death. Perhaps the 18 levels of hell were no more than this. The sight of their loved ones dying was enough to almost devastate them, and the murderer didn't even leave behind a complete body. The sound of 2 people crying echoed in the small morgue. The staff on duty outside the door wanted to push the door open to remind them of the precautions, but after hearing the mother and daughter crying, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Poor, another poor couple. Forget it, let's give them some time. The staff on duty shook his head and left the place, preparing to go to the duty room to take a nap before coming back. Both of them cried their eyes out almost. After coming to their senses, they glanced at the wall clock and saw that it was already 11 o'clock. Wang Anya stood up from the ground, trembling all over, with hatred in her eyes. Xiaoyu, don't worry. Mom will definitely avenge you. But I need you to come back and explain to me who has wronged you. Just wait, I'll find you right away. I can also use secret methods to keep your soul by my side. Don't worry, from today on, Mom will never let you get hurt again. As Wang Anya said this, she cut her palm with the tip of a sharp knife and used the blood left on her palm to draw circles and layers of strange runes around Wang Xiaoyu's head. The moment these runes appeared on the ground, they seemed to be given life, twisting and wriggling on the ground, which was creepy to look at, and even emitted a faint red light. Under the illumination of this red light, Wang Anya no longer had her beautiful temperament. Instead, she looked like a soul-locking female ghost from hell, which was creepy to look at. Wang Guifang, who had been watching from the side, naturally saw what Wang Anya wanted to do from these runes. She exclaimed, "Oh, you're crazy. You actually want to keep Xiaoyu's soul by your side forever? This secret method will shorten your lifespan by at least 10 years. Furthermore, humans and ghosts have different paths. This will harm both you and Xiaoyu. She won't be able to reincarnate, and every day she exists will cause a loss of your luck. You can't do this." Wang Anya didn't care about those things at the moment. She looked up and glared fiercely at Wang Guifang, who tried to stop her. Even as her mother, Wang Guifang felt a little scared by this look. Mom, don't stop me. No one can change my determination. This is my daughter. If we die, we die together. If we live together. No one can take her away from me, not even the king of hell. Wang Guifang's hands were shaking. She now understood that her daughter had fallen into madness. Originally, Wang Xiaoyou's death was a major blow to Wang Anya, and now seeing Wang Xiaoyou's badly broken head, Wang Anya almost collapsed. She had completely lost her mind and didn't care about any consequences. Wang Guifang was sure that even if she rushed up to stop it now, it would be useless. She could only sigh and sit aside, praying that her daughter would calm down after a while, so that there would still be room for recovery. Just as Wang Anya was concentrating on preparing the ceremony in her hand, a shadow quietly slipped into the room through the crack in the door and lurked in the corner. It was Gu Yang who had turned into a ghost. Gu Yang took a look at the layout of the room and understood instantly. Nowadays, Gu Yang has also mastered the two major yin-yang secret techniques of the Wang family. In terms of attainments, he is even far superior to Wang Anya and Wang Guifang. After understanding it, Gu Yang couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Crazy! The Wang family is indeed a bunch of lunatics. They actually want to force the soul to stay in the world. This is completely against the laws of nature. Should I praise your great motherly love or ridicule your low IQ?" Gu Yang also knew very well that keeping a human soul in the world was different from raising a ghost. The little ghost raised by Wang Anya was also a human being when he was alive, but after his death, the main component of the little ghost was not the soul, but the resentment left behind, so it can also be called a resentful ghost child. In a sense, the resentful ghost child is no longer the same person he was in his previous life. What Wang Anya wanted to do was not to create an ordinary resentful ghost, but to keep the human soul intact by her side. This is a huge trouble. Not only will it shorten her lifespan, but because it goes against the laws of nature, she will be harassed and harmed at all times. Even if they really succeeded, it is estimated that the mother and daughter would not live more than 10 years. But this has nothing to do with Gu Yang, because in Gu Yang's opinion, it is very likely that they will not even survive tonight. Gu Yang was not in a hurry. Let's see what level of skills they have first. Chapter 147. The murderer is Gu Yang, I promise. Blood is ink, shadow is paper, and the rift between yin and yang appears here. The hour hand turns backwards, the second hand bleeds, and the gate of the underworld opens for me. The left, I seize the yin, the right, I breaks the yang. I see that the soul has nowhere to hide. 1 is to summon the 3 souls to leave the city of the dead. 2 is to summon the 7 spirits to leave the Yellow Springs Road. And 3 is to order the underworld to untie the ropes. Soul, please return quickly, return. Wang Anya held Wang Xiaoyou's mutilated head in both hands and kept chanting strange spells. The runes written with her blood around her kept spinning around her, like a dancing blood elf. The whole scene was indescribably weird. As the sound of return echoed in the room again and again, a gust of cold wind actually blew in from outside the window, causing the temperature in the entire room to drop sharply. A translucent shadow gradually merged into the bloody head. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Xiaoyou's only remaining eye rolled slightly left and right. He finally woke up. Wang Anya was extremely excited, holding the mutilated head carefully in her hands. "Xiaoyu, can you see Mommy? Mommy is here. Xiaoyu, please speak quickly. Don't scare Mommy." Amidst the repeated calls, Wang Xiaoyu finally came to his senses. In the first moment, she let out a shrill scream. "Ah!" Along with this scream, Wang Xiaoyou's head trembled wildly, and she also shouted, Let me die. Give me a quick death. Please, don't torture me. I was wrong all the time. Ooh, I want to die. Wang Xiaoyou's crazy look scared Wang Anya and Wang Guifang in front of him. The two of them understood instantly that Wang Xiaoyu had suffered too much torture before, and his spirit had almost collapsed. The first thing he did after waking up again was to directly connect to the most painful memory of that time, which was why he was so out of control. Tears rolled down Wang Anya's eyes, and she was extremely heartbroken. She never thought that her daughter, whom she cherished like a treasure, would become like this. She held the bloody head in her hands, gently rubbed her chin against Wang Xiaoyou's forehead, and said comfortingly, Xiaoyu, don't be afraid, Xiaoyu. Don't be afraid. Mom is back. Mom will protect you from now on. Mom will always keep you by her side. Wang Guifeng also limped over on crutches and reached out to gently stroke the back of Wang Xiaoyu's head. Grandma is here too, Xiaoyu. It's okay, it's okay. Everything is over. After being comforted, Wang Xiaoyu gradually calmed down, but his head was still shaking from time to time. The painful memories have penetrated deeply into his brain. Wang Xiaoyu feels as if he is experiencing the most horrific torture every moment. Once he closes his eyes, he seems to be back to the bottom of the truck, watching his body rubbing all the way on the concrete floor, from flesh to bones, without a trace left. After feeling the care from her mother and grandmother, Wang Xiaoyu burst into tears and shouted, "Mom, why did you come just now?" Wang Anya felt extremely distressed. Perhaps if she had arrived earlier, her daughter would not have become like this. After a brief reminiscence, Wang Anya returned to the main topic and asked, "Xiaoyu, tell Mom quickly what happened that night. Who was that guy who fought with you in the house?" As soon as this question was raised, Wang Xiaoyu was on the verge of collapse again. Fortunately, the warmth of her mother's embrace allowed her to barely maintain her sanity. "That's a monster. That's a complete monster. She is the night butcher. She is very strong, and all my methods are useless to her. I used the resentful ghost child I cultivated and even sacrificed all my lifespan and cultivation to my eyeball, but I couldn't cause any harm to him. It only takes him a split second to break all my moves. The most terrifying thing was that he could actually control my body. I could only watch helplessly as he controlled my body, step by step, as I rushed onto the road and was finally rolled under the truck and dragged for several kilometers. He was so terrifying. Mom, I don't want revenge. I don't want revenge anymore. I want to leave. I want to go home. Take me home. This place is too horrible. I don't want to stay here." Gu Yang in the corner nodded slightly, thinking, "That's right. It seems that my training is very effective. Why do you think about revenge every day? Isn't that just asking for trouble?" To be honest, Gu Yang was really reluctant to kill these people from the Wang family, because using these secret techniques would shorten their lifespans, and the benefits of killing these guys were too little. It would be better to just find a small thug on the street and make more money. Wang Anya looked at her daughter's miserable appearance with only her head left and heard the deep fear in her words. She couldn't help crying again, her eyes filled with endless hatred. The daughter chose not to take revenge because she was afraid, but she was not afraid. She must take revenge. Wang Anya gently patted the back of Wang Xiaoyu's head. The gentle rhythm made Wang Xiaoyu forget the pain for a moment. "Don't be afraid, Xiaoyu. I'm here. The secret method I use can keep you by my side forever. You will never be hurt again. No one can hurt you unless your mother dies. By the way, do you know the true identity of a night butcher?" Wang Xiaoyu subconsciously wanted to shake her head. Although she had fought with the ghost at that time, she never saw the other party's appearance from beginning to end. At this moment, she could not provide any useful clues. She could only speak tremblingly. "That's a monster with great magical powers. He seems to be able to become invisible. I can't find him at all, and naturally I don't know his true identity." But at this point, Wang Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something, and his eyes lit up. "No, he said something to me, and I suddenly remembered that he seemed to have mentioned the vengeful ghost child. He seemed to hate both me and the vengeful ghost child very much. Wait, could it be that he is Gu Yang?" Wang Xiaoyu almost instantly locked his suspicion on Gu Yang, because after he came to this city, he was unfamiliar with the place and did not provoke anyone else. The only person he had a conflict with was Gu Yang, and according to what the night butcher said at that time, she seemed to have been hurt by the resentful ghost child. The only person who possesses these two characteristics at the same time in a short period of time is Gu Yang. Wang Anya and Wang Guifeng looked at each other and nodded slightly. It seemed that their guess was correct. Summoning Wang Xiaoyu back was the real key to locking down the identity of the night butcher. Wang Anya gently wiped away the tears of fear from the corners of Wang Xiaoyu's eyes. "My dear daughter, don't be afraid. Mom is here now and will help you get revenge. I have used a secret method to keep you by my side. From now on, as long as you follow your mother, you will never be hurt again. When I have the chance, I will find a way to help you take over a new body and make sure you can become like a normal person." After Wang Xiaoyu heard this, she didn't care about her resurrection at all. Instead, she focused on the revenge that Wang Anya mentioned. She immediately stopped her and said, "No, absolutely not. Mom, we must not seek revenge on him. We are no match for him. Let's admit defeat and go home." All the fighting spirit in Wang Xiaoyu's heart was destroyed at this moment. She didn't even have the courage to turn around and face the night butcher. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Second Death. You weren't there at the time, so you can't imagine how terrifying that guy was. The methods he used were simply unheard of and unprecedented, and different from any secret techniques we have known in the past. It's terrifying. We are no match for him. Even though only a head was left, Wang Xiaoyu still tried at the top of his lungs to make his mother give up the idea of revenge. Now she doesn't want revenge at all. She just wants to leave here alive and go home. The thought that the night butcher was in the same city as her, and was probably even nearby staring at her, made her feel creepy and uneasy. The pain she experienced on the night of her death kept echoing in her mind, even bringing with it a faint sense of real pain. Seeing her daughter being tortured like this, Wang Anya found it even more difficult to let go. She hugged Wang Xiaoyu's head tightly, her voice choked with sobs. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyu. Mom will stand in front of you. This time, Mommy won't let anyone hurt you. Don't you believe in your mother's ability? Moreover, we now have a great advantage. Since we have roughly guessed the true identity of the Night Butcher, and we are now in the dark, we can use many means to deal with him and ensure that he dies in an unclear manner. The last time you controlled the resentful ghost child to cause a car accident, you almost killed him at home. What does this mean? This shows that he is not invincible. If he really was invincible, he wouldn't have to hide. He could just stand out and hold a press conference and say, I am the Night Butcher. Wouldn't that be more straightforward than what he's doing now? Hearing Wang Anya's comfort, Wang Xiaoyu gradually calmed down. She thought carefully. That makes sense. The resentful ghost boy reported that although Gu Yang was not killed directly by the explosion, he was still badly injured and admitted to the hospital. Later, the ghost boy attacked for the second time and successfully cut a cut on Gu Yang's arm with scissors. He is not invincible. He is even a little weak. Wait, is it possible that he's powerful enough at night as the Night Slayer, but weak during the day? As soon as this conclusion came out, Wang Guifeng and Wang Anya's eyes lit up. Yes, there is no such thing as an invincible person in this world. If the Night Butcher, Gu Yang, really possessed such powerful abilities at all times, then why would he need to hide? He could openly admit his identity and run for president of the country. But he's hiding it, and he's also paralyzed, which means he's not as strong as we think. He has weaknesses, and daytime is when he's most vulnerable. Wang Anya was almost crazy with excitement. Xiaoyu, you are so smart. Yes, he must be very weak during the day. As long as we do our utmost to create a greater disaster, or command the resentful ghost to launch a direct sneak attack, there's a 90% chance that we can take his life. Wang Xiaoyu, who initially had no courage to seek revenge, found the obvious weakness of the Night Butcher after a discussion with Wang Anya and others, and became more confident. Wang Xiaoyu's little head was spinning rapidly. Mom, I have an idea. He seems to trust the female nurse beside him particularly. We just need to use the ghost to control the nurse, secretly lurk beside Gu Yang, and take advantage of his distraction to attack, and we can definitely kill him with one blow. Good idea. Even if Gu Yang is really capable, it's impossible for the nurses he hired to be extraordinary, right? As long as we control the nurses around him, it will be easy to carry out a sneak attack or poison or set fire to him. In short, he is dead. Wang Xiaoyu's only remaining eye glowed red. I'm going to make that damn Gu Yang become like me. I'm going to have him dragged and rubbed by a truck until only his head is left. I'm going to let wild beasts gnaw on his corpse, leaving him with no intact remains. Wang Anya patted the back of Wang Xiaoyu's head lovingly. Don't worry. Mom will help you achieve everything. Just as the three people in the morgue were immersed in the joy of successful revenge, a black shadow had silently gathered on Wang Anya's chest. The next moment, Wang Xiaoyu's head, which she was holding in her arms, was entangled by a thread of shadow. No one noticed anything unusual, and the silk thread suddenly exerted force. Wang Anya was caught off guard, and her daughter's head slipped out of her control in an instant. Wang Xiaoyu immediately recalled the fear of being dominated by the Night Butcher. I was wrong. I was wrong about everything. Big brother, please forgive me. I won't do it again. I'm going home, and I won't ever come back again. The ghostly voice of the Night Butcher sounded. What the hell did you do wrong? Answer me. There was no way Gu Yang would have any sympathy for her. The silk thread dragged the head, slamming it up and down between the ceiling and floor of the morgue, making a dong 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 sound like a bouncing ball with excellent elasticity. Wang Xiaoyu's soul, hidden inside his skull, let out a series of shrill screams. I was completely wrong. Help! Help! Mom, help me. Grandma, help me. However, her cry for help only lasted 2 or 3 seconds. With a pop, her entire head shattered into pieces like a watermelon, and red and white pieces fell from the sky one by one. Wang Anya's eyes were bloodshot as she watched her daughter's head turn into shattered pieces. She instantly collapsed. No, no, God, why are you doing this to me? Wang Guifeng, who was watching from the side, almost suspected that her eyes were blurry. She was watching the whole process and didn't notice any flaws. She had no idea how the head escaped Wang Anya's control and how it was manipulated to bump around. At this moment, Wang Guifeng's ears echoed with Wang Xiaoyou's previous pleading. She was right. They were indeed not qualified for revenge. Wang Anya also thought of this and felt extremely guilty. If he hadn't been obsessed with revenge and had just taken his daughter away immediately, maybe things would have turned out well. Now that Wang Xiaoyu has died twice in a row, his soul has been severely damaged. Not to mention being summoned back. Even reincarnation is a luxury. Wang Guifeng saw her daughter's emotions losing control again, and she rushed over, leaning on a crutch with one hand and supporting the staggering Wang Anya with the other. Let's go. Get out of here. As long as there's green mountains, there's no need to worry about running out of firewood. After that, she raised her voice and shouted, Senior Night Butcher, we were blinded and offended you. Please spare our lives. We will leave now and never set foot in this city again. The white hair on Wang Guifeng's head doubled in just one day, becoming almost completely white. In order to save the life of her only daughter, she knelt down on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Gu Yang, who was hiding in the corner, sneered. He originally planned to let them go. After all, killing the people from the Wang family would be a waste of quota, and each of them had only a short time left to live, so there would be no benefit. But I didn't expect that they were unrepentant and wanted to fight back, so don't blame me for being rude. After Wang Guifeng kowtowed, she took Wang Anya's hand and turned around to walk out of the morgue, but when she exerted force, Wang Anya stayed where she was and did not move. Wang Anya knelt on the ground with disheveled hair, looking like a beggar in dire straits. Leave? Why should I leave? I just said that my daughter and I will die together and live together. I want revenge. I must take revenge. I won't leave. Night Butcher, you deserve to die. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Fighting for Your Life? I won't give you a chance. Wang Guifeng was furious and slapped Wang Anya on the head. It's already this late. Why are you still being so foolish? Do you want our Wang family's inheritance to end here? Come with me now. Wang Anya had a miserable smile on her face. Inheritance? My daughter is gone. What inheritance do I care about? Yusti, Mom, if you want to continue the legacy, just leave. But even if I die today, I will bite off a piece of flesh from the Night Butcher. After saying that, Wang Anya quickly took out a long blood-red rope from her bag and used it to strangle her neck tightly, making her face turn ashen and unable to breathe. Then, she cut her wrist again and used her blood-soaked fingers to quickly draw a circle of strange and mysterious runes under her feet. Wang Guifeng, who was standing next to him, saw this scene and instantly understood Wang Anya's intention. Do you want to turn yourself into a living ghost and perish together with me? Wang Anya didn't even raise her head, just focused on completing the ceremony in her hands. Seeing her so determined to die, Wang Guifeng hesitated for a moment and then sighed. Forget it. Since you've chosen this path, I, an old woman, am already half buried in the ground, so I might as well go crazy with you. Maybe we mother and I can really drag this Night Butcher to hell, so our deaths won't be in vain. After saying that, Wang Guifeng also did the same action as Wang Anya. She strangled her neck tightly with a long red rope, then cut her wrists and drew a circle of blood-red runes along her position. Gu Yang, who was hiding in the dark, listened to the conversation between the two and looked at the blood streaks under their feet. He immediately understood what they wanted to do. This is a kind of yin-yang secret technique. Through this ritual technique, the soul can be forcibly imprisoned in the corpse at the moment of death, and the two can be combined into one to form a living ghost. In a short period of time, a living ghost can possess powerful strength, neither like a ghost nor like a human. However, this is only temporary. After a person dies, the body will quickly decay and cannot be reversed. After 7 days, the body will rot into mud and the soul will disappear. This is a terrifying move that hurts the enemy by 800 and yourself by 1,000. I didn't expect these two women to be so cruel as to use this move. After becoming living ghosts, They not only possess bodies that are invulnerable to swords and guns and immortal, but they can also master many spells of resentful ghosts. Even someone as strong as Gu Yang would probably have a headache dealing with them. Soon, Wang Anya and Wang Guifang completed all the rituals. They sat cross-legged in the small formation they had drawn with their blood, and suddenly tore their shirts to shreds. Although Wang Anya is in her 40s, her figure is as well maintained as that of a girl in her 20s, with fair, round, smooth, and delicate skin. On the other hand, Wang Guifang is already very old, with a shriveled body and full of wrinkles. The two bodies placed together form a sharp contrast and bring a strong visual impact. But Guyang had no distractions at this moment, because this was the final step of the ceremony. The blood runes drawn on the ground seemed to come alive and began to crawl towards the two people. Gradually, Wang Anya and Wang Guifang's bodies were covered with strange runes drawn in blood. They took out a copper coin dagger from a box they carried with them. Each held the dagger against their heart, and then looked at each other. Wang Anya's tone was filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, Mom. I got you into trouble." Wang Guifang smiled brightly. "Silly daughter, why are you saying this? Aren't we a family? Family members should go together and reincarnate together. Maybe we can be sisters in the next life." Wang Anya smiled slightly. That smile was miserable, but also had a hint of charm. "Then I have to go first so that I can be a sister in my next life." After saying that, Wang Anya hardened her heart and suddenly exerted force with the hand holding the copper coin dagger. In just 1 second, the copper coin dagger could pierce her heart and turn her into a terrifying living ghost. Wang Guifang followed closely behind. But the next moment, the two men placed their hands on their hearts, but there was no pain. When he looked down, the copper coin dagger in his hand was gone. "The magic weapon is gone. How can we proceed now?" The two were stunned for a moment. All the plans made before seemed ridiculous at this moment. The last step to becoming a living ghost is to pierce the heart with a copper dagger and use formations and spells to fix the soul in the body at the moment of death. "But now that I can't even die, what else can I do?" Just as they were anxiously thinking of other solutions, the bright red rope wrapped around their necks suddenly disappeared, and even the ancient box containing the magic weapons in front of the two people disappeared before their eyes. For a moment, the two were completely stunned. How could this happen? What kind of weird magic is this? Vang Onyokurst Histaritsoit. Damn Night Butcher, you are despicable. If you have the guts, return our things to us, and let's have a real fight. Are you still a man? Coward. Gu Yang, who was hiding in the corner, put all their props into the shadow space and smiled secretly with his hands covering his mouth. "Idiots! How could I have given you this opportunity when I knew you were incredibly powerful after transforming in a living ghost? Do you really think you are watching anime? What kind of bullshit ceremony is this? The prelude is so long. I will complete it for you." Guyong suddenly remembered those funny clips in anime. Some big moves were very powerful, but had a long prelude with preparation and charging, and they could always be successfully released. It was really too deliberate. In reality, the time spent on these preludes alone is enough to get killed 100 times. Wang Anya and Wang Guifang had lost all their props, and most of their abilities were unusable. They exchanged a glance and quickly reached a consensus. They turned and ran. Now is definitely not the best time for revenge. As long as you escape, there will be plenty of opportunities for revenge. They are not afraid of death, but they are afraid of dying in vain. But how could Guyang let them get their wish? When they went to open the door of the morgue, they found that the door had been locked and could not be opened at all. A huge black shadow about 2 meters tall slowly appeared behind the two of them. Wang Anya and Wang Guifang felt a chill down their spines in an instant. They slowly turned around and looked up, just in time to see a tall black shadow standing behind them, a terrifying height that almost touched the ceiling, and its entire body shrouded in black mist. Although I couldn't see the person's face clearly, I could feel the pair of eyes filled with brutal, murderous intent. Just this one glance, Wang Anya and Wang Guifang, mother and daughter, felt their legs weaken and they collapsed to the ground, with only one word in their minds: trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. In order to survive and for revenge, Wang Anya bit her lips lightly, twisted her naked body, and crawled to Gu Yang's feet step by step, licking the instep of the shadow body like a dog. "Mr. Night Butcher, please let us go. As long as you let us go, I will do anything." Gu Yang just sneered at, "You are such a reckless woman. It seems you're willing to do anything to get revenge." Wang Anya slowly raised her head, her eyes full of charm and provocation. "Why? Is the famous Night Butcher afraid of my revenge?" She was gambling, gambling that she could arouse Gu Yang's interest so that she would have a chance to survive. Only by living could she take revenge, and her death would not be in vain. However, how could Gu Yang fall for such a trick? Even though Wang Anya was beautiful and charming, at this moment he only had murderous intent in his heart. Gu Yang didn't even need to do anything himself. With just a thought, two bundles of rope appeared from the shadows. Then, under the shadows' control, the two bundles of rope were quickly wrapped around the necks of Wang Anya and Wang Guifang. The two men had no strength to resist at this moment, and the other end of the rope was dragged by Gu Yang and hung on the two blades of the ceiling fan above their heads. Chapter 150 Tragedy in the Morgue. Even though the two of them had already prepared for death, they still felt fear when death really came. They were hanging on the fan blades and struggling frantically, but to no avail. The feeling of suffocation became stronger and stronger. I could only roar with my last bit of strength. "You murderer! You beast! What do you want to do? Let's go. You will be punished. Even if you become a ghost, we will make sure you never have peace in your life." Guiyang didn't care. If it were in the past, he would have been somewhat wary of these mysterious Yin-Yang secrets. But now he also mastered these Yin-Yang secrets. But in order to save his own life, he was too lazy to use them. Become a ghost? He has plenty of ways to deal with them. Guiyang walked to the door, gently turned on the fan switch, and turned it to the maximum speed. After the crooked ceiling fan was powered on, it began to rotate with Wang Anya and Wang Guifang on it. Guiyang sneered. "I see you're all very irritable. Let me help you calm down. Enjoy the rest of your happy time." After saying that, he sat down beside them with a swagger, slowly enjoying the show. The fan was turning faster and faster, and the ropes around Wang Anya and Wang Guifang's necks were getting tighter and tighter, and they gradually couldn't breathe. Coupled with the force brought by the rotation of the fan, when the fan speed reaches the maximum, their eyeballs can't withstand the pressure and burst directly. Guiyang wanted to admire his masterpiece a little longer, but unfortunately, as the other party's life force flowed into his body, that powerful repulsive force appeared again, and he had to quickly return to his body. This time he also conducted an experiment. In the past, I could only kill one person, but this time, using this method, I can almost kill two people at the same time. I wonder if I can get two lives at the same time? After returning to his body, Guiyang immediately checked everything and finally sighed with regret. After all, there's no way to find a loophole. Never mind. Even a mosquito's legs are still flesh. Current Yuan Shou balance, 220 years. This action only yielded 10 years of results. There was no other way around it. Those members of the Wang family who learned the secret arts of Yin and Yang were all short-lived. It seems that the first person to die should be Wang Anya. Although she is younger than Wang Guifang, she has burned 10 years of her life in exchange for Wang Xiaoyou's soul, and she doesn't have much life left. Being able to add another 10 years to my life is already a pleasant surprise. The most important thing in life is to be content. You see, Wang Anya and the others are just not satisfied. Isn't it a great joy to get their daughter's soul back? I have to think about revenge. Now, we can only be reunited in the underworld. It was still dark. After finishing his work, Guiyang stretched and lay back on the soft bed. Take another nap. At the same time, Lao Dong, a staff member lying in the duty room, shuddered and woke up. What the hell? I'm still having nightmares. There's nothing I can do. Doing this shitty job every day, guarding these cold corpses, I'd be surprised if I didn't have nightmares. I really hope I can get rich quickly, so I can retire. Old Dong, the morgue attendant in his 40s, slowly sat up and put on a coat. He pushed open the duty room and walked out. He glanced to the side and saw that the light in the morgue at the end was still on. He couldn't help but frown. Didn't the mother and daughter leave yet? Or maybe they left without turning off the lights. They really don't know how to save money. Luckily, no one saw it. Otherwise, I would have my salary docked again. He walked over step by step with a flashlight. And just as he approached the door of the morgue, he felt a biting chill. It's so cold. After opening the door, a gust of cold wind blew in my face. I looked up and saw that the fan was still on, at its highest setting. The room was in a mess, with strange runes drawn in blood all over the floor. He cursed. "You son of a bitch, another superstitious idiot. What are you drawing all this crap on the ground for? Are you trying to save the souls of ghosts? If ghosts really existed in this world, I'd be dead long ago. It's so annoying. I have to work overtime to clean up again soon." Old Dong didn't take it seriously. He was guarding this morgue and had seen all kinds of strange things. After seeing the corpse, some family members will do some sneaky things, saying that it is to let the deceased rest in peace or to bring blessings to future generations. In fact, it is useless. All the emperors in ancient times were buried in feng shui treasure lands after their death. What was the result? It is not certain that any dynasty can last for thousands of years. It often disappears after just a few generations. Moreover, burying someone in a feng shui treasure land means becoming a sitting duck for tomb robbers, and their body will be dug out and left in the wilderness hundreds of years later. It's all just superstition. Old Dong doesn't believe this. If he did, he wouldn't dare to look at the corpse here. He turned off the fan directly, but at this time, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and took a closer look. It seemed that there was something hanging on the high-speed, rotating fan above his head. There were two large lumps, which were also rotating in the air. What the hell is that? At the beginning, the fan was spinning very fast, and he couldn't see clearly. Gradually, the fan slowed down, and he finally saw what was spinning in the air, two corpses. These were the mother and daughter who were crying bitterly in the house before I left today. At this moment, the death of this mother and daughter is extremely tragic. Because of the pressure caused by the high-speed rotation, his eyeballs had already burst, and blood was flowing out of his mouth, nose, and ears. This was exactly the legendary bleeding from all 7 orifices. There were thick ropes around their necks, which were deeply embedded in their skin and completely stained red with blood. Their necks were stretched long, and their tongues were sticking out, which looked terrifying and weird. Old Dong screamed in fright. "Ah, help! Someone come quickly! Someone's dead!" Even if he believed in science, his legs went weak at the sight of this. He tumbled out, trembling as he ran. He took out his cell phone and dialed the Law Enforcement Bureau's reporting number. "Hello, this is the Law Enforcement Bureau. How can I help you? Someone come quickly. There's a dead person in the morgue. Someone's dead." When the operator heard the word dead, he was shocked. "What? Someone's dead in the morgue? Wait a moment. We'll send police right away. Do you have anything else to report? How many people died? Was it an accident or a homicide? Are you safe now?" Old Dong was panting and wanted to report something else, but he couldn't help but turn his head and look back. The fan was rotating slower at this moment, and the two bodies were clearer. The bodies of Wang Anya and Wang Guifang were still shaking slowly with the blades of the fan, and their distorted faces were reflected clearly in Old Dong's eyes. Old Dong's eyes went dark in an instant, and he fainted. 20 minutes later, Old Dong was carried out of the morgue and slowly regained consciousness after being rescued by medical staff. The first thing he did when he woke up was yelling, "Someone's dead! Someone's dead! It's haunted! It's haunted! Run!" Lu Tao, who was standing next to him, immediately pressed his shoulders. "Don't be afraid. You are safe. I am Lu Tao, Deputy Director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and these are my colleagues from the Law Enforcement Bureau and the medical staff in the hospital." Old Dong slowly came back to his senses, looked around, and saw so many people in the brightly lit scene. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that he gradually calmed down, Lu Tao continued to ask, "Could you please tell me the details of what happened tonight?" Chapter 151. We are private investigators. Old Dong hadn't recovered from his shock yet. Lu Tao kept asking him questions, and only then did he gradually recall what happened last night. "I don't know either. At night, the two of them came to my morgue and said they wanted to take back the bodies of their relatives. I checked all the paperwork and found no problems, so I let them in. Then I heard them crying so sadly inside, and I, with half my body buried in the ground, felt heartbroken. So I didn't disturb them, thinking of giving them more time, and went back to take a nap, but I accidentally overslept. When I woke up, it was probably 3 or 4 in the morning. According to the rules, I was just out on patrol, but I found that the lights in the morgue were still on. I was quite puzzled at the time, thinking that they had not left yet, or they forgot to turn off the lights. When they opened the door, they saw the ground covered with all kinds of horrific runes drawn in blood, and their bodies were hanging above the fan and spinning. I was probably so sleepy at the time that I didn't realize at first that there were 2 corpses spinning in the air. I turned off the fan, and the body gradually stopped moving, and then I could see it clearly. Oh my God, that scene is so horrifying. I feel like they were strangled to death by being hung on a fan, and the fan was turned on the highest speed. Their eyeballs burst, and blood was coming out of all their orifices. Oh my God, there are no such bloody scenes in horror movies. Anyway, I was so scared that I fainted. Comrade, do you think my morgue is haunted? How could someone die so tragically? While Lu Tao was listening, the staff next to him was taking notes. After hearing this, he frowned. Have you seen any other suspicious people here? Old Dong recalled for a moment, then shook his head. No, this is the morgue. Generally, only unclaimed bodies are temporarily stored here. There are usually few people here on weekdays. As far as I remember, they were the only two who came yesterday. Lu Tao continued to ask, "Do we have surveillance here?" The old boss nodded. Yes, yes. I'll take you to see it right away." After saying that, Lao Dong led Lu Tao and several law enforcement officers to the monitoring room. Although the surveillance here is old, it is still relatively comprehensive. In addition to the entrance and exit corridors, there are also surveillance cameras at the main entrance and inside each morgue. Lu Tao took several law enforcement officers to review it from beginning to end, and the facts were exactly as Lao Dong said. During that period of time, only Wang Anya and Wang Guifang came in and out, and there was no sign of a third person at all. There should have been surveillance cameras inside the morgue, but they were covered at the time of the incident. The people who covered the surveillance cameras were Wang Anya and Wang Guifang themselves. Old Dong sighed and said, "I don't know what these two women are doing. How come they went in and blocked all the surveillance cameras? It's really weird. Looking at those terrifying rune patterns on the ground, could it be that these two women were attracting ghosts and then being killed by them?" Originally, Old Dong was not a superstitious person, but after experiencing what happened yesterday, he had to believe that there were ghosts in this world. Otherwise, how could he explain this? It can't be him who did it, right? After Old Dong finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something, looked up at the law enforcement officers around him, and immediately stood up and waved his hand and said, "What I just said is all true. I was sleeping from beginning to end, and the surveillance footage can also prove this. I am absolutely not a suspect. I am half buried in the ground, but I have never done anything illegal in my life. Please don't suspect me. I am a good citizen, a very good citizen." Lu Tao looked at the old boss beside him, gesticulating and defending himself, looking like an honest man being wronged, and smiled helplessly. "Don't worry, no one doubts you. We in the law enforcement department are well aware of these cases. Just do your job honestly, and then go to the police station after get off work to record your statement." The boss was a little nervous, not knowing where to put his hands. "Will I be unable to come out after I go in?" The law enforcement officer next to him covered his mouth and smiled. "What are you thinking, old man? Why would we go through all this trouble to catch you? Can't we just catch you now?" The boss finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That's right. I'll leave work early today, and I'll definitely work with you guys to explain everything clearly." After sending Old Dong away, Lu Tao, accompanied by several colleagues from the Law Enforcement Bureau, walked into the morgue again. At this time, Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling also arrived. Their injuries had healed a lot, and they could move freely, but many parts of their bodies were still wrapped in bandages. After having a drink together last time, the relationship between Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun has improved a lot. After meeting, Lu Tao rolled his eyes at him. "What? You've forgotten the pain and are trying to get involved again? You're not a public official in the Law Enforcement Bureau anymore. Be careful of retaliation." Chu Lingling played with her phone while rolling her eyes at Lu Tao. "You are such an ungrateful person. I came here to help you out of kindness, and you actually said this to us. What? Is it so great after getting promoted? Do you believe I can write you 100 letters of complaint? I can even hack your phone and make you play adult videos on your PowerPoint presentation during your next meeting. Are you afraid?" Lu Tao suddenly had a picture in his head. "Next time, I project the obscene video on my phone on the big screen in front of all my colleagues in the Law Enforcement Bureau. I will be socially dead and will probably not be able to hold my head up in the future." He smiled awkwardly. I'm wrong, okay? Hackers are really hard to deal with these days. Zhu Lingling's not Gun Li. That's more like it. If you know you're wrong, you should correct it." Li Kaiyun said with a smile. "We have changed our careers now and are now private investigators. How about it? Would you like to hire me to take this business? I can give you a good price." Lu Tao was also somewhat tempted. It would be really difficult for him to catch the Night Butcher by himself. Although Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling were cheated by the Night Butcher last time and had to leave the public service system, they're definitely capable. If they can help, the crime-solving rate will definitely be greatly improved. Lu Tao dreams of catching the Night Butcher. Only in this way can his achievements be real. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy every time someone called him Deputy Director Lu. So he asked tentatively, "How much do you two charge for each order? I've already told you that my salary is very low and I can't offer a high reward." Li Kaiyun directly extended a finger. "It's very cheap, just this amount." Lu Tao widened his eyes. 10 million. Are you trying to rob me?" Li Kaiyun was so angry that he kicked Lu Tao on the butt. "Can you use your brain? Can you afford me 10 million? Do you have a million in total?" Is it appropriate for me to charge you $1,000? Lu Tao breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. He used to be just an ordinary captain and was demoted many times. His average monthly salary was only 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, and with various benefits, it was no more than 10,000 yuan. He hadn't even paid off his mortgage in these years, so how could he come up with so much money? But 1,000 yuan is still acceptable, and Lu Tao is also very clear about the abilities of Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling. Even if they become private detectives, they will definitely make a lot of money. The reason why I am willing to offer such a low price for this venture is because of our friendship. Okay then, let's go in and take a look. But you have to be mentally prepared and don't be scared of tears. Chu Lingling looked disdainful. TSK, I've been scared all my life. How could I be scared of tears? Chapter 152 Chapter 152 The Secret Lies in the Rune. Chu Lingling angrily put her phone in her pocket and strode into the morgue first. I want to see how scary this is. Can it scare me? I've been roaming the martial arts world for many years. I've seen all kinds of murderous scenes. I'm not even afraid of being beheaded by the night butcher. But as soon as she entered, she immediately smelled the stench of blood. Looking down, I saw the ground covered with strange runes drawn in blood. It was so dense that if you had trypophobia, you would probably faint. In addition, she also saw a head that was smashed to pieces and almost completely exploded, with red and white flesh all over the ground. Almost instantly, she felt severe physical discomfort and wanted to vomit on the spot. No, you can't vomit. You have to hold it in. If you vomit now, won't it make people laugh at you? She suppressed her discomfort and continued to look up and scan the entire scene. When he looked up, he immediately discovered two bodies hanging at both ends of the fan, Wang Anya and Wang Guifang. She had also seen these two people, but at this moment, the two women who were so high and mighty a few days ago were now really high and mighty. They were hung on the fan, and as the fan swayed left and right, the long ropes around their necks had completely cut into their flesh, and the blood dyed the ropes red. The eyeballs of both men were completely blown out, blood was flowing down their cheeks, and blood was oozing from their nostrils, mouth corners, and ears. This was the legendary bleeding from all 7 orifices. Compared with the 2 corpses in front of me, the corpses in horror movies are nothing. Chu Lingling couldn't control herself anymore after seeing this scene and screamed on the spot. Ah, help! She turned around and crashed into Li Kaiyun's arms with such force that Li Kaiyun grimaced in pain. Lu Tao next to him covered his mouth and smiled softly. What's wrong? You're not crazy anymore? Didn't you say you were very brave? You were raised to be scared. Chu Lingling breathed heavily and gasped for a long time before she gradually came to her senses. With a turn of her eyes, she immediately found a way out for herself. What are you talking about? I was just joking with you. How could I be scared? Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun looked at each other and both covered their mouths and laughed. Everyone knows what the truth is. Seeing everyone laughing, Chu Lingling immediately blushed and continued to argue. What do you mean? Are you laughing at me? I was just joking. I'm not scared. If you don't believe me, I'll go in and take a look. Lu Tao patted her shoulder. All right, stop yelling. We all understand. Let's go in together. Don't waste time. Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun walked in directly with several law enforcement officers, while Chu Lingling was still shouting behind them. What do you mean? You all look down on me and don't trust me, right? Okay, I hate you. After the group walked into the room, the bloody and horrifying scene before them made their scalps tingle. Even though Lu Tao had seen them many times, he still felt a strong physical discomfort every time he faced these 2 corpses. Without disturbing the scene, several people carefully checked it. Li Kaiyun spoke slowly. I saw scratches on the wrists of these 2 corpses and traces of friction from the tips of their fingers. These runes on the ground must have been written by them. The Wang family is an yin-yang family, and these should be the yin-yang secret techniques they are performing. I guess they are planning to summon Wang Xiaoyou's soul back and ask about the real cause of his death. Lu Tao nodded. You have a point. Just from the runes on the ground and the scars on their hands, we can tell that they really used their strength this time. It seems that the last time they played a trick on us, they were really just fooling us. Li Kaiyun was helpless after hearing this. As the saying goes, experts see the doorway, while laymen see the excitement. We are all laymen, so there is nothing we can do. It's a pity that they didn't even give me back the 30 million. Lu Tao shrugged his shoulders. Isn't this retribution? If they had just used their true abilities to tell us the true identity of the Night Butcher, perhaps they wouldn't have been in trouble themselves. It's all karma. You lost 30 million, but they lost 2 lives. Li Kaiyun felt relieved after hearing this. That's right. You're the one who knows how to comfort people. You're not that easy to cheat out of my money. Lu Tao then said, I just watched the surveillance video and also checked the traces at the scene. Apart from the two of them, there was no sign of a third person. There is actually no need to investigate this conclusion. Li Kaiyun and the others already have an idea of it. Almost all the cases that have occurred during this period are like this. Is it the night butcher? 9 times out of 10, it's him. The Wong family came here to investigate the night butcher. Given the night butcher's personality, he definitely won't let them go like this. That's it. This case will probably remain unsolved. I won't refund your $1,000. Nima, you're not backing down now, are you? That won't happen. What should we do next? You're the deputy director. I'm just a private investigator. Who should I ask if you ask me? Well, it seems like my $1,000 is just a waste. I'll just treat it as feeding the dog. The two discussed the case and chatted while Chu Lingling next to them kept taking pictures with her mobile phone. Lu Tao directed the law enforcement officers who followed to quickly clean up the scene, remove the body, and place it properly in the morgue. After seeing Chu Lingling taking pictures, he reminded her, you can't send these photos out lest they cause panic, and these are internal information. Chu Lingling glared at him speechlessly. Do you think I'm a child? I don't even know this. Get out of the way and don't disturb this golden detective from solving the case. Lu Tao smiled awkwardly and didn't say much. He walked to Li Kaiyun and they each lit a cigarette. After smoking half of the cigarette, Li Kaiyun slowly spoke. I'd rather report it directly. Delaying it will only put more people in danger, and you'll also shoulder greater responsibility. Lu Tao remained silent, but in fact he had the same idea in his mind. If the local law enforcement agency cannot solve this case, it can be reported to a higher-level national agency for intervention. There will often be top detective teams and various talented people there, including many descendants of Yin-Yang families like the Wong family. No matter how powerful a person is, he can never compare to the country. If reported, it is almost certain that the night butcher will be dealt with. But almost every law enforcement agency will not do this, because doing so would be tantamount to admitting the incompetence of the local law enforcement agency. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Li Kaiyun continued. We all know that the Wong family is truly powerful. They can even command resentful ghosts to kill people in secret, leaving no trace. As a result, such a person also died at the scene, and the two most powerful people in the Wong family died at the same time. This almost proves the ability of the night butcher. Let's be frank. Even if you really confirm the identity of the night butcher, do you have a way to catch him? If you're not careful, you may even lose your life. I'm advising you this as a friend. Lu Tao naturally knew that what Li Kaiyun said was true. Judging from the current situation, if he really knew the true identity of the night butcher, it would be like being hit by a death warrant. So far, the night butcher has not killed a good person who does not deserve to die, but no one knows whether he can always stick to his bottom line. After all, no one can restrain him. After sighing, Lu Tao waved his hand. Let's go. Get in the car first, and then we'll find a place to eat and talk while we eat. Chu Lingling also took all the photos at this time. Lu Tao joked. Why? Are you going to take these photos home and hang them on the wall every night to test your courage? Chu Lingling rolled her eyes at him. You know shit. Judging from the runes at the scene, the Wong family does have some skills. It seems they've exchanged a few moves with the night butcher. As long as there is room to fight back, they will definitely have the opportunity to leave clues. I'll take these runes back and research them. On the one hand, I can learn what kind of secret technique they used, and on the other hand, I might find clues left by the Wong family. The mystery of the night butcher's identity lies within them. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun's eyes lit up. Yes, many victims knew they had no way to survive before they died, so they would secretly leave clues to guide future generations to avenge them. The people of the Wong family are not easy to deal with. They will definitely not be willing to die in vain, so they must have left some clues. And the clues are among these runes on the ground. Chapter 153, Chapter 153 Live Treatment. Mayor. The Law Enforcement Bureau was extremely busy, but for Gu Yang, today was a great day. As soon as I got up in the morning, Mu Rong called me. Gu Yang yawned, picked up the phone, and replied lazily. What are you doing so early in the morning? Don't you know I'm a patient and need more rest? Mu Rong smiled brightly. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone knows that you are a nine-tailed fox, and you have a tough life. Today is an important day. You have to come early and dress yourself nicely, because you'll be on TV soon. After Gu Yang successfully researched the potion, He shared his general ideas, and the subsequent development details were completely controlled by Murong. When Guyang heard this, he was really confused. What are you doing? Going on TV? You didn't tell me in advance. I'm not even prepared. Are you planning to record me on some dating show? What the fuck are you talking about? Didn't I tell you in advance? Isn't it still not too late to get ready? I've already contacted Su Chun in advance. He's already tailored a suit for you. You can put it on and dress up properly. Today I recruited 100 cancer patients online, published the entire list, and invited major media outlets to broadcast live. Today I'm going to give those internet trolls a slap in the face. Damn, I was scolded badly a few days ago. I'll heal the patient in a live broadcast later, and then I'll see what they say. They'll all have to call me daddy. Upon hearing this, Guyang understood Murong's plan. The public opinion some time ago really made everyone feel a little breathless. It is obvious that the nano-targeted immune activation drug is a groundbreaking drug that can cure cancer 100%. However, under the criticism of those online trolls, it has been turned into a money laundering tool. Even Guyang, Murong, and their entire company were labeled as spies of the enemy country. The online public opinion was so huge that even the relevant departments came to investigate several times. If Guyang's company was not indeed very formal in every aspect and had not the support of 2 deans behind it, perhaps this medicine would have been stripped of its qualification to be put on the market. Hearing that it was such an important matter, Guyang was no longer sleepy. Understand. You make arrangements first. I'll come as soon as possible. Okay, good brother. I guarantee your worth will increase 100-fold after today. The factory of Chaoyang Biotechnology Company is now crowded with people. Because of limited funds at the time, the company was not large. Fortunately, Guyang upgraded himself again later with his own knowledge and a loan amount. Although the factory is not big, the whole factory is filled with a sense of technology, especially the fully automated production line. The factory's reception room covers a large area, equivalent to a huge basketball court. There is a floor-to-ceiling glass here that has been polished to a crystal-clear state. Through this glass, you can clearly see almost all the production processes in the factory behind. Those bizarrely shaped robotic arms are even more flexible than human hands and have extremely high work efficiency. From the preparation of medicinal materials to the subsequent production of nano-targeted immune activation drugs, they are simply impeccable. On the other side of the floor-to-ceiling glass window, hundreds of people were stunned. Among this group of people, 100 were cancer patients recruited through the internet, and almost all of them were in the middle or late stages of the disease. Some have been tortured by cancer for 2 or 3 years, and have become so thin that they are no longer human and can only sit in a wheelchair. Some people were issued a critical illness notice by the hospital after undergoing a round of chemotherapy. It can be said that they all have one foot in the gate of hell. Although they have been influenced by public opinion online some time ago and believed that this nano-targeted immune activation agent was just another scam, now when they stood in front of this floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the highly technological and fully automated factory in front of them, all their previous doubts and anxieties had disappeared. Wow, even the most advanced factories you see on TV aren't even 1/10,000th as good as this one. I'm afraid this kind of factory can only exist in science fiction movies. They couldn't help but sigh. Oh my God, it's true that a mountain is famous not because of its height, but because of the immortals living there. Who would have thought that a factory that looked so ordinary, even a little shabby on the outside, could actually be so advanced and sophisticated on the inside? I happened to be a mechanic before. I know nothing about medicine, but I can still speak about mechanics. If these ingenious robotic arms were sold and mass-produced, they would definitely make a lot of money. I really don't know which company's product it is. You don't understand this, I just happen to have a friend in this company. According to him, every step of the company's product production is personally supervised by the boss behind the scenes, Guyang. Not only was the nano-targeted immune activation agent invented by Guyang himself, but even these robotic arms were designed by Guyang himself, and the programs inside these computers were also typed out by Guyang code by code. To be honest, I still can't believe it. How can someone be so versatile? I'm not going to say any more. I feel like my illness seems to have improved by more than half here. If this can't completely cure my cancer, I feel like there's no hope elsewhere. Most of these 100 patients were ordinary people, but Mu Rong was also a little careful. He deliberately gave a few places to prominent figures in Tianjin City. If these big shots can be cured, then the entire Chaoyang Biotechnology Company will have a huge backer, and no one will be able to do anything to it in the future. There was also an unexpected surprise. Mu Rong stood upstairs in the reception room, looking down through the window, and soon saw a middle-aged man who looked energetic in a corner of the glass window. This man is already in his 50s, but he is full of energy and spirit, standing out among the crowd as if he's a crane among chickens. On both sides of this middle-aged man, there was a bodyguard and a secretary waiting. This person is Yuan Qinxiu, the mayor of Tianjin City. Few people know that the mayor was diagnosed with terminal cancer a year ago and has been receiving conservative treatment until now. Moreover, Mu Rong had conducted special investigations and found that the mayor was a good official who was praised by everyone during his tenure. It's a pity that God is jealous of his talent. He got this disease when he was only in his 50s and at the peak of his political career. Moreover, after contracting this disease, Yuan Qinxiu never chose surgery or chemotherapy because he knew very well that once he went for treatment, he would have to unload the burden on himself. He was worried about the people of Tianjin City and had spread the word privately. Even if I have to die, I want to die on the battlefield serving the people, not on a hospital bed. Faced with such a mayor who had given up on treatment, Mu Rong spent a lot of effort to persuade him through his relatives to come and try this new medicine. To be honest, it was the first time for Mu Rong to face such an important figure, and he felt a little nervous. Don't let anything go wrong. At this moment, Yuan Qinxiu stood in front of the glass window with his hands behind his back, looking at the high-speed mechanical arm in front of him, and turned to the secretary beside him and asked, "We've been here for a while now. What do you think of this Chaoyang Biotechnology Company?" The secretary next to him thought carefully and said, "To be honest, before coming here, I never imagined that there was such an advanced biological company in our city. I have inspected many enterprises, large and small, and I can say that other companies' factories are hundreds of years behind this one. At one point, I felt like I had traveled through time. Mayor Yuan, in my opinion, this place may really be able to cure your cancer. If successful, Mayor Yuan will not only be able to do more for the people of Tianjin City, but will also be able to retire in good health and enjoy the joy of family life." After listening to this, Yuan Qinxiu nodded. The secretary's opinion was almost the same as his. If that's true, then this Gu Yang is truly my great benefactor. He should be considered the great benefactor of the entire Tianjin City. Chapter 154 Chapter 154 National Attention. Good morning, dear audience friends. I am Xiao Sa, a frontline reporter, and I am currently located inside the production plant of Tianjin Chaoyang Biotechnology Company, Limited. The nano-targeted immune activation drug that caused a sensation on the internet some time ago was created by Mr. Gu Yang, the founder of this company. Since its release, this medicine has been surrounded by controversy. Many people say that this is another way for behind-the-scenes capital to reap profits. Just recently, the company's general manager, Mr. Mu Rong, personally visited our TV station, hoping to conduct a live broadcast. This live broadcast is divided into two parts. The first part is to observe the production line of Chaoyang Biotechnology Company up close through the huge floor-to-ceiling window in front of us, so that everyone can use it with confidence. The second part is more important. Manager Mu Rong invited 100 patients with advanced cancer. Some of them had undergone surgery and chemotherapy, but their condition had not improved, and the hospital had issued a critical illness notice. Some were poor people who had delayed treatment for various reasons, causing their condition to become increasingly serious. The list of these 100 people has been published online, and everyone can check it out. Today, we will broadcast live the entire treatment process of these 100 people. If successful, all viewers will have the opportunity to witness a historic moment. Cancer will no longer be one of the incurable diseases and will be completely defeated by mankind. Please wait and see. Now follow my live broadcast and take a look at the most advanced, fully automated production factory. A young man in a suit and tie, holding a microphone, guided the cameraman to start visiting the factory's production line. In addition to the media where Xiao Sa works, major media and local satellite TV stations were also invited to participate in the live broadcast. There were nearly 100 reporters on the scene alone. Not far away, there was another group of people. They had no professional equipment and no rigorous language skills. They just started the live broadcast with one person holding a simple mobile phone, and they're the top internet celebrities on major websites. During this period, nano-targeted immune activation drugs were extremely popular. Mu Rong only made a brief invitation, and these big internet celebrities were unwilling to miss out on such a huge popularity, and they all expressed their willingness to get a piece of the pie. A petite girl, holding 7 or 8 mobile phones on a selfie stick, stood in front of the large glass and waved at the camera. Hello, everyone. Guess where I am? Do you see this advanced production line behind me? Let me tell you, this is the production site of nano-targeted immune activation drugs. You've probably seen some reports about this online a while ago, right? Today, I'm going to take you to the actual scene to see it for yourself. As the saying goes, you can tell whether it is a mule or a horse by taking it out for a walk. Although we are laymen, we are quite shocked when we see this high-tech production line. It seems that this technology company really has some capabilities. By the way, look at that group of people over there. They're all terminal cancer patients. They are tortured by the disease and are so skinny and dull-eyed. They are really pitiful. This Chaoyang biotech company has promised to provide them with free treatment and will broadcast the entire treatment process live. I hope everyone enjoys watching it in Momo's live studio. Of course, apart from those who introduce themselves politely, there are more online anchors who are here to have fun. Dear audience members, hello everyone. The place where I am now is the company of Guiyang, the biggest fraudster on the internet. What bullshit is that 100% cure for cancer? I know it's just bullshit. I'd believe it, even if it was 50%. Do you see this high-tech factory in the background? It's pretty impressive, I have to say. But maybe there are some high-tech projection images behind it, and we are all outsiders and don't understand. Look at the group of people in front of you. They all look sick and are cancer patients. If you ask me, Guiyang is really willing to spend a lot of money to hire so many cancer patients to act with him. Everyone, please be careful to identify and don't be fooled. This lackey of capital, a spy for the enemy country. Today, I will lead everyone to expose his ugly face. A middle-aged anchor with a big belly was holding a camera and shouting loudly. His words immediately aroused the disgust of many people, especially the group of patients not far away. They came here with the hope of curing their illnesses, but this guy actually shouted that they were paid to act. Many people began to curse. Where did this stinky dog come from? It barks as soon as it comes in. You're just a beggar on the internet. Why are you pretending? Sooner or later you'll get sick too, and then you'll be on your knees begging for help. From what I can see, your forehead is black, and it's obvious that you've had a bloody disaster. Maybe if you go to the hospital for a checkup, you'll be sent straight to the crematorium. This fat guy with a beer belly was just trying to provoke insults. When he saw someone responding, he became even more excited and immediately started mocking and belittling people again. In the major official live broadcast rooms and the live broadcast rooms of internet celebrities, online audiences were also arguing loudly. Oh, are scammers as bold these days? They actually made such a big fuss. Are they giving up on themselves? That doesn't mean anything. He's rich, so of course he can bribe everyone and get hundreds of people to act out a show with him. Giving each person 10,000 or 20,000 yuan wouldn't be enough for 10 million. If we can stir up public opinion and make everyone believe it's true, we can make hundreds of millions in a matter of minutes. We're out here, so even if we brag, we should at least use some science. Cancer is a notoriously incurable disease, and this guy actually says it's 100% curable. It's hilarious. I won't say any more. I'll just say this. If this damn nano-targeted immune activation drug can really cure even one of these cancer patients here, I'll create a longevity tablet for Guiyang at home and acknowledge him as my father. Okay, I'll come too. I'll just acknowledge him as my grandpa, and every morning I'll get up and bring my whole family to pay my respects to him. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Now, please enjoy the best farce of the year. Because the malicious slander online some time ago was so severe, even after seeing the most advanced production line today, most people still think it is fake and have been mocking it online. Some have even analyzed the fake scheme of this scene from multiple angles. Either everyone present at the scene was hired by Guiyang, or the high-tech factory behind was built entirely with special effects. After all, no one could get in and could only watch through the glass. As the live broadcast time passed, everyone became a little impatient. Finally, the door of the hall was slowly pushed open, and a young man in a suit and tie, sitting in a wheelchair, was pushed slowly in. He had a warm smile on his face. Although he was sitting in a wheelchair, the temperament he exuded was as if he was a nobleman from the Middle Ages. Guiyang is here. Chapter 155 begins treatment. The person pushing Guiyang from behind is Su Changxing. She had obviously dressed up specially today, wearing a fresh and elegant white long dress and refreshing short hair, and she was the white moonlight in the eyes of many men. On the other side was Mu Rong, who was also dressed in a suit and tie. He was of sturdy build, and his suit was held straight by his waist, which was completely different from Gu Yang's style. Mu Rong was also dressed up carefully today and had a strong aura. There's a very interesting saying on the internet, which goes, "Beauty is justice." There were many groups that had originally criticized Gu Yang and his company team, but after seeing the live broadcast, their comments gradually changed. Sisters, although it is said that scammers deserve to die, I think such a handsome scammer should be an exception. Although I don't have cancer, I'd like to buy a nano-targeted immune activation drug as a backup for the future. Is that too much to ask? What are you talking about? How could such a handsome guy be a scammer? I only see a young and promising entrepreneur. Wait, there's something wrong with the photos online. The photos of Gu Yang I found online before were either of him moving bricks on a construction site, or he was hospitalized and skinny and pale. He looks completely different from the one in front of me. Oh my god, I need to delete my previous comment immediately. I must not leave a bad impression in front of such a handsome guy. Don't I say you're all just idiots? Can you please be a little more reasonable? A scammer is a scammer. Being handsome is no excuse for committing a crime. Women are really stupid. It's useless for you to like him now. You're going to make a fool of yourself soon. Don't even think about it as a joke. If the amount of fraud really goes up, you might end up spending the rest of your life in jail. Haha, that's right. He'll either spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair or in jail. In fact, the photos on the internet are not fake. Although Gu Yang was the boss of a construction company in the past, he had climbed up step by step from the bottom of the society. He was inevitably exposed to wind and sun, and his skin became dark and rough. After he fell ill, he did look frail. But later, as his lifespan reserves gradually increased, his physical fitness became better and better, and he practiced a variety of breathing techniques. Today, Gu Yang is a completely different person. After Gu Yang was pushed in, journalists and internet celebrities on both sides immediately surrounded him. All wanted to take this opportunity to interview him. But Gu Yang just waved his hand lightly, and the factory security personnel immediately stopped the reporters on both sides. Then he slowly steered his electric wheelchair through the crowd. When passing by Yuan Qinxiu, Gu Yang turned around deliberately, smiled, and nodded slightly. Yuan Qinxiu also nodded in response, but did not say much. Gu Yang naturally knew that the most prominent person at the scene was the mayor Yuan Qinxiu, who was suffering from terminal cancer. But at this moment, he did not rush forward to talk, because there was absolutely no need. The effectiveness of the nano-targeted immune activation agent has not yet been confirmed. Even if I approach him now, the other party may not be friendly to me, and may even give me the impression that I am greedy and vain. When everything is settled, Yuan Qinxiu will naturally come find me. Gu Yang came to the small podium above the reception room, picked up the microphone, and cleared his throat. The noisy hall gradually quieted down. We welcome everyone to take time out of their busy schedules to attend this event of our company. I believe that before coming here, you have seen our advertisements on the official website and have also done some research on our company. Let me introduce myself. I am Gu Yang, the founder of Chaoyang Biotechnology Company Limited, and also the main developer of nano-targeted immune activation drugs. There are many doubts about us on the internet, but what I want to say is that our products have passed patent applications and market testing and have undergone a long period of preparation and improvement, so they are absolutely guaranteed. Today, we invite you all to participate in the treatment throughout the whole process, which is also to prove our company. I won't go into too much detail beforehand, and let's get straight to today's topic. Once the drug's efficacy is proven, we can discuss it further. Under Gu Yang's instructions, relevant staff members came in one after another, and the 100 patients began the first process, physical examination. Not everyone can use nano-targeted immune activation drugs, but at least the body must be able to withstand the effects of the drugs. Fortunately, Mu Rong had screened the patients beforehand and obtained their test reports from Director Fong of the hospital, and they were generally qualified. He was taking this step now just to be on the safe side. At this critical moment, the hosts of major official media outlets demonstrated their professionalism, lowering their voices and quietly introducing and hosting in front of the camera. But the internet celebrities were different, especially the bald son with the beer belly, who mocked unscrupulously. Family members, please take note. Today's scammers are becoming more and more professional, and they even have such a complete process. Let's just watch them make fun of themselves. Ha ha ha. He was holding up several mobile phones to broadcast live and mocking when he suddenly saw a comment and immediately raised his voice and shouted, "Thanks to Gu Yang as a dog that loves to eat shit for sending me this huge rocket. Thank you, brother. You are so generous. To express my gratitude, I will do a belly dance for you. Taking advantage of the traffic generated by this national carnival, Baldy's son did everything he could to attract attention. It was precisely because of his crazy live broadcast style that the number of people in the live broadcast room actually broke the historical high, making him earn a lot of money this month. Mu Rong, who was standing next to Gu Yang, clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "Old Gu, how about I take a few security guards and secretly take him out and give him a beating? Don't worry, I will keep my hands clean and leave no evidence. I guarantee that he won't be able to file a case." Gu Yang smiled and shook his head. "It doesn't matter. He's just a clown. Let him keep on dancing. He'll naturally be hurt by the traffic soon. There are full 100 patients, not too many, but not too few either." Fortunately, Mu Rong had made arrangements and preparations in advance, and everything went on in an orderly manner. Gu Yang seemed confident and was drinking tea leisurely not far away. He knew very well that the nano-targeted immune activation agent was a product that completely surpassed the current level of human medical technology. It had taken him decades of effort to develop it, so it must be foolproof. But it was different for the others. Even Mu Rong and Su Chengsheng were extremely nervous. This was a live broadcast across the entire network, and everyone was paying attention to the outcome of this incident. If he succeeds, Gu Yang will definitely become a top figure in society, and the founding veterans of the company will also rise with him. But if they fail, everyone will be doomed. Not to mention the compensation for medical malpractice. Just the spitting of everyone on the internet is enough to drown everyone. Moreover, Mu Rong knew very well that the company was facing a huge financial crisis. From the beginning of the company to now, it can be said that there has been no income and it is entirely invested. First, a large sum of money was spent to purchase the factory in front of him. Later, investing in the laboratory and converting the factory into a fully automatic factory were also large investments. Not to mention the high cost of producing each nano-targeted immune activation drug. Now, this nationwide live broadcast has used up the company's last bit of capital. It also requires expenses to cure 100 cancer patients for free. If there is even the slightest mistake, expect to declare bankruptcy. Chapter 156 Chapter 156 Amazing Medicinal Effect. If we were to say who were the most nervous group of people at the scene, they would naturally be the selected cancer patients. They had originally given up hope in life and prepared to spend the rest of their lives. But an email and an advertisement from Chaoyang Biotechnology Company brought them back and gave them hope to continue living. The most painful thing in the world is to give hope and then turn it into disappointment. So there's a saying that goes, "I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light." Now, the nano-targeted immune activation agent is a ray of hope for them. All the patients are trying their best to grasp this ray of light. Even Yuan Qinxiu, who is in a high position, feels nervous at this moment. No one wants to die. Everyone wants to live. After passing the preliminary examination, the 100 patients were directly arranged to sit on a long row of benches. Professional staff picked up the nano-targeted immune activation agent and were preparing to inject them. Gu Yang at the top spoke again into the microphone. "Everyone, please rest assured that our products are absolutely trustworthy. Now, in front of so many people and with the whole network paying attention, if I harm you, I probably won't be able to escape either. After a while of drug injection, you may feel a little uncomfortable, such as fever, weakness, or diarrhea. These are normal reactions, so don't panic. This means that our medicine is taking effect and is already fighting the cancer cells in your body. It will only take a few hours for these side effects to gradually subside. After the treatment, more than 90% of the cancer cells in your body will be eliminated on the spot, and you will almost be back to health. 2 additional injections can be given later, one to completely eliminate cancer cells in the body, and the other to establish a complete immune barrier to prevent recurrence. You're the first batch of users of the company. In order to thank you for your trust in the company, your treatment is completely free. I just hope that after using our product, you can spread the word about it and help more cancer patients. That's how I, Gu Yang, would thank you all." Hearing Gu Yang's sincere words, the patients at the scene were full of confidence and spoke one after another. "Don't worry, Mr. Gu. If this really works, if anyone dares to curse you online in the future, I'll slap them in the face, even if I have to fly across half the world. That's right. If Mr. Gu can really cure cancer, he'll be a great hero for all of humanity. Who would dare to scold him? Haha. Maybe by then we won't even be needed for help. There are plenty of people willing to help Mr. Gu." With so many people joking with each other, the atmosphere became much more cheerful. As the nano-targeted immune activation agent was injected into the body, everyone fell silent, feeling the changes in their bodies very nervously. These cancer patients have been suffering from the disease for years and have been in pain every moment. They're so eager to be relieved, even if it is just a little bit. After a few minutes, someone suddenly became agitated and shouted, "I feel it! I feel it! I feel my body getting a little hot, as if the little universe inside me has been stimulated." Someone next to him laughed out loud. "Come on, your Cosmo is activated. Why didn't you say you were going to become a super scion?" The man's face turned red, and he shouted, "It's true, brother. I feel like the white blood cells in my body are incredibly strong. Those cancer cells are like clowns under the attack of the immune system. Anyway, I have never felt so strong." Almost everyone who heard this was a little skeptical. It was just an injection. How could it have such a strong effect? But soon after, everyone started to feel it. Because of the increase in body temperature, everyone's skin became a little redder, like a group of big red-skinned frogs. Baldy's son, who particularly likes to shout, laughed heartily. "Look, everyone, the biggest medical accident in history is about to happen. This medicine is clearly not perfect and has severe side effects. I think we need to start calling 120 for emergency medical services. Otherwise, I estimate that the lives of all 100 people here will be in danger." This damn Gu Yang is so heartless that he even gave up his ancestral grave just to make money. Official reporter Xiao Sa also hurried to Gu Yang's side and asked, "Mr. Gu, excuse me, are all these side effects under your control? Do you need to contact the hospital?" Everyone's eyes were a little worried at this moment. Gu Yang smiled and opened another window next to him. Through this window, he could see the parking lot behind the factory. At this moment, there were actually 3 ambulances parked in the parking lot, and medical staff were standing next to the ambulances. "Everyone, rest assured, I've already contacted the city's First People's Hospital for safety. We've already made preparations, and there's nothing to lose." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The internet was flooded with comments that were all pessimistic, and some people even started to insult Gu Yang and his family. In short, while almost everyone developed the symptoms that Gu Yang had just described. Fortunately, a temporary toilet has been built here, otherwise I would have to poop in my pants. Yuan Qinxiu, supported by his bodyguards and secretaries, had already gone in and out of the restroom 3 times. At this moment, Yuan Qinxiu's body temperature gradually dropped, but he was so weak that he couldn't even walk. The secretary next to him looked worried. "Mayor Yuan, how are you doing? Are you still holding on? Do you need an ambulance for further examination?" Although Yuan Qinxiu was weak, his eyes were shining with unprecedented brilliance. He shook his head and said excitedly, "No, absolutely no need. I don't know how to describe it. Although I feel a little weak, I am in the best condition I have ever been in. I felt like the cancer in my body had really been cleared out. All the pain I had before was gone, and I felt so comfortable. Now I just want to go back and have a good sleep and a good meal." The secretary and bodyguard next to him were shocked when they heard this. Ever since Yuan Qinxiu was diagnosed with cancer, he has been in pain almost every day. He has to take painkillers from time to time to relieve the pain. He can only eat a few small bites of food to barely maintain his life needs, and he is losing weight at a speed visible to the naked eye. And now, Yuan Qinxiu actually has a great appetite and feels no pain. Could it be that he is really healed? Yuan Qinxiu was not the only one who felt the same way. Although the rest of the patients were extremely weak and collapsed on the ground, each of their faces was filled with shock and joy. "It feels so good. It feels so good. I feel like I've never felt so good in my life. Could it be that I'm really healed? Woo woo woo. I seem to be alive again. I don't have to die anymore. I spent all my life savings on cancer treatment, but ended up being issued a critical illness notice. I never expected that at the last moment of my life, I would be cured by a free medical treatment activity. Damn it, if I had known this was going to happen, I wouldn't have sought medical treatment and would have saved all the money to buy meat." An old lady in her 60s staggered and struggled to come to Gu Yang. Then she knelt down in front of him and kowtowed repeatedly. "Benefactor, great benefactor." The other patients also tried their best to hold on despite their weak bodies and express their gratitude to Gu Yang. The scene was so intense that some people were crying, some were laughing, and almost everyone's emotions were completely out of control. The official reporters around didn't know what to say. Even with their professionalism, they couldn't find the words to describe the fanatical scene before them. Xiao Sa's lips trembled as he clenched the microphone tightly. "Dear audience friends, I believe you have already seen that this nano-targeted immune activation drug is truly effective. It's hard to imagine that I could witness the birth of such a great product in my lifetime. You and I are witnesses of history. As long as we conduct another round of physical examinations on these patients and accurately verify the effectiveness of the medicine, there will definitely be another person's name added to the textbooks of our descendants. Mr. Gu will be forever engraved on the monument of history. Chapter 157 Chapter 157 Yuan, Qianqiu's Guarantee. At the moment, simply having these patient self-descriptions is not enough to constitute evidence. Immediately afterwards, many staff members began to arrange for these 100 patients to undergo rigorous physical examinations one after another, and made their test reports public as quickly as possible, uploading them directly to the internet. Everyone can see the life stories of these 100 patients and case reports before and after injection of nano-targeted immune activating agents on the company's official website. It's like a magic needle that is thrown directly into the turbulent sea. Those pessimistic cynics on the internet received a fatal blow. No way. Just one injection of medicine can eliminate 90% of the cancer cells in the body within a few hours. Is this really true? Why do I feel like I'm in a dream? It's over, it's over. It seems we really looked down on others and scolded the wrong people. Impossible, impossible. I still don't believe it. These patients must be actors arranged in advance. These test reports are also fake. It's all a scam. That damn Guyong is just an architecture student. He probably hasn't even touched a few medical books in his life. How could he possibly develop such an advanced treatment? That's right. I don't believe it either. It must be fake. I won't believe it no matter what you say. Damn it. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to report it now. They're definitely taking our online audience for granted. Sometimes it's like this. People tend to only believe what they want to believe. Even when factual evidence is placed before their eyes, most people can find countless reasons to refute it. This is reality. The internet celebrity Sun Tuzi in the crowd was still barking. What a bullshit witnessing history. In my opinion, it's witnessing the history of a scam. If this live broadcast is really successful, I guess every company that comes up with a scam can do this live broadcast drama in the future. This is someone else's home ground. The patients were invited by them, the equipment was bought by someone else, and the report was also issued by someone else. It has little persuasiveness and is all arranged in advance. Whoever believes it will be unlucky. Let me put it here, if any of the things that appeared in today's live broadcast are true, I will quit the internet immediately. This damn dog, Guyong, should have no descendants. The whole family of this liar should be killed. Baldy Sun kept cursing and yelling, but there were actually people who liked his noisy live broadcast style. The popularity of the live broadcast room is even much higher than that of some local satellite TV live broadcast rooms. Some people scolded him in the comments, while others supported him, but Baldy Sun didn't care. He didn't know how many times he had said this. Anyway, it was up to him to decide whether to quit the internet or not. He should make money from the traffic first. Guyong didn't want to say anything more. Some people were so stupid that it was hopeless. No matter how much he said, it was useless. However, today's live broadcast finally made some people believe in their company's products. Once the nano-targeted immune activation drug gradually has its first batch of users, it will sooner or later truly demonstrate its value. Just when he was feeling a little tired and ready to leave, Yuan Qianqiu, supported by his secretary, walked up step by step to the podium at the top of the reception room and came to Guyang's side. Guyang naturally knew this old man, so the first thing he wanted to do was to say hello to Yuan Qianqiu. But who knew that Yuan Qianqiu's actions were faster? He immediately bowed respectfully to Guyang and spoke in front of everyone present. I'm Yuan Qianqiu, the mayor of Tianjin City. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for saving my life. When these words were spoken, everyone at the scene was stunned. At the same time, this scene was uploaded to the internet by major live broadcast rooms, making all netizens' eyes almost fall to the ground. What the hell? Tianjin City's mayor, Yuan Qianqiu, is actually one of these over 100 patients. When did the mayor get cancer? How come we didn't know? Oh my god. Mayor Yuan is a truly good man and a good official. What he said can't be false. Wait, based on what Mayor Yuan said, could it be that this nano-targeted immune activation drug developed by Guyang is truly effective and has even cured Mayor Yuan's cancer? It's over. It seems we really scolded the wrong person. There's no way Mayor Yuan Qianqiu is going to act like an actor and tell lies. With the appearance of Yuan Qianqiu, All the voices questioning Gu Yang disappeared at once by 90%. Gu Yang took a look at Yuan Qianxiu's slightly weak body, quickly stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and carefully helped him up. Yuan Qianxiu glanced at Gu Yang sitting in the wheelchair and couldn't help feeling distressed. God is jealous of talent. If such an outstanding young man had been in good health, who knows how many more great inventions that would have changed the world would have been created. Gu Yang spoke softly. Mayor Yuan Qianxiu, you are weak and should go back and rest early. Yuan Qianxiu shook his head. If I go back to rest at this moment, Mr. Gu will probably have a hard time clearing his name. After he finished speaking, he turned around, took the microphone, and spoke in front of all the reporters and anchors present. It's normal for people to have doubts about Mr. Gu's products. This shows that our law enforcement bureau's anti-fraud publicity work has been implemented very effectively. But this time, everyone has really misunderstood. I, Yuan Qianxiu, am willing to use my own personality to guarantee Mr. Gu and this nano-targeted immune activation drug. This drug is absolutely real and effective. I have been suffering from advanced gastric cancer for a long time. Because I couldn't let go of my work, I did not make it public and did not choose surgery or chemotherapy. I was tormented by the disease for more than a year. I dare say that the nano-targeted immune activation agent that Mr. Gu just injected me with is more effective than all the treatments I have used in the past year combined. Now I have recovered. I hope everyone will stop speaking ill of Mr. Gu and not let this hero of the people feel disheartened. As the mayor of a city, and even a person at the top of the pyramid in the whole country, Yuan Qianxiu was actually willing to use his own personality to guarantee Gu Yang. This undoubtedly directly confirmed the authenticity of a nano-targeted immune activation agent. In an instant, all the online abuse disappeared. See, that's what I told you. Since Mr. Gu is capable of hosting such a large-scale live broadcast, there must be no problem. I don't know why you guys are so suspicious and conspiracy-themed. That's right. The moment Mr. Gu entered the room, I knew he wasn't a liar. How could a liar be so handsome? Ha ha ha. Girls, this is a high-quality stock. If anyone has Mr. Gu's contact information or home address, I'll buy it for a high price. Public opinion instantly reversed. Everyone was very clear at this moment. With Yuan Qianxiu standing up to guarantee Gu Yang, it was equivalent to Yuan Qianxiu becoming the backer of Gu Yang and Chaoyang Biotechnology Company, and the trend of rising was already unstoppable. Baldy's son, who had been shouting like a clown, stood there in a daze, holding up his live, streaming phone, wailing in his heart. My goodness, I seem to have provoked some powerful person. Is something really going to happen? In the barrage, Yin and Yang taunts immediately began to flood the screen. Oh, Baldy's son, you must have fallen into trouble. Do you think you have the right to scold such a big shot? Why don't you kowtow and admit your guilt quickly? Ha ha ha. Who just said that if any of this is true, I'll just quit the internet? Why are you still hanging on? It's obvious that this brother is a new audience member. Our Baldy son has another nickname, Toad Son, and he likes to play tricks. The more you scold him, the more excited he gets. Haha, his own mother is already in the safe anyway. Faced with the ridicule of these people, Baldy's son didn't take it seriously at all. As long as he was popular, it was fine. He was just about to laugh it off and brush the matter off, but who would have thought that the next moment the live broadcast room went dark? The room had been banned. Chapter 158 Interview. Sharp questions. Baldy's son was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled nonchalantly and turned around to call the operator of the live streaming website. What are you doing? Why did you close my live broadcast room? Open it quickly. I have millions of online viewers now. Can you afford to lose money if I delay making money? For Sun Tuzi, having his live broadcast room blocked is nothing new. It has happened frequently before. It is just a small warning and will be unblocked naturally after a while. Normally, website operators are polite to big anchors like him. After all, they're the cash cows of the website. However, this time, the opponent's operational attitude was unusually tough. Sorry, your live broadcast has been permanently banned, and I don't have the authority to unlock it. Baldy's son suddenly became anxious. Permanently banned? What a joke. Do you know who I am? Do you know how high my contract is? Do you know how many fans I have? How dare you ban me permanently? Believe it or not, I can fire you with just one phone call. The operator on the other end of the phone was also very blunt and angrily scolded. You damn Baldy, what are you still pretending for? I've been putting up with you for so long. You're always cocky. Do you really think you're some big shot? Just an internet beggar. Let me tell you, when the website praises you, You are a big internet celebrity or a big star. When it doesn't praise you, you are just a fucking piece of stinky shit. Do you know who you have offended this time? Guiyang has developed a special medicine that can cure cancer 100%. He is a figure who can be written into textbooks, and he has the support of a mayor-level figure. You slandered, spread rumors, and abused him in a live broadcast room with millions of people watching. Can you bear the consequences? Don't you even consider your own qualifications? Let me tell you, not only will your live broadcast room be permanently banned, you will also have to pay a sky-high penalty for breach of contract. Other websites won't want you either, so just go back and sell your house, sell your car, and take out a loan to pay off your debts, you idiot. After that, the phone was hung up. Baldy Sun stood there in a daze, as if struck by lightning. It's over, it's all over. At the same time, the staff placed 2 chairs on the podium and asked Yuan Shinshio to sit down. Although Yuan Shinshio looked a little tired and weak at the moment, his energy and spirit were exceptionally full. He waved to the audience. Xiaosa, come here first and arrange a simple interview for me and Mr. Gu. Guiyang immediately understood that Yuan Shinshio wanted to strike while the iron was hot and help him gain more attention. Xiaosa then brought the photographer to the podium and said passionately to the camera, "Dear audience friends, today we are incredibly honored to stand at this historic juncture of medical innovation and witness the stunning launch of a nano-targeted immune-activating drug. This great achievement is not only a major breakthrough in the medical field, but will also light up the light of hope for countless cancer patients. From now on, the road to fighting cancer will usher in a new chapter." At this moment, the highly anticipated scientific research genius Mr. Gu and Mayor Yuan, who had just regained his health, took time out of their busy schedules to come to the live broadcast site. I believe everyone must have many questions and expectations in their hearts. Whether you're curious about how this technology works or want to understand the profound impact of pharmaceuticals on future healthcare, please send your questions to the barrage. Next, let us seize this precious time and start this in-depth dialogue of extraordinary significance. After saying that, Xiaosa considerately placed the tablet computer he carried with him on the table between Gu Yang and Yuan Shinshio, making it convenient for the two to check the comments in the live broadcast room. He quickly scanned the comments, carefully selecting questions suitable for this occasion. Soon he asked, "Mr. Gu, we all know that you graduated from a second-tier university with a degree in architecture, and an unexpected car accident changed the trajectory of your life. The transition from a construction field to medical research and development is a huge one. Xiaohu OT documents to prevent piracy, search for books, and choose Xiaohu by robot. It is stable and reliable. You won't step into traps. What opportunity prompted you to join the pharmaceutical industry? And what supported you to successfully develop this epic-making nano-targeted immune-activating agent in such a short period of time?" This question is quite representative and is also the focus of many people's doubts on the internet. After all, it would be understandable if such a medicine came from the hands of a famous professor, but it was developed by Gu Yang, which was really surprising. After listening to this, Gu Yang smiled softly. "That car accident was indeed a turning point in my life. Lying in the hospital bed, I witnessed so many patients suffering from illness. Looking at the despair in their eyes and that of their families, the feeling of powerlessness deeply hurt me. This made me realize that saving lives might be more meaningful than building high-rise buildings made of reinforced concrete. As for the research and development of medicines, it is not accidental. Architectural design emphasizes precise structure and system planning. This way of thinking is somewhat similar to medical research and development. Both require breaking down problems, building models, and conducting repeated verification. After the car accident, I had plenty of time to study. By studying medical literature day and night and combining the logical thinking I developed in the field of architecture, I gradually found a breakthrough in nano-targeted technology. More importantly, I always believe that as long as there is determination and innovative thinking, professional boundaries will never be an obstacle. The desire for health of countless patients is the driving force that keeps me going until the end." Yuan Shinshio, who was standing by, nodded secretly after hearing this. There was no rehearsal for this impromptu interview, but Gu Yang was able to give such a perfect answer in a short period of time, which shows his profound background and cultivation. Xiaosan nodded slightly and turned to look at Yuan Shinshio. "Mayor Yuan, as the mayor of a city, you have chosen to be the first to trial the nano-targeted immune activation drug. This courage is admirable. We all know that medical experiments are inherently uncertain. What were your initial considerations when deciding to participate? Did you assess the potential risks before making this decision? How is your recovery from this experience? Will Tianjin City introduce relevant policies in the future to help Chuyang Biotech further develop and allow this achievement that benefits the public to reach more patients faster? Yuan Shinchio smiled and responded calmly. Honestly, this decision wasn't easy, but I had only one thought in mind. If even I didn't dare to try, how could I give hope to millions of other patients? Cancer is the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of countless families. As mayor, I've seen too many citizens suffer from the disease and am well aware of the limitations of existing treatments. When I learned about the principles of the drug developed by Mr. Gu's team and saw the data from early animal experiments, I realized that this might be a key step in conquering cancer. There are risks, of course, but compared with the countless lives that could be saved, I'm willing to be a pioneer. Now my physical condition is better than expected. The re-examination results show that the cancer cells have been almost completely eliminated. This is not only my personal luck, but also a major breakthrough in the field of medicine. As for the follow-up, the Tianjin municipal government will definitely fully support Chaoyang Biotechnology Company. We plan to set up a special support fund, provide preferential policies for scientific research sites, and at the same time promote cooperation with local tertiary hospitals to speed up the clinical trial process. I believe that with the joint efforts of all parties, this drug will soon be widely used, allowing more patients to regain their lives. Afterwards, Xiao Sa selected a few representative questions and asked Gu Yang and Yuan Qinqiu respectively, and their answers were flawless. Two key messages emerged from these responses. First, nano-targeted immune activation drugs are truly effective. From now on, cancer will no longer be an incurable disease. Second, Yuan Qinqiu made it clear that Tianjin City will become a solid backing for Gu Yang, and a new industry giant has emerged and is unstoppable. After the official QA session ended, Xiao Sa's attention was attracted by a question that frequently appeared on the screen. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, "The following question may be a bit controversial. I wonder if Mr. Gu would mind." Gu Yang said frankly, "Ask ahead. It's a rare opportunity to communicate face-to-face with millions of viewers online. It would be a shame to just ask official questions." Xiao Sa smiled and said, "Mr. Gu is really free and easy. Some time ago, a rumor circulated on the internet, causing a lot of controversy. Some people claim that the drug you developed was intended to scam people, and that you are connected to the Night Butcher, a tool cultivated by the capital behind you or enemy forces. They even cite a large amount of evidence, and the relevant content has been forwarded and liked millions of times online. What do you think of these remarks?" After hearing this, Gu Yang couldn't help but sneered and said half-jokingly, "To be honest, I have indeed suffered a lot of abuse in the process of promoting nano-targeted immune drugs, especially from people who hired internet trolls to spread rumors and smears. Sometimes I even think that if I were really related to the Night Butcher, it might be a good thing." Having said this, he paused and scanned the camera lens sharply. "If that happens, those who spread rumors and slander behind your back and use unfair means to compete in business should be careful. The Night Butcher will come after you." Chapter 159 Chapter 159 Three Major Families, Medical Leaders. Although Gu Yang said this in a joking tone, there were still many people with guilty consciences in front of the live broadcast screen, and they felt creepy the moment they heard these words. The reason is simple. The Night Butcher's deterrent power is simply too terrifying. At this moment, in a private room on the top floor of a luxurious club in Kyoto, in the magnificent hall, there were three middle-aged men in their 40s sitting. They were all dressed in luxurious clothes, and their bodies were adorned with all kinds of luxury goods. It was obvious that they had been in high positions for a long time. Sitting at the top was a middle-aged man with blonde hair and gold-rimmed glasses. He has half Western blood in his body, and his name is Liu Shaochen. The technology company he controls almost all the production and injection of vaccines in the country, as well as various other fields, and is the absolute leader in the medical industry. The middle-aged man on the left is slightly fat, with thick hairspray creating an exquisite 3:7 hairstyle. At this moment, he was savoring the pasta in his hand without even looking up. His name is Hien. The He family he leads is mainly responsible for the production of various health products and nutritional products, and each project basically makes huge profits. The person sitting on the right was a little thin, with a pair of deeply sunken eye sockets. He held a thick cigar between his fingers, taking a puff and coughing from time to time, as if he was a lung patient. His name is Hua Tsang. The company he runs is mainly responsible for the treatment of various difficult and complicated diseases, including cancer and tumors. The three of them were staring at the big screen, showing the live broadcast at the same time. When they heard the words, "The night butcher will come looking for you," everyone's eyes flashed with a cold light, and they clenched their fists tightly. Hua Tsang cursed. "A brat who hasn't even grown all his hair, yet dares to threaten me. Ha ha. The medical industry is a place not just anyone is qualified to tread." Liu Xiaochun gently pushed his gold-rimmed glasses aside and said, "I'm so angry. If this nano-targeted immune drug is widely released to the market, your family's profits will probably drop by half." Hua Tsang snorted coldly. "Don't make sarcastic remarks here. Your Liu family also has a certain share of the cancer tumor market. I'm losing money. Do you think you're not? Moreover, once this emerging biotechnology company has established itself, he will quickly build trust among all patients with the 100% cure rate of this nano-targeted immune activation drug for cancer. From now on, even if I want to buy cold medicine, I will probably have to buy his brand. You'd better pray that he doesn't come up with a vaccine or something like that. Otherwise, your fate will not be any better." Liu Xiaochun's face suddenly darkened, and he shouted angrily. "Even if I give him 10 guts, he wouldn't dare." Hua Tsang laughed out loud, but his laughter was so loud that he started coughing again. After calming down for a while, he finally spoke. "Do you think he doesn't dare? He's offering a miracle drug that's 100% effective in curing cancer. What else could he be afraid of?" Liu Xiaochun was speechless for a moment. He glared at Heian, who was still eating beside him, and couldn't help but complain. "Could you please stop thinking about your damn spaghetti and actually say something?" Heian took his time, stuffing the last mouthful of noodles into his mouth. He then very gracefully wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth with a napkin, and then spoke calmly. "If you ask me, this Guyang is just a young man who is new to the profession and doesn't know the rules. But one has to admit that he does have some talent, and he was able to develop such a miraculous medicine. We just need to educate him, and then we may be able to make use of him. His company is currently so small, if he wants to grow bigger and stronger, he'll need some capital injection, right? We have the money and the channels. So aren't we his best partners?" Hua Tsang looked dissatisfied. "I don't want to work with him. He's like a madman coming up with this bullshit miracle drug that can cure more than 90% of cancers with just one injection. He also publicly stated that the profit was only about 10%. How much market share would be lost? In the past, you only needed to do some surgery or chemotherapy to make much more money than he did. You could get millions from any person. He made a fool of himself with this move." Heian chuckled and shook his head. "It's normal for young people not to know the rules. We just need to educate them properly. Just make him understand the 3 basic principles of the medical market: safety, high cost, and inefficiency. Haha. I think this young man is quite talented. If we can use him, he might bring us even greater benefits later on." After hearing this, Liu Xiaochun, who was sitting above, thought about it secretly and nodded. "I also think what Heian said makes sense. Since this incident has already happened and the immune activation drug has been developed, our previous ordinary methods of hiring water armies are probably no longer effective against him. Now, we can only find a way to make it work for us. If possible, we should acquire his Cheong biotechnology company to make up for the losses." Hua Tsang took a puff of his cigar, looking disdainful. "You guys have a nice idea, but will that guy be so obedient? But don't forget that most young people are often unruly, let alone a genius like him. Expecting him to work for us like a dog is probably unrealistic." Heian smiled brightly. "If we use conventional means, it's indeed not very realistic, but I have my own way." After he finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair and gently patted the table with his hands. The next moment, the door to the reception room slowly opened. A burly man about 1.8 meters tall, with muscles that seemed to be about to burst his suit, appeared at the door. His pair of skull earrings reflecting an evil light swayed from side to side. This person was none other than Meng Xiao, the current owner of the underground boxing gym. He cleared his throat and introduced. "This is Meng Xiao, the owner of the Tianjin City Underground Boxing Gym. He has fought his way up through the sea of blood and corpses, and is well known throughout the underground world. It was fate that brought him and me together. He will help us solve the problem of teaching Gu Yang a lesson." Meng Xiao had a confident smile on his face. He walked up to the 3 big men and bowed slightly. Even when facing such a behemoth as the 3 major families that control the national medical industry, Meng Xiao still behaved neither humble nor arrogant, which made the three people in front of him look at him with admiration. Meng Xiao said, "Please rest assured, my three friends, Meng Xiao, will take care of things and will definitely not cause you any trouble. I guarantee that within a week, this Gu Yang will be as obedient to you all as a dog." Hearing this, the three leading figures were very satisfied. With their current status and position, they have everything they want, but they are unwilling to take any risks. It would be great to have this Meng Xiao to help them. Lu Xiaoqin leaned back in his chair, half closed his eyes, and spoke. "I admire you. Once this matter is settled, our three major families can each give you a small company with a market value of over 100 million yuan. I will ensure you have a life of plenty." The smile on Meng Xiao's face became even brighter. The reason he took on this business was just for the money. Chapter 160 give you a salary increase. After leaving the private room of the club, Meng Xiao returned to his private car, and the junior fellow student next to him immediately and considerately lit a cigarette for him. Meng Xiao smiled and took a deep breath. Only then did the junior brother slowly speak and express his doubts. "Brother, aren't we dealing with the night butcher now? We've already hired the gold medal killer. Why did you take on this job? Are you busy enough to handle it?" Meng Xiao puffed out smoke with an indifferent look on his face. "Junior brother, you don't know this. Opportunities are rare and will never come back. Having the chance to get close to these three great families is like a big pie falling from the sky. How can you miss it? Besides, how difficult is it to deal with a young boy who doesn't know his place? As for the night butcher, I have the golden killer protecting me, so I'm completely safe." When the junior brother heard Meng Xiao say this, he could only nod in agreement. Indeed, these three families almost control the lifeline of the national medical industry and make a fortune. Even if a little oil or water leaks out from between their fingers, it is enough to drown them. Just to deal with a small person like Gu Yang, the three major families were willing to each give up a small company with a market value of over 100 million yuan, which adds up to 300 million yuan. And this is not just 300 million in cash. It represents a steady stream of income in the future. These three small companies not only have a market value of hundreds of millions, but were also once controlled by three major families. They must have top channels and stable projects. As long as they can be controlled in their hands, their lives are basically set. Meng Xiao looked out the window. Although he was in his prime, he had actually already started planning for retirement. The higher you go in the underworld, the more you realize how deep the water is. Basically, only 1 in 100 people can retire from these positions intactly. With these three companies in hand, Meng Xiao can do some legitimate business sooner, retire from the underworld, and maybe even have a good ending. He didn't want to die inexplicably like his master. What's more, there's a night butcher hiding here who can kill people without anyone noticing. I just hope that the gold medal killer from Japan can be capable enough to solve this big trouble." Meng Xiao slowly said to Mu Rong, who was driving, "Call Zhang Xiaodao and ask him to handle this matter, first to find out what Gu Yang's background is. Maybe it's a silver-plated spearhead, and I can handle it without any intervention." Mu Rong nodded. "No problem. I'll arrange it right away." The scale of the live broadcast was really huge, and the audience was extremely enthusiastic. Often after one problem, there are a lot of new ones. Under the attention of so many people, Gu Yang must be careful with his words and actions and must not say a wrong word. After a long time, even Gu Yang was sweating profusely, and Yuan Qinxiu, who was even weaker next to him, felt dizzy. The host Xiao Sa also noticed the fatigue of the two, especially Yuan Qinxiu, who had just recovered from serious illness and needed more rest. If anything happened to this important person, he could not take the responsibility. So he quickly said to the camera, "My friends, it's getting late today. What's more, Mr. Gu and Mayor Yuan have basically answered all the questions in our minds. In my opinion, this live broadcast will end here for now. Next time, we will arrange a more important program and invite Mr. Gu to participate. Now, let us end this wonderful live broadcast journey." The live broadcast was ended, and the other media reporters and internet celebrities in the audience looked extremely regretful. They didn't even have the qualifications to come forward and talk to them. There was no way. The person standing next to Gu Yang was the old mayor of Tianjin City. How could these small characters like them have the qualifications to go up and talk to him? Under Mu Rong's arrangement, the patients and reporters at the scene gradually dispersed, leaving only Yuan Qinxiu and his secretary and bodyguard. Gu Yang stretched out his hand and gently shook hands with Yuan Qinxiu. Yuan Qinxiu looked at Gu Yang with eyes full of admiration. If Yuan Qinshu was not over 50 years old, Guiyang would really be worried that this guy had other intentions. But what Yuan Qinshu was thinking at this moment was, talent, great talent. I never thought that Tianxin City could produce a real dragon. No, I must do everything I can to keep this real dragon in our city. In the future, this Chaoyang biotechnology company will inevitably grow bigger and bigger, and will also be able to drive the development of the entire Tianxin City. These are all my political achievements, Guiyang said with a smile. Mayor Yuan, it's getting late. I see you're very tired. It's time to rest. Let's stop here for today. Although Yuan Qinshu was extremely tired, he still felt a little unsatisfied. He could only sigh and say, it's all my fault that my body is not strong enough. To be honest, of all the young people I have ever met in my life, you, Mr. Gu, are the best. As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up. Guiyang waved his hands quickly. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Yuan Qinshu continued. The future belongs to you young people. The conversation we had just now also allowed me to see Mr. Gu's great ambitions. In addition, Mr. Gu, you are my savior. After I go back, I will definitely hold a special meeting with the city to fully support your entrepreneurship. As far as I know, the funds in our Chaoyang Biotechnology Company's account are very limited, right? Don't worry, I'm here. I'll solve this problem for you when I get back. When Guiyang heard this, he immediately smiled brightly. Thank you very much, Mayor Yuan, for your great help. Don't worry, now that I have mastered this ability, I will definitely use it to benefit more people. Isn't there a saying that with great power comes great responsibility? I've always believed that. Yuan Qinshu patted Guiyang on the shoulder and said, That's good, that's good. Young man, I believe in you. I'll go back first, and I'll arrange for you to come to my house for dinner in a couple of days. Then we'll have a couple of drinks. Okay, I'll definitely accompany you to the end. Yuan Qinshu and Guiyang seemed to have met too late. They exchanged greetings for a long time before reluctantly parting. After everyone left, Mu Rong hurried over to Guiyang with the tablet in his hand, pointed at the data on the computer, and said cheerfully, Old Gu, we're rich, we're rich. Today's live broadcast really worked. Public opinion has completely reversed, and now the entire internet is full of our supporters. The nano-targeted immune activation drug that I put on pre-sale on the website has already sold nearly 100,000 copies. Even at the current production speed of our fully automated production plant, it will probably take 2 to 3 months to complete. Guiyang also saw the data on the website and the overwhelming praise, and was extremely pleased. Finally, my work was not in vain. After stretching, he waved to Su Changcheng, who had been serving him. Su Changcheng immediately understood what he meant, pushed his wheelchair from behind, and slowly walked out. Mu Rong was stunned for a moment and shouted, Old Gu, what are you going to do? Guiyang waved to Mu Rong with his back and said, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going back to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Mu Rong slapped his thigh angrily. Well, you work half a day and then go back to sleep, and I'm left to run the company, with all the profits going to your account. That's not fair. I am quitting. Guiyang smiled and said, Okay, I'll give you a raise next month. I told you we're brothers. You won't let me suffer this loss. How much is the increase? Let's raise it by 250 yuan. F asterisk asterisk KU. Chapter 161. Chapter 161. Buying 70% of your shares. In the laboratory of Kyoto City's top university, Su Jianshan was watching this live broadcast with a group of white-haired old researchers. After the live broadcast ended, Su Jianshan laughed triumphantly. How about it? Now you know I'm not exaggerating. You old bastards are just looking down on others. Now you know what a genius is, don't you? The other professors in the biology laboratory were all stunned. If everything in a live broadcast is true, then this young man is truly remarkable. Su Jianshan said Pooh directly. I personally vouch for him. How could this be false? I have all the relevant papers in my hand, and I told you to read them, but you didn't. You're all so stupid. It has to be said that prejudice in people's hearts is a huge mountain. The main reason why Su Jianshan returned to his alma mater with the thesis and related materials was that he wanted to obtain a professor title for Guiyang, and at the same time to implement the thesis that Guiyang was going to publish on an international website. But in the end, when Su Jianshan met these old friends and told them the purpose of his visit, these old researchers did not take his words to heart at all. They had a preconceived notion that how could a young man in his 20s develop a special medicine that could cure cancer 100%? The name sounds so high-sounding, such as nano-targeted immune activating drug, but it is most likely a scam. They even thought that Su Jianshan was senile and confused, which was why he was deceived. At this moment, when the truth was laid before their eyes, the old professors were stunned. Su Jianshan said proudly, "Since you are all old friends, and this is my alma mater, I hurried over to give you the news. If it's too late and my little brother accepts an invitation from another university and becomes a professor, don't blame me for not reminding him." After saying that, Su Jianshan took the relevant information in his hand, turned around, and walked out of the laboratory, as if he didn't even intend to look back. The group of old brothers around him suddenly became anxious and blocked Su Jianshan's way. They were all professors and deans of the top universities in Kyoto, but at this moment, they seemed like a group of anxious old men, shouting, "No, no, you can't just leave like this. Such an outstanding talent must join our top university and bring glory to our country." That's right. If we don't raise his salary, what will happen if he gets abducted by foreign forces? How many talented people have been deceived and taken abroad over the years and never returned? I suggest that we give him an honorary doctorate first. That's right, but I think this is not enough. We can also hire him as a founding professor of our subject. Since he developed a nano-targeted immune drug and achieved a 100% cure for cancer through this drug, he can definitely be called the founder of this field. Right. Why don't we invite him to give a speech at the first university and then hire him as the director of our national key laboratory? With his abilities, he's totally qualified for the position. At this moment, the situation is reversed. Su Jianshan didn't need to make any requests, as the old men in front of him immediately offered all kinds of benefits wholeheartedly. Su Jianshan nodded with satisfaction. That's more than enough. It shows your sincerity. Considering our long-standing friendship, I will reluctantly introduce you to someone. Everyone who can sit in this position has infinite passion for medical research. They are well aware that it is extremely difficult to make even small breakthroughs in any field nowadays, let alone epic-making breakthroughs like nano-targeted immune agents. If I could have an in-depth exchange with Guiyang and learn the core of this knowledge, perhaps I could use this as a basis to completely cure other difficult and complicated diseases. This is a great event that will benefit the world and be remembered forever. After finishing work, Guiyang left the factory under the care of Su Changxing and came to the underground parking lot. Just as they were about to get in the car, a tattered van suddenly stopped in front of Guiyang and Su Changxing. The door of the van was opened with a crash, and 5 burly men with ferocious faces walked out of the car. They were filled with the stench of cigarettes and sweat, and were obviously thugs. Seeing the critical situation, Su Changcheng quickly opened her arms to block Guiyang, staring at the group of people in front of her with vigilance. "Who are you? What do you want to do? I warn you, Mr. Gu's identity is very important, and he now has the support of Mayor Yuan. If you touch Mr. Gu, you will not be able to bear the responsibility. Go away now, or I'll call the police." Su Changcheng could tell at a glance that these people were up to no good. After threatening them verbally, she took out her cell phone and prepared to call the law enforcement bureau. But at this moment, the man with a black cock cut in the front slapped Su Chingxing's phone hard, and the phone flew more than 10 meters away. With a click, it turned into a pile of rubbish. Then, he pulled out a half-meter-long dagger from his waist, gently placed it on Su Chingxing's neck, and said viciously to Guiyang beside him, "Mr. Gu, right? Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Xiaodao, and everyone on the street calls me Brother Dao. The reason why I came here to find you is because the boss Meng behind us has taken a fancy to the company you own and wants to help you. I heard that your Cheoyang biotechnology company is facing financial difficulties now. Our boss Meng is planning to invest in the company and purchase 70% of the shares of your company at a price of 1 million. If you agree, just sign this contract. We'll be a family from now on. Your business will be my business. I can even take you out for hot pot and chat." After saying that, he took a thick stack of contract from the younger brother next to him and threw it into Gu Yang's arms. Hearing this, Gu Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing, looking at Zhang Xiaodao as if he were a fool. "Brother Dao, huh? You look like an illiterate. You're willing to spend 1 million to buy 70% of my company's shares. How can you afford that? Not to mention 1 million. Even if it's 100 million, you are not qualified to negotiate with me." Zhang Xiaodao's eyes instantly became more ferocious when he heard Gu Yang's words. "I say, you crippled idiot, are you going to refuse my toast? If you think the price isn't right, that's fine. Then get in the car with us, and we'll discuss it in detail when we get there. Don't worry, our boss Meng has plenty of money and won't treat you unfairly. And sometimes when doing business, don't just focus on the money. You also have to pay attention to your own safety. What's the point of making money if you don't have a life to enjoy it? Zhang Xiaodao's words were full of threats. But Gu Yang took his time, and in front of him, he crumpled the thick stack of contracts into a solid ball. Before Zhang Xiaodao could react to what Gu Yang was trying to do, the next moment, the paper ball flew toward his face like a cannonball and hit his nose hard. The huge force knocked him to the ground, and the severe pain on his nose made him cry. He staggered to his feet and touched his nose, which was covered in warm blood. His nose was completely broken. Zhang Xiaodao instantly became furious, clenched his fists, and yelled, "Fuck you." Chapter 162 Chapter 162 This paralysis has been practiced. Zhang Xiaodao was a small leader after all, and he was well known in the underworld, but he was knocked to the ground by a paper ball, and his nose was broken. It was such a great humiliation. He waved the small dagger in his hand, ready to cut a gash on Gu Yang's face. Su Chengcheng was shocked and pulled Gu Yang's wheelchair to escape. However, Gu Yang just stretched out his hand and pushed Su Chengcheng aside. Zhang Xiaodao had already rushed in front of Gu Yang and chopped him down fiercely with his sword. Everyone seemed to have expected that Gu Yang's body would be torn into pieces, but in the end, Gu Yang sat in a wheelchair, facing the knife without changing his expression. At the moment when the knife was about to fall, he suddenly made a move and firmly grasped Zhang Xiaodao's wrist. Zhang Xiaodao's eyes widened instantly. He never expected that the seemingly paralyzed man in front of him would have such great strength in his hands. His wrist was pinched, and he couldn't move at all. Then, a piercing pain came over him, and he howled like a wild boar. "It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Let me go!" In desperation, he prepared to punch Gu Yang with his other hand. But Gu Yang suddenly exerted force again with the hand that was holding his wrist. With a crack, his wrist was bent 90 degrees, and the bone was broken. The sharp bone fragments even pierced the skin, revealing the blood, which made people feel weak in the legs just by looking at it. Zhang Xiaodao seemed to have lost all his strength at that moment, and he fell to his knees with a plop. His face was pale, and cold sweat was pouring out. He couldn't even speak. This kind of severe pain was beyond his endurance limit. Gu Yang gave a light flick, and Zhang Xiaodao, whose hand was already broken, was thrown 2 or 3 meters away on the spot. He curled up on the ground, covering his broken hand and shaking violently. The rest of the brothers gathered around, their faces full of concern, but their eyes were filled with fear. Brother Dao, what's the situation? Do you want to call an ambulance?" It's over. Hurry up and get some bandages." Zhang Xiaodao tried hard to come back to his senses and yelled to his brother beside him, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up, use your knife, and kill him." However, the younger brother next to him said timidly, "Brother Dao, Boss Meng said that we can't harm this paralyzed man. He still has value." Zhang Xiaodao was furious and cursed. "Then I won't kill him, but I'll at least chop him half to death." However, none of the remaining 5 brothers were willing to take action. "Are you kidding? You're out here just to make money. It's only 2 or 3,000 yuan a month. Is it worth risking your life for it?" Zhang Xiaodao is obviously a lesson learned from the past. The bones in his hands were broken, and the bones pierced the flesh and were exposed. Can this thing be cured? Maybe from now on, I will become a one-armed hero and even be able to apply for a disability certificate. None of the people in front of him were willing to suffer the same fate as Zhang Xiaodao. This was not paralysis at all. He was clearly a ruthless man who killed people without blinking an eye. Gu Yang subdued Zhang Xiaodao with just one move. He looked at Zhang Xiaodao's miserable appearance, just smiled contemptuously, and said nothing. This terrifying smile had frightened the other brothers so much that they dared not step forward. Zhang Xiaodao was furious, and at this moment, he also understood the thoughts of the brothers around him. To be honest, if it were him, he would definitely not go up there to seek death at this moment. This damn paralysis was obviously hidden deep inside, and it was not something that these little minions of theirs could solve. He gritted his teeth and glared at Gu Yang fiercely. "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some skills. You defeated me, but can you also defeat Boss Meng? Besides, there are thousands of brothers in our boxing gym. Can you really beat them all? Just wait and see. You will regret it." After Zhang Xiaodao finished speaking, he glared fiercely at the brothers around him. "What are you still standing there for? Help me get in the car." The rest of the brothers felt relieved. They could finally retreat and slack off for another day to earn their wages. They hurriedly helped the seriously injured Zhang Xiaodao into the car. The driver didn't say anything didn't even fasten his seatbelt, and drove away with his foot on the accelerator. Su Changcheng was stunned beside him. She was so scared just now that she didn't know what would happen next. She never expected that Gu Yong had such ability to cripple Zhang Xiaodao with just one move. She turned around and looked at Gu Yong with some admiration, but found that Gu Yong had his eyes half closed and was muttering something, as if he was chanting some strange spell. Su Changcheng didn't dare to disturb him. After Gu Yong finished chanting the spell and opened his eyes, she said excitedly, "Mr. Gu, you're amazing. You just defeated Zhang Xiaodao with one hand. Have you ever practiced martial arts?" Gu Yong smiled lightly. "Of course I have. I've practiced street dance and belly dance before. Do you want me to perform with you?" Su Changcheng rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. Mr. Gu really loves to joke. "I'm just kidding. Have you forgotten that I used to move bricks at a construction site? It's not normal for me to have a bit of strength in my hands." Su Changcheng was confused. Can bricks be moved so powerfully? Then wouldn't every worker on the construction site be a god of war? She swallowed and spoke carefully. "Mr. Gu, could you arrange for me to go to the construction site and move bricks for a few days to get some exercise?" Gu Yong was stunned for a moment. "You ate too much and can't digest it, right? Girls are fine at home. Why do you need to exercise?" Su Changcheng felt a little embarrassed. "I also hope to be able to protect Mr. Gu next time. If I can work part-time as both a caregiver and a bodyguard, can Mr. Gu give me a raise again?" Gu Yong was speechless on the spot. "Can't you think of something other than a pay raise? Just do your job well first." Su Changcheng stuck out her tongue and cheerfully pushed Gu Yong to get in the car, while also asking, "I just saw Mr. Gu reciting some kind of spell. Is it any use?" Gu Yong shrugged. "It's not really of any particular use. It's just a parting gift for them." The van was running recklessly on the road, causing many drivers behind it to curse. But when they looked through the window and saw the group of people with bare arms and tattoos inside, no one dared to say a word. Several younger brothers in the car were busy bandaging the wound on Zhang Xiaodao's hand. Zhang Xiaodao endured the pain and cursed. "Damn it, when I get back I'm going to tell Boss Meng exactly what happened today." This damn Gu Yong refused to accept the toast. "So he's dead. I'm going to ask Boss Meng to hand him over to me, and then I'll break the bones in his hand one by one." The other brothers immediately started to flatter him. "That's right, Brother Dao. I think you were too careless at the time. If you had known that guy was capable, we should have attacked him together. There's no way a paralyzed person can handle 5 or 6 of us at once. Damn it, I think Boss Meng is too merciful. He actually let us spare his life. We wouldn't dare to do anything ruthless in this situation. If it weren't for Boss Meng's order, he would have been lying in his coffin by now. He's just a lucky kid. I don't know what lucky incense his ancestors burned to help him develop some kind of crappy cancer cure. Otherwise, I could easily control him like a dog." They cursed and kept discussing how to take revenge on Gu Yong. But they didn't notice that when they drove out of the underground parking lot, a wisp of light red smoke slowly floated in from the car window. One of the younger brothers was cursing when he looked up and suddenly found that there was an extra person in the passenger seat. To be precise, perhaps this thing should not be called a human. This is a woman wearing a long red dress, with disheveled hair, and her face cannot be seen clearly. But she was ridiculously tall. If she stood up, she would definitely be over 3 meters tall. Sitting in the passenger seat, she could only curl up and hug her knees with her hands. Even so, her head had already hit the roof of the van. At the end of her long hair, drops of blood were still dripping, as if her long dress was completely stained red with blood. There's a ghost." Chapter 163, Chapter 163 Clues from the Dashcam. Following this exclamation, everyone in the car focused their attention on the passenger seat. They also saw this terrifying woman. For a moment, everyone in the car was in chaos. "Help! Help! Damn it! Someone come and help! Stop the car immediately! You idiot! Why are you still driving? Can't you see there's a ghost sitting next to you? Stop the car! Stop the car! Police officer, come and save us!" In panic, some people even rushed forward and tried to grab the steering wheel from the driver. The person who was driving was already terrified at this time. Someone came over to grab the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to lose control. The tattered van hit the guardrail on the side of the bridge directly, flew out of the overpass, and with a splash, fell into the middle of the surging Yangtze River. This scene scared the rest of the vehicles on the bridge. They all stopped, and the car owner stood on the bridge looking down. After the van fell into the river, it disappeared without a trace in an instant. Enthusiastic people are very anxious. Hurry, call someone. Salvage it quickly. I know you're anxious, but please don't rush. Don't you see where we are? The bridge is about 50 meters above the river surface, and the river water below is more than 100 meters deep. Even if the rescue team arrives, what can they do? I think they'll probably just salvage the bodies. It won't make any difference if they come earlier or later. That's right. If you ask me, these people deserve it. Just now they were running recklessly on the road, not obeying traffic rules, and not even turning on the lights when changing lanes. I wanted to argue, but when I rolled down the car window, I saw shirtless, tattooed men inside. They looked bad. They must have done too many evil things, and God must have come to punish them. Alas, this is what they call, you reap what you sow. Although the guys in the van are not good people, the law enforcement agency still has to do its job. In a short while, the staff had blocked the riverbanks on both sides, and the salvage team began a shuttle across the river. Because these people fell down with the van, they were big targets and easy to find. After a while, the van that sank to the bottom of the river was found. After an afternoon of salvaging, all the bodies were finally pulled out. There were 6 bodies, neatly laid out on the shore. The captain of the salvage team took off his professional uniform and reported to Lu Tao breathlessly. Deputy Director Lu, everyone has been brought up. However, there was probably nothing that could be done for the van, as the river was flowing fast and the place where the van fell was stuck in a pile of mud. I guess we can only wait until the tide goes out to see if we can pull the car up. But we did take a few photos in the water and also took the dash cam off the car. After saying that, the captain of the salvage team handed the relevant items to Lu Tao. Lu Tao quickly handed it to the technicians behind him and ordered them to export the files in the dash cam immediately. Afterwards, Lu Tao brought several staff members to the bodies. After just a simple examination, Lu Tao immediately determined the cause of death of these people. They were all drowned. However, what was strange was that Lu Tao saw that the wrist of one of them was strangely twisted, and even the bone fragments had pierced through the skin and were exposed, as if it had been broken by some means. There were some bandage marks on it, and it looked like the injury had been sustained that morning. Lu Tao rubbed his forehead, sighed, and said, I really hope this is just an ordinary traffic accident and doesn't cause me any more trouble. Lu Tao sat on a big rock by the river, looking extremely tired. He lit a cigarette to refresh himself, his eyes bloodshot. He hasn't had a good night's sleep since the night butcher appeared. There were unsolved cases almost every day. As the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau and the main person in charge of the case, he couldn't even find any clues. This feeling of frustration made him want to die. Sometimes, Lu Tao even prayed that the night butcher would appear in front of him one day and give him a quick death. On the one hand, it can bring relief, and on the other hand, it will allow him to see clearly before he dies who this night butcher is and why he has such great powers. After a while, the staff nearby had exported the files from the dashcam. He took a tablet and ran to Lu Tao in 2 or 3 steps. Deputy Director Lu, please take a quick look. This is the image and sound recorded by the dashcam before the accident. Lu Tao quickly clicked on the images recorded by the dashcam, which were basically all from the front of the vehicle, so he couldn't get any useful clues. He could only see the vehicle losing control before it fell into the river. But the recording can give us a rough idea of how these people drive. There's a ghost. Help! Help! Someone come and help me, damn it. Step on the brakes, you idiot. Step on the brakes. Why are you steering? Do you know how to drive? If you can't, then I'll do it. After listening to this, Lu Tao frowned tightly. From the time the accident occurred to the time the van fell into the river, it took only 2 or 3 minutes. Judging from the content of the recording, they seemed to have seen a ghost in the car. Several law enforcement officers who listened to the recording with Lu Tao all felt a chill on their backs. Deputy Director Lu, what on earth is going on? Are there really ghosts in this world? Yes, their voices sounded as if they had really seen something horrible. 1 or 2 people could say they were mistaken, but all 5 or 6 people in the car said they saw a ghost. But when they were salvaged, there was no one else except these victims. Could it be that it is really haunted? Lu Tao opened his mouth. He really wanted to tell everyone that ghosts do exist in this world, but he couldn't say it. He could only sigh and say, trust science. Maybe these guys were drunk or on drugs. However, just as he finished speaking, the forensic doctor in charge of examining the body came over, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Deputy Director Lu, I conducted a preliminary diagnostic examination and found that none of the people in the car had any bad behavior, such as drinking or taking drugs. I contacted my colleagues at the hospital and checked their medical records. It seems none of them have any serious illnesses. They are all in good health. Now, Lu Tao couldn't find any reason to explain himself, and even began to doubt himself. Could it be that these guys really encountered a ghost? But how do I write this report? Lu Tao felt his scalp tingling, picked up the tablet in his hand, and said, "Push the progress bar a little further. Maybe we can get some other clues." That damn Guyang refused to accept my toast. So he's dead. I'm going to ask Boss Meng to hand him over to me. When the time comes, I'll break the bones in his hand one by one. When the recording was played forward a bit, the cursing voices of the people in the car reached the ears of Lu Tao and others directly. Lu Tao was startled because he heard a very familiar name, Guyang. Could it be that the guy in the car had his hand broken by this Guyang? Could this haunted incident be related to Guyang? Why is it such a coincidence that Guyang is behind so many cases? Is it really because Guyang was born with bad luck? Even though Lu Tao has ruled out Guyang's suspicion many times, there are really too many coincidences. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, 100% match. At this moment, Lu Tao felt that his brain was a mess, especially the appearance of Guyang, which made him even more confused. At this moment, a noise came from not far away. "Sorry, sir. No one is allowed to enter." "Open your eyes and take a look. When I was the captain of the Law Enforcement Bureau, you hadn't even started yet. Get out of the way. I'm here to help your deputy director, Lu, investigate the case." Lu Tao looked up and saw that Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling had appeared outside the cordon not far away, but they were stopped outside by a young colleague who had just joined the company. Lu Tao quickly waved his hand. "Let them in. They're all family." The young colleague scratched his head awkwardly and made way. "I'm sorry, I'm new here." Li Kaiyun patted his shoulder. "Work hard. The future belongs to you young people." After saying that, Li Kaiyun took Chu Lingling to Lu Tao's side. He first glanced at the body at the scene, and finally his eyes stopped at the broken wrist of Zhang Xiaodao. While looking at the wound, he asked Lu Tao, "So what's the conclusion now?" Lu Tao first asked in return, "Why are you here? This isn't a case that happened at night, and it has nothing to do with the night butcher. I won't pay you extra." Li Kaiyun rolled his eyes at him. "Look at you. You're almost obsessed with money. I happened to be shopping nearby and heard something happened, so I stopped by to take a look. Don't think I'm deliberately trying to help you. Let's talk about the case." Lu Tao handed the tablet to Li Kaiyun. Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling next to him leaned over and listened to the recording carefully. After listening, Li Kaiyun frowned. "It's this Guyang again. Why do I feel like more than half of the cases are somehow related to him? Could it be that he is the reincarnation of the god of death?" Lu Tao sighed and shook his head. "I'm not sure, but it seems like this guy is really unlucky." Chu Lingling walked over and took their mobile phones from beside the corpses. She used the microcomputer she carried with her to quickly crack the internal storage of the mobile phones and retrieve the corresponding chat records. After taking a look, she immediately sorted out the cause and effect. "I've already checked, and these 6 guys are all Meng Zhao's thugs. Following Meng Zhao's orders, they wanted to force Guyang to sign a contract to purchase 70% of shares for 1 million yuan. According to the orders Meng Zhao gave them in the chat records, if Guyang did not agree, they needed to forcibly take Guyang away and give him a good beating until he agreed. The results are also very obvious. They had already started reporting their work to Meng Zhao while on the road. This is the corresponding chat record. You can take a look. It was obvious that their coming to cause trouble not only did not bring any trouble to Guyang, but the leader Zhang Xiaodao even had his wrist broken by Guyang easily. They had originally planned to go to the hospital to treat their hand injuries, but unexpectedly they encountered an accident on the way. There are indeed no secrets in the era of big data. Chu Lingling immediately investigated the whole cause and effect clearly. Unfortunately, she didn't understand the real reason why the car was haunted. Li Kaiyun put down the tablet computer in his hand, staring intently at Lu Tao and Chu Lingling in front of him. "Can I give you a guess?" Lu Tao rolled his eyes at him. "Just say what you want to say. Can I block your mouth with a big damn?" Li Kaiyun had no intention of bickering with Lu Tao at this moment, but said word by word, "I suspect this Guyang is most likely the night butcher." For a moment, everyone at the scene was stunned. Lu Tao frowned. "But I should have told you before that I have ruled out Guyang's suspicion many times. It is absolutely impossible for him to be the night butcher." Li Kaiyun shook his head. "But based on the information I have about the night butcher, this Guyang is a 100% match. Look at the wound on Zhang Xiaodao's wrist. Combined with the description of what Zhang Xiaodao said when he reported to Meng Zhao, it is clear that Guyang grabbed his wrist and broke it violently. I would like to ask, can a normal person possess such strength? Can a normal person possess such a cruel heart? This question gave Lu Tao an epiphany. Not to mention ordinary normal people, even internationally renowned strongmen would find it unlikely to do this. Li Kaiyan spoke again. These guys had a conflict with Gu Yang and died right after. Gu Yang is clearly the biggest suspect. What's more, these guys died because they saw a ghost and were so frightened that their vehicle lost control and fell into the river. The Night Butcher also possessed abilities related to ghosts. Don't forget, the Night Butcher once stole control of the corpse from the Wang family. Lu Tao was even more speechless on the spot. Li Kaiyan added, Wang Xiaoyu died because she sent ghosts to assassinate Gu Yang, and Wang Anya and Wang Guifang died because their investigations led them to Gu Yang. Isn't that a coincidence? At this point, Chu Lingling next to him also spoke. Have you watched today's live broadcast? Gu Yang has developed a nano-targeted immune-activating drug that can 100% cure cancer. Furthermore, his factory is a fully automated one that he designed and programmed himself. Li Kaiyan nodded after hearing this. That's true, but I've been busy investigating the Night Butcher and haven't really watched the live broadcast. Chu Lingling continued. My focus is more on the fact that Gu Yang completed the programming and mechanical design of the entire automated factory by himself. Do you know what this means? It means that his achievements in computer science are also extraordinary. Don't forget, we've already concluded that the Night Butcher possesses hacking abilities that are no less impressive than mine. The three fell silent again. According to this discussion, the outlines of Gu Yang and the Night Butcher overlapped so perfectly. He possesses physical fitness far beyond that of ordinary people, a cruel heart, top-notch network technology, and mysterious yin-yang secrets. If one or two of these things are just coincidences, then so many overlapping suspicions cannot be ignored. At this time, Chu Lingling opened her microcomputer again, took out a few pictures, and handed them to Lu Tao and Li Kaiyan. Some time ago, I was busy investigating the content of the runes on these pictures. Through the internet, I found another person who is good at the secret art of yin and yang. Through his explanation of the runes, I discovered that two of the runes Wang Anya left behind were redundant. Everyone looked in the direction of Chu Lingling's finger, and sure enough, in the lower right corner of a circle of strange runes, there were two patterns that seemed out of place, as if they had been added later. Chu Lingling spoke again. Look carefully. Do these two patterns look like the two letters Zhuai? Everyone took a closer look, and their breathing suddenly stopped. Lu Tao couldn't help but mutter to himself. Zhuai? Could these two letters represent Gu Yang's name? Lu Tao collapsed to the ground in an instant, muttering to himself. It shouldn't be like this. I have clearly monitored him so many times, and even had dinner with him several times. I know him in depth. He shouldn't be the Night Butcher. Besides, isn't he paralyzed? How could he possibly do this? Chu Lingling raised her head, her eyes sharp. What if his paralysis was fake? Likayun snurtakulli. Don't worry about that. Just arrest him first. Chapter 165 Chapter 165 Gold Medal Killer Gloom. In the dim underground boxing gym, Meng Xiao sat alone on the sofa. Under the flickering light, his swollen muscles were filled with explosive power, as if he were a killing god from an ancient battlefield. When he saw the news about the van falling into the river on his mobile phone, he suddenly became furious. With one hand, he broke the smartphone in his hand into two halves. Meng Xiao punched the sandbag in front of him hard, creating a huge hole in it. Idiots. All of them are idiots. They can't even handle such a small matter. They can't even take away a paralyzed person. What a bunch of useless people. The little brothers who had been secretly watching Meng Xiao in the corner didn't dare to look up at this moment. However, they still couldn't escape. Meng Xiao turned around and glared at them fiercely, then pointed at a shirtless, yellow-haired boy. You, come on stage with me. The yellow-haired man's legs trembled with fear, but he didn't dare to disobey at all. He could only put on his boxing gloves and stand obediently on the ring. For safety reasons, he even wore protective gear, such as a headgear. However, Meng Xiao walked up with his bare chest and empty hands. He looked at the yellow-haired boy in front of him and snorted coldly. Punch! The yellow-haired boy gritted his teeth, roared, and punched Meng Xiao in the face. This punch was extremely fast, and even a professional boxer might not be able to deliver at this level. However, the moment the punch reached Meng Xiao, he simply raised his hand slightly and easily took the punch. The yellow-haired thug was stunned for a moment. He wanted to break free, but Meng Xiao's fingers clenched his fist tightly, making him unable to move at all. There was no other way The yellow-haired thug could only raise his leg and attack again. But Meng Xiao was obviously faster, and he hit the yellow-haired thug's raised left knee with another punch. With a click, the yellow-haired thug's knee joint instantly twisted to 90 degrees. Ah! The yellow-haired man let out a shrill scream. Meng Xiao still didn't stop. He grabbed the yellow-haired man's fist with one hand and attacked with the other, punching him in the chest again and again. Every time he punched, a crisp crack sound could be heard. The yellow-haired man retreated repeatedly, spitting blood from his mouth. Meng Xiao vented his anger and cursed. Is this all you can do? I've had you practice boxing every day, but what have you been practicing? All you do every day is slack off, drink, go to bars, and flirt with girls. How can you improve your skills? No wonder you can't do anything right. You can't even solve the paralysis. Garbage, all garbage. Trash should be damned. Every curse was followed by a heavy punch. The moment Meng Xiao completely vented his anger and let go of his hand, the yellow-haired thug collapsed heavily on the ring, his eyes wide open, his body twitching slightly from time to time, and he would spit out a mouthful of blood with every twitch. Meng Xiao walked off the ring angrily, and the other thugs dared to rush up to check Huang Mao's injuries. However, after the thugs looked at each other, they all sighed and shook their heads. It was too late. Meng Xiao snorted coldly and said, "Find a few people to go to the Law Enforcement Bureau to investigate the cause of Zhang Xiaodao and the other's death." Several younger brothers nodded repeatedly. "No problem, Boss Meng. We'll do it right away." After these younger brothers left, Meng Xiao sat on the sofa, wiping the blood from his fist, and said to the shadow in the corner, "Come out. I've spent so much money, and I haven't even seen you a few times. I feel like I've wasted the money." A man wearing a black tights, a black eye mask, and a mask slowly walked out from the shadow in the corner. He carried a long samurai sword on his back and looked like a medieval Sakura warrior. However, he was not just a show-off. As soon as he appeared, the temperature in the entire basement dropped a few degrees. That surging murderous intent could never be cultivated without having plundered hundreds of lives. The warrior spoke slowly. "Meng Xiaojun, the price you offered is just for me to protect you closely for a week. We don't need to meet often. Only hiding in the dark can best protect you." After hearing this, Meng Xiao sneered. "Your Shadow God sect is known as the most terrifying assassin organization in the world, and you are one of the top assassins. It would be a waste if I only let you be my bodyguard. By the way, I still don't know your name." The killer stood in the shadows. Only half of his figure was exposed, and responded in somewhat broken Chinese. "You can call me Sad Cloud. Mr. Meng Xiao, the reward you offered was very generous. It was said that it was to guard against a terrifying killer called the Night Butcher. But so far, I still haven't seen the figure of this terrifying killer. It would be a shame if a week passed like this. I also really want to meet a local Chinese killer and exchange some killing techniques." Meng Xiao leaned on the sofa with his eyes closed. "I don't know the exact identity of the Night Butcher, nor do I know when he will appear, or even if he will appear. But right now I do need your killing skills. You have been with me all the time, so you should be well aware of what I have been dealing with recently. I want you to help me kill Guyang. Be careful not to leave any traces, and it would be best if you could disguise it as an accident. Can you solve it?" After hearing this, Chou Yin slowly raised his head. Although his face was hidden under pieces of black cloth, his cruel smile could still be seen through the one eye that was exposed. "It's not difficult to let a paralyzed person die in an accident, Meng Xiaojun. I can give you this business for free. Mr. Gu, what are you planning to eat tonight? How about a big meal to celebrate? From today on, you're a super celebrity." Su Changchang pushed Guyang all the way back home, and her little mouth never stopped chattering. After all, today was a chance for Su Changchang to see the world. She met many of the big figures who were out of her reach before. There are all kinds of people like mayors and internet celebrities. Moreover, Su Changchang can be said to have witnessed the birth of a superboss with her own eyes. The authenticity of the nano-targeted immune activation agent has been fully verified. This is a great breakthrough that can change the fate of all mankind. As the developer of this technology, Guyang will definitely be recorded in textbooks in the future, and Chaoyang Biotechnology Company will definitely become a top giant in the medical industry in a short period of time. She was so excited. Guyang Yenet. "Forget it. Let's talk about celebrating later. Just make something light to nourish my stomach. I feel a little tired today, and my appetite is not very good. You, please act a little calmer. Otherwise, I'll be like a country girl coming to the city when I bring you around." Su Changqing stuck out her tongue playfully. Okay, I'll be like Mr. Gu from now on, keeping my composure even when the sky is falling. Huh. After returning home, Guyang steered his wheelchair and quickly returned to the bedroom to lie down. On the surface, he seemed to be preparing to close his eyes and take a nap, but in fact, Guyang was planning his future path in his mind. The success of the nano-targeted immune agent has brought him both fame and fortune, and he is no longer at the mercy of others as before. In this case, this paralyzed identity disguise is no longer necessary, and it's time to restore my health. It's really tiring to pretend to be paralyzed and sit in a wheelchair all this time. But it's a bit strange that it got better all of a sudden, as if it was all fake before. There must be a real reason. Guyang soon came up with an idea. Since he had developed a special medicine to cure cancer, he might as well develop a special medicine to treat nerve damage. In that case, you can not only improve your status and position again, but also have a proper reason to recover your health. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Chapter 166 Chapter 166 Arrest despite insufficient evidence. Just as Guyang was about to enter the Yuan show space and try to deduce a special medicine that could treat nerve damage, he suddenly heard a noise coming from downstairs. Su Ching Ching Xiaoti Angreli. What are you doing? So many people rushing into someone else's house without saying hello. Oh, it's you. Aren't you the detective in the law enforcement agency? Why? Are you coming to Mr. Gu's house to arrest the criminal again? Lu Tao, Li Kaiyun, and Chu Lingling, along with a dozen colleagues from the Law Enforcement Bureau, walked into Gu Yang's home one after another. Everyone looked around and didn't see Gu Yang. They only saw Su Changsheng wearing an apron and holding a spatula standing in front of them. When Lu Tao heard Su Qingqing's question, he felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Speaking of which, he has been to Gu Yang's house several times, and each time he said that he was here to capture the night butcher, but he always returned empty-handed. But he quickly put the embarrassment behind him, because if the results of the discussion between Li Kaiyun and himself were correct, the possibility that Gu Yang was the night butcher was as high as 90%. He said to Su Changsheng with a serious face, "Ms. Su, we would like to ask Mr. Gu to go back with us to the Law Enforcement Bureau to investigate and inquire about the matter related to the night butcher. Is he at home now?" When Su Changsheng heard this, she burst out laughing. "Deputy Director Lu, are you bored all day long? From the day Mr. Gu woke up in the hospital, you have been staring at Mr. Gu. We have already investigated several times and ruled out Mr. Gu as a suspect. So why is he here again now? You said before that you would never doubt Mr. Gu again." Lu Tao shook his head firmly. "There's no other way. This time we have more concrete evidence, so we have to take Guyang back. If you try to stop us, we'll have to do it ourselves." Su Changsheng was so angry that her face turned red. "You are such bastards. You're looking for trouble with Mr. Gu because you can't catch the night butcher. It's unreasonable. In my opinion, both the night butcher and Mr. Gu have contributed much more to society than you. You're simply disgusting. I really feel sorry for the little bit of tax I pay every month, but it actually supports a bunch of annoying bastards like you. You guys go ahead, Mr. Gu is not at home, and I don't know when he will be back." Su Changsheng was furious and looked like she was refusing to cooperate. However, Lu Tao only glanced at the shoes at the door and the dining table and guessed the truth. He waved to the many law enforcement officers behind him. "Go in and look for it." Those colleagues from the Law Enforcement Bureau immediately rushed into the house, and Su Changsheng couldn't stop them. At this moment, Guyang had already appeared next to the fence on the second floor in his electric wheelchair. He looked at the people below and said, "Old Lu, if you want to come to my house for a free meal, there's no need to bring so many people with you, right? Didn't we eat and drink together before and have a good chat? Why did you turn against me and ignore me?" When Lu Tao heard what Guyang said, he felt a little shaken. He still remembered the lofty ambitions that Guyang had revealed when they were drinking and chatting together. He was clearly an outstanding young man with lofty ambitions. How could he really be the night butcher? But when he looked back at Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling, he gritted his teeth and reaffirmed his guess. He looked up and said to Guyang, "Mr. Gu, we have compared many clues and believe that there must be a significant connection between you and the night butcher. So we must ask you to return to the Law Enforcement Bureau to assist in the investigation. Don't worry, if the investigation proves you innocent, we will apologize and send you back." This was what Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun had discussed at the beginning. As long as they brought Guyang back to the Law Enforcement Bureau, monitored him 24 hours a day, and then forcibly interrogated him, there was no need to worry that he would reveal any flaws. In the absence of conclusive evidence, he can be forcibly detained for 3 days. During these 3 days, through various tests, it can also be determined whether Gu Yang's paralysis is fake. The truth will be revealed once we investigate. Gu Yang took the small elevator built into the villa to the first floor, slowly pushed the wheelchair to Lu Tao, and at the same time glanced at Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling beside him, smiled and nodded, said hello, and said, "If you want to take me away, you should at least tell me your reasons, right? If there are any similarities between me and the Night Butcher, you should provide some evidence, right?" Lu Tao didn't say anything. Li Kaiyun next to him stood up and explained directly. "First of all, Mr. Gu, although you are now claiming to be paralyzed, your physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, right? Today, Zhang Xiaodao brought his men to cause trouble for you, and you broke Zhang Xiaodao's arm bones with just one strike. This is not something a normal person can do, right?" After listening to this, Guyang nodded. "Indeed, I was moving bricks on a construction site before, and my hands were a bit too strong, and the bones of that knife were too brittle, so I didn't expect that I would actually break it. But considering the situation at the time, he had already pulled a knife on me, so my action should be considered self-defense." Li Kaiyun nudda. "Indeed, if it comes to this, you should be able to claim it as self-defense." But Zhang Xiaodao and his companions had a car accident on their way back, fell into the river, and all drowned. While saying this, Li Kaiyun kept staring at Gu Yang's eyes, trying to find a flaw. However, Gu Yang remained calm. "So what if he's dead? People die every minute in this world. Does his death prove that I'm the Night Butcher?" Li Kaiyun shook his head. "It can't be proven, but the fact that you broke Zhang Xiaodao's wrist has already proven that you possess extraordinary physical qualities, just like the Night Butcher. Secondly, you are a major suspect in the deaths of Zhang Xiaodao and others, and the manner of their deaths also overlaps with the abilities possessed by the Night Butcher." Gu Yang listened patiently and responded with a smile. "Then what?" Li Kaiyun then spoke. "As far as we know, Mr. Gu's biological company's fully automated production line was designed entirely by you alone. So, Mr. Gu, you should also have mastered top-notch network technology, right?" Gu Yang nodded. "Yes, I read some computer-related books every day when I have nothing to do, and I understand a little bit." Li Kaiyun continued. "That's a coincidence. The Night Butcher also possesses extraordinary hacking skills, just like you, Mr. Gu." After hearing these words, Gu Yang smiled. "I understand now, Captain Li. You think I'm a suspect mainly because I, like the Night Butcher, have some computer skills and decent physique, right? Isn't that a bit too hasty? There should be a lot of people who are good at computer technology and have good physical fitness." Chu Lingling then turned on the computer and took out a picture. "This is the important clue Wang Anya and the others left for us before they were killed by the Night Butcher. Aren't these two words GY the abbreviation of your name?" Guyan took a look and laughed out loud. "Please, Miss Chu, if you want to provide evidence, please provide some decent evidence. I won't talk about what these two crooked letters and the messy runes next to them mean. I will just assume that these two letters are GY. Does that mean they can only represent me? Guan Yu's pinyin also starts with GY. Are you planning to ask Guan Yuri to come out and ask him if he is the Night Butcher?" Chu Lingling, Lu Tao, and others were speechless for a moment. In fact, they were also very clear that the evidence they had was very limited, but at this moment they could no longer care about anything else. Lu Tao sighed, looked at Guyang, and said, "Brother Guyang, please cooperate. This will benefit everyone." Although that was what they said, the law enforcement officers had already surrounded them. It was obvious that even if Guyang disagreed, they would have to take him away forcibly. Guyang shrugged helplessly. "Okay, cooperating with the law enforcement agency in handling cases is indeed the duty of ordinary citizens like us. But can I finish my dinner first? I'm a little hungry." Lu Tao's expression was serious and merciless. "No, we must leave immediately." Chapter 167 Chapter 167 Qioming founder, Yuan Yintang. No one knew why, but after this discussion between Lu Tao, Li Kaiyun, and Su Changsheng, they all felt that Gu Yang in front of them was becoming more and more like the Night Butcher. They're no longer willing to waste even a moment of time, because every day the Night Butcher exists will lead to one more death, and every day the humiliation they suffer will also last. Gu Yang's expression gradually turned cold. At this moment, his inner convictions were even slightly shaken. Am I being a little too pedantic in always being so determined to punish evil? If we had gotten rid of these guys earlier, maybe there wouldn't be so much trouble. However, in the face of all kinds of doubts, Guyang was not afraid at all. So what if I get caught? Without solid evidence, I will have to release myself in a few days. What's more, if he wanted to kill someone, let alone being locked up in prison. Even if his hands and feet were tied up, he would be unable to prevent the birth and action of the ghost body. By then, you will be trapped in prison and can kill one or two more people under surveillance. Are you still afraid that you will not be able to clear your suspicion? He took a deep breath, suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart, and calmly waved to Su Changcheng beside him. Give me a coat. Su Changcheng immediately took out a coat and gently put on Gu Yong, while saying with a firm look in her eyes, Mr. Gu, I'll go with you. Gu Yong looked at her with a smile. I'm going to jail this time. Why are you following me? Su Changcheng was not afraid at all, and glared at Lu Tao and the others fiercely. Even if he goes to jail, Mr. Gu still needs someone to take care of him. Lu Tao looked businesslike. Miss Su, I'm afraid this won't work. The prison area is not accessible to anyone, so I think you should just wait at home. Su Cheng Kudanchit had feasts. She even wanted to punch Lu Tao in the face, but in order not to cause trouble for Gu Yong, she could only curse angrily. I really shouldn't have invited you to dinner at my house. I might as well have fed you to the dog. After making up their minds, Lu Tao and others ignored Su Qingqing's scolding and pushed Gu Yang out the door. Taking this opportunity, Lu Tao took a closer look at Gu Yang's legs. Seeing this, his brows furrowed instantly. Gu Yang's legs looked no different from those of a normal person, but that's the biggest problem. As a paralyzed person, even if Gu Yang can maintain the physical functions of his upper body through exercise, he definitely cannot maintain the functions of his legs. Generally speaking, his legs will become thinner and thinner. However, Gu Yang's legs clearly showed no signs of being thin. Instead, they looked quite strong. He couldn't help asking, Mr. Gu, are your legs really useless? They look healthy to me. Gu Yang leaned on his wheelchair, looking nonchalant. If looking healthy meant being healthy, then perhaps hospitals wouldn't be necessary. When we're not feeling well, we should just look at each other and see if we're healthy, right? Lu Tao stopped talking. At this time, an extended commercial vehicle stopped directly at the door of Gu Yang's house. The license plate number of this commercial vehicle was covered by a black cloth, and it was obvious that the person sitting in the car was either rich or noble. Two young men in neat suits opened the car door and got out first. They should be bodyguards or drivers. Then, the two men respectfully opened the side door of the business car, and a woman in a black dress and long black hair slowly walked out of the car. She was probably in her 20s, but she already had the dignity of someone who had held a high position for a long time. Her cold face made everyone feel cold just by glancing at them. The first impression this woman gave Gu Yang was that she was cold, stiff, and as noble as a vampire princess. After the woman got out of the car, her eyes were fixed on Gu Yang, who was sitting in the wheelchair. She walked up to Gu Yang with light steps and asked softly, Excuse me, are you Mr. Gu Yang? This voice was completely inconsistent with the woman's appearance. Although it was cold and stiff, it had a hint of sweetness. Gu Yang nodded. Yes, that's me. May I ask who you are? The woman immediately introduced. I am Yuan Qinchio's daughter. My name is Yuan Yintang. Thanks to Mr. Gu, my father has basically recovered his health. After returning home today, he ate 2 large bowls of rice, which is very rare. He slept until now and hasn't woken up yet. To thank Mr. Gu for saving my father's life, I came to visit him and brought some small gifts. After he finished speaking, the 2 bodyguards next to him immediately took out 2 large boxes from the back of the car. As soon as the box was brought in front of Gu Yang, he smelled the refreshing aroma of wine. Whether it is the taste or the packaging, you can tell that this is definitely not an ordinary wine. Gu Yang silently repeated the name, Yuan Yintang. His brain worked rapidly, and he soon thought of someone. After all, he had to stay in the city to do business, so Gu Yang naturally learned about the large and small companies and entrepreneurs in Tianjin City in advance, among whom was Yuan Yintang's name. I heard that this woman has had an extraordinary interest in wine culture since she was a child. At the age of 16, she brewed a kind of liquor that attracted wine connoisseurs all over the country. Later, she quickly founded her own liquor brand and named it Qiongmeng. Qiongmeng has been making great strides and has developed a number of series, all of which have been highly praised. It is now considered one of the top 3 liquor companies in the country. Yuan Yintang introduced. This is the top quality raw liquor I brewed myself. Although it's not something particularly precious, it represents my sincere appreciation. I hope you can accept it, Mr. Gu. When Gu Yang heard the origin of the 2 bottles of wine, his eyes widened even more. Yuan Yintang founded such a large liquor business empire, and there was never a shortage of people who admired her. These 2 bottles of liquor were brewed by her personally, and with the Qiongmeng label, it would be no problem for them to be auctioned for tens of millions. She didn't expect that they would be delivered to her like this. Guiyang smiled lichtly. He did not refuse. He stretched out his hands to take the 2 boxes of wine, smiled at Yuan Yintang, and responded. These 2 bottles of wine are so valuable. I am truly lucky to be able to taste them. As for saving Mr. Yuan, that was the blessing he had accumulated from his many years of serving as an honest official and benefiting the people. If I must say it, I should say that it was thanks to Mr. Yuan. If he hadn't testified for me in person, I would never have been able to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Yuan Yintang had naturally heard about everything that happened at the scene and felt a little regretful. It was so sad that a genius like Gu Yang was almost cyberbullied to the point where he couldn't even raise his head. Yuan Yintang spoke again. No matter what, it was Mr. Gu who saved my father's life. In addition to giving these 2 gifts, I also came here today to do one more thing, which is to invite Mr. Gu to attend our family dinner tomorrow night. My mother and younger brother have never met you, and they both want to express their gratitude to you in person. By the way, my father was still talking about wanting to have a few drinks with you before he went to bed. Hearing this, Gu Yang sighed and shook his head. I'm afraid I can't go. Yuan Yintang is very understanding. If Mr. Gu is too busy at work, we can change the time. How about the day after tomorrow? Gu Yang still shook his head. I don't think I can do that for the next 3 days because I'll have to spend the next 3 days in jail. I'm now accused of being a serial killer. Yuan Yintang was stunned when he heard this. How could a young and promising biological scientist and entrepreneur suddenly become a serial killer? This almost made her brain freeze for a moment. On the contrary, Lu Tao and others beside him were even more troubled. Trouble. Chapter 168. Chapter 168. You are not qualified. Touch him. Yuan Yintang has a naturally cold personality, but there is still a hint of warmth when she speaks to Gu Yang. However, when she turned to look at Lu Tao and the others, the last trace of warmth in her tone disappeared. Are you from the Law Enforcement Bureau? Lu Tao immediately stood up and replied. Yes, Miss Yuan. I am Lu Tao, Deputy Director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and these are my colleagues from the Bureau. Yuan Yintang stared at him with cold eyes. You want to arrest Mr. Gu? What is the crime? Lu Tao explained again. We found some very solid clues regarding the Night Butcher case that's been making a lot of noise lately, and they all point to Mr. Gu, so we're going to take him back for investigation. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yintang frowned deeply. She never expected that the case the other party was talking about was actually the Night Butcher case. Even Yuan Yintang, who didn't pay much attention to these things, had long known the Night Butcher's reputation. He killed 1 person in 1 night, and the law enforcement agency would never find any clues. However, she looked at Lu Tao with a puzzled look and said, I remember that not long ago, the Enforcement Bureau held a press conference announcing that they had captured the Night Butcher, even released a video. Why are you saying now that Mr. Gu is related to the Night Butcher? When Lu Tao heard this, his face turned red instantly. This was the shame of his life. He relied on fraud to gain merit and took the position of deputy director, and he felt like a thorn in his back every day. But at this moment, he couldn't tell the truth, so he could only bite the bullet and say, the Night Butcher's influence is extremely detrimental. Since he began committing crimes, a group of people have emerged who imitated him in committing crimes. The last person we killed was the Night Butcher, but there are new Night Butchers imitating him now. Yuan Yintang finally understood. So what you're saying is that Mr. Gu is a serial killer who imitates the Night Butcher? Gu Yang, sitting next to him, was speechless. What's going on? My original copy has now become a pirated copy? I'm even imitating it. I'm the original. I am the original. Forget it. Just bear with it for now. Lu Tao nodded heavily. That's right. We've identified some of the Night Butcher's characteristics, and they perfectly match Mr. Gu's. Therefore, we must bring Mr. Gu back for investigation. Miss Yuan, please help us. After hearing this, Yuan Yintang still stood in front of Lu Tao and others, with no intention of moving. If his father's savior was taken away in front of him, it would be a disgrace to the entire Yuan family. Could you please tell me, Deputy Director Lu, what clues do you have? What evidence do you have? Lu Tao had no choice. If it was any other woman in front of him, he could just ignore her, but she happened to be Yuan Qianqiu's daughter and also one of the top local entrepreneurs. He could only honestly tell all the clues he had suspected just now, and also showed the picture on Chu Lingling's computer. After reading these things, Yuan Yintang had a cold smile on his face and asked, so, just because Mr. Gu was a little stronger, had some computer skills, and the gangster died in self-defense, You labeled him the Night Butcher, and your only evidence is these two crooked letters in the picture, right? Lu Tao, Li Kaiyun, and others didn't know what to say for a moment, because the evidence was indeed a bit embarrassing. At this moment, Yuan Yintang was like an iceberg, blocking Lu Tao and others. She was alone, so Lu Tao and the others didn't dare to act rashly. Let him go. You have no right to touch him. Yuan Yintang spoke softly. Lu Tao frowned. Ms. Yuan, the case of a night butcher is of great importance. People die every day because of it. We must. Before Lu Tao finished speaking, Yuan Yintang gently raised his hand to stop Lu Tao from saying the next thing. I understand the pressure on you, the law enforcement officers, but whenever and wherever you are, we must rely on evidence to solve cases. What you just said are just clues, and clues cannot be used as evidence. Mr. Gu has developed a nano-targeted immune activation drug that has saved cancer patients all over the world, and his merits are immeasurable. Moreover, he was very generous and willing to sell this special medicine at a very low price. How could such a person be the Night Butcher? On the other hand, Mr. Gu's current identity is extraordinary. He has become an entrepreneur that Tianjin City will focus on supporting in the next 5 years, and his influence is related to the next 5-year plan of Tianjin City as a whole. At the same time, the technology Mr. Gu possesses is extremely groundbreaking. He has now been awarded an honorary doctorate by Kyoto's top university and has been hired as a special professor and director of a national key biological laboratory. When facing such an important person, your law enforcement agency should be more cautious. How can you arrest him based on some vague clues? It is too hasty. Furthermore, if Mr. Gu were arrested and brought to the Law Enforcement Bureau and suspected of being the Night Butcher, do you know how much of a public outcry that would cause? Who among you could shoulder that responsibility? Lu Tao and others were speechless for a moment. At this moment, they finally realized that Gu Yang in front of them had already grown to a point where they could not be easily shaken. Not to mention how influential each of those titles is, Gu Yang's appeal on the internet alone cannot be underestimated. If the Law Enforcement Bureau arrested Gu Yang, but could not prove his identity as the Night Butcher, the entire Law Enforcement Bureau might have to be laid off. Even Gu Yang, who was sitting next to him, was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he was now an honorary doctor and laboratory director, and he hadn't received any notice yet. As expected of the Yuan family, they got the news even faster than I did. Lu Tao gritted his teeth and wanted to hold on a little longer, because he felt that if he missed this opportunity, Gu Yang's status would only become higher and higher in the future, and he might never have the chance to bring him to justice. Yuan Yintang snorted coldly. It seems that our colleagues in the Enforcement Bureau have forgotten the original purpose of joining the Enforcement Bureau. They actually wanted to arrest Mr. Gu, who had made such outstanding contributions to society, and take him to the Law Enforcement Bureau for interrogation based solely on some vague clues. In my opinion, I also need to report to my father that our law enforcement agency has not been renovated for a long time, and it is time to replace it with a new group of people. After saying that, Yuan Yintang took out his cell phone from his pocket, as if he was about to make a phone call to report. Lu Tao was overwhelmed and could only bow his head and give in. I'm sorry, Miss Yuan. We were indeed too careless this time. We will release Mr. Gu immediately. We will continue to investigate the case of the Night Butcher and will take action only when we find more concrete evidence. After saying that, Lu Tao glanced back at Gu Yang angrily. At this time, Gu Yang was leaning on the wheelchair, half closed his eyes, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, which seemed to be mocking. Lu Tao only felt a surge of anger rushing to the top of his head. Lu Tao got into the car with many of his colleagues from the Law Enforcement Bureau and drove away. Everyone in the car was silent, lighting cigarettes silently. When one cigarette was almost burnt out, Li Kaiyun spoke angrily. It's so frustrating. We've already won everything, but we can't touch that Gu Yang. There was endless fatigue in Lu Tao's eyes. As the person in charge of the Night Butcher case, he hadn't had a good night's sleep for many days. He finally saw hope right in front of him, but was powerless due to the oppression of power. This feeling was even worse than the fact that he could not find any clues about the Night Butcher. Chu Lingling played the game angrily, and every step she took seemed as if she wanted to press her thumb into the screen. After dying once, Chu Lingling angrily slammed her phone on the seat next to her and said, pulling her hair, "If you ask me, my hacking skills are pretty good. I could just forge some evidence. Why don't we arrest him first with fake evidence, and then investigate and find the real evidence to fill in the gaps?" Chapter 169. Chapter 169, She is My Idol. With just a few words, Lu Tao who had just been so ruthless, had to leave in disgrace with his fellow law enforcement officers. Gu Yong looked at their departing backs, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Sure enough, is this the charm of power and status? My guess was correct. As long as I was important enough, even if I stood on the stage and said that I was the butcher of the night, there would be countless people vying to protect me. At this moment, Gu Yong became more determined on the path he had chosen. I finally managed to save my life. I must climb to the top step by step. He turned around and looked at Yuan Niantong in front of him with a smile, his tone filled with gratitude. Thank you, Miss Yuan, for your help. Otherwise, I would have spent the next few days in jail. Yuan Niantong waved his hand indifferently. It doesn't matter. Mr. Gu saved my father's life. I just said a few words to help. Besides, I believe that there is no connection between Mr. Gu and the night butcher. Even if he is really arrested and put in jail, it will only delay his time for 3 days. After this problem is resolved, can Mr. Gu attend the banquet tomorrow? Yuan Yintang asked. Gu Yang nodded immediately. Of course, it's my pleasure. But it's dinner time now, Miss Yuan. Why don't you come in and have dinner with me? Yuan Yintang frowned slightly. With her identity and status, people would invite her to dinner anytime and anywhere, and every time she had to come up with various reasons to refuse, which gave her a huge headache. This time, she reflexively wanted to reject Gu Yang's invitation, but when she thought about how Gu Yang had saved her father, it would be a bit too cold if she didn't even give him this little bit of face. Helplessly, she could only nod. Okay, sorry to bother Mr. Gu then. Gu Yang took Yuan Yintang back to his villa. On the sofa, Su Qingqing's eyes were red from crying. She was holding a landline and making a call. Brother Mu Rong, you need to think of solution. Those bastards from the Law Enforcement Bureau are really going too far. They've taken Mr. Gu away again. There is clearly no evidence at all. They are just making trouble. In my opinion, they are just jealous of Mr. Gu's talent and are deliberately looking for trouble. Yes, they have just taken him away. It seems that there is a connection between Mr. Gu and the night butcher. Anyway, in my opinion, these are all fabricated charges. I don't care about that. If Mr. Gu can't be rescued, Brother Mu Rong, please find a way to send me to prison as well. At least I can take care of Mr. Gu. He has difficulty walking. How hard it must be for him to be alone in there. Su Changsheng was calling Mu Rong for help at the moment. But when she heard the sound of the door opening, she looked up and found that Gu Yang had already walked in his wheelchair by himself, with a relaxed look on his face. Su Changsheng was stunned for a moment. Mr. Gu, why are you back so soon? Weren't they taking you to the Law Enforcement Bureau? Gu Yang smiled sleepily. Why? Do you really want to see me arrested? Su Changsheng suddenly jumped up from the sofa, even throwing the phone away, extremely excited. How is that possible? Mr. Gu is a good man. Good people should be rewarded. Those bastards from the Law Enforcement Bureau are simply bullying. Fortunately, Mr. Gu is fine. It's good that he's back. It's good that he's back. After saying that, Su Changsheng looked up again and saw Yuan Yintang standing next to Gu Yang. This cold and beautiful woman, who was like an iceberg, made Su Changsheng feel uneasy in an instant. Compared with the woman in front of him, he seemed like a little country girl. The noble aura she exuded was obviously not something that ordinary people could possess. Yuan Yintang is aloof by nature and doesn't want to bother with strangers at all. Seeing this, Gu Yang quickly started to introduce. This is Mayor Yuan's daughter, Yuan Yintang. I was able to return safely today, thanks to her help. After the introduction, Gu Yang introduced Su Changsheng to Yuan Yintang. This is my work assistant, my caregiver, and also my friend. Her name is Su Changsheng. Yuan Yintang just nodded slightly, but Su Changsheng was a little excited. This was a great man she couldn't even dream of meeting. Her eyes sparkled as if she had seen an idol. So it's Miss Yuan. I've read about your story online. Although you're Mayor Yuan's daughter, you've built your career entirely from scratch. I heard you didn't borrow a penny from your parents. When I was short of money, I always regarded you as my idol. I still have your Time magazine picture hanging in my house. Gu Yang was stunned when he heard this. He had never thought that Yuan Yintang was actually Su Qingqing's idol. But after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. After all, Su Changsheng was a money grubber at first, working 2 or 3 part-time jobs just to earn a little more money. I originally thought that this guy had no choice but to do this because of his mother's illness. But now his mother's illness has been cured, but this guy's money-grubbing nature has not changed. He is simply a money-grubbing person at heart. Given Su Qingqing's personality, it's normal for her to regard Yuan Yintang as her idol. After all, when it comes to female entrepreneurs, there are really few who can be better than Yuan Yintang. However, Guyang was somewhat disdainful of the online publicity. Perhaps Yuan Yintang herself really had some talent, but he would never believe that she started her business without the help of her father's background. If it weren't for her father's status, the little wine she developed would have been suppressed and acquired by her peers long ago. She would have to thank her ancestors for being able to make a little money and return home safely, let alone creating such a huge business empire. Su Changcheng circled around Yuan Yintang like a little fangirl, asking questions nonstop. Ms. Yuan, may I ask, what should we women do to earn our first pot of gold on our own? By the way, Ms. Yuan, how many difficulties have you encountered since you started your business? Can you tell me about them? How did you overcome them? Miss Yuan, do you feel tired every day? It can be seen that Su Changcheng really admires and is curious about Yuan Yintang and keeps asking questions. Yuan Yintang was a little dizzy at the girl's enthusiasm. She looked up at Gu Yang, and her cold face revealed a hint of asking for help. But Gu Yang hummed a little tune and pretended not to see it. Tired of being asked, Yuan Yintang had no choice but to speak. Sister Changcheng, you have too many questions and I can't answer them all. If you regroup, I can answer 3 questions for you, okay? Su Changcheng nodded heavily, then very solemnly took out a pen and paper from the side, thought for a moment, and asked, Ms. Yuan, how did you make your first pot of gold? Yuan Yintang answered directly. My family gave me 10 million yuan, which I used directly to start a company and open a winery. Su Changcheng was stunned for a moment, and she held the pen tightly in her hand. She originally thought that she could comprehend some life philosophy that would help her on the road to becoming a wealthy woman, but at that moment, she looked like a clown. Su Changcheng shouted reflexively. That's not right. Didn't the internet say that, Miss Yuan, you've gotten to where you are today without even a little help from your father? How could that be true? Yuan Yintang replied calmly. This is all just nonsense from people on the internet. I never said that. Well, this is question number 2, and you only have one last chance. Su Changcheng gritted her teeth, still a little unwilling, and finally asked, Ms. Yuan, what obstacles did you encounter during your entrepreneurial journey, and how did you overcome them? Yuan Yintang thought for a moment and replied, I encountered almost no resistance, and even if there was, my father dealt with it before it even reached me. Now that we have answered the 3 questions, can we have dinner? Su Changcheng seemed to have suffered a huge blow. She sat down on the sofa, looking like she had lost her soul. Gu Yang covered his mouth and tried hard to hold back his laughter. He didn't expect Yuan Yintang to be so straightforward. Su Changcheng's tower of faith was probably about to collapse. Chapter 170 New Cooperation Project. The dinner at Gu Yang's house was nothing special, just some home-cooked dishes. Su Changcheng's cooking skills were average, but Yuan Yintang enjoyed the meal very much, because she found that she seemed to have misunderstood Gu Yang. Originally thought that Gu Yang invited her in for dinner. Just like those people outside, she had some restless thoughts, but unexpectedly, what Gu Yang meant by dinner was actually dinner. From beginning to end, apart from asking her if the food was to her liking, we basically didn't talk about any other topics. Yuan Yintang couldn't help but want to take out a mirror to look at herself at this moment. Could it be that her charm had weakened? It shouldn't be. Oh yes, he is paralyzed and cannot move his lower body. Does that mean he's like a eunuch and has no thoughts in that regard? As she thought about it, Yuan Yintang couldn't help but shift her gaze to Gu Yang's legs, especially the middle part, and took a few more glances. Coincidentally, at this moment, Gu Yang raised his head and his eyes met hers head-on. Yuan Yintang felt a little embarrassed for a moment, and a faint blush appeared on her cold and beautiful face. It's over, it's over. I said to myself that he was a eunuch. Could he have noticed it? In order to break the awkwardness, Yuan Yintang spoke first. Mr. Gu, I saw your live broadcast about Chuyang Biotech Company. I noticed that your factory has entered the stage of full automation. I have never seen such advanced robotic arms and programs before. In recent years, I have often visited other companies for exchanges. They have only achieved semi-automation at best, and they dare not even think about full automation. I heard that you completed all the mechanical design and programming by yourself. Is that true? After listening to this, Gu Yang smiled and nodded. It is indeed true. You know, reading the same type of book all the time can get a bit boring, so I often dabble in other areas just for fun, and it's not really a skill. When Yuan Yintang heard this, he looked at Gu Yang with some shock in his eyes. Could this man be the legendary mad genius? Apart from reading, studying, and researching, you don't care about anything else? She glanced at the layout of the villa and found that there were many large bookshelves on both the first and second floors, filled with various books. These books cover various fields, and almost all of them are classic masterpieces in their corresponding fields. Yuan Yintang couldn't help but praise. That's amazing. I think Kyoto's top university owes you a PhD in computer science and mechanical engineering. Guyong picked up the bowl and drank a mouthful of chicken soup indifferently, licked his lips, and said, "It doesn't matter. It's just a title. It's not very useful to people without skills, and people with skills don't really need it either." Yuan Yintang was speechless at the moment. She found that Gu Yang had an indescribable open-mindedness, as if all fame, wealth, and honor were nothing to him. How can a person be so indifferent? If he were to become a monk, he could skip the stage of a novice monk and take the position of abbot. After thinking about it, Yuan Yintang mustered up the courage to speak. "Mr. Gu, I have an unwelcome request. I want you to help me design a fully automated production line for my factory. Don't worry, I won't let your hard work go in vain. I can pay you a fee. How much do you think is appropriate?" Guyong understood Yuan Yintang's thoughts on the spot. Indeed, a fully automated production factory can not only save a lot of manpower and wages, but also speed up work efficiency and ensure quality and safety. It is definitely something that any factory would envy. Guyong thought about it. Yuan Yintang was one of the top entrepreneurs in Tianjin City after all. He wanted to develop in this small piece of land in the future, so he would have to communicate with her to some extent. It would be better to establish a good relationship with her. So he answered, Forget it. We're having dinner together now. Aren't we just friends? I can design a set for you for free when I have time." Yuan Yintang was a little confused. Even though she usually had a cold expression, she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. "Really? Mr. Gu, isn't this a bit bad?" Guyong smiled and shook his head. "It's okay. I told you we're friends. Friends shouldn't be so polite to each other." Yuan Yintang nodded and then said, "I'm aware that Mr. Gu's biotech company is struggling financially. We can offer him a loan at the lowest interest rate available. Do you think 100 million is enough?" Guyong was really surprised at this time. For the development of the company, he could be said to have mortgaged even his house and car to the bank, and now he really owed a lot of money. Guyang's original plan was to produce a small batch and sell it first, and then gradually expand the scale to compound the profits after making a profit, but this would undoubtedly be much slower. But he didn't want to hand over his shares to anyone, and there seemed to be no other way. "I didn't expect Yuan Yintang to be willing to lend me money at the lowest interest rate, which was a great help. Thank you very much." Yuan Yintang waved his hand gently. "It's okay, we're all friends, and we might collaborate in the future. Since Mr. Gu has such outstanding understanding and achievements in medical care, why don't we cooperate to create a brand of health wine, which can not only make money but also help consumers to maintain good health? What do you think? If you're willing, I can provide the full investment and manpower, and you only need to provide the technology. We can discuss the specific profit shares later." Guyong was quite interested when he heard this. For him, he only needed to spend a little time on deduction to come up with a health wine product that was ahead of its time. "After producing this product, I don't have to be responsible for anything else. I can hand it all over to Yuan Yintang, and I can easily gain fame and fortune. Isn't this more convenient than fighting alone?" Guyong put down his bowl and chopsticks and agreed immediately. "That's a very good point. I think it's a good idea too. Then I'll study it first when I have time, and call you when I have the finished product." Yuan Yintang smiled and nodded. "No problem. I'll wait for Mr. Gu's good news. The meal is almost over. I'll go back first. Mr. Gu, please remember to attend the banquet on time tomorrow." Yuan Yintang stood up and prepared to leave, and Guyong pushed the wheelchair all the way to the door. "I didn't expect that today's meal would bring such an unexpected surprise. It actually solved the funding problem of Chaoyang Biotechnology Company quietly, and at the same time finalized the next entrepreneurial project. It's a huge profit. No wonder a meal for those top wealthy people can be auctioned for tens of millions. It is totally worth the money." Yuan Yintang sat in the back seat of the business car with some excitement. Through this meal, she established a connection with Chaoyang Biotechnology Company, which is currently developing rapidly and has unlimited potential, and finalized her next entrepreneurial project. This is also a great help to Xiaoming Group, which has entered a bottleneck period. She looked up and said to the secretary in front of her, "After returning, allocate 100 million yuan to Chaoyang Biotechnology Company as quickly as possible to help them overcome their current financial difficulties." The secretary nodded after listening to this, immediately wrote this down on the memo, and then turned around and asked, "Ms. Yuan, how much interest should we receive on this money? Or how many shares should we buy from them?" Yuan Yintong shook his head. I don't want any interest, and I don't need their shares. Just consider it as helping our own people. The secretary was stunned. No way, Miss Yuan. This seems a bit unfair. Yuan Yintong insisted on his own idea. Just do as you're told. It's not your turn to interfere in these matters. The secretary could only nod. At this time, Yuan Yintong's cell phone rang. It was Yuan Qinxiu calling. After answering the call, Yuan Qinxiu stretched lazily on the other end of the phone and spoke in a lazy voice. I finally had a good sleep, and my stomach is full. It feels so good. Niantang, I heard that you want to see Gu Yang. How was it? Did you have a good impression of him? After listening to this, Yuan Yintong chuckled and responded. I did have a good impression of him. He was very indifferent, had a long-term vision, and had a good heart. I just had dinner with him, and we talked a little bit about business cooperation. Yuan Xianxiu's tone instantly became excited. Really? That's great. You're not young anymore, and you don't like any of the people I pick for you every year. Now I can finally rest assured. Yuan Yintong's head was filled with black lines instantly. Dad, what are you talking about? He and I are just friends and business partners now. So why should you be so worried? What are friends afraid of? Turning friends into husband and wife is just a matter of getting a certificate. You young people these days are so slow in finding a partner. I got the certificate the first time I met your mother. I'm going to call that guy right now and ask him if he wants a wife. Dad, you're crazy. You're absolutely crazy. Chapter 171, a new target has arrived. Yuan Xinxiu on the other end of the phone just laughed out loud. However, he was just joking. Although Gu Yang saved the Yuan family's life, given their status, they had to think carefully about everything, let alone such a lifelong event. One wrong step could very likely lead the whole family into the abyss, so you have to think carefully again. Listening to his father's hearty laughter, Yuan Yintong couldn't help but smile slightly, and his gratitude towards Gu Yang increased a little more. She had forgotten how long it had been since her father laughed so heartily. After hesitating for a moment, Yuan Yintong continued, I'll take care of my own affairs. Gu Yang is very outstanding, but his character still needs to be observed. I don't know how many young people have great ambitions in their hearts before starting their own business, but after making a little money, they become complacent. Human nature is extremely changeable. Yuan Xinxiu also highly recognized. Yes, it seems my baby daughter has really grown up. At least she is not love-brained anymore. But Dad, I still have to advise you not to miss this opportunity. A woman always has to find someone to rely on in her life. Over the years in your business, you have been targeted many times, both openly and covertly, and you were almost in danger many times. It was your father who helped you deal with all of them. I'm sure you know this too. In a few years, your father will retire, and who will be able to protect you? It is not always a good thing for a woman to control one of the top 3 liquor groups in the country. It may even be a death warrant. It's hard to find a good man nowadays. They're basically not available on the market anymore. If you really see someone you like, get married as soon as possible. Yuan Yintong didn't feel disgusted by her father's urging. She wasn't an ignorant person and didn't want to insist on her own way and make her father worry. I'll think about it. After dinner, Gu Yang glanced at Su Changsheng, who was still sitting on the sofa. At this moment, Su Changsheng was looking up at the chandelier on the ceiling, looking distracted. He chuckled and said, Why? Have you suffered a major blow and started to doubt your life? Su Hengking murmured to Hrsila. Mr. Gu, why is it so difficult to start from scratch and make a lot of money? Gu Yang just burst out laughing. This girl had always dreamed of becoming a big boss, worked hard, and always regarded Yuan Yintong as an idol for female entrepreneurs. Now reality had dealt her a heavy blow, making her dizzy and dazed. Gu Yang said, Don't think too much. There are 3 steps to maturity. The first step is to accept the mediocrity of your parents. The second step is to accept your own mediocrity. The third step is to accept the mediocrity of your children. I think you haven't even reached the second step yet. Gu Yang's words gave Su Changsheng something to think about. Indeed, countless people are conceited, but end up getting hurt in the real world and eventually become resentful of everything. On the other hand, those who accept mediocrity can mostly have a happy and fulfilling life. But suddenly, Su Changsheng turned her attention to Gu Yang again. Mr. Gu, why don't you accept your mediocrity? You started your own business and became a boss when you were in college. Although you were paralyzed after being discharged from the hospital, you founded a technology company that is now thriving. Aren't you immature too? Gu Yang controlled his wheelchair and prepared to go upstairs. He turned around and said, Indeed, I'm not mature either. But the world often needs immature people to change, doesn't it? After returning to the bedroom and closing the door, Guiyang was finally able to get out of the wheelchair and stretch his muscles. He did a set of boxing in the spacious bedroom and immediately felt warm all over. What a pity, there are very few of these ancient breathing techniques handed down, and we only have this one so far. If I could make dozens or hundreds of them, wouldn't I be able to train myself to become a Superman? No wonder the ancient generals in the legend were all so brave, and Xiangyu was even so strong that he could lift a tripod. After all, he still had such a treasure. What a pity, how could it be lost? Suddenly, an interesting idea came to Gu Yang's mind. Could it be that those heroic figures in the anti-Japanese dramas who tore apart Japanese invaders with their bare hands are not fictional? I just blame the audience for being too narrow-minded. Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing out loud. It was really interesting. After exercising, Guiyang took a shower and lay on the bed, his heart beginning to struggle. Should we take action against Lu Tao and the others? To be honest, Guiyang was also getting a little impatient. There is no paper in the world that can cover up the truth. As long as I continue to kill people using the identity of a night butcher, they will be more or less connected to me. Maybe it can be explained as coincidence if it happens once or twice, but can it still be explained if it happens too many times? Even if there is no substantial evidence, suspicion can be cast upon oneself based on a large number of accidental events. What's more, Lu Tao, Li Kaiyun, and Chu Lingling are all top detectives selected from thousands of people. It is impossible for them to completely clear themselves of suspicion. If he continued like this, even if his status continued to rise, they would not be able to take action against him openly, but would still take some actions against him secretly, causing a lot of trouble. For example, this time if I were caught and locked up in jail for 3 days, it wouldn't be a big deal and wouldn't affect me. But it would be so tiring to waste 3 days. I have so many things to do every day, but I don't have time to be locked in that small iron cage. If we can get rid of these 3 guys, maybe we can solve the problem once and for all. At this moment, Guiyang couldn't help but feel a murderous intent in his heart. The room was so quiet that it was unsettling. The only sound was the ticking of his second hand on the wall. After an unknown amount of time, the sun had already set. Guiyang finally sighed and shook his head. Forget it, if I kill anyone I see, then what's the difference between me and those scumbags I punished? Anyway, they can't find any substantial evidence, and they probably won't dare to cause trouble for me openly now, so let them be. On the one hand, Guiyang did not want to pollute his heart and turn into a murderous demon with no bottom line. On the other hand, killing these 3 guys doesn't really mean much. Although Lu Tao and his colleagues are top detectives, there are countless people like Lu Tao in the world. After getting rid of Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun, the higher-ups will definitely send another group of more elite people to investigate the case of the Night Butcher. As soon as I check, I will inevitably suspect myself again. It would be better to keep a few of them. At least I can be familiar with the situation. After giving up the idea of attacking them, Guiyang's target was set on another person, Meng Xiao. After today's live broadcast ended, Meng Xiao sent people to attack him and wanted to forcibly buy out his shares. This underground boxing gym is really full of loyal and brave people. No matter who takes charge, they will go against me. I hope that after killing him, the next spokesperson will be a little more honest. In addition to Meng Xiao, there are also several major families behind him who previously hired internet trolls to discredit him on a large scale. These guys have dominated the medical market for years, and no one knows how much money they have embezzled. They also suppress more advanced treatment options for profit. If it weren't for their extraordinary means, the nano-targeted immune activation drug would probably only be circulated among the upper circles at extremely high prices under their operation, and ordinary people would hardly even hear of it. Ordinary patients still have no choice but to spend all their wealth and wait for death. We don't know how many enthusiastic young scientific researchers have been left in darkness under their oppression, and we don't know how many patients have lost their lives because of their greed for profit. Although they did not kill anyone with their own hands, the smell of blood on their hands was stronger than anyone else's. After getting rid of Meng Xiao, it's time to deal with them. I glanced at the wall clock and saw that it was only 9 o'clock. There were still 3 hours until midnight, which was just enough time to catch up on some sleep. Guiyang lay on the bed with his eyes closed, his breathing gradually calming down. At this moment, a killer covered in black clothes has quietly lurked at the side of Guiyang's wall. The neighbor's house had a muscular bulldog with sharp eyes, which just happened to spot the killer in black hiding in the corner. Just as he opened his mouth to scream, A sharp kunai shot out instantly, piercing directly through the bulldog's eyeball and turning its brain into tofu dregs. Before the bulldog could make a sound, it fell to the ground and was motionless. The bowl in front of him, as big as a wash basin, was dropped directly on his forehead. It can be considered as resting in peace. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, Quietly Welcome Death. Gu Yang was ready to fall asleep, but in his daze he smelled a strange fragrance, which was quite pleasant. Accompanied by this fragrance, he seemed to feel even more sleepy. But just as he was about to fall asleep like a dead pig, his subconscious suddenly woke him up. No, this is wrong. What's that smell? This is definitely not normal. Gu Yang suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, letting the intense pain wake up his body. The next moment, a flash of silver light shot in from the window, and Gu Yang felt that every hair on his back exploded. The threat of death instantly enveloped his whole body. At this time, he no longer cared about disguising his paralyzed identity and simply rolled over and fell off the bed. Looking back, I saw that what had just been shot was actually a dart with a very strange shape, a bit like the shuriken used by ninjas in anime. The pillow he had been sleeping on had a big hole in it caused by the dart, and the cotton filling inside the pillow flew all over the place. My goodness, the kinetic energy carried by this dart is probably greater than that of an ordinary pistol bullet. How can an ordinary person do this? Gu Yang looked up again and found a black figure squatting on the windowsill. The man was covered in black clothes, with a samurai sword slung across his back, and the end of the hairband on his head fluttering in the breeze. Isn't this a fucking Sakura ninja? Cho Yun looked at Gu Yang, who was half hiding behind the bed with a vigilant look on his face, and clapped his hands lightly. Yoshi, amazing skills. You were able to react and dodge my darts even in your sleep. It seems that you are indeed extraordinary. I've noticed that many people suspect you're related to the Night Butcher. Could it be that you're really the Night Butcher himself? Gu Yang's face was gloomy. He almost lost his life in his sleep. He did not hide his murderous intention towards the ninja in front of him. The ninjas from Sakura country are interesting. Are you not a fisherman on your broken island, but coming to China to meet your ancestors? Cho Yun shrugged lightly. To be honest, I don't want to leave my hometown and travel so far. The cherry blossoms in my hometown are blooming, and I really want to go back and see them, but I have no choice because I have to make money. I've been hired to kill you. Gu Yang asked in a cold voice. Who is it? Sad Cloud chuckled. Are you kidding me? You're asking me this question? If I answer, won't it make me look unprofessional? It's good that you have some skills. It can help me relax my muscles. As soon as he finished speaking, Cho Yun appeared beside Gu Yang in an instant like a black whirlwind. The long knife behind him had appeared in his hand at some point. The sharp blade reflected a breathtaking cold light in the moonlight, and he slashed at Gu Yang. Fortunately, Gu Yang's reaction was not slow, and the effort he spent on the 5-beast breathing method finally came in handy at this moment. He suddenly bent down to avoid the knife, and the sharp, long knife instantly split the wardrobe door behind him in two. Gu Yang didn't even bother to look back. He lowered his head and pushed his shoulders forward suddenly, performing a mountain-leaning move. The Sakura ninja was completely unable to react as he was hit hard on the chest. With a crack, the sound of broken bones echoed in the empty room. He was thrown flying and smashed the small tea table in the bedroom into pieces. Having the upper hand for a while, Gu Yang was unwilling to waste even the slightest opportunity. He swooped down instantly and smashed his huge iron fist hard towards Cho Yun's head. If this punch hits, it will definitely be enough to make Cho Yun's head explode like a watermelon. Faced with such a crisis, Gu Yang would not hide any of his strength at all. Even a lion needs to use all its strength to fight a rabbit. If he holds back at this time, he would be a fool. To Gu Yang's surprise, the ninja in front of him did not dodge the punch at all, but instead showed a playful look in his eyes. Before Gu Yang had time to think too much, his huge fist had already smashed down. However, the expected scene of his head exploding did not appear in his eyes. It was as if the punch hit a phantom. The fist landed on the ground, shattering even the tiles, but the ninja's figure disappeared before his eyes. Clone jutsu? Or illusion? Gu Yang didn't have time to think too much. A cold wind blew from behind, and he only had time to roll to the side again. Even so, there was still a burning pain in my back. After he rolled to the ground, he reached out and found that his back was wet and warm blood was flowing out. A knife wound of nearly 20 centimeters was causing him great pain. And Cho Yun, who had just disappeared under his nose, was already standing at the other end of the room with a long sword in his hand. There were drops of blood dripping from the tip of his long sword. That was Gu Yang's blood. Cho Yun gently raised his long sword and watched the bright red blood droplets dripping onto the ground, as if he were admiring a perfect work of art. He shouted to Gu Yang with immense pride. Isn't it amazing? This is the ninjutsu that's been passed down in our hometown. It's just the tip of the iceberg, and it's enough to pin you Chinese idiots to the ground and kill them. Only poor bastards like you would throw your ancestors' things into the corner like garbage. But this is not important, because what we have inherited from the Sakura country is 10,000 times more powerful than what you have in China. Now I will show you what real ninjutsu is. After saying that, under Gu Yang's gaze, the cloud of sorrow in front of him actually split into two and turned into two people. Then two divided into four. Damn it, what kind of trick is this? I saw four Cho Yuns holding long swords in their hands and launching a fierce siege on Gu Yang. Although Gu Yang's physical fitness was different from that of ordinary people after practicing the five beast breathing technique, he still had too little experience fighting with such top masters. What's more, he was already seriously injured at the moment and was unable to fight back. Even if he fought hard, he would only suffer fewer knife wounds on his body. And every time he seized the opportunity to counterattack and hit the ninja, the opponent would become illusory, as if he was just an illusion. Something's wrong, absolutely wrong. What kind of magic is this? I don't understand it. Gu Yang had a terrible headache. He had already heard that the Sakura country's ninjutsu was actually a trick, but how to break it? If it was just an ordinary trick, how could it be split into two and then into four in front of me? This is simply sorcery. Suddenly, Gu Yang remembered something. When Cho Yun kicked him to the wall, he spat out blood, then wet the corner of his clothes with the blood and wrapped the wet cloth around his nose. Sad Cloud smiled largely. You actually discovered it. You're really smart. Gu Yang's voice was cold. What a bullshit ninjutsu. To put it bluntly, it's just using drugs to make me hallucinate. I thought it was something so amazing, but you Sakura country are just a bunch of short, ugly guys who only use such despicable tricks. Gu Yang wanted to stand up and resist again, but then he found that his hands and feet had almost lost the ability to move. His whole body was as soft as a piece of marshmallow, and he couldn't move at all. After hearing Gu Yang's ridicule, Cho Yun snorted coldly. How can you ignorant country monkeys understand the profound heritage of my Sakura culture? Don't worry, you won't die so soon. I have cut off the important meridians and blood vessels in your hands and feet. You can only lie here and bleed to death. Don't worry, this process is wonderful. Just experience it carefully and honestly. After saying this, Cho Yun tapped the windowsill lightly and left the place in an instant. Gu Yang collapsed to the ground. He struggled to move his body, but this only made the wound bleed faster. He already felt dizzy and almost in a deadly situation. What should I do? Am I really going to die here at the hands of a short, shabby Sakura countryman? What a humiliation. Chapter 173, Survival from Death, Amazing Willpower. Gu Yang lay alone on the cold floor, feeling the warm blood flowing out bit by bit. His mind raced, trying to find a way out of the predicament. But at this moment, it was extremely difficult for him to even move a finger, so what else could he do? After Su Changchang finishes making dinner, she won't come over until the next morning. When he came to call me for breakfast the next morning, my body was already fucking stiff. Damn it, I finally got my life back, and now it's gone just like that? I haven't even had 2 days of fun yet. A ray of moonlight came through the window and shone on Gu Yang's pale face. Today's moonlight is so cold. Just when his vision was a little blurry, he glanced at the wall clock. The hour and minute hands almost completely overlapped, with only the second hand still ticking away. 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds. Right, it's 30 seconds until 12 o'clock. Gu Yang instantly became extremely alert, his adrenaline surging wildly. He stared at the second hand intently, and had never felt that time was passing so slowly. Finally, it was 12 o'clock. A smile appeared on Gu Yang's lips. He slowly closed his eyes, and his consciousness fell into endless darkness. He fell madly in the cold abyss and finally overlapped with the shadow under his body. A humanoid monster made of shadows slowly climbed up from under Gu Yang. It was more than 2 meters tall and had already reached the ceiling. A pair of pitch-black eyes emitted a cold light, and his whole body exuded an ominous aura. The ghost Gu Yang laughed loudly in the empty bedroom. That laughter was like the emergence of an old devil who had been dormant for thousands of years. I'm alive again. Gu Yang immediately shifted his attention to the original body lying on the ground. The original body's life was in danger, and there was no time to delay. Without saying a word, he peeled out one black thread after another, each thinner than a hair, from his body. Don't forget, Gu Yang's brain is filled with medical knowledge that surpasses the peak of human civilization. He used these silk threads as surgical sutures to quickly gather the wounds on his body together and prevent further blood loss. Then, he immediately picked up his phone and called Lu Tao. "You guys have caused me so much trouble. It's time to help me." After the call was connected, Gu Yang didn't say a word. Lu Tao on the other end picked up the call with a tired look on his face. "Mr. Gu, what's the matter with calling you so late at night?" However, there was no sound from the other end of the line. Lu Tao frowned instantly. "Mr. Gu, are you listening to me?" Still no sound. Lu Tao suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. At this moment, Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun, who were in the same room with Lu Tao, also turned around. "What's going on? Is it Gu Yang calling? It's the middle of the night. Is he calling to harass me on purpose?" Chu Lingling curled her lips. "Anyway, I've already fabricated fake evidence and faked his presence in a video recording of a murder scene. We can use this to catch him first. It's no use for him to ask for help now. I don't care how prominent his status is. As long as I arrest him and lock him up for 3 days and interrogate him thoroughly, I don't believe I can't find any loopholes." Lu Tao turned his head and looked at Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling seriously. Something's not right. There's no sound on the other end of the line. Li Kaiyun sat on the chair and spoke tentatively. "Is it possible that he made a mistake?" Lu Tao shook his head. "As far as I know, Gu Yang is not such a boring person." Lu Tao turned the phone to hands-free mode and turned up the volume to the maximum. The three of them gathered together and listened carefully. Suddenly, Li Kaiyun slammed the table and stood up. "Something's wrong. His life is in danger." Chu Lingling was stunned. "Don't be ridiculous, okay? He's the night butcher. He's the only one who has the right to kill people. How can anyone else kill him?" Li Kaiyun pointed at his phone and said, "Come closer and listen carefully. You can hear breathing, but it's extremely faint." Upon hearing this, the remaining 2 people hurriedly did as they were told, and sure enough, they heard faint breathing sounds. The breathing was obviously different from that of a normal person, as if it was the breathing of someone whose life had come to the end. Without saying a word, the 3 of them stood up, picked up their coats, and rushed out. While running, Lu Tao called his colleague at the Law Enforcement Bureau. "Hurry up and call for help. The more the better. All comrades on duty, follow me. This is an emergency, and it's very likely a murder." After Lu Tao packed up his equipment, he took Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling and set off in the car. He didn't even pay attention to the traffic lights along the way and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Looking at the empty streets with dim lights and few people, he gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, Gu Yang, are you the night butcher? If you are, who can hurt you?" At this moment, the ghost Gu Yang had already used the silk thread to control his body and crawled out of the room step by step. Then, he used his light speed to find some materials and made some simple explosives, which he blew up in the bedroom with a loud bang. A blazing fire rose from the bedroom. All traces disappeared, and the real Gu Yang was lying in a safe area not far from the room waiting for rescue, acting as if he had escaped death. The ghost Gu Yang has been guarding in the shadow next to the main body, closely observing the main body's physical condition and constantly using advanced medical means to stimulate the heartbeat and stabilize the injuries. Fortunately, Lu Tao arrived quickly and notified the hospital's emergency personnel. When he arrived at the scene, the first thing he saw was the burning bedroom and Gu Yang lying on the stairwell, covered in blood and pale. "I was so scared that my hands and feet were shaking." Lu Tao rushed to Gu Yang's side and carefully checked Gu Yang's physical condition. When he saw the dense knife wounds on Gu Yang's body and the red carpet on the ground, his heart tightened. "Oh no, is he dead?" Li Kaiyun stood by and immediately checked his breathing and pulse, then breathed a sigh of relief. "He's still alive. He's still breathing. He could be saved. The medical team will be here soon. Let's bandage his wound and stop the bleeding." As professional law enforcement officers, they have naturally learned some first aid knowledge and carry first aid kits in their cars. The 3 of them worked in a hurry to bandage Gu Yang's wound and completely stop the bleeding. At the same time, the emergency personnel had also arrived at the scene. Seeing that Gu Yang was only hanging on to one breath, they did not dare to delay at all. It only took 1 or 2 minutes to transfer Gu Yang from the stretcher to the ambulance and ran to the hospital as fast as possible. Lu Tao, Lee Kai-yun and others who stayed behind cooperated with the firefighters to put out the remaining fire at the crime scene. When the three of them walked into Gu Yang's bedroom, the first thing they saw was the bloodstains on the ground that had been burned dry by the fire. Lu Tao took a breath of cold air. Damn it. What on earth is going on here? Why is there so much blood? Gu Yang's physical condition is really good. He lost so much blood, but he is still hanging on to his last breath. Lee Kai-yun was also shocked. This is due to his strong willpower. At that time in the hospital, Director Su had already issued him a critical illness notice, believing that the possibility of him waking up was no more than 1%. However, he woke up by relying on his own willpower. This time, he probably escaped from the room with his strong willpower and called me. Otherwise, not even the Golden Immortal could have saved him. Chu Lingling anxiously walked around the room, looking dejected. Please stop praising him. Look at the scene, an explosion of fire. Nothing is left. No clues at all. How can we investigate? It's like seeing a ghost. Why are these cases so troublesome lately? She was so angry that she scratched her hair into a mess. Lu Tao and Lee Kai-yun beside him sighed. There's no other way. Let's just keep looking for it. There should be some clues left. Chapter 174. Chapter 174. The game has just begun. At this moment, on a street not far from Gu Yang's villa, there is a 24-hour hot pot restaurant with lights on. At midnight, the business here is not quiet. There are still 7 or 8 tables of guest dining, and it is very lively. In the corner, there was a somewhat lonely figure. He was carrying a briefcase, wearing a slightly ill-fitting suit and thick black-framed glasses. The man picked up a large piece of beef from the boiling hot pot, coated it with rich sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he opened his mouth wide, fanned the air into his mouth with his other hand, and shouted, "So spicy, so spicy, so hot, so hot, Yoshi, so delicious." Seeing his somewhat funny action, the little girl who was serving the dishes next to him covered her mouth and smiled softly. The man finally swallowed the beef, a satisfied smile on his face, and gave a thumbs up to the waitress next to him. "I'm sorry to make you laugh. Please tell your chef and boss that your hot pot tastes great." The waitress responded politely while serving the dishes. "It's natural. The ingredients used in our store are all purchased on the same day and are extremely fresh. This gentleman should be from the Sakura country, right? Can he get used to our local delicacies?" The man pushed his glasses on his nose. "That's totally acceptable. Our Sakura country culture is inclusive, and we also have hot pot from the Chinese mainland. And with the improvements made by top chefs, it is even better than the original and more delicious. If you have a chance, you can try it too." The waiter nodded and responded politely. "If there's a chance, I'll definitely give it a try." After serving the dishes, the waitress turned and left, feeling somewhat disdainful in her heart. The people in this little Sakura country really love to plagiarize. They can copy anything, and they always say, "The disciple surpasses the master." In that damn place of theirs, people eat radioactive fish and vegetables every day. If they don't get poisoned, they should be thankful to their ancestors. And the food is even better than the original and more delicious. No one would go there. The middle-aged man continued to savor the food. Suddenly, someone outside shouted, "Look, there seems to be a fire over there." Many onlookers immediately put down their bowls and chopsticks and ran to the street to watch from a distance. Sure enough, a house in the villa area on the mountain was engulfed in flames. Wow, that's a villa area. It seems these rich people don't have much sense of safety. There was actually a fire. Who cares? These rich people don't care about these little things. They might burn down a house just to warm themselves up by the fire. Ha. That makes sense. I wonder if there were any casualties. That shouldn't be the case. There aren't many people living in the villa area, and many of them leave their houses empty after buying them. It's very likely that someone forgot to unplug the power when they left. The middle-aged man in the corner opened the window and looked out while eating hot pot. But when he saw the burning building, his brows furrowed instantly. What's going on? Why is it there? But he quickly put the doubts in his mind behind him. Who cares? He's lying on the ground, unable to move. If it explodes or catches fire, he'll just die faster. Not even God can save him. It's a pity that I didn't ask him whether he was the night butcher. If he was, my work would be over in 7 days, and I could go home. I really want to go back and see the cherry blossoms. After eating and drinking, the middle-aged man paid the bill with a smile, opened the door, and disappeared step by step into the dark street. Everyone was busy watching the fun and didn't notice his departure at all. When he arrived at a dark alley, He quickly opened the backpack behind him, took out a set of black combat uniform, and completed the full change of clothes in a few seconds. He threw the clothes and backpack he had just worn while eating hot pot in the trash can next to him. Ninja Gloom is online again. He stretched himself, stretched his muscles, and touched his bloated belly with a look of satisfaction on his face. Not bad, not bad. I warmed up today, killed an interesting guy, and had a delicious hot pot. I guess I gave myself half a day off. Well, let's go back to work. Just as he was about to leave the alley, his body suddenly froze in place. This feeling was as if he was locked onto by some prehistoric monster. The terrifying murderous intent almost made him lose the ability to move in an instant. Damn it! What's going on? Why is there such a terrifying, murderous aura? Who is it? At this moment, Cho Yun felt extremely frightened. Suddenly, a name came to his mind, Night Butcher. According to the information he had, the Night Butcher often acted between the late night and early morning. Wasn't this the time when the Night Butcher was active? Cho Yun stood stiffly in place. He could feel the presence behind him, less than a meter away. A voice that seemed to come from the abyss of hell rang in his ears. What's the matter, my friend? You want to leave before the game is over? I haven't had enough fun yet. Cho Yun felt as if his brain exploded instantly. Although the voices were completely different, he was 100% sure that the person standing behind him was Guyang, who had completely lost the ability to move under the knife just now. Asshole, shouldn't he be dead by now? How could he still be alive? He had so many wounds, and I had clearly cut off all his meridians and blood vessels, making him unable to move. How could he have come here? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cho Yun's head was a mess. He quickly drew the dagger from his waist, as if by reflex, and stabbed backwards immediately. However, this extraordinary sword strike seemed to pierce into the air. The ghost Guyang standing behind him smiled lightly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Without the aid of medicine, you can't even perform the clone technique? If you want to practice magic tricks well. If you want to practice martial arts well. You Sakura people always like to confuse magic tricks with martial arts. It's a miracle that you're still alive today. The next moment, Cho Yun felt a burning pain on his back, and his whole body flew out in an instant, crashing into the garbage pile in the corner. His entire body was covered with leftovers from the garbage dump, making him look extremely miserable. At this moment, Cho Yun finally turned around and saw his enemy clearly, and was so scared that his hands and feet went limp. What a terrifying monster this is. He was nearly 3 meters tall, and his entire body was shrouded in black mist. Although it was pitch black, one could still clearly see the pair of eyes on the face. The dark eyes emitted a terrifying light that was captivating and terrifying. Just a glance at each other was enough to make people completely lose the courage to resist. It's so scary. What kind of monster is this? It's definitely not a human. At this moment, Cho Yun finally understood what kind of existence he had provoked. He quickly tore off a piece of cloth, soaked it in blood, and covered his mouth and nose with it. Illusion. It's definitely an illusion. I'll fight you. Cho Yun clenched the dagger in his hand and pounced towards the ghost Guyang again. The ghost Guyang didn't move at all, just waiting there. Unexpectedly, when he was halfway through the run, Cho Yun found a round bead in his hand, like a ping-pong ball. He smashed the bead hard onto the ground in front of Guyang. With a pop, the bead burst into thick smoke, which instantly enveloped the narrow alley, making it impossible to see anything. By the time Guyang walked out of the thick smoke, the cloud of sorrow had disappeared. The ghost Guyang burst out laughing. Want to run away? How can you possibly outrun me? Cho Yun dragged his seriously injured body around in the alley. He wished he could install motors on his legs. Finally, he estimated that he had run nearly 1 kilometer before he dared to stop in a dark corner, leaning against the wall and panting. Take a break. Finally escaped. Damn, what kind of monster was that? I need to find a place to recuperate and then seek revenge after I recover. Cho Yun took out the medicine powder he carried with him and was about to treat the wound on his back, but the next moment he suddenly froze. Because he clearly saw that at the other end of the alley, the tall ghost figure was standing there staring at him. Keep running, why stop? Looks like I need to give you some more motivation. The next second, a short knife made of shadows flew towards Cho Yun. Cho Yun couldn't see clearly at all. He only felt a sharp pain at the base of his thigh, and 2 round balls of flesh fell to the ground. Ah, you bastard. Cho Yun rolled over and stood up from the ground. Ignoring the pain between his legs, he threw another smoke bomb and disappeared from the street. The ghost Guyong walked to the previous position slowly and crushed the two meatballs on the ground into mud with one foot. Run, run. The game time has just begun. Chapter 175 Shadows are everywhere. After escaping death again, Cho Yun became more cautious. He shuttled madly through the streets and alleys, as fast as a shadow. In the end, he didn't even know how far he had run. He just felt his legs go weak, and he had no strength left. I looked back and found that I was already in the suburbs. A wave of dizziness hit him, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He half knelt on the ground, muttering to himself, "It's impossible for them to find me now. I've run so far." When it comes to escaping, this is the first basic course we ninjas must learn. You can find me once. I don't believe you can find me a second time. After Cho Yun confirmed that there was no one around, he felt even more proud. It seemed that he had finally escaped. So what if the Night Butcher is powerful? The forces behind me are not to be trifled with. As long as you let me go back, I will call those gold medal killers to attack with me. Oh, and those old masters, even if I have to spend all my wealth, I will make sure they die a miserable death. Cho Yun was filled with rage. He forced himself to stagger forward, holding onto the wall. This place is not safe enough. We should find a place in the countryside to hide and recover from our injuries first. If I succeed, that guy will never find me again. But as he walked, Cho Yun really ran out of strength. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a taxi parked on the side of the road, not far away, with its lights flashing. The appearance of this taxi was like a timely help to Cho Yun. He quickly cleaned up the blood on his body and made sure there was nothing unusual. Then he limped to the taxi, opened the back door, and got in. He half closed his eyes and said, "Take me out of the city and into the countryside. You name your price. All I want is the fastest and the most remote the better. Do you understand?" After saying this to himself, Cho Yun leaned back in his seat and prepared to take a nap. But suddenly, he caught a glimpse and realized that the person sitting in the driver's seat was actually a completely black shadow. The clouds of sorrow suddenly felt horrified. He was very familiar with this shadow. Wasn't it the Night Butcher who had been chasing him all the way? How is this possible? How on earth did you find me? And how did you manage to be one step faster than me? I didn't see any trace of you along the way. Bastard, you're fucking cheating, right? It's not fair. It's absolutely not fair. The ghost figure Guyong, who was driving the taxi, slowly turned around, his dark eyes showing a playful smile. "What's wrong? Are you scared? Don't worry, I'm a very good driver. I'll show you some acrobatics later." Guyong stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the taxi instantly increased to the extreme. It rushed out of the road and crashed into the park next to it. Cho Yun looked forward and saw a huge lake in the center of the park, which could also be said to be a reservoir, and the taxi was heading straight towards the reservoir. Cho Yun was instantly terrified and frantically pulled the back door handle of the car. "Open the door. Open the door. You lunatic, get the fuck out of the car." He used too much force and the door handle was broken off. "It's over. It's completely over." With a bang, the taxi hit a big rock in front of it, flew up into the air, and spun wildly in the air. Feeling dizzy, Cho Yun could vaguely hear the mocking voice of the ghost Guyong. "How is it? Is it fun? This is a super invincible aerial pendulum. Enjoy it." With a splash, the taxi plunged into the center of the reservoir with a cloud of sorrow and began to sink slowly. In a short while, the entire taxi was completely submerged in water. The ghost Guyong sat calmly on the shore, enjoying the show in front of him. Will he die? It would be kind of boring if he just died like this. At this moment, Guyong felt conflicted. On the one hand, he really wanted to kill this guy, but on the other hand, he felt that it was too easy for him. At this moment, a series of bubbles suddenly emerged from the water. After a while, a man in black clothes quickly floated to the surface of the water. He waved his hands like a motor and swam towards the shore frantically. As expected, it was a situation that meant certain death for ordinary people, but for Cho Yun, who had received special ninja training, it was still a piece of cake. Guyong, who was sitting on the shore, saw that he wanted to go ashore, so he took out a round object from his shadow space, threw it forward, and it fell directly next to Cho Yun. At this moment, Cho Yun was like a frightened bird, and anything that appeared next to him would scare him. He shuddered all over and looked at the round object, only to find that it was actually a grenade. "Nima, you damn lunatic, damn bastard." He didn't care about his own injuries and directly squeezed his physical strength to the extreme, instantly creating distance between himself and the grenade. But he was still a little slow. With a bang, the grenade exploded, and Cho Yun was blown away and fell heavily on the grass in the park. Even though he escaped at the fastest speed, he was still a little slow. He felt dizzy and every bone in his body ached. What was most difficult for him to accept was that when he lowered his head, he found that his right hand was missing and half of the bone in his shoulder was exposed and dangling in the air. Ah, you and I are sworn enemies. Just wait for me. Cho Yun no longer cared about anything else and threw all the remaining smoke bombs in his arms to the ground. The sky was filled with smoke that covered half of the park, and he fled again. After quickly leaving the park, Cho Yun coughed up blood while running. Asshole, how on earth did he find me? Did he install a tracking device on me, so he could always wait for me ahead of my route? It must be like this. Thinking of this, he no longer cared about appearances and tore all his clothes into pieces and threw them on the roadside, then ran away frantically on the street with his naked butt. That night, many surveillance cameras in front of storefronts captured the image of the one-armed naked man running. It is estimated that this will soon become another unsolved mystery discussed around the world. The ghost Guyong walked out of the park slowly and yawned. Surprisingly, he's not dead yet. But it doesn't matter. It's still early in the morning, so we still have time. Where will you hide next? After saying this, Gu Yang's figure turned into a shadow and disappeared. If Cho Yun could see, he would find that no matter how fast he ran, there was always a pair of eyes staring at him in the shadow below him. Meng Xiao was the only one left in the basement of the boxing gym. He was flipping through the TV channels with a remote control. When he saw the latest news, his face darkened instantly. There was an inexplicable explosion in the hillside villa area tonight, and half of the villa was burned down on the spot. After investigation, it was found that the owner of the villa was Gu Yang, the founder of nano-targeted immune activation drug. According to reliable sources, Gu Yang has been sent to the hospital and is receiving emergency treatment immediately, but his life is in critical condition. After seeing this news, Meng Xiao exerted a little force with his left hand, breaking a large piece of the wooden sofa armrest on the spot, and cursed in a low voice with gnashing teeth. This stupid ninja! Didn't you say you're a gold medal killer? Didn't you say you wouldn't cause me any trouble? You've made such a big fuss. Are you afraid that they won't find out about me? Moreover, despite making such a big noise, Gu Yang actually escaped and is now in the hospital receiving emergency treatment. What if he's rescued and says something he shouldn't? How the hell am I going to explain it to the higher-ups? Idiot! That damn dwarf from Sakura Country is truly unreliable. Chapter 176. Chapter 176. I really want to see the cherry blossoms. Meng Xiao had just finished cursing when the door behind him was kicked open with a bang. He was so frightened that he shuddered and looked back, only to find a miserable monster standing at the door, naked, covered in blood, with one hand missing and a bloody mess. Even the ruthless Meng Xiao felt his heart tremble when he saw such a scene. What the hell has happened to him? Is this guy still alive? He was still wondering who the person in front of him was, but the other person spoke anxiously. Hurry up and arrange a helicopter to take me away. I want to go back to Sakura Island. No, I can't go back. That guy must have predicted that I would go back. Just take me to a remote place to recuperate. Hearing this guy's voice, Meng Xiao came back to his senses. You are Shadow God Sek's gold medal killer, Cho Yun. How did you get yourself into this state? Cho Yun staggered in, sat down on the sofa, and closed his eyes tightly, as if he would die completely in the next moment. Meng Xiao was really worried that he would die in front of him, and how would he explain it to the Shadow God Sek then? Fortunately, Cho Yun's voice was still relatively strong, so he probably wouldn't die for a while. It's hard to explain the whole story to you, but I can tell you one thing. Gu Yang's paralysis was fake. He is the Night Butcher. Now prepare a helicopter to give me a ride, so I can hide for a while. After this is over, I will immediately arrange for my other fellow disciples and master from the Shadow God sect to personally take action and ensure that the Butcher of the Night is killed without a burial place. And you will also gain the favor and friendship of my Shadow God sect. Believe me, the benefits are beyond your imagination. These few short sentences almost made Meng Xiao's brain explode on the spot. The paralysis was fake? He was actually the Night Butcher? If it weren't for the tragic scene of Cho Yun almost dying, and the relationship between this series of cases and Guyong, no one would believe anything he said. Meng Xiao also knew that this was not the time to waste time. He thought carefully and immediately came up with an idea. He gritted his teeth and said, "No problem. I'll arrange for you to leave right away. There's a private helicopter of mine on the roof of this building. Go up first, and I'll arrange for someone." Cho Yun nodded, turned around, and left with his seriously injured body, while Meng Xiao directly called his most trusted younger brother. In less than a few minutes, the helicopter's propellers began to spin wildly. There were only two people on the plane, a pilot in charge of flying, and Cho Yun himself. Cho Yun sat in a chair with a look of trepidation on his face, watching the helicopter gradually rise higher and higher until it was far above the tallest building on the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "You can't possibly catch me again now." He looked up at the helicopter pilot and asked, "Where are we going now?" The pilot responded while operating the helicopter's complex panel. "Boss Meng has already made arrangements. I will first send you to a secret place in the African forest to hide. We will leave behind a satellite phone and enough food reserves. Don't worry, no one will be able to find you there." After hearing this, Cho Yun's heart gradually relaxed. He nodded with satisfaction and murmured to himself, "Not bad, not bad." After letting go of his worries, Cho Yun quickly treated his injuries. During this process, he once again clearly saw his missing arm and two missing balls and was heartbroken. Wait. Once I settle down, I will report everything that happened here to the sect. You are dead. Not killing me on the spot was your biggest mistake. It was a sin of arrogance, and you will pay the price." After experiencing so much torture, Cho Yun was already exhausted both physically and mentally and fell into a deep sleep with his eyes closed. He didn't know how long he slept. He woke up again in a daze. Looking down from the window, he found that he had arrived at a large forest. He asked again, "Where are we? Are we in Africa already?" The pilot replied, "It's still very early. We haven't even left the country yet. It will probably take about 6 hours to reach our destination. But we are out of the city now, and this is a forest where no one has ever set foot." After hearing this answer, Cho Yun felt more at ease. "I've already fled to the deserted forest. How can you still find me? If you can really find me, I'll just give you my head." Just when he was full of confidence and had begun to plan his revenge, he suddenly felt an extremely cold aura enveloping him from all directions. This murderous intent, so terrifying that it almost makes people unable to move, is unique to the Night Butcher. No way. It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. The next moment, a shadowy hand appeared out of thin air beside his shoulder and gently patted it. A low, hoarse voice that only he could hear came to his ear. "You ran quite far. Did you sleep well just now? I didn't have the heart to disturb you, so I waited by your side until you woke up before greeting you. Isn't that polite?" As soon as he finished saying this, Cho Yun almost went crazy. He could no longer control himself and stood up and cursed. "Fuck you. I curse your ancestors for 18 generations." He opened the helicopter door, grabbed the parachute next to him, and jumped out. The pilot in the cockpit was stunned for a moment and shouted, "What were you doing? Are you crazy?" Before he could figure out what was going on, Cho Yun had already descended into the air and opened his parachute. There is still a glimmer of hope in the heart of sorrow. There's an uninhabited forest below, and the terrain is complex. If I hide in the forest, there should be a glimmer of hope. He was just about to control his parachute to land in a good position, but then he found that his parachute was completely uncontrollable, as if an invisible big hand was dragging him all the way, drifting towards a cliff not far away. "Asshole, we're about to crash. Stop now." Although Cho Yun tried everything he could do nothing and could only let the parachute carry him directly to the high cliff. With a bang, the impact made him feel that the already injured bones all over his body were broken again, and the pain made him almost faint. He used his last bit of willpower to take stock of his current situation. After the parachute carried him to the top of the cliff, it actually hung him there, making him unable to move. He wanted to cut the parachute, but found that he had no weapons on him, and the parachute ropes had been tangled into knots in the air and could not be untied. The ghost Guyang appeared beside him at some point, standing on a small protrusion on the cliff, floating as if he had no substance. "The scenery here is nice, and it should be an interesting place for your burial. Look, these friends are all welcoming you." Following the direction that the ghost Guyang had mentioned, Cho Yun took a look and found that there were several hungry vultures circling in the air. No, you can't leave me here alone. The Shadow God sect will definitely find out your identity. You can't hide. You will be subjected to endless revenge, and you and your family and friends will all die. Let me go, and I'm willing to give you generous compensation. I guarantee this matter won't cause you any subsequent trouble." The ghost Guyang laughed disdainfully. "Let you go? Are you too badly injured and unconscious? I remember you once told me that you like to let others experience the feeling of death quietly, and now it's your turn to experience it yourself. Gu Yong waved his hand lightly, and the black shadows formed several sharp blades, which instantly cut off the main meridians and blood vessels in Cho Yun's body. Ah, kill me. Kill me if you dare. Kill me if you dare. Are you even a man? Damn it. Gu Yang Laugid Hayartili. Experience death. But you probably won't have much time to experience it, because it seems they can't help themselves. I'm leaving first. Gu Yang's figure disappeared from his spot. Cho Yun cursed loudly. You bastard. Come back. Come back and take me away. Don't leave me here alone. Whoa. You will get your comeuppance. I'll be waiting for you down there. You will not have a good death. The blood that kept dripping from his body was like a stimulant, instantly stimulating the vultures circling in the air so that their eyes glowed red. The vultures could no longer bear their hunger and swooped down, pecking at the flesh and blood on Cho Yun's body in big mouthfuls. Cho Yun let out bursts of shrill screams, until his voice became hoarse and he could no longer scream. The pain all over his body caused his consciousness to collapse. In his final moments, only a few cherry blossoms remained in his mind. I really want to go back and see the cherry blossoms in my hometown. Chapter 177. Chapter 177. Waiting outside the emergency room. The lights in the emergency room were flashing constantly, and even standing outside the door, one could still hear the heated discussions among the many doctors inside. Lu Tao paced back and forth in the corridor, while Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling were sitting on the chairs next to him. Seeing Lu Tao's anxious look, Chu Lingling said nonchalantly, "What are you worried about? You're the deputy director of the Enforcement Bureau, and you're worried about a serial killer. I'm starting to doubt your sexual orientation. Are you gay?" Li Kaiyun quickly glanced at Chu Lingling and reminded, "Lingling, don't talk nonsense." Chu Lingling snorted coldly and said nothing more. Lu Tao hesitated for a moment, sighed, and sat down on the iron chair next to him. He spoke first. "Do you really think he's the Night Butcher? Even if there are many suspicious points, there are still some that don't make sense. From the very beginning, I was the first person to suspect Gu Yong, so I conducted multiple investigations on him, and even conducted surveillance near his home or around him more than once. But every time he committed a crime, he had a solid alibi, and I was the witness." Chu Lingling turned her head and said disdainfully, "There are so many ways to disguise yourself in this world. Maybe there's a way for him to act in front of you while still committing the crime." Lu Tao continued worriedly, "Indeed, what you said is possible. However, I have had meals with Gu Yong and talk a lot with him, and I think he's a kind-hearted person. Even though he was physically disabled, he still studied hard. What he studied was not neurology to treat his own nerve problems, but knowledge about treating cancer. What does this mean? It means he really wants to save more people. In promoting the nano-targeted immune activation drug, he only made a tiny profit on the cost price to support his employees. Such a person would not be an exaggeration to be selected as one of the top 10 people who move the world. How could he be the Night Butcher? And look at him now. He has been sent to the emergency room. His life is in critical condition, and he may die at any time. If he really is the Night Butcher, and if he truly possesses so many bizarre and unpredictable methods, who could have driven him to this point?" Lu Tao's words made Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling fall into silence. Indeed, there are too many doubts pointing to Gu Yong, but there's also too much evidence to prove his innocence. Lu Tao continued, "Director Guan and I once had a discussion, and we came to an interesting conclusion. I don't know if you have ever read a suspense novel from the land of Sakura. It tells the story of a male and female protagonist who have no connection on the surface, but who protect each other behind the scenes. The male protagonist helps the female protagonist kill people, and the female protagonist helps the male protagonist keep secrets. The Public Security Bureau chief put forward this theory. The Night Butcher might be a relative or friend of Gu Yong. They have been secretly protecting Gu Yong and eliminating the scum of this world. I think this theory is much more feasible. This can not only explain why Gu Yong had a perfect alibi many times, but also explain why those who died were more or less related to Gu Yong." Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling calmed down and thought about it. Although they felt that this inference was a bit absurd, it seemed to be the most reasonable explanation at the moment. Chu Lingling scratched her head. "The pressure of investigating the case during this period is greater than the pressure of experiencing 100 consecutive losses at the end of the season. Okay, your inferences all make sense, so go ahead and check it out. Anyway, the Night Butcher possesses hacking skills that are no less impressive than mine, and I can't take advantage of him at all. I feel completely useless." Li Kaiyun thought about it and said, "If this theory is true, then Gu Yang himself is very likely aware of the Night Butcher's true identity and is covering for him. In this case, he is also guilty." Lu Tao glanced at the flashing lights in the emergency room and shook his head. "I think it's unlikely. Think about it. Tonight was a complete life-threatening situation for Gu Yang. He was almost killed on the spot. If he really knew who the Night Butcher was, he could have called him immediately to inform him. But he actually called me. At this critical moment, he couldn't possibly still be thinking about covering up, right?" The three of them fell silent for a moment, as if their clues in investigating the Night Butcher had been cut off again. Li Kaiyun asked, "Since you have already made this guess, have you investigated Gu Yang's social background?" Lu Tao took out a wrinkled cigarette from his pocket and put it between his lips. He was about to light it, but suddenly remembered that this was a hospital, so he had to put it back and said, "Of course we have investigated. We have carefully screened everyone he might have come into contact with in his life, but what can we do? We even checked his elementary school classmates, but we didn't find a single suspect." While they were discussing, a sound of messy and anxious footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Immediately afterwards, a man and a woman rushed over. They were Mu Rong and Su Chengcheng. When Su Chengcheng rushed over, she immediately grabbed Lu Tao by the collar and said angrily, "Deputy Director Lu, you are amazing. Since you can't find any clues about the Night Butcher, you keep looking for trouble with Mr. Gu. Isn't that just taking advantage of Mr. Gu's kindness? If it were anyone else, they would have complained about you long ago. If you had focused more on other cases and investigated other suspicious persons, would Mr. Gu have been in such great danger? I tell you, if anything happens to Mr. Gu, it will be a loss for all mankind, and you will be held responsible." Lu Tao was scolded badly, but when he heard Su Qingqing's words, he felt a little guilty. Indeed, during this period of time, the entire law enforcement bureau focused all its energy on the Night Butcher and indeed ignored some hidden dangerous elements. Now that Gu Yang has developed such a precious thing as the nano-targeted immune activation agent, it is definitely likely to arouse jealousy, and there is even the possibility that spies from other countries will secretly hunt him down. The competition in this world is so cruel. He was so focused on investigating the case of the Night Butcher that he forgot to provide Gu Yang with even a little bit of protection. This was truly a dereliction of duty. Lu Tao didn't know how to explain for a moment. Fortunately, at this time, Mu Rong gently patted Su Qingqing's shoulder and said, Okay, stop losing your temper. Deputy Director Lu did not do it on purpose, and he was not the murderer. The most important thing now is how is Gu Yang's health." After saying that, Mu Rong turned his gaze to Lu Tao. Lu Tao could only sigh and shake his head. I don't know. The rescue has been going on for a long time, but the operation is not over yet. Just now, Dean Fong came over to tell me about Gu Yang's condition. He had multiple knife wounds all over his body. These wounds severed many blood vessels and meridians, causing a lot of bleeding. Fortunately, Gu Yang has a very strong willpower and is still holding on. The hospital's current treatment plan is to suture the wounds on Gu Yang's body first, and then give him more blood transfusions and nutrient solutions to see if he can be saved. Su Chengcheng was already extremely anxious, and she even rushed over wearing slippers and pajamas. Hearing Lu Tao say this at this moment, I was so anxious that I almost fainted. Mu Rong beside him also clenched his fists and prayed silently in his heart. "Old Gu, you must hold on. Our business empire has just begun. Without you, I can't sustain it alone. You even withstood the risk of becoming a vegetable in the last car accident, so this little injury won't do you any harm." Everyone was praying silently in their hearts, including Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun. Although they wanted to catch the Night Butcher was not a bad guy. He hunted the scum of society, and the Night Butcher had saved their lives. The reason why Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling wanted to catch the Night Butcher was simply to give an explanation to the law. Chapter 178, Resurrection from the Dead. Amidst everyone's worries and concerns, the door of the emergency room finally slowly opened. Dean Su, wearing a mask, staggered out and almost fell to the ground because he lost his balance. Lu Tao, who was standing next to him, was quick to reach out and help him. Otherwise, Dean Su's old bones would probably have been seriously injured. Su Chengcheng and Mu Rong quickly came forward. "Director Su, what's the situation? Is Mr. Gu out of danger? Was the operation successful?" Everyone looked at Dean Su expectantly, but Dean Su just shook his head and waved his hands repeatedly, his tone full of regret. "I'm sorry, we've tried our best." Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing's eyes went dark and she fell backwards. Mu Rong, who was standing behind her, quickly stretched out his hands to catch her and gently patted her face. Chengchen, wake up! Wake up! Have you forgotten? Guyang told you a long time ago to be strong and independent. Have you forgotten? Su Changcheng only managed to avoid fainting completely because of the repeated calls. She forced herself to stand up tremblingly. Dean Su kept shaking his head and sighing. Mr. Gu is a genius. He is a super genius that I have never seen in my life. Just by studying on his own and reading books, his insights into medicine surpass those of us old guys. It is unknown how many lives the nano-targeted immune activation drugs developed can save. Why do good people have such short lives? Who was it that had done such a cruel thing to him? When I was stitching up his wound just now, looking at the broken blood vessels and meridians, my heart almost stopped beating. It is hard to imagine what kind of torture this child went through before he died. For a moment, everyone present felt weak in their hands and feet and slumped down on the cold iron benches, unable to utter a word. Lu Tao clenched his fist and swore to everyone present. I will definitely find out who is behind this and avenge Mr. Gu. Definitely. The medical staff nearby brought 2 glucose bottles to Dean Su. After drinking them, Dean Su regained some of his energy. Please calm down. Mr. Gu is still hanging on. When we come out later, we will do our best to make him wake up, but it won't be too long. You should take this time to say goodbye to him. If you want to ask anything or say anything, please say it all. You won't have the chance again in the future. This is all we can do. A sad mood permeated the corridor outside the emergency room. At that moment, the temperature around seemed to drop below 0 degrees Celsius, making people shiver with cold hands and feet. Just as Director Su was about to take off his mask and leave the scene, a loud shout suddenly came from the emergency room. Director Su, come back soon. Come back soon. Mr. Gu's condition has improved. His vital signs have increased significantly. He can be saved. He can be saved. Dean Su, who was about to leave, was stunned for a moment. Are you kidding me? I'm alive again? Come to think of it, I have issued 2 critical illness notices to Gu Yang. Is this guy a cockroach? Although he couldn't help but complain his heart, Dean Su was also extremely excited that Gu Yang was able to survive. Chu Lingling and others who were standing in the aisle also had their hearts pounding. Su Chengchen quickly shouted, President Su, go quickly. Go quickly. You must rescue Mr. Gu. He is still so young and so capable. He can make many contributions to mankind in the future. Director Su immediately put on his mask again, turned around, opened the door of the emergency room, and walked in. In the aisle, Su Changcheng sat on an iron bench, covering her face with her hands, her voice choked with sobs, tears streaming through her fingers. Mu Rong was always beside her, handing her tissues and comforting her softly. Don't cry, don't cry. Didn't the doctor say that Gu Yang can be saved? When he comes out and sees your tear-stained face, he'll laugh at you. Su Changcheng tried hard to wipe away the tears on her face, but when she looked up, her eyes were already red and swollen. She said firmly, if Mr. Gu could come back to life, I wouldn't mind him mocking and scolding me every day. There is no one better than Mr. Gu in this world. How could God have the heart not to reward him? Mu Rong also nodded. Yes, Lao Gu is such a good person. Why did he suffer so much in his life? On the contrary, those bastards who cheat, commit murder, and set fire to houses are living a comfortable and fat life. I don't know what's going on in this ghost world. God is blind. Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling didn't know what to say at this moment. Looking at the trust the 3 people in front of them had in Gu Yang, they felt as if they were enemies with the whole world. There are countless cancer families around the world whose life trajectories are about to be changed because of Gu Yang's invention. If I continue to keep an eye on him, I will be like a sinner. Or just don't check it at all, and just take the big orders honestly. Since I have already changed my career to become a private detective, I might as well make more money while I am still young. What the hell is that night butcher? He's not going to kill me anyway, so why should I be so active? Besides, the night butcher is actually helping us. Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling looked at each other, both of them showing the intention of giving up the investigation. Little did they know that at this moment, in the shadow of this long and narrow corridor, a pair of eyes were watching them. This is naturally Gu Yang's ghost body. Every time Gu Yang used the power of ghost to kill someone, the shadow body he could control seemed to become a little bigger, and its strength also increased. So far, he has been able to create 3 ghost clones. One stayed outside to observe everyone's reactions. One went to chase the escaped Sakura ninja, and the other stayed in the ward to stabilize the main body's injuries. To be honest, Based on my physical condition at the time, if it weren't for the ghost's help, it would have been difficult for me to get out of the ambulance, let alone be rescued on the operating table. After all, he was injured too badly at the time, and the blood in his body was almost dried up. Even if he used the power of shadow, he could only temporarily stabilize his injuries. But now, with the death of Sakura Ninja, the situation has been reversed, and the lifespan has increased by 30 years. The current remaining lifespan is 250 years. With the infusion of these 30 years of life force, the body seemed to be nourished by the fountain of life, and its originally precarious physical condition improved a lot. With the blessing of this life-extending power, the doctor's various medical methods can work again, which is enough to help Gu Yang escape from the critical period. At the same time, the ghost clones scattered outside could not resist the call of the original body and returned to Gu Yang. The rest, leave it to the doctor. Another half an hour passed, and Director Su walked out of the emergency room again. Su Chengxing and others looked at Dean Su anxiously. Dean Su took off his mask at this moment and smiled. Don't worry, everything is fine now. It seems God still has eyes. Su Chengxing happily jumped up from the iron bench. Oh yeah, that's great. That's great. God is open-minded. I've always said that good people should be rewarded. Mr. Gu will definitely live to be 200 years old. Everyone was both happy and shocked. They didn't expect that Gu Yang could survive such a serious injury. Is it really God's blessing? But if God really favors him, why would he bring so many hardships to him? Dean Su was so exhausted that he didn't even have the energy to walk back to his office. He sat down on an iron chair in the corridor, took off his professional medical supplies, and sighed. To be honest, among all the people I've ever met in my life, Mr. Gu's willpower is definitely number one. He was injured so badly that an ordinary person would have died on the spot and would have been impossible to be sent to the hospital. Even if his willpower was strong enough to make it to the hospital, he would definitely not be able to get off the operating table. But Mr. Gu has been able to hold on until now, and with his tenacious will, he has been able to force his body to revive. In an instant, all kinds of hormones in his body surged, and he was forced to recover his vitality. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Perhaps this is the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. This time, it should be said that Mr. Gu saved himself, and we are just the ones who took advantage of him, huh? Chapter 179, Huge Pressure from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Several hours passed in a flash, and Gu Yang slowly opened his eyes. The world in front of my eyes was blurry, and I couldn't see anything clearly, but my body was in excruciating pain, and there was no comfortable place up and down. After finally opening his eyes and taking a look at his body, he realized that he was wrapped up like a mummy and couldn't move at all. He returned to a vegetative state. I was born to lie in bed. A cry of surprise came from his side. Mr. Gu, you're finally awake. How are you feeling now? Are you still in pain? Are you hungry? I made you some fish soup. It's still hot. The person who spoke was Su Chengxing. Gu Yang could clearly see that Su Chengxing's eyes were slightly red and swollen, and it was obvious that she had been crying for a long time. He tried hard to put on a smile and spoke in a hoarse voice. Thank you for your hard work. You even prepared soup for me. But I think you'll have to help me pick out the fish bones, or I might get pricked to death by them. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Mr. Gu? It's so unlucky. You are a great person who benefits society. You can live peacefully to be 200 or 300 years old. Su Chengxing said happily. Gu Yang smiled brightly, and this smile directly touched many wounds, causing tears to well up in his eyes due to the pain. Su Chengxing quickly waved her hands. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. I didn't mean to make you laugh. You can't laugh casually now. Your injuries are quite serious. You must rest for a day or two. But Dean Su has already said that every wound on your body has been sutured perfectly, and your physical fitness seems to be much better than that of a normal person, and your recovery speed is very fast. So you can rest assured. Gu Yang nodded slightly, and when he looked to the other side, he found that he was in the familiar VIP ward again. After going around in circles, I came back here, and this spacious ward was already crowded with people. He knew many of them, such as Lu Tao, Chu Lingling, Li Kaiyun, and other old acquaintances of law enforcement officers, and some were patients he had rescued. In addition, Mayor Yuan Xinxiu and his daughter Yuan Yintong were also here. Su Chengxing hurriedly ran to the side to serve fish soup to Gu Yang. Yuan Xinxiu, who was standing next to him, took 2 or 3 steps to the bedside. The old man, who was originally dressed in a suit and looked energetic, now had a worried look on his face. Judging from his appearance, Gu Yong had encountered an accident, and he was even more scared than if he had been seriously ill. Mr. Gu, you really scared me to death. I heard the news about your accident at home and rushed over as soon as possible. If anything happens to you, it will be a great loss to all mankind. I'll have the Law Enforcement Bureau assign several well-trained officers to be stationed with you to protect your safety. Guyong was stunned for a moment. That's not good, Mayor Yuan. They all serve the people. How can they work just for me? Yuan Qinqiu frowned. You haven't thought clearly enough. We do serve the people, but Mr. Gu, you are also an important talent serving the people. The nano-targeted immune activation drug you developed has already caused a major response internationally. It is estimated that all medical-related awards this year will be won by you alone, Mr. Gu. As long as we protect you, it is equivalent to protecting thousands of people. Moreover, with Mr. Gu's talent, it would not be a problem for him to come up with another product similar to the nano-targeted immune activation drug. Don't worry, the law enforcement officers I have arranged will only provide you with protection around your home, and the command authority is completely given to you. Mr. Gu, what do you think? Yuan Qinqiu's sincerity can be said to be maximized. As a mayor, he actually personally arranged for law enforcement officers to serve as Gu Yang's personal bodyguards. This was simply the ultimate in face-giving. Gu Yang thought about it carefully. If he wanted to do something on weekdays, he only needed to act late at night. There didn't seem to be too many secrets during the day. It would be good to have someone around to protect your safety, and this incident also made Gu Yang a little wary. There are so many evil ways in this world. As the saying goes, no matter how good your martial arts skills are, you're still afraid of a kitchen knife. If I really capsize in the gutter, wouldn't it be a shame for my ability? After explaining it clearly, Gu Yang happily agreed. Thank you very much, Mayor Yuan, for your concern. Yuan Yintang, who was standing aside, had a cold expression, but a trace of concern could still be seen in her eyes. She said, Mr. Gu is injured. You can put your previous cooperation with me on hold for now. I will also help you look after the company. I have arranged for a professional decoration team to go and expand your factory. If you need any help with your work or business, please feel free to call me. Gu Yang nodded to Yuan Yintang with difficulty to express his gratitude. Thank you very much, Miss Yuan. After exchanging a few pleasantries and greetings, Yuan Qinqiu waved goodbye to Gu Yang with her daughter. They have a lot of things to do and can't be here 24 hours a day. When leaving, Yuan Qinqiu deliberately glared at Guan Chang'an, who was standing at the door. Guan Chang'an immediately understood and followed Yuan Qinqiu out. This middle-aged man in his 40s with a scar at the corner of his eye was as respectful as a child when facing Mayor Yuan Qinqiu. After reaching the end of the hospital corridor, Yuan Qinqiu stood on the guardrail and looked at the traffic below. He slowly spoke. Director Guan, I have an important criticism for the work you are doing. Guan Chang'an wiped the sweat from his forehead, nodded and said, It is my honor to have Mayor Yuan guide me in my work. Yuan Qinqiu didn't look at him directly, but said slowly, Have you read the news online and what netizens are saying on various platforms? Guan Chang'an was stunned for a moment, scratched his head, and said, I haven't seen it yet. I'm really sorry, Mayor Yuan. Yuan Qinqiu sighed and shook his head. You'll know when you open your phone and take a look. Now, everyone is very dissatisfied with the work of our law enforcement agency. Tell me, how did you manage to track down the night butcher's intelligence and lead him to Mr. Gu? Guan Chang'an nodded awkwardly and wanted to explain something, but Yuan Qinqiu just waved his hand to stop Guan Chang'an from explaining. You should have heard what I said just now. Implement it as soon as possible. At the same time, the law enforcement officers who went to investigate Mr. Gu yesterday must also be severely punished. The severer the better. Get this done as quickly as possible and post a penalty notice online to appease public grievances. Guan Chang'an felt sad, as he knew very well that Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling had left the law enforcement team, and the person leading the operation this time was Lu Tao. Mayor Yuan Qinqiu personally held Lu Tao accountable, so it seems that Lu Tao may not be able to keep his position. Alas, starting from scratch again. The specific matters were naturally arranged by Guan Chang'an personally. After Yuan Qinqiu gave a few instructions, he slowly left with Yuan Yintang. Inside the ward, Gu Yang was still actively thanking every patient for their blessings and concern, and he was so tired that his head was dizzy. This is even more tiring than going to work, as I have to answer the same questions almost 100 times. Oh no, now I'm a real rarity. After seeing the mayor off, Guan Chang'an outside quickly found a deserted place. Open his phone and check the comment sections and videos on major video websites. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. It turned out that when Lu Tao and others led the team to capture Gu Yang yesterday, someone with ulterior motives had already seen everything clearly and even filmed short video. This incident has already caused an uproar on the internet. Gu Yang just announced the research results of the nano-targeted immune activation agent during the day, and something almost went wrong tonight, with all kinds of conspiracy theories emerging wildly. The ones who were scolded the most were naturally all the staff of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Chapter 180 Chapter 180 People's Anger. I pay so much in taxes every month, but how come I'm able to support such a bunch of losers? Can't they do something useful every day? They keep talking about investigating the night butcher. It's been ages, but are there any leads? Bullshit. Last time, they even had the nerve to hold a press conference, saying they had caught him. But what happened? He's still at large. What a lie. That's right. It's fine that they can't find the night butcher, but they're just trying to catch him. How can they catch Mr. Gu? People's daytime schedules are already full with work and study, and at night, they have to disguise themselves as night butchers to kill people? My goodness, don't I need to sleep? That's right. This kind of thing can be understood by thinking with common sense. Brothers, stop arguing. Let me tell you, this kind of thing is not uncommon at all. To put it bluntly, Mr. Gu has touched the interests of certain interest groups. Don't you think about how huge the profits are in the cancer field? The incidence of cancer is high nowadays, and basically half of the families will have some connection with this disease. Generally speaking, a family has to pay all their savings to get treatment in the hospital. Now, Mr. Gu has developed a nano-targeted immune-activating drug that can cure diseases for only tens of thousands of yuan. How do the capitalists behind this drug survive? How do they make money? To put it bluntly, there are bad guys inside the Law Enforcement Bureau. They must have been bribed and are deliberately causing trouble for Mr. Gu. In the end, this trick didn't work. At night, those damn capitalists sent assassins to assassinate me. These bastards are so evil. Brother, I think your analysis makes sense. Since ancient times, those who touch other people's cakes have had a hard time. If you are lucky, you will just lose the business you have worked hard to build. If you are unlucky, you will lose your life. It is God's blessing that Mr. Gu was able to save his life. So what if I picked it up? Now the law enforcement agencies are targeting me. How can I live? Alas, what a pity. Such an epic-making genius would be revered as a national treasure in any country. But in our country, he has become the target of suppression. It's truly pitiful. Indeed, it's sad to think about it. Otherwise, Mr. Gu should go abroad. Fuck it. I don't know how the people in the Law Enforcement Bureau got corrupted. Tomorrow I'm going to write a letter of complaint against all of these guys. Yes, especially the leader, whose name seems to be Lu Tao. The last time he was promoted to the position of deputy director was thanks to his contribution in the night butcher case. In my opinion, he is just a lackey of the capitalists behind the scenes. They pay him to get promoted so that he can be their dog. Hey, brother, what you said makes sense. As far as I know, Lu Tao doesn't have much ability, but he is very good at getting into trouble. I have a friend who works in a police station. I heard that this guy has been promoted and demoted from the position of team leader countless times. What qualifications does he have to become the deputy director? It would be strange if there is no inside information. Damn it, everyone, please forward this and give this guy a hard time. If we don't take care of him, what will happen when Director Guan retires and this guy becomes the director? Will there be any hope for us? Public opinion was in an uproar, and Guan Chang'an had already called out Lu Tao, Li Kaiyun, and Chu Lingling. At this moment, Guan Chang'an frowned and sighed repeatedly as he looked at the three people in front of him. He first glanced at Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling and said, "You two are no longer in the system, so theoretically, I can't control you. However, you are all educated people and should be more tactful and rigorous in your handling of matters. I allowed you to work with Lu Tao because I wanted you to help curb his temper from the sidelines. But what happened? You guys actually created a negative effect where the sum of your parts was greater than the sum of your parts. Tell me, who came up with the idea to find Gu Yang and forcibly arrest him?" Lu Tao took a step forward without saying anything. "Director Guan, if you have any questions, please come to me. I am the commander-in-chief of this operation." Chu Lingling beside him snorted coldly. "Who needs you to be the hero? It's me. I found clues from the runes at Wang Anya's death scene that Gu Yang is the night butcher." Li Kaiyun also wanted to speak at this time, but Guan Chang'an quickly waved his hand. Don't do this. What's the point of everyone rushing to admit their mistakes? What you need to do is not to admit your mistakes to me, but to give an explanation to all the citizens. Now, everyone is arguing so fiercely online, and some people have even started to complain to the higher authorities. How do you want me to deal with this? I don't know what you idiots are thinking. If it were in the past, if you forcibly brought people back, the process would not be considered particularly illegal and it would be acceptable. But who is he now? He is arguably the rising star of the medical field, the savior of millions of cancer patients worldwide. The mayor looked at him differently, calling him his savior and promising to strongly support his entrepreneurship. Kyoto's top university was vying to bestow various honorary titles on him. Can you arrest a person like this just like that? Then why don't you guys be a little more awesome and just arrest me and lock up the mayor as well? Anyway, as long as there's suspicion, it's standard to arrest and detain them for 3 days, right? Stupid. Absolutely stupid. I think you all ate too much rice and your brains are clogged with shit, making you dizzy. Lu Tao and the other two were scolded bitterly, but Chu Lingling was a little unconvinced. But our various analyses have clearly shown that this Gu Yang is the night butcher. I dare say, I'm 90% sure. Guan Chang'an rolled his eyes at her. 90%? 90% is nothing. Even if you're 100% sure. Even if you saw him transform into the night butcher and kill someone with your own eyes, but you can't produce any substantial evidence, and you come out and report it. That's just slander. Do you know what this person's identity is? We must have solid evidence that can silence everyone before we can take action. Do you understand? 90% is nothing. After hearing Guan Chang'an's words, the three of them realized how important Gu Yang's identity was at this moment. Ordinary evidence is no longer enough to pose any threat to Gu Yang. With his current identity, even if a surveillance video of Gu Yang transforming into the night butcher and killing people is found, the whole network will say it is photoshopped. General clues are of no use at all. The entire citizenry will naturally excuse it. After all, the night butcher killed bad guys, while Gu Yang saved millions of ordinary people. If these two identities overlap, it may only make Gu Yang more admired. This world is going crazy. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Tao lit a cigarette. At this moment, he didn't even care about the hospital's rule against smoking. He exhaled a puff of white smoke and said, I understand, Director Guan. When I get back, I will write a report and personally release an apology video, taking full responsibility and then voluntarily resign from the Enforcement Bureau. When Guan Chang'an heard Lu Tao's words, his nose felt sore and his eyes couldn't help but become moist. It could be said that Lu Tao was promoted by him from the time when he was still a very green trainee law enforcement officer, all the way to where he is now. Even Guan Chang'an once regarded him as his successor, but now he has ended up like this. Guan Chang'an couldn't even say a word to try to keep him. The commotion this time was even more serious than when Li Kaiyun killed the criminal. How could he protect him? Reached out and patted Lu Tao's shoulder. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. Moreover, you are now burdened with too much negative public opinion, and I guess your superiors are already full of complaint letters. Even if I continue to stay in the system, I will probably only be able to hold a sinecure forever, so I might as well go out and try my luck. Lu Tao felt bitter in his heart. The cigarette that he usually smoked slowly and reluctantly was now finished in just 3 or 4 puffs. While coughing, he rubbed his eyes and said to Guan Chang'an, I'm sorry, Master, I disappoint you. I made up my mind. I'm going to personally provide security for Gu Yang. This also happens to be the mayor's idea, so I'll just consider it my way of atonement. Chapter 181, The Desire to Become Stronger. Murong is in charge of all the business of Chaoyang Biotechnology Company, and Yuan Yintang has also made careful arrangements for the new cooperative project. Gu Yang can rest and recuperate in the hospital. Just wait and count the money. He was lying on the hospital bed, and Su Changchang fed him fresh fish soup spoon by spoon. He looked very comfortable. But in fact, for Gu Yang at this moment, he was not relaxed at all. To put it bluntly, I was able to escape death this time simply because I was lucky. The first good thing is that he has the Night Butcher as a trump card every midnight. The second lucky thing is that the Sakura Ninja Choyun is a bit perverted and likes to torture people to death. If it weren't for these two coincidences, Gu Yang would probably have been a corpse by now. After drinking 2 bowls of broth mixed with minced fish in one breath, Gu Yang felt that his weak body had finally recovered some vitality. He lay on the bed contentedly and instructed Su Changcheng, who was about to continue serving soup. Almost, I'm full. Have you eaten yet? Why don't you go eat something first? Su Changcheng immediately shook her head. No, Mr. Gu, how can you leave this place unattended? What if someone else wants to hurt you? I'll just stay here, it's okay. Just order takeout. Guiyang smiled lichtly. If someone really wants to harm me, what can a woman like you do? Su Qingqing's face was full of dissatisfaction. Mr. Gu, your ideological awareness needs to be improved. So what if I'm a woman? You can't be chauvinistic. The great leader has long said that we women can also hold up half the sky. Guiyang didn't dare to laugh out loud, fearing that it would aggravate the wound on his body. He could only suppress his laughter and nodded. Yes, you're right. It seems to me that you want to poke a hole in the sky. If you want to order takeout, order something better. I'll reimburse you after you go out. Su Changcheng rolled her eyes at him, looking disdainful. Who needs your reimbursement? I'm a high-income earner now, making over 10,000 yuan a month. How can I not afford takeout? I'll bring it over and eat it in front of you. You'll be so greedy. Guiyang chuckled and shook his head, no longer arguing with Su Changcheng, but the fear of this incident still lingered in his mind. I was lucky enough to escape once, but can I be lucky every time? Guiyang originally planned to use these Yuan show to deduce technology during the day so that he could gain a high status, but now it seems that status alone is not enough. Some bastards only play dirty tricks. No matter how high your status is, you can't resist their cruelty. Just like Sakura Ninja Choyin this time. If he hadn't been lucky, he would have died long ago. They don't care what advanced products you have developed or how many honors you have. They will kill you anyway. It seems that I have to think of a way to improve my ability to protect myself during the day. Now his main fighting method is still the powerful physical fitness brought by the 5 beasts breathing technique, which is more than enough to deal with ordinary people. Even elite soldiers who have received special training may not be his opponents. However, this ancient breathing method is actually not that advanced. It is already very good to train your body to a level far beyond that of ordinary people. There is no point in continuing to explore it. In addition, he also possesses 2 secret yin-yang techniques. If he can be ruthless, he can even keep a little ghost as a bodyguard like the people in the Wang family. But Guiyang didn't want to use this method at all. It's already pitiful enough that people are alive, and after death they're trained to be ghosts and used as slaves. This is too cruel. Moreover, using these yin-yang secret techniques will reduce a lot of one's own luck. If one day you are unlucky, you'll be beaten to death with sticks when you go out to pick up trash. What should I do? I'm so confused. There are only 2 options in Guiyang's mind now. Either they could invest a lot of elements in biotechnology again to try to develop special medicines that can strengthen the body, similar to those in movies and TV shows, such as Super Soldier Serum. In addition to this, the second method is to invest a lot of elements in mechanics and computers so that you can directly make something that can protect yourself and follow the path of Iron Man. It's so confusing. Of course, it would be nice if we could find other ways to become stronger. Meng Xiao stood at the helicopter landing point on the rooftop, his hands behind his back, the breeze blowing gently, his face gloomy from beginning to end, making people feel creepy. At this moment, a helicopter rumbled down from the sky. The helicopter was intact, and the pilot returned safely. Seeing this scene, Meng Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and asked the pilot as soon as he landed, "Did you get that guy to his destination?" However, after the pilot took off his hat, he looked a little unhappy and shook his head. "No, sorry boss, there was an accident." Meng Xiao frowned instantly. "What do you mean? Tell me in detail." The pilot quickly spoke. "According to the plan, we were supposed to send him to a more secluded place in Africa to recuperate, but we were only halfway there, passing through a forest grassland, when that Sakura man suddenly yelled and jumped out with a parachute." Meng Xiao's heart skipped a beat. "You mean to say that the guy jumped out after being frightened? Was there anything in the car that could have scared him?" The pilot shook his head. "I don't know either. I took a careful look at the situation behind him right away. There was clearly nothing there except him and the daily necessities we were going to give him. I don't know what he's afraid of. Maybe he was beaten up and scared, and it left a psychological trauma and caused hallucinations. This guess is not impossible, but Meng Xiao shook his head after careful consideration. It's not very realistic. That guy has received complete training. You don't know that those ninjas of Sakura are actually perverts in their hearts. They have walked a bloody path since they were young. Chewing human flesh is like chewing bubblegum. Although this little thing might leave some shadow in his heart, it would not cause him to hallucinate and jump out of a helicopter like a madman. He must have seen something in the helicopter that caused him to do that." After saying this, Meng Xiao quickly gave a look to his younger brothers around him, and many of his men surrounded the helicopter and rushed in to search it inside and out. But in the end, they all came out shaking their heads, and nothing was found. A word appeared in Meng Zhao's mind: Night Butcher. There's only one person who can appear anywhere without being noticed, and that is the legendary Night Butcher. Could it be that when he was in the helicopter, Cho Yun was so scared that he jumped out of the helicopter after seeing the Night Butcher? Once this guess appeared in his mind, it became unshakable. If he couldn't find out the truth, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. Without saying anything, Meng Xiao put on 2 coats and walked directly to the helicopter, while instructing the pilot. You should still remember where that guy parachuted, right? Take me there. I want to find him and ask him clearly. I want to see him alive or dead. The pilot did not dare to delay at all. He quickly put on a full set of clothes and drove the helicopter away quickly. There were 2 or 3 followers traveling with him. The helicopter was very fast and arrived at the scene with everyone in no time. The pilot spoke slowly. Boss Meng, it's probably the woods below this area. The helicopter can't land there. I can only land on the stone mountain over there. I guess we'll need to walk for a while. Meng Zhao's eyes were fixed on the outside of the helicopter. His hands trembled suddenly, and there was a hint of fear in his tone. I'm afraid we don't need to leave. I've seen. Chapter 182. Meng Zhao's Determination. Everyone looked in the direction Meng Xiao was looking and saw the tragic scene on the cliff. A tattered parachute hung a body on the cliff, and the body was even more damaged than the parachute. It can be said that there was almost only a skeleton and a few pieces of flesh left, and the identity of the deceased could not be identified at all. But looking at the blood that has not yet dried on his body and the type of parachute, it can almost be concluded that this person is the Sakura ninja, Cho Yun, who fell from the helicopter. The pilot quickly parked the helicopter above the cliff, and then everyone descended using ropes, quickly came to the side of the body, and carefully lifted it up the mountain. After a careful examination, the cause of Cho Yun's death was clearly determined. They were eaten alive by vultures and eagles. It is hard to imagine the horrific torture he went through before his death. Even the ruthless Meng Xiao felt his hands go weak at this moment. The younger brother next to him swallowed his saliva. No way. Brother, if you don't know how to use a parachute, then don't use it. There's no need to get yourself into this state. Exactly. And isn't this guy too stupid? He could definitely find a way to wear these ropes down on the rock face and escape. Anyway, I think if it were me, I wouldn't die. You think you can do it again, right? Come and give it a try next time. When the Night Butcher comes, you can lead the charge. Meng Xiao frowned, annoyed by the noise of these little brothers. He roared, "Shut the fuck up, everyone. You all want to die, right?" Everyone quickly shut their mouths, not even daring to breathe heavily. Meng Xiao suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "Do you think you could do better than him? He's the organization's top assassin, and he's killed more people than you've slept with women. He even successfully assassinated a colonel general in a developed country. Do you think you can do it? They think they're real men and can rule the world just by drinking a few glasses of wine and playing with a few women. If I really asked you to do something, I'm afraid your legs would tremble just standing there. It would be embarrassing." These little brothers were scolded so badly that they couldn't even raise their heads. Meng Xiao continued, "There was no strong wind today. The weather was normal, and the landing was not difficult. Even if this guy is not a professional skydiver, he definitely doesn't have any big problems in this regard, and it is impossible for him to crash into the cliff. And theoretically speaking, as ninjas, they have weapons hidden everywhere on their bodies. Look, there's a dagger hidden in the sole of this guy's shoe. If he had the chance, he could definitely use it to escape." When everyone around heard Meng Xiao say this, they were all a little confused. No, this guy could parachute and had a knife on him. So how could he die here? This is too weird. Meng Xiao hurriedly lit a cigarette, and after calming down, he said, "That's the problem. It suggests someone tampered with the process. From Cho Yun's reckless parachute jump from the helicopter, to him being hung here, to his final death by vultures, unable to escape, every scene was filled with strangeness." After Meng Xiao said this, the younger brothers felt a chill down their spines when they thought about it carefully. Could it be that there really is an invisible hand controlling all of this? But there's no trace or clue left from beginning to end. This is so fucking weird, even more outrageous than the movie Final Destination. Many people even felt a chill on their backs and looked around in panic, as if there were a pair of eyes from the god of death staring at them in every direction, and they all felt like they were facing a great enemy. Meng Xiao was furious when he saw how frightened they were. "Every one of you is like a fucking pig. Even if the Night Butcher really can kill people, would he look down on little bastards like you? I'm still here. I'm not dead yet. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, scratching their heads in embarrassment. Meng Xiao frowned and thought carefully for a long time. He just sat there on the edge of the cliff without moving, and the younger brothers around him were worried that Meng Xiao would not be able to figure it out and would jump off the cliff the next moment. Fortunately, after an hour, Meng Xiao slowly got up, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and walked back step by step. His face was no longer heavy as before, as if he had made some kind of resolution. Go back and clean up this place. Don't leave any traces. The younger brother next to him immediately understood what he meant, dragged 2 barrels of gasoline from the plane, poured them here, and lit a fire. Anyway, there are no other plants on this bare cliff, so there's no need to worry about causing a major fire. It won't be long before there will be no trace left here. After getting off the helicopter, Meng Xiao drove away everyone around him and locked himself in his private gym. He put on his boxing gloves and punched the sandbag in front of him again and again, sweating profusely. Only after he had completely vented his anger did he sit on the sofa, took out his phone, and made a call. Xiao Lu, please help me clear out all the properties under our name and draft a property transfer agreement. Hurry, I need it within an hour. Xiao Lu on the other end of the phone was stunned. Boss Meng, what do you mean? Are you going to give all this property away? Meng Xiao sighed. Don't ask about things you shouldn't know, or you might lose your life. Just do what I tell you to do. When Xiao Lu heard this, he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He quickly asked a few details of the agreement and went to do his job. Meng Xiao leaned back on the sofa, feeling filled with regret. Because he knew a secret that he shouldn't have known. The real identity of the night butcher was Gu Yang. It's all that damn Choyen's fault. He actually told me this news before he died. Meng Xiao wasn't sure whether the night butcher heard it at that time, but he didn't dare to gamble. The night butcher is everywhere, and it is very likely that the other party has heard the news that I revealed at that time. This means that there is a high possibility that the person who dies tonight is me. It's over. If I didn't know this secret, I might still have a chance of survival, but now I can say I'm doomed. Meng Xiao was so angry that he slapped himself hard. How could you be so mean? You had to flatter a few big families. Now you've even lost your life. Xiao Lu was very efficient and drafted all the property agreements and sent them over within an hour. Without saying a word, Meng Xiao signed his name on all the agreements and pressed his fingerprints. After doing all this, he put these things into his bag and turned away. Xiao Lu watched Boss Meng leave, as if with a farewell, and he couldn't help but say, Boss Meng, where are you going? Do you need help? I'll ask some brothers to follow you. Meng Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Goodbye. The more you go, the more you die. It's better for me to be alone. At this moment, Meng Xiao suddenly thought of the happy times when he was a child practicing boxing with Xiong Chuan in the boxing gym. At that time, I was the eldest brother, and Black Dragon and Black Tiger follow behind me like little followers. If there is any danger, as the eldest brother, I will always stand in front to protect him. I don't know what happened recently. My master passed away, and my 2 fellow apprentices are also gone. I had a lot of trouble to get the boxing gym back on track, but now I can't hold on any longer. Is this my fate? When he reached the door, Meng Xiao said to Xiao Lu without turning his head, Remember, if I come back tomorrow, you should pretend that nothing happened. Keep this matter to yourself and don't tell anyone. If I don't come back tomorrow, take whatever valuables are in the gym and run away. From now on, do your business honestly and don't mess around. After finishing speaking, Meng Xiao closed the door and left. Xiao Lu's eyes were sore, and he knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. I remember this, Boss Meng. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, full of sincerity. At this moment, Gu Yang was lying on the hospital bed, constantly planning what he should do next in his mind. Life has meaning only when it is alive. Once you die, nothing exists. He finally woke up from his paralyzed vegetative state and gained a powerful ghost body. As long as you give yourself time, you can definitely stand at the top of the world and become a god admired by all beings. But if you die, everything is empty talk. The main problem facing Gu Yang now is how can he, a late-game hero, survive the difficult early landing phase? And they will also face sneak attacks and ambushes from all sides. Alas, life is so hard. There is only one way that is most likely to achieve immediate growth at the moment, and that is to use up most of your lifespan to forcibly deduce the super soldier serum. After success, as long as he injected himself, he would be almost invincible unless the military deployed various heavy weapons. Just as Gu Yang was about to implement his plan, There was a gentle knock on the ward door. Su Changsheng, who had been dozing off beside Gu Yang's bed, suddenly woke up and reflexively pulled out the fruit knife stuck in the apple. She asked seriously, "Who is it?" A young but slightly hoarse voice came from outside the door. "I'm an old friend of Mr. Gu. I'd like to come visit him. Is that okay?" Su Changsheng was extremely alert. "What old friend? Tell me your name." The person outside the door answered, "I'm Meng Xiao." Su Changcheng frowned because she had never heard of this name. She turned around and was about to ask Guyang, but Guyang smiled lightly. "Open the door for him. He is indeed a friend, but it seems we haven't met formally yet." After hearing this, Su Changcheng felt a lot more relaxed. She put the fruit knife in the fruit bowl next to her and then opened the door. The moment she opened the door, Su Changcheng felt a little regretful. "It's over. This guy is obviously not a good person. I should have brought a fruit knife with me. What if he wants to harm Mr. Gu? Oh, Mr. Gu is just too kind-hearted. He believes everyone. Isn't this guy a complete villain?" The person standing at the door was Meng Xiao. It must be said that Meng Xiao's appearance certainly didn't give the impression of being a good person. He was about 1.9 meters tall, bulging with muscles. His suit was extremely ill-fitting, and the outline of his muscles could be vaguely seen under his shirt. At the same time, he also wore a pair of skull earrings that sparkled with bright silver. With this image, he was able to play the villain in the movie in his true colors. At this moment, Meng Zhao's attitude seemed extremely polite. He smiled and bowed to Su Changsheng at the door. "I guess you are Miss Su? You have worked so hard during Mr. Gu's illness. I brought a gift for Miss Su when I came here. I hope you like it." After saying that, Meng Xiao took out a small gift box from his bag and handed it to Su Changsheng. Su Changsheng took it with a confused look on her face and took a look. Inside the box was actually a diamond bracelet. Each diamond was sparkling with dazzling light. It was obvious that this thing was worth a lot of money. Su Changsheng was startled and quickly closed the box and pushed it back. No, Mr. Meng, this thing is too valuable. I can't accept it. You should take it back." Meng Zhao's outstretched hand did not retract at all. His strength was too great, and even if Su Changsheng tried her best, she could not push the gift box back even half a step. Just when Su Changsheng was so anxious that she didn't know what to do, Guyang on the hospital bed spoke softly. "Changsheng, since it's a gift from someone, just accept it. You've really worked hard to take care of me during this time, and you deserve it. But this is too expensive. It's okay. This amount of money is just a small amount of pocket money from Mr. Meng. A glass of wine isn't even worth this much, right, Mr. Meng?" Meng Xiao smiled and said, "That's right, it's nothing to me." After getting Gu Yang's permission, Su Changcheng carefully put away the bracelet. Then, she immediately brought 2 stools and placed them next to the bed. "Mr. Meng, please come and sit down. I'll peel some fruit for you." Meng Xiao carefully sat down next to Gu Yang, waved his hand, and said, No, I can do it myself. Why don't you go and rest for a while?" When Su Changcheng heard this, she shook her head like a rattle. No, I have to stay here to take care of Mr. Gu. I can't leave it all." Meng Xiao had an embarrassed look on his face and looked at Gu Yang with pleading eyes. Gu Yang then spoke. "You go ahead. Mr. Meng and I have some private business to discuss." After hearing what Gu Yang said, Su Changxing nodded helplessly and walked out. At this moment, when the door of the ward closed with a click, Meng Xiao quickly got up and walked over to lock the ward. Then he stood in front of Gu Yang's bed, knelt on the ground with a plop, lowered his head, and spoke in a humble tone like a grandson. "Mr. Gu, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have agreed to the demands of the 3 major families and done so many dirty things that caused you such serious injuries. I am guilty, and I deserve to die." As he spoke, Meng Xiao slapped himself hard. It was obvious that he was holding back no effort at all. Every time he slapped, a crisp sound could be heard echoing throughout the ward. After a few slaps, both sides of his face turned red and blood dripped from his nose. Guiyang sighed softly. Okay, what's the point of slapping yourself? It's of no benefit to me. I'm still lying in bed. You invited that Sakura ninja here, right? Meng Xiao quickly said. Yes, I did invite that Sakura ninja here, but I didn't do it to deal with Mr. Gu. I just wanted to use him to protect myself. You also know how dangerous our business is. He attacked you out of sheer greed. He was a bastard. It was definitely not my order. But it is an honor for him to die in your hands. Guyang frowned and said quickly, What did you say? That guy is dead? I remember he was completely alive and kicking when he left. How could an ordinary person like me kill him? Don't say anything nonsense, or you will be held legally responsible. Meng Xiao was stunned for a moment. Could he have made a mistake? But he soon realized that the identity of a night butcher involved too many secrets. How could Gu Yong admit it like that? He was simply a fool. But regardless of whether Gu Yongqing admitted it or not, Meng Xiao already had a clue in his heart. He knew that he was definitely no match for the night butcher. His only chance now was to find a way to gain the forgiveness of this man in front of him. Meng Xiao no longer had the aura of a gangster boss. He slapped his forehead. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. I just said the wrong thing accidentally." The ninja went out on his own and wanted to try skydiving, but his skills were too poor and he crashed into a cliff and died. His body was eaten clean by vultures. He totally deserved it. But no matter what, I called that guy over from Sakura country, so I should take responsibility. As he spoke, Meng Xiao took out a glittering golden bank card from his bag and carefully handed it to Gu Yong. "Mr. Gu, look, this is all my life savings, about 1 billion yuan, and the password is today's date. I heard that Mr. Gu's biotechnology company is a little short of money right now, and I hope I can help Mr. Gu." Chapter 184. Chapter 184. Who can keep a secret? Gu Yong quickly tried his best to evade. "Mr. Meng, what are you doing? How can I accept your money? It's a compliment to me that you come to see a little person like me. I've heard that after you took over the underground boxing gym, your influence has expanded a lot compared to before, but you are a big shot in the underground world." Meng Xiao immediately patted his chest and promised. "Mr. Gu, please rest assured that the source of this money is absolutely clean. Even if it is not clean, I have made it clean. You can use it with complete confidence. If you are unwilling to accept it, then you are unwilling to forgive me." Guyang Laoget, what are you talking about forgiveness? Isn't that Sakura ninja already dead? When a person dies, what else is there to say? The past is the past, and the future can be discussed later. Meng Xiao shuddered when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and revealed his cards directly. "Mr. Gu, to be honest, I am willing to give everything I have just to buy peace. I've decided to quit this business. From now on, I'll just work as a fitness trainer in a gym or a boxing coach in a boxing gym and earn some hard-earned money to support my family. Is that okay with you?" Guyan laughed and said, "Mr. Meng is really interesting. He spends money to buy peace with me. I'm just an ordinary businessman. How can I possibly give you peace?" Meng Xiao was so anxious that he almost cried. "Mr. Gu, can we be honest? As long as you can promise not to touch me in the future, I promise to keep the secret and never tell anyone a word until I die. People in our line of work are known for keeping their mouths shut. If you think this isn't enough, I have more." After saying that, Meng Xiao hurriedly opened the backpack he brought with him, took out a thick stack of contracts, and handed it to Gu Yong. "Mr. Gu, look, these are all the fixed assets of my boxing gym, including 3 KTVs, 2 old buildings, 5 bars, and some supply chain channels. Rest assured, these businesses are clean, and there is absolutely no need to worry about anything. I have signed and stamped my fingerprints on it. Mr. Gu, as long as you leave your name, these will all be yours. I did a rough calculation, and the profit I can bring in every month is definitely more than 100 million. What do you think? As long as you can give me a nod, let me retire safely, and leave me alone, all these will be yours. I didn't have a choice before, but now I just want to be a good person." Gu Yong looked at the contracts, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he didn't say anything for the time being. He naturally knew that Sakura Ninja had revealed his true identity to the gangster in front of him before his death, but Gu Yong was not panicked at all. The reason was very simple. He had originally planned to kill this guy tonight, and this guy's identity was not clean. Even if he jumped out to point fingers at himself, he would be regarded as talking nonsense and would not be credible at all. But I didn't expect this guy to use this trick, leaving me completely defenseless. The more Gu Yong didn't speak, the more anxious Meng Xiao became. He knelt beside Gu Yong, cold sweat pouring down his head. To be honest, Meng Xiao was a ruthless gangster. At this moment, as he looked at Gu Yong lying on the bed with his body wrapped in bandages, he had a thought in his mind. Maybe this is really the moment when the night butcher is at his most vulnerable. Do I have a chance to kill him here? But as soon as this thought appeared, Meng Xiao suppressed it because he didn't dare to gamble. The night butcher's elusive methods have left him with psychological trauma. Who knows if this guy is playing a trick in front of the law enforcement agency? Maybe the next moment he will tear off the bandages on his body and chop off his own head with a knife. Forget it, just be a good grandson. After a long while, Gu Yong finally smiled brightly, took the contracts, and placed them on the bedside table. "Okay, Mr. Meng, since you are so sincere, I can promise that I won't cause you any trouble in the future. However, you must retire honestly and become a normal person, Otherwise, our agreement today will be invalidated. Meng Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. The next moment, his body almost collapsed to the ground, supported only by his stiff bones. After staggering to his feet, Meng Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Thank you for your forgiveness, Mr. Gu. Don't worry, I will never do such a foolish thing again. In that case, I will not disturb Mr. Gu's rest any longer. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." Guyang nodded, and Meng Xiao staggered out. Su Chengsheng, who was standing at the door, waiting anxiously, muttered. Two grown men were talking inside, and they locked the door. It's not like they were doing anything shameful. Really, could that guy be a bad guy and would attack Mr. Gu? That shouldn't be the case. Which bad guy would be so generous as to give such an expensive gift? So are you in love? At this moment, with a click, the door of the ward opened. Su Chengsheng saw Meng Xiao staggering out at a glance. At this moment, Meng Xiao looked as if he had suffered a serious illness, and his steps were a little weak. Su Chengsheng hurried forward carefully and supported him. "Mr. Meng, what's wrong with you? Why do you seem sick? Do you want to ask a doctor to check you out?" Meng Xiao shook his head, a wry smile on his face. It's okay. I'm fine, don't worry. Look at me, I'm very strong. Miss Su, please go in and take care of Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu just told me that he wanted to drink some water." When Su Chengsheng heard this, she quickly let go of the hand that was supporting Meng Xiao, causing Meng Xiao to sit down on the ground again. She apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Meng, but I really have to go. I have to take good care of Mr. Gu. He's my boss. If you need anything, just shout. This is a hospital. There are nurses everywhere." After saying that, Su Chengsheng ran away, leaving Meng Xiao sitting weakly on the bench. Meng Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Holding onto the wall, he slowly walked out of the hospital. After basking in the street sunshine again, Meng Xiao took a deep breath and felt that his life seemed like a dream. The murders, arson, fighting, and brotherhood in the past all seemed to be an illusion, and the reality now is to find a job honestly and support family. Meng Xiao smiled and shook his head, then took out his cell phone and called Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu's extremely anxious tone came from the other end. "Boss Meng, what are your plans? How is the situation over there?" Meng Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "What else can I do? I've given you everything you deserve. I can say I've saved your life. Please buy me a train ticket. The farther the better. I want to leave here and start over. As for the company, you can take whatever you can get, but it's best to find a proper job." Xiao Lu's nose felt sore. "Boss Meng, I'll buy two and go with you." Meng Xiao shook his head. "No need for that. What qualifications do I have to be called a boss now? I have nothing left. I just want to be an ordinary person." Xiao Lu spoke softly. "Boss Meng, they all say you're ruthless and a bad guy. But I remember clearly that when I was cornered by other gangs, you were the one who extended a helping hand to me. If you don't want to be the boss, then you can be my brother, and we will still be brothers in the future. Anyway, I have no parents, so I'll go with you." Meng Xiao laughed loudly. "That's fine. After all my life, I finally have a true brother. Let's go. We've had enough of the glorious days. Let's go experience the ups and downs of ordinary people's lives." Su Chengcheng poured a glass of water for Gu Yang in the ward when she suddenly saw a thick stack of contracts on the bedside table. After taking a look, she was stunned to see that all of them were agreements for free transfer of various industries. "Mr. Gu, what's going on?" Gu Yang drank water and chuckled and said, "My friend wanted to live an ordinary life and seek peace, so he gave all these things to me." Su Qingqing's face was full of doubts. "What? Isn't it good to be rich? Why do you want to be an ordinary person?" "Because he knew a secret he wasn't supposed to know. Do you know how a person can keep his deepest secrets?" Su Qingqing's eyes were filled with confusion. "I don't know. As long as you don't talk in your sleep or when you're drunk, isn't that enough?" Gu Yang shook his head. "How can it be that simple? Who can guarantee that they will never talk in their sleep, never get drunk, or never get sick and fall into a coma? So, in fact, only the dead can truly keep secrets." Chapter 185, A Brand New Beginning. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, Meng Xiao and Xiao Lu first took a plane and then took a bus. They were busy all the way until late at night and finally checked into a small hotel. They are currently in Sanjiang City, a small fourth-tier city in the north. For those who have been in Tianjin City for a long time, this feeling is like going to the countryside. There's not even a subway in this place. But when he got here, Meng Xiao felt an indescribable sense of security. Lying in the slightly narrow double room, Xiao Lu was lying on the bed next to him. The two looked at the yellowed ceiling, feeling a little uneasy about the unknown future. How will I survive from now on? Meng Xiao spoke softly. Xiao Lu, you said you just follow me here in a daze. Don't regret it later. Xiao Lu laughed. He was just a young man in his early 20s, wearing glasses and looking like a college student, but deep in his eyes was the ruthlessness that came from years of being in gangs. However, at this moment, all this ruthlessness was restrained in his heart. What is there to regret? I've already said it before, Brother Meng. You are my real brother from now on. How could I regret it if I follow my brother? Didn't we have no choice before? Now I can finally live a normal life and let the past go. Meng Xiao nodded after listening. In the past, although he was the boss of an underground boxing gym and managed thousands of younger brothers, he had more money than he could spend every month and was very powerful. But he also knew very well that there were many more capable people than himself, and that he had committed countless sins. He could not sleep peacefully every night and had to put his gun under his pillow. He had no idea whether he could see the sun tomorrow. Now I have finally quit and started a new life in a new place. Although I have nothing, at least I feel at ease. This is an unprecedented feeling, and it doesn't seem bad when I think about it carefully. It can be seen that Xiao Lu doesn't seem to really want to join the gang, and now he is quite happy after being released. Brother Meng, what are your plans next? Do you have any money on you? Meng Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. I still have some wool, and my trouser pockets are cleaner than my face now. Luckily, I've been practicing boxing for a few years, so I have a skill. I plan to find a job as a trainer in a gym or boxing gym. I'd be lucky to earn around 8,000 yuan a month. Xiao Lu shook his head after hearing this. How can this be? Brother Meng, you were once a big brother. Now you are asked to be a coach. You have bosses above you and customers below you. You have to keep your tail between your legs every day. Can you bear it? This kind of service industry is the hardest to work in. Meng Xiao Sinoni Li a cigarette. There's nothing I can do. I have to eat. This is the fate of ordinary people. We can't be the big brother forever. Xiao Lu chuckled. I've saved quite a bit of money over the years, probably about 1 to 800,000. Then before leaving, I urgently sold some valuable things in the company, such as the bracelet on Brother Meng's desk. That was a real antique. I heard that it was left by a prince in the past. But time is urgent, so I can only sell it at a low price. Adding up all the miscellaneous stuff, I now have more than 3 million in my hands. I was thinking, how about we open a hot pot restaurant together? It must be very popular. Being our own boss and running an honest business is better than working for someone else. Meng Xiao was also somewhat moved when he heard this, but he was still a little worried. But these are your personal savings. What if we lose money in our business together? Xiao Lu looked indifferent. All of this is earned by you, Brother Meng. If it weren't for Brother Meng, I would probably still be working as a network administrator in an internet cafe, earning a meager salary of 3,000 yuan a month. If I lose money, I lose money. Besides, I believe that Brother Meng is a very capable person. Even if he changes his industry, he will definitely be able to do better than anyone else. Meng Xiao felt a warmth in his heart. He has helped many people over the years, but he didn't expect that in the end, only Xiao Lu would trust him so much. Well, after spending half my life here, it's not a waste to have a younger brother. Since Xiao Lu is so decisive, if he refuses again, he will seem a bit unmanly. Then he blew out a smoke ring, gritted his teeth, and said, No problem. Then I'll listen to you, and let's do this. If the hot pot restaurant is successful, we can then open a chain store or a company and maybe make more money than before, haha. Xiao Lu then flipped up from the bed. That's right. This is Brother Meng's courage. This is the boss Meng I know. Damn it, I can't sleep anyway. Brother Meng, you wait upstairs. I'll go downstairs to buy some barbecue and bring up a few bottles of beer. Let's have a good drink today. In the past, you were Boss Meng, and I was just one of your little brothers. I never dared to talk to you. Now we are brothers, and we can finally have a good drink together. The more Meng Xiao looked at Xiao Lu beside him, the more satisfied he became. He truly felt like he had a younger brother. Okay, go ahead. I'll wait for you here. After Xiao Lu put on his coat, he went downstairs. There happened to be a barbecue restaurant and a convenience store on the street. He bought 300 or 400 yuan worth of barbecue and beer in one go, sat on a chair, smoking and waiting patiently. Just then, 2 young men in school uniforms happened to walk past him, playing and joking as they walked. Meng Xiao glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and felt that something was wrong. Although these 2 people are wearing school uniforms, their gestures seem a little too mature and worldly. They have the temperament of a mature society, but also imitate the innocent playfulness of students. It feels a little weird. Just at this moment, the 2 students passed by him. The student on the left pushed the one on the right forward. The one on the right staggered and fell directly into Xiao Lu's arms. Xiao Lu quickly stretched out his hands to support him. Be careful, don't fall. The student staggered to his feet, supporting Xiao Lu's body, and apologized with a sincere nod. I'm sorry, brother. We didn't mean to do that. Thank you. Then he turned and left. Xiao Lu smiled slightly, thinking that this was just a minor incident. But at this moment, the barbecue in front was ready. He reached for his wallet to pay, but his pockets were empty. Something's wrong, my wallet was stolen. When I looked again, the two high school students had already started running forward. Xiao Lu cursed. Damn it, you actually dare to steal from me. He chased after him without saying a word. It must be said that Xiao Lu had been in the gang for so many years, and it wasn't for nothing. He had pretty good physical fitness, so he easily caught the two thugs. He grabbed their necks, one on each side, and dragged them into the alley, then slapped each of them in the face. Damn it, you guys are so naughty at such a young age. You're learning to steal things on the street. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Where's your dad's wallet? Hurry and take it out. The two thugs wanted to fight back, but they had no power to resist Xiao Lu. They were knocked to the ground in a few moves, with black eyes and swollen faces. Xiao Lu directly took out two wallets from their arms. One of them was his own and was bulging, and the other was a little shriveled, but there was also about 1,000 yuan in it. He snorted coldly. You guys stole this wallet, right? It would be fine if I didn't see it, but now that I have seen it, I have to confiscate it. If you want it back, call the police to talk to me, or call your parents. Get out of here now. The two hooligans scrambled out of the alley, and as they left, they turned around and cast a resentful look at Xiao Lu. Just wait, I'll go call my big brother. Don't run away if you dare. Xiao Lu chuckled. Big brother, they're just some little yellow-haired guys in society. How can they scare me? We are now a society ruled by law. He hummed a little tune and went back with his wallet to settle the bill, then went upstairs with the barbecue and beer. Meng Xiao had already cleaned up the house and cleared out a small round table. The two brothers sat on the ground, eating skewers and drinking. Xiao Lu casually mentioned the impressive thing he had just done downstairs, but Meng Xiao frowned after hearing it. It's a bit bad. As the saying goes, little devils are hard to deal with. We are new here and have no foundation. If we get harassed by such a scoundrel, we will be in trouble. Xiao Lu didn't take it seriously and took a bite of the mutton skewer. What's the big deal? They're just little brats who haven't even grown all their hair yet. They'll probably just say a few harsh words, and I guarantee they won't dare to fart when they go back. Brother Ming, don't think too much, just eat and drink. Chapter 186. Chapter 186, I beat the night butcher. But just as he finished speaking, the door of the small hotel was kicked open. More than a dozen people swarmed into the already narrow room. The leader was estimated to be only 1.6 meters tall, but also weighed 1.6 meters. He was a short, bald man with round arms. He had a red and black dragon tattooed on his chest, a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, and a machete in his hand. At first glance, he looked like a typical gangster. The other people who rushed him were dressed similarly to him, all holding knives and sticks, and it was obvious that they were not good people. Behind this bald and bloated man stood two young men in school uniforms, their faces and noses bruised. After entering, his eyes were fixed on Xiao Lu, and he immediately pointed at Xiao Lu and shouted, Brother Long, it's him. He's the one who beat us up. He even stole our wallets. Brother Long glanced at the things in the room, as well as Meng Xiao and Xiao Lu, and snorted coldly. It turned out to be two outsiders. Why, when you arrived in Sanjiang, didn't you first ask who you can and can't mess with? You even dared to hit my brother. Looks like I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Come on, everyone. A dozen guys armed with knives, guns, sticks, and clubs rushed forward. Xiao Lu and Meng Xiao naturally couldn't just sit there and surrender. They overturned the barbecue table and chairs in front of them and rushed over, waving their fists. What the hell, Brother Long? I'm going to beat you like a reptile today. Meng Xiao and Xiao Lu drank some wine, and their tempers got worse. They originally came from gangs, so their fighting ability is naturally extraordinary. Especially Meng Xiao, although he did not receive any true teachings from Xiong Chuan, he has acquired a lot of skills in the underground boxing gym. While the two men were fighting back with their fists, they also used the tables, chairs, and benches in the hotel as weapons. For a moment, Brother Long's brothers were unable to do anything to the two of them. Brother Long uttered a soft, I have some skills. Then he grabbed the quilt and pillow on the bed next to him and threw them directly at Meng Xiao and Xiao Lu. The space in this room was already narrow, and the two people had no way to dodge. The next moment, the quilt and pillow hit their faces, and the cotton inside turned into flying snow under the chaotic knife, directly blocking the vision of Meng Xiao and Xiao Lu. Taking advantage of this gap, the thugs around them showed no mercy and attacked with long swords and sticks, knocking Meng Xiao and Xiao Lu to the ground. They beat them for nearly 10 minutes, leaving them without any resistance, and then they let go. Meng Xiao was so angry that he grit his teeth. He never expected that he would be bullied by a dog in the open and be dealt with by such a small-time scoundrel. Meng Xiao could tell at a glance that this damn Brother Long in front of him was nothing more than a local thug, completely different from himself before. If it were my old self, I wouldn't even have the right to speak in front of him. But now, he actually fell into the hands of such a person. At this moment, Meng Xiao and Xiao Lu were sitting in the corner, both covered in wounds. Xiao Lu felt a little guilty and said to Meng Xiao in a low voice, "Brother Meng, I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Meng Xiao patted his shoulder. "It's okay, you're my brother. It doesn't matter what you say." Brother Long swaggered over a chair and sat in front of the two of them. Meng Xiao looked up at him without any fear. "Tell me, what do you want to do? We've already fought. Can this matter be left at that?" Brother Long chuckled. "Is that the end? That would be too easy for you. Tell me, where did you come from before? How did you end up here?" Meng Xiao and Xiao Lu remained silent on this topic. They came here to wash their hands of the trouble and start anew. If they were to bring up their past history at this time, wouldn't they be going astray again? At this time, a gangster in school uniform nearby had already taken out Xiao Lu and Meng Xiao's wallets and handed them over. Brother Long took out 2 ID cards and took a look at them. "Lu Xingxing and Meng Fei. Are you from Tianjin City? Interesting. It looks like you were once gangsters. I didn't expect you made it in Tianjin City, a first-tier city. No wonder you have some skills. We can be said to have known each other for a long time. I think you have some abilities. How about this? Just follow me and call me Brother Long from now on, and I'll take care of your meals. How about that?" The name used in mixed use is naturally different from the one on the ID card. These 2 ID cards cannot prove anything other than that they are from Tianjin City. After listening to this, Meng Xiao shook his head. "I'm sorry, Brother Long. My brother and I came here to start over and do some legitimate business. We don't want to mess around anymore. We cannot agree to this condition." Brother Long chuckled. "Want to do some legitimate business? Can legitimate business make money? Even legitimate business has to pay me protection money. Don't think that just because they came back from big cities, they act like they're worth 2.58 million. I tell you, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Even if you used to be the underground emperor of Tianjin City, when you come here, you have to respectfully call me Brother Long. Still wanting to do legitimate business? That's bullshit." At this moment, Brother Long suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead. "All right, I suddenly remembered the big news that has been going on for a while. They're the night butcher in Tianjin City who specializes in killing bad guys like you, right? Could it be that you two were scared by the night butcher? That's why you hid here? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious." Seeing his complacency, Xiao Lu was dissatisfied. "You simply haven't personally learned everything about the night butcher in Tianjin City. Otherwise, you would never dare to say this." Brother Long burst into laughter. "Stop kidding. Are these just those rumors you spread all over the place? What about the locked room murder case? How could someone go to the prison of the Police Law Enforcement Bureau to kill people? How about killing a bunch of people in a row and not finding a single clue? We haven't even seen a single person. You're teasing a 3-year-old. Even Detective Conan wouldn't dare act like this. I think you guys are just making this up. If that bastard night butcher really dares to come to Sanjiang City, I can beat him to a pulp with just a few punches." After saying that, Brother Long stood up directly from the chair, and in front of Meng Xiao and Xiao Lu, he threw a few punches and a high kick. He raised his leg so high that his pants were split. However, after laughing heartily, Brother Long did not feel embarrassed at all. "See? My inner strength is too strong. Even these tattered pants can't bear it. As for the so-called night butcher, can he withstand this kick from me? If I rush over there, you'll have to kneel on the ground and lick my big vulture. Forget it. I don't want to talk to you scared rats anymore. If you don't want to be with me, then this matter can't be let go. I'll give you 2 options. First, there's so many people here today, they're all our brothers. We can't make this trip in vain. Each of them should be paid 500,000 yuan for their hard work. And as for my 2 younger brothers, they should be given an additional 200,000 yuan as an apology. Now that the money is in place, the matter is over. When Meng Xiao and Xiao Lu heard this, they frowned. If it were before, this amount of money would be nothing to Meng Xiao, but now, he really couldn't come up with that much money even if he had to pawn his pants. Seeing their somewhat embarrassed look, Brother Long laughed contemptuously. I thought he was some big shot, but it turns out he can't even come up with this little money. Now let's talk about the second option. Each of you leaves one hand behind. You just beat up so many of my brothers. You should give me an explanation, right? A hand in exchange for a life is a bargain for you. So which one do you choose? Meng Xiao and Xiao Lu were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. They had never seen such a bully. But the current situation seems to have no chance of improvement. Brother Long casually threw the machete in front of two of them. Get started. A small butcher of the night scared you so much that you ran away. Are you afraid of the butcher of the night butcher, but not me? When I meet this night butcher someday, I'm going to capture him, broadcast it live nationwide, and have a ring match with him. I'm going to tear his skull off in front of everyone and do a slam dunk. Meng Xiao cursed in his heart. You're only good at talking. If the night butcher was really here, you'd be awesome if you could live one more second. After a moment, Meng Xiao gritted his teeth, picked up the machete on the ground, looked up, and said to Brother Long, my brother did something wrong, and the responsibility should be put on my head as the eldest brother. I will cut off one of my hands myself and promise not to pursue any subsequent trouble. Can you please let us go? We are all from the same gang, and we have friends from all corners of the world. Leave a way out for us. Chapter 187. Chapter 187. One more person. When Brother Long heard this, he immediately laughed. He thought about it in his mind. After all, we live in a society ruled by law, so they cannot go too far. If these two guys cut off the arms, ran to the law enforcement agency to make trouble, and then posted the video everywhere on the internet, they would inevitably get themselves into trouble. Although there are ways to escape guilt, there's also a price to pay. But it would be much easier if these two guys voluntarily gave up the pursuit and let bygones be bygones. He chuckled. As expected of a former boss, you're truly righteous. In that case, then proceed. When Xiao Lu heard this, he was so anxious that he didn't care about his injuries. He jumped up and reached out to grab the knife in Meng Xiao's hand. Brother Meng, what are you talking about? I'm the one who caused this. How can I ask you to bear the consequences? It's just a hand. I'll give it to you. However, just as he got close, Meng Xiao pushed him hard and knocked him out. Get out of the way. If you still consider me your brother, just stand aside and stop talking nonsense. You are still young and haven't found a wife yet. How are you going to live the rest of your life after losing a hand? I don't care. Anyway, I have enjoyed all the glory in life I deserve. It wouldn't be bad to be a disabled person and receive some minimum living allowance for the rest of my life. If you continue to make trouble, don't blame me for turning my back on you and refusing to acknowledge you as my brother. Xiao Lu had tears in his eyes and clenched his fists. He naturally knew Meng Xiao's temper. No one could change what Brother Meng decided. Brother Long took 2 puffs of his cigarette and said proudly, hurry up and chop it down. Don't waste time. Don't think you're at a disadvantage. Aren't you guys fleeing to our little place just because you're afraid of the night butcher? To put it bluntly, it's all to save your lives. If you hand over your hand, it's like paying me protection money. If the night butcher ever comes to my territory, just tell me my name and I promise to help you beat him in a submission. Brother Long was humming a little tune, looking very high-spirited. The younger brothers beside him also began to flatter him. That's right. Our Brother Long is amazing. He even participated in the city's Sanda competition and won the championship belt. If you have the chance to pay some protection money to Brother Long, you will be making a profit. No one at the scene noticed that in this narrow corner of the hotel, there was a shadow watching everything that happened here from beginning to end. It was Gu Yong who turned into a ghost. Gu Yong came here today with the intention of killing Meng Xiao to silence him. Anyway, this guy is not a good person. Who knows how many sins he has committed. Killing him is like doing justice for the people. And on the other hand, it can ensure that his secrets will not be leaked. As for the agreement? Sorry, the agreement you made was with Gu Yong. What does it have to do with me, the night butcher? But after arriving here and observing for a while, Gu Yong actually felt a little more admiration for Meng Xiao. This guy is not a bad guy with no good deeds. At least he is loyal to his loyal subordinates. And no matter from which angle, this Brother Long opposite looks much more hateful than Meng Xiao. How dare you scold me? Meng Xiao lowered his head, seemingly accepting his fate. He slowly raised the machete in his hand, preparing to chop off his entire left palm. At this moment, with a snap, the lights went out. Everyone in the room was shocked. Brother Long immediately jumped up from his chair, looked around, and cursed. Which idiot accidentally flipped the switch and turned off the light for me? Turn it on now. The younger brothers around him were also confused. No, no one pressed it. That's weird. I'll go turn on the light. The younger brother, who was closer to the door, quickly reached out to touch the light bulb switch of the door, but he pressed it several times, and there was no response. Something's wrong. Why isn't the switch working? Is the light bulb broken? I'll ask the hotel staff to come up and change it. After one of the younger brothers finished speaking, he reached out to pull the door of the guest room. As a result, his heart sank. This thin wooden door was now stronger than a bank vault and could not be opened no matter how hard he tried. The younger brother cursed loudly and kicked the door hard, but it felt like he was kicking on an iron plate, and he grimaced in pain. Ouch, ouch. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. What's going on? Who's causing this? In the dim room, everyone was a little frightened at this moment. Brother Long had an ominous premonition. He felt as if a ghost was watching him from the darkness, sending a chill down his spine. Stop running around. Everyone, come over here. What are you all running around for? When the younger brothers heard Brother Long's call, they gathered around and protected Brother Long tightly in the middle. At this moment, Brother Long finally felt a sense of security. I brought so many people with me, and I'm full of yang energy. No matter what tricks you have, I don't believe you can hurt me. He shouted. Is everyone okay? Be careful. There might be someone trying to cause trouble in the dark. After saying that, Brother Long stared at Meng Xiao, and Xiao Lu not far away. Although there was no light, and it was completely impossible to see clearly, I could still see the outlines of the two people with the help of the hazy moonlight. Is this the conspiracy of you two bastards? I'm telling you, turn on the lights for us. Don't think you can scare anyone. We were all scared. If I get angry, I won't be as easy to talk to as before. Meng Xiao was also shocked by this sudden change. I was planning to cut off my arm to survive, but unexpectedly there was a ray of hope and a turn for the better. At this moment, he sensed a familiar, chilling feeling, as if he was being stared at by a ghost from hell. Meng Xiao was quite familiar with it. This breath from hell was unique to the Night Butcher. He's coming. Meng Xiao laughed loudly. I just reminded you to keep a low profile and not talk nonsense. Why do you always curse at others? Now it's all right. The Night Butcher is here to find you. After hearing this, Brother Long was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Come on, are you two kidding me? Do you know how far Tianjin City is from here? You don't think the Night Butcher can teleport or have a portal, do you? You actually expect that guy to save you. That's laughable. Besides, even if he comes, what can I do? I have brought so many good fighters with me, all elite soldiers. How can I be afraid of him? After finishing speaking, Brother Long shouted to the younger brothers behind him. Brothers, come and report your numbers to give them courage. The brothers behind him immediately began counting, shouting, 1, 2, 3, 12, 13, 14. The sound stopped here. Brother Long said proudly, what do you think? Are you scared? I have 14 brothers here, 14 machetes or baseball bats. No matter what the Night Butcher is, even if it's the King of Hell, he'll get hit by my sticks. At this moment, a younger brother next to him suddenly said in a trembling voice, Brother Long, something seems amiss. Are there really 14 of us here? Brother Long glanced at him impatiently. Are you stupid? Didn't we count them before we set out? 14 people. Didn't we also buy 14 tickets when we went singing at the bar tonight? The younger brother swallowed his saliva. You did buy 14 tickets, but isn't one of them yours, Brother Long? Did Brother Long count them just now? Brother Long, who was so proud just now, was dumbfounded in an instant. He felt as if his heart skipped a beat. Yes, I didn't count just now. So how could there be 14 people? One extra. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, I will always keep an eye on you. Brother Long panicked instantly. At this moment, 14 people were surrounding him in a circle, and almost any one of them had the opportunity to stab him in the darkness. There were no lights in the dark, so even if we were face to face, we couldn't see each other's faces clearly and had no way of telling each other's identities. If I were stabbed to death here in this environment, where would I go to seek justice? We don't even know who the murderer is. He swallowed his saliva. Everyone spread out. Stop crowding me. Tell me the number again, quickly. I want to listen closely. I want to see who sneaked in. Damn it, if I catch him, I will kill him. What the hell is this Night Butcher? Do you really think I'm afraid? These guys were really cooperative and immediately started a new round of counting. 1, 2, 13, 14, 15. Damn it, it suddenly became 15 again. Brother Long's legs were weak at this moment. Why are there more and more people? He no longer dared to ask his brothers to count. Otherwise, wouldn't the next round be able to count 16? He asked Meng Xiao, who was not far away, in an almost pleading tone. You're from Tianxin City, so you must know more about the Night Butcher. Tell me quickly what methods this guy has. Among these people at the scene, who is the Night Butcher? Can you tell? Meng Xiao said unhappily. Who do you think I am? How could I understand the Night Butcher? If I can live 1 or 2 more days in his hands, I will be very lucky. Don't be silly, I advise you. If the Night Butcher wants to kill you, you'd better cooperate a little, and you can suffer less. Brother Long spat on the ground. Bah, fuck you. My fate is in my own hands. What do you mean by cooperating a little? Is he worthy of it? He started cursing at the 14 people in front of him. Don't play these dirty tricks. If you have the guts, come out and fight me head on. I'm not afraid of you. The more you play these conspiracies and tricks, the more it proves that you are weak. A grown man is simply too weak. Turn on the light for me quickly. No matter whether it's boxing or sauna fighting, I'm not inferior to you. Let's have a 1v1 men's battle, do you dare? Brother Long was shouting wildly, and finally, a black shadow slowly walked out of the crowd. This was a figure that was even darker than an ordinary person, and his appearance was completely unclear. It was as if he was wearing black clothes and a black mask. At this moment, without the illumination of lights, he almost blended into the whole world. The moment the figure walked out, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop a lot, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. This is not only the temperature that the body can feel, but also the chill that the soul can feel. It is an uncontrollable fear, as if the person walking out in front of him is not a human at all, but an evil ghost from hell. When he saw this man's appearance, Brother Long was instantly scared. He swallowed and said in a fearful tone, Are you the Night Butcher? You don't look that great, like a skinny dog. Brother Long was born short and ugly, so he was most disgusted by those who were tall and handsome. Looking up at Gu Yang's current appearance, the disgust in his heart became even stronger. You, with your skinny arms and legs, actually dare to stand up? Okay, I admire your courage. What's the matter? This place is too small to perform. Do you want to go out and find a more spacious place? As the saying goes, the unknown is the most frightening. When he couldn't see anyone just now, Brother Long was really a little panicked, afraid that this Night Butcher was really a ghost. But at this moment, he could clearly see a figure walking in front of him, and, judging from his figure, he didn't seem to be a boxing master. The Night Butcher didn't say anything and attacked directly. With just one step, he was in front of Brother Long. Brother Long laughed out loud. Good timing. Take my punch. He punched the Night Butcher hard in the face. Facing this punch, the Night Butcher seemed like a fool, standing there without moving. With a loud bang, Brother Long's fist hit the black figure on the crown of his head. I originally thought that this punch was enough to make the Night Butcher fall asleep, but in fact, the other party did not move at all. Brother Long only heard a few crisp crackling sounds and felt a piercing pain in his right hand. It was obvious that all the finger bones were broken. You bastard, what's that trick of yours? You clearly didn't dodge, so why aren't you in pain? However, the Night Butcher had no intention of answering him. He simply reached out his hands to hold Brother Long's head on both sides, and then pulled it up with force. Before Brother Long could put up any resistance, Guyang pulled his entire head off his neck, taking away a long section of his spine. The scene was bloody and extremely miserable. At this moment, the Night Butcher was holding a round head in his hands. Below the head was a long spine. Under the moonlight, he looked like an elegant prince, which was extremely creepy to look at. The younger brothers were instantly shocked by this cruel scene. Run, run, someone's dying. They fled outside frantically. At this time, Guyang had already unlocked the gate. After opening the gate, many of his younger brothers fled in all directions, and no one dared to stay. As they ran, they shouted, There's a ghost. The ghost is coming. The ghost is coming. The Night Butcher is the ghost. Everyone run. The huge noise woke up everyone on the first floor. The hotel staff and security also gathered around, stopped the two hooligans who were desperately trying to escape, and asked, Are you customers of our hotel? Why are you running around here? What happened? Tell me. However, faced with inquiries from all sides, Brother Long's younger brothers did not dare to answer at all, for fear that they would lose their lives if they delayed for a moment. They ran out desperately and disappeared in a flash. It can't be stopped. At this moment, Meng Xiao and Xiao Lu were curled up in the corner, looking at the looming black shadow in the darkness. Without saying anything, Meng Xiao endured the pain and sat up. He knelt down in front of Gu Yang and cowed out. You are truly resourceful. I've already taken a plane and a bus to another city, and you were still able to find me. You are here to kill me today, right? You can kill me or widow me, but the brother next to me knows nothing, so I haven't told him anything. I'll let him live. Guyang did not answer him, but just reminded him, remember the agreement between us. I'm always watching you. After hearing these words, Meng Xiao shuddered all over. He almost realized that he had walked around the gates of hell today, and the Night Butcher's original target should be him. Meng Xiao also understood that if it were him, he would never pin his hopes of keeping the secret on an outsider. The best solution was to cut the weeds at their roots. In fact, I have done similar things countless times. Unexpectedly, the Night Butcher would choose to let him go today. Meng Xiao knelt on the ground with a plop and kowtowed heavily in the direction where the Night Butcher disappeared. Don't worry, I will definitely keep my promise. Thank you for what I did today. Only after the Night Butcher had completely left did Xiao Lu, who was standing beside him, dare to speak. Brother Meng, that's awesome. You're actually friends with the Night Butcher. Chapter 189. Sanjiang Criminal Investigation Captain, Jiahua. Meng Xiao was so upset at the moment that he rolled his eyes at Xiao Lu beside him. Can you use your brain? Can't you see that this guy is here to kill me? I'm so damn lucky to have survived. You call this friendship? Xiao Lu laughed and shook his head. You can't say that, Brother Meng. Think about it. How many people has the Night Butcher killed? Have you ever heard of anyone surviving at his hands? You are an exception among 100. Isn't that considered a friendship? And what did he just say? He said, I'll always keep an eye on you. Doesn't that mean the Night Butcher will protect you from now on? This is naked concern. Brother Meng, we can finally save face now. Meng Xiao was speechless. He sighed with a wry smile and said with some envy, I wish I had your kind attitude. You're really generous. Then he changed the subject. Remember, don't talk nonsense about what happened between us and the Night Butcher. There's been a murder here, and the local law enforcement will definitely be here to investigate. We just need to say we didn't see anything, and don't let anything slip. Xiao Lu patted his chest. Don't worry, Brother Meng. Who am I? I'm keeping my mouth shut. After calming down, Meng Xiao felt no joy at all, but only waves of fear. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that he had chosen to give up everything in Tianxin Temple and beg for mercy in front of Gong like a dog. At least he saved his life. If I had any hope at that time, or if I had been like Brother Long, who acted lawless because of the power under his control, I would probably be the one whose head would be twisted off tonight. Xiao Lu walked to the door quietly and pressed the switch. With a click, the light bulb turned on, and the originally dark room instantly became as bright as day. But the room that was clean just now is now unrecognizable. The Night Butcher used bright red blood to paint a perfect artistic painting on the ceiling, the ground, and the walls, which had an indescribable strange beauty. Meng Xiao and Xiao Lu looked at the scene in front of them and recalled the figure of the Night Butcher holding Brother Long's head in his hand, illuminated by the moonlight. Xiao Lu couldn't help but sigh. TSK, TSK, TSK. How else could I become the legendary killer of Tianxin Temple? Look at others killing people. This is called art. In comparison, we gangsters are as crude as old farmers in ancient times. Meng Xiao rolled his eyes at him. What? Are you starting to admire that guy too? Do you want me to introduce you to him? Then you can get some white clothes and wear them, and even get the nickname of the Black and White Devils. Xiao Lu scratched his head awkwardly. Forget it. I'm just a burden. Don't mess things up. The next head the Night Butcher will twist out will be mine. Just as Meng Xiao was about to take out his cell phone to call the Law Enforcement Bureau to report the crime, a loud da-da noise came from the stairs. When I turned around, a group of uniformed law enforcement officers had surrounded the door. The leader was a long-haired man in his 30s wearing black framed glasses. He had a work badge hanging on his chest. He was Jiahua, the criminal investigation team leader of Sanjiang City. Seeing this name, Meng Xiao couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Could it really be a fake? When a few younger law enforcement officers at the door opened the door and saw the bloody and cruel scene, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow," and almost vomited. Criminal investigation Captain Jia frowned and scolded. If you want to vomit, go somewhere else and don't ruin the scene. Those young newcomers could only suppress their nausea, cover their mouths with their hands, and quickly flee to the trash can in the corner of the stairs, where they began to vomit violently. The entire floor was filled with the sour odor of vomit, mixed with the smell of blood in the house, making those who didn't feel like vomiting feel extremely nauseous. Jiao cursed. You're such losers. You're members of the criminal investigation team, after all, and you're so frightened by this scene. It's shameful. Jiahua suppressed the discomfort in his heart and walked into the room carefully. Two more experienced assistants followed him in. Jiahua glanced at Meng Xiao and Xiao Lu, who were sitting on the bed, covered in wounds. He shook his badge on his chest and asked, "Can you tell us what happened here?" Xiao Lu lowered his head and said nothing. He was afraid that he might not be able to judge the situation properly and say something he shouldn't. So he simply pretended to be scared. Meng Xiao beside him sighed. This guy was the instigator. He brought a group of thugs under his command to attack me and my brother. Look at what he did to us. After beating us, he still didn't stop and insisted that one hand of each of my brother and I be left alive. Otherwise, he would beat us to death. We were also scared at that time, but we had no choice but to do as we were told. After all, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. The guy was like a gangster, but just when we were about to chop off his hand, the lights suddenly went out. Then I heard this guy cursing in the dark, calling him the Night Butcher or something like that. And then I heard the sound of two people fighting, and then everyone ran away. When we turned on the light, this is what we saw. We didn't move a thing, and we don't know anything else. Meng Xiao did not hide the existence of the Night Butcher. After all, as long as he checked, he would definitely be able to find out. On the contrary, he clearly knew about this but kept silent, which made him seem suspicious. After checking the two people's ID cards, Jiahua was shocked when he heard the words Night Butcher. The Night Butcher is here? Weird. You two arrived today, and the Night Butcher also arrived today. Could it be that there's some connection between you two and the Night Butcher? Isn't this just a coincidence? Having seen their ID cards, Jiahua knew that the two men in front of him were also from Tianqin City, and that all the crimes committed by the Night Butcher were in Tianqin Temple. Now he had inexplicably come to Sanjiang City, which was somewhat strange. After hearing this, Xiao Lu, who was standing next to him, felt a pang of fear in his heart and became a little panicked. Fortunately, Meng Xiao, who was standing next to him, had a strong mental state and rolled his eyes at Xiao Lu. Well, Captain, we can't answer the question you ask. Who knows? This Night Butcher is so elusive. No one knows his true identity or what he looks like. Doesn't that mean he can go wherever he wants? And who can stop him? Jiahua frowned deeply. He always felt that the two guys in front of him should know more information, but they said nothing. At this time, several other law enforcement officers came to the door carrying two yellow-haired thugs. They were shirtless and had their heads lowered. They were one of the thugs who had arrived with Brother Long earlier. Captain, asked these two guys. They seemed to have arrived at the scene with the deceased. They were right next to the deceased when the crime happened. They should know more than those two guys. After hearing this, Jiahua also felt that it made sense. So he walked up to the two thugs and began to interrogate them. Tell me what happened here. Remember not to miss any details, or I will make you suffer. Chapter 190, they are the Night Butchers. The two thugs were so scared that their legs were shaking. Only when they saw the law enforcement officers standing beside them did they feel safe again. They never expected that the law enforcement officer whom they hated the most before has now become their savior. The two yellow-haired guys quickly hugged Jiahua's thighs, one on each side, and cried loudly. Uncle Police, save us. Protect us. There's a murderer out there. It's terrifying. That guy was so ruthless. After turning off the lights, he stood up and challenged Brother Long in a duel. As a result, Brother Long's strength as a Sanda champion was like a baby in front of his opponent. With just one move, the monster grabbed his head with both hands and pulled it off. Oh my God, is this something a human can do? This is too outrageous. Uncle Police, help. Help. Why don't you just arrest us and put us in jail? It's funny to say that the prison that they once avoided has now become a refuge for these two gangsters. In order to hide in prison and save their lives, they actually took the initiative to confess their crimes. One of the younger brothers jumped up and patted his chest and said, There was a robbery at the number 1 bridge last week. The robbers were on motorcycles. Captain Jia, do you remember? I stole it. You haven't caught the person yet. It's me. No need to look for me anymore. Another little brother next to him was not to be outdone. There are 2 little girls living downstairs from my house. I secretly climbed through the windows in the middle of the night and installed cameras on their bathroom and bedroom windows. I recorded their videos every day and sold them on the website. I have made tens of thousands of yuan. Catch me. Catch me too. Jiahua and his colleague from the Law Enforcement Bureau were all stunned. The case that was so difficult to handle in the past is unexpectedly so easy to solve now. These 2 guys are like a funnel, spilling out all the things they have done over the years. The staff nearby quickly picked up their notebooks and recorders to take notes. Jiahua patted their shoulders. Okay, don't talk about it for now. Let's go back and talk about it. The cases you have confessed to now are enough to keep you in prison for several years. Don't worry, our law enforcement agency will protect your safety. The two thugs still held on to Jiahua's legs and refused to let go. No, Uncle Police, you can't just dismiss us like that. We have checked the information online. That guy is called the Night Butcher. He is from Tianjin City. He is elusive and is the greatest killer of all time. He once broke into a heavily guarded prison and killed someone. You must send more people to protect us 24 hours a day. Jiahua snorted coldly when he heard this. Although I don't know what kind of mistakes happened in Tianjin Temple that led to the emergence of such a person, I'm willing to use my future to guarantee you that as long as I am alive, I will never allow him to kill people in the prison of Sanjiang City. Don't worry. After hearing this, the two thugs finally breathed a sigh of relief and allowed the law enforcement officers behind them to control them and take them away. After sending the two guys away, Jia was slowly squatted down and carefully inspected the scene. Combining the confessions just recorded, he frowned more and more as he read them, muttering to himself, "Is it possible to rip out a person's head and a spine with just your bare hands? This is too outrageous. This is even more outrageous than the anti-Japanese drama." Moreover, with so many people at the scene, even in dim light, they should be able to capture some of the guy's physical characteristics, but no one saw even a trace of his face. He looks like he's wrapped in a tight black leather suit. Is he cosplaying Spider-Man Noir? That's way off. At this time, his two assistants also came back after inspecting the scene. Jiahua asked, "Did you find anything?" The two assistants shook their heads. "It's strange. There weren't any footprints or fingerprints of that guy left at the scene. It's as if he didn't even exist." "Yes, I just checked the surveillance cameras. Whether it was the elevators, corridors, or lobby cameras inside the hotel, or the relevant surveillance cameras on Seijo Street, I couldn't find any clues. There was no such person at all. Could that guy really be a ghost?" Hearing this, Jiahua felt a little nervous. He pushed the black-framed glasses on his nose hard, feeling a little nervous. Being able to become the captain of the criminal investigation team, he has solved many cases in his life, but none of them was so suspenseful. He couldn't help but turn around and look at Meng Xiao and Xiao Lu again. These two guys are from Tianjin City, and the Night Butcher is also from Tianjin City. The Night Butcher had never killed anyone here before, but on the first day these two guys arrived, a murder occurred here. What is the connection between them and the Night Butcher? Or is it that the Night Butcher himself is one of them? In order to hide his identity, he deliberately turned off the lights and staged this drama himself. Now he is pretending to be a victim? This also explains why there were no fingerprints or footprints of the Night Butcher at the scene, and why the surrounding surveillance cameras did not capture that guy. Because that guy was here from beginning to end. As soon as this speculation came up, Jiahua gave his men an order without saying anything. "Catch these two guys first, put them in solitary confinement, and question them. They must have information we don't know." The rest of the law enforcement colleagues took immediate action. Meng Xiao and Xiao Lu, who had just had a moment's respite, were instantly pinned down and taken to two police cars respectively. Xiao Lu got anxious and yelled, "What are you doing? Why are you arresting us? We are law-abiding and have done nothing wrong. We are the victims. Look at the injuries on our bodies. What on earth are you doing?" Meng Xiao was also somewhat dissatisfied. "Did you guys have some misunderstanding? Why did you arrest us as well?" Jiahua, with his hands in his pockets, looked cold. "Don't treat me like a fool. You two must have some secrets that you haven't shared, right? I tell you, I guessed it all. It's okay if you don't want to talk. I have time to play with you guys and see who can hold up the longest." After saying that, he ignored Meng Xiao and Xiao Lu's wailing and directly locked them in the police car and dragged them to the law enforcement bureau. Jiahua squinted his eyes and thought for a moment, then said to the assistant beside him, "Please make a call for me to the Tianjin City Law Enforcement Bureau. I'm looking for the person in charge of the Night Butcher case." "No problem. I'll call right away." After a while, a voice came from the other end of the phone. "I am Lu Tao, the person in charge of the Night Butcher case. What happened to you? You can tell me now. However, my ability to help you is limited, as I made a mistake and have already submitted my resignation report. I estimate that I only have 3 days left to work." Jiahua was shocked. "Are you kidding me? Just submitting your resignation report? How big of a mistake have you made?" Lu Tao smiled bitterly and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. Because of the Night Butcher case, 3 people in charge have already resigned. I heard you came to ask for details about the case. Are you sure you want to wade into this mess?" Jiahua felt a tightness in his heart. He had worked so hard to get to his current position, and he didn't want to go back to his hometown to farm. After hesitating for a moment, he could only smile bitterly and said, I don't want to go either, but the night butcher killed someone on my territory, and the body is right in front of me. What do you think I should do? Chapter 191. Chapter 191. I have a clue. Upon hearing this news, Lu Tao was shocked and jumped up from his chair. What? You mean to say that the night butcher is killing people in Sanjiang City right now? Is it possible that this is a copycat crime? Jiahua threw the cigarette, but in his hand to the ground and stomped it out with his foot. I actually hope it's a copycat crime. After all, the story you guys are spreading about the night butcher is so outlandish that it scares me a little. However, based on various signs at the scene, the possibility of a copycat crime is very small. There are many things that I can't think of anyone else who can do except the night butcher. Lu Tao turned on the hands-free system on his phone, waved his hand, and called his assistant to take a notebook to record it. Then he asked, Please tell me in detail so that I can understand a little bit. Jiahua did not keep the secret and spoke directly. First of all, the murder took place in a small hotel room. The room is not big, probably only about 10 square meters. At that time, in addition to the night butcher and the victim, there were more than a dozen bystanders inside. Although the lights were off, the moonlight was still relatively bright today. Theoretically, one should be able to barely make out the night butcher's clothing or facial features. But with so many people at the scene, no one could see any features of the night butcher. Everyone only saw a black shadow. This is completely consistent with the information you have in Tianjin City. I suspect he is wearing a full set of black night clothes, somewhat similar to the suit of Dark Spider-Man. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao was still unsure whether it was the night butcher. After all, this kind of all-black leather suit was not difficult to find. Before he finished recording, Jiahua continued. Secondly, we investigated every corner of the scene and checked the nearby surveillance footage, but we didn't find any clues about the night butcher. It was like this guy appeared out of nowhere and left out of nowhere. It was just weird. Now I understand how troubling those night butcher's locked room murders were. Lu Tao also followed with a wry smile and echoed. Yeah, this guy is really incomprehensible. It seems that he won't even leave a piece of skin tissue at the scene. Jiahua glanced at the corpse covered with a white cloth not far away, and his voice trembled slightly. Apart from the 2 points above, the most outrageous thing is the process of killing. According to the information I have at present, the victim was once a local Sanda boxing champion and had quite good physical fitness. In a sense, such people should have already stood at the top of the pyramid of our human combat effectiveness. But according to all the onlookers, the night butcher defeated his victim with just one move. Moreover, the way the night butcher killed him was to hold his head with both hands, pull it upwards with force, and forcibly pull off the entire head, along with a section of the spine underneath. It was extremely brutal and violent. It can also be seen that the night butcher possesses physical fitness and combat skills far beyond those of ordinary people. Combining these 3 points, I have ruled out any possibility of copycat crimes, and I am 100% sure that the night butcher has now arrived in our Sanjiang City. That's why I'm calling you to get the details of all the night butcher cases you've got, to see if I can analyze them and find some clues. Lu Tao nodded after listening. No problem. I'll send you the relevant information right away. I'll also buy plane tickets with a few colleagues and come over to your site to see if there's anything we can do to help. Jiahua was very surprised. He didn't expect Lu Tao to be so concerned about this matter. Generally speaking, if it is not in their jurisdiction, no one is too lazy to care about it. The salary is only so little per month, so there's no need to work so hard. Jiahua was deeply touched that Lu Tao came to help him. The case is so complicated that even the entire Tianjin City cannot solve it. It is also difficult for me to solve it alone. 3 cobblers can at least be as good as 1 zhuge liang. I can't thank you enough for coming over. Don't worry, your help will not be in vain. If the case is solved, you'll get half of the credit. When you get here, I'll treat you to a barbecue to welcome you. Lu Tao laughed. That's not necessary. We are all colleagues in the same system. Just treat it as making friends. I only have 3 days left. If I can actually apprehend the night butcher, or even get a definite clue, I might still be able to stay. Only then did Jiahua understand that finding the night butcher was Lu Tao's last straw. I really don't know what methods this night butcher has. He actually forced 3 responsible persons to resign one after another. It seems I have to be careful, as I'm planning to collect my pension. After hesitating for a moment, Jiahua finally spoke. I have a little clue here, let me tell you. But I have to make it clear that these are just my personal speculations and may not be reliable. Lu Tao was full of surprise. Have you found a clue already? This Jiahua is so capable. Tell me quickly, if the clue is really important enough, you'll have made a great contribution. Jiahua sighed and shook his head. It's not that simple. It's just a little guess. The initial origin of today's homicide was actually a fight between two groups of people. One of them was a gang led by the victim, Brother Long, and the other two came from Tianjin City. I don't know if they were tourists or planned to settle down here. Originally, Brother Long and his thugs had beaten up the two outsiders from Tianjin City and forced them to bow their heads and apologize. As a result, at the critical moment when the two men were about to suffer a great loss, the night butcher turned off the lights and appeared and tore Brother Long's head off. I always feel that these two things are a bit too coincidental. It just so happens that these two outsiders are from Tianjin City, and the night butcher is also from Tianjin City, and the night butcher kills people who are harmful to them. So I suspected at the time that the night butcher was most likely one of these two people. I've already taken both of them back to the Law Enforcement Bureau and detained them separately. I plan to interrogate them thoroughly, and hopefully I'll be able to get some useful information. After hearing this, Lu Tao couldn't help but feel a little excited. Yes, such a coincidence. How could there be nothing strange about it? The night butcher must be related to those two people. Brother Jiahua, you are really meticulous in your work, otherwise this clue would have been lost. Please send me the identities of these two people, and I will help you check their situation locally. After the investigation is completed, I will send you the information. Jiahua readily agreed. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Lu Tao raised his head and saw Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling beside him staring at him with wide eyes. The call just now was on speakerphone, so Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling could naturally hear it clearly. Lu Tao sighed and said to them, "It seems we are wrong again. The night butcher and Guiyang are not the same person. You just heard that there was a murder case in Sanjiang City last night, and Guiyang was lying in the hospital from beginning to end. How could he still have the energy to commit the crime? I plan to fly to Sanjiang City today to see the specific situation, but before that I have to go to the hospital to say goodbye to Guiyang and apologize. You guys should go along too." Chapter 192. Chapter 192. It's time to change the medicine. This was devastating news for Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling. They continued to analyze and found clues one after another, and finally they locked onto the truth that Guiyang was the night butcher. As a result, the case discovered last night directly cleared Guiyang of all suspicion. If you want to use these seemingly plausible clues to accuse Guiyang, you have to talk about the case last night. Guiyang was a wounded person lying in the hospital yesterday. How could he go to Sanjiang City thousands of miles away to kill someone? As long as this problem cannot be explained, everything will be in vain. Although Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling also accepted that there were some talented people in this world who could do things that ordinary people could not, such as the people of the Wang family. But no matter how powerful the Wang family's psychic abilities are, it's impossible for them to kill someone from thousands of miles away, right? It's absolutely outrageous. Although she was somewhat reluctant, Chu Lingling still spoke. "Well, if he is really cleared of suspicion, it's okay for me to apologize to him." The three of them sighed, their hearts filled with bitterness. It seems that all the clues that I had worked so hard to find before were in vain, and I have to start all over again. This is simply an endless, vicious cycle. At this moment, Guiyang in the hospital slowly opened his eyes and immediately received a tremendous amount of energy from the ghost body. Another lifespan was added to his account. Current life expectancy balance, 270 years. Not bad. That gangster named Brother Long has dedicated 20 years to me. Guiyang began to think in his heart that he had been pretending to be paralyzed in the wheelchair for long enough, and it was time to get rid of the wheelchair. After being discharged from the hospital, I immediately started researching and deducing, and quickly came up with a new neurotherapeutic drug in my mind. Only in this way can I leave the wheelchair with a clear conscience and without arousing anyone's suspicion. Moreover, the emergence of new medicines can further consolidate their position. The first time I could say I was lucky, but the second time I could say nothing about it, right? Anyway, I just need to get the products out, and Mu Rong and others will help handle the company's operations and sales. I just need to sit back and wait for my share of the money. After my hands and feet are healed, I will develop some advanced medicines that can improve my physical fitness, and then I won't have to worry anymore. However, I have to wait until I am discharged from the hospital to know the details. It is too noisy in the hospital now, and I can't concentrate on operating in the Yuansho space. Now that Gu Yang's status is higher, his treatment is naturally different. When I was still in a vegetative state, no one else had ever come to this ward except for a few old friends like Murong. Even when his fiancée Yin Ping Ping came, he only came to make a few sarcastic remarks and show off his superiority. But now my status is different, and I can be said to be surrounded by good people who care about me. After lying in a hospital for a whole day, there's a constant stream of people coming to visit me. If it weren't for a few friends from the law enforcement agency guarding the area, the threshold of the ward would probably have been broken. In addition to Mayor Yuan, leaders at all levels in the city have basically visited, as well as leaders of the companies behind major pharmacies, etc. Guyong even vaguely heard that some villagers from the village where he lived as a child came over, asking questions and insisting on coming in to give gifts. To put it bluntly, they just wanted to curry favor with him. This is what is called, even if you are rich, you still have distant relatives. The colleagues arranged by the law enforcement bureau at the door were quite smart. Except for those with high status and value, no one else was allowed into the ward. This gave Gu Yang some breathing space, otherwise he would not be able to bear it. But even if no one came in, the gifts sent by these guys were moved in. The VIP ward, which was originally extremely empty, was now extremely crowded, with piles of gift boxes and fruits of all sizes. Let's go tomorrow. After all, he's been injured so badly, it's a bit too much to be discharged right now. It's just right to leave tomorrow. Just then, the door of the ward was slowly pushed open. Guyong thought it was someone else coming to visit him, but when he turned around, he found that it was a doctor wearing a white coat and a mask. Why do people think there are so many beautiful women and handsome men in hospitals? Because it's very simple. Everyone is wearing white uniforms, looking clean, and wearing masks, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. The men are all handsome, and the women are all beautiful, and their appearance is raised to a higher level. Guyong, lying on a hospital bed with bandages all over his body, took a serious look at the doctor pushing the cart in front of him and asked doubtfully, "Why didn't Su Changcheng come over?" The doctor responded in a hoarse voice. Su Changcheng had some family matters to deal with, so she went back first. I am her friend in the hospital, and I just happened to help her share some of the work. Mr. Gu, don't worry. I'm just changing the bottle of glucose for you to replenish the necessary nutrients your body needs. Just relax and close your eyes for a while. It will help you recover. Guyong nodded slightly and squinted his eyes while lying on the hospital bed. The medical staff were busy working on the trolley. They quickly prepared a bottle of glucose and hung it directly above Guyong. They changed the needle above, adjusted the infusion tube, and nodded with satisfaction. If you feel a little dizzy, it's normal. Don't worry, Mr. Gu. It's just a symptom of your weak body. Relax and take a break. After the medical staff finished speaking, they packed up the card in their hands and prepared to leave, but Guyong said, "Wait a minute, I have a few questions that I want to ask again." The doctor frowned slightly, showing a hint of impatience, but soon relaxed his brows and nodded politely. "Ask." Guyong yawned and asked, "With my current physical condition, is it okay if I'm discharged tomorrow? I'm really not used to living here." The doctor thought for a moment and nodded. Although Mr. Gu is relatively weak and his injuries are quite serious, they are basically just superficial injuries. If he wants to be discharged from the hospital, it won't be a big problem. That's good. By the way, did Su Changcheng tell you that there was an emergency at home and that she needed to go back immediately? She didn't even say hello to me. It must be very urgent. I am a little concerned about her. After all, I am her leader. The doctor sighed. I'm not sure, but who doesn't have some urgent matters? It shouldn't be a big problem. I'm glad it's not a big problem. You've had a hard time today. Of course. If there's nothing else. Don't worry, don't worry. How is the hospital doing today? I feel like more and more people are coming to the hospital for treatment. By the way, my nano-targeted immune activation drug should have been put into use in the hospital, right? Are the cancer patients doing well after using it today? The doctor who changed Gu Yang's dressing wanted to leave, but Gu Yang kept asking questions one after another, making it impossible for him to leave. After a long delay, the doctor glanced at the 4 drip on his head, looked at Gu Yang, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and snorted coldly. Go to sleep. Once you fall asleep, you won't wake up. This is the ending you deserve. Chapter 193. Chapter 193. Have you forgotten who I am? The time spent here has been long enough, and half of the medicine in the bottle has been injected into Gu Yang's body. The doctor chuckled, quickly cleaned up the scene, made sure no traces were left, and then turned and left. But just as he turned around, the door of the ward opened with a click, and Lu Tao, Li Kaiyun, and Chu Lingling walked in. The doctor was in a hurry. He nodded and said hello to Lu Tao and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Guyang, who had been drowsy and sound asleep, suddenly opened his eyes and shouted to the doctor. Doctor, why are you leaving so quickly? I haven't even finished asking my questions, and you're acting like you're guilty. You must have done something wrong, so you're in such a hurry to leave? The doctor's body froze instantly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this guy have a chance to wake up? At this moment, Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao were standing in front of him. He could only bite the bullet and turn around to look at Guyang. If you have any further questions, Mr. Gu, please feel free to ask. However, I still have a lot of work to do, and there are other patients waiting for my care. I hope Mr. Gu understands and won't delay too much time. Guyang Yenet. Oh, so that's how it is. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought you had done something wrong. How could that be? We doctors treat patients and heal people. So how could we do anything wrong? Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun frowned. They had keenly noticed that there was something wrong with Gu Yang's tone. Something's going on here. Only Chu lingling next to her was still fiddling with her phone with her head down, looking unconcerned. Gu Yang yawned lightly and then said, Okay, I'll ask you one last question, just one. My life is worth a lot, right? How much did you get paid to take on such a risky business and come to the hospital to kill me? And who is the mastermind behind this? As soon as these words were spoken, the temperature in the entire ward seemed to drop to freezing point. The front door was blocked by Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun. Without saying a word, the doctor turned around and ran to the window behind him, tried to escape by jumping out. This trick might be effective against ordinary people, but the other two people standing in the ward at this moment, Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun, are the elite among the elite and have solved countless cases. Although this doctor's skills are extraordinary, he is still not enough when facing the combined efforts of Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao. He had just broken through the window and was about to fly away when two hands attacked him at the same time from behind, grabbed both of his shoulders, threw him backwards with force, and threw him to the ground. Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun immediately cooperated, rode on the doctor, pinned him to the ground, and handcuffed him. Don't move. You've been arrested. Explain your situation clearly first. Lu Tao handcuffed him to the large iron table nearby and immediately ran to Gu Yang's side to check his body. Mr. Gu, how is the situation here? Is there any danger? The doctor sitting in the corner had his mask taken off by Li Kaiyun. Judging from his appearance, he is just an ordinary middle-aged man in his 30s with a lot of stubble on his face. At this moment, sitting in the corner, taking off his clothes, he feels a little decadent. He is no different from those ordinary middle-aged men on the street. It is obvious that his spine has been bent by life. The middle-aged uncle snorted coldly. What else is there to ask? The medicine has already been half injected. He will definitely die. When these words were spoken, Li Kaiyun, Lu Tao, and Chu lingling in the room were all shocked. Li Kaiyun punched him hard in the face, knocking out one of his front teeth. You bastard! Tell me quickly, what poison did you inject into Mr. Gu? The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered, with no intention of speaking at all. Gu Yang, lying on the hospital bed, said with a smile, It's okay, it's just the anesthetic drug propofol. The drug is injected intravenously and can be fatal if it is injected too quickly or in too high a dose. This guy was really ruthless. He actually gave me a bottle of wine. He was really afraid that I wouldn't die, but now I think I need to change my quilt. After saying this, Gu Yang gently lifted the quilt covering himself, revealing the arm where the 4-needle should have been inserted. When the middle-aged man saw this scene, his eyes were red and he was completely dumbfounded. The infusion needle that was supposed to be inserted into the back of the hand had already been pulled out and thrown aside. Drops of medicine were dripping out from the needle continuously, all dripping onto the bed. A large area of the bed sheet was wet, and not a single drop of the propofol, which is deadly enough, entered Gu Yang's body. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. How is that possible? How is it possible that it wasn't lost? You knew a long time ago, right? You were just stalling for time. Li Kaiyun, Lu Tao, and Chu Lingling, who were standing nearby, all looked at Gu Yang with incredible eyes, waiting for Gu Yang's explanation. I never expected that he had seen through all this a long time ago. How'd he see through it? Gu Yang smiled lightly, picked up the water cup on the table next to him, and moistened his lips. You're trying to kill me with this kind of drug. You might as well just stab me. Haven't you been watching the news? I'm a medical researcher who developed a nano-targeted immune-activating drug. My understanding of these medical drugs is far greater than yours, right? The moment you opened the medicine, I smelled a faint sweet smell, and this smell immediately made me sure that the thing you injected me with was propofol. But you insisted on telling me that it was glucose to supplement nutrition. In order to let me relax my vigilance, you also specifically reminded me that it was normal to feel a little dizzy and sleepy for a while. Come on, does injecting glucose make people feel dizzy and sleepy? The fucking thing you injected wasn't sleeping pills. You're taking me for a fool, right? The middle-aged man was completely stunned at this moment. He never expected that these small details led to his failure. And this damn guy had seen through everything from the beginning and was pretending from beginning to end. At this moment, it seemed as if Gu Yang, who was lying on the hospital bed, was the hunter with a hunting rifle, and he himself thought he was a jackal, but was just a pitiful prey. Gu Yang didn't care, leaned on the bed, turned around, and said to Lu Tao, "Deputy Director Lu, I have a great achievement for you. I heard that you're planning to resign. It's such a pity for you. This guy is very skilled, and it's obvious that this is not the first time he has done something like this. If we investigate all the people he killed and find a mastermind behind the scenes, it will definitely be a great achievement, right? Maybe this will be a blessing in disguise for you, Deputy Director Lu, and you can even reach a higher level." After hearing this, Lu Tao was deeply moved. He spoke somewhat at a loss. "Mr. Gu, you really make me ashamed. I used to suspect that you had some connection with the Night Butcher, which caused you so much trouble. I didn't expect that you would let go of the past and even think about me. Alas, I really don't know how to thank you. If you hadn't been vigilant enough to avoid this crisis, I would have been derelict in my duty again." Chapter 194 Suicide, a man's last responsibility. Although Lu Tao said this in a joking tone, people can still feel the pressure in his heart. This period of time was too much for him to bear. He was primarily responsible for the Night Butcher case, but he still had no clue about it. As luck would have it, he was promoted because of this incident. However, before he could even get comfortable in the position for 2 days, he had to leave the law enforcement bureau because of a major mistake in Guiyang. Now, he was completely disheartened and ready to retire and become a bodyguard. But Gu Yang gave him another way out. "If I can get to the bottom of these cases, it will be a credit to some extent. Even if I don't ask for a promotion, at least there is still a chance, as the merits and demerits will offset each other." Hearing his self-blaming words, Gu Yang smiled lightly. "Don't be so hypocritical. We're all buddies. We even had a drink together last time. Hurry up and light up a cigarette." "Damn, I was scared to death today. I almost lost my life here. Luckily, I was quick-witted." Li Kaiyun beside him coughed lightly. "This is a hospital ward. Smoking is not allowed, right?" Gu Yang raised his head and said, "That's true for ordinary people, but I'm a VIP. Do you understand what a VIP is? Privileges, don't you understand?" At this time, Li Kaiyun took a look at the VIP ward in front of him. It had a living room, a bedroom, and all the electrical appliances, just like a big hotel. VIP did seem a little different. Lu Tao chuckled, took out a cigarette, and even lit it for Gu Yang himself. Then he walked over and patted the middle-aged man's face. "If you have anything to say, please say it now. If you say it here, at least you can feel more comfortable and drink some tea. If I take you back to the police station, your life will be difficult. And the sooner you tell me, the greater your contribution will be, and I can help you get a lighter sentence." The middle-aged man finally recovered from shock he had just received and laughed miserably. "Are you kidding me? You're asking me to explain? Since I chose to do this, how could I be afraid of failing? Even if I die, I won't say a word." At this moment, Li Kaiyun next to him suddenly noticed that the middle-aged man's Adam's apple rolled vigorously, and he shouted in an instant, "Stop him! He's taking poison!" Lu Tao reflexively grabbed the middle-aged man's neck, but the middle-aged man raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and the last thing he revealed in his eyes was a hint of relief. He tilted his head with all his strength, looked at the sunlight outside the window, and muttered to himself, "I'm sorry, I've tried my best. I won't be home for dinner today." After saying this, the middle-aged man tilted his head, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he became motionless. Lu Tao's action of strangling his neck was meaningless at this moment. As soon as he let go, the guy collapsed to the ground dead. How could this be? Would he be willing to sacrifice his own life to keep this secret? Doesn't this guy fear death? Lu Tao was a little confused. Li Kaiyun next to him frowned. Could this be a death warrior trained by a certain big family? In any case, the death of this middle-aged man symbolizes that the clues of this matter have been completely cut off, and it is another unsolved case. Just as everyone was staring at each other, Chu Lingling, who had been playing with her phone next to her, yawned and said, "Grown men like you can't even find out this little thing. So in the end, you still have to rely on me, the golden detective." Remember to give me more money. Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao's eyes lit up instantly. They turned around and saw Chu Lingling scanning the middle-aged man's face with her mobile phone. She quickly found all the information about this man. She shook her phone and handed it to Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun. Here, this is a new hacker program I made. It can find out all the information related to him through facial recognition. This guy seems to have had a little plastic surgery, but probably in order to recover quickly, the extent of his surgery was not too great, and I could easily identify him. Is it not too much to sell you 100,000 for this information? After finishing speaking, Li Kaiyun immediately put the phone directly into Lu Tao's arms, as if it were a hot potato. I'm not from the law enforcement bureau right now. You have to pay for this yourself. I won't pay because I don't have the money. Lu Tao was speechless immediately and didn't even dare to look at it with his phone for fear that he would have to pay if he just took a look. I said, after all, we are old friends. Can't we give you a discount? You know, my salary isn't high. So how can I afford 100,000 yuan? How about I bargain for a lower price? Chu Lingling thought this made sense. The salary at the Law Enforcement Bureau was not high to begin with, and Lu Tao had just been promoted not long ago. Asking him for a flat salary of 100,000 yuan was indeed too high. Okay, for the sake of our friendship, just name a price. If it's not too outrageous, I'll agree to it. Lu Tao tentatively extended a finger, and Chu Lingling took a look. 10,000 yuan? You're really stingy. Forget it. 10,000 yuan is 10,000 yuan. I have intellectual property rights. Charging you 10,000 yuan would be a complete loss. Unexpectedly, Lu Tao scratched his head awkwardly. No, I mean, how about 100 yuan? I haven't received my salary for this month yet, and that's all I have. Chu Lingling was so angry that she jumped up and stretched out her hand to slap Lu Tao on the head. Fortunately, Lu Tao was taller than Chu Lingling and dodged the attack with agility. Seeing this, Chu Lingling could only clench her fists helplessly. All right, 100 yuan is 100 yuan. Even a small mosquito is still meat. But I have to tell you, this is my first time selling intelligence, so I'm selling it at a lower price. I'll have to raise the price in the future, so don't expect to get this little bit of money for free every time. Lu Tao laughed and scratched his head. Don't worry, if this case is solved, there will definitely be a reward from the higher-ups. I'll give you half of the reward, and I guarantee you won't lose anything. Chu Lingling was slightly satisfied after hearing this and nodded. That's more like it. Next, everyone began to study the information in the mobile phone. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that the man's name was Huang Bo. He used to be a department manager of an internet company. His monthly income was as high as 30,000 yuan, making him quite a successful person. Just 2 years ago, he got married, had a child, and bought a house. He should have been living a life that 90% of people would envy. But it turned out that this guy had a disease that cannot be cured by modern medicine, ALS. After contracting this disease, the patient's muscles and nerves will gradually atrophy, eventually leading to death. Huang Bo was unwilling to accept his fate at first. In the first year, he sought medical treatment everywhere and spent all the wealth he had accumulated for half his life. He sold his house and car and even took out a high loan, but it was still of no avail. In the following year, there was no trace of his life, as if he had evaporated into thin air. After reading this information, Lu Tao had a guess in his mind. I think I know why he chose to commit suicide and was unwilling to reveal any clues about the mastermind behind it. He must be someone who is about to die, so he is not afraid of death at all and has already prepared himself mentally. Li Kaiyun on the other side also nodded. That's right. If I'm not mistaken, the mastermind behind this must have given him a lot of money, at least so that after he leaves, his wife and children can live a carefree life. This may be the last contribution he can make to his family. Chu Lingling lifted her hair in front of her forehead and said with a smile, That's right. Now, although we have a pretty good guess, we just need to start with his family. We should be able to follow the clues and find the mastermind behind this case. Chapter 195, Commission to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes. When it comes to case analysis ability, Chu Lingling is definitely not as good as Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao. But when it comes to hacking skills, there are only a handful of people in the world who are better than Chu Lingling. The reason why she was able to get the title of Gold Medal Detective was because of her hacking skills. There are no secrets in the internet age. Huang Bo would rather die than hide his identity as the man behind the scenes. It was obvious that he had received a promise and benefits from the other party. Where's this benefit now? Definitely on his family. As long as we investigate the people his family has had recent contact with, trace the roots, and investigate the source of their funds, we will definitely be able to find the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. Gu Yang, lying on the hospital bed, felt satisfied. Not bad. It seems that I don't have to bother looking it up myself this time. Having a higher status does have its advantages. In the past, no one would be so positive towards you. Thinking of this, Gu Yang coughed lightly and said to Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling, I heard that you left the law enforcement system and are now working as a private detective, right? Li Kaiyun sighed and nodded. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about it. It's my fault for making the mistake. Gu Yang chuckled and said, there's no such thing as right or wrong. It's just that the enemy is too cunning. I believe that you must have had your own reasons for the decision you made at that time. But since you're now a private detective, I would like to ask you for help. I guess there aren't any detectives more reliable than you in the entire Tianjin city. After this flattery, Chu Lingling raised her head proudly. Although you may annoy me sometimes, you know computer technology and medical knowledge, and your IQ is so much higher than mine. It's simply unfair. He clearly has many of the characteristics of a night butcher, but he doesn't look like one, which gives me a headache. But at least you have the foresight to realize that I am the most reliable detective. Tell me, what case do you want to entrust? As long as the price is right, everything is negotiable. But you can't learn from that idiot Deputy Director Liu, who thinks he can get something for free from me. I also need to eat. I have to spend money to play games, buy clothes and bags, and eat delicious food. If I don't make any more money, I'll run out of food. As the saying goes, a penny can make a hero fall. No matter how capable you are, you will feel uncomfortable if you have no money in your pocket. Gu Yang looked very understanding and nodded. Don't worry, I'm not short of money. I believe you've already guessed it. The case I want to entrust you with is about Huang Bo killing me. I want to know who is behind this attack on me. What's your price? After thinking for a moment, Chu Lingling tentatively raised a finger. Gu Yang clapped his hands. All right, it's really straightforward. $100 is $100. Chu Lingling was stunned and immediately jumped up and shouted. What are you talking about? How can it be 100 yuan? You also learned this from that bastard Lu Tao, right? You must learn well. The price I'm talking about is 100,000. Do you understand? You're missing a few zeros at the end. Guiyang Laoget. He didn't think that he could get it for free 100%, but this girl was interesting and 100,000 yuan was not a big deal for him now. If they help with the investigation, I can free up my hands to do other things. Okay, 100,000 is 100,000. How long will it take you? Chu Lingling was overjoyed when she got Gu Yang's answer. She jumped directly to the bedside and peeled an apple for Gu Yang herself. A boss is a boss, and he's always generous. Otherwise, how could you succeed in every business venture? This is called generosity. Some people spend their entire lives moving up and down in the same position and just can't get any higher. What are they missing? What I lack is that little bit of composure. I still need to learn from you, Boss Gu. Lu Tao, who was not far away, blushed. Chu Lingling was making fun of him. Needless to say, he was the only one in the entire law enforcement bureau who kept bouncing back and forth in the position of criminal investigation team leader. Now that he had finally been promoted, he was on the verge of being fired. After seeing that Chu Lingling had completely taken over this business, Li Kaiyun also turned around and looked at Lu Tao next to him. Deputy Director Liu, do we have any plans now? I'll help you with whatever matters I can, so I can spare some time to investigate Mr. Gu's case. The cigarette between Lu Tao's fingers was trembling slightly, and he muttered in dissatisfaction. You are really too obsessed with money now. In order to make a lot of money, you even ignore the things I'm doing? Didn't we agree to investigate the case of the night butcher together? Chu Lingling beside her was also dissatisfied and spoke slowly. You're actually still fighting now? Don't you see how much money you've paid? How dare you try to rob me? Lu Tao stuck out her neck. This isn't a question of money. It's always based on first come, first served. Chu Lingling reminded softly beside him. Deputy Director Liu, don't forget that it was Mr. Gu who helped you just now, which allowed you to continue working in the law enforcement bureau. You must not forget your roots. When Lu Tao heard this, his expression froze. Indeed, Gu Yang has done him a favor, but the case of the night butcher that he is investigating is equally important. If I didn't have the help of Li Kaiyun and others and relied on myself alone, I would really have no confidence. What should I do? I can't have my cake and eat it too. This is too difficult. Just when he was at a loss, Gu Yang waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't think too much. There's no rush for me. Can't we just take it one step at a time? You guys need to investigate the night butcher first, or should I wait 2 more days? Chu Lingling said righteously. No, we've been investigating the night butcher case for so long, and what's the result? If we really spend all our energy on these cases, he could get a salary but what should we do? After listening to them, Lu Tao also felt that what Chu Lingling and the others said made sense. The investigation into the night butcher case has been going on for a very long time, but we haven't found any clues at all after such a long time. If we really follow the principle of first come, first served, it is indeed not fair, and the compensation I give is indeed a bit low. Thinking of this, he couldn't stop it, so he took a step back and said to Li Kaiyun and the others, "How about this? You two come with me to check out the situation in Sanjiang City and see if we can make some progress." It is said that they have already got the key clues about the night butcher. After we finish looking at what's going on over there, regardless of whether the case can be solved or not, you don't need to bother with my side of things. You can go help Mr. Gu investigate the mastermind behind this, okay? After saying this, Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling turned to look at Guyang. After all, Guyang is the boss at this moment, and his words count. After hearing this, Guyang smiled heartily. "It's okay. If you have something to do, just go and do it yourself. I have time here." Hearing this, Lu Tao nodded and said to Guyang with some gratitude, "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Gu. We came here today by accident. Actually, the main purpose of our visit today is to apologize to you, Mr. Gu, and say goodbye. If the clue over there is true, it will probably delay us for 2 or 3 days, but if it is a useless clue, we will probably be back in 1 day. I will leave some extra colleagues from the Law Enforcement Bureau outside to help guard the place. We will not allow anyone else to sneak in again. We will protect Mr. Gu at all costs." Gu Yang nodet sleekly. "That's fine, but there's no need to take up too much of your time. I plan to be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. After all, I have a lot of work on hand. Nano-targeted immune activation drugs have just been launched on the market, and so many patients have already used my research results. I have to be responsible for the patients under my care. I can't just sit here and do nothing. On the one hand, we want to see if they have any side effects, and on the other hand, we want to see if we can optimize this medicine. By the way, I have other research going on." When Lu Tao, Li Kaiyun, and Chu Lingling heard what Gu Yang said, they felt even more admiration in their hearts. They all knew that Gu Yang's pricing for the nano-targeted immune activation drug was very cheap. If all costs were deducted, there would probably be little profit. But even so, he is still so responsible for his products. This sense of social responsibility is exactly what is scarce among young people today. Good man. Such a good man is repeatedly wronged. Is there still justice? Is there still law? Chapter 196, Chapter 196 por su ching ching. In fact, people who don't do business don't know that often free things are the most expensive. Although Guyang did not make much money from the overseas sales of nano-targeted immune activation drugs, he had already made a fortune by using this as an excuse. "I don't make any money, but I can gain infinite gratitude for my patients." Now he has been touted as the savior on earth on the internet, especially the families of cancer patients, who all want to place his immortal tablet at home. And with this research contribution, he has received various honors from politics and academia. With these things, are you still worried about lacking money? Without saying too much, Mayor Yuan had already informed in advance that the city would strongly support his enterprise. How to support? In addition to various policy support, financial support is naturally indispensable. Yuan Yintang is even willing to personally pay to cooperate with him. Is there any lack of profit in this? It won't be long before he can't even count the money. After a brief communication, Guyang, Li Kaiyun, and others waved goodbye. Just then, the door of the ward was slammed open with a bang, and Su Changshang ran in panting. She was in a mess, as if she had been robbed, and her face was stained with leftovers. She shouted, "There's danger! There's danger! Mr. Gu, run!" When she came to her senses and looked up, she found that Gu Yang and others in the room were looking at her with teasing eyes. Su Changshang was a little confused. "Why are you all here?" Then she glanced and saw the corpse in the corner as she covered her mouth in fear. "That guy is actually here too. He's a dangerous person. He's here to murder Mr. Gu. It's over. I'm late. Mr. Gu, are you okay?" After saying that, Su Changsheng hurried to Gu Yang's side and anxiously checked Gu Yang's body. Seeing her extremely embarrassed look, Gu Yang found it a little funny. He grabbed the tissue next to him and wiped Su Changsheng's dirty cheek. This delicate movement made Su Changsheng's face turn red. Su Changsheng gradually calmed down. When she thought that Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun were still in the room, she felt much more at ease. Gu Yang asked slowly, "What happened? How did you get into this state?" Su Changsheng calmed down and replied angrily, "This bastard is a lunatic. I want to get your medicine, Mr. Gu, but the elevator broke down, so I took the stairs to get there faster." As a result, when I turned a corner, this madman rushed out and pressed me against the wall, strangling my neck so tightly that I couldn't move. He threatened me to harm Mr. Gu and said that if I didn't agree, he would take my life. Of course I don't agree. It doesn't matter if I die. It's just a worthless life anyway. But Mr. Gu has saved so many people. Nothing must happen to him. Mr. Gu has suffered enough in his life. Why does everyone want to hurt him? God is simply blind. After I rejected him, this guy got so angry that he beat me up. It hurts so much. In the end, they knocked me unconscious and threw me into the trash can. I just woke up now. What a bastard. He can't even be gentle with a girl. Although Su Changcheng said it lightly, everyone around her admired her a little through the words she described. It is not easy for an ordinary, untrained girl to not make any compromise in the face of death threats and beatings from gangsters. Her loyalty is simply beyond belief. After telling what happened to her, Su Changcheng hurriedly asked what was happening in the ward. Since Lu Tao and the others had other things to do, they left first. Guyang told Su Changcheng roughly what happened here. Su Changcheng's eyes widened, and her fingertips were shaking with fear. It was too dangerous. Mr. Gu, luckily you were smart and escaped the disaster. It's all my fault for being useless and unable to protect Mr. Gu. If I knew some women's self-defense skills, I should have knocked this guy to the ground on the stairs just now, and then Mr. Gu would not be in any danger. After listening to this, Guyang chuckled. Come on, if you knew some women's self-defense skills, the criminals might be even more excited. Besides beating you up, I might even do something else. Su Changcheng immediately understood the hidden meaning of Guyang's words and punched Guyang on the shoulder angrily. How annoying. Mr. Gu is in such a dangerous situation, and you still have the mood to joke. Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun didn't even have time to eat a meal and flew directly to Sanjiang City. On the way, Chu Lingling kept fiddling with her laptop. Li Kaiyun secretly glanced at her computer screen. What are you busy with? Why aren't you playing games? You know shit, playing games is just my hobby. I'm not some internet addict obsessed with games. I have something important to do now, so why would I just focus on playing games? You guys need to investigate clues about the Night Butcher and investigate the scene. I don't know much about that, so I'm just hanging around. I might as well use this time to check on the recent life of Huang Bo's family and see if I can find any clues. Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao also became interested after hearing this. Well, did you find anything? Chu Lingling sighed and shook her head. It's a bit complicated and will probably take a while. However, I have discovered clues by hacking into Huang Bo's wife's mobile phone. Their family has indeed made a lot of money recently. Not only did they pay off all their previous loans, they also bought a new house and car. I guess it's to keep a low profile, so the house and car are not particularly good, but the total cost is at least 800,000 or 900,000. Including the previous loans, Huang Bo has already earned more than 1 million in just 1 year, which is simply outrageous. For a patient with ALS to make so much money, he must have killed several people. And just now, there was another huge transfer in his wife's account, a full 3 million. I guess the mastermind behind this has already learned about Huang Bo's death, and this is Huang Bo's resettlement allowance. The figure of 3 million shocked Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao standing beside them. This is really a huge sum of money. With this amount of money in hand, as long as you don't make any big mistakes, it basically means that you will have no worries about food and clothing in this life. Even if you put it in the bank, you can't spend it all by earning interest. Lu Tao said enviously. Then what are we waiting for? Why don't we just follow this clue and trace the source of the 3 million? This case is equally important to Lu Tao. After Chu Lingling and the others investigate the case thoroughly, they can get compensation from Guyang. If he finds out the truth, he will have some credit in his hands. This may offset the mistakes he made before and allow him to continue to stay in the law enforcement system. Chu Lingling rolled her eyes at him. You're dreaming. Do you understand the technology? You just give blind orders. Although this transfer went through the bank information is encrypted, so it is not easy for me to check. Moreover, the people behind the scenes were very smart. This money passed through many hands and was laundered countless times. It will take me a long time to find the mastermind behind this. After being criticized, Lu Tao didn't get angry, but scratched his head awkwardly. At this time, they had already walked into the Sanjiang City Law Enforcement Bureau. Jiahua, the local criminal investigation team leader, was waiting at the door. When he saw them, he immediately extended his hand and greeted them warmly. Deputy Director Lu, you're here so early. I guess you haven't eaten yet? I prepared some box lunches. Although they're not very filling, They're enough for everyone to fill their stomachs. Li Kaiyun and the other two felt their stomachs and realized they were indeed a little hungry. They said to Jia Ho gratefully, Captain Jia is so thoughtful. Why don't we just eat and talk while we learn about the case of the night butcher first? That's fine, but I've already described the general situation to you over the phone. I've copied all the photos and videos from the scene, but I suggest you watch them after you finish eating, or it might spoil your appetite. Chu Lingling was fiddling with the computer while tilting her head and said disdainfully, TSK, who are you trying to fool? We're all professionals. Why would we be afraid of a few photos? Bring out all the photos and high-definition close-up versions. I want to see if this night butcher's methods have improved. Chapter 197, Quantum Nerve Repair Potion. After sending everyone away, Guyang immediately entered his Yuanshou space. He directly constructed a scientific theory in his mind. Through a new high-tech drug, all nerve damage to the human body can be repaired 100%. This theory is also based on nanotechnology. Guyang initially perfected the framework and then tried to deduce it using Yuanshou. This deduction actually took up 20 years of Yuanshou energy. It seems that this technology is extremely difficult, but it doesn't matter. The lifespan of my body is more than enough now, just enough to realize this technology. On the one hand, it can consolidate one's current position, and on the other hand, it can give one a legitimate reason to recover one's health. Guyang controlled the stars in the Yuanshou space, gradually merging them into the translucent moon. The outline of the moon gradually became clear. All the energy of 20 years of lifespan was put into it, and the translucent moon gradually began to materialize. Current Yuanshou energy balance, 250 years. When Guyang opened his eyes and left the Yuanshou space, a flood of new knowledge flooded into his mind. For a moment, his temples were swollen and painful. Guyang could clearly feel that every cell in his cerebral cortex was jumping wildly, desperately absorbing this surge of knowledge. About 10 minutes later, his medical attainments in neurology had surpassed the current peak of human capabilities. Moreover, this medicine that can 100% repair nerve damage was formed directly in his mind, quantum nerve repair medicine. The drug is made up of quantum nanorobots, each of which is only 50 nanometers in size and covered with a superconductor coating. Once injected into the human body, the nanorobots swim autonomously to the site of nerve damage through Brownian motion, penetrate the cell membrane under the action of quantum tunneling effect, and directly enter the nerve cells without the need for a carrier. Each nanorobot has a built-in micro-quantum computer, forming a collective intelligence network through quantum entanglement communication. They can scan the electrical signal patterns of damaged nerves, compare them with the neural health database stored in the patient's brain, use quantum superposition to try millions of repair options simultaneously, and instantly lock in the optimal solution. At the same time, nanorobots carry programmable biomaterials and reorganize molecular structures directly at the atomic level through quantum tunneling effects. For broken axons, they will rearrange the surrounding proteins and lipid molecules into nerve fibers. For necrotic cells, they use the patient's own stem cells and activate them to differentiate into neurons through quantum gene rewriting technology. The entire process does not require dependence on exogenous growth factors. Finally, the repair is completed, and the nanorobot activates the quantum suicide program, completely decomposing into harmless gas through the annihilation reaction of matter and antimatter and expelling it from the body. Even Gu Yang himself, after fully accepting this new medical method, had to sigh at its advancedness. If I hadn't used Yuanshou to deduce it myself, it would probably take at least several decades of development to complete this step based on the current level of human medical technology. I'm such a genius. After taking a breath, Guyang called Mu Rong immediately. The call was connected, and the sound of keyboard typing came from the other end. It was estimated that Mu Rong was busy working at the moment. Mu Rong asked tiredly, Old Gu, it seems you've recovered well, and even had the time to call me. What? Are you too bored, lying in bed, and need me to chat with you? Guyang smiled lightly and said, You sound a bit busy and tired. Would it delay your work if I asked you to chat with me? Mu Rong laughed. How could that be? You're the big boss, and as an employee, I'm just chatting with the boss. Isn't that good? And this should be considered paid slacking, right? Ha ha ha. Guyang snorted. If you want to slack off with pay, I guess you have no chance. But I can give you a raise. When Mu Rong heard about the salary increase, he was happy at first, but then he said with a sad face, There's no such thing as a free lunch. Can I refuse to increase my salary? Gu Yong sighed and shook his head. Lao Mu, we've been brothers for so many years, and it really makes me sad when you say this. I've arranged so much work for you and raised your salary so high. Would that harm you? We are brothers. At this time, Mu Rong stopped typing on the keyboard. Stop it. Don't I know? You must be planning some new project for me. I'm already extremely busy now. I wish there was someone to help me share the burden. Tell me, what kind of work is this time? Guyong chuckled and said, I have a brand new research idea on hand, which is about repairing nerve damage. If this is successfully completed, I think I can repair my legs and regain the ability to walk. Upon hearing this, Murong jumped up excitedly. Even through the phone, Guyong could hear the sound of chair being overturned. Old Gu, are you serious? That's great, that's great. As long as you can recover your health, I don't mind not giving me a raise. Guyong said half-jokingly. Why didn't you tell me earlier, brother? If you told me earlier, I wouldn't have asked for a raise. I thought you would be unhappy without one. If that's the case, then we don't have to raise our salaries. The company just happens to be a little short of cash. Mu Rong immediately scratched his head awkwardly and said, That won't do, Lao Gu. As a man, you must keep your word. Once you say something, it's like spilled water. You've already said you'd give a raise, so if you don't, won't you seem stingy in the end? Alas, even if I don't want to take this money, I have to take it. Moreover, our company is not short of money now. Although we don't make much money from the nano-targeted immune activation drugs we produce, this project is a great progress that will change mankind, and there are many people willing to invest in us. Without mentioning too much, Yuan Yintang has already invested 1 billion yuan and only asked for 5% of our company's shares. I'm ready to agree, but I need you to say something. Only asking for 5% out of 1 billion is the price of friendship plus love. Gu Yang immediately slapped the bed and said, You have to agree to this. I just need you to help me set up a new laboratory. I've already compiled the relevant materials and equipment into a document and sent it to your email. This money is just enough to solve the urgent problem. Still the same old rules. Recruit more outstanding undergraduates with a degree in neuroscience. Mu Rong immediately took this job to heart and asked, Recruiting college students again? Our current budget is sufficient. How about hiring some experienced researchers? Since the advent of our nano-targeted immune-activating drug, we've been frequently approached by experienced researchers in the medical field. I can pick a few for you right away. Gu Yang immediately refused. No, why are we looking for those old researchers? Can they accept overtime? Can they accept working 996? I don't want people who earn such high salaries but have poor physical fitness. What I want is college graduates. Pay them 4 or 5,000 yuan a month and have them happily work overtime for me. That's how you employ people. Mu Rong laughed and cursed. You are truly a skinning rich old man. Ha ha, there's nothing I can do. I'm afraid of being poor. Chapter 198, Chapter 198, he has begun to turn evil. Eat. Why don't you eat anymore? Isn't this food delicious? Do you want me to change it for you? Jiahua, who was sitting in front of the table with a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, pushed his glasses and asked Chu Lingling with a smile. At this moment, Chu Lingling was holding a boxed lunch in her hands, a fresh tomato and egg rice bowl. Right in front of the lunchbox were several large photos, the most eye-catching of which was a bloody head. This is not an ordinary head, but a dead person's head, which was torn off from the neck. The neck of the head was still connected to a section of the spine below. The deceased's eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with endless fear. This scene is even more exciting than a horror movie. There are also some photos from other angles, as well as photos of the environment inside the small hotel at that time. A headless corpse lay on the bloody ground, and the surrounding walls and sheets were all covered with blood spots. Chu Lingling looked at the photos, then lowered her head to glance at the tomato and egg rice in the bowl. The red tomatoes looked like freshly extracted plasma. Li Kaiyun, who was standing next to her, saw that Chu Lingling looked pale and patted her shoulder. Don't force yourself. If you can't eat, don't eat. Chu Lingling gritted her teeth. Who said I can't eat anymore? I just think the tomato and egg dishes aren't very good. I'll eat them right now. Just as she was about to bury her head in her meal, Li Kaiyun, who was standing next to her, picked up a large piece of duck neck from his bowl and placed it in Chu Lingling's bowl. Don't just eat vegetables. Eat some meat to replenish your body. Chu Lingling looked up and saw those duck necks. In an instant, her mind connected them with the head and spine in the picture. She could no longer control herself, and she cried out, Wow, and fell on the table and started vomiting wildly. Li Kaiyun, Lu Tao, and Jiahua, who had been waiting to see the joke, clapped their hands and laughed out loud at this moment. The world where only Chu Lingling was hurt was finally achieved. Jiahua pushed up his glasses, looked at Chu Lingling with a smile, and said, "Gold medal detective, didn't you just say you wanted to see if the night butcher had made any progress? How about this progress? Are you satisfied with it?" Chu Lingling vomited so much that she fell backwards and was dizzy. She gritted her teeth and cursed. How could this guy's method be so crude? At least he used to chop off the neck with a knife, which seemed a little more sensual. This time he actually ripped the head off the neck and a large section of the spine. He must be a pervert. Lu Tao slowly flipped through the pile of photos in front of him and responded. "We knew he was a pervert from the first day we encountered him committing a crime. It seems you realized it too late." Li Kaiyan slowly put down the photo in his hand and responded. "Combining all the existing evidence, the method used by the night butcher is almost identical to what he usually does. Aside from being more brutal, there aren't many major changes. I believe this case was 100% committed by the night butcher himself." Lu Tao next to him also nodded. "That's true, but it reveals some very bad news." Everyone in the room looked up at Lu Tao. "What's the meaning?" Lu Tao then spoke slowly. "In the past, the night butcher would simply chop off people's heads with a knife. Although it was still brutal, it was much better than the scene before me. Now that the night butcher has gradually begun to use such brutal means, it means that the other party may have begun to lose control of his powerful force. As the saying goes, a knight uses force to break the law. The night butcher possesses such superb killing skills that he can manipulate everyone time and again. If his heart gradually turns to the dark side, it will be a huge disaster for the entire society." After hearing this, everyone at the scene calmed down and thought about it carefully, and they all felt that what Lu Tao said made a lot of sense. The night butcher's previous actions could at least make him a dark hero, but now he is tearing people's heads off. How can this be related to being a hero? This guy has turned evil. Jiahua smoked the cigarette down to the butt, then reluctantly put it into the ashtray. The ashtray was already filled with a pile of cigarette butts, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, like the Leifeng Pagoda. Jiahua examined the artwork he had made from cigarette butts and said slowly, "So, catching him is urgent, and I just happened to find some clues." Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun raised their heads. "What clue?" Jiahua then said. "At the scene of the crime, in addition to the body, we also saw 2 other people standing nearby, and these 2 people happened to be from Tianjin City. Isn't that a coincidence? The 2 of them inexplicably traveled thousands of miles to a strange city, and then they brought the night butcher who was killing crazily in Tianjin City here. I don't believe there's no connection between them, and I'm even more inclined to believe that one of those 2 people is the night butcher himself." When this inference came out, even Lu Tao was a little excited. "To be honest, brother, ever since I heard the news, I immediately checked everyone who went to Sanjiang City yesterday, but after checking, I found no suspicious individuals." Jiahua shrugged indifferently. "Whether it's suspicious or not, we'll know after we check it out. Come with me, we've almost finished our meal anyway." Jiahua stood up and led the way, followed closely by Lu Tao, Li Kaiyun, and Chu Lingling. Soon, they arrived at the detention area of the Enforcement Bureau. And in these 2 compartments were imprisoned the 2 people who were bystanders to the entire Black Knight Butcher murder case, Meng Xiao and Xiao Lu. After Jiahua pointed at Meng Xiao, he lowered his voice and whispered in Lu Tao's ear. "This guy's physical fitness is much stronger than that of a normal person. At the scene, he faced a dozen thugs alone and did not lose much. I strongly suspect that he is the night butcher himself, and he turned off the lights just to hide his identity. Otherwise, there is no way to explain this." Just as he said these words, Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun beside him were already stunned. They know this person. Isn't this Meng Xiao, the current owner of the underground city management? Lu Tao swaggered towards the door of the prison area, and Jiahua, beside him, hurriedly followed him and said, "Be careful, don't go in. He's a dangerous guy. If he's the night butcher, you'll be dead." Lu Tao didn't care and said with a wry smile, "Brother, if I'm not mistaken, we might have caught the wrong person this time. I know this guy. He is indeed not a good person, but he has nothing to do with the night butcher. Almost all of his master and fellow apprentices died at the hands of the night butcher. If he is the night butcher, then he is a bit too heartless." Jiahua was a little surprised. "Do you know him?" "I personally think that what you said actually increases his suspicion. After all, after his master and fellow apprentices died, wouldn't he be the biggest beneficiary? What else is there to say?" Lu Tao opened his mouth, but seemed unable to utter any rebuttal. Finally, he sighed. Open the door first. I'll go in and talk to him. Jiahua nodded and agreed. That's fine. If you can get some clues out of him, it's better than keeping him locked up like this. But what I can be sure of is that there is definitely a connection between this guy and a night butcher, or at least they know each other. Otherwise, there is no explanation why the night butcher came from Tianjin City to Sanjiang City and specifically saved them once. After listening to this, Lu Tao also felt that there were many doubts. I will definitely ask clearly, just wait and see. Chapter 199. Chapter 199. Tell me about your crime. In the interrogation room, compared with Xiao Lu's panic, Meng Xiao was indeed a man who had seen big scenes. He leaned back in his chair, not showing any sign of panic, and even crossed his legs with a swagger, saying with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. I said, if you want to lock me up, you should at least give me a crime, right? If you don't charge me with a crime, at least give me a cigarette. Why are you just leaving me here like this? The law enforcement officer who was interrogating Meng Xiao had a dark face. You know exactly what crime you've committed. We only want to remind you of 4 words. Night butcher. Tell the truth. Tell us everything you know. Don't think you can get away with it. Meng Xiao smiled lightly and said nonchalantly, I'm a frequent visitor to the Law Enforcement Bureau. I've been here more often than I've been to brothels. How could I possibly be scared by a few words from ordinary law enforcement officers like you? Come on, boss. Do you have evidence? Are you trying me right here? What does the night butcher have to do with me? You want to hear me retell the night butcher's exploits in Tianjin City? If you want to hear the story, just go buy Grimm's fairy tales, you idiot. The law enforcement officer was so angry after being ridiculed that his face turned pale. He tightly grasped the ballpoint pen in his right hand, wishing he could break it. Brother, I advise you not to be so arrogant. Do you really think the Law Enforcement Bureau is a place where you can come and go as you please? Do you believe that if I quietly turn off the camera right now, you will be on your knees crying in 3 minutes? Meng Xiao laughed out loud after hearing this. Come on, you want me to cry for my parents? I know you law enforcement officers like to use some tricks, but do you think this will work on me? Your methods are just petty tricks. In order to keep your job, you dare not leave any scars on me. With just that little trick, you still wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy? Come on, believe it or not, I will moan twice and scream loudly in a while. Meng Xiao had already lost his patience at this moment. He came to this strange city, intending to be an honest man and find a job. As a result, he was just having a barbecue at home when gangsters came to his house and almost had his hand chopped off. Now that he has just escaped danger, he has been arrested by the law enforcement agency and interrogated as a criminal. Who can feel balanced? What the hell did I do wrong? God is punishing me like this. Just as the two were arguing and about to continue, the door of the interrogation room opened. Lu Tao walked in slowly with Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling. The young law enforcement officer in the room was a little confused at first, but fortunately Jia Huan next to him explained in time, so he left the interrogation scene to Lu Tao and the other two. Seeing Lu Tao, Meng Xiao's eyes showed a hint of kindness. It's better to have someone you know come. Although Lu Tao and I have been at odds for a long time, at least his methods are fair and not despicable. I didn't expect to trouble you again. It's such a long way, and you're here so quickly. Meng Xiao chuckled and spoke. Lu Tao swaggered and sat down on the iron chair in front. He took out a cigarette, threw one to Meng Xiao, lit one for himself, and threw the lighter over. Meng Xiao took a deep breath, exhaled a thick smoke ring, and then felt a little better. That's right, at least give me a cigarette. How can I bear it without this spiritual nourishment? Lu Tao said slowly. People here suspect that you are related to the night butcher. After all, you left Tianjin City at the same time and appeared here at the same time, and the night butcher appeared by coincidence and happened to save you and your brother. To say that you don't know each other at all is too hasty. What's more, there's a good chance that you're the night butcher himself, right? Meng Xiao was stunned for a moment. He never expected Lu Tao to speak so bluntly and directly put the hat of the night butcher on his head. He waved his hands quickly. Don't talk nonsense. How could I be the night butcher? I'm a complete victim. Have you forgotten that so many of my fellow apprentices and my master were killed by the night butcher? Lu Tao nodded. From this point of view, you can indeed rule out suspicion. But think about it from another perspective. What if you are the kind of heartless and ungrateful person who repays kindness with enmity? After killing them and taking over the underground boxing gym, you will be the ultimate beneficiary. How can I not suspect you? What happened today is such a coincidence. What else do you have to say? Meng Xiao was so angry that he stuttered, snorted coldly, and shook his head. Even if you treat me as a suspect and can explain the circumstances of the Sanjiang City crime scene, what about the crimes committed by the Night Butcher in the past? Can you explain them the same way? Anyway, whoever was at the scene is the suspect. Lu Tao was speechless for a moment. In fact, he knew in his heart that the possibility of Meng Xiao being the Night Butcher was very small, but asking this question was just a formality. I know this explanation doesn't make sense, but I'm sure there's a connection between you and the Night Butcher. You should even know something. Chu Lingling next to him cooperated by holding up her tablet and showing Meng Xiao a few pages. She chuckled and said, "You are such a coward. You turned around and ran away, abandoning all the wealth you have accumulated over half your life and even your martial arts school. This is the hard work of several generations of your master and fellow apprentices. Are you really willing to give it away?" Meng Xiao remained silent after hearing this. Selling off all the property is a huge loophole in itself. Who would do this if they hadn't committed something serious? At this time, Li Kaiyan said, "Let's make a bold assumption. If you sold your property and left Tianxin City overnight to escape something, then that person could only be the Night Butcher. No one can let you escape except him. But you have been the owner of the underground boxing gym in Tianxin City for a long time, and you have made the gym more prosperous during this period. It doesn't make sense to run away overnight just because of the potential threat from the Night Butcher. Therefore, the Night Butcher must have set his sights on you. How did you learn of this? What's your connection to the Night Butcher? Do you know his true identity? Say." Meng Xiao was speechless for a moment. The Night Butcher committed crimes without any pattern. There were many criminals in Tianxin City, at least 800 if not 1,000. Even if he killed one a day, it would take several years. It really doesn't make sense to sell all your property and come to a strange city just because you are afraid. A cigarette burned to the end without him noticing, and when it burned his fingers, Meng Xiao suddenly woke up and threw the cigarette butt away. Looking at the burn marks on his fingers, he sighed, but ultimately did not make any excuses. He just said, "I won't say anything. My little brother, you can let him go first. He is just my follower and knows nothing. There is no point in keeping him. Come at me whatever you want, I'll take it." Lu Tao frowned. "Brother, I think you should understand that I'm giving you a chance by letting you speak now. The Night Butcher is already a terrorist who is popular all over the internet. You say you can handle it, but can you handle it? You have clues about the Night Butcher in your hands. We will never let you go. And if you walk out of here, can you guarantee that the Night Butcher will believe that you didn't say anything? You will be the next to die." Chapter 200 Meng Xiao D. Chu Lingling beside him snorted coldly and continued to bewitch. "Your master and fellow apprentices were killed by that Night Butcher, and now you yourself have been forced to abandon your family property and flee thousands of miles away. But even so, didn't the Night Butcher still follow you and almost kill you? Can't you see that they have no intention of following the rules? If you don't confess today, you might already be a corpse when you want to confess tomorrow. You are a man after all. Can you have some courage and avenge your fellow disciples and your master? Don't live your life like a coward. It's embarrassing. If you're really that cowardly, I can pay for you to go to Thailand and have a sex change operation first, so as not to lose face as a man. Men are all very concerned about their reputation. Once they are slightly stimulated, their blood boils and they can't control themselves." Chu Lingling said this undoubtedly to stimulate Meng Xiao, hoping that he could say something useful. But who would have thought that Meng Xiao, who was sitting in the interrogation chair at this moment, began to deject it after hearing the name of the Night Butcher several times, like a defeated general. "You don't need to tell me this. I've already said what I should have said. As for what I shouldn't have said, you can't force me to do it by any means." Meng Xiao shook his head and continued. "I've already had my share of grudges with the Night Butcher, but I ended up losing completely, so I have to admit defeat. This is what it's like to be in the underworld. The Night Butcher not only saved me and my brother once, but also fulfilled his promise to me. So I won't say anything, because this is also my promise. I will definitely take this secret to my grave." Now, Lu Tao and the others had nothing to say. The thing that people who are out there like to talk about the most is loyalty. Meng Xiao will definitely grit his teeth and keep silent, so there is no way to get anything out of him. Everyone looked at each other, feeling unwilling. Now, we clearly know the important clues about the Night Butcher, but we just can't ask him about it. Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling also said a few inducing words from other angles, but Meng Xiao just kept his head down and said nothing. In the end, the three of them could only leave angrily. Jiahua had been waiting at the door for a long time. He had heard everything they had just said inside and said excitedly. Looks like he's still not caught. As long as this guy tells us who he is, we'll be able to uncover the mystery of the Night Butcher. Chu Lingling stomped her feet. I'm so annoyed. Why is he like a stubborn donkey? I say so much to him, but he just ignores me. When did he actually get involved with the Night Butcher? Jiahua pushed up his black-framed glasses and said, as long as he knows, don't we have plenty of ways to make him tell it? Having said that, he showed a mysterious smile. Lu Tao next to him frowned. What do you want to do? Jiahua snorted coldly. There are plenty of dizzy and fever-inducing drugs on the market. Just give him a shot and wait until he's in a trance before interrogating him. 9 times out of 10, he'll be able to tell you. Li Kaiyan looked at Jiahua in front of him, a little surprised. Isn't your behavior against the rules? Jiahua shrugged. So what if it's against the rules? Isn't it enough to solve the case? If everything has to follow the rules, then what's the point of solving the case? Haven't you heard the saying, a cat that catches mice is a good cat, whether it is black or white? It can be seen that Jiahua has used similar methods to complete many cases and is proud of it. Seeing that they wanted to say something, Jiahua raised his hand. You don't need to say more. I will naturally find a way to solve the problem. However, at this moment, Meng Xiao, who had been sitting in the interrogation chair, turned around and spoke slowly. Can you please avoid me when you say these things? Say them directly in front of me. Do you think I'm an idiot? Jiahua laughed heartily. So what if I say it to your face? Even if you know it in your heart, after the 2 injections, can you still keep your mouth shut? Meng Xiao shook his head indifferently. Indeed, what you said makes sense. If I use this method, I really can't keep the secret in my heart. But I was well prepared. I hid a pill at the root of my big tooth. All I had to do was twist my tongue slightly or roll my Adam's apple, and the pill would enter my body, and then I would definitely die. If you dare to use such means, and if I notice something is wrong, I will die in the interrogation room of your law enforcement agency. I just don't believe you can handle this responsibility. Jiahua was stunned for a moment. He never expected that Meng Xiao would go to this extent. He gritted his teeth, pointed at Meng Xiao, and shouted, You damn bastard. Do you really think your tricks can scare me? Meng Xiao shrugged, looking indifferent. I've already abandoned all my possessions to come to this small city. What else can I hold back? It's just my life. What if I give it to you? Faced with this stubborn donkey, everyone was at a loss for a moment. Lu Tao, who was standing next to him, sighed. Actually, it's useless for you to protect him like this. The identity of a night butcher will be revealed soon, in no more than 3 days. Everyone turned around and looked at Lu Tao in surprise. What do you mean? We don't have any clues yet. So how can we catch the night butcher in 3 days? Lu Tao spoke slowly. I have reported all the relevant matters and applied for the participation of the Inhuman Group. Have you heard of this organization? Jiahua shook his head, indicating that he knew nothing at all. Li Kaiyan also had a face full of question marks. Chu Lingling next to her immediately raised her hand. I know. The teacher asked me to answer. Lu Tao rolled his eyes at her. Just answer if you want to. Don't be weird. Chu Lingling Chuka. The so-called alien group is actually a very large organization. Their headquarters is located in Kyoto, and their level is extremely high. Apart from the top leaders, no one else is qualified to give them orders. I heard that every member of this organization is a talented person who has left many legends in the world. They were just recruited by the country, given a position, and made to obey. Like the psychic family Wong family we invited before, if they want to join the extraordinary group, they need to go through a series of assessments and training. Because not all talented people will choose to join, joining this special operations team generally requires meeting 2 conditions. First, it is loyalty to the country. Second, it is real ability. If there really is a group of aliens involved in the investigation of the Night Butcher, it might be possible to find out. Sitting in the interrogation room, Meng Xiao, who had been listening to their conversation, was completely stunned. He never imagined that there was such a terrifying organization in the world. After listening, he chuckled. Old Lu, have you become more and more backward these years? You're using such crude methods in interrogation. You're even trying to scare me with some alien group. I've never even heard of them. You might as well just tell me there's some sort of immortal cultivator association filled with immortals who can fly with swords. I really enjoy reading online novels, so maybe I believe it a little. But just as he finished speaking, a small stone suddenly broke through the glass of the interrogation room and hit Meng Xiao's chest accurately. The powerful impact force surpassed the bullet and instantly shot a hole in Meng Xiao's chest. Meng Xiao was extremely surprised. He lowered his head and just in time saw that his broken heart was still beating hard. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Asshole, this is the Law Enforcement Bureau. How can you kill someone here? Who is it? Get out here. Jiahua cursed angrily. Chapter 201, Chapter 201 arrestgu yang immediately. Although his heart was damaged, Meng Xiao did not die immediately. He tried his best to open his eyes wide, trying to see clearly who had attacked him. From outside the door, a thin and tall middle-aged man slowly walked in. He looked to be about 50 years old, with a small goatee. What was more special was that the clothes he wore were similar to the green long gown worn by ancient people, with the traditional Chinese character Jiang written on his chest, and he also had a long braid behind his head. He was emaciated to an alarming degree, with deeply sunken cheeks and eye sockets. But although he was thin, he exuded a fierce aura, and his eyes were captivating and full of murderous intent. With this look of his, it wouldn't feel out of place for him to play an ancient killer. Jiahua, who was standing next to him, was extremely experienced and was about to take action himself to arrest this guy first. However, Lu Tao grabbed him and looked at the strange man with vigilance. Even when facing the law enforcement officers surrounding him from all directions, he showed no fear. He just smiled coldly and said, "Why are you all looking at me? Are you trying to arrest me? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications." Doesn't he believe in the existence of the Inhumans? I'm just trying to open his eyes. He should feel honored to be able to witness the methods of the Inhumans before his death. Lu Tao and others at the scene were shocked. They didn't expect that Chow Chow would appear as soon as they mentioned him. They had just mentioned the alien group, and now the people from the alien group were here. Meng Xiao, with a hole already in his chest, gradually lost consciousness and felt unwilling. I never thought that there really was such a person in this world. Just a small stone could pierce my heart. He is so powerful. Compared with the man in front of him, his master Xiongchuan was simply child's play. He used all his strength to say the last words. "Let me die knowingly." The thin man stretched out his hand to stroke the goatee on his chin and said softly, "Okay, then I'll tell you my name. My name is Jiang Bai, a member of the Extraordinary Group. This time, I am the one who took on the case of the Night Butcher. Since you want to keep the Night Butcher secret, it should be considered as harboring a criminal. So let's kill him together and put an end to it all." After hearing these words, Meng Xiao smiled calmly and slowly closed his eyes. His vitality gradually faded away, and he eventually died. The blood directly stained the floor of the interrogation room red. Lu Tao, standing next to him, looked dissatisfied. Even if you're a member of the Inhumans group and are responsible for investigating the case of the Night Butcher, you can't just kill people casually, right? Moreover, he holds the secret of the Night Butcher. If we kill him like this, won't we gain nothing? Jiang Bai glanced back at Lu Tao, standing next to him, and sneered. What kind of organization do you think the Inhumans are? Do they rely on clues and evidence like your law enforcement agency? It's so funny. The cases handed over to us mean that secular laws can no longer resolve the case. So we can ignore these rules and just solve the case. At the same time, let me give you some basic knowledge. Every ordinary member of the Inhuman group has 3 killing quotas every year and does not have to bear any responsibility after killing. I haven't used any this year. If you have any complaints about my behavior, you can report it and they will naturally give you a response. Lu Tao and others who were at the scene were shocked after hearing this. Although they roughly knew about the Inhuman group, they never imagined that their authority was so great that they could kill 3 people unconditionally. Isn't this too outrageous? Doesn't that mean you can just kill someone if you don't like him? Fortunately, there are not many of these guys. Otherwise, humans would have to become rare protected animals. Although this setting is a bit ridiculous, it actually makes sense if you think about it calmly. Each of these extraordinary people is a talented person. If they do not join the extraordinary group, they can still thrive in the real world with their own abilities. With their abilities, they can kill people without them even noticing. For example, the power Jiang Bai demonstrated just now was enough to pierce a person's heart just by ejecting a small stone. If he wanted to kill someone, it would be impossible for him to leave any evidence for the law enforcement agency. Instead of letting them kill and break the law without restraint, it is better to give them a job and control them to only kill 3 people a year. This is the best effort that the higher-ups can make. After all, if it is not controlled, more people will be hurt. You can refer to the story of the Night Butcher. The Night Butcher has killed so many people in succession. Has he ever found any evidence? Every member of the Inhumans can be regarded as a Night Butcher. Chu Lingling and Li Kaiyun swallowed their saliva, then silently took 2 steps back and stood by the wall without saying a word. Such a peerless killer still has 2 quotas for unconditional killing. Anyone who goes up to provoke him would be foolish, right? Forget it, just keep a low profile. But Lu Tao was like a stubborn donkey, staring at Jiang Bai with gritted teeth. Mr. Jiang, since you have taken over the case of the Night Butcher, I will not comment on your handling methods. But tell me, now that Meng Xiao is dead, where can we find the Night Butcher? You're also a member of the collective, so you can't just kill a few people and declare the case closed, right? Jiang Bai just sneered and stared at Lu Tao with disdain. Do you think I'm like you, grabbing a scapegoat and taking credit for it? Ridiculous. If I kill someone randomly to take the blame, and after I'm gone, the Night Butcher goes out and kills someone else, wouldn't that make me lose all face? After hearing this, Lu Tao felt a little relieved. At least this guy was not so perverted that he would not kill 2 people to take the blame and then collect the reward. But the next few words these guys said made everyone present drop their jaws. From now on, I will be the primary person responsible for the Night Butcher case, and all of you will just have to obey my orders. Now let's go back to Tianxin City. Call and have Gu Yang arrested immediately and interrogate him. Everyone was stunned, and Lu Tao quickly said, Mr. Jiang, you may be going a little too far. First of all, Mr. Gu's suspicion has been completely ruled out by our law enforcement officers after multiple investigations. There is no point in you bringing him back. Secondly, Mr. Gu's identity is extraordinary. The nano-targeted immune system and drugs he developed have successfully cured countless cancer patients, and his influence in society and online is enormous. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we have no right to arrest him. Jiang Bai walked up to Lu Tao step by step, looking down at him. It seems that what I said is not very effective. At this moment, the aura emanating from Jiang Bai seemed to come from a wild beast in the ancient times. Who could have imagined that such terrifying power was hidden inside his thin and withered body? Faced with this powerful momentum, Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling had already retreated far away. Zhao was also very witty. He simply waved his hand and said with an awkward smile, The case of the Night Butcher has nothing to do with me. I won't get involved. However, Lu Tao stood in front of Jiang Bai, still gritting his teeth and holding on. Even if you want us to cooperate, you have to give me a convincing reason. Chapter 202 Chapter 202 I am Wang Xiaoyou's father. Jiang Bai smiled softly, lowering his head to look at Lu Tao in front of him, his eyes filled with indifference towards life. Okay, this is the first time you've questioned me, and I'm willing to give you an explanation. But you have to remember, this is only this time. Next time you question me, I will make you regret it. First of all, before I came here, I had already investigated all the cases committed by the Night Butcher, and most of them were directly or indirectly related to Gu Yang. So I'm sure that there must be some connection between Gu Yang and the Night Butcher. Even if he is not the Night Butcher himself, he must have information that we don't know. Only by arresting him and bringing him back for interrogation can we have a chance to obtain this information, which is the key to solving the case. Secondly, my daughter seems to really want to kill this Gu Yang, and I think it's worth using my second kill quote on him. Lu Tao felt that the first reason was okay. If we just capture him and interrogate him, as long as Gu Yang is innocent, then everything will be a small matter. But when he heard the second reason Jiang Bai gave, he instantly became numb. This is not an interrogation at all, but an attempt to take his life. How can this be possible? Lu Tao thought about how many times he had wronged Gu Yang, but he still didn't hold a grudge and even considered things from his perspective. The nano-targeted immune activation drugs developed have saved countless lives, and we have never thought about how much money we can make. If such a kind person dies, it will be a loss to all mankind. He forcibly resisted the terrifying pressure emanating from Jiang Bai. Please tell me, who is your daughter? Why is she with Gu Yang? Jiang Bai's face showed a trace of pain, and his teeth were grinding against each other. My daughter's name is Wang Xiaoyu, and her mother's name is Wang Anya. Do you understand what I mean? In an instant, like a bolt from the blue, a bolt of lightning exploded in everyone's heart. They finally understood why Jiang Bai was so hostile to Gu Yang as soon as he appeared. After all, it turned out that he was here to seek revenge. Although the Wang family only passes on the lineage to females, their women still have to find a man to get pregnant, and this Jiang Bai is Wang Anya's husband. It's over. It's over. We're in big trouble now. Jiang Bai slowly raised his head and looked up at the sky, as if he saw his own daughter, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I heard that my daughter wanted to attack this guy before the accident, but failed. There's a breakthrough point in the case anyway, so why not just target him and kill two birds with one stone? Having said that, do you still want to stop me? Lu Tao opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. This person is seeking revenge for his daughter. If he were to stop him, the hatred would be huge. But if he didn't stop it, he couldn't just watch Gu Yang get into trouble. Seeing that he was still hesitant, Jiang Bai, who was standing in front of him, suddenly swung his fist. The speed of the fist was so fast that Lu Tao could not see it clearly. With a loud bang, his fist smashed through the concrete wall behind him. Many flying stones scratched bloody marks on Lu Tao's face. When Jiang Bai pulled his hand out of the concrete wall, he also pulled out a steel bar that was trapped in the wall. Faced with the overwhelming gap in strength, Lu Tao now found it difficult to even move his feet. Jiang Bai pinched the two ends of the steel bar. The extremely hard steel bar in his hand was like a soft rope, and he easily tied a beautiful bow around Lu Tao's throat. The strong feeling of suffocation coming from his neck made Lu Tao unable to breathe. His face turned red in pain, and his eyes were bloodshot. Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling, who were standing not far away, couldn't bear to see this scene and were about to step forward to persuade them. But when they caught a glimpse of Jiang Bai, they were so frightened that they didn't even dare to say a word. This is a madman, a complete madman. It turns out that the alien group is made up of people like this. Lu Tao was suffocating to the point that he might faint at any time. However, Jiang Bai dusted off his hands, stood in front of him with a nonchalant expression, and said with a light laugh, "How could you be so stupid? Have you forgotten? I still have 2 kill quotas this year. This thing is very precious. I don't want to waste it completely. That's why I let you arrest and interrogate him. But if you don't help me, I'll have to do it myself. I guarantee he won't even have a chance to speak." At this moment, Lu Tao finally felt what true despair was. Although he wanted to save this super genius in the medical field, his strength did not allow it. In the moment before he was about to faint from suffocation, Lu Tao could only nod his head suddenly and vigorously to express his attitude. Jiang Bai in front of him laughed. "That's right. If you had cooperated earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer so much." He stretched out his hands, pulled the steel bar hard, and untied the bow tie directly. Lu Tao finally came back to life. He squatted on the ground, coughing violently and breathing in the fresh air outside in big gulps. Jiang Bai yawned, then swaggered to an office and went straight in. "I'm going to rest for a while. I'm a little tired after traveling such a long distance today. Please call the Law Enforcement Bureau and book a first-class flight ticket for me." After saying this, Jiang Bai swaggered down on the chair in the office, squinting his eyes, looking very comfortable. It was not until he had completely left that Li Kaiyun and others who were standing far away dared to gather around him. Li Kaiyun mutarat sufli. This guy has a terrifying aura. He must have killed quite a few people. Chu Lingling opened the tablet and handed it to the two of them. "I just secretly checked some information on the dark web and the internet. Jiang Bai was actually already notorious 20 years ago. The first time he appeared was on a foreign street in a free country. At that time, he had no money to eat and was verbally abused by others. So he attacked in anger and killed all the white people on the entire foreign street. I heard that he killed hundreds of people in that one attack alone. Afterwards, he gathered a group of Chinese people working in the local area and forcibly turned that foreign street into our own Chinatown. The local police had tried to take action against him many times and even dispatched the special forces there, but Jiang Bai's strength was extremely exaggerated. Every time he faced the dragnet, he could leave with a swagger and even kill a few people. In the end, neither the black and white people dared to touch him. He was the local tyrant on that street for nearly 10 years, and then there was no news of him. Unexpectedly, he was recruited by the alien group. Chu Lingling just said a few words in general, and all the specific information about Jiang Bai's case was displayed on the tablet computer. The more Lu Tao and the others watched, the more frightened they became. If they really handed Gu Yang over to this guy who despised life and was so cruel and ruthless, would he still have a chance to survive? "I'm afraid I can't even make it through one night." Lu Tao lowered his voice and spoke quietly. "No, we absolutely cannot let him act so recklessly. If anything happens to Mr. Gu, it will be a loss for all of humanity. I must report this to the higher-ups immediately." Li Kaiyun, standing beside him, nodded. "Let's just call Mayor Yuan directly. With his status, he should be able to have a say. It would be much faster than us reporting up the chain of command." Lu Tao nodded. "No problem. I'll call right away." While waiting for the call to be connected, Lu Tao secretly glanced at Jiang by sleeping in the office inside. If I had known this was how the Inhumans group handled cases, I might as well have investigated it myself. At worst, if I can't find out, I'll just throw my hat in the towel and leave. If this guy keeps messing with me, even if the Night Butcher doesn't turn evil, I want to turn evil too. Chapter 203 Chapter 203 Late Night Kidnapping Cooperation. Tonight's moon seems to have been eaten clean by a celestial dog, and the stars, probably also swallowed up like dog food without leaving a single one. It's so dark, but in the city, these don't seem to have much impact. Anyway, working people probably don't have the mood to look up at the moon and stars. The beautiful night sky, filled with stars, and the full moon hanging high in the sky in the countryside when we were young has disappeared from everyone's memory since some time ago. Mu Rong was still anxiously typing on the keyboard in the office, sending emails to his employees and arranging tomorrow's work content. After being busy for a long time, he stood up and moved his shoulders and lumbar spine, and his bones made a crackling sound. Mu Rong cursed. Damn old goo, he's just a hands-off boss every day. What's the point of raising his salary? He earns this money but doesn't spend it. I wonder what's inside his head. A supercomputer? They just developed a nano-targeted immune activation drug, and now they're conducting neurological research. This is totally out of the question. Never mind. I, with my old bones, will just go along with him and have some fun. Ever since Guyang told him about his neurological research idea today, Mu Rong has hardly had a rest. He has been organizing the plans sent from Guyang, looking for a suitable laboratory, purchasing relevant experimental equipment, and mobilizing the company's manpower. Although there are many employees who can help him with these tasks, Mu Rong is not confident in leaving it entirely to others, and in the end he has to do it all over again himself. It's late at night now, and I can finally get off work. He packed his things and said to himself, I hope what that guy said is true. If he can really recover his health through his neurological research, all my hard work will be worth it. How can he sit in a wheelchair at such a young age? He still needs to find a wife in the future. It's fine if a rough guy like me doesn't find one, but that guy has a pretty face. It would be a shame if he didn't find a wife. Although he was a little tired, he was still very happy when he thought that Guyang would recover. How many brothers can a person have in his life? It's a blessing to have one or two. How can I not wish him a good life? Mu Rong hummed a little tune all the way and went downstairs carrying his briefcase. At the company gate, after the urban management officers got off work, various snack stalls were set up on the roadside. Fried rice noodles, grilled beef skewers, lamb skewers, hot and sour noodles, egg-filled pancakes, etc. Mu Rong rubbed his stomach and was about to buy some midnight snacks, but he heard the beeping of a horn not far away. When I turned around, I saw that it was my driver waiting for me on the roadside. He sighed. Forget it. Let's go back and order takeout. The driver has been waiting for me on the roadside for so long. It would be bad to delay him any further. He immediately gave up the idea of buying a midnight snack, walked 2 or 3 steps to his car, opened the back door, and got in. I'm sorry, Master Sunday. I'm really busy today and have kept you up so late. I'll help you file for overtime pay when I get back. The car door closed with a bang and then locked with a click. Mu Rong did not hear any response from Master Sunday. He squinted his eyes and fumbled to turn on the light above his head. He was instantly shocked by the scene in front of him. On the other side of the row behind him, a middle-aged man in a suit was tied up like a dumpling with ropes, with a thick circle of tape wrapped around his mouth, unable to speak. Fortunately, there are 2 holes left at the nose, otherwise I would have suffocated to death. Looking closely, wasn't this person his personal driver, Master Sun? No, if Master Sun was tied up here, then who was sitting in the front driver's seat? Mu Rong looked up and saw through the rearview mirror in front of him that it was a completely unfamiliar middle-aged man wearing a mask and sunglasses. It was obvious that he was not a good person. Without saying a word, Mu Rong turned around and tried to open the car door, but after trying it several times, the door wouldn't open. It was locked from the front. Before he could make any further move, the black muzzle of the gun was already against his forehead. The middle-aged man in the driver's seat turned around and stared at him, saying in a low voice, I advise you not to act rashly. Just sit here quietly, and you can save your life. Believe me, you can't get out of the car door as fast as I can draw my gun. Mu Rong gritted his teeth. What on earth do you want to do? What you are doing is illegal. The middle-aged man smiled coldly and said, Take your hands out of your pockets, and don't even think about calling the police. Otherwise, I guarantee that the moment your hand touches the phone, a bullet will pierce your skull. If you cooperate well, perhaps today's event will be a great opportunity for you. Mu Rong's right hand trembled. He really wanted to use his hand to take out his cell phone, But he didn't expect the other party to be so professional and had already seen through everything. This time he really didn't dare to act rashly again. Anyone who could pull out a gun here was definitely not an ordinary character. He was definitely a super ruthless person with a background. Forget it, just bear with it for now. Seeing that he had calmed down, the middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. That's right, dear. There is an important person who wants to see you. Let's set off now. You're working late. I'm almost yawning waiting for you. I was thinking if you didn't come down for another half an hour, I'd come up and catch you myself. The middle-aged man stepped on the accelerator, and the car disappeared at the end of the street at high speed. Mu Rong stared at the scenery outside the window, trying to determine where he was going. Perhaps this was the key to his rescue. But the more he looked, the more frightened he became. The car had already driven to the outskirts of the city, where there were already many old and dilapidated houses. If something really happens in this damn place, I'm afraid no one will be able to help me. Who on earth wants to see me? If you are really an important person, you should find a luxurious restaurant to treat me. There is no need to tie me up and bring me to this remote place. It is simply beneath your dignity. The middle-aged man didn't even turn his head. Put away your cleverness. Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. You'll know when you get there. The other party was quite cautious and didn't want to say a single unnecessary word. About 10 minutes later, the car drove into an unfinished residential complex. As soon as the car stopped next to an unfinished building, two men in black suits appeared next to the car. After opening the car door, the two men carried Mu Rong and the driver, Master Sun, behind them and walked into the unfinished building. After walking in, I found that a gorgeous large square table had been placed in the entrance hall on the first floor of this unfinished building, and fine wine and delicious food had already been prepared on it. Mu Rong was caught off guard and was pushed directly onto a chair at one end of the square table. As for Master Sun, who was tied up, he did not receive such treatment. He was thrown against the wall like garbage. Looking up, I saw someone sitting on the chair at the other end of the square table. He was a man in his 50s, a little thin, with sunken cheeks and eye sockets. He held a long cigar between two fingers, took a deep drag, and then blew smoke rings and coughed, a bit like he had lung cancer. But in the light of the candle, those eyes looked noble and fierce. After coughing twice and taking a breath, he slowly spoke. Don't be nervous, young man. Eat something first. I called you here to discuss cooperation with you. Don't worry, as long as you are obedient, I will be polite to you. Chapter 204 Chapter 204 Huat Song, the olive branch of a big family. Mu Rong didn't care at all and just picked up the red wine in front of him and drank it all. Anyway, I have been caught here. The other party has people and guns. If they want to kill me, it is just a matter of a word. There is no need to use poison at all. I just worked overtime for so long, and I'm hungry, so I'll eat first. After taking a big sip of wine, Mu Rong became a little bolder. He directly pulled off the big chicken leg of the roast chicken in front of him and started to eat it. With his mouth full of oil, he crossed his legs and stared at the mysterious man in front of him, then spoke slowly. If you want to discuss cooperation with me, you should at least introduce yourself first, right? I don't even know if you are a human or a ghost, and your way of inviting people to cooperate is not very formal. The man opposite laughed out loud after seeing his performance, clapped his hands, and took a long drag on his cigar. Okay. At first I was a little worried. Are you, a little follower, qualified to be a partner of my whole family? Now it seems that you are much stronger than I thought. At least you are not scared to pee your pants at this moment. My name is Huat Song, and I am the current head of the Hua family. I'm afraid you don't have any impression of my name. But if I tell you another piece of news, you should know the weight of this name. Nationwide, whether it's experts treating difficult and complicated diseases like cancer or various supporting medical equipment and medicines, more than 80% come from my whole family. Upon hearing this news, even Mu Rong, who was relatively calm, felt as if a bomb had exploded under his butt and jumped up directly. You're not kidding me, are you? Huatsong was very satisfied with his frightened look. He lightly raised the red wine glass in front of him and took a sip, like a noble gentleman. I don't need to brag about this kind of thing. Those big and small companies that you ordinary people can find are just tools for us to make money. With just one word from me, I can make those companies flourish or fail. Even if there is any major responsibility, the fire will not burn my whole family. Ordinary people always yearn for the glamorous lives of the big bosses of big companies. But in reality, in front of us, these ancient families, we are nothing more than clowns. After hearing Hua Song's extremely proud self-introduction, Mu Rong almost believed it halfway. Although he had never actually come into contact with in the real world, he had heard some rumors. Since ancient times, there have been some terrifying aristocratic families that have been able to pass down for thousands of years. Even after experiencing the fall and rise of several dynasties, these families still stand firm. Even the emperor has to be cautious when facing them. This is the terrifying thing about the aristocratic families. I used to think it was a rumor, but I didn't expect it to be true. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to meet such a person. It just so happened that the Chaoyang biotechnology company that he was currently managing was also in the medical field, and its business was cancer treatment, which overlapped with the business of the Hua family in front of him, so they could be considered competitors. Mu Rong's heart skipped a beat. Cutting off someone's source of income was like killing their parents. The advent of nano-targeted immune activation drugs will almost completely negate all previous cancer treatment options. There is no doubt that the Hua family's business will be significantly affected. It seems that some people are here with bad intentions today. Mu Rong sat down slowly, continued to eat the snacks in front of him, and asked softly, "Mr. Hua, you are a leader in the medical industry, and we are just a bunch of small fry. I don't know why Mr. Hua brought me here. What kind of cooperation do you want to discuss?" Hua Song sneered. "Do you realize now that you are a small fry? If you had known earlier, this wouldn't have happened. The nano-targeted immune activation drugs you have developed have completely disrupted the entire medical market, like a group of lunatics. Do you really think that you can make a fortune and elevate your status just by doing this research?" Mu Rong didn't say anything and was in no mood to continue eating. Hua Song then sneered and said, "Young man, the water here is very deep. You can't grasp it. Not to mention my Hua family. Even those other small medical and biological companies will not allow you to grow and develop. If I'm not mistaken, many of your businesses have been having a hard time lately, right?" Mu Rong frowned tightly and said nothing. In fact, everything Hua Song said was right. At this stage, he was indeed troubled by many things. The efficacy of nano-targeted immune activation agents is amazing, but the cost of the materials required is also extremely expensive. It used to be easier to buy these materials, but now many suppliers are deliberately holding back on their goods, and some even directly refuse to sell them and say they don't have them. It's obvious that someone is deliberately trying to disgust others behind their backs. Seeing that Mu Rong had been almost coaxed at this stage, Hua Song's mouth corners slightly raised. "I invited you here this time just to give you a chance to survive." Mu Rong looked at him. "Tell me, what is the way to survive?" Hua Song nodded. "It's very simple. I have already investigated. Although Gu Yang has developed a nano-targeted immune activation agent, he does not understand how to run a company. Or perhaps it is because he is a disabled person and it is not convenient for him to run the company. Now all the company's business is handled by you, and you can be said to be in power. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, we can help you obtain 100% ownership of the biotechnology company, and then every penny earned from the nano-targeted immune activation drug will belong to you." Mu Rong's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at him and asked, "What about Gu Yang?" Hua Song took 2 more puffs of his cigar and said, "Forget about that guy. You can't protect him. He's going to die. If we don't teach him a lesson, won't anyone who comes up with an amazing invention in the future be able to shit on our family's heads? You should understand the principle of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, right? Besides, I can tell you frankly that someone has already paid for his life." Mu Rong lowered his voice and asked, "You want me to take control of Chaoyang Biotechnology Company and kick Gu Yang out? What is your purpose?" Hua Song leaned back in his chair and yawned. "What else can I do? Of course I can make money. Your current marketing methods are really stupid. You sell at a price only slightly higher than the cost price, and the factory is a fully intelligent factory. I estimate that even if the gears are smoking, you still can't make much money. After you kick Gu Yang out and take full control of the company, I will arrange for professionals to develop a special marketing plan for your nano-targeted immune activation drug. For example, if only 100 are sold in a year, although the number is small, things are valuable because they are rare. Those who have a little money and are afraid of death will definitely go bankrupt and give up everything they have in exchange. The profit that can be earned by 100 people is higher than the profit that can be earned by developing 100,000 people on your side. Believe me, my judgment will not be wrong. Besides, although you are in a high position now, the company belongs to Gu Yang, and the nano-targeted immune activation drug also belongs to him. You only earn a small salary a month, so why would you risk your life for such a small fortune?" Since they were all in business, Mu Rong naturally knew that the other party's marketing plan would definitely be more profitable. By then, every nano-targeted immune activation drug will be sold at a sky-high price. But he asked, If we do this, it will go against the original intention, and tens of thousands of cancer patients will die because they cannot get nano-targeted immune-activating drugs. After hearing this, Hua Tsang burst into laughter and then started coughing wildly. Ahem, you are really, really ridiculous, ahem. There's only one disease in this world from beginning to end, and that is poverty. Want to be the savior? Are you worthy? Chapter 205 Cancer Warrior, Terrorist Force. Young people's great dreams are often used as topics of ridicule at the dinner table. Mu Rong could clearly sense that not only Hua Song in front of him was laughing at him, but even the bodyguards in black suits on all sides were looking at him with mockery in their eyes. Yes, as long as they can make money, who would care about the lives of these ordinary people? They are nothing in the face of interests. After a round of ridicule, Hua Song relit a new cigar, leaned back in his chair, and raised his red wine glass. Don't be silly, my friend. Only cooperation with us is your wisest choice. Pick up your glass, drink this glass of wine, and from now on we will be family. Mu Rong lowered his head, calmly picked up the knife and fork, cut a large piece of steak, put it into his mouth, and chewed it carefully. After a long while, he swallowed the steak, laughed at himself, raised his head, and said, "Perhaps in the eyes of you superiors, the lives of ordinary people are not lives at all. But we're different from you. You may have a superior status since birth, but we are ordinary people from beginning to end. You and I are two different species. You can ignore the lives of ordinary people, but I can't." Gu Yang once told me that he created the nano-targeted immune activation drug in order to be able to treat more people. That's why he worked so hard to build a fully automated factory and increase production and supply. That's why he set the price so low. If you look down on the lives of ordinary people, then you must look down on me. If we cooperate, I'm just a local dog that can be kicked to death at any time. So I refuse. Mu Rong said this rejection without any hesitation. Hua Tsang could see an unprecedented determination in his eyes, which made the smile on Hua Tsang's face gradually freeze. After sighing, Hua Tsang drank the red wine in his glass, leaned back in his chair, and blew out a smoke ring. If you choose to refuse now, I can understand. I guess you haven't really realized the gap between us and ordinary people, and you haven't realized that this may be your only chance to make a breakthrough in your life. But it doesn't matter. I can forgive your refusal this time and let you see what true reality is. After he finished speaking, Hua Tsang raised his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly. The next moment, Mu Rong couldn't help but shift his gaze to the dark corner. Heavy breathing came from the corner. It was pitch black there, but there was a pair of eyes that were as bright as lanterns. The eyes were red, and the tyrannical aura made people shudder. What the hell? At this moment, Mu Rong noticed that even the thugs in suits standing around him had endless fear in their eyes. It was obvious that the monster that suddenly appeared was a devil that even they themselves dared not look directly at. Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps were like an earthquake. When a monster in the corner appeared in the range of the candlelight, Mu Rong's breathing stopped. What the devil is this? The monster was more than 2 meters tall, and its head had already touched the ceiling. From the outline of his body, it can still be seen that he is a human being, but his hands, feet, and body are covered with horrific tumors of various sizes. That head was not even as big as the tumors on his shoulders. It was squeezed in the middle of those tumors. It was small, and the distorted face still showed infinite pain. Mu Rong suddenly lost his appetite for the delicious food in front of him and felt nauseous just by looking at it. Unlike the fear in the eyes of the other people around him, Hua Tsang's eyes revealed an unconcealable admiration when he saw this horrific tumor monster. As if admiring a perfect work of art, he slowly walked to the side of the monster, gently stroking the swollen tumors on the monster's body, and slowly began to explain. Isn't it beautiful? You don't think the Hua family is just an ordinary family that makes money, do you? In fact, for people like us from wealthy families, money is the least important thing because we can never spend it all. When the amount of money reaches a certain level, this thing becomes the most useless waste paper. So we started pursuing other interesting projects. Look at this big guy in front of us. We name it Cancer Warrior. Cancer, in the eyes of ordinary people like you, is like a demon that can mercilessly take your life. It seems that everyone hopes that cancer will disappear from this world forever. But in reality, only families like ours know how perfect cancer cells are. They proliferate indefinitely, which is equivalent to being immortal, and the power contained within cancer cells far exceeds that of the junk muscles in the human body. After extensive research, we've finally found a way to perfectly harness the power of cancer cells. We inject specially treated cancer cells into the human body. These cancer cells rapidly proliferate and multiply in the body and reach a perfect symbiotic state. Then a perfect warrior appears, which is the cancer warrior before our eyes. Whether his strength, speed, defense, recovery, etc., they are dozens or even hundreds of times that of humans. What a perfect work of art! It's a pity that humans are ultimately too cowardly creatures to withstand this great power from God. The vast majority of people can barely survive for 3 years after being inoculated with the special cancer cells we have developed. As they survive, their physical fitness will continue to improve as cancer cells in their bodies continue to proliferate. Generally speaking, a cancer warrior who survives for 1 year can have 10 times the strength of a human. If he can survive for the 2nd year, he can double his strength on this basis and double it again in the 3rd year, and so on. Well, now you should know how great we are, right? What we're exploring is the path to becoming a god. But you ordinary people are like insects, still immersed in the worries of birth, old age, sickness, and death, eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. It's ridiculous. All the love in the world is like garbage. You are not worthy of being the savior of mankind, because only we are worthy. Now, let me show you this perfect work of art, what the power of God really is. After finishing speaking, Huatsang gently patted the arm of the monster next to him and said in a doting voice, "Go, my darling, go show off your abilities and demonstrate that godlike, hopeless gap." Faced with this terrifying monster walking towards him step by step, even the brave Mu Rong could not suppress his inner fear. He was so scared that he stood up from the stool and stepped back repeatedly. He accidentally bumped into a chair and fell directly to the ground. Fortunately, the monster's target did not seem to be him this time, and the cancer fighter's footsteps finally stopped in front of the driver, Master Sun. At this moment, Master Sun was tied up tightly with several ropes, and even his mouth was sealed with layers of tape. Even escaping and asking for help became a luxury. He could only twist his body and make a whimpering sound. The cancer warrior's red eyes were fixed on Master Sun. Saliva was dripping from the corners of his mouth, and he kept making strange sound that sounded like he was crying and laughing. Just looking at his face, he looked a bit like an intellectually retarded idiot. He stretched out his hands and grabbed Master Sun, who was lying on the ground. Mu Rong couldn't help but raise his hand and shouted, "No, if you have anything to say, come to me." However, the cancer fighter raised his head and gave him a mere smile, which made Mu Rong freeze in place, his body out of control, and unable to make even a sound. This is the oppressive feeling brought about by extreme fear. The cancer fighter did not listen to him, but just gently picked up Master Sun, who was lying on the ground, as if he was picking up a small toy. Master Sun was held tightly in his arms, and the tumors on the cancer warrior's body directly submerged Master Sun. His hands gradually shrank, and Master Sun, who was held in his arms, struggled desperately. Finally, with a bang, Master Sun exploded. Chapter 206 Chapter 206 Guyang, run away. Don't come back. Master Sun's body was crushed directly, and his round head rolled down and landed right at Mu Rong's feet. Those eyes, still filled with fear, looked at Mu Rong as if to say, "Save me, save me." A living person died right in front of him, and Mu Rong was just an ordinary person. He only felt his hands and feet going weak, cold sweat broke out on his back, and his scalp felt like someone was grabbing it and tearing it apart. Ow! How can you do this? You are taking human life lightly. Mu Rong wanted to hold up Master Sun's head, but he didn't know where to start with the bloody head. Although their relationship was ordinary, just an ordinary superior and subordinate, Mu Rong still remembered that this ordinary man also had a family, a wife, and children. He works hard every day to make money so that his wife and children can live a better life. Now that he is gone, what will happen to his family? This ruined more than just one person's life. Huatsang looked at Mu Rong's distraught look and smiled coldly. "It seems that you're still very fragile. You actually lost your mind over such a small thing. I've just taught you that all those bullshit human emotions are garbage. If you want to become a true savior, you should learn from me and explore the true path to salvation for mankind. How about it? Can you be obedient now? If you don't obey, you will be the next one." After saying that, Huatsang gave a look to the cancer fighter next to him. The monster's eyes immediately locked onto Mu Rong. Mu Rong felt that every cell in his body was trembling, as if he was an innocent little white rabbit being stared at by a tiger. The cancer fighter approached him step by step. Mu Rong looked down at the head of Master Sun next to him. In a trance, he seemed to see his own head lying on the ground. Just when the cancer fighter was about to reach out and grab him, he immediately fell to his knees. No, 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 let's talk it out. If you had told me earlier that your methods were so powerful, I would have cooperated obediently. Why would one more person die? It's too troublesome, too troublesome. I will absolutely obey you and do whatever you want me to do. This reversal made even Huatsong in front of him stunned for a moment. What's going on? Wasn't this kid very tough just now? But soon, Huatsong stopped worrying about these details. Huatsong laughed heartily and picked up the red wine glass in front of him. Just cooperate. Why are you kneeling? It's like I'm bullying you. As long as we are willing to cooperate, we are friends. Come on, let's have a drink and talk. At this moment, Mu Rong had completely turned into a flattering villain. He rolled and crawled onto the chair, raising his wine glass with both hands. Mr. Hua, you are truly amazing. You can even develop such a great work of art. Compared with your research, our nano-targeted immune activation drug is just a child's toy. It seems that Mr. Hua is just unwilling to do this. If you're willing to devote some of your energy to this level of medicine will be easily available to you. Huatsong was very satisfied with Mu Rong's compliment. He said, of course, a drug like this that helps ordinary people cure cancer is useless. We don't have the energy and time to waste on research. What we are concerned about are these major projects on the road to becoming a god. If we can really thoroughly study the secrets of cancer cells, then ordinary people like us will not only have extremely powerful powers, but can even achieve immortality. Isn't its significance far greater than this nanomedicine? Mu Rong nodded and bowed. That's right, of course it is so. Then may I ask, Mr. Hua, what should I do next? Huatsong took a deep puff of his cigar and spoke slowly. The first step now is to get all the secrets of the nanoactivation potion. As long as we master this secret, it doesn't matter whether Gu Yang is there or not. The second step at that time will be to directly sideline Gu Yang and make him lose all rights in Chaoyang Biotechnology Company. By then, you will hold all the secrets of the nano-targeted immune activation agent in your left hand and control all the rights of Chaoyang Biotechnology Company in your right hand. Wouldn't that make you qualified to become a partner of MANHUA family? Mu Rong clapped his hands after hearing this. Oh, these two things are not difficult for me. I can do them now. The management rights of Chaoyang Biotechnology Company are in my hands, and I can run it however I want. As for the whole secret of the nano-targeted immune activation agent, it is also very simple. I know very well that Gu Yang is quite confident in his computer skills, so he saved all the information in a private notebook. It just so happens that he didn't have time to take that notebook back home when he got into trouble last time, and now it's at the company. I just need to find a random excuse to get his password out, and then I'll have everything. After Hua Tsang heard this, a look of surprise instantly appeared on his face. Really? Mu Rong patted his chest. Of course. Would I lie to you about something like this? Just wait to make a fortune. I'll make a call right now and settle this matter. Hua Tsang nodded several times. Okay. In that case, it depends on your performance. As long as you are obedient, I can let you enter the Hua family and become my adopted son, which will also allow you to step half a foot into a truly wealthy family. This temptation is indeed huge. Even Mu Rong, who had only seen the Hua family briefly, was somewhat pleased by its powerful strength. If we can join, it will be a decision that will benefit future generations. Mu Rong took out a cell phone and called Gu Yang directly. While waiting, Hua Tsang asked casually, what excuse are you going to use to trick the password out of Gu Yang? That guy is not that easy to fool. Mu Rong smiled proudly. I know that guy best. If you really come up with a serious excuse, it might arouse his suspicion. It's better to come up with something a little more casual and outrageous. For example, if I told him my laptop was out of battery and I hadn't finished my work, so I needed to use this temporarily, he would definitely give me the password, because after all, I am his most trusted brother. Huatsong also felt that this seemed to make sense. The call was connected, and Gu Yang's lazy voice came from the other end. Why are you calling me so late at night? You're not going to sleep. I've already given you a raise. What else do you want? Everyone at the scene was waiting for Mu Rong to speak and get the password to Gu Yang's laptop. Who knew that the next moment, Mu Rong suddenly raised his voice and yelled, Gu Yang, run. There's danger. Someone wants to kill you. It's Huatsong. Run. The farther the better. Don't come back. As soon as he finished shouting, The black-clad bodyguard who had been standing behind him quickly took action and hit Mu Rong's phone hard with an iron rod, smashing into pieces on the spot and even fracturing Mu Rong's palm. Ah! Mu Rong was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. Huatsong then realized that this guy's previous behavior was all fake, and his main purpose was to make this phone call to tip off the situation. Damn it! Huatsong gritted his teeth and walked over step by step. He kicked Mu Rong to the ground and then stepped on his broken hand, causing Mu Rong to grimace in pain. Huatsong held the cigar, but impressed it hard on Mu Rong's face. The smell of burnt flesh and blood instantly filled the air. Ah, you lunatic! Mu Rong struggled desperately, but he didn't expect that Huatsong looked so skinny but was so strong that he couldn't break free. Huh, you little brat. You actually dare to play tricks on me? It seems like you're really not afraid of death. But it doesn't matter. There are many things more terrifying than death. We have plenty of time. I'll play with you slowly. Chapter 207 Chapter 207 Rapidly Growing Cancer Cells. Mu Rong endured the pain and glared at Huatsong fiercely with all his strength. If you're a real man, give me a quick death. I'm not afraid. Want me to betray my brothers? No way. We Northeastern men are all about loyalty. Ha ha ha. My brother Gu Yang is a genius and very capable. As long as he can get away, he will avenge me sooner or later. Wash your neck and wait for it. Huatsong scoffed when he heard this. Just him, a crippled paraplegic? You expect a paraplegic to avenge you? You expect a paraplegic to escape? In that case, that's fine. Doesn't he treat you as a brother? I'll play with you slowly first. I'm old and can't sleep, so I can play with you all day and all night. I will inject the modified cancer cells into your chest cavity, let grow little by little, and devour every bit of vitality in your body until it bursts. What a perfect experiment. Tomorrow, I will capture your good brother and bring him here to witness your death with my own eyes. You are a tough guy, and I don't believe he is a tough guy too. Ha ha. Before you die, I will make him kowtow to me in front of you and kiss the soles of my shoes. Then you will know how ridiculous your current insistence is. Mu Rong was just an ordinary person. After hearing what Huatsong said, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Death is not scary. What is scary is the process of dying. He could only be helplessly dragged by Huatsong into the darkness of the unfinished building. Soon, a sharp scream was heard from the unfinished building. Ah! All the enemies in the open have been eliminated, and Gu Yang originally planned to use his shadow body to enjoy life tonight. With the speed of light, he can go to any corner of the earth. There are so many beautiful sights in this world. It would be such a pity if you couldn't see them all. But before the time came, he received a call from Mu Rong. Gu Yang, run. There's danger. Someone wants to kill you. It's Huatsong. Run. The farther the better. Don't come back. With a click, the phone was hung up. Gu Yang's expression instantly became extremely serious. Who is Huatsong? Mu Rong is in great danger. I looked up at the wall clock. It was only 11:30, and there was still half an hour left. Gu Yang was extremely anxious, but at this moment, even if he could transform into a ghost, he could not find Mu Rong's whereabouts. So what if it's the speed of light? Just because I can move at super speed like light when I transform into a shadow doesn't mean that my nerve reaction speed can also reach the speed of light. So if you want to find someone, you have to go to one place, look around, and then quickly move to the next place. One night is not enough to search the entire city. But if you have approximate coordinates, it's easy. Gu Yang immediately opened the laptop computer that was always ready next to him, and his hands quickly tapped on the keyboard. The clicking sound seemed to be playing a passionate battle march. Soon, he used his hacking skills to track down the last place where Mu Rong's cell phone signal appeared, an unfinished residential complex outside the city. It's easy with the exact coordinates. We can get to the location quickly as soon as it's 12 o'clock. But there are still 10 minutes left, so I could do something else. Gu Yang continued tapping his fingers on the keyboard, quickly flipping through Huatsong's information. There are many people with the same name, but the one who dares to endanger Mu Rong's life at this critical moment and even forces him to call and ask him to escape is definitely not ordinary. After some screening, Gu Yang quickly found the Hua family, about which there was almost no clue on the internet. These big families hold endless wealth and power in their hands. They certainly would not put themselves at risk, so they all hide very well. Even though Gu Yang possesses top-notch hacking skills, at this stage, he can't find out anything except the existence of the Hua family, the scope of their business, and Huatsong's name. But even with very little information, Gu Yang was able to identify the identity with his keen intuition. Hey guys, you dare to touch my people. Is it because I touched your cake? You are really looking for death. It seems like there are quite a lot of people these days who value money over their lives. With a ticking sound, the hour hand, minute hand, and second hand coincide, and the hunting time has arrived. Gu Yong closed his eyes and slowly laid down on the soft big bed, his consciousness falling madly into the endless abyss. The deadly black shadow gradually came to life and crawled out from under his body. Guist Gu Young Uppers. The underground parking lot of the unfinished building is an area that is rarely visited by people and hardly attracts anyone's attention. Moreover, this place is in the basement, so no one will be able to find it. Mu Rong screamed in agony. He was tied to a concrete pillar and could not move at all. With the help of the dim light, you can see that he now has a twisted and strange tumor in the center of his chest, the size of a fist. Upon closer inspection, the tumor seemed to have a life of its own and was constantly wriggling. If you observe more carefully, you can even see that the tumor is constantly devouring nutrients from the surrounding flesh and blood to thrive. However, the growth of this tumor was accompanied by endless pain for Mu Rong. For Mu Rong, he seemed to be able to clearly feel that the tumor was eating him away bit by bit. The fear and pain had exceeded his limit. However, just when Mu Rong was about to faint, Hua Tsang, who was standing next to him, chuckled and injected a tube of medicine directly into his carotid artery. Hua Tsang's cold and terrifying voice rang in his ears. Don't faint. It won't be fun if you faint. The stimulant I injected you is a synthetic stimulant with caffeine as the main ingredient. Don't worry. It can keep you awake and not fall asleep. And it can also make you more sensitive to pain. In this way, you can appreciate the growth process of this little baby more carefully. How fun. But don't worry, you definitely won't die anytime soon. I have done some data analysis, and I estimate that you will still be alive tomorrow night, and you'll have a strength to watch your good brother beg for mercy from me. The so-called loyalty is nothing but a joke. Ha ha ha. Mu Rong could clearly feel the severe pain in his chest, but he still gritted his teeth and stared at Hua Tsang with all his strength. Don't worry, my brother will never surrender to you. He has already been through the gates of hell. How could he be afraid of you? He has lofty ideals, and you can't make him yield. Hua Tsang shrugged. Maybe, but human nature is the most untested. You might be disappointed then. A cold wind blew by, and the temperature in the basement was already low, so everyone shivered for a moment. The bodyguards in black suits around suddenly had an ominous premonition. They looked around, but saw nothing and couldn't help muttering. What's going on? I felt a chilly wind blowing just now, as if I'd seen a ghost. I find it strange, too. The underground parking lot of this unfinished building is not open at all. How could there be wind blowing in? And there was clearly no wind when we were outside just now. I heard that most people die in unfinished buildings like these. Could there really be ghosts there? You idiot, do you understand? Believe in science. Even if they're ghosts, so what? Can ghosts be more powerful than cancer fighters? Chapter 208 Chapter 208 TNT Explosive Pack. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but turn their heads and look at the cancer warriors squatting quietly in the corner. Even when this guy was squatting in the corner, he was bigger than the average person standing and looked very imposing. It is not known whether the Hua family deliberately modified the brains of cancer fighters when they were training them, or whether the cancer cells caused damage to their brains during the division process. While these guys' bodies are ridiculously strong, their brains also seem a bit off. Normally, without Hua Tsang's instructions, they would sit there in a daze like idiots, not speaking or blinking, except for the occasional 2 drops of saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths. They looked like sculptures. If this isn't stupid, what is? But no one who has seen the cancer warrior in action will not feel fear after seeing him. For the black-clad bodyguards at the scene, as long as the cancer fighters were there, even if the flying tigers came in person, they would not be able to get away with it. As for the ghosts hiding in the unfinished building, they probably can't be a match for this monster. After thinking this through, all the bodyguards in black felt at ease. Even though there was a cold wind blowing just now, everyone couldn't help but straighten their chests. What's there to be afraid of? If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Now there is a tall person who is nearly 3 meters tall. Can it hold it up? However, they never noticed that in the shadows in the corner, a pair of black and red eyes were scanning the situation at the scene and finally fixed their gaze on Mu Rong. In this cold and dark underground parking lot, every time Mu Rong screamed, Gu Yang's murderous intent grew stronger. This fierce murderous intent made everyone in the room tremble uncontrollably. Damn it! Why is it getting colder? This is so weird. Brothers, do you think this is really a drop in temperature? Do you feel like someone is watching you from behind? Brother, you're right. It really feels like that. I remember feeling the same way the first time I saw the Cancer Warrior take action. No way. Is there really a ghost in this place? And this ghost is quite powerful, comparable to the Cancer Warrior. The ghost Guyong took a deep breath and felt heartbroken about Mu Rong's current situation. Save people. But how to save him? As a ghost, he was indeed strong enough and had the confidence that he could kill anyone present instantly, even the big monster in the corner. However, I can only kill one person every night. After killing a person, the life force in the other person's body will be quickly absorbed and devoured, which will cause an imbalance in the life force between the ghost body and the original body, and generate an irresistible summoning force that will instantly pull oneself back. Although he was stronger now, Guyong could stay outside for a few more minutes if he resisted forcefully, but he did not dare to use these few minutes to kill everyone at the scene. It is difficult to balance the Yuan Shou in a person's body by simply killing it, and you may even have to go back and neutralize it immediately. If everyone present were killed, wouldn't the Yuan Shou balance be even more severely disrupted? What the hell? Guyong didn't know whether there would be any terrible consequences if the balance of Yuan Shou was destroyed too seriously, but he didn't dare to gamble. Because Guyong had a vague premonition that if he did this, he would probably never be able to return to that body. It seems that we can only use some high-tech means. The ghost Guyong left quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to the scene again. Immediately afterwards, a pitch-black tentacle suddenly appeared behind Huatsong. The tentacle exerted force and instantly hit Huatsong in the face. Huatsong was watching every change in Mu Rong's body with burning eyes the moment before, and the next moment, he was hit by the tentacle and thrown more than 3 meters away. How dare you? Who dares to attack me in the dark? The black-clad bodyguard around were all startled and quickly ran over and carefully helped Huatsong up. Only then did they realize that half of Huatsong's face was covered in blood and flesh, and even the bones inside were cracked. Everyone gasped, and Huatsong himself almost fainted from the pain. He squinted his eyes to look for the person who had attacked him, but found nothing. When he looked closely, he noticed that Mu Rong, who was originally tied to the pillar, had disappeared without a trace. Huatsong's defense was broken on the spot. Assholes! You blind men! Who told you to come over and support me? Can't you leave 2 people to keep an eye on Mu Rong? Now tell me where they have gone. Huatsong was so furious that he forgot the pain on his face for a moment and slapped the 2 bodyguards closest him twice. The bodyguards took one look at the pillar that Mu Rong was supposed to be tied to and were stunned for a moment. How is it possible, Mr. Hua? The time we spent supporting you is no more than a minute. How could he break free from the rope in such a short time and run away from this place without making any sound? This is absolutely impossible. It's over. Could there really be a ghost? I just felt the temperature was not right, and it seemed like someone was staring at me viciously from behind. Don't tell me, it really seems like that. And they took the person away without anyone noticing. What kind of method is that? Hearing the frightened words of these black-clad bodyguards, Huatsong became even angrier. He fiercely kicked the bodyguards beside him away and cursed. A bunch of trash. You're not even fit to eat shit. Forget it, if I relied on you guys, I would have died on the spot. After saying this, Huatsong turned his head and lightly snapped his fingers into the darkness. With a click, the Cancer Warrior who had completely hidden his body in the darkness slowly stood up. He was still as tall and terrifying as ever. The 2 tumors on his shoulders had already touched the ceiling. It seemed that he had to walk very carefully, otherwise he would accidentally collapse the house. Looking at this treasure gradually emerging from the shadows, Huatsong showed a satisfied look on his face and cursed at the bastards behind him. Every one of them is like trash, stupid, and weak in combat. Since your performance this time is so poor, I will personally send you to the laboratory for transformation and evolution after I return. Don't worry, this service is absolutely free. When the black-clad bodyguards heard this, they were so frightened that their legs went weak and they fell to their knees on the ground with a thud. Although they didn't have a deep understanding of it, they had always been with Huatsong. How could they not understand what was going on in the biological laboratory? Mr. Hua, I'm sorry. We were all wrong. Please give us a chance, and don't use us as experiments. Yes, we will pay close attention next time and make arrangements for every place in advance. We will definitely not let Mr. Hua feel unhappy in the slightest. Huatsong sneered. Look at how well organized your answers are. This shows that you should have known how to do this kind of thing before, but why didn't you do it well? It seems that you still need to receive education. Don't worry, I won't let you die. I will train you to become a new generation of cancer fighters with stronger fighting power and higher loyalty. No, While Huatsong was still proudly immersed in the world of his own works of art, someone suddenly smelled a strange odor. Then, everyone looked in the direction of the strange smell and found that there seemed to be something behind the cancer warrior, and there was a faint glow of fire. When they looked carefully, they found that the cancer warrior was carrying large and small bags of TNT explosives on his back. Damn it, it's dynamite. Is it the dynamite pack used for demolition? You bastard, with such a huge weight. You're going to kill us all here. Chapter 209, Saving People at the Gate of Hell. Huatsong was stunned by the scene in front of him. This is not my precious work of art at all. It is clearly a soul-locking hook that will take my life. He immediately shouted, "Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Get out of here. Get out of here." However, it's already slow. The cancer warrior slowly appeared in front of him. After listening to his instructions, he looked a little confused. Huatsong was extremely regretful at this moment. In order to make it easier to control the cancer fighters, he deliberately made these guys look like mentally retarded. As a result, a person squatting in the corner didn't notice that so many TNT bombs were stuck on his back. One idiot. But at this moment, he had no time to regret. With a loud bang, the dazzling flames directly engulfed the wooden spear, and Huatsong let out a heart-wrenching scream. No, no. The cancer warrior is so huge that there are too many explosive packs that can be stuck on his back. The amount of explosives is even enough to blow up a building. The huge impact force caused several load-bearing columns of the underground parking lot to collapse on the spot, and the entire building collapsed with a loud bang. The sound was like a bolt from the blue, and even people several kilometers away were startled by the noise. Many people were awakened from their sleep. What's going on? Why is there thunder all of a sudden and so loud? It doesn't sound like thunder to me. It sounds like an explosion. Could there be a war? God damn it. We're in the heart of the country. Shouldn't we attack the border or coastal areas first? Many people who were nearby leaned over the windows and looked out, just in time to see the unfinished building staggering and collapsing. Boom, boom. Hey. There was another loud noise when the building collapsed, and everyone was stunned. Of course, many people cried. "Oh my God, that's my house. How could it collapse?" Woo! You said your project was unfinished, but I still had a glimmer of hope in my heart, thinking that one day I could resume work. Now that it's been blown down, doesn't that mean my last hope is gone? Don't cry, brother. Think of it this way. Even though you've lost your house, you haven't gained nothing. Huh? How can this be comforting? What else do I have? You still have a bank loan. Fuck you. I'm going to fight you, you bastard. The ghost Guyong quickly returned to his room, bringing with him Mu Rong, who was already in a coma. After the explosion, everyone below that building was dead. Naturally, a surge of Yuan Shou power has appeared in his body. The strong call made Guyong unable to resist at all, and he could only return to his body. Remaining lifespan, 266 years. Although many people were killed by the bomb at the same time, the ghost body could only reap the first person who died. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't seem to have a very long life anyway, and it only provides returns for a dozen years. Guyong looked down and saw that Mu Rong's condition was even worse. He lay on the ground, breathing rapidly. Originally, Huatsong had injected him with a special drug that allowed him to stay awake and feel pain at all times, but Guyong deliberately knocked him out when he took him away. This is good. At least it can relieve some of the pain. However, even though Mu Rong was in a coma, the huge tumor in his chest was still constantly devouring the vitality in his body. The originally tall and strong man had become thin in less than one night. Nima, these cancer cells are really not a good thing. If this continues, Mu Rong will not make it to dawn and will undoubtedly die. Seeing him look so miserable, Guyong couldn't help but feel a little guilty. It was all because of me that he suffered such a disaster. However, the most urgent thing right now is to save lives. Guyong thought about it. He had just eavesdropped for a while and had a rough idea of what was going on in Mu Rong's body at the moment. What he injected should be of the same origin as what was in the bodies of those cancer warrior monsters. That is, it is still cancer cells in essence. If it is cancer cells, then my nano-targeted immune activation drug should be effective. Thinking of this, Guyong couldn't think anymore and could only immediately take out a large box of nano-targeted immune activation drugs from his shadow space. I saved this secretly when I was doing experiments in a laboratory. I didn't expect it to come in handy at this moment. He immediately took out a medicine and injected it directly into the cancer cells in Mu Rong's chest. The syringe was pushed forward, and the nano-targeted immune activation agent officially entered Mu Rong's body. In an instant, Mu Rong's body began to tremble violently. This was because his immune system was fighting a crazy battle with cancer cells. Under normal circumstances, the efficacy of this injection of medicine is enough to eliminate all the cancer cells in Mu Rong's body. But at this stage, the effect is greatly reduced. It can be clearly seen that the spread of cancer cells in Mu Rong's chest has been obviously controlled. At least it is no longer madly devouring the vitality around it like before. But that's all. There is no sign of dissipating at all. Gu Yang's heart hardened. He patted Mu Rong's shoulder gently and said in a low voice, "Hold on, brother. I'll just try my best to save the situation." After saying this, Gu Yang immediately took out a large number of nano-targeted immune activation drugs. If quality isn't enough, make up for it with quantity. He inserted one medicine after another into the cancerous tumor in Mu Rong's chest. The powerful nano-targeted immune activation medicine flowed into Mu Rong's body continuously without stopping. Gu Yang himself didn't even calculate how much medicine he had injected. Anyway, the situation between Mu Rong and the cancerous tumor had now reached a critical life and death situation. Either kill it completely or be completely devoured by it. Finally, Gu Yang's eyes lit up. The nano-targeted immune activation drugs that were injected one after another finally took effect. The huge cancerous tumor in his chest began to die rapidly, withering and falling off piece by piece, like a dead tree under the scorching sun. It worked. It really worked. It was not until this moment that Gu Yang felt relieved. He sat on the ground and wiped the sweat from his forehead, keeping a close eye on the changes in the cancerous tumor in Mu Rong's chest, his right hand tightly holding a nano-targeted immune activation drug. As long as the tumor shows signs of rebound, give another dose immediately. This process lasted for more than 2 hours. Fortunately, all this persistence was effective. Until the last cancer cell tumor on Mu Rong's chest fell off, only an ugly scar remained on his chest. He was so thin that he was just skin and bones, and he looked like a completely different person. But at least this saved my life. Gu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, sat on the ground, sighed, and said, "Good brother, it seems that you're fine, but you look a little ugly now because you're too thin. When you recover, I will give you a raise and compensate you. I guarantee you can make up for it in less than a month. Don't be so stupid next time. If he asks you to betray, just do it directly. Then you can secretly inform me later. Why do you have to resist? Can you use your brain? There are not many people I trust in this world. If you were gone, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have anyone to talk to. But don't worry, after this matter is over, I will find a way to make some medicine that can enhance physical fitness. For example, the super soldier serum that only appears on TV. Maybe next time you encounter a monster called a cancer warrior, you can smash him into a pulp with a shoulder throw. Ha ha ha." Chapter 210. I am a fan of the Night Butcher. Gu Yang had just said a few words to himself when Mu Rong, who was lying on the ground, coughed rapidly and slowly woke up. After opening his eyes, he looked around at the surrounding scene with a confused look on his face. Is this the Hades Palace? It doesn't look particularly scary. Then his eyes fell on Gu Yang, and he jumped up from the ground in fright. "Brother, why are you here too? Didn't I call you and tell you to run away? Didn't you get killed instead of running away? To be honest, you are too lame. I was captured so long before you, yet we still met in the underworld. You didn't get killed instantly, did you? The food is a bit too much." When Gu Yang heard these words, he was so angry that he slammed his head on him. "Look carefully, you idiot. This is my fucking home. Why don't you thank Dad for saving your life?" Mu Rong grimaced in pain, but the pain also made him extremely happy. "I can still feel pain. Does that mean I'm really still alive?" He took another look around and confirmed that this was indeed Gu Yang's bedroom. He jumped up excitedly on the spot. "Oh yeah, when I was a kid, I had my fortune told, and those blind people all said I could live to be 100 years old. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, the king of hell won't take me." Then he quickly looked down at his chest. There was a wrinkled, ugly scar on his chest, about the size of a basketball, but the cancerous tumor that had been devouring his life before was completely gone. Mu Rong was so excited that he performed 2 sets of monkey punches directly towards the sky. Great, great, great. I'm finally alive again. Seeing him so excited, Gu Yang felt delighted. After the other party vented a little, He coughed lightly and said, "Stop jumping around and help me get into the wheelchair. You almost scare me to death." Mu Rong turned around and found Gu Yang still sitting on the ground. He slapped his forehead. I'm sorry, Lao Gyu. I forgot you were still a patient. But how did you get down here just now?" While asking curiously, he hurriedly lifted Gu Yang onto the wheelchair. "How else could I get down? I just rolled off the bed and then crawled up with my hands. Fortunately, my biceps are well trained, otherwise I really can't save you." "So, it was you who saved me? But wasn't I in the underground parking lot of that crappy, unfinished building? How'd I end up at your house again?" Mu Rong's head was full of question marks at the moment. He rubbed his temples hard, but he couldn't remember anything. He just vaguely remembered that he was tortured in the basement, and then he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head and fainted. Thinking of this, he reached out and touched it, and immediately grimaced in pain. There was a fist-sized bump on the back of his head. Damn, that's such a cruel move. Who is it? Is there some deep hatred? Facing his extremely puzzled expression, Gu Yang smiled lightly and explained, "I don't know what you did. When I received your call, I knew you were in danger, so I prepared to call the police and then pack up and hide as you said. But in the end, before I could do anything, I saw a dark shadow flash by the window, and then you were thrown in." Mu Rong was also extremely confused when he heard this. A dark shadow threw itself here directly? Who could it be? This is quite powerful. This doubt flashed through Mu Rong's mind, and he quickly asked a question that concerned him more. "Then how did that big tumor in my chest disappear? I was really scared when I saw the huge tumor on your chest. At the rate that tumor is devouring your life force, you probably won't even be able to see the sunrise tomorrow. But luckily for you, I happen to have some nano-targeted immune activation drug stored at home. You also know that the medicine I developed is specifically targeted at cancer cells. The cancer cell tumor in your chest is very strange and different from all the cancer cells I've seen before, but fortunately the principle is the same. I injected countless tubes of nano-targeted immune activation drugs into your body, and only then was I able to barely kill it." Mu Rong looked down and saw the densely packed syringes on the ground, as expected, as well as some cancer cell residues that had fallen off his body. The residue now resembles dry bark. Mu Rong carefully picked up a piece, then threw it away with a disgusted look on his face. "Damn it, I'm so lucky. Not only was I saved by a master, but old Gu, you also happen to have this potion at home. Otherwise, I would be doomed." After sighing for a while, Mu Rong said softly, "Old Gu, did you see any characteristics of that man in black? He's my savior after all, so I have to find out who he is." Gu Yang pretended to frown and thought for a moment, then shook his head. "To be honest, it was already quite late, and I was so drowsy at the time that I couldn't see clearly. Anyway, it was just a dark shadow, quite tall, and he was able to carry you so far and even send you to my bedroom on the second floor. He is really amazing." Mu Rong also nodded. "Yeah, I don't have anyone with this ability around me. Who is it?" When Mu Rong was confused, a name suddenly appeared in his mind. Night Butcher. He clapped his hands. "Old Gu, I guessed it. Could that guy be the Night Butcher? Legend has it that the Night Butcher likes to act at midnight and punish evil and reward good. The guy who was against me was an absolute bastard. The Night Butcher killed him, completely enforcing justice and saving my life in the process." After hearing this, Gu Yang nodded slightly. "That makes sense. After hearing what you said, I think it's very likely that it was that guy. Muron Chaked. I've been a big fan of Night Butcher for a long time." As he spoke, he took out his phone and showed it to Gu Yang. "Look, this is my account on Tieba. In this topic of the Night Butcher, I may not be the top one on the list, but at least I am in the top 100. He really is my idol. So awesome. You said this Night Butcher was a murderer and a hero. So why didn't he leave a name? And he didn't even show his face?" After hearing this, Gu Yang played with his phone. Who knows? Maybe he's too ugly to show up in person. Mu Rong got anxious when he heard this and slapped the table next to him. "You're talking bullshit. You said he's tall. How can he be ugly? Based on my experience of watching countless movies and TV series, he must be the perfect image of a heroic knight. Like Yanghua in the novels, he must be incredibly handsome." The corners of Gu Yang's mouth rose slightly. It felt really good to be praised in person. At this time, Gu Yang frowned and looked carefully at Mu Rong in front of him. Mu Rong felt a little embarrassed because of his stare. "What's wrong, Lao Gu? Why are you staring at me like that? Are you trying to force a kiss on me?" Gu Yang was so angry that he slapped him on the forehead. "Bullshit. I just noticed that you seem to have gained some weight since you woke up just now." When Mu Rong heard this, he panicked instantly. Don't do that. Could it be that I've grown a new cancerous tumor somewhere in my body? Quick, quick, give me 2 more shots. Just now, Gu Yong was still a little unsure, but now he has been staring at Mu Rong's body, and he is extremely sure that the other party's body is slowly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. And Mu Rong's whole face seemed to look a little younger. Is this really the legendary blessing in disguise? Old Mu, let me remind you, your body has been through a fierce battle between cancer cells and the nano-targeted immune-activating drug. The situation is very special, and your current symptoms are also very strange. My suggestion is that you go to the laboratory as soon as possible tomorrow to get a professional physical examination and leave a little blood sample for investigation. Don't worry, I will personally lead this project. Mu Rong was in extreme agony at the moment, constantly switching between extreme joy and sorrow, and said with a sad face, Old Gu, you must check this out. I felt like something was really wrong with my body, as if I had endless energy and I wanted to destroy everything I saw. Chapter 2:11 Chapter 2:11 Cancer Cells Metastasis. In the ruins after the building collapsed, there was a loud crashing sound, and the bricks and stones pressing on the surface were suddenly blown away by a giant hand. From beneath the rocks, a burly man covered in tumors slowly crawled out. He was covered in wounds, especially his back, where all the flesh and blood had disappeared and the exposed spine and ribs were twisted and broken by 90%. If an ordinary person had such a serious injury, he would have died long ago. But the cancer warrior still survived. When he completely crawled out of the ruins, he looked carefully and found that he was holding a skinny middle-aged man in his arms. It was Huatsong. Huatsong opened his eyes dazedly and coughed violently. Ahem, am I still not dead? The cancer fighter carefully placed Huatsong on the ground. Huatsong looked down at his body and suddenly felt unbearable pain all over. Many parts of his body were blown into a bloody mess, and he could vaguely see the bones inside. Thinking back to what had just happened, he felt a wave of fear. At the moment the explosion detonated, Huatsong knew that there was no hope for him to escape. The only possibility was that the cancer warrior in front of him could protect him. So he gave his final order, asking the cancer warriors to use their bodies to protect themselves. Fortunately, the cancer fighter he brought out this time ranks among the best among all his works. He has survived and been transformed for 3 years, and his physical fitness in all aspects is almost 1,000 times that of a normal human. It was also because of this that the cancer warrior protected Huatsong under his body at an extremely fast speed, using his body to block 90% of the impact of the explosion, allowing him to barely survive. However, it was only barely enough. Huatsong coughed twice and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He could sense his body weakening, his vitality draining away moment by moment, especially from his internal organs. The explosion was too close to him, and even if the cancer warrior temporarily shielded him, blocking most of the impact, his ordinary body still couldn't withstand it. Now, his internal organs are probably full of cracks due to the aftermath of the explosion. Even if he is sent to the hospital, there is no cure. It seems that this is the only last resort. Huatsong slowly pulled out a wrinkled cigar from his pocket, lit it, took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at the seriously injured cancer soldier standing not far away, and ordered, "Come here." At this moment, the cancer warrior was sitting next to the ruins. In just a moment, the wound on his back had stopped bleeding. It was estimated that it would only take 3 to 5 days to recover. His recovery ability was truly terrifying. After hearing Huatsong's order, the cancer warrior walked to his side without saying a word. The next moment, Huatsong's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he ordered the cancer warrior to turn around. Then, he cut his right palm directly on the rough stone on the ground, and then his right hand, like a long knife, suddenly stabbed into the wound on the cancer warrior's back, even directly touching the cancer warrior's beating heart. Then, he took out a silver-white, nameless medicine from his arms with his left hand and suddenly injected the medicine into the body of the cancer warrior in front of him. The next moment, the cancer cells and tumors on the cancer warrior's body began to struggle frantically like rats jumping into a frying pan. Each tumor seemed to have its own consciousness, and they continued to grow and divide. In the blink of an eye, the cancer warriors were completely engulfed by these tumors. If he was 3 meters tall at first and could still barely show the appearance of a human, now he is completely wrapped in these cancerous tumors and no longer has any human form. Under this change, Huatsong could clearly feel that some powerful cancer cells had entered his body through the wound on his palm and began to spread wildly in his body. Cancer cells are beginning to spread. The first things to change were the wounds on Huatsong's body. Those wounds were exposed. Under normal circumstances, it would take 10 days or half a month to recover. But now, with the help of cancer cells, all the wounds healed in just the blink of an eye. Afterwards, Huatsong's originally extremely thin body gradually became sturdy under the influence of cancer cells. Power, is this what power feels like? Huatsong narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but let out a moan. He had never felt his body so wonderful before. But he soon woke up from his intoxication and tried his best to pull his right hand out of the cancer warrior's body. In less than 3 minutes, the cancer warrior who had begun to recover from his injuries gradually turned into a 5-meter-high, terrifying tumor. Then, with a loud bang, the horrible tumor exploded directly. Blood and flesh flew all over the sky, and the ground within a radius of 10 meters was dyed bright red. Huatsong, who was closest to him, seemed to have changed into a red dress. But at this moment, Huatsong didn't care about it at all. He sat cross-legged on the ground, carefully checking his current physical condition. After feeling it for a while, he opened his eyes and frowned. Damn it, immature technology really shouldn't be used. Is it still impossible to completely avoid side effects? In the process of gradually researching cancer cells, the Hua family has produced cancer warriors who have been transformed using cancer cells. Naturally, the Hua family also coveted the terrifying power of the cancer warriors. However, the side effects of cancer fighters are prohibitive for them. After being injected with modified cancer cells, the cancer fighter will become stronger every moment, but the cancer cells will continue to devour the host's life. No matter how much nutrition is supplemented, it cannot keep up with the devouring speed of the cancer cells. Therefore, although cancer warriors' strength increases tenfold with every year they live, they can usually only survive for about 3 years. The Hua family has been trying hard to find a solution to this side effect. If cancer warriors can survive indefinitely, it will definitely be a terrifying shortcut to becoming a god. Naturally, countless theories were born from this, and Huatsong just used one of them. By using the cancer fighters themselves as filters, they can first bear some of the side effects and then use the open wounds to contact foreign cancer cells so as to control the number and activity of cancer cells. Theoretically, it should be possible to eliminate the side effects caused by cancer cells indefinitely. But in actual operation, even if only a small amount of cancer cells filtered by cancer fighters enter the body, they still have the potential to divide and grow infinitely. Now, although Huatsong possesses strength several times stronger than before, it also means that his life is being devoured all the time. Huatsong's face turned pale, and he made a secret estimate. Judging from my current physical condition, I probably won't be able to survive for more than 5 years. 2 years of progress in all this time? That's disgusting. I have to go back quickly and let the research team hurry up to find a new solution. I can't die. I have so many great projects left to complete. At this time, noise was heard in the distance. It has been so long since the explosion, the relevant staff must be on their way. Huatsong didn't want to reveal any of his information, so he quickly stood up and jumped forward. In the blink of an eye, he jumped more than 10 meters away and quickly disappeared into the woods behind the unfinished building community. While walking through the woods, Huatsong looked back at the collapsed building and gnashed his teeth. You son of a bitch! Who on earth dared to do this to me from behind? He appeared and disappeared without a trace, and I didn't even see his shadow. He's a complete beast. Suddenly, Huatsong thought of a legend in Tianjin City, the Night Butcher. Could it be him? Chapter 212 Unfinished Building Explosion Case. When Lu Tao and Li Kaiyun brought Jiang Bai back to the Tianjin City Law Enforcement Bureau, it was already late at night. Before entering the Law Enforcement Bureau, Jiang Bai, who was walking behind and yawning, ordered, "Remember what I told you. Send someone to capture Gu Yang immediately, and I will interrogate him personally. If you delay and the Night Butcher kills again, you will all bear the responsibility. When the time comes, I will apply to have you charged with harboring a criminal." Chu Lingling, who was standing nearby, was so angry that she gritted her teeth and was about to lose her temper. But fortunately, Li Kaiyun beside her pulled her back in time. Jiang Bai didn't care about this at all. He naturally knew that these people were not convinced, but it didn't matter. As long as they were obedient enough, it would be fine. Lu Tao nodded helplessly. "Don't worry, I will immediately arrange for the staff on duty to handle it after we get in. But you have to promise me that even if you bring Gu Yang back, you must follow the rules and not resort to lynching." Gu Yang has a special status and has made significant contributions to society. If you do anything excessive to him, I'll do my utmost to stop you. Jiang Bai sneered. Come on, even if you drag out all your ancestors and fight for your lives, it's just to warm me up. After saying that, Jiang Bai swaggered towards the law enforcement bureau. Chu Lingling, who was walking at the end, could not help but curse with gnashing teeth. I've never hated someone so much in my life. How could this guy be so arrogant? It's great to know some ancient Qigong, but can you withstand bullets? I really want to shoot him to death with a burst of bullets from behind. I do have some shady ways to buy guns, so why don't I get a couple and take care of him? Li Kaiyun quickly grabbed her. Keep your voice down. Be careful, this guy has abnormal hearing and may hear what you say. Besides, purchasing arms privately is a serious crime, and we can't do it. Chu Lingling added. Then I'll go to a foreign website to hire a killer, and even if I have to borrow money, I'll hire the best one to kill him. What's so arrogant about him? I really can't stand it. Li Kaiyun sighed, ignored her, and turned to ask Lu Tao. What should we do? Just let him do whatever he wants. Lu Tao shook his head. For now, I don't have any solution, but I've already reported the details to Mayor Yuan, and he's already started trying to find connections. If even Mayor Yuan can't help, then we can only rely on ourselves. The group walked into the law enforcement bureau with great concern. But before Lu Tao had time to give orders, he discovered that something was wrong in the bureau. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be many people around late at night, but there were quite a few people running around in the law enforcement bureau, and for a moment no one even noticed that Lu Tao and the others had returned. Lu Tao casually grabbed a law enforcement officer who was working on documents and asked, "What happened? Why are there so many people here tonight? Is there a big case?" The staff member looked up and saw that it was Lu Tao. He immediately stood up and saluted respectfully. "Deputy Director Lu, you're back. Something big did happen tonight. For some unknown reason, a huge explosion occurred in an unfinished building in the suburbs, and the building with more than 30 floors collapsed. The explosion was so loud that it could be heard for several kilometers around. Our staff are verifying the situation, checking whether there are any casualties, and investigating the cause of the explosion." Hearing this, Lu Tao became nervous and quickly looked through the materials in the staff's hands. He instantly understood the situation. Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling behind him frowned after reading the materials. Li Kaiyun said, "I have some knowledge of this unfinished residential complex. Although the buildings are unfinished, the main framework is basically completed. To blow up a building like this, a lot of explosives would be needed. Who would do such a thing?" Lu Tao's face was full of worry. "I don't know, but I don't believe this is just some silly prank. There must be some complicated reasons behind blowing up the building. It seems we need to go to the scene first." Hearing their conversation, Jiang Bai, who had been standing nearby, glanced at them with disdain. "It was just an explosion in an unfinished building, and no one reported it to the police, so why are you so concerned? Just do as I instructed and send someone to arrest Gu Yang immediately. As for the explosion, we'll wait until someone reports it." However, this time Lu Tao was very firm. He turned around and said, "No, this case is definitely not as simple as it seems. The fact that he could come up with such a large amount of explosives to blow up a useless, unfinished building means that he can easily obtain more explosives. If he blows up a high-rise building in the city center next time, the casualties will not be just 3 or 5. We must immediately investigate the scene and nip the danger in the bud. There is simply no manpower left to capture Gu Yang right now." Jiang Bai looked dissatisfied, with murderous intent in his eyes. He stared at Lu Tao and said, "Have you forgotten what I just said? You are testing my patience." Facing death threats, Lu Tao did not flinch. "Mr. Jiang, I understand how you feel, but the Law Enforcement Bureau really doesn't have the manpower to spare right now. Even if you kill me, it will be useless. I've made the point very clear just now. If our delay leads to a greater crisis, I'm afraid you can't bear the responsibility, right?" Jiang Bai fell silent after hearing this. Although the higher-ups have given the Inhumans extremely high status and power, they also shoulder responsibilities. If his reckless behavior really caused serious consequences, such as the explosion of the building in the city center, as Lu Tao mentioned, he would not be able to bear the responsibility at that time. Even though he acts arrogantly in front of these ordinary people, he is just an ordinary member of the Inhumans group. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Bai snorted coldly. "Okay, I'll give you some time. However, the on-site investigation will probably only take 2 or 3 hours, so I'll go with you. After this is done, you must immediately follow my orders to arrest Gu Yang." Otherwise, I will do it myself. After hearing this, Lu Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The bet was right. As expected, while the Inhumans enjoy power, they are also subject to constraints. So much money is spent not to support a group of people who only know how to put on airs. The group immediately got into a car and followed the law enforcement officers to the scene of the crime. The scene has been surrounded by a large cordon. It can be seen that there are a total of 10 buildings in this unfinished community. The rest of the buildings are still standing. Only the middle one has collapsed and turned into ruins. On the other side, the search and rescue team continued to dig out bodies from the rubble. It can be seen that these dead people should have been at the center of the explosion, and none of the bodies were intact. That was so tragic. It can even be said that what was dragged out were just some broken limbs and debris. After seeing this scene, Li Kaiyun, who was following behind, spoke up. You're absolutely right. This guy definitely didn't set off firecrackers in the unfinished building for no reason. It was a premeditated mass murder case. Just based on the scraps of flesh that have been removed, I estimate that the number of people killed at the scene should be more than 10. Lu Tao nodded. Over 10 people died in one night of trouble. Furthermore, they were blown to pieces, their faces unrecognizable. It's impossible to identify them at all. Chu Lingling smacked her lips. Amazing. The night butcher only kills one person a night, but this guy killed more than a dozen at once. That's equivalent to completing half a month's worth of work for the night butcher in just one day. Chapter 213, The Wriggling Tumor. Seeing them making a fuss, Jiang Bai, who was standing next to them, folded his arms and looked disdainful. It's just a dozen people who died. How big of a deal is that? I remember that I could kill hundreds of people in one night. Hurry up and investigate the scene. Don't delay my work. The many law enforcement officers at the scene looked at Jiang Bai as if they were looking at a boaster. Killing hundreds of people in one night? What are you bragging about? Do you think you are the devil? If he had really committed such a serious crime, he would have been sentenced to death long ago. How could he still stay here? However, Chu Lingling, Lu Tao, and others who had secretly checked the information knew very well in their hearts that this guy was telling the truth. Lu Tao and others walked into the scene silently and followed the on-site staff to check all traces of the scene. After a long and careful examination, the three met again. Lu Tao asked immediately, "Did you find anything?" The two of them simultaneously turned their gazes to Chu Lingling beside them. Chu Lingling was currently playing with her mobile phone with her head down, looking as if she was slacking off. Feeling the gazes of the two, she raised her head. "Hey, why are you all staring at me? You think I have some clues? I was just pretending to walk around. I didn't do anything." Li Kaiyun was speechless. "You didn't do anything, yet you're playing games here so confidently? You're really bold. I thought you'd already got some crucial clues and were just slacking off." Chu Lingling scratched her head. "Come on, do you think I'm some kind of god? I can even find out this?" This place is an unfinished building in the suburbs, and there is no surveillance within a few hundred meters in front and behind. I have a lot of skills now, but I have no place to use them. What can I do? Of course, I just play games. Li Kaiyun and Lu Tao were speechless, but after thinking about it carefully, what Chu Lingling said seemed to make sense. Chu Lingling herself has never learned any systematic detective skills. The reason why she was able to become a gold medal detective is mainly due to her hacking skills. After all, this is the internet age, and there are no secrets on the internet, but this damn place has no internet access. After shaking his head and sighing, Li Kaiyun spoke first. "I just found a few mobile phones at the scene. I'm afraid these guys are not ordinary people." As he spoke, he took out the mobile phones and placed them on a large rock on the ground. Everyone looked down and saw that the shapes of these mobile phones were really different. Although everyone is using touchscreens now, these phones still use buttons and have no trademarks. Such phones are not sold on the market at all. Li Kaiyun continued. "I checked the information, by the way. These mobile phones are customized products for certain powerful forces and use cloud storage systems. In other words, all files and information are stored in a server that no one knows about and is controlled by the top computer technicians. Even though these phones are still in good condition, if we press a wrong button once we get them, they will self-destruct and turn into bricks." After hearing Li Kaiyun's introduction, Lu Tao was also very surprised. "To be honest, I've heard of this thing before, but this is the first time I've actually seen it. This means that the dozen or so people who died here were not ordinary people, but came from a large force." Li Kaiyun nodded. "That's right. These guys are definitely backed by big shots that we are not even qualified to mess with." Having said this, the three of them fell silent. Cases like this involving certain large forces are the most difficult to handle. Whether they are handled well or not, they will end up in trouble. Lu Tao wanted to slap himself. If he had known that the situation here was so dangerous, he would have just hidden in Sanjiang City for a few days and resigned on the spot when he came back. Under normal circumstances, resigning means nothing more than losing a job. But if you get involved in a case involving these powerful forces, you could even lose your life if you're not careful. But now that we are here, we can only take it one step at a time. Lu Tao calmly expressed his views. I walked around the scene and carefully searched the exact center of the explosion and made some strange discoveries. The explosive that caused this explosion was actually TNT, which is specially used to blow up buildings. It can be said that every profession has its own expertise. This guy must have gone to the blasting project site specifically to get the explosives. But the strange thing is that I did not find any traces of fuses or detonators at the scene. Hearing this, Li Kaiyun was stunned. Wait, what are you talking about? To detonate such a powerful TNT explosive, you don't need a fuse or a detonator. Did you find any time delay equipment? Lu Tao also shook his head, and then he began to analyze. I personally think this guy used the most primitive method of detonation, which is to directly detonate his body in close proximity. After hearing this conclusion, Li Kaiyun and Chu Lingling didn't dare to blink. Are you kidding me? TNT explosives that can blow up a building are actually detonated using the most primitive close-range method? Everyone at the center of the explosion was blown into pieces. Could it be that this guy also died after detonating the bomb? Is he thinking of dying together? Lu Tao silently lit a cigarette, took a puff, and looked worried. I don't know the specific situation. I can only guess now. However, the bodies buried in the rubble have been cleared out, and most of them are body parts. From the remaining clothes on their bodies, it can be seen that they're all from the same group, and there is no second party at the scene at all. Could it be that the murderer detonated the bomb at close range and disappeared immediately? The current speculation seems to be able to infer only this result. But I just can't believe it, because there can't be such a stupid person in this world. At this moment, a law enforcement officer not far away suddenly screamed. Ah! Everyone was startled and quickly ran to where the law enforcement officer was. What's going on? What's your name? Have you found anything? The law enforcement officer pointed his trembling finger at a corner of the ruins. When everyone looked over, they discovered that after 2 or 3 pieces of rubble and cement slabs were removed, 2 or 3 basketball-sized balls of flesh appeared underneath. No, to be precise, it should be a tumor covered with disgusting lines, as if it still has life. These 2 or 3 tumors were bloody, twitching slightly, and slowly wriggling on the ground, which was disgusting no matter how you looked at them. What the hell is this? It makes me want to vomit. Chu Lingling couldn't stand it anymore and squatted beside her, covering her mouth and retching. The thing in front of them completely overturned everyone's cognition, as if it only appeared in science fiction movies. After thinking for a moment, Lu Tao said to his fellow law enforcement officers behind him, "Preserve this thing carefully and send it back. We are laymen, so we must find a professional biologist to take a look at it." The colleague behind him suppressed his nausea, put on gloves, and carefully placed the tumors into the storage box. Li Kaiyun frowned and asked, "Where can I find a biology expert?" Lu Tao thought for a moment and raised his head. "We can only look for Gu Yang. He is able to develop nano-targeted immune activation drugs, and his achievements in biology are unmatched by ordinary people. Moreover, this thing should also belong to the oncology department, which happens to be within his area of expertise." Li Kaiyun nodded after listening. That makes sense. Gu Yang was recently awarded the title of honorary professor and director of a national key laboratory by Kyoto's premier university. His level must be sufficient. Having said that, the two of them couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Jiangbai, who had been standing next to them. Jiangbai was stunned, then cursed. "What are you looking at me for? Are you going to tell me that for the sake of the overall situation, this Gu Yang can't be arrested? Damn it. We in the alien group really have to follow the rules when doing things and can't do anything reckless. But that doesn't mean I can't do anything. At worst, I can quit the alien group and personally capture Gu Yang for interrogation. Anyway, I have captured him, and even Jesus can't stop me. I say it." Chapter 214 Murong, a blessing in disguise. After saying these words, Jiangbai left angrily. Lu Tao opened his mouth to try to stop him, but Jiangbai was too fast and disappeared from his sight in the blink of an eye. "It's over. Is this guy going to do something crazy out of rage?" Li Kaiyun glanced at him. "It's because you've been testing his bottom line here. pushing him to the limit. Lu Tao chuckled. Even though that's the case, at least I managed to find out. This guy doesn't dare to attack us at all. I'd already guessed it. The country cannot allow them to have such great power that they can kill 3 people at will every year. In my opinion, the privilege given to them by their superiors is similar to executing first and reporting later. Although you have the right to execute first, you still have to report to your superiors afterwards. In other words, there must be a decent reason to kill someone. Otherwise, if these guys go crazy one day and just kill anyone they pick up on the street, wouldn't that be chaos? What if they kill someone important? Likayun Nudda. Indeed. Now it seems that your guess is correct. If this guy could really kill people at will, I'm afraid there would be no need for us to catch people. He could just do it himself. He almost scared us. But he should be going to arrest Gu Yang himself now. What should we do? Lu Tao shrugged, looking indifferent. Don't worry. Based on my theory just now, he can't kill people wantonly. This means that he has to at least accuse Gu Yang of some crimes. But there is no crime against Gu Yang. Once investigated, it will be found that he has made all the contributions. Li Kaiyun closed his eyes. That's what he said, but this guy lost his wife and child, and he's quite emotional. What if he really does what he said and leave the Inhumans group? He really is capable of killing people. Lu Tao sighed and shook his head. If that's the case, then there's nothing I can do. But as long as we delay, everything will be fine. I've already reported this to Mayor Yuan, and we can no longer intervene. At this moment, Gu Yang was taking Mu Rong to the laboratory for a series of physical examinations. Mu Rong, who was originally very thin, went straight to a barbecue buffet at noon. That guy was just like Zhu Beiji coming down a mountain. He ate up all the food stored in the barbecue restaurant, forcing them to close the restaurant for the night. In the end, the boss was sobbing and telling me that he had an 80-year-old mother and hungry children, so Mu Rong was kind enough to let him go. If Mu Rong had participated in an eating contest at that time, the second-place winner would probably have had to kneel down and become his disciple. So awesome. The sudden increase in appetite is not a big deal, but what really surprised Gu Yang was that after a big meal at noon, Mu Rong's body actually digested the nutrients in the food very quickly. Originally, he was extremely skinny, with deep sunken eye sockets. However, less than an hour after the meal, his body grew rapidly and soon returned to its original appearance. No, it should be said that it is stronger than before. Although Mu Rong was originally tall and strong, that was just puffiness. When he took off his clothes, all he could see was fat. But now it's different. This guy's clothes are full of bulging muscles. Gu Yang pinched his shoulders with his hands. They were as hard as stone, just like Popeye. At this moment, Mu Rong had just walked out of the various testing instruments. He took off his coat and frantically showed off his perfect body like a bodybuilder in front of the mirror. He turned around and raised an eyebrow at Gu Yang. Brother, look at my muscles. Are you moved? Ha ha. Do you feel like you're about to fall in love with me? Oh my God. If I had this figure earlier, I wouldn't have to work so hard. I can guarantee that now if I just post a few selfies online and create a personal account, there will be rich women sending me private messages. I tell you, you have to raise my salary a bit. Otherwise, I will become a gigolo. Before, you call me a laborer, and I remain silent. Now, what should you call me? Gu Yang rolled his eyes at him. What do you want me to call you? How about I just name you Duck King? Muron Chaked. That's not impossible. But I haven't used it in actual combat yet, so I don't know how strong this body is. Gu Yang Sruged. I'm not sure either. However, some people on the internet say that those fitness hunks all have some problems in that aspect. I advise you not to have too many expectations of yourself. Mu Rong was stunned for a moment and looked down at his baby. No way. Brother, my sword hasn't even seen blood yet, and it's already rusted? What the hell is that? Gu Yang was too lazy to pay attention to him and started to check Mu Rong's various physical test data on the instrument. Mu Rong followed behind him and pretended to watch, but he couldn't understand these things at all. After about 10 minutes, Gu Yang's originally relaxed expression gradually became serious. Mu Rong suddenly felt a little panicked. Old Gu, say something. What do you mean by keeping your head down and not saying anything? Is this really the end for me? You're making me panic. Although Mu Rong spoke lightly, he was still very nervous because he didn't get the complete test report results. After all, he had been to the gates of hell once, and the horrible cancer cells almost eroded his chest cavity. Although that thing is gone now, the many changes in the body make people feel a little weird and scary. If there really are any side effects, wouldn't that be just self-consolation before death? After reading these reports, Gu Yang slowly turned around. Seeing that he was in such a state and still didn't say anything, Mu Rong became even more anxious. Fortunately, Guyang didn't intend to keep the secret and said, Old Mu, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Mu Rong slammed the table directly. Then tell me the good news first. I'm afraid you'll tell me the bad news right away, and I'll be scared to death on the spot. Guyang nodded and spoke slowly. The good news is that your body has turned out to be a blessing in disguise after this ordeal, and has now surpassed the limits of normal humans. In other words, even the Special Forces King that only appears on TV would probably not last more than 2 minutes in your hands. In addition to improving your physical fitness, your body's recovery ability is also greatly improved. It can be said that as long as important organs, such as the heart and brain, are not devastated, they can basically recover. Later you can go to the road and try to hit a big truck. Those big trucks have high insurance coverage, and if you succeed, the profit will definitely be higher than you can make by being a gigolo. The haze in Mu Rong's heart was instantly swept away. He was so excited that he clenched his fists. That's awesome. I'm a superhero now. Some time ago, I saw the Night Butcher punishing evil and promoting good on the internet every day, and I was almost envious to death. I'm also going to get a bat suit tonight and cosplay as Batman, and see which unlucky thug falls into my hands. Mu Rong was ready to go and had already started imagining the happy time of doing justice tonight. But then, he suddenly thought of something and looked back at Guyang cautiously. What's the other bad news? Guyang spoke softly. The bad news is that the muscles in your body are now made up of a very different composition than normal muscles. Originally, human muscles should be composed of muscle cells, but the muscles in your body are completely composed of cancer cells. Cancer cells can divide continuously, which can make your muscles grow extremely quickly, and the strength possessed by the same volume and mass is far greater than that of ordinary people. However, cancer cells will continue to devour all the vitality in your body. If the current situation continues, it is estimated that you will only live for 3 years at most before you die. Of course, after 3 years, you will be incredibly powerful. Chapter 2:15 Chapter 2:15 Our Gotham City. Mu Rong turned pale with fright for a moment. He was so excited just now, but now he is like a deflated ball, sitting on the ground with a droopy look on his face. Nima, I can only live for 3 years. Then what use do I have for this Duck King's body? Isn't this exactly the same as what that old bastard was talking about as a cancer warrior? Damn, I don't want it. Whenever I think of that demented monster with tumors all over his body, I feel desperate. I'm not going to end up like that, am I? I'd rather die than be pissed. At least now, you can take a decent portrait after you die, so you can have some face when you meet the King of Hell. If I were to be that ugly, I would be thrown into the 18th level of hell. Guyang patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, you're much better than that cancer warrior. According to your and my description, the cancer warrior's body simply could not withstand the load and was completely forced to maintain his condition with various drugs, so he was so stupid. At least you are still sane and can finally enjoy some free time. How about I give you an advance on your salary, so you can lose your virginity early? What type do you like? I'll help you arrange it. A queen, a lowly, or a young woman? Mu Rong had a sad face and said aggrievedly, Old Gu, stop teasing me. You must have a way, right? Please don't make me anxious to death. I have a congenital heart disease. Guyang laugid heartily. Stop talking nonsense. Don't I know what disease you have? But I was just joking with you, and I have a hidden piece of good news that I haven't told you yet. Mu Rong hugged Gu Yang's thighs tightly with both hands, as if he had seen a savior. Old Gu, please stop teasing me. You're always up and down. My little heart can't stand it. If you have anything to say, just say it all at once, okay? Brother, please. From now on, I won't call you Lao Gu anymore. I'll call you Brother Yang or Father Yang, okay? Gu Yang Laugid heartily. All right, I'll tell you. First of all, I saved you by using nano-targeted immune activation drugs. You also know that my medicine is specially designed to target cancer cells. Although the cancer cells implanted in your body are modified variants, they're still within the scope of cancer cells. So the nano-targeted immune activation drugs fight against the cancer cells in your body, greatly neutralizing the side effects. The most intuitive manifestation is that you will not become an idiot, and even in the later stages, you will not grow into the horrible monster you described, and you will most likely be the same as you are now. In addition, according to my speculation, nano-targeted immune activation agents are still very useful to you at this stage. You only need to inject it regularly to greatly inhibit the cancer cells in your body and extend your life. Of course, if you do this, your physical fitness improvement will not be as horrific as I said. It will probably improve more slowly, but it will still improve slowly, and the growth potential is very considerable. You really are half a superhero now. After hearing this, Mu Rong jumped up excitedly. Very good. I told you, old Gu, you are very powerful, and you can definitely help me think of a solution. You are an honorary professor of Kyoto's top university, and also the director of a national key laboratory. The nano-targeted immune activation drug you pioneered has changed the whole world. What is this little thing? I live my life on thin ice, living in poverty. I can't rely on my father to make it, but at least I can rely on my good brothers. Mu Rong was very clear at this moment that this side effect was completely acceptable to him. Nano-targeted immune activation drugs are extremely precious to outsiders, but they are nothing to me. After all, Chaoyang Biotechnology Company produces this stuff, and they have as much as you want. Mu Rong couldn't help but start to imagine. Old Gu, if that's the case, then what do you think of the idea I just proposed? How about I become a superhero at night? By the way, aren't you also proficient in computers and mechanical engineering? You can be my assistant and get me some high-tech equipment, and then the two of us will be the real-life Batman. Sooner or later, we will turn Tianjin City into our own Gotham City. Haha. When he thought of this topic, Mu Rong became so excited that he danced with joy and kept stroking his muscles in front of the mirror, looking like a pervert. However, the idea he proposed made Gu Yang's eyes light up. That's a good idea. He used his ghost body to kill people every night, which caused a lot of controversy. Everyone focused their attention on the night massacre. Even though he was flawless, he was still suspected every now and then. If this goes on for a long time, there is no telling when the truth will be revealed. After all, there are countless talented people in this world. But if we create another Batman in the dark, wouldn't it be able to help share the firepower? Even if Mu Rong takes action himself and encounters any trouble, I will help him clean up the mess and we cover each other. It's perfect. Seeing that Gu Yang hadn't spoken for a long time and was thinking with his head down, Mu Rong put his arm around his shoulders. How about it, Lao Gu? Are you also moved by my plan? How boring it is to always think about making money in your life. Since we two brothers have this ability, we should join forces to leave our own legend. Look at the Night Butcher. He's so impressive every day with millions of fans online. Gu Yang Nodet, you have a point. From now on, I'll use the brain and you'll use the physical strength. I think there's nothing wrong with us working together. Besides, we now have a nano-targeted immune activation drug as a foundation, and we will never be short of money. Maybe in the future we can really dominate the market of all industries in Tianjin City, and building a Gotham City will not seem like a big deal. Haha, good brother. We are not blood brothers, but we are better than brothers, and we have the same ideas by coincidence. It's a deal. When I get home, I'll convert my basement into a gym and fighting room, and train hard for a while. In your free time, remember to use your computer and mechanical knowledge to help me research some equipment. If progress is fast, we can start this month. After listening to this, Gu Yang shook his head. A month is too long. If it were you, I'd make you Batman appear in 3 days. Mu Rong's eyes lit up instantly. 3 days. Okay, 3 days is 3 days. It just so happened that I took combat classes and military boxing as electives in college, so I have to pick up these skills and practice them well when I get back. The two were constantly improving the plan when suddenly Gu Yang's cell phone rang. I looked down and saw that it was Lu Tao calling. After the call was connected, Lu Tao's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. Brother Gu Yang, where are you now? Gu Yang replied Jaswali. I'm working in the company's laboratory. What can I do for you? Lu Tao spoke again. There are 2 things I need to tell you. First, there was a major explosion last night at an unfinished building in the suburbs, killing more than a dozen people at the scene. We found a strange tumor tissue at the scene. Even though there were only 2 clumps left, the tumor still seemed to have life and could slowly wriggle, which looked very strange. You are an expert in this field, and I want you to come and see in person. If you can help us solve this case, I will definitely apply for a reward from higher authorities. Gu Yang understood immediately after hearing this. After all, he was the one who caused the explosion himself, but he still pretended to be surprised. Is there such a thing? Why don't you bring it to my company right now, and I can use the equipment here to study it? Lu Tao responded, no problem, as long as you're willing to help. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the second thing. There's a man from a special organization coming towards you. His name is Jiang Bai. He is a strange man with a thin appearance and wearing an ancient long gown. He is proficient in ancient Qigong, has great strength, and is very cruel. He is also Wang Xiaoyou's father. That guy insisted that you were related to the night butcher and wanted to arrest you for investigation. When you meet him later, be sure not to provoke him. Try to delay as much as possible. I'm already trying to help you find a solution. Chapter 216 Chapter 216 Uninvited Guests, Crush. Guiyang was very surprised when he heard this. It was really like beating the old and then the young came. He didn't expect that Wang Anya and Wang Xiaoyu had such a relative. This person not only works in a special department, but is also proficient in ancient Qigong. He is a ruthless person. Even Lu Tao could only call me to inform me and couldn't help me in any way. After listening to Lu Tao's anxious narration, Guiyang nodded slightly. I understand. I will be careful. Just be sensible and remember to delay for a while. That guy is definitely not someone you can easily deal with. You absolutely cannot risk getting into a conflict with him, or it will be extremely dangerous. After the call ended, Mu Rong, who was standing next to him, looked disdainful. He rolled up his sleeves and showed off his bulging biceps. Old Gu, this ancient Qigong thing is just bragging to me. The so-called Kung Fu is just some messy fancy moves. Can it compare to my muscles? If anyone dares to cause trouble for you, I promise to knock him down with 2 punches. After hearing this, Guiyang just smiled and said nothing. Nowadays, fewer and fewer people are studying those ancient Kung Fu. So many of them have been lost. But Guiyang knew very well that this was definitely not a lie, but the real fact because he himself was proficient in an ancient breathing method, namely Qigong. But now I have to sit in a wheelchair and pretend, otherwise 20 or 30 people can't get close to me. Before the two of them had time to discuss countermeasures, there was a loud bang, and the door was kicked open. The person standing at the door was the strange man Lu Tao had described on the phone, Jiang Bai. He was wearing a long green gown similar to those worn during the Qing dynasty, had a long goatee, and a braid dangling from side to side behind his back. If Lu Tao hadn't given us a heads up in advance, I would have thought someone was mentally ill and had traveled to this damn place. There were also 7 or 8 security guards who ran in together. The security guards followed him and shouted, "Don't barge in! Don't barge in! This is a laboratory. If you break anything, I won't be able to compensate you even if I sell you off. Why are you so disobedient? You insist on forcing us to use force, right? You're already old, and if you get bumped, don't blame us for not being gentle enough on your arms." It was obvious that these security guards had been trying to stop Jiang Bai from moving forward, but Jiang Bai was like a stubborn bull, rushing forward with his head down, and before the security guards had even had time to react, he rushed to the laboratory. The burly man in front, who is nearly 1.9 meters tall, is the security captain here. He turned around and bowed to Gu Yang apologetically. "I'm sorry, boss. We didn't stop him. We'll take him away right now." Guiyang didn't say anything, but he actually guessed in his heart that it would probably be impossible to drive this guy away now. The security captain stood in front of Jiang Bai with his chest puffed out, his eyes fierce. "Old man, you didn't hear what I just said, right? I'm giving you one last chance. Turn around and get out now. I'll forgive you for everything, or I won't be polite. Not to mention the brothers around me. I alone can probably beat you to a pulp." As he spoke, the security captain raised his fist triumphantly. "See? This is a fist the size of a casserole. I'm scared even when I see it." But Jiang Bai's eyes were full of contempt when he looked at him. Even though he was a full head shorter than the security captain, he was just as imposing. Jiang Bai gently raised his hand and slowly patted the security captain's shoulder. The security captain didn't take his move seriously at all. With such a light movement, it was probably enough to tickle himself. But the next moment, when the dry and skinny palm hit his shoulder, an unimaginable, terrifying force instantly erupted. The security captain only felt as if he was hit by a car. He flew 2 or 3 meters to the side and even knocked over 2 tables next to him. The bottles and jars on the tables were broken into pieces on the floor. "Ouch, ouch, it hurts so much. Come over here and take a look. My fucking arm seems to be broken. I can't even lift it up." The other security guards following behind were also stunned and hurried over to check the injuries on the security captain's body. Only then did they discover that the security captain's right arm was twisted and his shoulder was swollen. They could see that the bones inside were broken. They didn't even dare to touch it, for fear of causing secondary damage. Oh my God, is this guy so outrageous? I saw him just reaching out and patting me lightly. "Don't move. Don't move. Call an ambulance and the police." The other security guards saw that the security captain had been beaten like this, and they didn't dare to step forward. They just surrounded Jiang Bai from a distance. They didn't dare to move forward, but they also didn't dare to retreat. If they moved forward, they would be beaten, and if they retreated, their wages would be deducted. They were in a dilemma. Only a few brave ones could speak up and threaten. Old man, I'm telling you, you're in big trouble. You broke our captain's arm. You have to pay. Looking at your poor appearance, I guess you can't even afford to pay it back, even if you sell everything you own. That's right. Prepare to spend the rest of your life in the prison of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Facing the security guard around him, Jiangbai was not afraid at all and continued to walk towards Gu Yang step by step. These security guards were stuck in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. Gu Yang cleared his throat behind him and spoke slowly. All of you go out first and take your captain to the hospital to treat his injuries. I'll take care of things here. When the security guards heard what Gu Yang said, they all turned around and bowed to him as if they had been pardoned. Understood, boss. You have to be careful. This old guy seems a bit cruel. We have already reported the case to the police. After the security guards said these words, they immediately left in a hurry. At this moment, Jiangbai was standing less than 2 meters away from Gu Yang. Gu Yang didn't run while sitting in the wheelchair, but just looked at him with a smile. Mu Rong, who was standing next to him, also saw that the old man had ill intentions, so he stood in front of Gu Yang with his chest puffed out, using his strong body to block Jiangbai. His body had just been strengthened, and he was full of confidence. He held his head high and said to Jiangbai, "Old friend, you're dressed nicely. You just came out of the theater, right? If you want to cause trouble for my brother, you'll have to step over me first." Jiang Baidu ignored him and stared at Gu Yang. "I originally wanted to take you to the Law Enforcement Bureau, but you have quite a wide network of contacts, and the Law Enforcement Bureau has repeatedly found excuses for you and is unwilling to touch you. There was no other way. I had to come here in person. But if I do it myself, my methods will be much more brutal than those guys in the Law Enforcement Bureau. I'll only give you one chance. Answer me now. What is your relationship with the Night Butcher? What is the Night Butcher's true identity?" Gu Yang smiled. "Mr. Jiang, I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. I'm just an ordinary person. What connection do I have with the Night Butcher? All I know about him is some rumors on the internet. To be honest, I'm afraid I don't know as much as you do. If you want to investigate, I can cooperate with you 100%, but the premise is that I really know the questions you raise." Jiangbai sneered. "If you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the wine for you." He took another step forward. Mu Rong didn't tolerate him and swung his big fist and hit him hard. Jiangbai was not afraid at all. He stretched out his hand and steadily caught Mu Rong's iron fist. In an instant, Mu Rong himself was knocked back 5 or 6 steps by the terrifying force of the punch. Feeling the slight numbness in his palm, Jiangbai suppressed his inner contempt and looked at Mu Rong. "Interesting, you actually possess this kind of power, which is beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. If I'm not mistaken, maybe you're the Night Butcher himself, right? It is like searching for something unsuccessfully, only to find it without any effort." Chapter 217 Chapter 217 Master. Is there another expert? Mu Rong was stunned for a moment. He just threw a punch, so how could he be labeled a Night Butcher? But at this moment, he was too lazy to clarify and just raised his head proudly. "That's right, I'm the Night Butcher. So are you scared? I kill people every night and my hands are covered in blood. If you take another step forward, I won't be polite." Jiang Bai's guess has his own logic. First of all, he had done his homework before coming to investigate the case. Since no useful clues were found at the scene, the investigation could only begin with the victim's identity, background, and social relations. It is not difficult to find out that more than half of the deceased had direct or indirect relationship with Gu Yang, and they were all Gu Yang's enemies. The first person killed by the Night Butcher was Gu Yang's own fiancée. Before his own daughter was killed, she also attacked Gu Yang. Based on these alone, it is impossible to say that Gu Yang is completely innocent. Even if he is not the Night Butcher, he must have some connection with the Night Butcher. Just now, Mu Rong demonstrated physical fitness far beyond that of normal people, which exactly fits the speculation of the Law Enforcement Bureau. The Night Butcher committed many crimes, often chopping off the heads of his victims with one blow. This kind of strength and speed is something that not ordinary people can possess. Comparing all the clues and signs, doesn't Mu Rong fit the bill perfectly? Jiangbai snorted coldly. "It's better if you admit it, so as to avoid further physical pain. In that case, I just need to kill you now, and the case will be solved. Of course, you have to die, and Gu Yang has to die too, because he offended my daughter." Mu Rong snorted coldly. "You old thing are so unreasonable. You keep saying this person must die, and that person must die. Do you think you are the king of hell? You have to get past me first. Mu Rong raised his fist again and pounced. He had not learned any fighting skills and only used clumsy turtle punches. He thought that with his excellent physical fitness, he didn't need any skills at all and could defeat his opponent with force. But when they really started fighting, Mu Rong became more and more frightened. In front of this old man, every move he made seemed as childish as a kindergarten kid's. The opponent didn't need to exert any effort at all and blocked all his attacks with just one hand. How is that possible? Turns out your old wall lamp is actually real. Jiangbai was very excited at first, thinking that the person he was fighting was the night butcher himself. But as he was fighting, he frowned. Something's wrong, totally wrong. How come there's no murderous aura at all about you? You've never killed anyone, right? After he finished speaking, Jiangbai's speed suddenly increased by more than double. His right hand was as agile as a white crane. It instantly passed through the attack range of Mu Rong's fists and hit Mu Rong directly on the chest. Just like how he dealt with the security captain just now, Mu Rong flew out and hit the wall next to him hard, grimacing in pain. Jiangbai frowned. Both his strength and speed have surpassed the limits of ordinary people, and his ability to withstand blows is also exceptional. However, his moves are completely unstructured and he has no training at all. There was no trace of murderous intent in his every gesture. What's wrong with you? You are not the night butcher. Mu Rong grimaced in pain, rubbed his red chest, and snorted coldly. I'm not a night butcher. You said I was, and now you say I'm not. Anyway, if you say I am, I am. If you say I am not, I am not. You're not the law. What can you do to me? Jiangbai snorted coldly. How dare you tease me? But it doesn't matter. You don't know, but someone else does. The next moment, his figure was like a crane, his toes lightly tapped the ground, and he landed beside Gu Yang. Then his 3 fingers clasped Gu Yang's throat like eagle claws, and an aura countless times more terrifying than before emanated from him. This was murderous aura. Mu Rong, who was standing next to him, was frightened by the murderous aura for a moment and did not dare to step forward. Jiangbai's voice seemed to come from the depths of the underworld. Do you feel it? This is murderous aura, something you can only possess after killing someone. The bone I am pinching now is your laryngeal cartilage. I can crush it with just a little force. When the time comes, even if the great immortal comes, you will be dead. Now tell me the true identity of the night butcher. I'll only give you 3 seconds to think. 3. Jiangbai started the countdown. Mu Rong, who was standing next to him, instantly became anxious. He actually forcibly resisted the murderous aura emanating from Jiangbai and rushed towards him with a roar. I'm fucking your mother. I told you, if you want to touch my brother, you have to step over me first. Didn't you hear me? He punched Jiangbai's temple hard. This time, Mu Rong really had murderous intentions. Jiangbai sneered and nodded. This punch looked somewhat like a punch, but still far from perfect. He gently waved his left hand and easily opened the fist, and then hit Mu Rong's chest with another palm. Mu Rong was knocked out again, and this time one could even hear the sound of bones cracking. After Mu Rong flew out again, Jiangbai continued to count down. 2. You have 1 last second. But Gu Yang still didn't speak. Mu Rong, who was knocked away, ignored the pain in his body and rushed forward again. I'll fuck your grandma. I told you to come at me first. But the result was still as expected. He was knocked out again. This time, Mu Rong seemed to have no strength to even stand up. Jiangbai also lost his patience and was about to teach Gu Yang a lesson. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from outside the door. Stop it. Jiangbai looked back and saw an old man wearing an executive jacket and exuding the aura of a superior appearing at the door. I'm Yuan Qinxiu, the mayor of Tianxin City. I know who you are. You do have some power, but that doesn't mean you can act recklessly and harm innocent people. If you don't stop, you will face the most severe criminal punishment. After Jiangbai heard Yuan Qinxiu's words, his expression was slightly moved, but he soon became rebellious again. Mayor, are you so great? We are not in the same administrative system. You have no right to control me. Get out of the way, or you might get hurt. Today, even the king of heaven can't stop me. I'm not afraid of anyone. Yuan Qinxiu was so anxious that he was shaking all over, and he wished he could risk his life to fight Jiangbai. At this moment, Gu Yang already felt severe pain in his throat. If this guy used more force, his laryngeal cartilage might really be broken. Gu Yang was already considering whether he should expose his true fighting power and fight. Even if he couldn't win, he could at least delay the battle for a while, or find an opportunity to escape from here. At this critical moment, an old voice came from outside the door. Even the gods can't stop you? What about me? Can I stop you? An old man, also wearing a simple gray gown, walked in slowly. His hair was gray, and he even walked with a cane. Although he looked thin, the aura he exuded was stronger than Jiangbai's. The moment Jiangbai saw the old man, he instinctively let go of his hand and bowed respectfully. Master, why are you here? Hearing the word master, Mu Rong and Gu Yang were very surprised and looked carefully at the old man who suddenly appeared. Who would have thought that Jiang Bai actually had a master? This guy is already so powerful. Wouldn't his master be even more powerful? Chapter 2:18 Jiang Feihe, the headmaster. The old man with a cane ignored his useless disciple and walked slowly to Gu Yang. Looking at the red marks on Gu Yang's neck, he spoke with guilt. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, I frightened you. If Lao Yuan hadn't informed me of this matter, I wouldn't have known that my idiot apprentice had caused such a big mess. By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Feihe, the current head of Tiana Palace. After saying that, Jiang Feihe smiled and stretched out his dry right hand. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Although Gu Yang didn't know whether the other party was an enemy or a friend, the other party had helped him a lot after all, so he directly extended his hand to shake hands with him. In just a moment, Gu Yang felt a stream of air quickly flowing into his body from Jiang Feihe's palm. Although it was only a moment, he still caught it keenly. This was a probe into himself. I didn't expect there was such a method, but I don't know what the other party has discovered. Moreover, the old man's condition is a bit strange. He seems to be both powerful and exhausted, which is extremely contradictory. Could it be that he is sick? Jiang Feihe's expression changed slightly at the moment of shaking hands, but he quickly concealed it. Jiang Bai saw the two of them talking happily and was dissatisfied. He walked 2 or 3 steps behind Jiang Feihe and said in a low voice, Master, I am performing my duties. Please don't cause any trouble. This Gu Yang is related to the night butcher. I must bring him to justice. Otherwise, innocent people will die every night. I can't bear this responsibility. Jiang Feihe's face turned cold after hearing this. When you speak or act, you must rely on evidence. Do you have any evidence that points to Gu Yang being related to the night butcher? As far as I know, the local law enforcement agency has launched multiple investigations into Mr. Gu and has ruled him out as a suspect many times. Don't you even know this when you're handling the case? Secondly, you said that innocent people die every night. If there are really innocent people who die, that would be fine, but can those people killed by the night butcher be called innocent? In my opinion, they deserve to die. I have taught you for so many years. How could I have turned you into such a fool? Jiang Bai gritted his teeth. But before he could finish his words, Jiang Feihe interrupted him mercilessly. Don't tell me, but isn't it just because your wife and child died that you're going crazy here? I have to warn you, Mr. Gu has been reported as a national special protected talent, and your rules will not apply to him. Even if you have solid evidence, it has to be submitted to the highest law enforcement agency for trial, and it is not your turn to act. Do you know how much they have contributed to this society? You think you're just like me, killing people every day like a parasite in society. Jiang Bai was so angry that his face turned blue, but facing the reprimand from his master, he did not dare to say anything. Jiang Feihe became more and more angry when he saw Jiang Bai's expression. How could I choose a bastard like you as the successor to my sect? I was so blind. Jiang Bai kept his head down, and even though he felt very dissatisfied, he did not dare to speak nonsense. He naturally knew that his master had always hated him, mainly because he had killed too many people in his early years by relying on his own means. Back then, in the Foreigner Street, he slaughtered hundreds of people in one day and turned the Foreigner Street into a Chinese street. This was no joke. This violated the master's taboo. The master always taught him to cultivate his character, but instead of listening, he acted more and more domineeringly, which led to a deeper and deeper gap between them. Jiang Feihe was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore. He turned around and bowed slightly to Gu Yang again. My apprentice was rude to you. How about I bring him to apologize to you? Gu Yang didn't know how to respond for a moment. Jiang Feihe is an old senior and his savior. He feels embarrassed to agree to ask him to apologize on his disciple's behalf. He caught a glimpse of Yuan Qianxiu standing behind him. Yuan Qianxiu shook his head slightly, which was a hint to Gu Yang. Gu Yang smiled lightly, rubbed his sore throat, and said, He almost took my life just now. If you had come a little later, I would have died. Tell me, how can I forgive him? If he wants to apologize, he should at least apologize in person. Hearing this, Jiang Feihe immediately turned around and glared at Jiang Bai fiercely. What are you standing there for? Why don't you come and apologize to Mr. Gu? Do you really want me, an old man, to help you get rid of this guy? Jiang Bai clenched his teeth, his whole body shaking with anger. Mu Rong, who was standing beside him, rubbed his already sunken chest and stood up cheerfully, even forgetting the pain in his body, and started to taunt. Why? You don't even listen to your master. Do you know what it means to be a teacher for a day, a father for life? You bastard, you look so cowardly and you have no conscience. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to my brother. By the way, apologize to me too. Look at what you did to me. It really hurts. Jiang Bai's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a crackling sound. He wished he could jump up and beat Guyang and Mu Rong into a pulp. But feeling threatened by his master, he had to compromise. He slowly bent down and said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. I'm sorry, Mr. Mu. It was my fault. I acted without knowing the truth. I apologize for my rude behavior. Hearing his apology, Mu Rong laughed out loud. It feels so good. Guyang raised his eyebrows. Is that a relief? He just bowed his head and apologized. There was no actual damage. We are both really unlucky. Your chest bones are broken and my throat still hurts. It's a big loss. Hearing Gu Yang's words, Jiang Feihe turned around and slapped Jiang Bai hard in the face. Jiang Bai was slapped to the ground, and with a click, a bloody tooth fell to the ground. Jiang Bai was stunned. Master, you hit me? You actually hit me, for an outsider. Jiang Feihe snorted coldly. I just didn't hit you enough. I picked you up from the roadside when you were little, taught you martial arts, and taught you how to be a good person and do things. I love you more than my own son, and I can't bear to hit or scold you. What's the result? You grew up to be a serial killer. It was only because I risked my reputation that the higher-ups gave you a break and allowed you into the alien group. It's so embarrassing. You want to cause trouble for me again today? Go ahead and slap yourself. If you don't get Mr. Gu's forgiveness, don't get up. Jiang Bai knelt on the ground, trembling all over, looking at his master Jiang Feihe in disbelief. But Jiang Feihe's cold eyes made him realize that the other party was not joking. Helplessly, he could only glare at Guyang and Mu Rong with resentment, and then slapped himself left and right. Pa pa pa. With each slap, he apologized. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm a bastard. I'm stupid. Please forgive me. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. After slapping him more than 10 times, until his face was swollen, Guyang coughed softly. Okay, that's it. I already feel Mr. Jiang's sincerity. Jiang Bai felt relieved and put down his hands. Jiang Feihe nodded with satisfaction and turned back to continue scolding Jiang Bai. Get out of here right away when you're done. If you want to investigate the night butcher, go somewhere else. Don't ever bother Mr. Gu again, or I'll be rude. Jiang Bai turned and left silently, like a walking corpse. However, the moment he turned back and closed the door, Guyang keenly perceived the hatred and murderous intent in his eyes. Those eyes were extremely bloodshot, like a demon from hell, choosing its prey. Bastard, this guy seems very unconvinced. I guess he's going to play some shady tricks next. Chapter 219. Chapter 219. I am interested in your future. It was not until Jiang Bai left angrily that the crisis was officially over. Yuan Qinxiu wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked over slowly. Guyang immediately bowed to him. Thank you for your hard work, Mayor Yuan. I feel bad that you have to run around for my affairs, even though you just recovered from serious illness. Yuan Qinxiu smiled brightly. What's that? Didn't you save my life? It's a coincidence that Mr. Jiang Feihe and I have been friends for many years. If another member of the alien group came here, I really wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Only national-level agencies have the authority to issue orders regarding the Inhumans. If I want to interfere with their actions, I must report the entire matter and wait for a response. It would take 2 or 3 days to get any results, and by then, the opportunity would be lost. Speaking of this, Yuan Qinxiu also felt a little scared. It was so close. If this rare medical genius had died in his own territory, I would have died with regrets. Then, Yuan Qinxiu changed the subject and hurriedly introduced. Mr. Jiang Feihe and his apprentice are completely different. This is my old friend of many years. I know him very well, and he has always been honest and kind. Although he has practiced martial arts all his life, he has never hurt innocent people. When he was young, he also worked in the Inhumans group, but he has retired now. If it weren't for Mr. Jiang Feihe's active help this time, it would have been too late. Jiang Feihe smiled modestly when he heard what Yuan Qinxiu said. No, no. As a martial artist, I should uphold justice. It's a pity for my apprentice. I sent him abroad for training a few years ago, but for some reason he forgot everything I taught him and picked up a bunch of bad ideas, calling them Western culture. It's really disgusting. Yuan Qianqiu chuckled. Anyway, I owe you a favor for this matter. Zhang Feihe curled his lips in disdain. What's the point of you owing me a favor? Your favor is worthless. I asked you to do something, but you kept saying it was against the rules. In my opinion, your favor is not as valuable as that of this little brother Guyang. Guyang understood instantly, laughed, patted his chest, and said, Senior Jiang, save my life. Is that life-saving grace not worth a small favor? From now on, if you need anything, just ask. As long as I can do it, it's no problem at all. Zhang Feihe raised his eyebrows after listening to this. You said so, and I do have a request. After hearing this, Guyang did not show any surprise, but just nodded. If I'm not mistaken, Senior Jiang wants to ask about his physical condition, right? Zhang Feihe was stunned for a moment. You figured it out? Guyang nodded. The moment I shook hands with you just now, I felt your pulse and breath. Your current body is weak inside and out. On the surface, your years of martial arts training have made you appear to be in your prime, even at your advanced age. But in reality, you probably can't sustain high-intensity exercise for much longer. Hearing these words, Zhang Feihe sighed and said, I really can't hide it from you. It seems that my physical condition is really bad. You saw through my flaw in an instant. Fortunately, the trader didn't notice anything just now. Otherwise, with my current strength, I might not be able to intimidate him. That traitor must be cursing me in his heart right now. While talking to them, Guyang controlled his wheelchair, moving around the laboratory and cleaning up the mess. As long as one has a clear conscience, it is the best life. Why bother about the curses of others? Has Mr. Jiang ever checked his physical condition? If not, I have a ready-made instrument here that can help you check it. Zhang Feihe waved his hand. No, I go to the hospital for checkups regularly. I have a test report from yesterday. You can take a look at it. Guyang took it and looked down. It was late-stage esophageal cancer. It's a big trouble indeed, but it's not really a big trouble now. You should know that the nano-targeted immune activation drug I developed can cure cancer without any difficulty. With your physical condition, you are fully capable of withstanding the effects of the medicine. Guyang now understood why Zhang Feihe gave him so much face. It turned out that he must be sick. Zhang Feihe smiled and nodded. Brother Guyang's words are enough. With my financial resources, it is not difficult for me to buy the nano-targeted immune activation drug, but I am still a little worried about using it by myself. It would be great if I could get guidance from Brother Guyang. Secondly, in addition to curing your current esophageal cancer, I am even more optimistic about your future potential. Guyang was a little puzzled. My future potential? What does Mr. Jiang want to say? Zhang Feihe sighed, slowly unbuttoned his clothes, and took off his shirt. Only then did he discover that his body was covered with many scars, some of which were very old and could be traced back to his childhood. Zhang Feihe looked at the injuries on his body, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. When I was young, in order to practice martial arts, I adopted some harsh training methods that were almost self-harming. I also fought with many fellow Taoists in the martial arts world and was covered in wounds. These injuries didn't have much impact on me when I was young, but now that I'm old, I can't bear it anymore. I consulted many doctors, but they all said that they could do nothing and could only prescribe some medicine to relieve the pain and allow me to recuperate. But as long as these injuries remain, I won't be able to make any progress in my life, and I won't even be able to live for many more years. After hearing this, Guyang finally understood that the reason Zhang Feihe was willing to help him was on the one hand, because he wanted him to help treat his advanced esophageal cancer, and on the other hand, because he wanted to find a way to heal his old injury here. Guyang frowned. As for your esophageal cancer, I'm fully confident I can help you. However, to be honest, I haven't studied your old injuries, so it's hard to say for sure. Zhang Feihe laughed out loud after hearing this. Don't worry, don't worry. I've already said that what I value is your potential. I naturally know that you probably don't have any methods to treat these stubborn diseases at present, but the fact that you were able to develop nano-targeted immune activation drugs is enough to prove your medical talent. Anyway, as long as the cancer is cured, I should have another 10 or 8 years to live, and I can afford to wait. Within 10 or 8 years, I believe you will be able to find a way to heal me. As long as these injuries can be healed, I can live for at least another 100 years, and there's a great chance I'll be able to make even greater strides. Guyang was a little surprised to hear what he said. Can I live another 100 years as long as my injuries are healed? That's too long. It turns out that the things left by our ancestors are good. Back then, Xiong Chuan was able to dominate the underground boxing arena with the help of the five beasts breathing technique he picked up by accident, and he even had a lifespan of hundreds of years. Zhang Feihe comes from a regular sect and has been practicing martial arts since childhood. No matter how you look at it, he is much more powerful than Xiong Chuan. If it weren't for the illness and these old injuries, I would have achieved so much more now. The other party had already said this. Gu Yang could only nod. Okay, I can cure your cancer today, but those old injuries will take some time to heal. I'll let you know when I have a clue. Zhang Feihe smiled with satisfaction after hearing this. But after saying these two things, he did not turn around and leave. Instead, he looked at Mu Rong not far away with interest. Mu Rong, who had been watching the fun from the side, felt a chill down his spine when he was stared at. Old man, what are you doing? You keep staring at me. What's the meaning? Have you never seen a muscular man? Zhang Feihe smiled heartily, and the next moment he appeared beside Mu Rong like a ghost, so fast that it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Mu Rong had no time to react at all, as Zhang Feihe's hands kept slapping him at an extremely fast speed, making a pa-pa-pa sound. Mu Rong wanted to break free, but he found that Zhang Feihe's technique was extremely powerful, and he was actually pinning him to the spot, unable to move at all. Fortunately, these slaps didn't hurt much when they hit my body, and it seemed like there was no malicious intent. After trying to break free in vain, Mu Rong simply gave in and closed his eyes. Come on, do whatever you want of me. I accept it. Chapter 220 Chapter 220 Closed Disciple. Pa. After Mu Rong was mercilessly whipped for a long time by the old man with a cane, the burning sensation he had imagined did not appear, but instead he felt a little comfortable. He looked up and saw Zhang Feihe looking at him with his mouth wide open, as if his big mouth was eager to put something in it. Mu Rong swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but take a step back. Old man, let me tell you, you can't be too perverted. You're already old, have esophageal cancer, and are covered in wounds. You need to calm down for a while. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Mu Rong's forehead was hit hard by a hammer with a bang, and the one who did it was Zhang Feihe in front of him. He slowly retracted his cane and gave Mu Rong a blank look. What nonsense are you talking about? The young people nowadays have dirty thoughts. But your bones are quite amazing. You have the legendary, innate, supernatural power. No wonder you were able to hold on for so long in the hands of my traitor. How about it? Are you interested in becoming my disciple? I can accept you as my last disciple, and then the entire Tiana Palace will be yours. When these words were spoken, everyone at the scene was a little shocked. They never expected that Zhang Feihe actually had this plan. Yuan Qinxiu, who was standing next to him, coughed lightly and reminded, Old buddy, I remember you told me when we were drinking before that Jiang Bai was your last disciple. Why are you taking in another last disciple? Zhang Feihe waved his hand nonchalantly. Oh, closing the door, opening and closing it again, closing and opening it again. Who said I can only close it once? Besides, that big guy has obviously been worn out. Now he's afraid of my strength and dare not do anything to me. If he really waits until I'm old, he will probably beat me to a pulp. I'd better prepare a backup for myself as soon as possible. If my main trumpet fails, I can practice my secondary trumpet. Besides, this guy has a really strong body, and I really value his talent. After listening to this, Yuan Qinxiu glanced at Mu Rong, looking at the bulging muscles on his now naked upper body and the scene of him fighting with Jiang Bai just now, and couldn't help but nodded secretly. Okay, it's your business anyway. Just do it yourself. Zhang Feihe stroked his mustache with satisfaction and said with a smile. In that case, it's decided. Mu Rong jumped up instantly. What are you doing? Old man, I haven't agreed yet. You're just taking it upon yourself to agree on my behalf. First, I need to ask, what exactly is this Tiana Palace? Is it a legendary sect? Is it like the Piao Palace in demigods and semi-devils, with countless treasures, thousands of loyal subordinates, and a horde of beautiful women surrounding me? Tianha, just hearing this name seems to be full of fantasy. Hiske. If that's the case, I might consider it reluctantly. Zhang Feihe attacked again, swinging the cane in his hand so fast that it left an afterimage. This time Mu Rong was prepared in advance, but the movement of the crutch was too fast. By the time he reacted, he felt a sharp pain on the top of his head. The pain made him grimace and squat against the wall with his head in his hands. Zhang Feihe snorted coldly. Put away all those evil thoughts of yours. My Tiana Palace is a legitimate sect without your filthy things. Mu Rong asked, You mean your Tiana Palace doesn't have any business operations? Only a few gyms nestled in the mountains. Okay, it's okay if there's no gold, silver, or treasures, but do you have a few hundred disciples with skills like Jiang Bai just now? Jiang Feihe shook his head again. In my life, I have only accepted one disciple, Jiang Bai, and never second one. So now there are only Jiang Bai and I in the entire Tiana Palace. If you join, there will be 3 of us. After hearing these words, Mu Rong simply sat down on the ground, waving his hands like a scoundrel, with a look of disgust on his face. Forget it, forget it. You should just leave. You're so poor, and you're still thinking of taking a disciple. Maybe in the future, I will be asked to use part of my income to subsidize the daily expenses of Tiana Palace. This is bullshit. I don't have any beauties, power, or wealth. So what am I looking for? Besides, you said I'm gifted. Maybe I can learn on my own without your guidance. Jiang Feihe laughed out loud after hearing this. Self-taught? My child, you are still too young after all. Your current fighting method is nothing more than utilizing the strong muscles in your body. But these muscles always have a limit, because you cannot stack them infinitely and turn yourself into a muscle giant. When muscles reach their limit, if you want to become stronger, you need to rely on the ancient Qigong left by our ancestors, which can also be called ancient breathing method. If this thing is not passed down, you will never be able to touch the threshold in your life. Hearing this, Gu Yang, who had been standing nearby without saying a word, brightened up. This Tiana Palace actually has its own breathing method. After receiving this news, Gu Yang felt a little itchy in his heart. After learning the 5 beast breathing technique, my physical fitness has become ridiculously strong. If I can learn one more, I will be able to solve 90% of the crises with the help of these Qigong. There is no other way. I am too weak during the day. I must solve this hidden danger. Hearing the other party say these words, Mu Rong was suddenly moved. No man can resist the temptation to become stronger, but he looked up at Gu Yang. Jiang Feihe on the opposite side immediately understood. Don't worry, joining my Tiana Palace will not have much impact on your life. You can still start a business and make money with your good brothers. You just need to come to my place regularly to practice martial arts. Once you have completely mastered the crane breathing method of our Tiana Palace, you can find a place to practice on your own and be completely free. My only request to you is that after I pass away, you have to go back and help me prop up the Tiana Palace and find 2 successors with excellent aptitudes. You must not let the things left by the ancestors disappear in the long river of history. Can you do that? After listening to the requests made by Jiang Feihe, Mu Rong suddenly had no reason to refuse. But after hesitating for a moment, he still spoke. I can choose to join now, but I have one condition. Jiang Feihe nodded with a smile on his face. It's normal to have conditions. Feel free to ask, but you have to remember not to ask for anything too excessive. After all, as I just told you, our Tiana Palace is not a wealthy family. We can't afford to be exploited by you. Mu Rong smiled and said, You also know that Gu Yang is my brother, the kind that is better than a real brother. If you want me to join you, you have to take my brother in as well and teach him my breathing method. My brother must also learn it, otherwise I won't go. Gu Yang, who had been sitting next to him and quietly tidying up the laboratory table, was so moved by what Mu Rong said that he almost cried. Look, this is the person who really does great things. What matters is being magnanimous and righteous. But Gu Yang actually didn't care. As long as it's night, with his ghostly body, there's no place in the world he can't go. Now we know that Jiang Feihe has mastered the crane breathing technique, and we can learn it at any time at night. Whether this guy agrees or not, it won't change any results. However, if Mu Rong's request could be approved, it would be nice for me to join Tiana Palace openly. At least from now on, I'll have something to show off. To be honest, during this period of time, sitting in a wheelchair every day pretending to be paralyzed, Gu Yang felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. I really can't stand it. Chapter 221 Chapter 221 The Old Bastard Who Loves Novelty and Hates Old Things. After hearing Mu Rong's words, Jiang Feihe frowned. Mu Rong saw that his expression was not right and quickly explained. Old man, don't look down on my brother. He's a true genius and learns everything very quickly. As long as you accept him as your disciple, there will be plenty of opportunities to bring honor to you in the future. And even though my brother still needs the help of a wheelchair to get around, he is already researching drugs to treat nerve problems and he will be able to recover soon. If you accept him as your disciple now, it will be like helping you in your time of need. You will have a good time to enjoy the benefits in the future. If you miss this opportunity, you might not even be able to get through the door if you want to take me as your apprentice again. Do you know the saying that goes, if you ignored me once, I will make you unattainable in the future? Mu Rong was like a chatterbox, constantly doing ideological work next to Jiang Feihe. However, Jiang Feihe sighed and said, "It's not that I dislike brother Gu Yang's illness. In fact, although physical illness does have some impact on martial arts practice, the impact is not as great as imagined. They're the master among the Inhumans who's also paralyzed on one side. Even in a wheelchair, he's still a top-ranked master. Even I had to avoid him at my peak." Hearing Jiang Feihe say this, Mu Rong suddenly became more confident in Gu Yang. He turned around and raised his eyebrows at Gu Yang, as if to say, "How about it, brother? I'm awesome, right? I've found you another great opportunity." Gu Yang just smiled speechlessly. But then, Jiang Feihe sighed and said, "What I'm really worried about is that brother Gu Yang might already have a master. The moment I shook hands with you just now, I had a brief sense of your physical condition. Mu Rong is physically strong, which is indeed a natural gift. And your physical fitness is actually not inferior to Mu Rong's, and your physical fitness is all developed by your own training. I seem to sense the existence of another breathing method." As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Rong and Yuan Qianxiu, standing nearby, were stunned. I never expected that Gu Yang actually had such a secret. On the surface, he looks like just an ordinary patient. How could he hide so deeply? Gu Yang was not angry when his secret was exposed. He had many secrets anyway, so this was nothing compared to them. Then he sighed and said, "Indeed, I have practiced an incomplete breathing technique called the 5 beast breathing technique. When I was released from the hospital, I didn't want to spend my whole life in a wheelchair, so I tried many methods. Practicing Qigong was actually the first path I sought. At that time, I spent a huge amount of money to buy this 5 beast breathing method. Although it was incomplete, it was a genuine old thing. I heard from its previous owner that it was dug out from a cemetery. I followed the method with some doubts, but still managed to practice it for a while. The results were indeed amazing, and it significantly improved all aspects of my physical abilities. But unfortunately, it did not help at all in restoring the ability to walk. After all this time, I haven't practiced much anymore, and it's become a bit neglected." Hearing this explanation, Mu Rong beside him felt a little sad and patted his shoulder. "Old Gu, why didn't you tell me about this? If you had told me you had this idea, I would definitely help you. We could pool some money together and at least buy you a complete copy. Maybe practicing it would actually heal you." Yuan Qianxiu was also filled with regret. This young man has a really strong mental quality. The hospital had no way to treat his physical illness, but he never gave up. After practicing martial arts crazily without any results, he turned to the medical profession. He is truly a talent. Fortunately, that bastard Jiang Bai didn't succeed, otherwise it would have been a loss for all mankind. After listening to this, Jiang Feihe breathed a sigh of relief. "I see. That's all that matters as long as you don't have a master. Except for some extremely domineering breathing methods, ordinary breathing methods can be converted and compatible with each other. So having practiced one subject does not affect your practice of the second subject. On the contrary, in most cases, the more you practice, the more complementary they are. The 5 beast breathing method you just mentioned sounds like a more vigorous approach, while the flying crane breathing method of our Tiana Palace is relatively light, which can complement each other. If Brother Guyang doesn't mind, I can check it for you more carefully. It was just a fleeting moment. I haven't checked it carefully yet." Guyang smiled and nodded. That's natural. Guyang was very confident. He thought that what the old man could check out was probably only his superficial physical fitness, bones, and muscles. He didn't have to worry about the fact that his legs were paralyzed being exposed. Even the hospital, with its thousands of years of cultural heritage and various advanced instruments, cannot figure out the cause of this kind of neurological damage, let alone this little old man who knows nothing. Jiang Feihe slowly stood beside Gu Yang and placed his hands gently on his shoulders. The next moment, Gu Yang could clearly feel a mysterious energy entering his body from his shoulders and constantly flowing through his limbs and bones. The process lasted for about 3 minutes. Jiang Feihe put his hands away and opened his mouth again. This time, the extent of his mouth opening was even more exaggerated than before. It was estimated that he could fit a fist in it. How is this possible? Guyang asked with some doubt. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my body? Jiang Feihe shook his head. No problem, and it was fantastic. According to the information I have, Brother Guyang, you should have been out of the hospital not long ago. So how long did it take you to practice the five beasts breathing technique? Guyang frowned and thought for a moment. I'm not sure, but I guess it's only a few days in total. Jiang Feihe stamped his feet excitedly. Haha, I found a treasure. I found a treasure. I didn't expect that, little Brother Guyang. You are the real genius. Based on the test I just conducted, I can boldly assert that you have achieved remarkable success in the colorless breathing method. It is even very likely that you have reached the point where there is no more to practice, correct? After listening to this, Guyang nodded. That's true. There hasn't been much progress since then. But I think it's because of the incomplete breathing method in my hands. Jiang Feihe stroked his goatee. The breathing method you're using is indeed incomplete, but the only part missing is the part that develops a sense of energy. The part that strengthens the body is indeed very complete. The fact that you have been able to reach this level in such a short period of time is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. I never thought that Crouching Dragon and Phoenix would appear before my eyes in one day. Yuan Qianxiu was a little confused when he heard this. That's not right, old friend. You just said that Mu Rong's bones and muscles are different from those of ordinary people, and he is gifted. That's why you were attracted to his talent. But as far as I know, Guyang's physical fitness was nothing special before. He only became stronger after practicing breathing techniques after being discharged from the hospital. How can he also be talented? Jiang Feihe stroked his mustache, looking very proud. Not really, not really. In fact, there are many aspects to being gifted. Mu Rong's talent is reflected in his body muscles and bones. This talent can allow him to make rapid progress in the early stages of his practice. And in the future, he will have a stronger physique than ordinary people, which is extremely advantageous. But in terms of long-term growth ceiling, he is far inferior to Guyang. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Guyang must be gifted in comprehension far beyond ordinary people. That was why he was able to comprehend the profound meaning of the five beasts breathing technique in a very short period of time and achieve remarkable results. And it is precisely because of this understanding that he learns things quickly, is able to quickly master advanced medical knowledge, and develop nano-targeted immune agents. In short, this is the real talent. After listening to this, Mu Rong felt happy for Guyang from the bottom of his heart, laughed heartily, and said, Senior Jiang, you really got a great bargain today. Don't worry, we two brothers will definitely support the reputation of Tianhe Palace in the future and will never let you lose face. But Jiang Feihe thought for a moment and said with an awkward smile, I should just take one apprentice. I think two would be too much trouble to teach. I'll just take this little brother Guyang as my apprentice. As for Mu Rong, you just said you can learn on your own, and I believe in your talent. Mu Rong was stunned. Wait, old man, weren't you the one who wanted to take me in as your apprentice? What happened? Jiang Feihe felt a little embarrassed. The main reason is that martial arts training is also a very expensive industry, but my Tianhe Palace is not very rich. Plus, I'm old and my energy is limited, so I will just take one in. Mu Rong was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. How dare you, you old bastard, play tricks on me? Chapter 222, Crane Breathing Method, Genius. Jiang Feihe smiled awkwardly, but was not angry. After all, he was indeed unkind in this matter. Well, when we're out and about, we need to understand each other. I have my own difficulties too. How about I introduce you to another sect? Maybe it will be more suitable for you. This time, Guyang and Mu Rong understood that the old man really wanted a disciple. However, the Tianhe Palace has limited resources. The times are different now than before. These sects cannot exist openly in the open and can only hide. How can they make any money? He was clearly worried that he couldn't afford the martial arts training for his two apprentices. Besides, the talent that Guyang has shown is already amazing enough. He only needs to accept this one apprentice, and all problems will be solved. There is no need to waste money on accepting another one. After a while, the old man began to regret his decision. It just makes Mu Rong suffer. I originally wanted to help my brother with good intentions, but in the end, my brother was pulled up, but I fell down. What bad luck. Guyang sighed and said, How about this? You take both of us brothers in as your disciples. You just need to teach us the breathing method of your sect, and we'll figure out the subsequent training on our own. We will also pay for the training ourselves. Okay. As if worried that Jiang Feihe would disagree, Guyang added, Don't worry. We will still claim to be from the Tianhe Palace and acknowledge you as our master. We promise not to embarrass you. If there is anything happening to the sect in the future, we will naturally do our best to help." Hearing this, Jiang Feihe instantly lost all his opinions. He chuckled. "This? I'm so sorry. It seems like I took advantage of you." Mu Rong rolled his eyes at him. "Please stop pretending. I see you're so happy right now. So hurry up and show us that stupid breathing technique of yours." Jiang Feihe looked serious when he heard this. "Don't belittle our own breathing method. Times are different now. Even if you practice hard for your whole life, you probably won't be able to defeat a bullet. Therefore, more and more people are simply unwilling to endure this hardship. In addition, people are under increasing pressure in life and are busy making money, so ancient martial arts have naturally declined. Many once prominent sects eventually disappeared in the long river of history, and the breathing techniques passed down through them were also lost. This thing is now a rare treasure. The crane breathing method of our Tianhe Palace was extremely advanced even in ancient times, let alone now. This is absolutely a priceless treasure that cannot be purchased even if you spend all your money. Once you get it, you must cherish it and never pass it on to others casually." Jiang Feihe kept giving instructions, then took out an ancient manual from his arms. Guiyang took it carefully. He didn't know what kind of ferocious beast leather the pages were made of. Even after thousands of years, he could still feel the terrifying, murderous aura of the ferocious beast. Moreover, every pattern and every word on it were extremely clear. Just by flipping through it and taking a look, Guiyang seemed to see a crane dancing in front of him. "That's amazing. This thing is definitely more than one level higher than the colorless breathing method he had practiced before." This old guy didn't lie. Jiang Feihe admonished from his side. "Hurry up and write down all the information on this. When you are finished, you must return it to me. I can only give these things to you after you become the master of Tianhe Palace. You guys have to fight for your honor. Jiang Bai's big account has been ruined anyway, so all my hopes for now on will be placed on you. If Tianhe Palace were really handed over to Jiang Bai, there wouldn't even be much hope of passing it on to the next generation." Jiang Feihe once again taught the crane breathing method to his new disciple, feeling a little sad and filled with emotion. Once upon a time, Jiang Bai was also his personal disciple whom he poured countless efforts into. But now he has become like this, acting arrogantly and domineeringly, offending countless people. I really don't know when he will die in a stinking ditch. Before Jiang Feihe could even say a word of admiration, Guiyang casually threw the manual on the crane breathing technique at him. This action instantly interrupted Jiang Feihe's contemplation. He hurriedly caught it and said in surprise, "Are you done reading this? You have to read it several times. A slight mistake can lead to a huge error. If you make a mistake in practicing, it could even cost someone their life." Guiyang smiled lightly. He had just secretly entered the Yuan Shou space with his consciousness to take a look. The outline of the moon related to the crane breathing method had already appeared. There was no need to continue looking. He could just use Yuan Shou to add points when he came back. How could he go wrong? He waved his hand indifferently. "I'm done reading it. I'm done reading it. Take this thing back for safekeeping." Jiang Feihe was speechless. When he just used this breathing method, he could feel that both Mu Rong and Guiyang in front of him were very excited and full of anticipation. But now this guy just flipped twice and then threw it to him in a dull manner, as if he had ejaculated all at once. Moreover, these breathing techniques and Qigong inherited from ancient times are obscure and difficult to understand. Basically, one has to carefully ponder every sentence to understand its profound meaning. Thinking back to when I taught it to Jiang Bai, he held the secret book for 3 days and 3 nights without closing his eyes before he memorized it firmly in his mind. And now, it has only been a few minutes and he has finished reading it. Even reading comics wouldn't be that fast, right? He turned his gaze to Mu Rong next to him. "What about you?" Mu Rong had just stood next to Guiyang and glanced at it a few times. The book was basically filled with traditional Chinese characters, and he read it like he was doing archaeology. I am not a top student myself, and I feel dizzy just by looking at it for a few times. Guiyang beside him also noticed his thoughts, chuckled, and patted his shoulder. "It's okay. I'll teach you when the time comes." Muron smiled instantly. "That's great. I'll just follow you and learn from you." Jiang Feihe swallowed his saliva. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have underestimated Gu Yang's talent. People can remember the entire book in their minds after just a few minutes of reading, and not only memorize it by rote, but even deeply understand the profound meaning of it. Otherwise, they would not dare to teach others. The genius is indeed a genius, or should we call him a monster? He is totally off the mark. Could this be the reincarnation of the ancestor? Yuan Xinxiu, who was standing next to him, also witnessed Gu Yang's abnormality once again, and he became more determined to train this young man well. After clearing his throat, he said, Mr. Gu is indeed extremely talented, not only in medicine, but also in martial arts. I still have a lot of work to do, so I won't delay here any longer. By the way, regarding the cooperation between the government and Cheong Biotechnology Company Limited, I have already drafted the documents and issued them. Mr. Gu, the nano-targeted immune activation drug you founded will soon be fully implemented in all major hospitals in the city. I even plan to make you and your company a city business card for external promotion. What do you think? Guiyang smiled briefly. The faster it's promoted, the faster we can save more people. That's naturally what I hope to see. Everything is entirely up to Mayor Yuan. We will definitely do our best to cooperate. Yuan Xinxiu nodded with satisfaction. That's good. I'll be leaving first. After saying this, Yuan Xinxiu said goodbye to everyone and left. He's a mayor after all. It is extremely difficult for him to take time out of his busy schedule to come here. How could he have too much time to chat here? Guiyang called 2 staff members over and took Zhang Feihe away to treat his esophageal cancer. Chapter 223. Be on guard against others. Now, the use of nanoimmune activation drugs has become completely popular. For such basic operations, Guiyang didn't need to waste time going there in person. It could be done by the people below. After everyone left, Mu Rong, who had just been standing beside Guiyang carefree, gradually became cold in expression. He lowered his voice and said, When Jiangbai left just now, I noticed something was wrong in his eyes. I think he might attack you again. Besides, this is Zhang Feihe. After all, this is the first time we meet. As the saying goes, you can't judge a person's heart by his appearance. You still have to be careful with him. Maybe he is taking advantage of you. Now that he is covered in wounds, he naturally has to coax you a little, but if you heal his injuries, it is hard to say whether he will acknowledge the debt or not. I even worry that everything that happened today was a joint act of self-torture by the two of them. After all, it is not easy to develop medicine that can cure decades-old injuries, and now you are the only one who has this possibility. If you're not grateful, how can you devote yourself to it with all your heart? After listening to what Mu Rong said, Guiyang lowered his head in thought and actually felt that there was some truth in it. He looked up at Mu Rong, who looked honest and kind. You guys see things more clearly than I do. Muron side. I don't want to either. You focus on research, and I have to help you manage the company. You deal with cold data, but I deal with cold human nature. These days, people are willing to do anything for profit, so we must be on guard. In my opinion, at this stage, you should focus your research on neurology and heal your body first. With your strong comprehension and a healthy body, you will be able to quickly master the crane breathing technique, and then you will have the ability to protect yourself. By the way, my Night Batman plan must be implemented as soon as possible. Then we can deal with these crises together, one in the light and one in the dark. As for helping him cure his illness, that's just helping his fucking head. I used to think that as long as we had legal protection, there would be no danger in doing business honestly. But the nano-targeted immune activation agent you took out was so dazzling that it lured out all the monsters hiding in the dark. Yesterday, I saw the terrifying cancer warriors, and today, I encountered the ancient martial arts sects that killed countless people. We can't just have money and skills. We also need some real ability to protect ourselves. Guiyang nodded in agreement, but a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. No matter what the truth is, Jiangbai almost took his life and was planning to play dirty tricks in front of him. He had already planned to die. Tonight, even the King of Hell cannot save Jiangbai. Accompanied by staff, Zhang Feihe quickly completed a full-body examination and was injected with the first nano-targeted immune activation agent. The moment the medicine entered his body, Zhang Feihe couldn't help but moan in comfort. People who practice martial arts have the most acute perception of their own bodies. Almost in an instant, he realized that more than 90% of the cancer cells that had been tormenting him day and night were instantly cleared, and every healthy cell in his body seemed to be cheering. The whole person's momentum also rose steadily. The staff member who had been serving him throughout the whole process stood by, and his legs couldn't help shaking, as if the person he was serving was not an old man at all, but a tough warrior who had fought on the battlefield for many years. They were completely two different species. After sensing the changes in his body, Zhang Feihe slowly turned around and smiled brightly at the staff beside him. Thank you for today, young man. But he forgot to restrain his aura. The brilliance in his eyes was simply not something an ordinary college graduate could bear. The other party was so frightened that his eyes blurred, and he took several steps back. He staggered and sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Jiang Feihe then realized his mistake and quickly restrained his aggressive aura. He carefully walked over with his cane and helped the other person up. I'm sorry. I was too emotional just now. Are you okay? Did it scare you? After the young man came to his senses, he quickly broke free from Jiang Feihe's support, took a few steps back, and shook his head. Old man, it's okay. I'm just too weak. Your first course of treatment has ended. At this stage, you're not much different from a normal person, but there are still some residual cancer cells in your body. After a period of time, when your body has fully recovered and adapted, you will need to inject a second nano-targeted immune activation drug to cure the cancer in your body. If there is time, you can get a third injection, which can build up your immune system and prevent you from being invaded by cancer in the future. Mr. Gu has already informed us in advance that your subsequent treatment will be free of charge. You only need to notify us on your phone when you come. We welcome you to come again at any time. Jiang Feihe was so happy that he felt he had made a lot of money by being a good person this time. Jiang Feihe asked, "Where's Brother Guyang now? I've recovered now and want to go and express my gratitude in person." The staff member shook his head. "I'm sorry, Senior Jiang. Mr. Gu is very busy every day and has a lot of research to do. He has already told me in advance that once Senior Jiang has completed his treatment, he should leave on his own and come back when the second stage of treatment is needed." Hearing this, Jiang Feihe was not angry, but rather excited, because his own body needed Gu Yang's latest research to solve the hidden injuries and chronic diseases that had been buried in his body for many years. As long as these hidden injuries and chronic diseases are not eliminated, he will not be able to make any progress, and even his lifespan will be greatly shortened. Gu Yang is studying so hard. Doesn't that mean that his hope will come soon? Okay. Then I won't bother you anymore. I'll go back first. This is my phone number. Please pass it to Brother Gu Yang later. Call me anytime if you need anything. Jiang Feihe tore off a small piece of paper, wrote down his phone number, and handed it over. The staff member carefully put it away, and then, after the staff member reminded him of the things he needed to pay attention to in the next period of time, Jiang Feihe left Chaoyang Biotechnology Company. Originally, he wanted to find a quiet place to test his current skills. Ever since he was diagnosed with esophageal cancer, he didn't dare to exert his full strength, fearing that he might die at any time. But even so, the nutrients in the body are devoured by the cancer cells day and night, making the body weaker day by day. Now everything is finally fine. Nothing will compete for the nutrients I eat. It would be wonderful if we could heal those old injuries and make further progress. When Jiang Feihe thought of these things, he became in a good mood and walked out humming a little tune. Suddenly, he keenly noticed a figure standing in the grove not far away. Half of the figure was hidden behind a tree, while the other half was observing the movements here. Looking closely, isn't this person Jiang Bai, Jiang Feihe's good disciple? Jiang Bai was also a little excited when he saw Jiang Feihe and quickly waved to Jiang Feihe. Jiang Feihe frowned. What was this disciple doing here? He was acting so mysterious. Well, we were master and disciple after all. He decided to go over and take a look at the situation first. He had just walked over when Jiang Bai stepped out from behind the tree and knelt on the ground with a plop, looking haggard and terrified. "Master, please save me. The night butcher will come and kill me tonight." Chapter 224, The Horrifying Mutated Tumor. Hearing his words, Jiang Feihe frowned instantly. "What nonsense are you talking about? The night butcher has no grudge against you, so why would he come and kill you? From what I understand, doesn't that guy love killing the most vicious villains?